Chapter 1. The Thunder Fruit. Froglet is off on a journey. Froglet will sporadically send back travel photos, so please keep an eye out. Upon Froglet's return, there will be specialties and unique souvenirs from the journey, so remember to collect them. August 7th, 2008. Thursday. Big Apple City, Chinatown. Only Treasure House. Mr. Bai Ye, I have checked the relevant information. The price for your building at the time of purchase was $7.12 million. I am now offering a complete price of $10 million for your property, stated a man in gold-rimmed glasses, dressed in the elite attire of a lawyer, who was lingering outside the treasure house, sitting on a soft chair basking in the sun. Bai Ye leaned against the counter, lazily flipping through a newly released magazine, his demeanor languid. I've already told you, I bought this building for retirement purposes and am not selling. Pharaoh's Birch sighed in frustration. Mr. Bai Ye, this opportunity is genuinely rare. The real estate company under the Central Circle Financial Corporation has set its sights on this area for comprehensive development, which is why they are offering such a high price. Otherwise, how could your building have appreciated by over 40 in just a year? Not for sale. Let's put it this way, I'm willing to disclose the bottom line of this real estate developer. $14 million. Your property would have doubled in value within a year. Pharaoh's Birch leaned in and whispered, and this big capitalist. Bai Ye was already annoyed. I'm not selling, and that's final. What are you going to do about it? Bite me? With that declaration, what could Pharaoh's Birch do? He could only leave in defeat. Bai Ye scoffed. If he didn't even dare to bite him, what right did he have to discuss acquiring his building? What a pathetic real estate company, lacking any discernment. If they had sent a beautiful lawyer to negotiate, perhaps he might have considered the offer. How'd it go? Did he leave? Aunt May emerged with a cup of hot tea, smiling. Her large eyes sparkled with mirth, surrounded by a misty allure, clear as crystal. The corners of her petite mouth curled slightly, red lips parting as if inviting a kiss. With skin as smooth as milk and a waist delicate and curvaceous, her long, elegant legs were accentuated by her blue jeans. Her name was May Parker, 34 years old. Her husband, Ben Parker, had passed away from cancer a year prior, leaving her with a nephew, Peter Parker, with no blood relation. Thus, shortly after Bai Ye opened the Only Treasure House, she was recruited as the store manager, earning a monthly salary of $10,000. Bai Ye nodded. I sent him packing. Perhaps you should reconsider his acquisition offer, Aunt May suggested. In just a year, your investment would double, while our treasure house hasn't made a single sale since opening. Aunt May was well aware of the outrageous prices of the items sold in the store. Not a single item on the shelves was priced below $100,000. Straw ring, 500,000. Description. If she truly loves me, she will gladly accept even this ring a youth from the alley of Helmatin. Rusted greatsword, 1 million. Description. For a guy like you, using this rusty sword is already a courtesy. G.S.D. Withered leaf knife, 1.5 million. Description. It is said that when a withered leaf butterfly lands on a branch, it transforms into a withered leaf. Will the withered leaf knife turn into, when it strikes the enemy, a youth filled with imagination? The most terrifying item, regarded by Bai Ye as the store's treasure, was the weapon, Blade of the Shattered Mind, 10 billion. Description. Legend has it that this knife is the labor of a blacksmith's heart and soul, his heart shattered during its forging. Warning. This is a cursed demonic blade that has consumed countless lives since its inception, filled with malice. None of its previous owners have met a good, and it is not meant for ordinary individuals to wield. Aunt May truly could not fathom what kind of fool would spend 10 billion on a knife. He doesn't dare bite me, so why pay him any mind? Bai Ye wrapped his arm around Aunt May's slender, elastic waist, burying his face in her bosom, and said, May, if you were to bite me, I might consider your opinion. Stop it. You'll spill your tea. I don't want tea right now. Bai Ye nuzzled like a little pig. I want milk. Yes, milk was more suited for a growing child like him. However, regarding Aunt May, Bai Ye always felt that since she had become a widow, he should not let her remain in solitude. Just as Bai Ye and Aunt May were playfully bantering, a notification chimed. Ding! Froglet has brought you a specialty from the journey. Please pay attention to collect it. Thunder fruit, a specialty from the world of One Piece, a natural type devil fruit. Upon consumption, it grants the body the properties of thunder and lightning, rendering physical attacks, most energy attacks, and non-hockey attacks ineffective against the consumer. Damn it, Froglet, you finally sent me something good, Bai Ye exclaimed, cursing. Despite possessing the powerful blade of the Shattered Mind, it was a cursed blade that nearly turned him into a mindless killer after just one use. Thus, Bai Ye could not wield it at all. The Thunder Fruit, however, was different. As a natural-type devil fruit, it naturally immunizes against physical and most energy attacks, granting Bai Ye, to a certain extent, an immortal existence. Moreover, the Thunder Fruit is renowned as one of the invincible devil fruits in the pirate world. In terms of offensive power, it is nearly on par with Akina's Magma Fruit, and in terms of speed, it does not fall far behind Kizaris Glintglint Fruit. In the hands of Enel, the thunder attacks originating from the Thunder Fruit could level an island. Living in modern society, with some knowledge of electromagnetism, to what extent could Bai Ye develop the Thunder Fruit? No one could know. Would you like to extract the specialty Thunder Fruit? Yes. Bai Ye responded without hesitation. In the next moment, he felt a weight in his hand. A pale blue fruit with many pointed protrusions and spiral patterns appeared in his grasp. Is this the devil fruit? Bai Ye examined it and then, without a second thought, took a bite. Gaga, he clutched his throat tightly, his eyes bulging, veins in his forehead throbbing. I'm going to die. May, quickly pour me a cup of tea. Chapter 2. May. Bai Ye is not from this world. Once, he was merely an ordinary office worker, perhaps a touch kinder at heart, occasionally offering help to wayward girls. He was also rather knowledgeable, a competent keyboard political analyst, historian, economist, biologist, and folklorist having a smattering of understanding in various fields. He simply downloaded a popular game, Traveling Frog, intending to play, but unexpectedly, the game transformed dramatically, allowing his frog to traverse the realms of existence. Had it been merely that, then Bai Ye would undoubtedly have stumbled upon a great fortune, leaping to success, receiving promotions, becoming a general manager, assuming the role of CEO, marrying a wealthy beauty, and reaching the pinnacle of life. However, Bai Ye could never have anticipated that his frog was unlike any other it was. Mentally challenged. This was no exaggeration. While other frogs ventured out to travel, bringing back treasures for their owners, Bai Ye's frog was erratic, completely disregarding any commands from its master. Froglet, don't blame me, I'm not too bright. Bai Ye, as if anyone else is particularly clever. One fateful night, as Bai Ye slumbered, he suddenly found himself standing in a new world. He had arrived in the war-torn realm of the Crimson Eyes of the Red. Then, there was no further development. Bai Ye met his demise, the cause standing amidst a battlefield. Fortunately, just before his death, Froglet delivered a magical item, the Dragon Ball. Dragon Ball, originating from the Dragon Ball world of the Demon Realm, it possesses wondrous magical powers, granting the desires of those who possess it. Martial artists experience rapid advancement in their skills, while those with lustful or greedy inclinations will see their wishes fulfilled. Thus, Bai Ye was resurrected. Another night passed, and while Bai Ye was nestled beside the queen, his death, Froglet returned, whisking him away to yet another world. He vaguely recalled that it was quite warm in Tokyo at that time. With no alternatives, Bai Ye settled temporarily in Tokyo, only to discover. His left neighbor was the Amamiya family, the right neighbor was the Akiyuki family, and a nearby school was named Mizune's Academy, with the hospital he visited when called St. Julian's Hospital. In the days that followed, Bai Ye traversed the land, delivering food and parcels, repairing plumbing, working as a tutor, practicing hypnosis, even serving as a fitness coach, and nearly stumbling upon cursed magical artifacts. All of which were arduous experiences. Bai Ye faced peril due to renal failure. Fortunately, he was timely delivered to the Marvel Universe by Froglet. After a long while, rinsing his mouth numerous times, Bai Ye finally felt alive again. Damn, this taste is worse than. Never mind, he sighed. He opened his palm, and a sphere of lightning began to coalesce within it. The power of the Thunder Fruit is indeed quite impressive. Heh. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Aunt May had prepared hot tea for Bai Ye and chided, "You really should be cautious. Consuming unknown fruits can lead to food poisoning. Only because you take care of me." Bai Ye replied with a grin. Finally, the nausea induced by the Thunder Fruit began to fade. Cough, cough. A few coughs interrupted the tender exchange between Bai Ye and Aunt May. "Who is it?" Bai Ye glanced over impatiently, furrowing his brow. "You again, Mediterranean." Coulson's smile froze instantly. "Good morning, Mr. Bai Ye," Coulson said. "Let me reiterate, I am not named Mediterranean." "Understood," Mediterranean. Speak your mind, I'm busy here, making billions, and don't have time for your rambling. Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively. Very well. Coulson paused, resigned, and took a seat opposite Bai Ye. I'm here for a serious matter, you see. He cast a gentle glance at Aunt May. Could you kindly ask this lovely lady to step aside for a moment? May, wait in the back for a bit. Bai Ye patted Aunt May's back. Aunt May, knowing the gravity of the situation, obediently retreated to the back room. Coulson's demeanor turned serious. Mr. Bai Ye, have you heard about the recent videotape murder case? Over 20 students have already died. Ah, the 7-day curse, right? Bai Ye lit a cigarette. Oh, it seems Mr. Bai Ye is aware of some details. Just a little. Bai Ye flicked the ash from his cigarette. $30,000. $30,000? Coulson was taken aback. Such a sum? If it were a common case, would you need to come find me? Bai Ye chuckled. I made it clear from the start that my fees are quite steep. Please hold on, I need to make a phone call. Coulson frowned and stood. Be my guest. Bai Ye shrugged. A moment later, Coulson returned. Simultaneously, Bai Ye's phone vibrated. He checked to find a deposit of $30,000 from Wells Fargo. Mr. Bai Ye, can we discuss now? Certainly. Bai Ye inhaled from his cigarette. Mediterranean, do you believe in ghosts? Ghosts. I trust your investigation has revealed the peculiarities of the case. Anyone who has viewed that tape is doomed to die within 7 days, and outsiders can uncover no reason. They all assume it to be mere accidents. In truth, it is a ghostly curse. Bai Ye stated, the spirit in question is named Semra, a vengeful spirit endowed with superpowers, concealed within that videotape. Actually, she's not particularly terrifying. As long as you don't watch that specific tape, she won't target you. However, if you do, prepare for your final arrangements. Coulson's expression grew uneasy. Bai Ye caught on. No way. You didn't watch that tape, did you? For the sake of the investigation, my colleagues and I have all viewed it. Coulson felt as if he had swallowed a fly. Then you're in trouble. Bai Ye expressed his regret. I always thought we were excellent partners. I have connections for funerals when the time comes. Have your family call me, and I can offer you a 30% discount. Don't presume I'm dead already. Is there no way to break the curse? There's no complete solution, but there's a temporary one. Make a copy of the videotape and have someone else watch it. You won't die for the time being. Coulson's eyes widened. Isn't that just sending someone else to their doom? Semra's rules for murder are as such. It's all about how you choose to proceed. Bai Ye shrugged. Is there truly no way to resolve her predicament? At present, I find myself unable to do so. However, I possess an artifact that may very well save your life. What is the cost? $200,000. With a heavy heart, Coulson departed. Bai Ye stifled a yawn. Possibly a consequence of having been ensnared by the queen, his death, for a spell, which left him with lingering after-effects, particularly a propensity for drowsiness. Now, he felt an overwhelming urge to sleep, to rest. Only someone like Aunt May, whose rhythmic diligence harmonized seamlessly with Bai Ye's, could alleviate the psychological shadows cast by Queen's death. Chapter 3. The Coin of Fate. Coulson felt ensnared. He clutched a coin in his hand. Does it truly hold a value of 200,000? Coin of Fate. 200,000. Synopsis. A grand death or a trivial existence. Fate has long been predetermined. Dead or alive. According to Bai Ye's account, when one faces dire straits, tossing this coin grants a 50 chance of utter misfortune, a hard demise, or a 50 chance of fortuitous reversal. At the S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Triskelion. In the director's office, Coulson was reporting to Nick Fury. A ghost without a physical form? After listening to Coulson's report, Nick Fury furrowed his brow. No wonder we cannot find any trace of the perpetrator behind this series of murders. She does not exist in the tangible world. Director. Coulson hesitated before speaking. If the information provided by Bai Ye is accurate, how do we confront this ghost? If it were a corporeal enemy, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s firepower would suffice to subdue it. Even the Hulk can be subdued by the military. Is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s might inferior to that of the military? Furthermore, S.H.I.E.L.D. possesses numerous advanced technologies that the military lacks. Yet, against a phantom that appears and vanishes without a trace, S.H.I.E.L.D. finds itself at an impasse. Nick Fury pondered for a moment and replied, First, investigate this girl named Semra thoroughly. Subsequently, I will consult with the Vatican to explore any methods for dealing with ghosts. Understood. Coulson nodded and exited the director's office. Meanwhile, the fate coin Coulson had brought back exhibited supernatural responses, confirming that the coin provided by Bai Ye indeed possessed extraordinary powers. A 50-50 chance of hastening death or gaining a chance at survival. Coulson's expression was conflicted. If the time came, would he truly dare to toss this coin? In the afternoon, at the entrance of the Only Treasure House, Bai Ye lounged in the sun, sipping goji berry tea. Aunt May was asleep indoors, likely lost in slumber for a good part of the day. Bai Ye took a sip of his tea and pulled out his phone, engaging in a conversation on Facebook with a lively girl named Su Chung. Bai Ye, darling, today I was carrying cement at the construction site, and my coworkers praised my strength, saying I could carry a sack after sack. I instantly felt tears welling up. I can bear the weight of everything. Yet I cannot endure the longing for you, my dear. Su Chung. Really, Bai Ye, do you truly miss me that much? 3. Bai Ye, of course. You have no idea. Without you, my world is but shades of gray. Su Chung, why don't you come back to Huaxia to see me? Bai Ye, I'm quite occupied with matters here in America. You know how it is. The money from foreigners doesn't come easy. I have to wear a smile to earn my modest wages. Su Chung, if you're not happy there, then just come back. I'm easy to take care of. You don't need to earn so much money. Bai Ye, that is out of the question. I promised that one day I would ride on a rainbow to marry you. Suddenly, a message pinged on his phone. Tony, there's a yacht party. Are you coming? A yacht party? The mere mention of it invigorated Bai Ye. Are there many beauties? Models, bunny girls, third-tier celebrities waiting for me. Bai Ye, darling, I must go. A client has arrived. I'll contact you later. He ceased his chatter, donned his attire, and departed. Life is like an ant. Yet one should aspire to be a king of the seas. Existence is fragile as paper, yet one must possess a colorful heart. After leaving a note for Aunt May, Bai Ye drove off in his Chevrolet Camaro. The yacht was docked at a private pier. Upon Bai Ye's arrival, the largest yacht in the world, belonging to Tony Stark, set sail. I heard your treasure house has been open for a year, yet you haven't sold a single item. How disappointing. Tony Stark, wearing sunglasses and exuding an air of extravagance, boasted, why not come work for my Stark Industries? I'll offer you the position of security manager with an annual salary of $1 million. Let us pass on that. Bai Ye chuckled and replied, Stark Industries may be the largest military-industrial complex, yet you've shut down the weapons manufacturing division. People say it's on the brink of bankruptcy. Uffed. Tony scoffed. As long as I'm here, Stark Industries will never see the day of bankruptcy. You, my friend, if you choose not to come, don't come crying to me later. Sir, your drink. A bunny girl approached Bai Ye, presenting him with whiskey. A woman who can board Tony Stark's yacht must possess beauty and allure. Adorned with black bunny ears and semi-transparent stockings, her long legs were exquisitely displayed. Bai Ye lifted his glass with one hand while the other casually wrapped around the bunny girl. You're overthinking it. If I were to come begging, it would be the other way around. After exchanging a few words with Tony, Bai Ye's attention shifted to the bunny girl in his embrace. Apart from her alluring figure, she had a sweet and adorable visage that perfectly matched Bai Ye's aesthetic. What is your name? She appeared slightly silly, not feigned, but genuinely possessing that endearing, naive charm, often referred to as a sweet simpleton. Upon hearing Bai Ye's inquiry, she promptly replied, my name is Shelley. After a brief exchange, Bai Ye learned of her background. An orphan raised in an orphanage, she was fortuitously discovered by a talent scout one day. Previously, she had entered the Playboy Manor, but due to being framed, she was forced to relocate, ultimately finding herself as a dormitory supervisor in a school. You've had quite a challenging journey, Bai Ye remarked, wrapping his arm around Shelley's waist with a sigh. Have you never considered changing careers? Men typically have two great passions, luring virtuous women into debauchery and guiding wayward girls back to righteousness. I'm rather inept, Shelley lamented. I couldn't survive doing anything else. Bai Ye held no prejudice against a girl like Shelley, as he possessed no moral scruples. He believed that in any world, every soul is a blend of humanity and specter, indistinguishable from one another upon closer inspection. While conversing with Tony about serious matters, Bai Ye also engaged Shelley in light-hearted banter. Shelley's surprise at Bai Ye's gentle demeanor was evident. Mr. Bai Ye, even someone of your stature is so amiable. Bai Ye replied, oh, what stature do I possess? At best, I am merely a man making a living. Due to Bai Ye's apparent affability, Shelley gradually grew bolder. Curiously, she asked, I have heard that the totem of Huaxia is the dragon, Mr. Bai Ye. Do dragons truly exist in Huaxia? She had heard of the legendary Huaxia dragon. Its camel-like head, deer antlers, serpentine neck, turtle eyes, tiger paws, eagle talons, and bovine ears, so mysterious. Yet, how could such a creature possibly exist? Bai Ye, concealing a dragon ball, answered earnestly, dragons are indeed real. To be candid, just before arriving here, I had the service of a dragon. Chapter 4. Norton's Skilled HP Potion Ding. The tadpole has brought you a travel souvenir. Please check it. Doppelganger doll, purple. A one-time charming doll that can bear certain pressures for you, providing a breath of relief in your direst moments. It appears that after a wash, it may still be usable? Bai Ye exclaimed, damn it. What lewd items has that rascal tadpole sent back to me? I am entirely innocent. So do not tarnish my purity with such strange gifts. The thought flashed momentarily in Bai Ye's mind, unnoticed by anyone aboard the yacht. Suddenly, Tony recalled something and addressed Bai Ye. That fellow Obadiah has escaped from prison. You should be cautious in the coming days. Escaped from prison? Bai Ye raised an eyebrow and remarked, are those rotund, slack-jawed fellows truly so unreliable? Is your mind consumed solely by the machinations of power struggles? And yet, astonishingly, you have afforded him a chance at survival. A week after Tony was abducted in Afghanistan, Bai Ye sought an audience with Pepper Potts. It was not Bai Ye's desire to engage in heroic endeavors or to sacrifice himself for Tony Stark in the treacherous terrains of Afghanistan, but rather, he intended to sell a piece of information to Pepper for a sum of $20 million. The mastermind behind Tony's kidnapping was Obadiah, whom Tony regarded as an uncle. Though Pepper was reluctant to accept this revelation, the secrecy surrounding Tony's whereabouts was compromised when Afghan insurgents intercepted the information, indicating a traitor within their ranks. Subsequently, Pepper took matters into her own hands, employing Jarvis to meticulously monitor Obadiah's every move. Through the surveillance of Obadiah's communications, she uncovered the location of the insurgents holding Tony captive. Initially, Obadiah had merely instructed them to eliminate an ordinary individual. But upon realizing their target was the illustrious Tony Stark, they began to demand a higher ransom, leveraging the situation to their advantage. Pepper promptly alerted Colonel Rhodes, Tony's friend, leading to a significant military operation by the U.S. Armed Forces, which included the deployment of a specialized unit aptly named the Butter Knife Squad, ultimately rescuing Tony. Bai Ye, too, received his payment for the information, having aided Tony during a time of profound difficulty. Tony, holding a glass, wore a pensive expression and remarked, thus, I am not so ruthless as to eliminate him on the spot. I merely wish for him to face the just consequences of the law, to remain imprisoned for life. Yet, I did not foresee his escape. Following the demise of Howard and Maria Stark, Tony endured a prolonged period of despondency, during which Obadiah, as his uncle, tended to him with genuine care. The rift that has emerged between them can only be attributed to the corrosive nature of greed and power. Let him escape. It matters little to me. Bai Ye said nonchalantly. Should he dare to seek trouble with me, I shall not be as merciful as you. Do not underestimate him. Although a significant portion of his assets has been seized, that old fox undoubtedly has hidden resources. For him, most endeavors that require financial backing are hardly insurmountable. Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively. Today is for leisure. Let us not dwell on such disheartening matters. We can address those later. Very well, Tony replied. Observing Tony's pallid complexion and the shadows beneath his eyes, Bai Ye commented, you appear quite weakened, your eyes darkened, and your complexion ashen. Has this ordeal unsettled you? Should I procure a magical elixir to restore your fragile heart, akin to that of a startled rabbit? I am not frightened. I have merely been burning the midnight oil on my experiments, Tony countered. Tony, with a stubborn demeanor, remarked, however, if you have connections, I suppose I could grant you a favor. With a forceful thud, Bai Ye slammed a red test tube onto the table and declared, 10 million per vial. You may sample it first and pay later. Is it really that exorbitant? Tony was taken aback. It was not that he could not afford such a sum, but rather that a blue pill costs merely a few dollars. What kind of elixir could possibly demand $10 million per bottle? If, after the trial, you find it to be counterfeit or substandard, you need not pay a single dollar, Bai Ye assured him. Tony hesitated for a moment before inquiring. How is it to be used? If it proved genuinely effective, $10 million would be a trivial sum for him. Simply ingest it, Bai Ye instructed. Following his advice, Tony uncorked the vial and took a swig. Even if the concoction turned out to be ineffective, he intended to pay the $10 million for his life was, in essence, saved by Bai Ye. Thus, offering a bit more money seemed inconsequential. However, if Bai Ye were to visit frequently, their relationship might inevitably drift apart. As the elixir coursed through his mouth, it transformed into a warm current, enveloping Tony in a sensation of comfort and warmth. Just from this soothing effect, he felt that the $10 million was not wasted. Suddenly, the watch on his left wrist emitted a beep. He quickly glanced down. Astonished, the palladium concentration had significantly decreased. The readout on the watch plummeted from 51 to 19. Due to a hole in his heart, he was reliant on the arc reactor for sustenance, constantly facing the erosion of palladium within his body. When the palladium levels in his blood reached 100, he would succumb to a painfully tragic death from cancer. Truth be told, he had already prepared his will, allocating the majority of his assets to establish a charitable foundation to aid cancer patients, reserving a portion for his assistant, Pepper Potts. He had resolved to indulge in the final days of his life, seeking a tranquil place to pass away. Yet now, the elixir Bai Ye had sold him was capable of reducing the palladium concentration. Undoubtedly, Bai Ye was offering him a life-saving remedy. See, I did not deceive you, did I? Bai Ye chuckled, sipping his whiskey. This $10 million is truly worth every cent, is it not? Tony's expression grew serious. Do you have any more of this elixir? Plenty. Whatever quantity you desire, I can provide. Bai Ye replied. Then I shall take 20 vials, Tony declared, gesturing grandly. Magnificent. Bai Ye gently caressed the silver-white ring on his left hand, his fingers brushing over the table where 20 vials of Norton's Proficient HP potion were neatly arranged. Upon seeing the potions, Tony promptly transferred $200 million to Bai Ye's account. As for Norton's Proficient HP potion, Bai Ye had thousands of such items in his warehouse. Previously, even with the aid of the Dragon Balls, he had to rely on some of them. However, after consuming the Thunder Fruit, these potions had become utterly useless to him, making them more valuable as currency. After the transaction, Tony regarded Bai Ye with a serious expression and said, "Thank you. No need for further words." "You're welcome," Bai Ye replied with a smile. "We are friends, after all." Having secured the life-saving potions, Tony felt elated and remarked, "I've organized a gambling game tonight. Would you like to join?" "No, thank you." Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively. "I have always been one to avoid gambling with poison." Tony shot a sidelong glance at Bai Ye, amused. "Well, you certainly don't mince words." Chapter 5. She is merely my sister. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Bai Ye changed his clothes and disembarked from the yacht. He arrived at the parking lot, opened the door of his Chevrolet Camaro, and was about to close it when he was interrupted by someone. He looked over in confusion to find a stunning woman wearing sunglasses. "Bai Ye, it's been a while." She removed her sunglasses, revealing a breathtaking face, fair skin, elegantly shaped phoenix eyes, delicate brows, and blood-red lips, exuding an air of grace. "Gail." Bai Ye was taken aback. This woman was a friend he had met a year ago in France, and they had spent at least a week together there. "What brings you here?" "I'm in New York for work, so I thought I'd come to visit you." "Is that not welcome?" Gail smiled. "Of course it is." Bai Ye shook his head. "Get in. I'll drive." Gail insisted on taking the driver's seat, playfully pushing Bai Ye into the passenger seat. And with a swift press of the accelerator, the car shot forward like an arrow. The Chevrolet Camaro sped down the road, and Gail's driving skills rivaled those of professional race car drivers. "What kind of work are you here for?" Bai Ye inquired cautiously, as he was aware that Gail's line of work was not exactly reputable. "That's a secret. I can't tell you just yet," Gail winked. "By the way, what about that? I've been having some health issues recently." "What is happening? Is it serious?" "It's nothing major. The doctor just mentioned that I have a bit too much dampness and need to detoxify." Bai Ye, with a smile, Gail observed the streetlights, skillfully avoiding the cameras, and said, "New York is your territory now. Where should we go for some fun?" "Bai Ye, there are countless places to enjoy." After Bai Ye departed, Tony contemplated his next move and chose not to visit the casino, but rather to return home to analyze the special substances Bai Ye had provided. "I have exhausted every possible remedy and ultimately resorted to the unpleasant taste of chlorophyll juice to alleviate my palladium poisoning. Why is the red reagent Bai Ye gave me so remarkably effective?" As the test results emerged, Tony couldn't help but frown. "Jarvis, you must be mistaken. How could there be so many unknown elements? The discovery of a single unknown element could surely warrant a Nobel Prize." Madame Curie earned her Nobel Prize in Physics and Chemistry for the discovery of radium and polonium, yet Bai Ye's reagent contains over a dozen unknown elements. Sir, please trust me, there is no error. Within the villa, an electronic voice resonated. It was Tony's digital assistant, Jarvis. What then is this miraculous substance that acts as a binding agent for all elements? For the first time, Tony felt the weight of his ignorance. The potion provided by Bai Ye posed no issues. It could invigorate the body and heal wounds without any side effects. However, the secrets it harbored piqued his curiosity like a cat's paw scratching at his heart, urging him to investigate further. Perhaps I should call Bai Ye? At Disneyland, in Tomorrowland. Bai Ye was enjoying the Tron light cycle ride with Gale. The two-wheeled light cycle was exhilarating, featuring a dazzling indoor atmosphere, rapid acceleration, and perfect lighting effects. The track was adorned with shimmering lights and indicators, resembling a tunnel through time into the future. Entering the cutting-edge digital center, he explored the wonders of the future world. This attraction was also a fantastic stress reliever, offering the thrilling rush of adrenaline from high-speed traversal. Originally designed for children, Gale was eager to join in, and Bai Ye had no choice but to accompany her. Suddenly, Bai Ye's pocket rang. He reluctantly answered the phone. Tony, what's the matter? Damn it. This guy can't even respect my time for a phone call. I'm riding a high-speed motorcycle. If it weren't for the 200 million you just contributed, I would seriously consider blocking your number. Bai Ye, I need to ask, where did you obtain the reagent you gave me? Is this question truly of such significance? To me, it holds great significance. In pursuit of research, Tony had to patiently inquire, Bai Ye, could you introduce me to your friend? You may be unaware, but that reagent Tony was indeed quite bothersome. Bai Ye, reluctant to engage in further discourse, succinctly replied, to be clear, that reagent is not a product of technology, but rather an alchemical potion crafted by a master alchemist named Norton. The so-called unknown element is extracted through alchemy, and the remarkable abilities associated with it are derived from the magical power essential for studying alchemy. Having delivered this explanation, Bai Ye promptly ended the call and powered down his phone, preferring to avoid further annoyance. As the sun set, Bai Ye drove to the parking lot adjacent to his home. Gale stretched lazily and remarked, "It was delightful. I truly enjoyed myself today." She playfully kissed Bai Ye on the cheek and added, "Bai Ye, let us do this again sometime." Engaged in a high-risk profession that weighed heavily on her, she sought moments of carefree joy with Bai Ye to relieve her stress. "No problem. I shall oblige without hesitation," Bai Ye responded. "However, your line of work seems rather perilous. Do take care of yourself." "Fear not. I am no longer alone in this. I am with a group of my sisters." Gale exited the vehicle, waved goodbye to Bai Ye with a flourish, and turned away with grace. Bai Ye also stepped out, closed the car door, and walked out of the parking lot, only to unexpectedly encounter a high school student, none other than Peter Parker, Aunt May's nephew. "Oh, it's you, Parker," Bai Ye acknowledged. "Who was that lady in your car just now?" Parker inquired curiously. Bai Ye hesitated for a moment before responding. "She is merely an ordinary sister of mine." Chapter 6. Thank you for your concern. The following day dawned with gentle sunlight and a pleasant breeze. Parker descended the stairs with his backpack slung over his shoulder. Bai Ye had purchased the entire building for over $700,000. The ground floor housed Bai Ye's Amway treasure trove and personal residence. Aunt May typically did not reside with Bai Ye, as she was responsible for looking after her nephew, thus renting a room on the second floor. Although Bai Ye offered her accommodation free of charge, Aunt May insisted on paying rent. With a monthly salary of $10,000, which was considered quite generous, she could certainly afford a modest rent of $1,000. "Parker, you're up," Aunt May called out from the kitchen, bustling about. "Hurry and have breakfast. You mustn't be late." For over a year, they had developed a routine of sharing meals together in the dining area on the ground floor, despite living separately. "Oh," Parker nodded, seated at the dining table, facing Bai Ye as they partook in breakfast. After their meal, Parker prepared to head to school. "Wait," Bai Ye called out to him, stepping forward to adjust his collar, and said, "Parker, as you embark on your academic journey, do take heed of your appearance. Remember to wear appropriate attire at school, avoiding any garish or eccentric clothing. After class, fetch your own water, and during exercises, keep pace with the rhythm. I have heard that your afternoon health exercises are now under scrutiny. When the bell rings, you must quiet down and avoid opposing the instructor in class, and ensure harmonious relations among your classmates." Parker looked at Bai Ye with a peculiar expression, sensing a hint of threat in his words, yet he responded politely, Thank you for your concern. Indeed, Parker had always been remarkably astute. Seeing that Parker grasped his intent, Bai Ye nodded with satisfaction. After breakfast, Aunt May was busy washing dishes in the kitchen, while Bai Ye set up a soft chair in front of the treasure house, placing a cup of goji berry tea on a small table beside him. How comfortable! Bai Ye reclined in the chair and took a sip of the tea. He then caressed the silver-white space ring on his left hand, and a large sealing scroll materialized in his grasp. Book of Seals, originating from the hidden cloud village in the Naruto world. It records all ninjutsu of the village. At last, it was time to put it to use. Bai Ye murmured. Previously, when he possessed this Book of Seals, it had merely collected dust. For that scoundrel Froglet had only delivered the book without providing the fundamental and crucial method of chakra refinement. Without chakra, what value did the Book of Seals hold? The book contained numerous powerful secret techniques, but lacked the essential chakra refinement method, akin to Naruto receiving the Book of Seals from Konoha, starting with the A-rank technique, Shadow Clone Jutsu. Thus, Bai Ye had entered a treasure trove only to leave empty-handed. However, now, having consumed the Thunder Fruit, he possessed the ability to control lightning and transform into it, while the hidden cloud village was renowned for its lightning-style ninjutsu, with its leader known as the Raikage. Therefore, the Thunder Fruit served as a key, unlocking the vault of knowledge contained within the Book of Seals. Lightning Release, Earth Walk, C-rank ninjutsu, unleashing lightning through the hands that spreads across the earth or water, enhanced when paired with water release. Lightning Release, Black Lightning Strike, B-rank ninjutsu, releasing leopard-shaped black lightning from the body, initially focusing on a single target before expanding to attack in all directions, causing immense pain and immobilization to the opponent. Lightning Release, Pseudo-Darkness, a rank ninjutsu, releasing sharp lightning spears from the mouth, sweeping from near to far with a barrage of electricity. This technique conceals an astonishing power capable of penetrating even rock, representing an immensely lethal skill that can annihilate numerous foes in an instant. Bai Ye bypassed the preceding lightning release ninjutsu and turned to the end, his eyes suddenly gleaming with discovery. He had found it. Lightning Release Chakra Mode, B-rank ninjutsu. A secret technique not to be passed down by anyone other than the Raikage, enveloping the body in lightning, enhancing hardness and speed, transforming the flesh into a living armor. Bai Ye recalled that the third and fourth Raikage had relied on this very lightning release chakra mode to achieve greatness. The third Raikage could withstand Naruto Uzumaki's Raisin Shuriken without a scratch, enduring a 3-day standoff against 10,000 ninjas from the Rock Village. The speed of the fourth Raikage was comparable to Minato Namikaze's space-time ninjutsu, effortlessly evading the Amaterasu unleashed by Uchiha Sasuke. Had it not been for Gaara's timely intervention with sand during the 5 Kage Summit, the fourth Raikage's lightning release, Thunderclap Axe would have surely sent Sasuke to his demise. Bai Ye was purely enamored with the formidable physical defense and speed offered by the lightning release chakra mode, not at all regarding it as an indestructible fortification or immense endurance. This is what I shall learn, he declared, excitedly delving into the study of lightning release chakra mode. Ninjutsu, at its core, involves the transformation of chakra energy into various elemental applications. Bai Ye intended to mimic and activate the lightning release ninjutsu using the lightning element generated by the Thunder Fruit. As the principle remained the same, different paths lead to the same destination, just as hydroelectric, geothermal, and nuclear energy all ultimately convert various forms into electrical energy. With the sealing book in hand, Bai Ye immersed himself in study throughout the day. Fortunately, the entire first floor of the building had been cleared, providing him with a spacious room entirely his own, ample for his endeavors. Inside the room, flashes of lightning and thunder illuminated the space repeatedly. As the Dragon Ball, he wore emanated a soft glow. After a day's worth of effort, Bai Ye finally grasped the rudimentary aspects of the lightning release chakra mode. Damn it, this enhancement to my physical speed is inadequate, he mused. To reach the level of the third and fourth Raikage would likely take years. By then, the purple sweet potato essence would have nearly arrived. Where will I find that much time? As night fell, after a refreshing shower, Bai Ye, clad in a towel, entered his room to find Mei Yi reclining on the bed in a delicate nightgown. Her skin was as smooth as jade, pale yet blushing, exuding a gentle elegance. With a slender waist that could be grasped with a single hand and limbs that were long and supple, she was breathtakingly beautiful, her graceful feet silently enchanting. Beneath her nightgown, Her exquisite curves were revealed, presenting a figure that was both devilish and alluring. Upon seeing Bai Ye enter, Mei Yi offered a soft smile, her eyes sparkling like clear waters, and the curve of her lips was as perfect as a crescent moon, radiating an ethereal beauty that seemed untouched by the world. The phrase that came to Bai Ye's mind was, with a glance and a smile, 100 charms emerge. The beauty of the 6 palaces pales in comparison. Mei Yi playfully winked at Bai Ye and inquired, have you completed your tasks? Bai Ye yawned. For the rigorous training of lightning release chakra and the torment he had suffered at the hands of Queen's death had left him weary. Let us sleep first. We can discuss matters tomorrow, he replied, dismissing Mei Yi's thoughts. He turned off the light, pulled back the covers, and nestled into bed. Chapter 7. Batman Wolf, a night devoid of conversation passed. As the sunlight graced his face, Bai Ye stirred from his slumber. You're awake? Mei Yi noticed his gaze and turned to him. Yes, it's still early. Sleep a little longer to rejuvenate yourself, Bai Ye suggested. Mei Yi rolled her eyes at him and remarked, I still need to prepare breakfast for Parker. Bai Ye responded, a child won't starve from missing a meal. Listen, is that how one speaks? Mei Yi ignored Bai Ye and exited the room. Sighing, Bai Ye lamented, indeed, sons are often the enemies of their fathers from past lives. Parker, you have no idea that Uncle Bai has lost the luxury of sleeping in because of you. With Mei Yi gone, Bai Ye reluctantly got out of bed, washed up, and then had breakfast. I'm full, Parker casually declared after a few bites, then dashed out of the house with a piece of bread in his mouth. That boy has been acting a bit strange lately, Bai Ye mused. He leaves early and returns late. Could it be that he's in his first romance? He's in his senior year. It's quite normal for him to be dating, isn't it? How can that be considered early love? Mei Yi commented while clearing the dining table. Since Mei Yi seemed unconcerned, Bai Ye felt there was little he could say. Mei, I'll step out for a while. You take care of the shop at home. Okay, you can count on me, Mei Yi replied without asking further questions. After Bai Ye left, Mei Yi finished tidying up the kitchen and went to Bai Ye's bedroom. She took out the double-barreled shotgun stored inside and placed it under the counter, then retrieved a storybook, donning her gold-rimmed glasses, and began to read with great interest. Bai Ye drove his Chevrolet Camaro to a corporate building. Upon arriving at an accounting firm on the upper floor, he met with his personal accountant, Christian Wolf. This accountant had a remarkable identity. By day, he was Bruce Wayne, Gotham City's top billionaire, and by night, he transformed into Gotham's dark hero, Batman. Wolf, I have not. Clears throat, the above has been crossed out. He is a man of dual identities. By day, he is an ordinary accountant, but by night, he transforms into a mysterious assassin. How have you been, Batman? Bai Ye casually seated himself opposite Wolf. Wolf's eyelids twitched slightly as he replied, I have stated numerous times that I am not Batman. I am Christian Wolf. Understood, Batman. Bai Ye retorted. Wolf, exasperated, relinquished his attempts to correct Bai Ye's moniker for him. What brings you here? He inquired, taking a sip from his old water bottle. Yesterday, I managed to extract $200 million from that wealthy dog, Tony Stark. For the moment, I have no immediate use for it. So I have invested all my earnings into Stark Industries stocks, Bai Ye stated. Turning to matters of substance, Wolf calmly asked, will you be leveraging this time? No, I am opting for a long-term strategy. I lack the funds to pay interest to those brokers, Bai Ye responded. If you have any spare capital, I suggest you also purchase some Stark Industries stocks. I guarantee that within a few years, it will appreciate significantly. Thank you for your advice. But given Tony Stark's announcement about Stark Industries' withdrawal from the military sector, along with the arrest of Vice President Obadiah, the chances of Stark Industries rebounding are quite slim. Wolf remarked impassively. I'm merely offering a suggestion. It's your choice whether or not to invest, Bai Ye shrugged. Unlike others, he was aware that despite Stark Industries' current plummet from a market valuation of over $300 billion to just above $160 billion, once Tony successfully transitions the arc reactor technology into energy production, Stark Industries will soar to a valuation exceeding $1 trillion within a few years. The arc reactor fundamentally represents cold fusion technology, which is bound to lead humanity into the forefront of future technological advancements. Its significance is unparalleled, rivaling the historical impact of the first atomic bomb explosion. I am already aware of what you mentioned. If there is nothing else, you may leave, Wolf stated, eager to dismiss his guest. Each minute spent in Bai Ye's company felt like a year of his life slipping away. Humph, I have no desire to linger with you either, Bai Ye retorted before making his way downstairs. At the base of Wolf's accounting firm was an educational training center known as the Seduction School, run by a captivating Italian woman named Sophia. Aware that Sophia's classes were held from 6 to 9 in the evening, Bai Ye, familiar with the routine, produced his key and effortlessly unlocked the door upon his arrival. The ownership of this building belongs to an overseas fund, which grants Bai Ye access to all the keys of its floors. Sophia, a friend of Bai Ye, whom he met during his time in England, could use some assistance, so he decided to pay her a visit. Upon entering, he was greeted by the sight of a peach. In the center of the room lay a yoga ball, atop which a woman was poised, her back turned to Bai Ye. She struck a pose that showcased her S-shaped curves, tightly encased in her form-fitting attire. Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. Sophia blinked in surprise and exclaimed, "Bai Ye, what brings you here?" In Bai Ye's eyes, Sophia epitomized the kind of woman who could captivate any man. With her lustrous black hair, porcelain-like oval face, and sweet, delicate features, she exuded an extraordinary allure. Tall and statuesque, her curves were nothing short of breathtaking, and her long, slender legs, combined with her rare beauty, rendered her a vision of exquisite grace. "Just came to see you," Bai Ye replied. Sophia had come to New York after a dispute with her husband, and as a good friend, Bai Ye felt compelled to offer his support. Of course, their relationship remained purely platonic, free of any impropriety. It is paramount for one to act with integrity and a clear conscience. Yet, should guilt ever arise, one must persuade oneself to dismiss it. 2 hours later, with a smile adorning his face, Bai Ye said, "Sophia, I have brought you a gift." "What gift?" Sophia inquired, her eyes wide with curiosity as she gazed at him. Bai Ye produced an exquisitely crafted small box. Upon opening it, Sophia gasped in disbelief, covering her mouth in astonishment. Inside the box lay a ring. Lily ring, 300,000. Description: in love, purity is an illusion, and vows are mere fabrications that concluded long before the notion of forever. "Bai Ye, this is quite an extravagant gift," Sophia exclaimed, her voice tinged with emotion. Bai Ye smiled. He believed that when gifting a woman, jewelry was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Other items simply paled in comparison, certainly not something like a tattered leather collar or a frayed cotton bracelet. Sophia was visibly moved. Her voice slightly choked as she said, "Bai Ye, do you know? I just mailed the divorce papers to my husband." Bai Ye's expression stiffened. "What have I done? Was this a misstep?" However, Bai Ye was an avowed non-believer in marriage. He deemed it an impossibility for himself, preferring instead to maintain a lifestyle that allowed for fleeting romantic connections without the burdens of commitment. "Sophia," Bai Ye interrupted her, his expression earnest as he declared, "I have no intention of marrying in this lifetime." Sophia was taken aback. "Why?" "Because marriage is a shackle for women. I do not wish for you to be oppressed, and thus I hope you can remain unbound by the institution of marriage. I certainly do not want you to become a mere vessel for reproduction because of me. Therefore, I intend for you to enjoy the freedom of loving me for a lifetime," Bai Ye continued. "This way, the tragedy that befell you and your husband shall not repeat itself in our lives." Sophia responded, "Is that even plausible? Should I be thanking him?" On the 7th day, on Moscow Island, Coulson, accompanied by agents from S.H.I.E.L.D., employed a pump to drain the water from an ancient well. "I found it. There is a skeleton below." "That of a little girl," shouted an agent from S.H.I.E.L.D. "Splendid." Above the well, a refined and tall young woman cradling her son, visibly agitated, introduced herself as Rachel. She was a journalist for NBC. Among those who perished under the 7-day curse was her sister's daughter, which ignited her curiosity as a reporter. Through her investigation, she also unearthed a videotape for observation. However, the camera could not capture her image. Coincidentally, S.H.I.E.L.D. had commenced an investigation into the murders linked to the videotape, prompting both Coulson and Rachel to struggle for survival. Upon receiving intelligence from Bai Ye, Coulson, with the aid of the videotape's content and S.H.I.E.L.D.'s vast resources, discovered the birthplace of the ghost, Sima R.A., which was Moscow Island. Through diligent inquiry, they began to uncover the tragic past of Sima R.A. Rachel and Coulson speculated that perhaps laying Sima R.A. to rest would unravel the curse that plagued them. Sima Ra's remains were placed in a bucket and hoisted up. Soon, Coulson and Rachel interred Sima R.A. in the cemetery of Moscow Island. Rachel hurriedly seized her camera to capture a self-portrait. In the next moment, Rachel's face turned pale as the camera slipped from her hands and fell to the ground. Had the curse still not been lifted? Coulson, standing nearby, produced a specialized supernatural detection device from S.H.I.E.L.D. to examine himself and his agents. The results were unequivocal. Sema RA was still haunting them. What shall we do now? Rachel's eyes were filled with desperation as she gazed at Coulson. If they could not find a solution within the next half-day, Sema RA would surely act against them. And Rachel did not wish to meet her demise. Coulson fell silent for a moment. Confronted with a supernatural entity like Sema RA, S.H.I.E.L.D. had no effective strategies at hand. Or rather, given the profound resources of S.H.I.E.L.D., there are indeed certain methods available. However, those methods may very well lead to even greater perils. Thus, the mere involvement of a few ordinary agents hardly warrants a significant response from Nick Fury. In Fury's perspective, human lives are merely a matter of arithmetic. When deemed appropriate, sacrificing one for the greater good of many is entirely justifiable. Must we truly resort to tossing this coin as a trial? Coulson retrieved the fateful coin from his pocket. This was, after all, a special authorization from Nick Fury. Even the burial of remains could not dissipate the resentment of Selma. I am at a loss for alternative solutions. Surely I cannot simply replicate the videotape for others to view? Gritting his teeth, Coulson cast the coin. The moment it struck the ground, his phone began to ring. Upon checking, it was a call from Bai Ye. Ding! The little companion of the frog has come to visit. Please be attentive in your reception. In the Amway treasure house, Bai Ye suddenly received a notification. Then, through a dark vortex, an uncle clad in simple garb and wielding a kitchen knife appeared before him. Uncle Gio? Bai Ye was taken aback. Uncle Gio, have you encountered the frog? He inquired curiously. Uncle Gio took a sip of the warm tea Bai Ye offered and lamented. This morning, I woke up and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Wenkai. I noticed a frog in the water tank and, intrigued, thought of making frog porridge for Wenkai. Little did I expect that as soon as I caught the frog, I was sent here. To transform the frog into porridge? Bai Ye could hardly suppress a laugh. No wonder Uncle Gio ended up here. Yet, given the chance, he too would like to make frog porridge. That wretched creature nearly cost him his life in the previous world, sending him to some bizarre place. Can I return? Uncle Gio inquired. I do not know. Bai Ye replied. The frog is erratic and acts without reason. I have been here for over 2 years and have not been able to return. As a man of faith, Uncle Gio possesses a certain acceptance of both the vast and the minute worlds. With a sigh, he lamented. Wenkai can hardly take care of himself. If I cannot return, he may very well starve in the mortuary. Suddenly, Bai Ye recalled something. By the way, Uncle Gio, I have a friend who has been besieged by malevolent spirits. I wonder if I could request your assistance? Exorcising evil and ridding the world of demons is my duty. With a positive affirmation from Uncle Gio, Bai Ye called Coulson. Hello, Mediterranean. There has been a breakthrough in your situation. Of course, it's true. Would I lie to you? However, it will cost 200,000 per person. Heartless, aren't you? Damn it, a life is at stake. I demand $200,000. Can that truly be deemed as heartless? If you value your life so little, then so be it. Inform your subordinates. $200,000. Those who wish to survive should hurry. Once the time has passed, I can no longer assist you. Approximately 2 hours after Bai Ye hung up the phone, Coulson had no choice but to muster his courage and arrive with his team. Among them was Rachel, who stood out remarkably. Chapter 9. Bold and unconventional. I can see at a glance that you are no human. Today, I shall unveil your true form. Bai Ye sighed. You foolish man, Coulson. If you had mentioned that such a beautiful lady was also cursed by Semra, I would have devised a solution for you long ago. Instead, you stubbornly held on. Were it not for Uncle Nine's fortuitous arrival, you would have brought this lady to ruin. Although Bai Ye might not be able to completely vanquish Semra, he harbored no fear. In his previous life, he had studied some dark magic under Master Gao Cheng. Yet, perhaps due to his inherently righteous nature, he found himself at odds with the essence of dark magic, only grasping the surface before making no further progress. Therefore, while Bai Ye might not be able to annihilate Semra, he believed he could at least engage her for a time. Mr. Bai Ye, do you truly possess the means to lift our curse? Coulson urgently inquired, as the lives of both himself and his entire team rested upon Bai Ye's shoulders. How could he not be anxious? Allow me to formally introduce you. Bai Ye respectfully invited Uncle Nine to step forward. This is Uncle Nine, a genuine descendant of the Maoshan lineage and a master of ghost hunting. In due time, once he has dealt with his elder brother, Shi Jian, he is likely to assume the mantle of the Maoshan sect. Coulson remarked, is this ghost hunting master truly so formidable? Casting a glance at the unremarkable Uncle Nine, He quietly questioned, "Can we truly rely on him?" "Uncle Nine does not speak English, so do not speak loudly to me," Bai Ye replied. "As for whether he is reliable, do you believe you have any other options at this point?" Uncle Nine, oblivious to the conversation, glanced at Rachel and the others, frowning as he commented, "The brows are dark, the eyes are bloodshot, and resentment clings to them. It appears that the spirit pursuing them is no ordinary malevolent ghost. It has nearly reached the level of a ghost king." Bai Ye was acutely aware that Simra, in her former life, possessed superhuman abilities, and after being wronged, her resentment had only intensified, making her far more formidable than spirits like Keizi. "Uncle Nine, do you feel confident in confronting her? Moreover, she is a Western specter, and some of our traditional methods may prove ineffective." If Uncle Nine lacked substantial assurance in dealing with Simra, Bai Ye was prepared to send Carlson and the others away, leaving only Rachel behind. Fortunately, Uncle Gio is indeed the man who provides the greatest sense of security, and he did not disappoint Bai Ye. Although there may be certain obstacles, they are not insurmountable. Uncle Gio remarked, "In the past, I accompanied a Western priest, Father Wu, in confronting a creature that was part vampire and part zombie. Thus I have delved into the study of Western spirits. As long as she has not truly become a ghost king, it is not a significant issue." Uncle Gio's confidence is commendable. Bai Ye gave him a thumbs up, then leaned closer and whispered, "These Westerners are quite affluent. They have stated that for saving one person, they will offer 2 large yellow croakers. Bai Ye's requested remuneration is 200,000 per individual. During the Republic of China era, a large yellow croaker weighed approximately 125 grams. With the international gold price hovering around 58 per gram, making each fish worth around 20,000. Well, Bai Ye, as an intermediary, must also earn a profit. If he were to encounter unscrupulous individuals, they might not offer even a penny to Uncle Gio, deceiving him outright. After all, when faced with a malevolent spirit like the one Uncle Gio is dealing with, even without compensation, he would undoubtedly confront it head-on. Ahem. Uncle Gio cleared his throat and said earnestly, "Little Bai, it is not for me to advise you, but aiding those in peril is the duty of our kind. How can one casually accept lavish gifts from others? Oh, I understand now. I shall return the money to them. Yet, considering it is their goodwill, how can we turn them away?" Bai Ye replied, "Next time, do ensure not to accept so much. I shall certainly remember." Uncle Gio nodded, pleased with his pupil's understanding. "Now, let us proceed to set up the altar." 2 hours prior to Coulson's arrival, Uncle Gio took Bai Ye to procure the necessary items for vanquishing evil: yellow paper, red ink, black ink, kitchen knives, wooden swords, and materials for constructing the altar and formation. Bai Ye assisted in preparing the formation near the Baibao house and helped Uncle Gio erect the altar. As dusk approached, Uncle Gio, clad in a yellow Taoist robe adorned with the Bagua symbol on the back, wielded a peachwood sword. He positioned a sturdy armchair in front of the Baibao house and seated himself upon it, exuding an aura of an immovable mountain, embodying the demeanor of a master. Such presence instilled a profound sense of security. This evoked in Bai Ye the words of Wang Dachui, "How I long to gallop alongside him, sharing the splendor of this world. To be in the company of the general would surely be delightful." Suddenly, the temperature around the Baibao house plummeted several degrees. A cold, damp wind surged from all directions. At the same moment, the yellow talismans on the altar began to rustle ominously. "They have arrived." Seated upright in the Grand Master chair, the venerable Uncle Gio immediately opened his eyes and formed a mystical incantation, the gateway to the profound guides, regardless of distance. "Open my spiritual eye and reveal the truth." In an instant, his eyes shimmered with a golden brilliance, as if capable of piercing through the depths of the underworld. "Let me behold what manner of being you truly are." The black magic wielded by Bai Ye allowed him to faintly sense a white figure hovering in the vicinity of the treasure house, circling but not entering. "Uncle Gio, it seems your display has become overly grand. The malevolent spirit is intimidated and dares not approach. No need for haste. A vengeful spirit, composed of resentment and rage, is inherently driven by an instinct for slaughter. It cannot be restrained, and it will inevitably come forth." Uncle Gio replied with a cold smirk. If a malevolent spirit could suppress its urge to kill, it would hardly qualify as one, would it? Indeed, Bai Ye wholeheartedly agreed. As anticipated, after lingering for over 10 minutes, Samura found herself unable to abandon the thoughts of Corson and Rachel, and with a resolute decision, she suddenly lunged toward the treasure house. Uncle Gio stood unfazed, forming a seal with his fingers and issuing a commanding shout. Bold demon, I perceive at a glance that you are no human. Today, I shall unveil your true form. Activate the formation. With Bai Ye's assistance in arranging the array, it promptly took effect, encasing Samura and the entire treasure house in a radiant blue aura. Samura was now akin to a fish in a barrel. At this moment, Bai Ye also retrieved the items that Uncle Gio had bestowed upon him, 2 wooden willow leaves, forming a seal with his hands. He then used the small circular mirror embedded within the leaves to anoint his eyes. As golden light flashed, he could clearly discern Samura's appearance: large, watery eyes, slender brows, a delicate nose, and a mouth akin to a cherry. Her finely chiseled features, if one were to overlook her disheveled state, rendered Samura a charming little girl, evoking an irresistible desire to kiss her. It must be said, beauty transcends race, which perhaps explains why the esteemed Ning Kaichin aspired to become a necromancer. Chapter 10. The sword approaches. Samura, sensing the threat of the array, immediately turned to escape. However, when her body collided with the barrier of spiritual light, a sizzling sound erupted. The clash between the aura and the resentment emanating from her was akin to pouring boiling water into a sizzling pot of oil. Samura emitted a peculiar, piercing shriek. A wisp of green smoke began to rise from her form. Uncle Gio chuckled coldly, having offended the celestial master. Do you think you can simply depart? This formation was meticulously crafted by Uncle Gio, specifically designed to counter Western specters. How could Samura expect to come and go at will? After feeling the pain, Samura's pallid face darkened with resentment, her blood-red eyes fixating on Uncle Gio. Despite her insatiable thirst for blood, she was not foolish. She understood that Uncle Gio was the one who had trapped her. While she deemed it impossible to dismantle the formation that ensnared her, she resolved to eliminate its creator. In the ethereal silence, Samura concealed her form. How audacious to attempt such trivial sorcery! Uncle Gio scoffed, executing a hand gesture that transformed his peachwood sword into a streak of light. With remarkable swiftness, he affixed a crucifix, an enchanted relic bestowed upon him by Father Wu, specifically designed to counter Western demons, onto the sword's tip. Demon-slaying sword, arise. With a mere gesture, the crucifix-adorned peachwood sword shot forth like a radiant beam, aimed at the seemingly vacant void. Unexpectedly, Samura emerged from her concealment, initiating her escape. Uncle Gio smirked disdainfully. Under his mystical gaze, all malevolent spirits were laid bare. The female ghost foolishly believed she could deceive him as she did mortals. Such delusions. The peachwood sword soared at an astonishing speed, while Samura lagged behind, suffering multiple grazes that dimmed her ethereal form. Yet, Samura was not one to merely endure. Her green eyes gleamed with a predatory ferocity as she emitted a piercing shriek, evading the sword while lunging her claws at Uncle Gio. Their battle was a spirited exchange. Captivating Bai Ye, though Rachel watched in trepidation, fearing that if Uncle Gio were to falter, all present would meet their doom. Aware of the impending danger, Bai Ye had previously arranged for Aunt May and Parker to find refuge in a hotel, while he, armed with black magic and an assortment of peculiar artifacts gifted by the frog spawn, felt prepared to confront Samura. Mr. Bai Ye, do you think we can win? Rachel inquired, having found her way to Bai Ye's side. Her beautiful eyes filled with concern as she observed the clash between Uncle Gio and Samura. Fear not. Bai Ye reassured her softly, the faint fragrance lingering around him soothing her anxiety. Uncle Gio is a master when it comes to dealing with ghosts. You can always place your trust in him. Yes, Rachel nodded, though her body trembled involuntarily. Unbeknownst to them, her hand had intertwined with Bai Ye's, her weight leaning against him, enveloping him in a comforting warmth. She found solace in his presence, the warmth calming her quaking form as fear ebbed away. Bai Ye was not taken aback by this turn of events. Primarily, it is his striking appearance. From the left, he resembles the charismatic Yen Zhu, from the right, the suave Li Ming, from the front, the charming Fu Cheng, from behind, the cheerful Tian Lu, above, the illustrious Zhao Wei, and below, the dashing Yi Jian. When obscuring his face, he could easily be mistaken for the infamous Guiqishi. Thus, it is entirely natural for women to gravitate towards him, seeking solace and security in his presence. However, Bai Ye has not taken the initiative in his interactions with Rachel. He has always adhered to his principles in romance, never to take the first step, neither to reject nor to assume responsibility. In matters of the heart, The one who invests genuine emotion first is invariably the one who loses. In the midst of his battle with Jiu, Semra finds herself at a distinct disadvantage. Jiu strikes with remarkable speed, planting his foot on the ground to sketch an 8-trigram formation. With a flick of his wrist, a yellow talisman materializes in his hand. And with a precise gesture, he affixes it to Semra. The Thunderbolt Talisman. Before Semra can seize an opportunity to rid herself of the talisman, ominous clouds gather overhead. With a crack, a bolt of lightning, as thick as a python, crashes down upon her. Semra lets out a harrowing scream, her spirit dimming once more. Seizing the moment of her vulnerability, Jiu aims for her with another swift motion. The cross-bearing peachwood sword slices through the air, piercing Semra's spirit directly and pinning her against the wall. Taken aback, Jiu exclaims, "A direct strike from my ghost-slaying sword, and yet she still lives? Truly, she is no ordinary malevolent spirit. Thankfully, I was prepared." He retrieves an ancient wine jar, its surface adorned with yellow talismans. After removing the red cloth covering the jar, he punctures a small hole with his sword, placing a small 8-trigram mirror atop it. With a decisive thrust, he embeds the mirror securely, lifting the jar and directing it towards Semra, commanding, "I shall collect you." The jar emits an irresistible force that draws Semra within. Mission accomplished. A rare smile breaks through Jiu otherwise stern demeanor. Bai Ye approaches with a grin, inquiring, "So, Jiu, is this entirely resolved? This spirit, having claimed countless lives and being beyond redemption, should be fried in an oil pot to ensure her complete annihilation." Observing Bai Ye and Jiu deliberating over the fate of the wine jar, Coulson promptly interjects, "This jar is a supernatural artifact and must be turned over to S.H.I.E.L.D. for proper containment. It cannot be retained as your personal possession." "Who do you think you are?" Bai Ye retorts bluntly, expressing his irritation at Coulson's intrusion. "You're nowhere to be found when things go awry, yet you appear when spoils are to be claimed." Jiu is focused on annihilating this malevolent spirit and eliminating potential threats. Not everyone is driven by selfish motives like those in S.H.I.E.L.D. Chapter 11. The Maoshan Sorcerer. Subsequently, Bai Ye assists Jiu in preparing the oil pot, watching intently as Jiu begins the process of frying the ghost. In the dim light of the night, Bai Ye calmly remarked, "Do not discard the recently captured malevolent spirit. Instead, coat it in egg wash, roll it in breadcrumbs, and fry it until golden and crispy. It is a delicacy loved by both the elderly and children, leaving the neighbor's child in tears of longing." Upon confirming that Bai Ye and Uncle Nine were not merely jesting but indeed frying the spirit to obliteration, Coulson hurried back to S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. After receiving Coulson's report, Nick Fury expressed mild astonishment. "There are actually specialized exorcists? I believe I have heard of the Maoshan sect. It is a religious order from the East." Coulson continued, "Prior to my return, I investigated the elder known as Uncle Nine. He has no entry records and likely arrived through unlawful means. As for further information, we will require the cooperation of the Chinese authorities to delve deeper." Nodding slightly, Fury replied, "I acknowledge this matter. For now, let us leave it at that. You may proceed with the filing. Should any further supernatural occurrences arise, we might reach out to Uncle Nine once more for resolution." Understood. Coulson exited the office, while Fury turned his attention to other documents. His primary focus was consumed by another pressing issue, leaving him with no bandwidth to engage with the matters concerning Bai Ye and Uncle Nine. Perhaps once he resolved his current significant undertaking, he would contemplate the situation involving Bai Ye. Upon returning to his quarters, Coulson completed his evening routine and lay on his cot, eyes closed, replaying the day's events in his mind, summarizing and reflecting. This habit, cultivated since becoming an agent, was one of the reasons he had transitioned through numerous partners without ever being replaced himself. After briefly recalling the day's occurrences, Coulson muttered to himself, "I can't shake the feeling that I have overlooked something." After half an hour of restless tossing and turning, he threw off the covers and resolved to forego sleep. Sitting at his desk, Coulson activated his computer, revisiting previously examined materials. Clearing his throat, he prepared a cup of coffee and focused intently on the screen. The cursor descended methodically as he perused terms such as iron plate divination, Tai divination, Lu Ren divination, Ziwei Do Shu, tortoise shell divination, blind bone palpation, and various other methods of divination and exorcism. Suddenly, his gaze fixated intently on 3 words: Yuan Guangshu. This technique, a method of locating lost individuals, was said to have been employed in ancient China by families to find missing persons or misplaced belongings through the assistance of a Taoist utilizing Yuan Guangshu. Similar spells include Xianyan, Airbao, Jinko, and Fu Qi. That's it, Coulson exclaimed, raising his fist in excitement. As Nick Fury's trusted confidant, Coulson was well aware that SHIELD's primary forces had been preoccupied with a significant task, the retrieval of Captain America, Steve Rogers. With the advancement of technology, high-ranking individuals on Earth had increasingly come to realize the immense value of the super soldier enhancement technique that once belonged to Captain America. Modern society's rapidly evolving technology has proven incapable of replicating it. Therefore, over the years, under the auspices of the World Security Council, SHIELD had steadfastly pursued the recovery of Captain America from the Atlantic, intending to use him as a template to re-engineer the super soldier serum. Thanks to continual breakthroughs in science and technology, SHIELD had narrowed down Captain America's location to a controllable search area. It would not be long before Captain America could once again grace the world. At that moment, Coulson made a discovery, a genuine practitioner with the ability to confront malevolent spirits. Would such a true master possess a spell for locating individuals as part of their expertise? Undoubtedly. Coulson promptly rose, donned his attire, and made his way to Nick Fury's office. So, what you are suggesting is that if we can involve this person in our operation, it would significantly reduce our workload and expedite the search for the captain, correct? Nick Fury pondered thoughtfully. Precisely, Coulson replied, his excitement palpable. Then this matter will be entrusted to you, and I will provide my full support. Nick Fury spoke in a grave tone. However, this matter is classified. Until we achieve success, no outsiders must be informed. Do you understand my meaning? Coulson hesitated for a brief moment before resolutely nodding. Understood. Bathed in the warm glow of the sun, Bai Ye stepped out of the treasure house, stretching languidly with the sound of cracking joints throughout his body. He felt utterly invigorated. Ah, delightful. Bai Ye shouted joyfully. Ahem. Just then, Jioshu cleared his throat, descending from the upper corridor while stretching his limbs. Upon seeing Bai Ye, Jioshu attempted to feign a nonchalant demeanor and greeted him. Good morning. Bai Ye glanced at the sky, realizing it was already well past noon. Is it really still morning? All right, he stifled a laugh. Jioshu's demeanor clearly suggested he had been waiting on the stairs for him to emerge, deliberately orchestrating a chance encounter. Why? As White Knight has yet to fulfill his promise of the large yellow croaker to Uncle Gio, he refrains from teasing him, especially considering that Uncle Gio has assisted him in earning over $100,000. Uncle Gio, the generous gift for your heroism yesterday has already been delivered by others, so I shall present it to you now. No rush, no rush. I am in no hurry at all, Uncle Gio insisted, waving his hands. Let us discuss this after you've had your meal. You are clearly anxious, aren't you? White Knight chuckled, shaking his head, and without further ado, he entered a room and emerged with a box. The funds from Coulson were in dollars, but the large yellow croaker was part of White Knight's personal reserves. Being a universally accepted currency, there were a total of 8 individuals involved yesterday, hence 16 large yellow croakers for verification. No need for inspection. I trust your integrity implicitly, Uncle Gio declared, closing the box with a sense of camaraderie. In truth, Uncle Gio was likely more knowledgeable about the quality of the large yellow croaker than White Knight, easily discerning the excellence of the 16 fish. They are all fine specimens. Now, do attend to your affairs. I shall not intrude upon your business. Despite his outwardly calm demeanor as he took his leave, Uncle Gio's footsteps betrayed his impatience. Meanwhile, in the treasure house, Rachel emerged clad in White Knight's oversized t-shirt, which, while ample, could not conceal her alluring figure, exuding sensuality and temptation. Perhaps due to her profession as a journalist, she possessed an additional air of intellect. With a hint of hesitation, she inquired, regarding the $200,000, I do not have that amount readily available. Is it possible to arrange for installment payments? Last night, after Uncle Gio had vanquished the demons, it had grown late, and with nowhere to turn, Rachel found herself staying overnight at White Knight's spacious and comfortable abode. Chapter 12. I despise having a gun pointed at my head. No need for that. White Knight replied with a smile. You should have guessed by now that I profited from the difference between Coulson's people and Uncle Gio. In fact, Uncle Joe received only $40,000, while I gained quite a bit more. What sort of relationship existed between the two of them? Surely, White Knight could not accept her money. However, Rachel was quite adamant, stating, "The money you earned from Coulson and his associates is your own merit, and I should contribute my share. After all, no one would choose money over their life. And it is a fact that you paid Uncle Joe $40,000 on my behalf." Rachel's stubbornness left White Knight with little recourse. Ultimately, he agreed to accept the $4,000 from her as a cost, arranged for installment payments. Despite being a journalist and a white-collar worker, Rachel was also a single mother, and the costs of raising her son, as well as educational expenses in the city of New York, were no trivial matter. Had it not been for her ex-husband's obligation to pay alimony, she would have long been drowning in debt. After signing the contract with Bai Ye, Rachel hurriedly departed, for she needed to pick up her son, Rory. Just as Bai Ye had entrusted Aunt May and Parker to a hotel, Rachel had also arranged for her son Rory to stay with her close friend. Aunt May should be returning soon, right? Bai Ye muttered to himself, remarking that he needed to quickly tidy up the bedroom, faced with a formidable ghost, which posed a significant danger. He had sent Aunt May and Parker to a distant five-star hotel, allowing them to indulge in luxury. As Bai Ye turned to enter the house, a sudden screech accompanied by the sound of tires grinding against the pavement announced the arrival of 3 black SUVs at his doorstep. Coulson emerged from one of the vehicles and approached Bai Ye, devoid of his usual warm smile, now adopting a businesslike demeanor. "Mr. Bai Ye, we have received a request from the Immigration Bureau and need Uncle Nine to accompany us," Coulson stated, presenting a document. Bai Ye looked at Coulson in confusion. "Have you lost your mind?" "Mr. Bai Ye." Coulson did not entertain Bai Ye's jest, his expression impassive as he continued. "Uncle Nine has no immigration records. He is an illegal immigrant, and the Immigration Bureau has decided to deport him." "Turning your back on someone?" Bai Ye chuckled, responding, "Coulson, don't forget how you and your team trembled in fear before Simra last night. If it weren't for Uncle Nine, you would have been dead 100 times over. And now you dare tell me you want to deport him?" "Mr. Bai Ye, last night was merely a business transaction, $20,000 per person, was it not?" Coulson, though feeling somewhat uneasy internally, maintained a composed facade. "This has nothing to do with our current decision to deport Uncle Nine. Can a life truly be equated to $20,000? Bai Ye scoffed, retorting, "How about I transfer $20,000 to you, and you return the life in exchange?" "Mr. Bai Ye, please do not complicate matters further. We represent the Immigration Bureau," Coulson emphasized. "Uncle Nine has violated immigration laws and must face legal consequences." "Spare me the nonsense," Bai Ye snorted derisively, saying, "The so-called law is merely a tool wielded capriciously by people like you. What is SHIELD? To others, I am not unaware of. Let us be frank. What do you truly desire? If you want Uncle Nine to assist you, that can be arranged, provided you offer appropriate compensation." Coulson's current demeanor was profoundly displeasing to Bai Ye, who found it exceedingly intolerable. The compensation he had anticipated was, at the very least, to be doubled. "Mr. Bai, do not slander me," Coulson asserted earnestly. "This arrest warrant issued by the Immigration Bureau is entirely legal and compliant. Should you have any doubts, I welcome you to file a complaint." Bai Ye scrutinized Coulson, a smile gracing his lips as he retorted, "Are you truly intent on playing this game with me? To forcibly refuse the arrest of Uncle Nine in my presence? Do you genuinely believe?" He leaned closer to Coulson and whispered, "I would dare to confront your shield?" Coulson did not flinch, maintaining his composure as he replied, "Mr. Bai, are you attempting to violently resist law enforcement? We possess the authority to eliminate you on the spot." "Eliminate me? Ha, ha ha." Bai Ye erupted in laughter. "If you can manage that, then I welcome the attempt." Ziz. In an instant, Bai Ye was enveloped in a tempest of blue electricity, arcs of energy flickering around him, gradually coalescing into a suit of lightning armor. Lightning release, chakra mode. Bai Ye stood bathed in thunder, his eyes transforming into a haunting azure, exuding an overwhelming and formidable aura. In that moment, he resembled a deity of retribution. Impervious and majestic, Coulson felt a twinge of fear. One hand rested on his firearm as he shouted, "Mr. Bai, do not act impulsively. You are still young. Do not tread the path of crime." Their previous collaboration had been rather amicable, and he was reluctant to escalate matters in such a manner. However, the priorities of S.H.I.E.L.D. took precedence, leaving him no alternative. Though Coulson appeared gentle and amiable, believing a mere agent could lead to one's demise was foolish. The personnel within S.H.I.E.L.D. were essentially cut from the same cloth as Nick Fury, Coulson included. Human lives were a matter of addition and subtraction for the survival of humanity. If a sacrifice was required, S.H.I.E.L.D. would facilitate it. Yet, Bai Ye was not one to fall for such tactics, should one dare to strike him. It mattered not if they were from S.H.I.E.L.D. Witnessing Bai Ye display his formidable supernatural prowess, Coulson's accompanying agents shed their previous cordiality, drawing their firearms, disengaging safeties, and aiming squarely at Bai Ye. Should he make even the slightest movement, they would not hesitate to fire. Bai Ye, I assure you. Uncle Nine merely needs to accompany us for a short while. There will be no safety concerns, Coulson continued to plead. If all goes smoothly, he will be returned to you within a week. Ziz. The lightning coursing around Bai Ye flared anew, sending a jolt of alarm through Coulson. Turning back, he found that all the agents he had brought had collapsed to the ground. How could this be possible? Coulson's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. 9 agents, all dispatched in the blink of an eye by the protagonist? Bai Ye withdrew his fist, still crackling with lightning, and coldly remarked, I detest having a gun pointed at my head, yet some individuals persist in doing so. As for the inquiries posed, firstly, why is it that Coulson and S.H.I.E.L.D. appear so foolish, provoking the protagonist? The answer is rather straightforward. Prior to consuming the thunder fruit, the protagonist was regarded by S.H.I.E.L.D. as nothing more than a grasshopper, easily squashed. Even with his unique abilities, he was merely a grasshopper that could leap a bit higher, devoid of any qualifications to negotiate with S.H.I.E.L.D. It was only after ingesting the thunder fruit that the protagonist gained the standing to converse with S.H.I.E.L.D. as an equal. While Coulson and the agency remained oblivious to this transformation, ignorant of what the thunder fruit even was. Secondly, why does the protagonist show mercy towards Coulson? The protagonist did not exhibit mercy. Rather, he employed reciprocal retribution. Throughout their encounter, Coulson resorted to intimidation and coercion, adhering to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protocols, without ever drawing his weapon against the protagonist. Was it truly necessary for the protagonist to eliminate him? One must remember that S.H.I.E.L.D. is an official and legitimate organization, comprising 200,000 agents backed by the 5 most powerful nations on the planet. Unless one possesses the strength to confront these nations, is it prudent to casually eliminate an agent of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Unlike ordinary gangs devoid of influence, assassinating S.H.I.E.L.D. agents is akin to provoking a hornet's nest. Why would the protagonist invite unnecessary trouble? Targeted and measured retribution hardly equates to weakness. Thirdly, why do S.H.I.E.L.D. and the hand face different fates after provoking the protagonist? Is the protagonist exhibiting double standards or pandering to S.H.I.E.L.D.? One must recognize that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a legitimate organization dedicated to maintaining global order, while the Hand is a criminal syndicate engaged in murder, arson, kidnapping, and gun violence. These entities are not comparable, whether viewed through the lens of morality or the protagonist's own interests. It is evident that a uniform attitude towards both is untenable. Consider Deadpool, notorious for his erratic behavior and gruesome violence, yet he refrains from targeting law enforcement. Nevertheless, should S.H.I.E.L.D. infringe upon the protagonist's core interests, they too would face dire consequences. Chapter 13. The arrival of the Thunder God. Coulson swallowed hard, sensing that he had ventured too far this time. He had initially believed that with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s might behind him, he could compel Bai Ye to capitulate. Yet now, observing Bai Ye's demeanor, there was no sign of trepidation towards S.H.I.E.L.D. whatsoever. Suspended partially in the air, surrounded by crackling lightning, Bai Ye resembled a deity of thunder as he locked eyes with Coulson, his expression devoid of warmth. I shall ask once more, are you intent on forcibly apprehending Uncle Gio in my presence? At that moment, a flicker of fear ignited within Coulson. Yet, he represented S.H.I.E.L.D., an organization that could never bow to an individual. Mr. White Knight, even if you kill me, it would be futile. Uncle Nine has violated immigration laws, and even in my absence, there will inevitably be another to apprehend him. Coulson gritted his teeth and declared. Creak. The sound of tires screeching echoed as a crimson Bentley came to a halt before the Amway treasure house. A stunning beauty emerged, confidently striding in high heels. Adorned in the most alluring and eye-catching dress, her radiant golden hair shimmering in the light. With a fashionable handbag slung over her shoulder and a similarly adorned small dog cradled in her arms. She resembled a red rose amidst thorns as she stepped from the vehicle. "Oh my God!" exclaimed Elle Woods, the renowned golden attorney of New York City, her eyes widening in disbelief at the sight of White Knight, enveloped in an aura of electricity. "White Knight, what is this? Have you been electrocuted?" "It's nothing," White Knight replied coldly, casting a steely gaze at Coulson as he dissipated the electric energy surrounding him. He extended his hand toward Elle Woods and inquired, "Where are the documents I requested you to handle?" "Oh, right." Elle Woods, taken aback by White Knight's imposing presence, hastily handed over a stack of documents to him. Without even glancing at them, White Knight tossed the papers at Coulson, stating, "This is Uncle Nine's entry and exit permit, a completely legal document for entry into Hong Kong. In the capitalist society of Eagle Sauce, money can accomplish nearly anything." Just the previous evening, White Knight had called Elle Woods to assist in procuring Uncle Nine's entry and exit documentation, as well as his identification for Hong Kong. Given that Uncle Nine's return to his world was uncertain, these documents were indispensable. To White Knight, Elle Woods was his closest ally. She had previously assisted him in obtaining identification upon his arrival in New York from another realm. As a prominent attorney in the city, this task was merely a walk in the park for her. Elle Woods was a remarkable figure in the legal field, hailing from a family of entertainment industry professionals. She had won the title of Miss Hawaii shortly after graduating high school, and while she could have easily relied on her looks for a comfortable life, she instead sought to cultivate her intellect by enrolling in Harvard Law School. Ultimately, she excelled, graduating at the top of her class. Furthermore, this brilliant attorney had a knack for navigating relationships with influential women, maintaining friendships with numerous female politicians, billionaire entrepreneurs, and top-tier actresses. Notably, she had even served as an assistant to Senator Rudd, a prominent figure in the Republican Party. Coulson examined the documents, and his lips twitched in disbelief. Indeed, they were entirely legitimate. "How are we supposed to proceed from here?" "Agent Coulson, if there are no other matters at hand, I would prefer you to vacate the premises swiftly," Bai Ye stated rather rudely. Could Coulson genuinely depart without a fuss? Impossible. The operation to capture Captain America ranked paramount in S.H.I.E.L.D.'s hierarchy of missions, even if it cost him his life. He was determined to bring Uncle Nine back to S.H.I.E.L.D. In truth, Captain America himself was merely a pawn. The replication of the super soldier serum was the crux of their objective. Just as Coulson was attempting to negotiate, a heavily armed task force advanced rapidly. A beam of infrared light was directed squarely at Bai Ye's chest. Given the significance of retrieving Uncle Nine, it was evident that Coulson couldn't merely rely on 9 agents to accomplish this mission. They were merely the initial team of negotiators. Should negotiations falter, the armed forces would undoubtedly intervene. "I truly did not intend for things to escalate to this point," Coulson sighed ruefully, saying, "Bai Ye, surrender your resistance. We shall not trouble you, nor will we impose upon Uncle Nine." What on earth is happening? Uncle Nine appeared utterly bewildered. He had merely been enjoying a moment in his room with the large yellow croaker he had just acquired. Upon stepping outside, he was met with a contingent of soldiers, armed to the teeth, gradually encircling the building. Bai Ye cast a glance at Coulson and remarked, "This scoundrel intends to abduct you, exploiting your abilities for their own gain." Uncle Nine's expression sharpened. To be candid, he had encountered ungrateful ingrates before, but never had he come across anyone quite like Coulson and his crew. "After saving your life last night, you show no gratitude and instead seek to kidnap me? Uncle Nine, rest assured, your safety is not in jeopardy. We merely require your cooperation for a brief errand, after which you shall return," Coulson stated in halting Chinese. Uncle Nine shot a sidelong glance at Coulson, then surveyed the encroaching armed forces. Leaning closer to Bai Ye, he whispered, "Little Bai, a wise man does not court disaster, given their overwhelming numbers. I shall acquiesce to accompany them for the time being." As he spoke, Uncle Nine leaned closer to Bai Ye and murmured, "Fear not, once I find the opportunity, I shall ensure these foreign devils regret their actions." It must be noted that Uncle Nine was not one to repay kindness with kindness. On the contrary, he was rather vengeful. While he might not return favors, he would certainly seek retribution. And for a formidable Taoist like Uncle Nine, should he set his sights on revenge, it would be wise to prepare one's coffin in advance. Meanwhile, Tony had taken his Lamborghini Veneno from the garage, heading towards Bai Ye's treasure trove. After dedicating 2 days to studying the potions provided by Bai Ye, he found that his supply was dwindling. Thus, he resolved to purchase several dozen more bottles from Bai Ye. However, upon arriving outside the Only treasure house, he discovered that the street was cordoned off. While he could have accepted such an obstruction elsewhere, the blockade was distinctly encircling the vicinity of Bai Ye's treasure house, which compelled Tony to ponder further. Employing Jarvis, he infiltrated the command center of the blockade. With Tony's intellect, he swiftly unraveled the situation. A clandestine organization, under the guise of various mundane excuses, sought to conscript Bai Ye's friends, while Bai Ye endeavored to protect them, leading to the ensuing commotion. What more was there to say? One must stand resolutely for their friends. Stark Industry security personnel intercepted the agents at the blockade, and Tony drove through the line with determination. With a screech, his Lamborghini Veneno came to a halt at the entrance of the treasure house. Exiting the vehicle, he confronted Carlson, who was evidently in charge, and demanded, "Which agency are you from? Who granted you the authority to seal off the street? And who authorized you to aim a sniper rifle at my friend, Mr. Stark?" Carlson stared at Tony in astonishment, replying, "We are here to discuss matters with Mr. Bai Ye. This is none of your concern, is it?" "Who said it's not my concern?" Tony retorted, unfazed by the laser sights targeting Bai Ye. He stepped forward, standing alongside Bai Ye and even draped an arm around his shoulder, proclaiming, "He is my dear brother." Chapter 14. The Legal Queen. Damn it, this is too sentimental. Making it seem like we have some unspeakable connection, Bai Ye grumbled, shoving Tony away in annoyance. Tony, however, remained unfazed. He had even more sentimental declarations in store. At this moment, Bai Ye could not die. Anyone who wished harm upon Bai Ye was, in essence, seeking to harm Tony, and he would not relent. "Anyone who dares to lay a finger on my brother must first step over my dead body," Tony declared resolutely. Elwood, holding up his phone, spoke up, "Agent, my device has recorded the entire incident. Initially, your justification for harassing my client was based on his friend's lack of entry records. However, those documents are presently in my office for legal consultation. If this is merely a misunderstanding, an apology and departure would suffice. Yet, instead of reflecting on your errors, you escalated to a terroristic act against my client, threatening him with a sniper rifle's infrared targeting. I will certainly bring this matter before the federal court. America is not a lawless land. No matter how special your agency may be, you must adhere to the laws of this nation." Carlson found himself in a precarious situation. Unable to retreat, what could he do? The wealthy magnate, Tony Stark, stood side by side with Bai Ye. Should they choose to attack, the repercussions could be dire. A responsibility he could ill afford. The Legal Queen was recording, and every move he made could lead to severe consequences. To turn and leave? Impossible. The mission of S.H.I.E.L.D. always took precedence. Taking a deep breath, Carlson declared, "I initially wished to avoid this, but since matters have escalated to this point, I have little left to say." He produced a document. "This is a warrant for arrest issued by the Department of Homeland Security. Uncle Nine is suspected of endangering national security. On behalf of the department, I formally arrest him. Should he resist, I am authorized to use lethal force. Mr. Stark, Miss L, would you like to verify the authenticity of this warrant?" Elwood's gaze turned cold. If this warrant were genuinely issued by the department, even she could not assist Bai Ye. Indeed, even the notorious playboy Tony Stark would be powerless. The accusation of jeopardizing national security was far too grave. "Let me see that warrant." Tony extended his hand. Carlson handed it over. The warrant was undeniably authentic. Even if Tony were to escalate matters to the Secretary of Homeland Security or the President, Carlson remained unperturbed. With a swift action, Tony tore the warrant in half. He reached out to Carlson again. "This is clearly the scribbling of a child. Where's the real warrant? Show it to me." Carlson's forehead pulsed with veins. "Mr. Stark, do you dare to tear up a warrant from the Department of Homeland Security? Even you have now courted significant trouble. Enough of this banter. If you're capable, have the Secretary of Homeland Security file charges against me in federal court," Tony retorted, smirking. The Stark Group's legal team is eager for a fair contest with the department. America thrives on capitalism, a military-industrial complex, and as its largest arms dealer, I exist at the pinnacle of the food chain. Besides, with my control over cold fusion reactors, who would dare challenge me? After a moment of heated blood, Coulson quickly regained his composure, displaying the poise expected of a seasoned agent. Mr. Stark, even if you destroy the warrant issued by the Department of Homeland Security, we must apprehend Uncle Nine today. I kindly ask you to step aside, otherwise, should you be harmed, it would lead to an unpleasant outcome for all involved. It seems your influence is not as formidable as you believe. Bai Ye chuckled lightly, remarking that if someone chooses not to show you respect, then so be it. What can you do about it? Tony, seething with indignation, seemed poised to utter some harsh retort, but Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively, casting a glance at Coulson and, with a radiant smile, proclaimed, I have always detested having a gun pointed at my head. In the next instant, a flash of lightning erupted, and Bai Ye vanished from the sight of Coulson, Elwoods, Tony, and Uncle Nine. Where did he go? The sniper, perched at a vantage point, felt a jolt of panic as the target he had locked on suddenly disappeared into thin air, an unprecedented occurrence in his career as a marksman. Are you looking for me? A chilling voice resonated above him. The sniper glanced upward to find Bai Ye, enveloped in crackling electricity, floating ominously overhead like a celestial being. Instinctively, the sniper abandoned his rifle and reached for the dagger at his waist, but Bai Ye swiftly planted a foot on the sniper's head. In the blink of an eye, his figure vanished once more, just as a barrage of bullets struck the spot he had recently occupied. Bang, bang, bang. After several seconds, during which Coulson heard a series of sharp cracks, Bai Ye reappeared before Coulson and Elwoods. You agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. Reveal all your trump cards. I am here to entertain myself today. Bai Ye twisted his neck, a sinister grin spreading across his face. If you have nothing to offer, then return and inform your superior that there will be no next time. Otherwise, I shall take his head and use it as a ball to kick around. Had he not consumed the thunder fruit, he might have held some apprehension towards S.H.I.E.L.D., but now, emboldened by his newfound powers, he felt invincible. Even if Captain Marvel were to return from the cosmos, Bai Ye would not flinch. While he might not match her in raw strength, the elemental capabilities of the thunder fruit rendered most attacks mere tickles to him. Just as with Selma, how could S.H.I.E.L.D. possibly manage her without Uncle Nine's intervention? In this world, there existed no hockey capable of countering the powers of a Logia-type devil fruit. Coulson was left paralyzed. All of his subordinates had been dispatched by Bai Ye, leaving him to return alone to convey the message. What else could he do? Attempt to apprehend Uncle Nine with mere words? Without a doubt, Coulson trudged away in despair. Tony, recognizing that Bai Ye had much to attend to, purchased 50 vials of Norton's Mastery HP potion for $500 million before departing with a flourish. Uncle Nine ascended the stairs. Within the Amway treasure house, only Bai Ye and Elwood remained. Bai Ye, what on earth is going on? Why did you provoke such filth? Elwood asked with concern. From their demeanor, it seems they will not let this matter rest. If not this time, perhaps another. Bai Ye scoffed. Am I to fear them? Enough of them. At that moment, Bai Ye felt a kinship with Leon Cohen and placed a hand on Elwood's head, saying, I am quite irate right now. Chapter 15. Master Elwood assisted Bai Ye in obtaining an identification proof from Uncle Gio, yet Bai Ye felt he had little to express in gratitude. He gifted her a lotus ring as a token of his appreciation. As Elwood departed, she appeared quite pleased with the gifts. However, Bai Ye's mood remained slightly unsettled. Once Aunt May returned, Bai Ye instructed her to manage the shop and ventured out, not straying far. After a few steps through the bustling crowd, he arrived at a dojo. Entering, he beheld an Asian woman clad in light attire, wielding a wooden sword against a wooden dummy. In her 20s, she possessed a petite frame, a fair and delicate visage, and an alluring silhouette. Indeed, a beauty. This was the dojo's owner, Corinne Wen. Corinne, Bai Ye greeted with a smile. Bai Ye? Corinne paused her practice, setting down the wooden sword, beads of fragrant sweat glistening on her cheeks, yet a smile graced her lips. You've come. Shall we spar? Bai Ye proposed. Wiping her face with a towel and sipping from a bottle of mineral water, she replied, Sure, it has been a while since we last faced off. I wonder if you have improved. Bai Ye had practiced various combat skills in his previous world, albeit without a structured system. Upon arriving in the Marvel Universe, he felt the need to enhance his skills further, leading him to seek Corinne Wen as his martial arts mentor. Through his exceptional social skills, he cultivated a friendship with Corinne, which ultimately deepened her commitment to teaching him. Thus, It was under Corinne's guidance that Bai Ye's combat techniques gradually took shape. "Are you ready?" Corinne asked, her hands wrapped in cloth, her expression serious as she regarded Bai Ye. Yes, they donned their martial attire and stood upon the platform. "All right." Bai Ye exhaled deeply. Before acquiring the Thunder Fruit, Bai Ye had been able to subtly dominate Corinne with merely his combat skills. Although he was trained by Corinne, Han Yu aptly stated that a disciple need not be inferior to their master, nor must a master be more virtuous than their disciple. No matter how formidable Corinne may be, she remains a mere mortal, while Bai Ye possesses the extraordinary advantage of the Dragon Ball, making their pace of advancement distinctly incomparable. "Shall we commence?" Corinne inquired. "Let us begin," Bai Ye affirmed with a nod. Corinne circled Bai Ye a few times before launching her assault. With a powerful step, she propelled herself forward like a swift arrow, aiming directly at Bai Ye. In response, Bai Ye slightly crouched to the left, swiftly maneuvering to Corinne's side and delivering a fierce elbow strike aimed at her lung. Should the blow connect, it would undoubtedly incapacitate Corinne instantly. However, Corinne was not so easily defeated. Without relying on any external enhancements, Bai Ye could only gain a slight advantage over her through sheer skill. Corinne raised her arm to block, retreating to dissipate the force of the impact. Bang! Corinne's arm collided with Bai Ye's elbow, forcing her back several steps. A sharp pain coursing through her arm as if pricked by needles. "After some time apart, I see your physical prowess has significantly improved," Corinne remarked, shaking her arm in surprise as she gazed at Bai Ye. "I suppose it is due to my disciplined nature and commitment to training," Bai Ye replied, unabashedly. In truth, it was the result of the lightning release chakra mode. "Once more," Corinne urged, channeling power through her back foot and executing a fierce roundhouse kick aimed at Bai Ye's face, a whirlwind of energy. Bai Ye's body tensed, and he defended against her strike with his left hand, while his right fist aimed for the joint of her attacking leg. This was a martial arts technique he had learned from Corinne, discerning the vulnerabilities in his opponent's moves and targeting their defenseless points. Yet, Corinne was well aware that this was knowledge she had imparted to Bai Ye. Stabilizing her stance, she shifted her weight forward, executing a downward kick aimed at Bai Ye's abdomen. "You dare to attack me there? Corinne, you have gone too far," Bai Ye exclaimed, hastily evading the blow. "Bah!" Corinne spat, her cheeks slightly flushed. "Continue the assault," she commanded, stepping diagonally, twisting her waist, her spine arching like a great dragon. With a sudden pivot, she advanced on Bai Ye, unleashing a punch aimed at his chin. Bai Ye leapt back, narrowly avoiding her strike. Yet Corinne was relentless, pursuing him with unyielding vigor. As if she were a relentless shadow, every part of her body transforming into a lethal weapon ready to strike. Under the ethereal glow of the night, Bai Ye executed the Bagua stepping technique, with 8 steps and 8 variations, and 64 steps flashing in unison. His movements were as elusive as a specter, evading every attack from Corinne. "Master Corinne, do be cautious not to reveal any weaknesses, otherwise, beware of my potential knockout strike," he taunted. "Humph, to think you could knock me out is quite presumptuous." After an exhilarating and spirited battle, Corinne breathed heavily and remarked, "Alas, teaching my disciple has left me at a disadvantage. The ancient's words ring true. Bai Ye, I must admit, I can no longer best you." At that moment, Bai Ye swept his legs around Corinne's neck and torso, pinning her arms down and forcing her to yield. Thus, their bodies formed a cross, creating a perfect crucifix hold. "Do not speak so disparagingly. Your skills have been honed to an exquisite level. I merely have the advantage of superior physicality." Bai Ye released Corinne, chuckling. "If you were a man, I would hardly stand a chance against you now. Spare me the flattery. In this world, victory is victory, and defeat is defeat. There's no room for excessive reasoning." Corinne shook her head. "When embroiled in battle, should one's adversary take heed of your gender?" Bai Ye pondered, finding himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the truth of the world lies in the victor and the vanquished. "By the way, Bai Ye, the water pipe in my kitchen is broken. Could you assist me in repairing it?" She gestured towards the kitchen, where water leaked ominously. "Of course. It is my duty to assist my master," Bai Ye responded readily, grateful for his past experience as a plumber, having learned the art of pipe repair. Chapter 16. Have you always been this courageous? Corinne, as a teacher, truly stood apart. Bai Ye exited Corinne's dojo, stretching his waist. The battle had invigorated his body, awakening every sinew. The rush of endorphins following such intense combat was exhilarating, yet afterward, he felt as if his body was on the verge of collapse. Fortunately, His recent training in lightning release chakra had significantly enhanced his physical condition. Had it not been for that, he would likely need days of rest before being able to move freely again. In this era, acquiring martial skills is no simple feat. Bai Ye shook his head as he made his way home. Upon returning, Aunt May, as usual, prepared a cup of goji berry tea for him. She did not inquire about the events of the morning, having spent a year with Bai Ye and understanding her boundaries, never overstepping them. This is precisely why Aunt May alone has been able to remain by Bai Ye's side. Her thoughtfulness and understanding resonate perfectly with his sentiments. An entire afternoon slipped away as Bai Ye perused magazines. Just as Bai Ye and Aunt May prepared to close the door, a man entered with a swaggering gait. His pearly white teeth glimmered, and within his frenzied eyes flickered a hint of murderous intent. He clutched a small box in one hand while casually toying with a deck of playing cards in the other. His long coat trailed on the ground, and a distinctive scar adorned his brow. "Has Jean Bing sent you to make a purchase?" Bai Ye scrutinized him and inquired, "Where's Erica?" "Erica has other matters to attend to. I'm here today. Is there a problem?" The man grinned broadly, revealing a playful demeanor. "No problem. But if I hear tomorrow morning that someone has been murdered in this vicinity, believe me, Jean Bing won't be able to protect you," Bai Ye stated earnestly. The man's identity was unmistakable to Bai Ye. He was the infamous assassin known as Target Eye, who had once been a notorious figure in the underworld. In pursuit of wealth, he had become the chief assassin for New York's crime lord, Jean Bing. "Ha ha ha. I'm so terrified I might wet my pants." Target Eye laughed exaggeratedly. "Indeed," Bai Ye replied with a smile that did not reach his eyes. "So, what is Jean Bing interested in this time?" "The weapons I sold him last time should suffice for a few years." "The weapons you sold are indeed remarkable. Lightweight, yet deadly," Target Eye remarked, pulling a dagger from his pocket with a flourish. Bai Ye glanced at it. It was the ancient canine-toothed dagger he had sold to Jean Bing, a low-grade weapon belonging to the night messenger profession. He had an abundance of such items, practically worthless, yet here was Target Eye flaunting it. "Be careful. Many items in my shop are quite valuable. If you break something, I could sell your flesh by the pound to cover the damages." Enough of the pleasantries. What precisely does Jean Bing require? Bai Ye pressed as Target Eye returned the dagger to his pocket. The man replied, "The boss has heard that Tony Stark spent $500 million to purchase 50 life potions from you." "You seem well informed," Bai Ye responded, astonished. "I just sold them this morning." "And you've already received the news by afternoon?" The man continued, "The boss said if the information is accurate, he wants 10 potions of the same type as Stark's." "Certainly. At 10 million each, anyone can make the purchase," Bai Ye shrugged. "But judging by your appearance, it seems you haven't brought sufficient funds." Target Eye, with only a small box in hand, could hardly possess enough wealth, even if it were filled with diamonds. "Ha ha," he chuckled lightly, opening the box, his gaze revealing a subtle disdain for Bai Ye. "I wonder if you have ever heard of bearer bonds? Swiss bank bearer bonds, worth 100 million. If you're unfamiliar, you might want to consult someone who understands." Laozi, of course, is well aware of the concept of non-negotiable bonds. However, I believe that cash aligns more closely with your ilk's proclivities, as it eliminates an additional layer of money laundering. Bai Ye cast a fleeting glance at the target, catching the bond tossed his way and inspecting its authenticity. Indeed, it was genuine. He caressed the silvery ring on his left hand and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned 10 vials of Norton's proficient HP potion onto the table. "This is the potion that Jean Bing desires, and once it leaves my possession, I bear no responsibility." TSK, such a small vial is worth $10 million? The target observed in astonishment. "Indeed, the pharmaceutical trade is remarkably lucrative. Take your goods and be on your way." Bai Ye replied nonchalantly. "Also, do remember to inform Jean Bing that next time he wishes to procure something, he should send Erica. If the next visitor is still you, then our business shall cease." Compared to the beautiful and alluring Erica, the target appears rather unsightly. Moreover, he has a distaste for dealing with madmen, as he harbors a latent madness within himself, spending too much time with the insane risks leading him astray. "Why the urgency?" the target asked with a cheerful grin. Bai Ye turned his head, fixing a cold, indifferent gaze upon him. "Do you have further business?" "The items the boss sought have been acquired, yet I have my own desires," the target replied. "Oh, you wish to make a purchase?" Bai Ye narrowed his eyes, a hint of danger glimmering within their depths. "I find your ring quite appealing. How about selling it to me?" The target's smile took on a manic quality as he gestured towards Bai Ye's spatial ring. "Heh." Bai Ye flashed a radiant smile. "This ring of mine is quite valuable. What price are you willing to offer? I do not intend to use money for it. The target shook his head. Then what do you propose to exchange? Bai Ye inquired. Should it be something of considerable worth? Bartering is not out of the question. The target pondered for a moment before raising his gaze to meet Bai Ye's. Is your life sufficient? That, of course, is more than enough, Bai Ye replied. Yet, I am uncertain whether you possess the capability to claim it. Their eyes locked, and in an instant, a silver shadow shot forth like a streak of light. It was a playing card. The target possessed a natural aptitude for throwing. He could propel any object with astonishing precision towards its mark. Playing cards, toothpicks, and other items could easily become lethal weapons in his hands. Ripping a person's throat with a playing card is a common maneuver. Yet, Bai Ye wore a smile. Remaining still and unflinching, the target was astonished. Is this person courting death? He could hardly believe that a merchant of magical artifacts could be so easily outmaneuvered by his rudimentary methods of assassination. Swoosh. However, the target's eye witnessed the playing card effortlessly pierce through Bai Ye's throat, subsequently pinning itself against the wall behind him. Bai Ye flicked the dust from his neck. Shall we continue? I could engage you in a game of cards for an entire day. The target's eye gasped in shock. Retreating swiftly, what kind of monster are you? Was it not rather late to contemplate escape? As a flash of blue light flickered, Bai Ye instantaneously appeared behind the target, extending his hand to press against the target's head, leaning closer to whisper in his ear with a smile. I am genuinely curious. Are you always this brave? Chapter 17. You are like a pineapple. Boom. Bai Ye slammed the target's head directly onto the concrete ground in front of the treasure house. Accompanied by arcs of electricity, a powerful force surged forth, creating a gust of wind akin to crashing waves that swept through the entire street. Standing before the target, who was now in a pit, Bai Ye murmured to himself, have I gone so long without taking action that everyone now perceives me as a soft target, ripe for the picking? Even someone like the target dares to provoke me. He chuckled coldly and made a phone call. Jean Bing, come and clean up the mess. Fisk Tower. Jean Bing watched as the target was brought back, unconscious, to the operating room, a slight twitch in the corner of his eye. He regretted ever sending this individual on a serious mission. The target was fit only for murder. Yet, Erica was already occupied with her own tasks, leaving him with no choice but to rely on the target for the time being. A $100 million anonymous bond from a Swiss bank, or an equivalent magical artifact. How could he trust such valuables in the hands of an ordinary subordinate? Doctor, how is the situation? The private physician, hired at a high salary by Jean Bing, hesitated. His condition remains critical and requires monitoring. However what? Jean Bing felt an ominous premonition. The doctor continued, even if we manage to save him, there is a high probability he will be paralyzed. Fuck, Jean Bing exclaimed in frustration. The only value the target possessed was his ability to kill. If he were to become paralyzed, then his worth would effectively be reduced to nothing. Jean Bing would almost certainly lose this subordinate forever. The absence of his chief assassin would inevitably diminish his own strength. This compelled Jean Bing to feel an urge to burst into the operating room and slap the target, admonishing him for provoking that individual when all he had to do was buy medicine. If he were truly easy to deal with. Do you believe I would need to spend money purchasing medicine from him? I could simply seize it, couldn't I? In the office, Jean Bing gazed at the 10 intact, Norton-esque proficient HP potions and sighed with relief. If the target's eye were lost, along with the potions, even he would be compelled to feel the urge to bleed from losses. After pondering for a while in the office, Jean Bing exhaled a deep breath and dialed a number. Jean Bing, what do you want? Mr. Osborne, I have acquired a miraculous potion that I am sure will pique your interest. Norman Osborne fell silent for a moment before replying. I am currently at the office. You may send it over. In 2 hours, a sleek black limousine emerged from Osborne Tower. Jean Bing, seated within the vehicle, was in high spirits. The potion, priced at $10 million each, he would resell to Norman Osborne for $20 million apiece, thus earning a significant favor from him. Norman Osborne promised to find a way to cure the target's eye. Osborne Industries is the largest biotechnology and medical conglomerate in the world today, harboring numerous biotechnological secrets unknown to the public. As long as one is willing to invest, paralysis is by no means an incurable affliction. For instance, there are biological exoskeletons that connect to nerves. Yet, matters concerning Bai Ye also require resolution. Jean Bing fell into contemplation. His value exceeds my expectations, and it would be a pity to lose this partnership over a trivial issue. The following day, in the early morning, Bai Ye reclined in a soft chair at Only's treasure house, sipping goji berry tea and engrossed in a mobile game. Suddenly, his phone rang. Damn, it's that fool again, interrupting me at this moment? Bai Ye cursed, as he was in a critical phase of the game. Hello? You're inviting me to dinner? Fine. After exchanging a few words, Bai Ye hung up. Who is it? Aunt May inquired curiously. Jean Bing. He wants to treat me to dinner to apologize for last night's incident. Bai Ye replied. Oh, do you need me to accompany you? Aunt May asked. No. Jean Bing is not a reputable individual. It's best if you have no dealings with him whatsoever, Bai Ye stated. I can go alone. Aunt May chose not to press further, returning her attention to her beauty magazine. Mr. Bai Ye, your esteemed presence graces my humble abode. Jean Bing welcomed Bai Ye in his villa. If Mr. Fisk's residence is indeed humble, then what would you call my dwelling a doghouse? Bai Ye laughed. Ha. Jean Bing chuckled. Mr. Bai Ye certainly has a knack for humor. Standing beside Jean Bing was a woman. This is my girlfriend, Vanessa. Vanessa, Mr. Bai Ye is my esteemed guest. Do not treat him lightly. Vanessa's bright eyes sparkled as she gazed at Bai Ye and extended her hand. Mr. Bai Ye, it is a pleasure to meet you. Bai Ye, not one to be impolite, shook Vanessa's hand. However, he raised an eyebrow when he noticed Vanessa scratching her palm. At the banquet, Jean Bing raised his glass. Mr. Bai Ye, this incident is my fault, but I assure you, there will be no next time. I shall drink 3 cups as an apology to you. Mr. Fisk, you are being overly courteous. It is merely a trivial matter. Clarifying it suffices. There is no need for such formality on your part, Bai Ye replied with a light chuckle. Jean Bing, of course, could not take Bai Ye's polite words to heart and insisted on his apology. In truth, had Jean Bing truly taken the easy way out and apologized, the revelry would have ceased. Mr. Bai Ye, you are not a local of New York, are you? Jean Bing inquired. Indeed, Bai Ye nodded. I hail from Hong Kong and have only come to New York to make a living in the past 2 years. I am a native New Yorker. Jean Bing rambled on with trivialities. After some idle chatter, sensing the atmosphere was right, Jean Bing tentatively broached the subject. Mr. Bai Ye, the life elixir you provided is indeed remarkable. I wonder if I might purchase more from you? Of course, I am open for business. Anyone who comes will certainly be served, Bai Ye replied while savoring a piece of steak. That is splendid. I would like to order 20 vials this time, Jean Bing declared, having just received funds from Norman Osborn. The hosts and guests reveled in their merriment. Yet Jean Bing's sister-in-law engaged in subtle maneuvers that made Bai Ye feel as if Jean Bing's head were adorned with a patch of lush greenery. Before departing, as Bai Ye stood at the entrance of Jean Bing's villa, he looked at him with sympathy, patting his shoulder and shaking his head with a sigh. Women are like eggs, hard on the outside, pure and delicate within, yet their essence is rich. Men are like mangoes, yellow on the outside, even richer inside. And you, my friend, are unlike either. You are like a pineapple, with a rich heart and a green crown. Chapter 18. I am somewhat face-blind and sometimes cannot distinguish who my brothers are. Back at the treasure house, Bai Ye sat side by side with Uncle Gio on a soft chair. I may truly never return, Uncle Gio lamented. It has been several days. Yet I have not seen a trace of that frog. That is quite normal. I often go 10 to 15 days without any news of the tadpoles. They are quite willful, Bai Ye inquired. So, will I really have to live here from now on? Uncle Gio gazed at the towering buildings outside and replied. But what can I do here? Everything I once knew in this modern society has been utterly upended. Although there are occasional rumors of vengeful spirits here, the number of supernatural beings is indeed quite sparse. How will I sustain myself? Bai Ye continued. Consider this. My treasure house specializes in selling peculiar and extraordinary items. You could certainly create some protective talismans, amulets, or exorcism charms to sell in my shop. Uncle Gio pondered for a moment, his interest piqued. Wouldn't that be too much trouble for you? Not at all. It's merely a small matter, Bai Ye reassured him. As the saying goes, one relies on parents at home and on friends when venturing out. If I were to ask for your assistance with something, would you refuse me? Uncle Gio scrutinized Bai Ye and replied, You wouldn't happen to have something in mind that you need my help with right now, would you? Truly, you have sharp instincts. Uncle Gio, Bai Ye exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. Your perceptiveness is commendable. Now, let us get down to business. Uncle Gio rolled his eyes and said, Considering how Bai Ye previously stood firm against armed forces for my sake, as long as it doesn't involve harming anyone, I should be able to assist. Bai Ye scratched his head and said, I've heard that the Maoshan sect possesses a technique known as the palm thunder. Coincidentally, I have been studying lightning techniques myself. The Sealing Book from Yunying Village contains a plethora of lightning-based ninjutsu for me to delve into, yet it lacks a particular technique that I find exceedingly enticing, the Chidori. While other lightning techniques may rival or even surpass the Chidori in power, the allure of the Chidori is undeniable. After all, strength may be fleeting, but style lasts a lifetime. The Palm Thunder technique bears a striking resemblance to the Chidori, leading Bai Ye to ponder whether he could adapt the Palm Thunder into a Taoist version of the Chidori. Uncle Joe's brow furrowed into a frown. If it were any other matter, it would be easy to discuss, but I truly cannot assist you in this regard. When we entered the Maoshan sect, we all vowed before the statue of our ancestor to never disclose the secrets of the Maoshan lineage. To do so would mean certain death, with our souls cast into the abyss, never to be reborn. Is it truly that severe? Bai Ye was taken aback, feeling somewhat disheartened. Then I suppose I'll have to ponder it further on my own. However, there may still be a turn of events. I once had a rival known as the dragon-slaying Taoist, a member of the Laozhan sect, who engaged in heinous acts and was ultimately slain by me. Uncle Jiu remarked. Upon the lifeless body, I discovered a tome of the Laojun sect's mystical arts. Within the doctrines of the Laojun sect, there exists a technique known as the Palm Thunder, which, while differing from our Maoshan methods, shares a fundamental similarity. Should you desire it, I could impart upon you the Laojun sect's version of the Palm Thunder. As a Maoshan disciple, I am bound to safeguard our sect's secrets. However, the confidentiality of the Laojun sect's teachings is of no concern to me. After all, it is the foolish Long Slayer who has committed misdeeds and carelessly carries the Laojun sect's scriptures upon his person. If any soul were to descend into the netherworld, it would undoubtedly be his. In truth, the Laojun and Maoshan sects are sworn enemies. The disciples of Laojun are notorious for their audacious actions, disregarding the lines between righteousness and malevolence, claiming to follow divine will without regard for human sentiments. Many among their ranks collaborate with the four major sects to plunder ancient tombs for profit. Conversely, the Maoshan sect excels in locating burial sites, feng shui rituals, wedding ceremonies, intricate mechanisms, fortune-telling, and even defying fate itself. The Laojun practitioners are inclined to desecrate graves for gain, while Maoshan disciples tirelessly endeavor to prevent such intrusions. The resulting conflict has led to countless fatalities on both sides over millennia, and the animosity runs so deep that not even the vast rivers and seas could cleanse it. However, I must admit that I am bending the rules here. You may examine it alone, but it must remain a secret from any third party. Do you grasp my meaning? Uncle Gio cast a knowing glance at Bai Ye, who instantly comprehended and responded with a subtle smile. Thus, the prospect of acquiring the thunderous fruit version of the Thousand Birds technique seemed promising. After meeting Jean Bing and Vanessa, Bai Ye had exchanged contact information with them. After all, Bai Ye is a man of integrity. Generally speaking, any man with a beautiful wife is considered a brother. Of course, I must confess to being somewhat face-blind and at times struggle to recognize my own brothers. Nevertheless, for reasons unknown, sister-in-law Vanessa persistently inundated Bai Ye with messages. Mr. Bai Ye, Vanessa wrote, our last conversation was quite delightful. I eagerly anticipate our next encounter. I've been rather busy lately, Bai Ye replied. Moreover, Jean Bing hasn't invited me. It would be rather shameless of me to impose. Then how about I invite you to my home, Mr. Bai Ye? I currently live alone in a spacious house with plenty of entertainment options. You are welcome to visit, and if you tire of play, you may rest without concern. That won't do. I am comfortable sleeping in my own abode, but in someone else's, I might find trouble, for I might become rather primal on a vessel. Is that so? Wouldn't that be fortuitous? Indeed, my behavior resembles that of a koala. I can sleep for hours on end. Chapter 19, A Song of Inquiry. Where art thou? Director, did you summon me? Coulson entered Nick Fury's office, his hair disheveled and his demeanor despondent, exhibiting a palpable lack of vitality. His complexion was a sickly yellowish white, with sunken eyes, and he appeared emaciated, resembling a person recently recovered from a grave illness. The events of the previous days concerning White Knight had dealt him a significant blow. Most of the agents he had taken with him were gravely injured, many on the brink of death. Those who had accompanied Coulson typically required a 3-month recovery, while those sustaining severe injuries were likely to be incapacitated for a year and a half, with those daring to fire their weapons effectively bidding farewell to their careers as agents. Fortunately, timely medical intervention had ensured that none had actually perished. Otherwise, he would find it impossible to maintain his position within S.H.I.E.L.D. Nick Fury personally poured Coulson a cup of coffee and remarked, "What transpired previously is not your fault. The conflict was an unfortunate miscalculation in our assessment of his capabilities." Coulson offered a wry smile and replied, "Director, you didn't summon me merely to provide solace, did you? Let us put the matter of Uncle Nine aside. There have been new developments." Nick Fury continued, "There is a new mission for you." Upon hearing this, Coulson, previously despondent, began to regain a semblance of energy. Recently, Tony Stark and Norman Osborn had acquired a remarkable serum, which, upon study, was found to replenish the fundamental vitality of human life, a matter of great significance. Nick Fury stated, "According to Tony Stark, this serum may hold the key to conquering cancer, hence the necessity for you to procure it." What? Coulson was taken aback. "I have just offended White Knight, and now I must venture into his treasure trove to purchase something? Director, can this task be assigned to someone else? Barton is focused on another assignment, and Natasha is still in Europe. My circle of trustworthy individuals is rather limited," Nick Fury replied nonchalantly. "Differences aside, business is business. I believe he will be able to discern the distinction. This is a substantial deal we are pursuing. Mr. White Knight, our financial firm in Midtown is genuinely earnest in this endeavor. Through my earnest persuasion, they have increased their offer to $21 million. Faraz Blergh spoke passionately. "Consider this, Mr. White Knight. Your investment of $7 million from a year ago now boasts a return of $200. You stand to gain immensely." White Knight, bored, flipped through a magazine. Expressing his frustration, "How many times must I reiterate? My house is not for sale. Don't even mention $20 million. Even if you offered me $200 million, I will not sell. I will grant you one final opportunity. If you dare to bother me again, I shall submerge your head in the toilet to give you a proper wake-up call. Do you understand? Mr. White Knight, are you being harassed?" Coulson entered with a demeanor as refreshing as spring, inquiring, "Do you require our assistance?" Upon seeing Coulson, Bai Ye displayed little emotion. "What brings you here? Surely, you do not wish for the war to persist?" "Mr. Bai Ye, our previous encounter was merely a misunderstanding. I come this time without ulterior motives. Simply to conduct business with you," Coulson replied. Blergh, observing Coulson's arrival, noted the presence of individuals clad in black suits standing outside the treasure house. Seemingly aware that they were members of a violent organization, he dared not linger and left in a hasty retreat. "Business with me?" Bai Ye lit a cigarette, remarking, "Then Sing dare ask where the road is for me first. Let us see." "Ah, this." Coulson faltered, "I cannot sing Huaxia songs. Perhaps we could choose an English song instead?" "Not even able to sing dare ask where the road is, yet you think to conduct business with me? Huh. I am willing to engage in trade with anyone, but I shall not entertain dealings with S.H.I.E.L.D. Bai Ye replied indifferently. Coulson, having anticipated Bai Ye's resistance, understood that the nature of an agent is characterized by a lack of shame. "Mr. Bai, please do not shut me out completely. I come bearing a substantial offer. On behalf of S.H.I.E.L.D., I wish to procure 100 vials of the life potion, with 1 billion ready for immediate transfer. I may be amiable and approachable, but I shall not sell my weapons to my enemies, only to have them use those very weapons against me," Bai Ye retorted with a cold smile. While he appreciated wealth, he was not one to accept any money indiscriminately. Ultimately, Coulson had no choice but to leave in disappointment. Gail sped down the road in a red BMW, stretching languidly as she said, "Finally, I have traversed every road in New York these past few days." Inside the car were 4 women, all sisters of Gail. Simply having driven through once is still insufficient. "Gail, you must become familiar with the routes. Otherwise, should any unforeseen circumstances arise, it could spell disaster," Giselle advised. She was the leader of the quartet, a Brazilian beauty whose allure rivaled that of Gail. "Let us put that aside for now. I am quite hungry. Let us go eat," said Beatrice, the team's technical expert, a captivating Korean woman who could open any safe. Leah tossed a chip to Beatrice. "Here, have a snack." Leah, the firearms expert of the team, was adept with handguns, rifles, and sniper rifles alike, a cool, elegant Frenchwoman. Gail, driving, called out, "Leah, I want some too." Undoubtedly, Gail is the driver within the team. Her racing skills are by no means inferior to those of professional drivers. The 4 women toiled throughout the day in New York, preparing for their upcoming plans, and only returned to their safe house in the evening. "I'll be stepping out for a while. You all keep an eye on the place." Upon returning to the safe house, Giselle spruced herself up and, exiting her room, addressed Gail and the others. "Wow, Giselle looks stunning. Who are you off to meet?" Gail exclaimed dramatically. Giselle rolled her eyes at Gail and replied, "It's just a casual meet-up with a friend." "All right, enough chatter. I must be off." Giselle sauntered out of the safe house and drove off directly to her destination, the Amway treasure house. "Giselle has a friend in New York, and didn't he even mention it to us? How could she?" Gail huffed. Leia glanced at her and said, "Don't you have one too? You never mentioned it either." "What are you talking about?" Gail responded, slightly flustered. "You spent an entire day out a few days ago. Did you think we knew nothing?" Pepsi chuckled. "I'm not discussing this any further. I'm going to play some games." Gail hurriedly retreated, her mind racing with thoughts. "I wonder what Giselle's friend looks like. Is he handsome like Bai Ye?" That night, at the Amway treasure house, while Bai Ye was conversing with Giselle, a rocket propelled with a long fiery tail was launched towards the establishment. The searing shockwave instantly surged forth, engulfing everything in the room. Glass shards flew in all directions. The area at the epicenter of the explosion was completely consumed. As the flames subsided, the Amway treasure house lay in ruins. Broken glass littered the floor, and the acrid smoke from the rocket's detonation filled the air, with lingering embers still smoldering on the carpet and furniture. Hidden in the darkness of the night, a dozen figures clad in black ninja attire infiltrated the treasure house as the smoke from the rocket dissipated. They swiftly stormed into Bai Ye's bedroom. No one. How is that possible? There were clearly 2 heat signatures in the room earlier. The black-clad ninjas, wielding katanas and shurikens, appeared bewildered. They had come to assassinate their target, but now the target had inexplicably vanished. What on earth? Perhaps there is a secret door in the room. Let us search carefully. Across the street from the Amway treasure house, in a tall building, Bai Ye and Giselle stood at the edge of the rooftop, gazing down at the charred ruins of the Amway treasure house. In Bai Ye's hand rested a compass-like object, the dimensional array Shangri-La. A relic from the realm of slashing eyes, possesses the ability to instantaneously transport its target to a predetermined location, its efficacy ranking among the finest of all relics. "Bai Ye, have you offended someone?" Giselle asked, her voice tinged with caution, her grip tightening around a sleek black P226, a hoard of the deceased. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Bai Ye's mouth. "Giselle, remain here and do not move. I shall fetch you some oranges." In the next instant, Bai Ye was enveloped in a crackling display of lightning. Visible arcs of electricity danced across his form, weaving in and out like serpents, their incessant flicker illuminating the air around him. Every life must meet its end, yet some require a mere nudge, Bai Ye murmured, a cruel smile gracing his lips. Despite his usual disposition of kindness and benevolence, it was perplexing that he would resort to such malevolence against someone as innocent as himself. What more was there to deliberate? It was time to act decisively. With a mere thought, Bai Ye's figure vanished from the rooftop. Within the treasure house, a bewildered ninja, having failed to locate a hidden door, remarked, "It seems he is not here. Let us ascend and capture his woman to use as leverage against him." In an instant, a blinding bolt of lightning streaked towards them, surpassing the limits of human perception. A fist, charged with ferocious electricity, collided with the ninja's chest. The words barely left his lips before he felt as though he had been struck head-on by a rampaging rhinoceros. The unyielding force rendering his body akin to a rag doll, crashing against the walls of the treasure house. His head hung limply as he beheld a gaping wound in his chest, blood gushing forth like a fountain. He had been pierced through the heart by a single punch. The remaining ninjas felt a wave of terror wash over them, yet before they could draw their katanas, their vision was engulfed by a ghostly blue lightning. In mere moments, over 10 ninjas were obliterated by Bai Ye's fists, their dismembered limbs scattered, their blood painting the walls and floors of the treasure house a deep crimson. Bai Ye stood at the center of the treasure house, his form as straight as a javelin, the lightning that had once enveloped him gradually dissipating, revealing his striking silhouette. He approached the ninja, the victim of his earlier strike that had pierced through the chest, and retrieved a unique mobile device from his spatial ring. Capturing a photograph of the ninja and sending it forth. "Please ascertain the identity of this individual's employer." The recipient of the message was Nina Dubov, a technician from the Department of Homeland Security, whose hacking skills are regarded as among the finest within the industry. Similarly, she shared a bond with Bai Ye akin to that of Guan Zhong and Bao Shukai. In the Marvel universe, few friendships with hackers exist, and without them, One could easily find themselves ensnared in peril without recourse. Nina replied, "Okay." The next moment, Bai Ye materialized before Giselle, offering a wry smile. "My apologies. I am unscathed. After all, my profession entails flirting with danger, and encounters of this magnitude are a monthly occurrence." Giselle responded, however, facing an RPG attack. "Such a grand spectacle. Who have you offended? Is it serious?" Bai Ye reassured her, "It should not pose a significant issue. It's merely a rocket." Giselle persisted, "I am addressing a serious matter, and yet you jest. You ought to seclude yourself for a while if the situation escalates." Bai Ye chuckled. "Did you not witness my display of prowess just now? I will manage this affair with due diligence. There is no need for your concern. Let us hope I do not attend your funeral before completing my work in New York." "Impossible, absolutely impossible," Bai Ye asserted. "The NYPD and other law enforcement will likely arrive soon. You should depart. If your appearance is noted, your current assignment will be jeopardized." This incident would not conclude easily. Unless Bai Ye eliminated all those connected to it, his name would be forever tarnished. Aunt May and others were roused by the explosion of the rocket. "Bai Ye, what transpired?" Aunt May inquired urgently upon his return. "Nothing of great consequence. I have resolved it. You should return to rest. Trust me, all will be well." Naturally, Aunt May believed in Bai Ye. At such a time, she wished not to burden him further and obediently retired to her slumber. Only Bai Ye remained. Extracting an undamaged armchair from the rubble, positioning it at the entrance of the treasure house, and casually engaging in a mobile game. After a span of approximately 15 minutes, Nina sent Bai Ye an email. He opened it to discover that the ninja he had struck was named Ryu Shuho, a citizen of the East, affiliated with the underground assassin group known as the Hand Association, serving as a trusted confidant to one of its 5 key figures, the Gambler. The Hand Association? The Gambler? The White Knight found himself perplexed by the actions of the Hand Association, a group akin to rats lurking in the shadows. Why would they provoke him so recklessly? Nevertheless, the reasoning behind their motives was of little consequence. The undeniable fact remained that they had detonated their own premises, seemingly with the intent to eliminate him. Thus, until he uprooted this Hand Association entirely, his quest would not reach its conclusion. A glint of cold light shimmered in his eyes. Life is inherently brief. Yet there are always those who seek to take shortcuts. Chapter 21. That humble demeanor, reminiscent of a subservient dog, the White Knight regained his composure, contemplating how to eradicate the Hand Association from its very roots. Organizations such as the Hand Association cannot be vanquished by merely eliminating a few of their members. Complete destruction is imperative to eliminate any lingering threat. With centuries of deep-seated roots in this world, he felt unperturbed by a direct confrontation. However, should the Hand Association resort to underhanded tactics against those close to him, the sheer number of women in his life, so numerous he could scarcely keep track, might render him vulnerable. Was there a suitable pawn he could employ? After a moment's reflection, the White Knight retrieved his phone and dialed Carlson. At that hour, Carlson was still slumbering, and the abrupt call jarred him awake. He hurriedly donned a smile to present a semblance of warmth before answering. Yet, as soon as he picked up the call, he was met with a torrent of invective. "Carlson, you wretched creature. Is it because I rebuffed your S.H.I.E.L.D.S. acquisition of life pharmaceuticals that you dare send people to my doorstep? Bombing my house with an RPG, if I could be killed by such a missile, would you even stand a chance? You scoundrels at S.H.I.E.L.D. Better brace yourselves. This is far from over." Wait, Mr. White Knight. "I'm becoming increasingly confused," Carlson replied. "We at S.H.I.E.L.D. have absolutely no plans against you. Our director has placed you on a list of individuals to be treated with utmost caution. There must be a misunderstanding here." "Misunderstanding my foot," White Knight bellowed. "In America, who else but your S.H.I.E.L.D. would dare use an RPG to bombard residential areas? Even the CIA wouldn't be so audacious." "Mr. White Knight, please calm down. I'll come over right away," Carlson assured him. "We can clarify everything in person." With that, Carlson hastily donned his clothing, a hint of trepidation stirring within him. Could it be that something truly had transpired within the agency regarding White Knight? Approximately 10 minutes later, S.H.I.E.L.D. agents arrived, dispersing the NYPD that had been securing the scene, and took charge of the area themselves. Carlson approached Bai Ye, stating, "Mr. Bai Ye, I assure you that this incident is certainly not the doing of S.H.I.E.L.D. However, given the amicable relationship between us, I will certainly provide you with an explanation. Once he confirmed that the situation had no connection to S.H.I.E.L.D., Coulson's mind began to race. Previously, his misjudgment had created a rift between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Bai Ye. Now, was this not an opportune moment to mend the relationship? Bai Ye remained indifferent, responding, "Just because you say S.H.I.E.L.D. is not involved, does that make it so? Do you think I am such a fool as to trust easily? Mr. Bai Ye, consider this. We have previously experienced a slight misunderstanding that has allowed S.H.I.E.L.D. to gain a comprehensive understanding of your capabilities. Even if we wish to confront you, would we dispatch such a meager force and firepower? Wouldn't that merely be sending them to their doom?" Coulson's subservient demeanor resembled that of a sycophant. Yet, Bai Ye remained unconvinced. Who knows if S.H.I.E.L.D. sent these individuals to further probe my abilities, seeking a method to eliminate me by sending them to their deaths? Despite Coulson's persistent attempts to persuade, Bai Ye's rigid stance did not waver. Fortunately, S.H.I.E.L.D.'s technicians had gleaned some insights from the traces left on the remains. "Sir, the identities of these individuals point to an assassin group hidden within the underworld, known as the Hand Association." Coulson quickly interjected, "Mr. Bai Ye, see? I told you this is not related to S.H.I.E.L.D. Who can say whether it was S.H.I.E.L.D. that hired the Hand Association to eliminate me?" Bai Ye shot a glance at Coulson, then murmured, "So it is the Hand Association. I have heard their leader is called Five Fingers. No wonder those individuals cried out before their demise that I am merely a forerunner. Sever one head, and two more shall arise." They were referring to fingers. Coulson was left bewildered as Bai Ye dismissed him. Bai Ye caressed the spatial ring on his left hand, immersing himself in contemplation as he assessed his resources. Having not engaged in a battle for some time, his armory was depleted. It appeared to be time for replenishment. After informing Aunt May, Bai Ye departed in his Chevrolet Camaro, leaving his home. After a 20-minute drive, he arrived at a warehouse. "You rascal. It has been ages since you last visited." A blonde woman greeted him with a smile at the entrance. Clad in a light-colored business suit, her shoulder-length golden locks exuded fashion and elegance. Her sun-kissed skin radiated a healthy glow, enhancing her allure. Victorinox, a purveyor of arms, stood before the sweet smile of Victoria. With a sigh, Bai Ye lamented, "I had intended to retreat from the tumult of this world, to distance myself from the incessant violence. Yet, despite my desire for peace, trouble incessantly finds me. This evening, my house was bombed." "The one who bombed your house must truly be unfortunate," Knox remarked. Bai Ye replied, "You seem to have your facts reversed. It was my house that was bombed, not the other way around." Knox continued, "I know that the individual responsible for the destruction of your abode will soon face dire consequences. Enough of this idle chatter." Bai Ye chuckled. "Have you prepared what I requested?" "It has been ready for some time," Knox responded, turning on her heels, her high heels echoing as she walked inside. "Follow me." Bai Ye trailed closely behind her. Upon entering the warehouse, a vast array of weaponry lay before him. Conventional at-4 rockets, Javelin anti-tank missiles, Stinger surface-to-air missiles, M4A1 Thors, Mk14 Mod 1 EBRs, and Heckler Koch G36S. Bai Ye selected numerous items he required and stored them in his spatial ring. "What is the total cost? Given our relationship, I shall offer you a discount of 20%. Let's settle on $3 million. Knox waved her hand dismissively. "All right." Bai Ye promptly transferred the funds to Knox, stating, "Thank you. I shall treat you to dinner another day." "Not another day," Knox insisted. "Let it be tonight. I shall treat you to dinner, if that suits you." Bai Ye hesitated. However, it is well known that in times of hardship, friends may lend a hand, but affluent women can offer much more. Knox was undoubtedly among the wealthiest of such women, leaving Bai Ye with little recourse. Chapter 22. Betrayal of the mentor and ancestry at the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. In the Triskelion building, Nick Fury's single eye widened in disbelief. "Are you certain he said that?" "Indeed, I have confirmed it multiple times," Coulson replied. Equally incredulous. "Cut off one head, and two shall grow in its place," is the mantra of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s nemesis, Hydra. The enmity between S.H.I.E.L.D. and Hydra dates back to ancient Egypt, culminating during World War II. In that era, The Nazi Red Skull leveraged Hitler's power to establish the notorious secret organization known as Hydra. However, following Hitler's defeat, Red Skull betrayed him, plotting to use the energy weapon derived from the Tesseract to dominate the world. However, on the side of the Allies, in order to combat Hydra, a strategic scientific reserve was established, which, in response to the Red Skull, cultivated Captain America, Steve Rogers, through the Super Soldier program. Ultimately, Captain America triumphed over the Red Skull, completely thwarting his nefarious scheme for world domination. Regrettably, fate dealt a cruel hand. Captain America paid the ultimate price, resting eternally alongside the Tesseract at the bottom of the Atlantic Ocean. The remaining Hydra personnel either surrendered to serve S.H.I.E.L.D. or were imprisoned until death, leading to S.H.I.E.L.D.'s conclusion. Hydra had been utterly eradicated. Coulson remarked, however, Director, how could such a vast organization as Hydra possibly have all its members captured without exception? Perhaps there are remnants that have gone underground, secretly reconstructing Hydra. This cult may be one of their many heads. Nick Fury fell into deep contemplation. It is indeed highly plausible. The era of World War II was not akin to our modern society. There were numerous loopholes for those wishing to conceal their identities. Thus, the existence of Hydra remnants was almost a foregone conclusion. Coulson notified the Intelligence Division to devote all resources to gathering information on this cult. Nick Fury finally resolved, moreover, the Dominion Action Squad is about to make significant moves. Be prepared at all times. Yes, Coulson acknowledged the command and exited, leaving Nick Fury alone in the room. Silent and contemplative, his gaze profound. Fury had harbored doubts about where White Knight had heard the phrase about Hydra, decapitating one head only to spawn two more, and how he was aware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s grievances with Hydra, thus using this knowledge to incite revenge against the cult that bombarded his home. However, Hydra, with its 5 fingers, they are all heads. Too suspicious. No matter, I will sever their heads first and deal with the rest later. In the early morning, White Knight emerged from the storeroom of Victoria Knox. After stretching outside the warehouse, he entered his Chevrolet Camaro and drove towards Corinne's dojo. Last night, while sleeping beside Victoria, in a moment of philosophical reflection, White Knight suddenly recalled hearing the name Gambler from Corinne. It seemed that Corinne was one of Gambler's disciples. Of course, in Corinne's words, Gambler was not a notorious leader of a murderous organization, but rather a benevolent elder. Gambler had taken in a group of homeless orphans, teaching them survival skills, martial arts, and other essential life skills. The orphans were profoundly grateful to Gambler, for he had bestowed upon them dignity, lifting them from the depths of neglect. Having been in a relationship with Corinne for over a year, Bai Ye naturally understood that she was no villain, entirely distinct from the deceitful scoundrels who masquerade behind a facade of virtue. She had been misled by such wretches, and this particular charlatan even pretended to be a philanthropist. A cruel smile curled at the corners of Bai Ye's lips. Since you are a philanthropist, there should be nothing to hide, correct? Then let your disciples, who believe in your benevolence, enlighten me about you, the so-called saint, so I may bask in your divine radiance. Upon arriving at Corinne's dojo, Bai Ye did not foolishly approach the matter head-on. Instead, he greeted her as usual and engaged in a warm-up match, allowing the sweat to flow. Once again, I have lost, Corinne exclaimed as she grasped Bai Ye's hand and stood up, taking a hearty swig from a nearby bottle of water. Coughing a couple of times, she accepted the towel Bai Ye offered and wiped her brow. Bai Ye smiled gently and remarked, by the way, Corinne, I believe you mentioned that your teacher is named Gambler, correct? Indeed. Corinne nodded, slightly out of breath. He is one of the people I respect the most. Would you be able to introduce me to Master Gambler? Bai Ye inquired. It would be wonderful to spar with him at least once. Corinne hesitated, responding, my teacher generally dislikes formal interactions. He might not be inclined to meet you. Bai Ye replied nonchalantly, that's all right. Just asking would suffice. Whether it happens or not is not your concern. Very well, Corinne acquiesced. Given your abilities, it is indeed beneficial for you to engage with more opponents to elevate your skills further. We are far too familiar with each other after over a year of practice. Another match would not yield significant improvement. Thank you, Corinne, Bai Ye said with a smile. What are you being so courteous for with me? Corinne playfully rolled her eyes at him. Ha ha, Bai Ye chuckled, continuing, Corinne, could you share more about your teacher? I am genuinely curious about the person capable of nurturing such a remarkable talent as yourself. I'm hardly a remarkable talent. Corinne humbly waved her hand. Master Gambler is the true expert. I might not even be able to defeat him 3 times. Despite his advanced age, he appears remarkably youthful, which must be the legendary art of retaining one's appearance. It is evident that he has mastered martial arts to an extraordinary level. Under Bai Ye's coaxing, Corinne divulged a wealth of vital information. However, Bai Ye was also a person who valued gratitude. Betraying a mentor was not something he would do to Corinne, and he would undoubtedly repay her kindness in due time. Chapter 23. Gambler. After leaving Corinne's home, Bai Ye contacted Coulson to share the information about Gambler. That scoundrel truly was a vile creature. In pursuit of expanding his influence, he deceived gullible individuals like Corinne, initially imparting martial arts to her and subsequently dispersing her and others across the globe to select impoverished orphans who were neglected by society. Once Corinne and her companions had established a foundation for these orphans, he would then claim them for further refinement, ultimately integrating them into his cadre of assassins within the Hand Association. It bore an unsettling resemblance to a pyramid scheme. The Gambler scoffed, "I shall not let you perish." As night fell, the heavens adorned with a myriad of stars cast a silvery luminescence upon the earth, rendering the scenery breathtaking. Yet beneath this enchanting facade lay treachery. The Gambler's stronghold was an estate situated in a relatively obscure area of New York, chosen for its ability to evade scrutiny. This, however, facilitated the operations of S.H.I.E.L.D. The action team of S.H.I.E.L.D., armed and prepared, awaited orders under the command of Coulson. Checking the time on his watch, he noted that the moment had arrived. With a decisive gesture, he commanded, "Action." Inside the command vehicle, Coulson was also fully equipped, with an MP5K slung over his shoulder, ready to engage should the inhabitants of the Gambler's estate display extraordinary capabilities. Despite Coulson's outward demeanor of calmness, he was a seasoned agent, a lethal operative unyielding in his resolve. His combat prowess rivaled that of the S.H.I.E.L.D. action team, if not exceeding it. Coulson was incensed by the Gambler's continuous recruitment and training of orphans, only to utilize them as fodder for his assassin group. Had S.H.I.E.L.D. been aware of this sooner, irrespective of Hydra's involvement, decisive action against the Gambler would have been taken long ago. At Coulson's command, 8 Black Hawk helicopters ascended, encircling the Gambler's estate from various directions. On the ground, over 20 military Humvees, accompanied by a dozen SUVs, deployed soldiers who commenced their operation. Numerous vehicles equipped with Gatling guns were positioned nearby, ready to unleash a storm of bullets should the Gambler's personnel attempt to escape. The snipers swiftly eliminated the guards at the Gambler's estate. Even the most stealthy sentinels were rendered ineffective against thermal imaging. The ground forces advanced in a standard combat search formation, moving towards their designated targets as per the operational plan. With a rapid barrage of gunfire, S.H.I.E.L.D. launched a surprise assault, quickly breaching the defenses of the Gambler's estate. The occupants, now fully aware of the unfolding chaos, rallied to mount a counteroffensive against S.H.I.E.L.D. While the Hand Association was indeed an assassin group, the skills of assassins paled in comparison to those of a fully organized Special Forces unit. Consequently, a significant number of Hand Association members fell in the ensuing conflict, holding a katana and concealed shurikens. The ninja engages in a deadly clash with a soldier armed to the teeth, clad in an ultra-thick bulletproof vest and wielding an M4A1. Can you believe it? One can only say that the assassins of the Hand Association are truly audacious. An armed force has launched a devastating assault against us, yet you have received no word of it? The Gambler stands before the floor-to-ceiling windows, observing the police storming the factory. After abruptly ending a recent phone call, his expression contorts into one of fury as he whirls to his subordinates. What on earth are you doing? Are the police and the politicians merely feasting on the bounty we provide? One of his subordinates replies in a hushed tone, "These are not NYPD officers, nor are they from the FBI or CIA. They are the legendary S.H.I.E.L.D. S.H.I.E.L.D. The Gambler is familiar with this organization. However, what he seeks now is not to identify his attackers, but to discover how to repel these wretched foes. His underlings stammer, expressing their helplessness. The S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team is undoubtedly composed of the elite among elites, and is certainly no less formidable than the Navy SEALs. The assassins of the Hand Association have trained primarily in hand-to-hand combat, mastering the katana and shuriken, yet they falter when it comes to firearms. Moreover, the gambler's estate lacks sufficient heavy weaponry for effective defense. Useless, the gambler, lean in stature, displays an explosive energy that belies his appearance. In the blink of an eye, he lunges forward, snapping the neck of one subordinate with a swift crack. He retrieves a towel, wipes his hands clean, and discards it onto the lifeless body, casting a furious yet perplexed gaze towards the S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team. Even S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot possibly execute such a precise strike against me. Could it be that there is an undercover agent within my estate? Shaking his head, he dismisses the thought. What use is there in pursuing such inquiries now? It seems I must take my leave from America for a while to avoid the storm. He surveys his estate, a structure he has painstakingly built over more than a decade, now on the brink of destruction, undone in a single night. The act of destruction is indeed easier than that of construction. The gambler's figure melts into the shadows. The advance of S.H.I.E.L.D. is swift. With numerous members of the Hand Association being eliminated, a scant few manage to break through the encirclement, only to find themselves in a more dire situation. Greeted by a Gatling gun. As the battle reaches its zenith, an unexpected situation arises within the estate. The orphan youths sheltered by the gambler, united in their fury, launch an attack against S.H.I.E.L.D. The agents, despite their ruthless reputation, cannot bring themselves to eliminate these deceived children without a semblance of compassion. However, they do not kill. It is others who seek to slay him. The situation is rather precarious. Nevertheless, Coulson and his team had long anticipated this obstacle. Their strategy involved an array of flashbangs, tear gas, and stun guns. How could these children possibly withstand such an onslaught? With a single wave of force, their morale was shattered, and they fled in a state of panic. After eliminating over 100 members of the syndicate, Coulson and his team successfully seized control of the gambler's estate. Had anyone sighted the notorious leader, the gambler? Regrettably, no team member had laid eyes on him. Had he managed to escape? Coulson's thoughts were consumed by the gambler, who at that moment was leaping across rooftops outside the estate with remarkable agility, outpacing even the most ardent extreme sports enthusiasts, swiftly distancing himself from the estate. Just as he leapt to span the gap between two buildings, a gunshot rang out. A sniper's bullet, aimed at his heart, was fired. Yet, with an acute sense of danger, the gambler deftly twisted in midair, evading the fatal shot aimed at his heart. Although the bullet pierced his right chest instead, at the sniper's position, Bai Ye chewed his gum, contemplating how he had anticipated that Coulson, that useless fool, would be unable to capture him. And thus, he had been waiting for this moment. You wretched creature. Chapter 24. You and money hold little significance for me, but your absence is of great importance. After being struck by Bai Ye's bullet, the gambler plummeted from the sky. Bai Ye adjusted his scope, preparing to obliterate his limbs with sniper fire before methodically dismantling him. However, when Bai Ye's scope aligned with the gambler's landing spot, he found no trace of him. Had he concealed himself? A smile crept across Bai Ye's lips. I shall see whether you can evade me. He had locked onto several strategic points nearby. As long as the gambler remained hidden, he could not escape, merely lurking in the shadows. If he chooses not to reveal himself, then let us see who possesses greater patience, for the one in haste shall not be me. Bai Ye's bullet had already left a wound upon the gambler's chest. Approximately 3 minutes later, suddenly, Bai Ye felt a chill sweep over him from behind. Instinctively, he ducked, discarding his sniper rifle and rolling to the side. Upon glancing back, he found himself ambushed by none other than the gambler. The gambler realized that as long as a highly skilled sniper was targeting him, he would not be able to escape without first neutralizing the threat. It's you. The gambler's gaze fixed on Bai Ye, his expression suddenly tense. Clearly, Bai Ye's extraordinarily handsome visage was immediately recognizable. How did you come to be here? I have come to seek vengeance. Bai Ye flashed a sinister smile, remarking, Old fool, surely you haven't forgotten that yesterday you dispatched someone to blow up my house. Of course I remember, he replied, though it is somewhat incredulous to find you here at this moment. The gambler shrugged nonchalantly, saying, To be honest, I didn't intend to make such a spectacle over the destruction of your residence last night, but what can I say? You simply failed to appreciate the situation. He regarded Bai Ye with disdain. It would have been far simpler had you sold us your building. You could have pocketed the money and lived a carefree life, with no one to bother you. Yet, here you are, seeking your own demise. Chuckling softly, Bai Ye pressed his lips together and retorted, what a touching line of reasoning. Nevertheless, to alleviate the burdens of life, it is unwise to engage in disputes with the foolish. If he pushes back, one should merely concede. You are absolutely correct. I merely did not anticipate that the one who narrowly survived last night would come seeking death here. The gambler sighed. Today's youth truly do not cherish their lives. Due to the information blockade imposed by SHIELD, the gambler remained oblivious to the details of Bai Ye's battle from the previous night and the powers he possessed. After a few counterterrorism plans, the supernatural responses had naturally dwindled. As they spoke, the gambler surged forward, delivering a ferocious punch aimed directly at Bai Ye. Bai Ye swiftly retreated, evading the blow, then raised his palm to his chest and struck at the gambler's torso with astonishing speed, unleashing a forceful explosion that produced a sonic boom. It seems you've learned a few tricks from Corinne, the gambler chuckled, his expression turning severe. But do you not realize? Those tricks of Corinne's were all learned from me. He had no time to linger in this exchange with Bai Ye. With a decisive movement, he struck downwards. His punch targeted vital points along Bai Ye's midline: forehead, nose, chest, and abdomen. Bai Ye could hear the thunderous sound of the wind generated by the punch. Yet, his expression remained placid. Clenching his fists, his entire body resonated, and with a powerful thrust, he unleashed a cannon-like punch. The sound was akin to thunder, a roaring elephant. When their fists collided, the gambler was propelled back 7 steps, each retreat causing the ground beneath him to shatter and sink. Damn it! The gambler's chest felt as if it might explode, his face turning crimson. How could this be? He stared at Bai Ye in disbelief. In their clash of strength, he had lost to this mere youth. He was a being who had lived for centuries, having honed his martial prowess to perfection and possessed the ability to augment his body with energy. How could he possibly be bested by Bai Ye, an ordinary individual? Where does your strength come from? The ordinary individual's training cannot possibly yield the kind of strength you possess. The gambler fixed his gaze on Bai Ye, demanding an answer. Bai Ye chuckled softly. What do you think? I guess your sister. The gambler retorted. Never mind. Once I have slain you, I will have ample time to uncover your secrets. The gambler launched another attack, his hands transforming into claws, fingers swelling as they aimed for Bai Ye's throat. A fierce gust of wind rushed towards him, causing the pores of Bai Ye's throat to erupt, reminiscent of the warts on a toad's skin. Yet his reaction was swift. He executed a kick that shot forth like an arrow, targeting the gambler's vital points. As the gambler evaded, Bai Ye seized the opportunity, his hand forming a fist, and he struck towards the gambler with tremendous force. At that moment, the gambler's hands darted towards Bai Ye's eyes like chopsticks. Bai Ye tilted his head to evade the attack, and with astonishing speed, he clenched his fist to his chest, propelling himself forward explosively, akin to a cannonball, aiming for the gambler's chest. Their exchange of offense and defense was so rapid that to an ordinary observer, it would merely appear as fleeting shadows. Bai Ye remained unperturbed. After all, it was not he who had been struck. He decided to indulge the gambler in this prolonged duel. After approximately 3 minutes of intense combat, the gambler managed to temporarily push Bai Ye back with a punch, his hawk-like eyes fixed on Bai Ye, though he now began to breathe heavily. Internally, he felt a deep frustration. Despite honing his martial arts for 5 centuries, he felt subtly suppressed by Bai Ye. It was astonishing to note that Bai Ye appeared to be no more than 20 years old, and even if he had begun his training in the womb, it would not exceed 30 years. And here he was, a 500-year practitioner, being subdued by a mere 30-year martial artist. Is there no justice in the world? As he observed Bai Ye, who seemed in perfect condition and showed no signs of exhaustion, he sensed the wound on his chest tearing open, his strength gradually ebbing away, and a trace of fear crept into his eyes. Would he truly meet his end at the hands of this individual? Yet at that moment, he could not afford to turn and flee. Exposing his back to Bai Ye would mean certain death. Not even requiring Bai Ye's hands to strike him down, one shot from a sniper rifle would suffice. With no other choice, the gambler opted to seek peace. Kid, can you truly not spare me? I am still the teacher of Corinne, and in terms of seniority, I could be considered your grandmaster. It was merely an explosion at your house. I have lived for hundreds of years and possess a modest fortune, tens of billions of dollars. If you are willing, I can transfer 10 billion to you at any moment. Bai Ye smiled. Do you believe money is of greater importance to me than your life? The gambler answered without hesitation. Me? Bai Ye shook his head. Surely not money? The gambler questioned. Bai Ye smiled. Think again. After a moment of contemplation, the gambler conceded. I suppose I am the one who holds importance. Bai Ye, with a serious expression, remarked, You and money are inconsequential to me, yet your absence holds great significance. Chapter 25. After consuming such a quantity of salt, does it not taste salty? He sighed, observing the waning strength in his adversary. It seems we have reached the end of our diversion. Bai Ye twisted his body, declaring, Let us engage earnestly. In an instant, thunder erupted around Bai Ye, arcs of electricity coiling around him like serpents. It was as if, in that fleeting moment, Bai Ye had transcended from mere mortal to divine being. Lightning released chakra mode. The gambler's complexion turned pale. Relying on martial prowess, he sensed he was already at a disadvantage against Bai Ye, and now, with Bai Ye's evident extraordinary abilities, he pondered whether he could truly escape this encounter. Bai Ye's icy blue gaze fixed on the gambler, a smile gracing his lips as he stated, My principle in life is simple. I do not offend those who do not offend me. However, should one provoke me, retribution is inevitable. In other words, those who dare to challenge Bai Ye shall face dire consequences. With a chuckle, the gambler wiped the blood from his lips, his eyes narrowing as he glared at Bai Ye. Young man, you cannot possibly think of me as an easy target. I have lived for over 5 centuries, consuming more salt than you have rice. Do you truly believe I lack the means to fight back? Bai Ye tilted his head, responding, Then does consuming so much salt not leave a salty taste? The gambler felt frustration boiling within him. Do you not grasp the crux of my statement? I have lived for 5 centuries, and you dare question the saltiness of my sustenance? Very well, allow me to demonstrate. I shall show you whether all this salt is indeed salty. With a sudden tremor, his body quivered, his clothes crackling as a fierce wind rose, tousling his meticulously arranged hair. An overwhelming aura ascended from him, an invisible whirlwind that threatened to unbalance all in its presence. This was the manifestation of the secret Kunlun energy he had cultivated within himself, erupting in a burst of strength at the cost of subsequent weakness. Prepare to perish. The gambler, propelled by an unmatched force, advanced with the swiftness of a cheetah lunging at its prey, closing the distance to Bai Ye in the blink of an eye. Both hands thrust forward, channeling power into a punch aimed squarely at Bai Ye's chin. The sound of the punch echoed through the air like a heart-wrenching sonic boom. In lightning release chakra mode, Bai Ye barely moved, effortlessly evading the gambler's strike. Yet, with blinding speed, the gambler lunged once more at Bai Ye. With a fierce roar, he unleashed a powerful assault, his arms crashing down upon Bai Ye's head in a relentless barrage. At this moment, the gambler's arms, empowered by his energy and martial prowess, resembled 2 formidable elephant trunks, brimming with terrifying strength. Had it not been for the thunder fruit, White Knight's head might have been crushed in an instant. Was this the final struggle of a dying man? Let it come. A subtle smile curved White Knight's lips. Without hesitation, he channeled his energy, and under the intense pressure of the lightning, the veins on his arms surged, resembling writhing serpents. Heavy flow burst. Heavy flow burst, a C-rank ninjutsu that concentrates lightning chakra into a formidable strike delivered by the fist. The 4th Raikage had used this technique to send the transformed Heavy 5 crashing back to his original form with a single punch. White Knight's fist collided fiercely with the gambler's. Bang! In the next instant, a sound akin to shattering bones echoed, blood splattered, and the gambler let out a horrific scream as his body was hurled backward, crashing against the wall before sliding down like a painting peeling off its canvas. Beneath his right sleeve lay a gaping void, his arm a gruesome mess of flesh and shattered bone, mingling in a ghastly display of red and white. No, please don't kill me. I beg you, spare my life. I can give you anything you desire. I can offer you great wealth. I can help you attain immortality. Just let me live, and I will serve you as my master. The gambler cried out in desperation, fearing that with a moment's delay, he would lose the chance to plead for his life. Heh, a wretch like you to be my slave? I find that utterly repulsive. White Knight replied coldly, his fist crackling with lightning energy. If there is a next life, remember to be a good person. Boom. The gambler's head was obliterated by White Knight's punch, red and white matter scattering everywhere. With a sigh, White Knight exhaled a breath of relief. 1 down. The remaining 4 should await their turn for the hunt. As he gazed at the decapitated corpse of the gambler, He caressed the spatial ring on his left hand, producing a canister of gasoline. He drenched the gambler's body in the flammable liquid, discarding the can. White Knight produced a lighter and lit a cigarette for himself before preparing to toss the lighter onto the gambler's remains. He vaguely recalled that the Hand Union possessed means of resurrection, making it unwise to leave the body in this state. What if the gambler could return to life in such a condition? Killing, pulverizing bones, and scattering ashes, complete extermination without compromise. What do you intend to do? A voice suddenly emerged. White Knight turned to see a figure clad in a dark red bodysuit, adorned with a pointed hood, wielding a stick, stepping forth from the shadows. I intend to burn his body. In the dim light of the night, Bai Ye inquired with an air of perplexity, "Is there a problem?" The man, who bore a resemblance to a vigilante, raised the staff in his hand towards Bai Ye and proclaimed, "Though he may be guilty, death is the ultimate punishment for him. To continue to desecrate his remains does not embody your sense of justice." Bai Ye retorted, "So, after advocating for the LGBT community, are the deceased now entitled to human rights as well? I never claimed to be a paragon of virtue, nor do I adhere to any notions of justice." He shrugged nonchalantly, adding, "As long as I find my own pleasure, that is sufficient." He continued, "A man who has taken in countless unfortunate orphans, subjecting them to a life of peril as mere tools for his own ends, resulting in the demise of thousands. Shouldn't such a person be reduced to ashes after death? Is there truly someone who believes he deserves rights even in death? Have you lost your senses?" Matt Murdock, a devout Christian, held steadfast to the traditions of his faith. In Catholic doctrine, it is believed that after death, a body should not be dismembered or have its organs removed, as this could harm the soul. Furthermore, he adhered to the Christian tenet that no one has the right to take another's life, which is why he is never killed. When Bai Ye committed his acts, Murdock sought to intervene, but arrived too late. Now, witnessing Bai Ye's intent to escalate his actions, he felt compelled to take a stand. "I will stop you," he declared, positioning his staff resolutely across his chest. In response, Bai Ye spoke with a charmingly casual tone, "Pray tell, are you a fool?" Chapter 26. Those who offend Bai Ye shall meet their end, regardless of distance. Bai Ye did not consider himself a good person, but he had not committed any heinous acts, often performing good deeds when the opportunity arose. However, should others mistakenly perceive him as a saintly figure, they would be gravely mistaken. Any adversary who posed a threat to him would find themselves dealt with mercilessly. The charred remains of a gambler served as a testament to this. There is a saying that goes, "Judge not the heart, but the actions." He cared not for the true nature of this vigilante. Should one provoke him, he would show no mercy. The vigilante, observing Bai Ye's demeanor, clearly had no intention of heeding his words. Thus, there was no need for further dialogue. The truth would be revealed in action. With a swift motion, the staff in his hand transformed into a striking serpent, its lethal glimmer akin to fangs, lunging towards Bai Ye. Bai Ye stepped forward, his body twisting and turning with grace to evade the onslaught of the vigilante's attack, letting out a long sigh. As a person of refinement and amiability, I have always yearned for a life of tranquility. Yet, why is it that there are always those who seek to bully me? It is one thing for nefarious individuals to torment me, but even those who masquerade as heroes, like Night Demon, come to harass me. Am I truly so easy to intimidate? Suddenly, a fierce flash of lightning erupted from Bai Ye, serpentine bolts of electricity dancing as his figure vanished from sight. Night Demon's expression shifted, and he instinctively chose to retreat, but it was too late. Bai Ye reappeared behind him, delivering a thunderous kick to the back of his knee without hesitation. A sharp crack echoed, and Matt Murdock realized that his leg had been fractured. However, he was a superhero, not a cowardly gambler. He would not beg for mercy. Enduring the pain, he wielded his staff, glinting with a cold light, unleashing a piercing whistle as he thrust it toward Bai Ye's chest. His timing was impeccable, and his staff technique was masterful, akin to the graceful strike of an antelope's horn. Yet, though he seemingly pierced Bai Ye's body, the sensation conveyed to him was as if he had struck nothing but air. How could this be? Matt was astonished. Blinded in childhood by a chemical accident, he had transformed his misfortune into a boon, sharpening his other senses, particularly his extraordinary hearing. In this moment, he could distinctly perceive Bai Ye standing right behind him, motionless, as if his staff had traversed through him. But why did it feel like his staff had merely sliced through the air? Bai Ye stood coldly behind Matt, and with a sudden tremor of his fist directed at Matt's scapula, Matt was overwhelmed by a pressure akin to Mount Tai bearing down upon him, accompanied by the ominous rumble of thunder in the air. Yet, he was powerless to resist. With a crack, Matt trembled violently, fissures appearing in the ground beneath him. And as his knees buckled, he found himself kneeling on the earth. He gasped heavily. Although his senses were heightened, his body remained at the level of an ordinary human. And the impact of Bai Ye's punch was far from pleasant. His scapula must have been fractured as well. What happened? Were you not going to stop me? Bai Ye's lips curled into a smile. And now you kneel before me. What does that signify? Gritting his teeth, Matt found one of his arms and a leg broken by Bai Ye's blows, his staff slipping from his grasp and clattering to the ground. Yet, he was a resolute superhero. Even with just one arm and one leg, he would never surrender. Raising his remaining hand, he struck the figure behind him, known as Bai Ye, with an elbow. In response, Bai Ye delivered a swift kick, sending him flying. Thud! Matt soared through the air like a kite severed from its string, crashing against the wall, where he clung for a brief 2 seconds before plummeting to the ground. Attempting to struggle, he leaned on one leg to rise, but after 2 futile attempts, he realized he had lost all mobility. He lit a cigarette, took a drag, and exhaled a plume of azure smoke, stating, "You may establish your own principles of non-killing. And even if the criminals you allow to roam free continue to slay others while adhering to their moral codes, I would still regard you as a person of significance. However, how dare you dictate that good people cannot slay the wicked, nor defile the corpses of others? What kind of absurdity is this?" Matt exerted considerable effort to sit up against the wall. We are all sinners, mere children of God. Our lives belong to Him. The judgment of sins is a privilege reserved for the Almighty. To hell with God. Your master may be God, but mine is the 3 pure ones. Bai Ye replied, I know not what your master has taught you, but mine has instructed me that when one is slandered, deceived, ridiculed, belittled, scorned, or cheated, my response is to strike back. Do you have a problem with that? If so, let your master confer with mine instead of making my life difficult. Matt remained silent, likely weary of engaging with this heretic named Bai Ye. In medieval times, a heretic like Bai Ye would have been burned at the stake by the Inquisition. Do you know what that scoundrel, the gambler, has done? Under the guise of adopting orphans, he raised assassins, leading to the deaths of countless children. And yet you still protect his corpse? Bai Ye continued. Matt was mute. Bai Ye pressed on, setting aside your nauseatingly hypocritical principles of non-killing. Do you comprehend that the Hand Association possesses the means to resurrect the dead? This means that until I reduce the gambler to ashes, he cannot truly be considered dead, for he may rise again through some sinister means. Matt's body trembled. How can this be? Resurrection is a power only the Son possesses. Look at you, so oblivious. Daring to roam about, acting as if you are a paragon of justice? Bai Ye remarked, holding his cigarette with one hand and taking a drag. I suggest you return to the countryside and tend to your fields. The city is far too intricate for someone as naive as you to navigate. Matt was at a loss for words. He genuinely did not know that the Hand Association possessed such a capability. Who would dare to believe that an ordinary group of assassins could wield such power without witnessing it firsthand? Bai Ye discarded his cigarette, but extinguishing it with a firm step, and remarked, the illustrious Chinese literary figure Lu Xun wisely advised to keep distance from those who, ignorant of your experiences, yet urge you to be magnanimous. When the thunder strikes, it will ensnare you as well. Chapter 27. Good begets good, evil begets evil. It is not that retribution does not come, but rather that the time has yet to arrive. Bai Ye gazed earnestly at Daredevil, stating, Today serves merely as a warning. However, do not let there be a next time, for I shall not hesitate to eliminate you. With those words, Bai Ye turned and departed. Fool, he muttered under his breath on the way home. In Bai Ye's mind, his adversaries would be the head of the family planning office, a vile character, or perhaps the likes of Mephisto and Dormammu, those dimensional deities coveting Earth, beings capable of manipulating life and death at will, traversing timelines. Instead, he found himself confronted by a fool who adhered to a no-kill principle, risking his life over the corpse of a thoroughly wicked individual. Why not convey your sentiments to the American military waging war in the Middle East, telling them that killing is wrong? He thought, if your ideals are so noble, what are you doing wandering about in this petty New York? In Africa, warlords engage in brutal conflicts, resulting in hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of deaths annually. Why do you not intervene? Bai Ye could only label him a fool. The shield operation concluded successfully, with the gambler's estate thoroughly raided. Numerous individuals were apprehended, their arms restrained, hoods placed over their heads, and transported away. Regrettably, the leader, the gambler, had managed to escape. Yet, Shield had not returned empty-handed. "Sir." Agent Coulson entered Nick Fury's office, stating, "The operation has concluded, and I am here to report the intelligence." "Very well," Nick Fury replied, sitting composedly in his chair. Inquiring, "What is the situation?" Despite having employed truth serum on the captured members of the gambler's estate, without yielding any information regarding Hydra, Coulson's expression remained grave. Although the gambler has fled, he took the life of his most trusted lieutenant, who was privy to his secrets, in his haste. However, he was not without oversight. He left behind traces. Coulson presented a telegram. This was discovered after we thoroughly searched the gambler's estate, containing a wealth of information. Nick Fury took the telegram, and his pupils constricted sharply. The telegram was penned in the voice of Daniel Whitehall, addressed to the gambler. But who, one might wonder, is Daniel Whitehall? He is a direct disciple of the Red Skull and the leader of the Hydra Austrian branch. When Hydra fell, he was captured by Peggy Carter, Captain America's girlfriend, who led the Howling Commandos, and was subsequently imprisoned in a secret facility until the 1980s. It was only after Hydra's resurgence, transforming S.H.I.E.L.D. into S.N.A.K.E. that he was released. In a telegram, Daniel Whitehall mentioned that he was hiding in Hunan, China, where he unexpectedly discovered a woman with the ability to attain immortality, which piqued his interest. He led his team of researchers to perform a vivisection on this woman named Jiaying. Remarkably, he extracted from her body the elements that restored his youth, allowing him, at over 80 years of age, to regain the physique of a man in his 40s. To put it plainly, he removed all of Jiaying's internal organs and implanted them into his own aging body, thereby appropriating her genes for longevity and reclaiming his youth. Nick Fury's expression was as cold as ice. Coulson retrieved Daniel Whitehall's file immediately, particularly any photographs from his 40s. Additionally, consult with our contacts in China to assist in a detailed investigation into the intelligence from Hunan's rural areas during the 1980s. Clearly, the contents of the telegram held a significant degree of authenticity, especially considering their ease of verification. According to the law of Roca, where there is contact, there will be traces left behind. Previously, it was unknown that Daniel Whitehall was still alive, but now that his existence has come to light, tracking him down should not pose a challenge. However, Nick Fury remained perplexed. In his memory, Daniel Whitehall was supposed to have been imprisoned until his death. How had he escaped? Could there be a mole within their ranks? Yet, Nick Fury maintained his composure and refrained from informing Coulson. For years, he had focused on external threats, but now he sensed the necessity to scrutinize the internal workings of S.H.I.E.L.D. in stark contrast to the increasingly busy S.H.I.E.L.D. Bai Ye found himself in a state of leisure. Eliminating a gambler was evidently far from satiating his appetite. He was a man of his word. If he vowed to annihilate an entire family, he would do so. Moreover, he understood that failing to eradicate the roots of a problem would only allow it to flourish anew. Thus, he believed that the Hand Association should operate as a cohesive unit. As for the telegram from Daniel Whitehall, it was undoubtedly left by him. If the Hand Association's gambling den were to be thoroughly dismantled while S.H.I.E.L.D. uncovered nothing, doubts regarding any connections between the Hand and Hydra would undoubtedly arise. Consequently, their efforts to dismantle the Hand Association would be significantly undermined. This was unacceptable to Bai Ye. He would not allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to squander such useful pawns. Thus, he left the telegram behind, further solidifying the connection between the Hand and Hydra. The war between S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hand continues to escalate. Bai Ye, indifferent to any gratitude from S.H.I.E.L.D., assists them in uncovering their hidden adversaries. After all, acting as a benefactor without seeking recognition is his customary style. Daniel Whitehall, should I thank you then? Bai Ye, why are you being so polite with me? Let S.H.I.E.L.D. and the Hand engage in a fierce dogfight, a battle of mutual destruction. Bai Ye muses, once S.H.I.E.L.D. eradicates the peripheral forces of the Hand and locates the whereabouts of the other four, he shall intervene once more, sending them back to their origins. As night falls, Aunt May has retired to her room for the night. A tall figure clad in red knocks on the already closed door of the treasure trove. Bai Ye opens the door to find Erica? What brings you here? She is adorned in a red leather outfit that accentuates her curvaceous figure. Her features are exquisitely chiseled, and her long black hair cascades in waves over her shoulders. Her sun-kissed skin glowing with vitality. Goldman sent me to procure that 10 million life serum, Erica says with a shrug. At this moment, Erica is indeed one of Goldman's subordinates, assisting him with various tasks. She has been the intermediary during several transactions between Bai Ye and Goldman, leading to a swift familiarity between them. Erica, I heard you took down Bullseye. That guy was truly detestable, hardly ever did anything right. He deserved it. Bai Ye nods, replying. In our homeland, we have an old saying, good begets good, evil begets evil. It's not that retribution doesn't come. It's just that the time hasn't arrived. However, ever since his downfall, many responsibilities have fallen upon my shoulders. With a sigh, Bai Ye adds, I truly wish that the burdens weighing upon you were not tasks. But Erica produces a dagger from her possession. But what? Bai Ye. Perhaps joy? Chapter 28. Surely not. Surely not. Midtown Financial Corporation. Ostensibly a legitimate financial entity, it is, in reality, one of the branches of the Hand in New York, a domain under the control of one of the five fingers, Alexandra. At this moment, Alexandra sits at the head of the conference table, her demeanor grave as she surveys the three individuals seated beside her, Murakami, Sound, and Madame Gao. Together, they constitute the remaining fingers of the Hand. Typically, they rule their own territories, managing their respective enterprises. It has been over a decade since they last convened in such a manner. The gambler is dead, Alexandra declares solemnly. Before their arrival, others had already been privy to the news, yet hearing it reiterated by Alexandra still sent shockwaves through them. It had been over 5 centuries since the five had fled from Kunlun together. Throughout these 500 years, they had experienced sordid affairs, conflicts, and crises. Yet they had never suffered a loss among their ranks, until now. The death of one brings sorrow to all. And who could predict who among them would be the next to fall? Is it not possible to resurrect the gambler using dragon bone? Murakami suggested. However, the gambler's remains had been reduced to ashes by gasoline, rendering any resurrection attempt futile, even with dragon bone, Alexandra explained. The Hand Association's ability to revive the deceased relied on a miraculous substance known as dragon bone. As long as the body was preserved intact, reviving a person posed no challenge. Yet, if the body was entirely obliterated, it was unreasonable to expect dragon bone to conjure a person from thin air. Could it be that the one who murdered the gambler was aware of our secret regarding resurrection, which compelled them to utterly destroy the body? Sawanda pondered. The four fell into a contemplative silence. Undoubtedly, the enemy had uncovered their most fundamental secret and would not miss the opportunity to strike. Thus, as they prepared to confront their adversaries, they could afford no oversight or misstep, for there would be no second chances. Who is the enemy, exactly? Lady Gao inquired. Slowly, Alexandra uttered 3 words. S-H-I-E-L-D. S-H-I-E-L-D. Murakami exclaimed, astonished. We have no grievances with them. Why would they target us? Lady Gao exchanged a glance with Sawanda. Is there someone among us who has offended S-H-I-E-L-D, prompting them to turn against the Hand Association? Sawanda retorted, what do you mean by that? Lady Gao, incensed, shot back. If anyone among us possesses interests that might provoke S-H-I-E-L-D, it would undoubtedly be you and the gambler. Sawanda scoffed. Among their ranks. Sawanda's influence lay in Africa, where he held sway as a warlord and was a guest of many kings. Murakami operated within Japan, often clashing with organizations like IGA, Koga, and various distilleries. Alexandra engaged in high finance. Only Lady Gao and the gambler had enterprises that touched upon sensitive matters, one dealing with adult entertainment, the other reaching into the world of children. Is it your intention to settle scores with me before we confront the external threat? Lady Gao declared ominously. Enough of this bickering. Alexandra slammed her palm on the table. The enemy is nearly at our doorstep, and you wish to indulge in petty grievances at this critical juncture? Humph. Madame Gao and Sawanda exchanged glances, letting out various cold snorts before returning to their seats. I have received news that the S-H-I-E-L-D agency's suspicions regarding us do not stem from Madame Gao's dealings with the gambler, but rather from their belief that we may have connections with Hydra. Alexandra pinched her brow and spoke. Hydra? Murakami frowned. Did they not perish during World War II? What relevance do they have to us? It is said that S.H.I.E.L.D. has discovered the gambler's past ties with the former Hydra leader, Daniel Whitehall, Alexandra continued. Thus, S.H.I.E.L.D. suspects that our entire consortium serves as a resurgence platform for Hydra's remnants. So it was the gambler's misdeeds that have brought this upon us. Sawanda exclaimed in anger. He brought this upon himself. Why should we bear the blame for him? Can we not clarify this with S.H.I.E.L.D.? The five fingers of the consortium typically look out for their own interests. Who could possibly know what the others are up to? If the gambler has clandestinely maintained connections with Hydra, that would be entirely unsurprising, considering they have also interacted with other factions in the underworld. S.H.I.E.L.D. would never accept our explanations. Murakami scoffed, turning to Sawanda. Have you been in Africa for so long that your intellect has become as foolish as theirs? Given S.H.I.E.L.D.'s modus operandi, they will not rest until they have captured all the higher-ups of our consortium and thoroughly investigated every last detail. So what are we to do? Sawanda glared at Murakami. Are we to simply take the fall for the gambler? Murakami, weary of Sawanda's foolishness, turned his gaze directly to Alexandra. What are your plans moving forward? You are all aware of the vast power held by S.H.I.E.L.D. Standing behind them are the five largest nations on this planet, Alexandra stated. Though I am reluctant to admit it, I must acknowledge that our consortium currently lacks the capital to confront S.H.I.E.L.D. head-on. She looked at the three of them. Therefore, I will be withdrawing from America and will lay low for a while. I suggest you all do the same, or we may find ourselves further diminished. Among the five fingers of the consortium, there are no hierarchical relationships, and she cannot directly command the others. Tonight, I will take a private jet back to Japan. Murakami declared. Sawanda remarked, I too will return to Africa tomorrow. When it came time for Madame Gao to express her intentions, she hesitated slightly and said, I still have a few final matters to attend to. I must resolve them before I can leave. However, it won't take long, at most a week, and I will return to Southeast Asia. Alexandra frowned. Very well, you must consider your own affairs. Remember, during this time, you must remain discreet. We cannot afford to give S.H.I.E.L.D. any reason to pursue us. Madame Gao replied, I understand. You have been apprehended, which is of little consequence. However, do not falter and divulge our secrets, Sawanada remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Madame Gao chose to disregard Sawanada's comment, though she could not help but ponder. I shall remain here for just a week. It seems rather improbable that an incident would occur precisely at this juncture. Chapter 29. She is merely my sister. Alexandra had clarified matters and was ready to depart. Wait. The villagers suddenly interjected. What about the dragon bones we have recently discovered? The hand can utilize dragon bones to resurrect the deceased and grant eternal life. The five of them have thrived for over 5 centuries, solely due to the properties of the dragon bones. However, the supply of dragon bones is not infinite. It necessitates their quest for more. The last batch of dragon bones sustained their existence for over 500 years and facilitated multiple resurrections, yet now, it has been nearly depleted. Hence, there is an urgent need to seek new dragon bones to replenish their reserves. Fortuitously, the location of the new dragon bones lies beneath the building of Bai Ye. Consequently, a lawyer from the Zhongqing Circle Financial Company approached Bai Ye with an acquisition proposal. Had Bai Ye not rejected the offer, the gambler would not have dispatched someone to Bai Ye's residence to bombard him with PRG. Alexandra furrowed her brow. This matter must be temporarily set aside. We cannot risk attracting the attention of S.H.I.E.L.D. while searching for dragon bones. Even if we were to unearth them, the question of ownership would be contentious. Furthermore, I have received information indicating that the proprietor of the treasure house is no ordinary individual, but one endowed with extraordinary powers. The endeavor to extract dragon bones requires careful deliberation. At S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters, Trident Tower. Dressed in black, Nick Fury sat at his desk, his elbows resting on the surface, fingers interlaced under his chin. So, it appears that there were indeed legends of extraordinary beings in Hunan, China, during the 1980s? Indeed. Coulson affirmed with a nod. However, we have been unable to uncover any pertinent intelligence regarding Daniel Whitehall. It certainly seems like something Hydra would orchestrate in order to conceal information. In truth, it was not Daniel Whitehall, but the immortal being, Jiaying. After Daniel Whitehall removed Jiaying's organs and internal organs, he carelessly discarded her dismembered remains. However, Jiaying's husband, Mr. Hyde, painstakingly reassembled and sutured her fragmented body. To their astonishment, Jiaying had not fully succumbed to death. Her regenerative abilities were remarkably potent. Yet, relying solely on her own healing powers would not suffice to grow back her organs from a dismembered state. Thus, she drew upon the life force of the villagers to complete her resurrection. Sir, there are photographs of Daniel Whitehall from his 40s and 50s, which we are using for comparison in our investigation. We have indeed uncovered traces of his activities, revealing investments in certain clandestine research institutions. It appears they have truly returned. After a moment of silence, Nick Fury spoke. Coulson, please conduct a thorough re-examination of the gambler's manor and interrogate those apprehended individuals multiple times. There may yet be more clues concealed in areas we have yet to discover. Understood. As Coulson exited, Nick Fury gazed at his retreating figure, murmuring, "Do not let me down, Coulson. Giselle is going out again?" Gale inquired, observing Giselle, now elegantly attired. "Indeed," Giselle replied. "Our last rendezvous was interrupted, and he has invited me out once more. I cannot simply decline, can I? Is that so?" "Go to hell," Giselle retorted, irritated. "Do you think everyone shares your temperament? The truth is, he has recently encountered some troubles, and I wish to inquire about the situation. Otherwise, even if he were to invite me, I wouldn't have the time to entertain him." After exchanging a few barbs with Gale, Giselle strode out in her high heels, the sound of her footsteps echoing. As the engine of the red BMW roared to life, Giselle gradually departed. "How wonderful!" Paisai could not help but exclaim. "I truly envy those of you with boyfriends. When will I meet my destined partner?" She wondered where Bai Ye might be at that moment. Rhea also reminisced fondly. It had been 2 years since she met Bai Ye in Italy, where they explored many beautiful sights together. However, at that time, Bai Ye was adrift, lacking a permanent residence, so Rhea had no idea he was now in New York. Driving the BMW, Giselle arrived at Chinatown, not needing to venture further than the entrance of the treasure house, for Bai Ye was already waiting for her. "Get in." "All right." Once inside the car, Bai Ye glanced at Giselle. Her golden hair cascaded casually over her shoulders, her bright, clear eyes sparkled, and her delicate skin bore a hint of rosy hue, while her lips, thin and soft, resembled tender rose petals, stunningly beautiful. "Giselle, you truly grow more exquisite," Bai Ye complimented. "Is that even necessary to mention?" Giselle replied with poise. "Regarding that matter from last time, all is well, I trust?" "Certainly, there are no issues. I have had a cordial and friendly conversation with the individual behind the scenes. He has come to a profound understanding of his mistakes, offered his apologies, and assured me that no similar incidents will occur in the future." Bai Ye chuckled. "That is reassuring." Giselle nodded and said, "New York is now your domain. What delightful places are there to explore?" It was his solemn duty as a good friend to take Giselle on a whimsical adventure. Thus, under the guidance of Bai Ye, they frolicked in New York for the better part of the day. As evening descended, Giselle drove Bai Ye back to Chinatown. With a swift kick, she ejected him from the car, declaring, "All right, I must return." She promptly shut the car door. "Remember, be careful, and call me if you need anything." Bai Ye waved goodbye as Giselle's vehicle disappeared from view, and only then did he turn around. However, as he did so, he encountered Parker, who looked at him with a bemused expression. "Uncle Bai Ye, who was that lady just now?" Bai Ye, equally at a loss, wondered why he was constantly caught off guard by this boy. "Ah, she is merely an ordinary sister of mine," he replied, somewhat conflicted. Chapter 30. Dimensional Array. Shangri-La. Parker shot Bai Ye a sidelong glance. "You already have one ordinary sister, and now there's another European acquaintance. Uncle Bai Ye, don't you think you have a rather excessive number of sisters?" "What sort of look is that?" Bai Ye exclaimed, pulling Parker closer by the shoulders. "Focus on yourself for a change. You've been coming home late lately, and your behavior is rather unusual. Honestly, are you dating someone?" "Uncle Bai Ye, what are you talking about?" Parker's eyes darted away. "I'm still just a kid." "Oh, please, spare me that," Bai Ye responded as they walked home together. "Don't worry. Just confide in me. I won't breathe a word to Aunt May. Besides, in this area, I have considerable insight. With my help, you could easily charm your girlfriend and shed that virgin status in no time." Upon hearing this, Parker was filled with unwavering confidence in Bai Ye. Even if he doubted himself, he would never doubt Bai Ye. After a moment of hesitation, Parker admitted, "Well, I can't exactly call her my girlfriend. We've only hung out a few times. In other words, you have a crush on her, but haven't won her over yet, right?" Bai Ye clapped his hands and said, "You should have told me sooner. With my assistance, you needn't worry about winning her affection. Give me the details, so I can help you strategize. She is a classmate of ours named Kenmu, and her family seems quite wealthy." After dinner, once Parker had gone upstairs, Bai Ye casually betrayed him without a hint of hesitation, declaring, "Parker has truly started dating someone. Is that so?" Aunt May expressed her astonishment as she set down her utensils and took a seat beside Bai Ye. "Please elaborate on the situation regarding the other party." While Aunt May held no stringent expectations for Parker's girlfriend, one criterion was non-negotiable. She must not be an impudent, wayward girl. The contemporary young ladies are exceedingly intricate, often embracing a non-mainstream persona, proclaiming, "Though I smoke, drink, and bear tattoos, I am still a good girl." If Parker were to date someone of such a disposition, Aunt May feared it might induce a cardiac episode. Bai Ye remarked, "Parker mentioned she is a wealthy and beautiful girl, hailing from an affluent family, possessing both beauty and a gentle temperament, with a cheerful disposition." Aunt May furrowed her brow. Parker must be seeing her through rose-colored glasses, only perceiving her positive attributes. "I am left with the impression that she is an impeccable angel. But where in this world can one find a flawless individual? Such is the nature of young love." Bai Ye replied, "In my eyes, you too are an impeccable angel." Aunt May playfully struck Bai Ye. "Let us stick to the matter at hand." After a pause, she continued, "Do you think I should secretly follow Parker to catch a glimpse of this girl?" "You worry too much," Bai Ye responded. "Young love is a natural process. Let him navigate it on his own. Even if it ends in failure, it serves as a valuable experience. After all, who hasn't he encountered a few unsuitable partners in their lifetime? If your concern lingers, I can accompany Parker to school one day and keep an eye on the girl for you. With my discerning eyes, I can easily distinguish between a wayward girl and a good one." As night fell, Aunt May drifted into slumber. Bai Ye refreshed himself and took a moment to adorn his appearance. He donned a white casual top and sky blue jeans, the latter fitting him impeccably and accentuating his tall frame. His tousled bangs grazed his brows, perfectly styled. Indeed, quite handsome, Bai Ye declared to his reflection, giving himself a thumbs up. After indulging in a moment of self-admiration, Bai Ye caressed the spatial ring on his left hand, summoning a compass-like object. Dimensional Array Shangri-La. In the blink of an eye, he transported himself from Chinatown in New York to Arlington, Virginia, to comprehensively implement the United States cybersecurity strategy. The Department of Homeland Security, DHS, established the NCCC in Arlington in 2009, tasked with 24/7 monitoring of critical infrastructure networks. Nina's workplace was also located here. After a mere 10 minutes, Bai Ye knocked on Nina's door. "Bai Ye?" Nina exclaimed upon seeing him, her face lighting up with surprise. "What brings you here?" "You have just rendered me an immense service, and I certainly wish to express my gratitude." Bai Ye chuckled, declaring himself a person who values gratitude and remembrance. At that moment, Nina appeared to be on the verge of slumber, her eyes shimmering with a mysterious allure. Her long, lustrous black hair cascaded over her shoulders, framing her delicate, enchanting face, with a perfectly sculpted nose and a pair of vibrant, rosy lips. Her fair, tender earlobes were adorned with exquisite jade earrings. What left the deepest impression on Bai Ye was Nina's sweet, captivating smile. Among all his acquaintances, she possessed the most delightful grin of them all. "Come in, quickly," Nina urged, pulling Bai Ye into the room. She worked as a technician for the Department of Homeland Security, leading an unremarkable existence, often clocking in and idling her time away. Her performance was neither outstanding nor poor, consistently hovering around the median, allowing her to evade the specter of layoffs while avoiding excessive burdensome tasks, much like a certain slothful character. Thus, even her colleagues and superiors remained blissfully unaware that Nina was, in fact, one of the most elite hackers in existence. "Bai Ye, I saw the entire footage of your battle with the Gambling Association. You were simply magnificent," Nina exclaimed, her excitement palpable. "When did you acquire such powers to control lightning? I recall that you didn't have them during our last encounter." "You saw that?" Bai Ye furrowed his brow. "Are there cameras around?" "You did a thorough job of cleaning up, but there was one camera positioned quite far away that managed to capture the scene, albeit in exceedingly poor quality. I utilized my own image enhancement software to clarify the visuals," Nina explained. You need not worry. I have already erased all traces. Even hackers more skilled than I would be unable to uncover a single clue. Now, tell me, how did you come to possess such electrifying powers? Do you truly wish to know? Bai Ye replied. Come closer. I can show you. Chapter 31. Such a beautiful back. It would be a shame not to cupping. In New York City, within a clandestine organization, the refined, silver-haired Daniel Whitehall, adorned with spectacles, was perusing experimental documents before him. Suddenly, a phone call interrupted him. He glanced at his mobile device and saw the caller ID. Pierce. What could this fellow possibly want? Daniel's brow furrowed. He had little rapport with Alexander Pierce from S.H.I.E.L.D. After all, during the height of his own notoriety as a disciple of Red Skull, Pierce was still in his infancy. They belonged to different eras and had little in common. Moreover, even though Hydra shared a common goal, harmony among its leaders was hardly assured. After a moment of contemplation, Daniel Whitehall decided to answer Pierce's call. Whitehall, what foolishness are you engaged in? The moment the call connected, Pierce unleashed a torrent of frustration. After years of lurking in the shadows, we are on the brink of achieving our objective, only to have it jeopardized by your chaotic associations. Daniel Whitehall responded in a grave tone. Pierce, calm yourself. I am not your subordinate. I am your predecessor. Is this how one speaks to a senior? What on earth has transpired? Daniel's intuition alerted him that Pierce's call was not merely an outburst. Something significant had indeed occurred. Pierce gradually composed himself, stating, You have been compromised. Daniel's pupils constricted in alarm. What did you say? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. He reflected on his recent actions, convinced none would attract attention. At this juncture, do you truly think I would deceive you? Pierce retorted. Nick Fury recently dispatched A.S.H.I.E.L.D. strike team to assault the lair of the underworld assassin organization, the Syndicate, led by a figure known as the Gambler. They uncovered evidence of your continued activity. The Gambler? Daniel Whitehall pondered this name, drawing a blank. I do not recognize this individual. Pierce fell silent for a moment. If it is not you, then who could it be? Daniel adjusted his glasses, a glint of cold realization flashing in his eyes. Could it be that someone is acting in my name? Hydra is an extensive organization with countless factions. Even if the Red Skull, exiled to Vormir, were to return, he would struggle to navigate the labyrinthine complexities within Hydra today. Regardless of who it is, you ought to exercise caution. Nick Fury has already communicated with the Chinese authorities, investigating the matter of a certain immortal woman from Hunan during the 1980s. Furthermore, he is currently searching for you using photographs from your 40s. The research institutions you publicly invest in have come under scrutiny. I advise you to sever ties and seek survival. Additionally, an item of immense importance associated with you has fallen into Nick Fury's hands. I cannot provide specifics, but given that you were imprisoned in a secret S.H.I.E.L.D. facility until your supposed demise, he now harbors suspicions regarding the agency's internal affairs. I, too, have been embroiled in chaos due to your predicament. With that, Pierce ended the call. Daniel Whitehall murmured to himself, he is aware of my connection to that immortal woman in Hunan. If he merely knows she is alive and has regained her youthful vigor, it is not an insurmountable revelation. However, the matter concerning Hunan and the undying woman had long been classified under top-secret files by him. He has always approached his tasks with utmost caution, and these affairs were indeed not meant for outsiders to discover. Thus, it is certain that it is highly probable that internal personnel, masquerading under his name, engaged in collaboration with this gambler. Their clumsy execution exposed them, consequently revealing his own indiscretions. In a moment of profound realization, even after years of self-discipline and cultivation, he could not restrain an expletive. While it is of little concern that these individuals acted in his name, must they not exercise greater caution? This is undoubtedly the handiwork of those ambitious young zealots. Daniel Whitehall was acutely aware that, with the passage of time, the senior members of Hydra, with whom he once collaborated, had now become parents of adult children. These affluent and influential second-generation serpents, lacking the cunning that their elders honed during the tumult of World War II, were nonetheless fiercely ambitious to establish their own legacies, often resorting to audacious and ostentatious endeavors, leading to inevitable blunders. Should these careless heirs confront him, even if they were the offspring of figures like Strucker or Madame Viper, he would ensure they faced dire consequences. In the wake of his fury, Daniel Whitehall found himself compelled to take action. He announced a state of emergency to his subordinates, abandoning all overt enterprises, and leading his faction of Hydra into a dormant state, severing all communications with other divisions until the storm had passed. In this clandestine phase, the disparity of information among the members rendered them oblivious to the true mastermind behind the turmoil, who was currently ensconced aboard a vessel with a young woman. Utterly enmeshed in the situation, Nina served as the technical support for White Knight, the woman standing behind him. Therefore, while White Knight's subterfuge against S.H.I.E.L.D. might deceive others, it would undoubtedly fail to fool her. This entire scheme was orchestrated by White Knight himself, intended to utilize S.H.I.E.L.D. as a mere tool to resolve his issues with the hand. However, White Knight, are you aware that Daniel Whitehall still lives? Nina remarked, when I first heard this news. I too found it hard to believe that the nefarious organization Hydra, which was supposedly annihilated during World War II, still persisted in the shadows. As a premier hacker, Nina frequently traversed the dark web, possessing insights into the underworld. She had indeed heard whispers of Hydra. Perhaps it is merely coincidence, White Knight responded. You are aware that I am of Chinese descent, and having traversed that region, I have come across certain undisclosed information. If it weren't for that scoundrel bothering me and requiring the assistance of S.H.I.E.L.D., I would have preferred to disregard these trivial matters altogether. Bai Ye was reluctant to divulge too much about Hydra to Nina. Should she inadvertently research related information, it would surely attract Hydra's attention, leading to dire consequences. Although she possessed remarkable hacking skills, at her core, she remained an innocent and gentle girl. Bai Ye shifted the topic, saying, Nina, your back is quite beautiful. Isn't it? Really? Nina beamed at the compliment. Is it truly as lovely as you say? Absolutely, Bai Ye affirmed, though such a splendid back deserves a cupping treatment. Don't you think? Nina replied, Chapter 32, The Heart of Resonance. Enough about Hydra, that is S.H.I.E.L.D.'s affair, Bai Ye stated. Moving forward, please keep an eye on the news regarding the hand. I will not rest until I have dismantled each of their 5 fingers. Given Hydra's extensive reach, they had long since infiltrated every facet of America. It goes without saying that S.H.I.E.L.D. had transformed into a shield for snakes. Even the Department of Homeland Security undoubtedly harbored their agents. Therefore, Nina had acquired far too much knowledge about Hydra, and should she carelessly reveal any slip-ups within the Department of Homeland Security, it might very well lead to her demise. All right, Nina declared. This matter is in my hands. By the way, I brought you a gift. Bai Ye produced a beautifully wrapped box and placed it before Nina. Upon opening it, Nina's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, it's stunning. Flower shadow ring, 10 million. Description, elegant yet not gaudy, a perfect flower shadow ring. From the esteemed wizard, Jink. This ring, among Bai Ye's collection, was considered a small treasure, with a selling price of 10 million. However, it was certainly worth it for Nina. In this Marvel universe, having a trustworthy hacker was essential. Try it on, Bai Ye said with a smile. This ring was not merely a beautiful accessory. Flower shadow ring, magical defense, 1408, strength, 24, intelligence, 24, HP, 165, sleep resistance, 10. In truth, it was a magical artifact that provided enhancements to its wearer. In fact, aside from the silver-white space ring on his left hand, Bai Ye also possessed a ring on his right hand. Heart of Resonance. Description, even if we are worlds apart, as long as our hearts are in sync, we will always sense each other. Heart of Resonance. Magical defense, 1410, strength 30, intelligence 29, HP 140, MP 54, attack speed 3, slow resistance 12. This is a divine ring, albeit a low-level artifact. Yet it is indeed an artifact, is it not? It is precisely due to wondrous items such as the Heart of Lingxi, the Dimension Array Shangri-La, and the Dragon Ball that Bai Ye, prior to acquiring the Thunder Fruit, is granted the privilege to roam freely within this Marvel universe. Nina adorned the ring, extending her hand beneath the light. A mysterious halo shimmered around the ring, rendering it exceedingly pleasing to the eye. Is it beautiful? Bai Ye inquired. Of course, with your innate beauty, you could make anything look exquisite. Even a straw ring could exude a cooler aura than a diamond one. Hee. Nina giggled, planting a kiss on Bai Ye's cheek. After departing from Nina's residence, Bai Ye returned to New York. The treasure house, ravaged by an RPG bombardment from the bookmaker's men, has been restored to its former glory, appearing as pristine as before. With little else to occupy his time, Bai Ye continued to bask in the sun, perusing magazines and sipping goji berry tea. In light of the bookmaker's affairs, the hand association underwent significant territorial contraction, while the other four fingers retreated like turtles into their shells. Despite SHIELD's extensive search efforts yielding only minor results, Nina, too, was unable to procure any additional information for Bai Ye. Your tea, Aunt May. Noticing that Bai Ye had nearly finished the goji berry tea on the small table beside him, proceeded to brew him another pot. May, you truly are the most considerate. After setting down the teapot, Bai Ye took her hand, drawing her into an embrace. Don't be silly, Aunt May playfully chided. It's broad daylight, and our neighbors are watching. Let them watch. They'll be envious, Bai Ye replied, chuckling as he held Aunt May close. I'm merely enjoying the sun with you. Just as they were playfully bantering, Bai Ye's phone on the small table rang. Hello? Tony? What can I do for you? You want me to come over? I'm a bit busy at the moment. Busy? I have a business deal worth at least several $1 billion to discuss with you, so hurry over. Tony insisted. If you weren't dealing with me, I might actually look down on your nouveau riche demeanor. Bai Ye retorted. All right, I'll be there soon. Okay. After hanging up, Bai Ye remarked to Aunt May. That rascal Tony wants to talk business. I need to go. Aunt May replied gently. Will you be back for lunch? Prepare yourself, my friend. Deceive him. It should not take long. I shall return to keep you company shortly. Bai Ye drove his Chevrolet Camaro towards Tony's villa in New York. The multi-billion-dollar business Tony spoke of was not elaborated upon. Yet Bai Ye could surmise its nature. It was likely centered around the acquisition of Norton's skilled HP potion. In truth, Bai Ye was not in dire financial straits. Whether or not he procured the potion was of little consequence. Moreover, the current market for Norton's skilled HP potion favored sellers, and if Tony did not purchase it, others would certainly be eager to do so. His visit was not driven by the banal allure of billions, but rather by a sense of loyalty, as Tony had once supported him during an operation led by Coulson and SHIELD. Thus, Bai Ye felt compelled to reciprocate this loyalty. Wait a moment. Something seems amiss. Bai Ye arrived at Tony's Upper East Side villa. Hey, Bai Ye, you made it, Tony yawned, greeting him. His complexion was pale, his eyes sunken, and his beard unkempt. Care for a drink? He kicked aside a colorful assortment of undergarments from beneath the couch as he poured Bai Ye a glass of liquor. You threw a party last night, and you didn't invite me? That's rather disloyal, Bai Ye remarked. I called you, but your phone was off. Now you're blaming me? Tony rolled his eyes. Bai Ye recalled that indeed, he had been preoccupied with Nina the previous night, leaving no time to indulge in Tony's festivities. Very well, I forgive you. Tony chuckled, downing the drink in one go. You really ought to cut back on the alcohol. Just look at how haggard you've become. You resemble a zombie. Bai Ye frowned. Haggard? Tony casually grabbed a mirror to inspect himself. After a moment of silence, he suddenly hurled his glass to the ground with force. I have been ravaged by wine and vice, leaving me in such a state. From this day forth, I shall abstain from alcohol. Chapter 33. How to alleviate worries. Only through wealth now. What brings you here? Bai Ye inquired candidly. He had little interest in discussing sobriety, given his own disinclination towards alcohol. Of course. I have good news for you. Tony splashed water on his face, instantly appearing more invigorated. You are about to strike it rich. Remember when I purchased several vials of the life potion from you? While it did indeed save my life, I have always preferred not to be beholden to anyone. Thus, I have been contemplating how to replicate your life potion. Meeting Bai Ye's gaze, Tony paused and added, Don't misunderstand me. This is not a personal affront. It's just my nature. I harbor no misunderstandings. I am well aware of your temperament. However, what astonishes me is that Bai Ye tentatively inquired. You haven't concocted a replica of that life serum, have you? This is precisely what I wish to discuss. Tony replied, I devoted over a week to this endeavor, conducting tens of thousands of experiments. He rambled on about scientific matters that Bai Ye found incomprehensible. So, you essentially created a diluted version of the life serum, correct? Bai Ye interjected. Lacking any medical training, he had no grasp of Tony's jargon and was disinterested in his excited monologue. How effective is it? Bai Ye asked. Tony sighed. Whenever you bring this up, I feel deflated. I initially aimed to develop a cure for my palladium poisoning, but it turns out to be only marginally better than the chlorophyll concoction I created previously. Bai Ye gazed at Tony in bewilderment. Then why did you summon me here? If it's useless, why make me come for nothing? No, Tony clarified, I meant that this serum has little effect on my palladium toxicity. Yet it exhibits remarkable efficacy in healing another ailment, sufficient to make you fabulously wealthy overnight. Bai Ye's heart quickened. What ailment? Cancer, Tony exclaimed. To be precise, lymphoma. So, my brother, you ought to thank me. You are truly on the verge of a financial windfall. After a week of toil, Tony had developed a cancer treatment from a seemingly nonsensical serum, prompting Bai Ye to exclaim in admiration. No wonder he is among the most intellectually gifted individuals in the Marvel Universe, capable of creating a cold fusion reactor within a cave. Bai Ye felt a surge of excitement, yet swiftly regained his composure. But this is your invention. You should be the one reaping the rewards. What does it have to do with me? Aren't we brothers? Tony asserted. Moreover, without your serum, I could not have conjured this medicine from thin air. The molecular structure of the drug draws from your life serum, so you certainly share in the credit. He continued, I plan to establish a medical company. I will invest $500 million, and you will match that, each holding equal shares. Trust me, within a year, this company's valuation will soar to at least $10 billion. Bai Ye had faith in Tony. After all, he was once the world's richest man, albeit temporarily dethroned after announcing the closure of Stark Industries' military division. It was likely that he would reclaim his title as the world's wealthiest individual. To have a former billionaire invite you to partner in business, what an extraordinary prospect. It was an opportunity to elevate oneself to new heights. All one needed to do was cling to his coattails and express admiration. I need to consider this. Bai Ye murmured thoughtfully. What is there to ponder? Tony urged. I cannot believe you cannot come up with $500 million. If it comes to that, I shall purchase some life potions from you. How does that sound? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye realized that this arrangement posed no detriment to him. Thus, what reason could he have to refuse? It would not only generate profit, but also serve the greater good. What could be more gratifying? A miraculous drug capable of curing lymphatic cancer could save countless lives. Bai Ye felt a radiant aura emanating from him. In a primordial world, he would be nearing the attainment of divine merit. Wonderful. Together, we shall amass great wealth. Tony exclaimed, embracing Bai Ye's shoulders. They were just shy of declaring they would drink the strongest spirits and engage in the wildest escapades. The prospect of co-founding a company rendered monetary concerns trivial. The profound significance lay in their deepened bond. Tony possessed wealth rivaling nations and an intellect beyond compare, while Bai Ye wielded unparalleled might and possessed an array of extraordinary artifacts. They were truly complementary. Many of their individual challenges would become considerably easier when tackled together. For instance, had their relationship been as solid as iron during Tony's journey to Afghanistan, Bai Ye could have effortlessly rescued him using the dimensional array Shangri-La. Similarly, had Bai Ye's rapport with Tony been equally robust, Agent Coulson would never have dared to lead A.S.H.I.E.L.D. team to Bai Ye's doorstep. With the decision made to start a company, it was time to discuss the framework and details. What is the cost of the potion? Bai Ye inquired calmly. I will produce it in my laboratory, utilizing only the finest materials and equipment. The cost per vial is approximately 150,000, Tony replied. However, if we scale up to an industrial level and implement assembly line production, this cost could be reduced to around 20,000. The selling price will need to be calculated accordingly. I am not devoid of compassion. I too wish to save more lives. However, business is not charity. I can assure you that the price will not be exorbitantly inflated. Furthermore, we can promote commercial health insurance to stimulate consumption, ensuring that most who require aid will receive it. Bai Ye nodded, willing to lend a helping hand, but mindful that $500 million represented a significant portion of his worth. Such an investment must not be squandered. What shall we name the potion? I have yet to decide, Tony responded. Why not let you choose? Let us call it the tea potion. Bai Ye suggested after some thought. Yes, tea potion it is. While I find the name tea virus quite appealing, the mention of virus may instill fear in potential buyers, ultimately jeopardizing our business. In this way, a company named Umbrella Biotechnology was established through the brief exchanges between Bai Ye and Tony. Stepping out of Tony's villa, basking in the sunlight beneath the azure sky, Bai Ye could not help but softly recite, What eases sorrow? Only the wealth of Baofu. Chapter 34. The barbecue. After leaving Tony's villa, Bai Ye hastily drove home. Halfway there, he suddenly recalled that there were some matters at Wells Fargo that required his personal attention. Recently, his financial transactions had been rather substantial, necessitating in-person verification by the bank. Moments later, Bai Ye arrived at a Wells Fargo branch. The ATM outside was surrounded by a long queue, a testament to the faltering infrastructure of this nation. Bai Ye shook his head. The United States wielded its influence through three key pillars: oil, aircraft carriers, and Wall Street. To put it plainly, these are energy, military, and finance. Currently, the U.S. has delved too deeply into the world of finance, gradually forsaking its industrial roots as the economy becomes increasingly virtualized. If the country were to maintain its global dominance, there would be no issue. However, should widespread turmoil arise, the era of prosperity for the U.S. may come to an abrupt end. With such inefficiency, can they truly hope to revive manufacturing? They lag far behind compared to enterprises in the rabbit country. Bai Ye silently scoffed as he entered the bank. As a VIP client, he was certainly not subjected to the same queues as ordinary patrons. Immediately, a stunningly attractive bank manager approached him with enthusiasm. She took his arm with her two delicate hands, leading him towards the VIP room. Suddenly, a gun-wielding man clad in a white stocking cap burst in. "Don't move, unless you wish to sample a few peanuts," he barked, waving his firearm, causing the customers in the bank to scream and duck for cover. The ease with which he handled the weapon was alarming. The state of public safety in the U.S. is indeed a significant concern. In this so-called land of happiness, gunfire erupts daily. Bai Ye sighed internally, detesting such acts of robbery, which required no skill whatsoever. In his previous life on his own planet, he had toiled away as a weary office worker, earning money to rescue wayward girls. How different from these robbers, who merely sought to gain without effort. Disgusting. A plump middle-aged woman, trembling in fear as the gun was pointed at her, cautiously opened the cash drawer. "Please, don't shoot. I will give you all the money," she pleaded. "Wait," the black man declared. "Did you think I came here for money?" The white woman was taken aback, questioning whether that was not the case. Or perhaps, did he intend to commit an act of violence? She instinctively clutched her chest in fear. The money in the bank belonged to the bankers, having no connection to her. However, her innocence was undeniably her own. "Do you think I am that uncouth?" The black robber, feeling offended, retorted. "I am not the kind of person who seeks unearned gains. I simply desire a job, understood?" "Excuse me?" The woman feigned ignorance. "I demand a bloody job," the black robber asserted with conviction. "If you give me some money, I will soon find myself impoverished again. Yet, if you provide me with a job, I can acquire invaluable skills and experience. It is better to give a man a fishing rod than just a few fish. Are you following?" The white man realized that he had misjudged this robber, discovering that he too detested the concept of unearned wealth, distinguishing him from others. "How ambitious!" The black robber exclaimed. "God, step aside. I need to speak with your manager." "Where is your manager?" He demanded a job that entailed 40 hours of work per week, complete with vacation and benefits. The attractive bank manager, who had been previously engaged with a white bun, found herself trembling before the imposing figure of the black robber. Ultimately, under the threat of his weapon, she rationally acquiesced to his demands, allowing him to assume the position of the white middle-aged woman. "Now, I shall handle the transactions," the black robber proclaimed as he boldly sat down opposite the white man. "Sir, how may I assist you?" I would like to withdraw 500, please." "Certainly." With the assistance of the white middle-aged woman, the black robber facilitated the withdrawal of the cash. "Thank you for your patronage. We welcome your next visit," he said with a polite smile. The white man regarded the black robber with a peculiar expression. "Next time, you may not have a next time. I hope such a charming individual like yourself does not end up picking up soap in prison." With the money in hand, he prepared to exit the bank, leaving the matters with the Wells Fargo for another day. Creak. The sound of tires scraping against the pavement heralded the arrival of a red BMW at the bank's entrance. For individuals clad in suits and masked like thugs stepped out of the vehicle, moving in perfect synchrony towards the bank. The leader exuded a subtle aura of menace, his gaze both indifferent and piercing, unmistakably one who had witnessed bloodshed. The true enforcers had arrived. Bang! The man swiftly dispatched the camera positioned directly in front of the bank with a single shot. His movements were decisive and efficient, showcasing remarkable marksmanship. Bai Ye's expression was momentarily one of astonishment. As the robber advanced, he caught a whiff of something familiar. Gail, Giselle, and another woman, Leah? Goodness, good heavens. You three are attempting a sneak attack, but you lack the capability to confront me directly. What a farce. Previously, Bai Ye had heard from Gail that she was in New York working alongside her sisters. Little did he know that Gail's sisters were none other than Giselle and Leah. The collision of these three women was akin to celestial bodies colliding with Earth. Was this a plot against my very life? Gail, Giselle, and Leah? Upon spotting Bai Ye standing a short distance from the entrance, his demeanor strikingly elegant amidst the chaos, were momentarily taken aback. However, recognizing that this was their working time, they chose to ignore him and continued with their task. Bang, bang, bang. Everyone dropped to the ground, hands on their heads, as the robbery commenced. Do not move. The consequences will be dire. Giselle's voice, distorted by a voice changer, was raspy and bizarre. The bank's patrons, unfazed, instinctively crouched down, including the earlier foolish robber. The quartet of Giselle operated with professionalism. Gail and Leah stayed behind to guard the hostages while Giselle and the other woman entered the vault. Before long, they emerged, each carrying a large box from the vault. All set. Giselle signaled with an okay gesture. Let us go. Remarkably, they refrained from robbing the customers inside the bank, fleeing immediately after securing the vault, underscoring their expertise. Just as they stepped outside the bank, the blaring of police sirens echoed around the corner. Listen up. This is NYPD Senior Officer Walsh. You are surrounded. Surrender and drop your weapons. The expressions of Giselle's team changed in unison. According to the timeline, the police should not have arrived so soon. Their plan had gone awry. Without hesitation, Giselle fired 2 shots at the clueless officer addressing them. Among the group, Leah possessed the greatest combat prowess, followed closely by Gail and Giselle, while the technician, Bai Ye, was the weakest. Faced with this situation, Leah and Giselle restrained the officers, while Bai Ye promptly turned back towards the bank. Capture the hostages. You can't see me. You can't see me. Bai Ye crouched on the ground, cradling his head, eyes shut tight, murmuring to himself incessantly. Observing Bai Ye's cowardice, Bai Ye thought, "You're such a coward. If I take you hostage, you certainly won't dare to resist. So, it's settled, you'll do?" She clutched the head of Bai Ye in her arm, dragging him outward. Bai Ye felt a chill run through him. It was over. Chapter 35, The Scene of Carnage. How could there be so many people in this bank? Yet I am the one taken hostage? What have I done to deserve this? Bai Ye was on the verge of tears. That wretched woman. If those 3 were to kill me, I would ensure she met her demise alongside me. Bai Ye resolved that if the situation escalated, before Gail and the others could take his life, he would unleash the culmination of his years of training and knock this woman senseless. Furthermore, if I am to be kidnapped, why must she also take advantage of me? How utterly despicable. Bai Ye silently condemned the woman holding him captive, yet dared not voice his grievances, fearing the consequences. No matter the depth of his indignation, he could only endure the humiliation at her hands. Nonetheless, he made a slight movement to signify his defiance. The woman seemed to sense something amiss. The warmth of Bai Ye's breath penetrated her clothing and grazed her skin. Be still or else. She tightened her grip around his neck. How could she take advantage of him and deny him the right to resist? Is there truly such an injustice in this world? Bai Ye was infuriated to the brink of tears. Yet what could he do? At this moment, he was the fish on the butcher's block, entirely at her mercy. The woman brought Bai Ye before Giselle, Gail, and Leah, aiming her gun at his head. She shouted to the police, "We have a hostage here. Judging by his appearance, he is wealthy. If you dare to fire, be prepared to collect his corpse." Giselle, Gail, and Leah exchanged bewildered glances, but as they were currently in a standoff with the police, they could not afford to dwell on unrelated matters. They allowed the woman to dictate the situation. The police were in a precarious position. With a hostage in the hands of the robbers, they could not fire indiscriminately. They were not the reckless officers of the past. Helplessly, they watched as Bai Ye looked at them with desperate eyes, only to be swiftly and adeptly forced into a red BMW by the 4 ruthless robbers. The female driver was highly skilled, her speed astonishing, and she executed drifts with finesse, likely a professional. Before long, Gail had sped several blocks away. "He's of no use. We can just throw him from the car," Leah remarked coldly. Thank heavens. Bai Ye sighed in relief. If that were the case, there was still hope for him. As long as everything is arranged properly. If we can swiftly deal with Giselle, Gail, and Leah tonight, everything will be splendid. Wait. Gail glanced at the rearview mirror and exclaimed, "Let's hold off for now. There's a police car following us. Although it may seem somewhat unfair to Bai Ye, they indeed require a shield for the time being." What? The women turned to look behind them. They did not see a police car, but rather a yellow taxi speeding recklessly down the road. The driver possesses remarkable skills. He is quite adept, Gail remarked. Can we shake him off? Giselle inquired. Leave it to me, Gail replied with a confident smile. Pressing down on the accelerator as the crimson BMW surged forward like an arrow released from a bow. The red BMW sped through several streets. Yet no matter how much Gail accelerated, the yellow taxi remained steadfastly in pursuit. I underestimated that driver's capabilities, Gail said, her expression darkening. What perplexes me is how such a skilled driver could be a frontline officer with the NYPD, and how fortuitously we crossed paths. In a race? A minor difference in speed might not be significant, but they were in the midst of a robbery. If the police became aware of their escape route for too long, a net would soon be laid out to ensnare them. This is not the time for such discussions, Giselle, the leader, stated calmly. Is there a way to resolve this? Indeed, Gail nodded, but it involves a bit of risk. Without consulting the other women, she sharply turned the steering wheel, guiding the red BMW into an alleyway. Once inside the narrow passages, they were nearly impossible to corner by the NYPD. In recent days, Gail had spent one day indulging with Bai Ye, and aside from that, she dedicated her time to familiarizing herself with New York's complex roadways. However, the intricacies of New York streets were still overwhelming. Gail could only claim to have a vague impression of the thoroughfares and alleys, never daring to say she could navigate them with her eyes closed. Thus, she focused intently on the road, relying on her instincts to guide the vehicle's direction amidst the high speed. The yellow taxi remained tenaciously glued to the rear of the red BMW. Suddenly, gunshots rang out. Bang, bang, bang. The police officer in the yellow taxi fired 3 shots. Huh. Giselle smirked as she observed the yellow taxi in the rearview mirror. Is he challenging us to a gunfight? She drew a P226 from her chest, disengaged the safety, and aimed at the pursuing taxi. With a resounding pop, 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 she executed a flawless trio of shots, leaving 3 bullet holes in the windshield of the opponent's driver's seat. The yellow taxi remained under control. Giselle did not eliminate her adversary. From the back seat of the yellow taxi, an NYPD handgun cautiously emerged, aimed haphazardly at the red BMW, and gunfire erupted. Bang, bang, bang. Gail was behind the wheel, navigating a turn, too engrossed to intervene in the gunfight between Giselle and her opponent. However, the enemy, displaying cowardice, fired indiscriminately, and due to the curve of the road, a bullet grazed Gail's arm, causing her to flinch and the car to veer towards a wall. Damn it. Yet, true to her prowess as a top-tier driver, Gail quickly regained her composure, steering the vehicle into an unexpected alley. Yet, this unforeseen alley offered no escape. A solid concrete wall loomed at the end. Damn. Giselle ripped off her balaclava, rolled up her sleeves, and brandished a Remington M870 shotgun, stepping out of the car with the gun aimed at the yellow taxi. Rat-a-tat-tat. A barrage of gunfire shattered the taxi's windshield, obscuring the driver's view, yet the yellow taxi began to reverse. Gail swung the red BMW around, charging towards the yellow taxi. Giselle extended her shotgun out the window, firing several more shots. The adversaries, cunningly, dared not reveal themselves, fleeing swiftly and soon disappearing from the red BMW's sight. Humph. They got away too easily. Reluctantly, Giselle lowered her shotgun. Gail maneuvered the red BMW along a pre-calculated escape route, achieving a temporary sense of safety. The atmosphere eased momentarily. White Knight, are you all right? Giselle, Gail, and Leia exchanged glances, their expressions growing increasingly perilous. Hey, hey, hey. Pepsi seemed to sense something amiss and shouted. Don't forget what we're doing right now. We are escaping for our lives, ladies. Let us not jeopardize everything over trivial matters. Chapter 36, Punishment. The work is exceedingly challenging, and life is becoming more perilous. Pepsi could not afford to be unafraid. Not to mention that Giselle, Gail, and Leia were all armed. If a confrontation erupted in the car, escape would be impossible. Even if Giselle, Gail, and Leia were to engage in a physical altercation, it would only buy them time. The NYPD would undoubtedly set a trap ahead, leaving them no means of escape. Pepsi, what are you thinking? Giselle gritted her teeth and exclaimed. Even if I wanted to fight, I wouldn't lay a hand on Gail or Leia. Damn it, it's that scoundrel's fault. Yes, that scoundrel is to blame. Gail fiercely echoed, it's best to deal with him. Though Leia remained silent, the chilling aura emanating from her was sufficient to convey the gravity of the situation. Bai Ye huddled in the corner, trembling in fear, a pitiable and vulnerable figure. The suspect was heading north on 3rd Avenue, steering towards the Queensboro Bridge. An urgent message crackled through the NYPD channels. Impossible, Belle muttered, frowning from her yellow taxi. That was the very driver who had crossed paths with Gale. What do you mean, impossible? Walsh inquired, puzzled. He was the officer who had battled with Giselle Remington using a Glock. Silence. Do not interrupt my train of thought. Belle replied, absorbed in her musings. Why take the eastern route? There's a parking lot near the Queensboro Bridge. I see it now. Her eyes sparkled with realization. They are performing a feint. In reality, they intend to head west. Having grown up in New York, Belle was intimately familiar with the city's roadways. What are you babbling about? If you don't understand, then learn. No one knows the roads of New York better than I do. Right now, Hunter High School is letting out. 68th Street will undoubtedly be congested, unless they opt to cut through the school and emerge onto 5th Avenue. Quickly, call your foolish colleagues. They plan to escape via 5th Avenue. Belle exclaimed. You are all hopelessly dim-witted. Without me, you would be completely outmaneuvered by those little vixens. Her car, nearly riddled with bullet holes from Giselle's attack, left her with an insatiable thirst for vengeance. Simultaneously, the very vehicle commandeered by Officer Walsh exacerbated her disdain for him. Walsh promptly alerted the NYPD. Meanwhile, Giselle and her crew realized through the police channels that their plans had been uncovered. Shit, Giselle cursed. It seems our plan B must be revealed sooner than anticipated. After navigating several corners, Gale parked the red BMW at a predetermined safe location. The 4 women then began to change, shedding their robber disguises for more ordinary attire. Hey handsome, do I look good? Pepsi blew a kiss at Bai Ye. Giselle, Gale, and Leah wore expressions of grim discontent. Bai Ye quietly lowered her gaze to her toes. Pepsi, we are currently in flight. If you continue this nonsense, I may lose my temper. Giselle, clad in a red bikini, called out to Pepsi with a frown. All right, Pepsi responded, raising an eyebrow at Bai Ye before assisting Giselle and the others in modifying their vehicle. The red BMW 760 Li, in truth, was originally blue, merely adorned with a layer of red film. As Giselle and her companions peeled off the film from the car and made subtle modifications to the entire model, it became utterly unrecognizable as the former red BMW 760 Li. In just about 2 minutes, the blue BMW was back on the road. This was Giselle's plan B. In the back seat of the blue BMW, Bai Ye sat to the left of Gale and to the right of Pepsi. However, Bai Ye dared not glance around, for Gale's P226 was already chambered. Indeed, the escape route originally devised by Giselle was now riddled with numerous intercepting vehicles from the NYPD. Had they not prepared their plan B in advance, altering the car's color and shape, they might have fallen into their trap. Shit, Giselle exclaimed, slamming her palm against the steering wheel as an NYPD officer signaled for them to pull over. The 4 women immediately became alert, drawing their firearms. What should we do? Pepsi inquired. Do not act hastily. Let us assess the situation, Giselle replied, snapping her fingers. Sisters, it seems the moment to test our acting skills has arrived. A middle-aged white officer approached. Ma'am, please roll down the window, he commanded, tapping on the glass. Giselle complied, gradually lowering the window. Just as the unmistakably Asian Bai Ye was about to come into the officer's view, Gale and Pepsi exchanged a glance and suddenly pushed Bai Ye down, engaging in a kiss. Sir, we 4 and our boyfriends are just on our way home. Is there a problem? Giselle asked with a smile. Damn rich people. The white officer cursed inwardly. Before him stood Giselle and Leah, both strikingly beautiful, while Gale and Pepsi, though less visible from his angle, undoubtedly matched in allure. The thought of a man having 4 such stunning girlfriends made him feel that this individual was indeed an enemy of all men. Yet, he dared not voice this sentiment aloud, for it was all too easy for a wealthy individual to make life difficult for a small-town officer. I need to check your driver's license and registration, the officer stated to Giselle. Naturally, the 4 women, having embarked on a bank heist, could not afford to reveal such minor oversights. After the officer conducted his inspection and found no discrepancies, he glanced at the driver's seat and the back seat, failing to spot any large suitcases filled with cash. The loot from their robbery consisted of several hefty suitcases filled with cash, not easily concealed. I also need to check the trunk. Certainly, there is no issue. Giselle stepped out of the vehicle, and simultaneously, the most formidable among the 4, Leah, also alighted. Shall we proceed? Gale whispered. Stay still. Be cautious. Let us wait until the police depart. Pepsi exhaled, taking a breath. Giselle feigned a malfunction of the trunk lock, prompting the officer to open it himself. Meanwhile, both Giselle and Leia were poised for action, ever watchful of the officer's every move. Should he reach for his radio or raise his voice, they would promptly neutralize him and make their escape. The white officer, upon requesting Giselle to open the trunk, was greeted by two gleaming silver cases, which instantly set his nerves on edge. He stepped back, hand hovering near his holster. "Please open these cases." "All right." Giselle's smile radiated allure and mischief as she extended her slender fingers to unlatch the boxes. The officer's eyes nearly bulged at the sight. What he had anticipated to be bundles of cash were instead an array of women's garments. A surge of jealousy welled within him as he glared at the man seated in the back of the blue BMW. Damn, the wealthy truly know how to indulge. If I had riches, I would do the same. "Officer, would you like me to assist you in inspecting each item thoroughly?" Giselle teased, her rosy lips curling as she licked the corner of her mouth. The officer inhaled sharply, taken aback by the captivating woman before him. Though his heart raced, he retained enough composure to avoid folly, awkwardly responding, "No need, ladies. The inspection is complete. You may go." "Thank you, officer," Giselle replied, biting her lip while arching an eyebrow at him. Once the officer had departed, Giselle and Leia's expressions turned icy as they swiftly returned to the vehicle. Starting it without delay, the blue BMW sped away, finally freeing them from Pepsi and Gail's grasp. Bai Ye sighed, shaking his head. Giselle and her crew are truly ruthless. Life is becoming increasingly perilous. Chapter 37. Will you dare again? Pepsi felt inclined to take liberties with Bai Ye, not out of an inherently open nature, but rather due to her recognition that this scoundrel might single-handedly dismantle their team. How many friendships, once as close as sisterhood, had disintegrated over a man? She had witnessed it too often. Thus, she resolved to take measures to unveil Bai Ye's true character to the sisters, urging them to relinquish any illusions and restore their bonds of sisterhood. Alas, for the sake of her friends, she felt she had sacrificed far too much. Certainly, it is absolutely not due to the strikingly handsome visage of Bai Ye that brings a sheen to her eyes. Not at all. Upon returning to the safe haven prepared by Giselle and the others, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. With the absence of external threats, it was time to address internal matters. "Bai Ye, do enlighten us about what transpired." Giselle, clutching a teddy bear, cast a cold gaze upon Bai Ye, demanding an explanation. "Honestly, I have no idea how this happened." Bai Ye replied feebly. "How was I to know that you would all become such close friends?" It is evident that Bai Ye did not intend for this to occur. One can only say that the surprises of life often arrive with startling swiftness and intensity. Giselle turned to Gail and Leia. "I encountered him in Brazil a year and a half ago. What about you two?" Gail responded. "I met him a year ago in France." Leia added, "I crossed paths with him in Italy 2 years ago." Gail and Giselle exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. How astonishing that Leia was the first among them to meet Bai Ye. Sensing the tension in the room, Bai Ye promptly interjected, I'm feeling a bit hungry. Perhaps we should finish our lunch before continuing this discussion? After all, we are girls and must maintain our figures." Giselle, Gail, and Leia exchanged thoughtful looks, finding some merit in her suggestion, and nodded in agreement. "Bai Ye, hurry and prepare the meal." Gail glared at Bai Ye, her tone stern. "If I am dissatisfied, you shall regret it." "Understood." Bai Ye wasted no time, drawn by the enticing aromas, and dashed into the kitchen. As long as he could avoid the murderous glares from Giselle, Gail, and Leia, he would be willing to undertake anything, even bombing a military base. Moments later, the delightful fragrance of dishes wafted from the kitchen. Culinary skills are indeed essential for a scoundrel. How could one claim to be a true rogue if they were incapable of cooking? Bai Ye, eagerly tapping her chopsticks against her bowl, exclaimed, just by the scent, "I can tell these dishes must be delectable." The dining table was soon laden with an array of dishes: braised pork, braised ribs, cola chicken wings, fish-flavored shredded pork, and sweet and sour pork, culminating in a final dish of tomato and egg soup. Bai Ye placed the dishes on the table, removed his apron, and sat down at his own chair, declaring, "All right, let us feast. This day has truly exhausted me." "Get up." Gail's chilling command startled Bai Ye, causing him to shudder. "Who told you to sit? Are you not aware of your own standing?" Bai Ye offered an awkward chuckle, sheepishly standing to one side. "You have erred and yet wish to dine with us?" Gail remarked. "How could you possibly entertain such a notion?" Bai Ye mumbled. "Even if one is a labor reform prisoner, one still possesses human rights." What did you say? Geyer raised her eyebrows indignantly. Nothing, nothing. I meant to say you are absolutely right. Humph. Only then did Geyer let out a cold snort, temporarily sparing him. Giselle and Leah looked on with cold disdain, thinking him utterly outrageous. Outrageous indeed. Bai Ye declared, I shall be the first to sample the culinary delights prepared by our young master. Ignoring Giselle and the others, she swiftly seized a piece of braised pork with lightning speed, placing it into her mouth and savoring it. Oh, this is truly magnificent. In our homeland of Korea, even the dishes served in five-star hotels pale in comparison. Geyer followed suit. Among the four, Geyer had previously tasted the meals cooked by Bai Ye, while Giselle and Leah had not. Exchanging glances, the two joined the fray alongside Bai Ye and Geyer. The four women began to voraciously clear the plates. Eventually, the dishes were licked clean. Their bellies swelled noticeably, and one might have thought all four were with child. Incredible. Young master, your culinary skills are truly exceptional. Bai Ye exclaimed, but alas, I am so accustomed to this that I may never taste it again. What shall I do? Well, that is simple. Just marry her. Leah retorted with a cold laugh. Giselle furrowed her brow. Leah, what do you mean by that? She was merely speaking casually, Leah replied. I meant nothing by it. What do you mean by nothing? Geyer interjected. When did you become so sarcastic? Sarcastic? Leah incredulously pointed at herself. When have I ever spoken so much? It is always you, Geyer, who talks the most. Have I ever complained about your chatter? So, you are implying that you find me tiresome? Geyer replied. Leah, this is the first time you have expressed your true feelings after all these years of sisterhood. Bai Ye added. How did a mere offhand comment escalate into this? And were you not the ones who vowed to stand united against that scoundrel? Your current demeanor hardly reflects a united front. As Giselle and the others grew increasingly heated in their argument, Bai Ye could no longer contain her fury. She slammed her hand on the table, rising to her feet and pointing at the stunned Geyer and Leah. Have we been sisters for so many years only to let a man drive a wedge between us? No, that is not it. What do you mean no? It seems to me you are all simply overindulged and causing a ruckus. For the sake of our sisterhood, we must not allow a man to tear us apart. I have made up my mind. Shall we eliminate him? That would be out of the question. Pepsi declared with unwavering determination. I shall be his girlfriend. Without a hint of embarrassment or breathlessness, she continued, you need not thank me. It is but my duty as a sister. This is all for our sisterhood's unity, and if it means I must endure a slight inconvenience, I shall accept it. After all, I am your dear sister. In a synchronized motion, Giselle, Gail, and Leah exchanged glances and promptly overwhelmed Pepsi, delivering a flurry of blows. Pepsi, have you grown audacious? Do you dare to seize what belongs to others? Attempting to snatch our man, even you shall be torn to shreds. Ah, cease the assault. It was merely a matter of your boyfriend. I acknowledge my mistake. Pepsi paused, but I shall dare again next time. Chapter 38. Pepsi-Cola in the grand city of New York, within a villa in the Brooklyn district, Howard Center sat poised, a glass of champagne in hand. Before him, a man lay bloodied and writhing in pain. With a mocking smile, Howard appeared to be the deity deciding the man's fate. Danny, enlighten me. Which side do you serve as an informant? NYPD or FBI? Howard, I know not what you speak of. I am no informant. I am not. Danny pleaded. Desperation etched across his face. There must be some misunderstanding. I implore you to clarify. Misunderstanding? Howard chuckled lightly before suddenly shattering the champagne bottle against Danny's head. I have lost $8 million, and you dare to tell me this is a misunderstanding? His visage contorted with rage, reminiscent of an enraged lion. Blood streamed down Danny's face, yet he disregarded his agony, gripping Howard's calf. I am truly no informant. Please grant me another chance. I will recover your losses. I fear that by the time you recover my losses, you will find yourself in prison, Howard retorted with disdain, kicking Danny's hand away. He gestured to his subordinate beside him. Since he refuses to speak, take him to the dog arena, sever his limbs, and feed him to the dogs. The dog arena, a battleground for ferocious canines, housed numerous fierce breeds, meticulously trained to amplify their savagery. Thus, when starved, these dogs would not hesitate to gnaw upon living flesh. Howard possessed no tangible evidence to implicate Danny as an undercover officer, but within the confines of the mob, such matters required no proof. Mere suspicion sufficed. Having resolved this issue, a Cuban man donned in sunglasses approached. Howard, Hammerhead has sent someone yet again to demand that payment. That iron-headed fool. This marks his third insistence, does it not? Howard Center wore a vexed expression. Isn't it merely $60 million? John, how much do we currently have in our accounts? Despite his agitation, Howard understood the gravity of the situation. One simply could not default on a debt owed to Hammerhead, one of New York's most formidable crime lords, whom he dared not antagonize. John hesitated. Due to recent business misfortunes, we only have $30 million left, and we must also prepare for the next shipment. Damn it, Howard cursed, then turned to the Cuban man in sunglasses. Quentin, have you located that so-called Punisher who obliterated our $30 million shipment? Quentin replied, sorry. The adversary is exceedingly elusive. Find him at once. Eliminate him, regardless of the cost. Howard commanded furiously. Understood, Quentin nodded. While vengeance was undoubtedly imperative, the debt owed to Hammerhead posed a significant dilemma. With a $30 million shortfall, how could they possibly remedy the situation? Surely, Hammerhead would not send someone to demand payment a fourth time. Suddenly, Howard recalled something. I believe we have a collaborative deal scheduled for this afternoon, correct? Indeed. How did the four women fare? They executed 3 heists flawlessly. And how much do you suppose they acquired? Approximately over $30 million. Then we must eliminate them. Howard declared decisively. Ambush them at the transaction site, and when they arrive, take them out and reclaim that $30 million. With the funds in our account, combined with their $30 million, I should be able to settle our debt with Hammerhead. Quentin cautioned, that may tarnish our reputation. Let us first survive Hammerhead's wrath. Howard rubbed his temples. If we fail to repay Hammerhead this time, that iron-headed brute will eliminate us all. Stop. Please, no more help. Giselle and the others were engaged in playful scuffles, while Bai Ye took it upon himself to tidy up the dishes. He carried the plates and utensils into the kitchen. The soup had been licked clean from the plates, so there was no need to dispose of leftovers. Soaking them in clean water first seemed prudent. Let me assist you. At that moment, Bai Ye entered the kitchen, rolled up her sleeves, and smiled. She had not relinquished her hope of sacrificing herself to mend the bond between the 3 sisters. Indeed, she had come to gather intelligence on Bai Ye. Sure, Bai Ye made some space for Bai Ye. Her beauty was undoubtedly on par with Gale and the others. A breathtaking beauty, with a figure both curvaceous and elegant, exuding a refined charm and an alluring sensuality. Among the 4 women, all strikingly beautiful, only Bai Ye possesses the qualities of a virtuous wife and devoted mother, evoking a strong impulse for marriage. In contrast, Gale and the others inspire thoughts of more passionate encounters. Bai Ye's cleaning technique is remarkably adept, suggesting that prior to Bai Ye's arrival, she had been managing these chores alone. Young man, are you a study abroad student from Huaxia or an immigrant? Bai Ye inquired. I'm an immigrant, from the island of Hong Kong, Bai Ye replied. Ah, Bai Ye nodded thoughtfully. Huaxia, that is a nation with a rich and ancient civilization. So, you must be Korean, then? Indeed, Bai Ye responded. Bai Ye, is your name derived from Pepsi? Yes. She affirmed, I have loved drinking Pepsi since childhood, which inspired my English name. Bai Ye smiled and said, I enjoy both types of cola, but I lean slightly towards Coca-Cola, as it is a tad sweeter. From now on, you must only drink Pepsi. Coca-Cola is heretical. Pepsi is the best cola. Bai Ye glared playfully at Bai Ye. Well, it seems Coca-Cola was the first cola to appear. Bai Ye attempted to argue, but was interrupted as Bai Ye playfully pinched his cheeks. Remember, you are forbidden from drinking Coca-Cola. If I catch you, beware. All right. I shall only drink Pepsi from now on, Bai Ye conceded. That is more like it. As they continued cleaning, Bai Ye asked, Young man, do you think that people from Huaxia have a particularly negative impression of Koreans? Bai Ye pondered for a moment, then replied. It's not overwhelmingly negative, but there are significant unfavorable perceptions, often seen as arrogant and boastful, and they seem particularly fond of appropriating our cultural heritage. This is the arrogance of your great nation. You simply cannot comprehend the sorrow of smaller countries. The essence of the issue lies in the fact that we have been your subordinates for nearly a millennium, only to betray us and switch allegiances, Bai Ye remarked. After a pause, she suggested, let us change the subject. We need not dwell on this. A silence enveloped them for a moment. Bai Ye felt compelled to voice. Cultural appropriation should not be a justification for your arrogance. While you may feel aggrieved, from the perspective of Huaxia, you are merely a wolf dog that has shed its leash and switched masters, barking ferociously at the old owner to curry favor with the new. How can that not provoke disdain? Question: why is Korea so confident despite not possessing nuclear weapons? Answer: because they have BTS. Chapter 39. New York does not allow the existence of another such remarkable individual. A cacophony ensued, yet it did not affect the bonds among Giselle and her companions. After all, Gale and Pepsi were notorious bandits, individuals who entrusted their backs to one another. If any of them were prone to treachery, the entire team would have perished numerous times over. After having faced life and death together on multiple occasions, how could their camaraderie be genuinely swayed by the presence of mere men? After lunch, they had all recuperated. All right, let us prepare diligently. We cannot afford any mishaps this afternoon. Giselle clapped her hands, her tone serious. She disassembled her P226 for inspection before reassembling it, stating, "This afternoon, I will accompany Gale to meet with the other party. However, to avert any potential betrayal, Leia will covertly monitor us with a sniper rifle. Pepsi, keep the engine running. In case of unforeseen circumstances, we must be able to depart swiftly." Leia donned a fitted, lightweight tactical vest, already assembling her sniper rifle. "Be cautious," she urged. Undoubtedly, Leia was a stunning beauty, her exquisitely flawless face resembling a snow lotus, her neck as graceful as white jade, and her figure long and elegant, exuding an icy, aloof aura. Clad in tactical gear, she radiated the allure of a battlefield rose. At that moment, Bai Ye felt a surge of relief. Once they departed, he could slip away to evade the spotlight for a while. What about him? Gale suddenly shot a glance at Bai Ye. If no one is watching him, he might just run off. Giselle pondered for a moment. Let's have him accompany us. Pepsi hesitated. Take him along? That could be problematic. What if something goes awry? Trust me, nothing will happen. He is no fool. Giselle shot Bai Ye a sidelong glance. That evening, she had witnessed how Bai Ye, utilizing the lightning release chakra mode, decimated the ninjas who bombarded his home with rockets. This man was a formidable ability user. Firearms posed no threat to him. Indeed, he is no simpleton. His strength actually surpasses that of the rest of us, Gale concurred. Leia nodded in agreement. I have sparred with him, whether in hand-to-hand combat or firearms. I was the one who lost, Giselle declared. Should any unforeseen event arise, you can confidently face him head-on. Once the four women completed their preparations, they set forth. 2 vehicles exited the warehouse. Giselle and Gale formed one pair, with Gale driving a BMW M3, while Leia and Pepsi comprised another. With Pepsi at the wheel of a Ford Explorer, Bai Ye accompanied Giselle and Gale. Their mission in New York was not solely their own undertaking. They had local connections assisting them, notably a mob leader named Howard Center. He provided various services, including banking information, concealment locations, firearms, vehicles, safe houses, and money laundering. Giselle and her companions devised a detailed action plan and prepared to engage in the heist themselves. In the end, they successfully seized nearly $30 million, split in a 70-30 ratio. At that moment, Bai Ye inquired, why only 70%? Giselle explained, well, 70% belongs to them. To secure our 30, we must navigate the whims of others. Many aspire to kneel before such opportunities, but lack the means. Although it seemed Giselle and her crew were at a disadvantage. Such terms were standard in the underworld. After all, mere money laundering often allowed underground banks to take a 30% cut from the total amount. Thus their partner was not being overly greedy. Gale's Ford Explorer eventually came to a stop outside an abandoned machinery factory on the outskirts of New York. Leia, ready? Giselle inquired, pressing her earpiece. Leia couldn't help but urge, be careful. Rest assured. With that final reassurance, Giselle, Gale, and Bai Ye hoisted 2 heavy boxes, laden with $30 million in cash, as they entered the derelict factory. Inside stood 7 or 8 men, all clad in black suits, their imposing physiques marking them as individuals well-versed in the darker sides of life. The leader, Cade Rena Navarro, was the third in command of Howard Center's gang. Short and stocky, he contrasted sharply with his tall, muscular subordinates. His penchant for smiling, which squinted his eyes into narrow slits, rendered him particularly loathsome. Where was Howard Center? Upon entering the factory, Giselle immediately scanned for Howard's presence, but found none, causing her brow to furrow. Howard is unavailable due to an urgent matter. But I assure you, our transaction remains intact, Cade Rena Navarro said with a grin. But this deviates from our agreement, Giselle retorted coldly. Akin to a solitary plum blossom in the winter snow. Cade's smile grew more fervent. Howard is, after all, one of New York's renowned mob leaders, with numerous obligations. I assure you, this is not a slight against you. He will personally reach out to apologize in the future. Giselle and Gale exchanged glances, sensing an unsettling discord. However, with the situation having reached this point, retreat was no longer an option. Giselle brushed her hair beside her ear, cast her suitcase to the ground, and declared, "Let's proceed." At the same moment, the sniper, Leia, fixed her gaze intently as she chambered her rifle. Caterina Valoro tilted his head in a gesture, prompting two of his subordinates to step forward and inspect the cash. Moments later, the subordinates nodded in affirmation. $30 million was indeed genuine currency. A radiant smile blossomed on Caterina Valoro's face, akin to a blooming chrysanthemum. "A delightful collaboration," he exclaimed, extending his hand towards Giselle. Giselle harbored no interest in any man aside from Bai Ye, and the sight of Caterina Valoro, with his short, corpulent, and unseemly appearance, was utterly repugnant to her. Moreover, his hands were grimy with grease, and she had no desire to make contact with such a man. With an impassive expression, she replied, "We have delivered the cash. Where is our Swiss bank transfer?" "Ah, do not be in such a hurry." Caterina Valoro, noticing Giselle's blatant disregard for his presence, felt a flicker of brutality beneath his jovial facade. "Allow me to make a call. They will initiate the transfer immediately." As he spoke, he ostentatiously retrieved his mobile phone and dialed a number. In less than a second, a group of armed gang members surged out from the factory, encircling Bai Ye and the others. "What is the meaning of this?" Giselle's expression darkened to a profound extent. "What does it mean?" Haha. Before Giselle could inform him of the sniper's aim, Caterina Valoro swiftly drew his gun and fired at Bai Ye. Howard Sinte's orders had been to eliminate Giselle and her companions and retrieve the money. Having glimpsed the true beauty of Giselle and Gale, he contemplated a compromise regarding Howard's directive. It seemed a pity to kill such exquisite women outright. As for the man he had just shot, he had long harbored disdain for him, for he was only slightly less handsome than himself. In this world, a man of such stunning countenance could only be one. Chapter 40. The deceased were unscathed. All remained stable before the grave, however. As Bai Ye was struck, a flash of lightning coursed through him, triggering the lightning release chakra mode. The bullet, upon striking his forehead, ricocheted and fell to the ground, producing a crisp, metallic sound. The scene plunged into an eerie silence, and Caterina Valoro trembled slightly. "I recently shot a seemingly invulnerable individual, who now stands before me at a mere meter's distance. What should I do?" Gale and the distant sniper, Leia, regarded Bai Ye with disbelief. Just moments ago, Kedra Navarro had fortuitously positioned himself within Leia's shooting blind spot, causing a critical delay in her response. This single moment nearly extinguished Leia's hope. If Bai Ye were to perish, who would manage the flood when disaster struck? Would it still be feasible for me to claim this is merely a misunderstanding? Kedra Navarro cautiously inquired. "What do you think?" Bai Ye retorted, furrowing his brow and casting a fierce glare in his direction. His lightning release chakra mode, though formidable, had yet to reach the invincibility of the third Reikage. While the bullet had not breached his defenses, it had jolted his head as though he had received a solid punch. "Open fire. Everyone shoot. Eliminate them, quickly." Kedra Navarro bellowed, retreating hastily. Undoubtedly, Bai Ye was a superhuman, an invulnerable one at that. If they did not neutralize him completely, their fates would be sealed. In this era, superhumans had not yet proliferated to the point of being commonplace. Even among New York's underworld, figures like Hammerhead and Mr. Film were merely suspected superhumans. However, most superhumans could still be dispatched with firearms. A single handgun bullet had not penetrated Bai Ye's defenses, but a concerted assault from a circle of rifles might yield a different outcome. As for Giselle and Gale, who stood beside Bai Ye, they regretted the situation. Yet their own survival was of paramount importance. Ensuring their own lives took precedence over any allure of beauty. After all, countless lovely women awaited their attention should they survive. Upon issuing his command, Kedra Navarro swiftly darted for cover, dropping to the ground and remaining motionless, fearful that the incoming rifle bullets might inadvertently strike him. Hearing Kedra Navarro's orders, his subordinates exhibited no hesitation, leveling their rifles and shotguns at Bai Ye and his companions, preparing to fire. A contemptuous smile graced Bai Ye's visage. Even the firearms of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s tactical team were akin to scrap metal before him. What audacity did these disorganized gang members possess to brandish weapons in his presence? With a crackle of electricity, Bai Ye became enveloped in a spectral blue lightning. He was shrouded in electric luminescence, his eyes transforming to a hue of pale blue. An overwhelming aura, reminiscent of a life force's supremacy, rendered the hands of the gunman frozen on the triggers for a heartbeat. Subsequently, after a thunderous explosion, the gang members felt as though they were engulfed by blinding lightning, rendering them momentarily senseless. In an instant, they sensed a sharp pain in their necks, and then succumbed to unconsciousness. Bai Ye, enveloped in crackling electricity, returned to the side of Giselle and Gale, his right hand poised in a slicing gesture. He then blew lightly, sending a droplet of blood, left behind by his swift motion, into the air. Yes, what Bai Ye expelled was not snow, but blood. The standing gang members lost their focus, standing in a stupor for 3 seconds before blood began to seep from their necks. A well-formed head tilted and slid off the neck, while the remaining headless corpses erupted in a fountain of blood, splattering several feet high. The tainted blood sprayed everywhere, and more than a dozen heads rolled chaotically across the ground. Fortunately, Giselle and Gale, having experienced tumultuous scenes before, were not perturbed by such a sight. Otherwise, a typical woman might have been haunted by nightmares for days. The lightning surrounding Bai Ye finally dissipated. He had merely employed a basic lightning chakra mode and executed a swift slicing motion, decapitating an entire row of gang members in an instant. Pathetically weak, Bai Ye shook his head. Engaging with these gangsters was utterly tedious. They could not even withstand a single attack from him. Yet, these gangsters remained brazen, shamelessly fantasizing about his women in his presence, and even had the audacity to fire a shot at him first. If Bai Ye did not show them the consequences of their actions, would they remain oblivious to their own folly? On the ground, Kedra Navarro lay prostrate, covering his ears, bracing for the impending hail of bullets. He estimated that with over 10 rifles and shotguns at his command, eliminating Bai Ye should pose little difficulty. However, one could only imagine the toll a counterattack by an invulnerable superhuman would take. He regretted not ordering an immediate barrage the moment they entered. Had they been taken by surprise, they might have been wiped out in one fell swoop. Yet, after a moment's pause, the anticipated gunfire did not erupt. Kedra Navarro furrowed his brow. What was happening? Had his men failed to heed his command? Were they too astonished by the sight of a supernatural being to act? Or had they fled? The notion that Bai Ye could eliminate over 10 of his gunmen in an instant did not even cross his mind. Absurd. These were elite gangsters armed with rifles and shotguns, not mere street thugs. A seemingly invulnerable superhuman, in a fit of rage, could at most claim the lives of 2 or 3 individuals before inevitably succumbing to the onslaught of others' bullets, wouldn't they? With a heart full of trepidation, Kedra Navarro cautiously opened one eye. Suddenly, before him, lay a blood-soaked head, its eyes locking onto his. My goodness! Kedra Navarro leaped in fright, startled to the point of nearly soaring 3 feet into the air. Though he had encountered the deceased before, he had never witnessed such a sight. It was akin to awakening from a pleasant dream only to find a gory head resting upon his pillow. Even the most seasoned of killers would likely be rendered speechless by such a horrifying spectacle, wouldn't they? Kedra Navarro sprang to his feet, only to find Bai Ye and his companions, arms crossed, observing him with bemusement. He could only muster an awkward yet polite smile. The atmosphere once again fell into a heavy silence. Outside, the driver, Pepsi, could no longer contain his curiosity and inquired, "So, has the situation been resolved?" Bai Ye pressed his earpiece and nodded. "Yes, all is well." The deceased was unharmed, and everything at the grave remained stable. Chapter 41. The elegant and affable Bai Ye. With a thud, Kedra Navarro fell to his knees before Bai Ye and his companions, resembling a man paying homage. A sycophantic smile adorned his face as he implored, "My brother, I'm married at 16, and it has been 17 years since. I have a daughter of 14, exceptionally bright and charming." Bai Ye remained noncommittal, and so, "Please, grant them a complete home," Kedra Navarro pleaded. Bai Ye retorted, "If you wish to beg for mercy, then do so sincerely. You've led me to misunderstand your intentions. I thought you wanted me to care for your wife and daughter after your demise, and I was ready to ensure their prosperity." Bai Ye squatted before Kedra Navarro, gently patting his head and offering a radiant smile reminiscent of an amiable neighborly boy, exuding elegance and warmth. "Do not be anxious. Do I appear to be the kind of person who would resort to murder and silence?" He continued, "I am Bai Ye, refined and amicable, not a fiend." However, confronted with Bai Ye's devilish grin, Kedra Navarro shook his head vehemently. "You do not merely resemble one. You truly are? Now speak. What transpired? Why were we ambushed?" Bai Ye demanded. Should you dare utter a single lie, I assure you, your fate will be far more lamentable than those heads lying on the ground. Kadri Navarro's forehead twitched in anxiety, not daring to be negligent. He recounted the events with utmost sincerity. In this world, there may indeed exist those who fear neither death nor torment, but Kadri Navarro was certainly not among them. Upon listening to Kadri Navarro's account, Gale decisively fired a shot, eliminating the treacherous Kadri Navarro, who had orchestrated an ambush against them and harbored bizarre intentions. If Gale were to show him mercy, it would be akin to achieving enlightenment. Setting down her weapon, Gale's expression was one of deep discontent as she lamented. In pursuit of wealth, he has chosen to eliminate us, his partners, to monopolize the profits. That old dog, Howard Center, has indeed calculated his moves well. This matter will not be swept under the rug. Giselle interjected. Certainly, this cannot be overlooked. However, the commotion here has escalated. Gale, we should retreat. Once we return, we must carefully devise a plan to ensure Howard Center pays the rightful price for his actions. The five departed safely. On their journey, Giselle contacted her agent, Vivian, to inquire about the transaction. It was inconceivable for Giselle and her companions to be so distant, yet still connected to Howard Center through an agent. Vivian expressed her ignorance regarding the situation and indicated that she would need to investigate, but before doing so, she provided a new safe house. As the one offered by Howard Center was no longer viable, she assured Giselle that she would uncover the truth and provide them with answers. Damn it, Giselle exclaimed, slamming her hand against the steering wheel. I find your agent rather untrustworthy, Bai Ye remarked. Can the safe house she provided even be used? I happen to have several safe houses in New York. Let us utilize mine. However, Bai Ye mused to herself. That name, Vivian, sounds vaguely familiar. I feel as though we have crossed paths before. At this moment, Giselle, Gale, and Leah were not inclined to argue with Bai Ye, so the four made their way to Bai Ye's safe house. As night fell, the information recounted by Kadri Navarro, along with the data Giselle and her companions had gathered through their own means, and the insights Vivian would provide upon discovering the truth, all lay before them. The overarching structure of Howard Center's criminal organization was now visible to Giselle and her companions. The core group of Howard Center's gang consisted of 4 individuals: himself, his best friend and second-in-command Quentin, his wife Livia, and his son John. The 4 women gathered around a round table, strategizing on how to ensnare these 4 together. A family must remain united. However, Gale suddenly interjected, simply killing Howard Center would be too merciful. I believe we must ensure he meets his end in the most agonizing manner possible. Bai Ye paused, pondering. How might we bring about his demise in the most excruciating way? The intelligence report clearly indicates that he has a penchant for wealth and a fervent desire for power. Yet his most cherished possession remains his wife, Livia. Listening to Gale's words, an unsettling premonition arose within Bai Ye. Thus, we shall fabricate a scandal of infidelity involving his wife, compelling him to take her life with his own hands. This would be far more torturous than simply eliminating him. Gale proposed. This notion is indeed intriguing, Bai Ye replied. But where do we find the time to meticulously orchestrate such a plan? They are currently being hunted by the NYPD, and Howard's associates are certainly in pursuit as well, necessitating an expedited departure from New York. Otherwise, the situation could very well turn disastrous. It need not be overly complex. We can frame someone, Gale remarked with a sinister smile. We could select one from Howard's close ally, Quentin, or others, concoct evidence, and present it to Howard. Let us see how he reacts. Does his love for his wife truly surpass all else as he claims? Bai Ye added. Leah, however, fanned the flames. Gale's proposal is sound. Quentin and the others exhibit clear vulnerabilities, making them susceptible to manipulation. Bai Ye could only shake his head in disbelief, recalling the ancient wisdom that warned. The green bamboo snake and the yellow wasp may both be venomous, yet the most toxic of all is the heart of a woman. Gale and her cohort seemed intent on utterly dismantling Howard. My friend, in your next life, remember to never offend a woman lightly, Bai Ye thought to himself. Ultimately, it was the leader, Giselle, who made the final decision. Let us proceed with targeting his close ally, Quentin. As the leader, her word was final, and Gale, Bai Ye, and Leah offered no objections. With the plan set in motion, Giselle, Gale, Leah, and Bai Ye turned their gazes upon Bai Ye. Bai Ye, it falls upon you to locate Howard's wife and gather intelligence, Giselle commanded. Gale scoffed, adding, let me be clear. Your task is solely to gather information, not to engage in any other activities. Tread carefully. Her eyes glinted with malice as she cast a furtive glance at Bai Ye. Bai Ye felt wronged. Is this not excessive? You summon me to undertake a task, yet impose restrictions on my actions. You wish for the horse to run while forbidding it from grazing. Is such a thing feasible in this world? You are foolish. We are all on the same side, and your comments are quite absurd. Bai Ye quickly shook his head, insisting, this task is beyond my capabilities. I cannot do it. You should seek someone else. I have never engaged in intelligence gathering and possess no experience. With our time so limited, where could we possibly find suitable personnel? Giselle remarked, Bai Ye, this matter falls upon you. Do not forget. You are the one who has erred, and we have yet to settle accounts with you. If you handle this well, Gale, Leia, and I shall forgive you. With a resigned sigh, Bai Ye replied, in that case, I shall make an attempt. In Brooklyn, within Howard Center's office, his fury erupted as he swept everything off his desk. 20 elite gunmen lay in ambush, and yet they were vanquished by just 4 of them. Are you all utterly useless? The bodies of Cadre Navarro and others had already been discovered. The sudden loss of over 20 elite gunmen was indeed a grave blow to his gang. Furthermore, lives had been lost, and the over $30 million remained unrecovered. Was this not a case of losing both the lady and the soldiers? Howard, those 4 individuals are no ordinary people. They comprise a team that has executed numerous operations across the globe. Quentin's expression darkened. Moreover, the situation with Cadre Navarro is far from simple. The methods employed in the killings are not merely ordinary fists or firearms. I suspect there may be individuals among them with extraordinary abilities. I do not care who they are or whether any among them possess such abilities. Right now, I demand you to deploy our men immediately. Tonight, I must see the heads of those 4. Howard Center bellowed, at any cost. Understood. Quentin nodded, turning to depart. He had fulfilled his duty by advising Howard Center. As the leader, Howard's decisions were final, and Quentin would execute them without hesitation. This was the unspoken understanding cultivated over nearly 2 decades as Howard's right-hand man. Howard Center held an unwavering trust in Quentin. Aside from his wife, there was little he would not share with him. As night fell, the streets were awash in vibrant lights and revelry. Bai Ye, Gale, and Pepsi sat in a dimly lit vehicle, watching Howard Center's wife, Livia, as she entered the cinema. Gale, perhaps we should reconsider, Bai Ye said, somewhat apprehensively. Let us seek another means of revenge. I can join you in an assault on Howard Center's stronghold, capturing them all for your disposal. You could devise a more fitting way to torment Howard Center, which might prove more effective than our current course of action. Now, at this critical juncture, you propose surrender? Gale, filled with indignation, retorted, Bai Ye, today you must decide. Will you act or not? I never said I wouldn't do it. Bai Ye replied helplessly. I am afraid. What is there to fear? Gale countered. You eliminated over 20 elite gunmen in an instant. And those bullets couldn't even pierce your thick skin. Are you still afraid of Howard Center? He has no special abilities, Gale continued. You could easily crush his skull with a single punch. Bai Ye interjected, it's not a matter of whether I can defeat him. Rather, I have been educated since childhood to disapprove of such actions. However, if you insist on my participation, there must be a reason behind it. Lowering his head, Bai Ye added, after careful consideration, I respect your decision, all right? Very well. Gale nodded expressionlessly. Just don't force yourself. You're foolish. We are all comrades. Why say such things? Bai Ye exclaimed. Finally, Gale moved the P-226 that was pointed at Bai Ye away. But I truly have not engaged in such actions. Bai Ye insisted. Giselle and the others planned to have Bai Ye approach Livia to glean useful information from her. Hasn't Gale taught you those conversational techniques? She urged. Plus, she will provide one-on-one guidance through the earpiece. There's no need to be afraid. Bai Ye felt as though he was being pushed into a situation he could not escape and reluctantly entered the cinema, taking the seat next to Livia, Howard Center's wife. As the technical support of their quartet, Bai Ye's hacking skills were indeed exceptional. Meanwhile, Gale drove Livia's sports car to a place called the Whittam Hotel, leaving a parking record before returning. At the same time, Leah and Giselle planned to create an illusion of Quentin, Howard Center's close friend, coincidentally staying at the same hotel with his boyfriend. Excuse me? Bai Ye stood before Livia, his demeanor reflecting a youthful naivety. Ma'am, it appears that is my seat. Could you please make way? Confronted with Howard Center's wife, Bai Ye had to admit that Livia was indeed a captivating beauty. In her 30s, she exuded a mature charm. Imbued with femininity, her figure voluptuous and alluring, with long, shapely legs that were straight and smooth. To describe her as graceful would be an understatement. Livia glanced at Bai Ye's movie ticket, confirming that he was indeed seated beside her. Moreover, this young man was strikingly handsome, reminiscent of the sun god Apollo from mythology, evoking a sense of irresistible allure in women. Very well, she responded with a demeanor that seemed composed, though her actions betrayed a hint of nervousness or excitement. As she swallowed hard, appearing somewhat choked, Bai Ye sighed, lamenting his fate. Alas, what a misfortune it is, having lived for over 20 years with integrity, untainted by greed, and leading a simple life. Even during festive occasions, I have always indulged in plain meals. Yet now, I find myself in a position where I must sell my charm to extract information from a married woman. What a sin it is. Chapter 43. Do you have any shame? Under the cover of night, Quentin was meticulously inspecting his firearms, preparing to lead his men in search of Giselle and her companions. Suddenly, his phone rang, displaying an unfamiliar number. Hello? Is this Quentin Glass? Who are you? Quentin inquired, furrowing his brow. A mechanical voice, altered by a voice changer, responded. Do not concern yourself with my identity. I possess certain photographs that you would find quite compromising. Come to the bar at the Whittam Hotel with $10,000 in cash, and I shall relinquish these photographs to you. Ding. A vivid image was sent to him, one that was undeniably scandalous. Surely you wouldn't want Howard sent to lay eyes on these photographs, would you, Glass? Quentin's expression darkened to an extreme as he slowly ended the call. Upon exiting the room, he was immediately approached. Mr. Quentin, the men are ready. When shall we depart? At that moment, Quentin's mind was elsewhere. He dismissed the trivial matter of finding someone, delegating the responsibility to his subordinate, while he himself drove towards the Whittam Hotel. At such a critical juncture, should Howard Scent harbor any doubts about his absence, it would expose a significant flaw in his cover. Happy Hogan, Tony's bodyguard, could not be expected to shadow Tony at all times, for he too had his own life. Today, Tony had returned to his mansion with a second-tier actress, no longer requiring his close protection, thus granting Happy a brief respite. He chose to spend this time at the cinema. The theater was not crowded at this hour, the sparse audience preventing any feelings of annoyance, and the atmosphere was just right. With a soda in one hand and a bag of chips in the other, Happy awaited the commencement of the film. Illuminated by the glow of the screen, he suddenly noticed a captivating woman seated about 3 rows ahead. Her beauty and allure far surpassed that of the actress Tony had brought home. One could only wonder which fortunate man was graced by her presence. Happy felt a pang of envy, grappling with the bitter realization that he, lacking in both looks and wealth, could scarcely fathom the joy such a woman might bring. In the next moment, beside the alluring beauty stood a man whose visage could only be described as one of extraordinary grace. Happy Hogan felt that this gentleman was, at most, only a shade more handsome than his boss, Tony Stark. Yet, a flicker of familiarity struck Happy. After all, such striking good looks were hard to forget. Mr. Bai Ye? Of course, Happy recognized him. Bai Ye was currently his boss's closest companion. Alas, they were in a cinema, or else he would have certainly approached Bai Ye to exchange pleasantries. He observed Bai Ye courteously greet the stunning woman before taking a seat beside her. The film gradually commenced. Was that enchanting lady the object of Mr. Bai Ye's affections this evening? How enviable it was for those affluent and handsome individuals. Their joy was utterly beyond his imagination. However, Happy's thoughts were no longer on the film. He found himself musing on his own bleak future, feeling small and inadequate. Suddenly, he noticed Bai Ye exchanging a few words with the alluring woman, though the interaction seemed somewhat lackluster, as she responded with a hint of indifference. Happy felt a sense of relief. What does it matter to be handsome or wealthy? There are indeed good women in this world who are unperturbed by fame and appearance. Yet, his momentary elation was short-lived. The alertness instilled in him as Tony's bodyguard allowed him to catch a glimpse of Bai Ye reaching into his ear, as if retrieving something and discarding it. Before long, Bai Ye and the enchanting woman were engaged in lively conversation. What on earth was Mr. Bai Ye up to? Surely, the object he extracted from his ear was an earpiece? Happy pondered. What need does Mr. Bai Ye have for an earpiece? Could he be undertaking some clandestine mission? He was aware of Bai Ye's not-so-simple identity. Alas, lamentably, he was not well educated. He could only mutter an exclamation of disbelief. In mere moments, that captivating beauty was animatedly conversing with Bai Ye. Happy was bewildered. What was happening? When Bai Ye entered, It was clear he did not recognize the enchanting woman, and his initial attempt at conversation had been rebuffed. How, then, could he so effortlessly engage her in conversation after merely fiddling with his ear? In the blink of an eye, what transpired? Happy was confused. Is it truly the case that being handsome grants one such power? Can one simply engage in conversation with a beautiful woman with such ease? Happy fell silent, grappling with the absurdity of this world. Is it really true that those who are less fortunate in appearance possess no rights at all? Happy ultimately awakened to the realization that self-deception is futile. Indeed, being unattractive often seems to equate to a lack of rights. Although the cinema screen displayed a comedic film, Happy found no humor in it whatsoever. Seated in his chair, he wore an expression of utter indifference. The joys and sorrows of others felt alien to him, and all he perceived was their cacophony. Bai Ye, on the other hand, did not anticipate that his inaugural mission to gather intelligence would unfold with such unexpected ease. He enjoyed a lively conversation with Livia, even eliciting hearty laughter with his wit. At one point, Bai Ye remarked, "Livia, I must tell you, the number of unscrupulous markets is on the rise. You should be cautious when you venture out to buy groceries in the future." Livia responded, "Oh, why is that?" Bai Ye continued, "Yesterday, while sampling cherries, the vendor whispered to me, 'Do you have any shame?'" Livia was momentarily taken aback, but soon burst into a fit of laughter. "Isn't that absurd?" Bai Ye added. "I was equally astonished that a mere fruit vendor would resort to such tactics. It was terrifying enough to make me flee in haste." Chapter 44. Attractiveness affords unfettered freedom. Bai Ye exited the cinema, marveling at how effortlessly he had navigated the realm of espionage. "It seems I possess a natural aptitude for a career in intelligence," he mused, having successfully extracted a wealth of valuable information from Livia with ease. This recollection transported him back to his previous life, where in their dormitory he shared space with three others, one surnamed Mo, another Han, and the last Lee. Of the four, only Lee was an unrepentant recluse, envious of the trio's ability to frequently court beautiful women. He relentlessly questioned them about how they garnered the affections of such women. Mo replied, "As long as you are handsome enough, engaging in conversation is deemed charming and witty. If you lack conversational skills, you are labeled as aloof. High emotional intelligence is considered maturity, while low emotional intelligence is perceived as adorably naive. For those who are less attractive, being articulate is termed asimp, while the inarticulate are branded as toxic males. High emotional intelligence is seen as being shrewd and worldly, while low emotional intelligence is merely clumsy. Given your appearance, the only way to win a woman's favor is through cosmetic enhancement. Indeed, being handsome allows one to act with impunity, whether the beauty is genuine or merely superficial. Mo merely spoke the truth, yet Lee was incensed, insisting that only effeminate men pursue women, and that real men should pursue other men, an expression of bitterness from one who had not tasted the fruits of love. Following his outburst, he returned to playing CF. Bai Ye sighed. It seems that being attractive indeed permits one to act without restraint. Mr. Sente, a male servant, knocked on the door of Sente's study. "How should I settle this payment?" "In Mrs. Center's car, I discovered this, a parking lot bill." "Where is it from?" Howard Center took the bill, glanced at it. "The Wadenham Hotel," the servant replied, "from yesterday." Howard Center narrowed his eyes and subtly inquired, "I recall you mentioned yesterday where Quentin went." "The Wadenham Hotel." After a moment of silence, Howard Center commanded, "Mike, fetch me the phone bill from the past week." Upon examining the phone bill, it became evident to Howard Center that Quentin had received a call from an unidentified number last night, after which he left home for the Wadenham Hotel. Everything aligned perfectly. Maintaining a calm demeanor, Howard Center drove directly to Quentin's residence, intent on confronting him and clarifying the situation. "My wife is pure as the driven snow, and my brother is upright. I, Howard, have not been cuckolded by anyone." At that moment, Quentin was not home. He had been summoned by a mysterious caller. Howard Center surveyed Quentin's house briefly before heading straight to Quentin's bedroom. Upon entering, his face twitched rapidly as he spotted an earring on Quentin's boat, an earring that was a wedding anniversary gift he had given to his wife, Olivia. Some time later, Quentin returned home, appearing weary. He discarded his clothes onto a rack and approached the sofa. "Good evening, Quentin." The sudden voice startled him greatly. "Howard." Howard Center descended the stairs, speaking to himself. Colonel Jim has long since passed. He was a gambler. When exposed for cheating, he would take the accuser into another room, moving furniture aside. "Oh, your furniture here is quite heavy." As Howard Center kicked aside Quentin's furniture, he continued, then he would produce a knife, throw it to the ground, and the last one standing would take the money. Quentin, bewildered, replied, Howard, I have never taken your money. Howard Center threw a knife onto the wooden table. Where are you two headed next? Back to the Waidenham? I do not understand what you are saying. Very good. Howard Center chuckled. You should consider a career in acting. He seized Quentin by the throat. In the next life. What are you doing? You had better get a knife. Quentin, if you do not, I shall. I do not want a knife. Without hesitation, Howard Center drew a knife from the table himself. This is no laughing matter. Howard, Quentin still believed Howard was jesting. Uffed. Howard sent the blade deep into Quentin's abdomen. Quentin, in disbelief, stared at Howard, exclaiming, What? What? You were once my dearest brother. Have I not given you everything? Howard clenched his trembling jaw, tears involuntarily streaming down his face. My wife, you should not have done this. You are killing me. You are killing me. With the last remnants of his strength, Quentin grasped Howard's arm, his nails digging painfully into Howard's flesh. His eyes, widening in despair, remained fixed on Howard's gaze, unable to close. Tears flowed from Howard, revealing bloodshot eyes that concealed boundless sorrow and fury. As he watched Quentin drift towards the abyss of death. In the safe house, Giselle received a phone call. I understand, she said, hanging up. With a smile, she announced to her sisters, Your hard work over the past few days has not been in vain. Our scheme has succeeded. Yes. Gail and Leia exchanged high fives in celebration. Only White Knight lingered in a corner, lighting a cigarette, her expression somber. You have no idea the sacrifices I have made for your revenge plan. The celebration does not include me. It seems Vivian has not betrayed us after all. Even Leia, with her icy demeanor, could not suppress a faint smile at that moment. It was evident that their four-person team alone could not have executed such a flawless plan in just 2 days. Credit must be given to their agent, Vivian, for her invaluable support throughout the entire operation. The butler of Howard's household was someone Vivian had bribed, a crucial component of the plan. Other similar arrangements were also facilitated by Vivian's connections and resources, as the current scheme had seen Howard attempt to outsmart her, inciting her wrath. A woman's fury knows no bounds. Howard, that old dog, could have enjoyed a fair partnership to secure a substantial gain. Yet he sought to swallow even the meager funds we had risked our lives for and aimed to silence us. This is his just retribution, Gail scoffed. Then, with a sigh, she lamented, regardless of Howard's fate, it is the laundering of our money that concerns me. It will consume a considerable amount of time, and I am still waiting for this money to save my life. White Knight replied, Well, Gail, aren't you already fabulously wealthy? Why still fret over this little sum? Gail retorted, Nonsense. I am poorer than ever. White Knight chuckled. I have heard that your parents constructed a personal airport for you at an early age. Yet you remain so humble. Gail, Chapter 45. You clearly do not regard me, Thunderhand Wentai. In a fit of rage, Gail leapt up, lunging at Bai Ye, and unleashed a flurry of blows upon him. I was already heartbroken, and yet you choose to bring up my sorrowful affairs. I was wrong. Bai Ye quickly conceded. After a prolonged bout, Gail finally relented. Humph, she huffed, displaying her prideful demeanor. What is with this? Bai Ye muttered. Why do women nowadays fail to acknowledge their flaws, opting instead to silence others? One must remember, guarding against the mouths of the populace is more challenging than preventing breaches. To be honest, Gail's beauty is unparalleled. Her long legs truly exceptional, evoking a desire to embrace and adore. Yet, she cannot confront her own shortcomings. Ladies, it is time to take action, Giselle declared, donning a tactical vest while wielding a P-90 submachine gun with poise. They had learned that Howard Cent had dragged the body of his best friend, Quentin, back to his home, reportedly intending to dismember it to feed to the dogs. This indicated that they needed to deliver the final blow to Howard Cent. Allowing such a wretched being to live even a moment longer would be an indulgence of evil. Howard Cent's residence is a grand villa located on the outskirts of New York. Due to his status, the location is quite remote, making it difficult for the police to respond swiftly even in the event of a fierce gunfight. This arrangement facilitates his ability to kill, and conversely, makes it easier for him to be killed as well. Giselle stated, according to available intelligence, there are 32 permanent gunmen in Howard Cent's residence. This will be a formidable battle. Are you prepared, ladies? We have long been ready. Let us show that wretched scoundrel some true wrath, Gail asserted fiercely. Pepsi and Leia nodded in agreement. The four of them swiftly departed, leaving Bai Ye behind to guard the vehicle. Initially, Bai Ye wished to assist them. But according to Giselle and the others, this was their personal vendetta, and his involvement was unnecessary. Sighing, Bai Ye lamented, "What should have been a simple matter has been complicated by your actions. I hardly know how to address this." In the next moment, Bai Ye's form transformed into lightning. Dissipating into the air, he utilized his elemental form to follow closely behind Giselle and her companions. Bai Ye could not simply wait for their return. What if danger arose along the way? Thus, it is imperative to act with stealth, trailing behind them to ensure their protection. I am a good man. I embody the essence of a good man. I am Bai Ye. Giselle and her trio swiftly approached the villa, where 2 guards stood sentinel at the entrance. Leah and Giselle brandished silenced pistols, aiming directly at the guards' eyes. Bang! Bang! The bullets that pierced their brains through their eyes ensured an instantaneous demise, leaving no chance for sound to escape. Having neutralized the guards, Giselle gestured, and the 4 split into separate directions, encroaching upon the villa. Giselle advanced to a discreet side entrance of the villa, deploying a grappling hook that connected to the 3rd floor. Gripping the rope, she ascended with remarkable speed. Upon reaching the 3rd floor, she cautiously navigated through several doors until she found herself before an electrical box. "Are we all in position?" Giselle inquired through the microphone. "Okay, then let us begin." Giselle commenced the countdown. 1, 2, 3. Instantly, the entire villa was engulfed in darkness. According to the intelligence they had gathered, Howard Center's villa comprised 3 levels, each equipped with its own electrical box. Thus, simultaneously disabling all 3 boxes would suffice to plunge the villa into obscurity. Giselle removed her night vision goggles and proclaimed, "Ladies, let the revelry commence." She hunched forward, hastening into the depths of the villa. At a corner, her night vision goggles revealed 2 armed figures approaching, and without a moment's hesitation, she fired. Bang! Bang! The 2 fell lifelessly. She continued her cautious, yet swift exploration. Meanwhile, gunfire erupted throughout other areas of the villa. Undoubtedly, Gail, Pepsi, and Leah had also engaged. Bang! A guard lurking around a corner met his end at Giselle's hands. In the next instant, several assailants concentrated their fire on Giselle's previous position. Fortunately, equipped with night vision goggles and heightened awareness, Giselle had already evaded before they discharged their weapons. The gunfire had betrayed their location, and Giselle swiftly eliminated them. She retrieved a fallen walkie-talkie. Howard Center, now acutely alert, was issuing commands for everyone to hold their positions on the stairs and not to move. Anyone descending the stairs was to be shot on sight. A subtle smile graced Giselle's lips. When she arrived at another staircase, instead of descending, she hurled a grenade downwards. Boom! A thunderous explosion reverberated, scattering smoke in all directions. As Giselle approached the staircase, she beheld 5 lifeless bodies strewn across the floor. She smiled faintly and continued on her way. Did she truly believe that her sisters were mindless aggressors? They had meticulously devised dozens of combat strategies for this operation, ultimately selecting the most effective one. Their ability to brazenly rob banks and exploit capitalists across various nations, while maintaining an air of nonchalance, was not solely reliant on their formidable physical prowess, but rather on their intellect. The gravest mistake Howard Center made in his life was to entertain the notion of betraying these sisters. He would pay a price that he could never afford. Giselle advanced steadily, step by step. Gail and her companions were also achieving remarkable feats. In just about 5 minutes, they had eliminated over 20 gunmen, leaving merely a dozen by Howard Center's side. It could be said that Howard Center was now on borrowed time. Giselle, the swiftest among them, had already penetrated the core area of Howard Center's villa. Suddenly, she felt a powerful gust of air rushing towards her. Her scalp tingled. Without a moment's hesitation, she rolled to the side. Boom! When she turned back, nearly half the wall she had just been standing against had collapsed. Hiss! Giselle inhaled sharply. At that moment, a burly man with a large head and a cruel smile looked at Giselle and said, "You managed to evade me, little bug. Shall we try again?" As he spoke, he charged forward, his massive head aimed directly at Giselle. Facing him felt akin to a truck hurtling towards her at high speed. Though her eyes could see him, her body was paralyzed, unable to react to evade. She braced herself for death, closing her eyes to accept her fate. White Knight, in the next life, if you dare to pursue my best friend again, I will surely make you pay. But unexpectedly, a hand shot out, pressing against that large head. White Knight looked up, gazing down at the man with indifference, his eyes as cold as ice. You think winning is enough? You wish to take a life? I see you have little regard for my thunder hand. When Tai Lai? Chapter 46. Is it really you, Hammerhead? Howard Center returned home, disheveled and disoriented. His trust in his brother was unwavering. They had shielded each other from gunfire, true comrades in life and death, and he had even risked his own life for Quentin. Moreover, he loved his wife deeply. As a crime lord and billionaire, handsome and charming, he had only ever had eyes for Olivia. He truly loved Olivia, to the depths of his being. Little did he know that the two individuals closest to him in this life would conspire together to betray him. Upon returning home, Howard Center poured himself a glass of whiskey and downed it in one gulp. His meticulously groomed hair had become disheveled, and an air of chaos and despondency surrounded him. Howard, you have finally returned. A deep voice jolted Howard Center from his introspection. He turned to see a burly man seated in the distant living room, his imposing stature evident. Beside him stood his son, John, attending to him with great caution. Ah, yes, Howard quickly forced a smile. I have already prepared your funds and was about to send someone to deliver them. I did not expect you to come in person. Before him sat the formidable figure known as Hammerhead, one of the top leaders in the New York underworld. Hammerhead, whose real name was Joseph Harrow, was a bear of a man who had immigrated to America. He was one of the most notorious gang leaders in New York. After sustaining a severe head injury during a gang confrontation, doctors replaced his skull with a metallic one, granting him an almost invulnerable presence in the criminal world. With his iron skull, he could effortlessly overturn an oncoming car. Will you send it to me? Hammerhead quipped, a cigar clenched between his teeth, a sardonic smile gracing his lips. I fear I shall have to wait until my next life. Ah, no, Howard Center replied, forcing a smile. It is just that there is a madman in New York called the Punisher, who has been attacking gang members indiscriminately. A few of my warehouses have also suffered damage. Otherwise, I would have delivered your money long ago. He turned to his son. John, hurry and fetch Mr. Joseph's funds from the safe. Though he had lost his brothers and wife, he and his son must continue to forge ahead. Therefore, he could not afford to owe Hammerhead anything. Yes, father. John promptly rose to leave. Soon, he returned accompanied by several of Howard Center's men, carrying large boxes. Mr. Joseph, here is your payment. You may count it. Hammerhead nodded, signaling to one of his associates to step forward and verify the cash. Suddenly, a flash of light illuminated the room, and the entire villa was engulfed in darkness. Howard Center, what is the meaning of this? With a sudden lunge, Hammerhead seized the bewildered Howard Center, lifting him by the neck like a chick. Are you attempting to play a game of black against black? Mr. Joseph, please do not misunderstand. Howard Center struggled to articulate. If I had any intention of harming you, how could I possibly stand before you now? Moreover, with the formidable power of the Magia, should I wish you ill, they would certainly not allow me to survive. Indeed, Hammerhead pondered this for a moment before inquiring. Then what is the situation? Howard Center hesitated. Perhaps it is merely a blown fuse. Is that so? Hammerhead replied, his skepticism palpable. Boom. The thunderous explosion of a grenade instantly revealed to Hammerhead that Howard Center was, in fact, fabricating excuses. Mr. Joseph, I assure you, this was not orchestrated by me. Howard Center shouted urgently. I have no idea what is happening. I believe you. Hammerhead remarked coolly, because by the sound of it, your subordinates have been nearly wiped out. He shot a disdainful glance at Center. You buffoon. Your enemies are nearly upon you, and you remain oblivious? Collaborating with you truly diminishes my stature. The sounds of gunfire and grenades drew ever closer. Hammerhead unfastened his suit and tossed it to his subordinate, stating, it seems I must take matters into my own hands. He sprinted in a specific direction. Kinetic acceleration. How is this possible? Hammerhead raised his gaze in disbelief at the young man, Bai Ye, who effortlessly halted his charge with a single hand. One must understand. His head could send a car flying. Yet this youth, seemingly delicate, managed to stop him with ease. What kind of jest is this? Giselle, are you all right? Bai Ye ignored Hammerhead's incredulous expression and turned to Giselle with concern. I'm fine. Giselle shook her head. Bai Ye, be cautious. This man is exceptionally formidable. His head could collapse a wall. Do not worry, Bai Ye smiled at Giselle. Let us not dwell on this. Even if his ancestor, the Red Tank, were to arrive, I could still bring him down. What nonsense is this? Hammerhead fumed. Kid, do you know who I am? I am Hammerhead. How dare you meddle in my affairs? Be careful, or I shall encase your entire family in cement and sink them in the Hudson River. And do you know who I am? Bai Ye replied nonchalantly. lighting a cigarette and exhaling a ring of blue smoke. Offending me could lead to your entire female lineage suffering unspeakable fates. Hammerhead, with his limited intellect, could not comprehend the implications of Bai Ye's words. He could hardly be bothered to argue with this rambling, dying man, since he could not be intimidated. The only option was to eliminate him. As a prominent figure in New York's underworld, Hammerhead did not achieve his status through mere words. Die. With a powerful leap, Hammerhead summoned all the kinetic energy within him. In an instant, the air before him seemed to part as he charged forward with a force akin to a mountain collapsing. He collided fiercely with Bai Ye. Bai Ye, with a cigarette clenched between his lips and surrounded by a crackling aura, took a moment to steady his breath and focus. Suddenly, he stepped forward, twisting his waist and spine, launching a punch like an arrow, half-step explosive punch. His fist met Hammerhead's head with a resounding crash. Boom. With a thunderous explosion, Hammerhead was sent flying like a rag doll, crashing violently against the wall. His hefty frame, weighing over 200 pounds, pressed against the surface for a brief moment before sliding down like a painting in slow motion. Upon landing, his eyes became unfocused, mouth agape. Gasping for air like a fish out of water, Bai Ye stepped onto his head, a serene smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "So you're really called Hammerhead?" Huh. Chapter 47. Kneel if you must. Do you really think I fear you? Hammerhead was engulfed in a severe state of concussion and could not respond to Bai Ye's inquiry. Otherwise, he might have confidently declared, like the world's strongest nation, Gambia, yes. That's me. Bai Ye showed no further inclination to torment him. With a single step down, he bore down on Hammerhead's neck, which snapped with a crack and tilted at an unnatural angle. Thus, the once mighty gangster of New York, Hammerhead, met his demise in utter disgrace. His iron-like skull had granted him a unique resilience against bullets, leading to his mythologization within the underworld as an immortal entity. Consequently, his gang had grown ever more powerful, despite his lack of any extraordinary qualities. "Giselle, are you all right?" Gale and the others had dealt with their respective foes, and, upon hearing Giselle's voice through the headset, rushed to her side, concerned. "I'm fine," Giselle replied, seeing the worry etched on their faces, and smiled warmly, gesturing with her hand. "Thanks to Bai Ye. I might have truly fallen today without him." At that moment, Giselle regarded Bai Ye with a glimmer in her eyes. If this were not a battlefield, but rather a home or a place of safety, Giselle would likely have wanted to give that boorish fellow Bai Ye a piece of her mind. "Who exactly is this big-headed individual?" Leia inquired. "His name is Hammerhead, one of the top mafia lords in New York. According to the rules, he is supposed to be the boss of Howard Center," Bai Ye remarked. "You are unfamiliar with the New York scene, hence your ignorance. This man could be regarded as a quasi-superhuman. To say Hammerhead is formidable would be an understatement. Apart from his ironclad head, he bears little distinction from an ordinary person. Yet, to dismiss his prowess would be folly, for he can defy Newton's second law, sending a speeding car flying with just his head, emerging unscathed. Thus, I consider him a semi-superhuman." Bang, bang, bang. Gale, irate, unleashed a barrage of shots at Hammerhead's lifeless body, a display of vengeance. It is worth noting that the four sisters have faced life and death together on numerous occasions, sharing an unbreakable bond. Aside from matters concerning men, they share everything. Of course, at this rate, they might even end up sharing boyfriends. "Enough, Gale. This scoundrel is thoroughly dead. My kick could never miss its mark," Bai Ye asserted. In addition to the enhancements from the lightning release chakra mode, Bai Ye had also honed his skills in ancient Chinese martial arts under Master Korin. Ancient martial arts are solely for exterminating foes, not for performance. Therefore, Bai Ye's execution of lethal techniques is, without a doubt, exceptionally refined. "All right, we must seek out Howard Center. Let us not allow that scoundrel to escape. Given our time constraints, it would be challenging to seize another opportunity for revenge," Giselle stated. Thus, the group pressed onward. Hammerhead's associates seemed to sense that something was amiss, as the commotion from the battle had been quite significant. Yet, with the silence outside and Hammerhead's absence, they began to emerge in search of answers. With a crackle, several heads went flying as lightning flashed. "Let us proceed," Bai Ye declared with nonchalance, leading the way. Gale, following behind, couldn't help but mutter, "What a show-off." However, despite her words, she had to admit that Bai Ye, in that moment, was undeniably striking, stirring emotions that almost brought tears to her eyes. Tears of excitement, to be precise. But Bai Ye was a man who had made mistakes. She could not afford to show him too much warmth just yet. After all, the three sisters had been thoroughly ensnared by Bai Ye before. Allowing him to bask in pride any further would only lead to their complete downfall. Bai Ye moved with remarkable speed. As they proceeded, a few remaining gunmen were swiftly eliminated by Bai Ye. He burst into the grand living room of the Howardson estate. The spacious room, adorned with luxurious furnishings and exquisite decorations, radiated opulence. Who are you, and why have you intruded into my home? Johansson, the son of Howardson, shouted in terror, brandishing a gun at Bai Ye. Leave at once, or I shall be compelled to fire. Do not be afraid. We are here to bring warmth to the community, Bai Ye replied, offering a cultured and congenial smile. However, Howardson appeared lost in his own world. Possibly due to the shock of his close friend Quentin and wife Livia's demise, or perhaps the fright of the fallen henchman. Bai Ye furrowed his brow, feigning ignorance. Are you not listening? I possess a firearm. If you do not depart immediately, I shall be forced to use it. Johansson shouted back. I advise you to lower that weapon. Bai Ye spoke in a calm tone. Pick up the soap, and we can still remain friends. Stop wasting words. In the next instant, Bai Ye appeared before Johansson, his movements as swift as lightning, seizing Johansson's wrist and twisting it. With a wince of pain, Johansson dropped the gun, and Bai Ye swiftly kicked him to the ground. Howardson, even now, do you not wish to utter a few final words? Bai Ye toyed with the Beretta in his hand, nonchalantly settling onto the sofa. Noticing a bottle of fine liquor on the coffee table, he unabashedly poured himself a glass. Now, he merely awaited the arrival of Giselle and her companions. Howardson and Johansson were the last two core members of the gang, and it was only fitting that Giselle would exact her revenge personally. Fueled by defiance, Johansson, unwilling to submit, perceived Bai Ye's apparent laxity and suddenly lunged at him in a desperate attempt to fight. Yet, Bai Ye was quicker. He thrust the gun into Johansson's mouth. What do you intend to do? Johansson, with a hint of sincerity, raised his hands and offered a harmless smile. Now, clasp your head and kneel. Bai Ye maintained his cultured demeanor. What do you desire, brother? We can provide anything. Johansson forced a smile. Money, women. I said kneel. Bai Ye's expression turned cold, one hand sipping his drink, the other gripping the gun. Johansson's face flushed red, his eyes burning with indignation. Who is this man? Demanding kneeling in modern times? Such an affront. Throughout his life, apart from his parents, he has never knelt before anyone else. Do you truly believe that because you hold my life in your hands, I will heed your every command? Today, I shall demonstrate what it means to possess integrity. As he began to speak, Bai Ye forcefully thrust the Beretta into his mouth, effectively silencing him. Cough. John's face turned crimson. Bai Ye smiled faintly, pressing the barrel against his throat, disengaging the safety, and resting his finger upon the trigger. Kneel or not, given the relationship I share with your mother, it would not be unreasonable for you to call me father. So what harm is there in kneeling just once? John's eyes widened, defiant as he kneeled on the ground, stiffening his neck. I'll kneel if I must. Do you really think I fear you? Bai Ye, Chapter 48, I am the same. Damn, listening to your tone, one would think I am the one holding a gun to someone's throat. This ungrateful son is truly amusing. Bai Ye, how are you so quick? At that moment, Gale and the others appeared at the doorway of the living room. It's not quick, it's sheer explosive power, Bai Ye corrected. All right. It seems we are left with just the two of them in this villa. You can decide how to deal with them. What other options are there? Giselle unhesitatingly fired 2 shots to the head. This is my method of dealing with them. Bai Ye gazed at the fallen Johnson with a faint sigh. Given my relationship with your mother, had you provoked someone I could handle, perhaps I might have spared you. At most merely breaking your limbs and leaving you to your own devices. Alas, you have provoked 4 formidable matriarchs, individuals even I cannot contend with. Rest in peace. Nightfall. Back at the safe house, after a shower, Bai Ye emerged clad in a black bear t-shirt and black shorts. His hair damp as he intended to dry it with a blow dryer in the spacious living room. However, as Bai Ye appeared before the living room, Giselle, Gale, Leia, and Pepsi, seated on the sofa, all turned their gazes toward him. Is there something you need? Bai Ye inquired cautiously. Bai Ye. Gale spoke first. Although you aided us in this matter, merits and faults cannot be balanced against one another. However, considering our prior agreement, should you assist in enticing Howard Sinner's wife, we shall consider this incident resolved, and, given your relatively obedient demeanor, we shall waive your punishment this time. Nonetheless, the matters between us still require resolution. In this world, between close friends, everything can be shared without reservation, except for men and dogs. Therefore, you must choose one among the three of us, myself, Giselle, or Leia, and sever all ties with the other two. Giselle, what Gale means is precisely what I mean. Leia, I concur. Stop fooling around. Bai Ye, with a helpless smile, remarked, all three of you are so exceptional. I cannot bear to part with any of you. No. Among us three, you must choose one. Gale made a scissor gesture and warned, otherwise, be cautious when you sleep, for you may not know who might snip you. Bai Ye felt a chill beneath him. Damn it. These three women are truly ruthless. Not only are they fierce towards our enemy, Howard Center, but they are equally fierce towards me, their man. Yet, the bond we share is so profound. Choosing one and forsaking the other two would inflict immense pain upon them. Bai Ye lamented. Gale, you need not worry about that. The three of us have agreed that regardless of whom you choose, the other two will gracefully withdraw, and we will always remain good sisters. Besides, while three-legged toads are rare in this world, two-legged men are plentiful, aren't they? Bai Ye, I genuinely cannot choose one among the three of you to abandon the others. That would make me a scoundrel who toys with emotions. How about this? You each choose me. Yes, I acknowledge my mistakes. I am a jerk and accept my punishment. Bai Ye continued. You decide whether to forsake such an unreliable man as I. Whether one, two, or all three of you choose to abandon me, I can accept it. After all, I am the one at fault. If any of you believe I have the potential for redemption, then let us continue together and forge a new future. Giselle's expression darkened as she said, are you implying that if none of us choose to abandon you, you would be pleased to share a bed with all three of us? Bai Ye, such a clever woman. Indeed, you are worthy of being the team leader. You discern my intentions at once. Bai Ye rubbed his nose, saying, I never thought of it that way. I am no Tang Sung. And how could all three of you possibly be so attached to me? Giselle, Leia, the three of them truly cannot bear to part with Bai Ye. For it is rare to find a man so strikingly handsome, gentle, and considerate, with an impressive physique and formidable skills. It seems unlikely that another like him exists in the world. How could they ever let him go? Why do women often find themselves drawn to scoundrels? Upon the slightest furrow of your brow, he instantly knows to approach you with concern. A mere hum from your lips prompts him to take you out for a delightful meal. A gentle tilt of your head signals a desire for affection, while the straightforward man merely requests you to call him Baba. Giselle, adorned in a light bathrobe, her eyes shimmering with a hazy glow, kneels upon the sofa, gazing at him with a pitiful expression. Would you choose to be with me? I shall wash your clothes, prepare your meals, and bear your children. I am capable of everything. Gale, with her boisterous demeanor, is undoubtedly ill-suited for the role of a wife, and Leia, with her frigid disposition, would leave you feeling as if you were cradling a block of ice at night. I, however, possess beauty, charm, and grace. Surely I am not inferior to Gale and Leia. Giselle, you are cheating. Gale exclaimed, her frustration evident. We agreed to let Bai Ye make his own choice. Leia added, do not presume that just because you are the leader, we will condone such despicable behavior. How can this be deemed cheating? Giselle retorted, adjusting the neckline of her V-neck. Gale and Leia, both wounded by the exchange, realized that while Gale may not be particularly appealing, Leia was only slightly more favorable, yet they were no match for Giselle. How infuriating! Gale cried out, immediately lunging at Giselle. I shall flatten your plush toy and expose your deceit. Count me in. Leia joined the fray. Do not think that just because you are the leader, I shall refrain from striking you. When I am fierce, I can even challenge Bai Ye. Bai Ye, you two may quarrel as you wish, but why must I be caught in the crossfire? You both should recognize that this is a divine gift bestowed upon me, one that you cannot covet, so you might as well concede. Impossible. If it comes to that, I shall have surgery to acquire something even larger than yours. I refuse to abandon Bai Ye. The three women became entangled in a chaotic scuffle, and even Pepsi, who had been enjoying the spectacle from the sidelines, found himself unexpectedly drawn into the fray. What could Bai Ye do? Taking a deep breath, he declared, I apologize, ladies, and charged forward, unleashing a torrent of scathing rebukes upon Giselle and her companions. Through Bai Ye's verbal chastisement, the four women came to a profound realization of their missteps. They should not have allowed sisterly unity to falter. Overwhelmed with emotion, they wept, their tears pooling on the floor. Chapter 49. The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and Bai Ye felt rejuvenated. The following day, Bai Ye opened his eyes, his complexion slightly pale, dark circles adorning his eyes, as he surveyed his surroundings. He found himself sprawled on the living room floor. Had everyone left? Rubbing his temples, he felt a slight ache. The room bore no trace of life. Undoubtedly, Giselle, Gail, Leah, and Pepsi have departed. Indeed, they orchestrated a heist at a bank in New York, incurring the wrath of capitalists and becoming the targets of the NYPD. They also eliminated a significant portion of the Howard family, as well as one of New York's notorious crime lords, Hammerhead. In such dire circumstances, their escape was perhaps the wisest choice. Had they lingered any longer, their fate would have been sealed. With a sigh, Bai Ye reflected on the events of the previous night. Initially, he had sternly reprimanded the quartet, relishing the moment as they had persistently bullied him. He had reached his limit. As a staunchly masculine individual, he could not bear the indignity of being tormented by women. However, his reprieve was short-lived, as the quartet, after receiving his scolding, suddenly realized their own power. Why should they heed the admonitions of someone like him? Thus, emboldened by this newfound awareness, they encircled Bai Ye, unleashing a brutal assault upon him. Bai Ye, merely an 18-year-old youth, frail and delicate, stood no chance against the formidable quartet capable of robbing banks and annihilating entire crime families. There was no escape. He was swiftly surrounded and subjected to a merciless beating. Overwhelmed by feelings of injustice, he felt compelled to lament his fate. Now, Bai Ye bore the marks of their brutality, a visage bruised and battered, his body adorned with an array of contusions, and his face marred by the claw marks inflicted by the four women. Such cruelty! Did they truly believe him to be someone who could be trifled with? Time and tide shall turn. Do not underestimate the youth in adversity. Just wait. You four women. When I master the lightning release chakra to the extent that my physique rivals that of the third rakage, impervious even to the tailed beast's attacks, I shall not spare you. The grievances of today shall be repaid tenfold. My vengeance runs deep. Bai Ye poured himself a glass of water, quenching his parched throat. Revealing his grievances, Aunt May is truly kind to me. With her gentle demeanor and attentive nature, Aunt May was the only woman who genuinely cared for him. In this moment, his thoughts were entirely consumed by her. In his heart, there resided a fortress dedicated to the widow. Bai Ye's complexion was as pale as a sheet, and his calves trembled slightly as he leaned against the wall, slowly making his way out of the safe house. This brought to mind the dark times he had once endured, a terrifying recollection that sent chills down his spine. After much effort, he managed to get into the car and drove toward the Only Treasure house. Upon returning home, Aunt May was taken aback by Bai Ye's frail appearance and hurried over to support him, inquiring, "Bai Ye, what has happened to you?" Bai Ye leaned heavily against Aunt May's delicate frame, his body battered and bruised. "What sort of reckless friends do you associate with?" Aunt May chided, unable to contain her irritation. "Have you lost your mind over games? And they dragged you down with them. If they were here, I would surely give them a piece of my mind. This time, I've learned my lesson. I shall never seek out those dreadful friends who lead me astray again. From now on, my affection shall be solely for you." Bai Ye buried his face in Aunt May's hair, inhaling her comforting scent, and murmured, "Is that all right?" "Stop messing around." Aunt May lightly scolded him, tapping his forehead. "You have no idea how feeble you look. Your face is nearly as pale as a corpse. Be serious. Take care, or you might genuinely succumb to a sudden demise." Feeling aggrieved, Bai Ye replied, "I merely wish to hold you, to draw some warmth from your presence. And yet you reprimand me?" In this materialistic and indifferent world, he felt that only Aunt May could bring him a modicum of warmth. "Oh, you." Aunt May extended her slender finger and playfully tapped Bai Ye's forehead. She guided him to the soft chair where he usually sat. "Stay here and do not move," she instructed. "I will prepare a cup of tea for you. Rest a while." "All right," Bai Ye nodded. If it were Aunt May, allowing her to take advantage of him was hardly a concern. Ahem. Bai Ye reclined comfortably in the soft chair, gently swaying as golden sunlight poured over him, enveloping him in a delightful warmth. After a brief moment, Aunt May returned. "Your tea is ready. Be careful, it's hot." She placed a cup of goji berry tea on the small table before him. Aunt May had even increased the quantity of goji berries, a thoughtful gesture. "Good." Bai Ye cradled the slightly warm cup in his hands, feeling as if he could sense Aunt May's intentions, and warmth gradually spread through his heart. "Do you truly not need to visit the hospital?" she asked with concern. "No need. I simply stayed up too late. A bit of rest will suffice." Bai Ye quickly replied. What a joke it would be for him to visit the hospital in his current state. It would be mortifying. Aunt May shook her head in exasperation, choosing to let the matter rest. Please remind me if there's something to attend to. Subsequently, Aunt May began to tidy up the treasures in her shop, organizing various items. She claimed to be the manager of this treasure store. Yet her role was far from that of a corporate manager. It resembled more the duties of a caretaker, a task that was undeniably arduous. Earning a monthly salary of $15,000, her evenings often extended into overtime, and on occasion, she would even toil through the night. The miscellaneous items in the store, alongside the daily responsibilities, were all under her care. Now, it was time for the weekly deep cleaning. The warmth of the sun was genuinely delightful. Bai Ye reclined in a soft chair and, before he realized it, drifted off to sleep. Upon awakening, he felt significantly rejuvenated. Sipping on some goji berry tea, he curiously glanced over at Aunt May, who was facing away from him, bent over to arrange items beneath the shelves. As she wore a fitted dress, the curve of her figure was subtly accentuated during her movements. Bai Ye blinked and cleared his throat. The skies cleared, the rain ceased, and he felt invigorated once more. After a moment's contemplation, Bai Ye decisively pulled down the shop's door. Despite having been battered and still feeling weak, he believed that one should not linger in slumber while alive, for eternal rest would come in due time. Chapter 50. One should maintain certain boundaries. 2 hours later, Bai Ye energetically opened the shop door, feeling rejuvenated. There was no other way. Being young and capable allowed for a swift recovery, akin to the resilience of the Zhang family lineage. Aunt May emerged from the back of the shop, casting a fierce glare at Bai Ye. Did you not mention your low blood sugar? Moreover, I was only halfway through my work when you interrupted. Aunt May thought to herself that had it not been for their year-long companionship, she might have considered calling for help. After all, she was the only woman in Bai Ye's life who could steadfastly remain by his side. Oh, don't be upset, Aunt May. Bai Ye chuckled, embracing her. Since it's just the two of us in the shop, does it truly matter when we tidy up? Humph. Aunt May huffed, her pride slightly ruffled. By the way, why haven't I seen Uncle Joe today? Bai Ye inquired, glancing around with curiosity. He usually rises early to stretch and keep active. It's peculiar not to have spotted him today. Huh. Aunt May furrowed her brow, responding, it does seem that Uncle Joe has not been seen this morning. My concern for your prolonged absence led me to overlook this matter. Could it be that something unfortunate has occurred? Bai Ye furrowed his brow and speculated. Perhaps it is the Mediterranean gang, seizing the opportunity in my absence to abduct Uncle Joe? He resolved to investigate. Ascending the stairs, he rapped on the door, calling out, Uncle Joe, are you there? Silence ensued. If you are not home, I shall enter, Bai Ye declared, producing the key to the room. Upon opening the door, he found that Uncle Joe was indeed absent. However, an array of talismans and recently crafted artifacts, including his peachwood sword, lay scattered about, prepared for sale in Bai Ye's shop. It seemed that the Mediterranean gang had not been responsible for Uncle Joe's disappearance after all. Bai Ye pondered this, for the gang required Uncle Joe's assistance with certain matters. Thus, it was improbable that he would leave behind his hard-earned possessions. Without them, his formidable skills would be severely hindered. What, then, could have transpired? Bai Ye mused as he thoroughly searched Uncle Joe's entire abode. Aside from Uncle Joe himself and a box of large yellow croakers, nothing appeared to be missing. Given Uncle Joe's capabilities, it was unlikely he had been abducted by mere ruffians. Could it be that the tadpole had returned him to his realm? As for the missing yellow croakers, that was easily explained. Knowing Uncle Joe's avarice, he likely clutched the box while sleeping, fearing it might be stolen. In Uncle Joe's world, a single large yellow croaker could fetch over $1,000. To illustrate, $10 would cover the annual expenses of an ordinary family of 3, while a water buffalo might cost only $5. The yellow croakers in Uncle Joe's possession could each be exchanged for a courtyard residence in the capital. If Uncle Joe were to venture to the capital and trade 16 yellow croakers for 16 courtyard residences, his lineage would be free from financial worries for generations to come. Thus, it is only natural that Uncle Joe finds solace in the embrace of sleep. However, unbeknownst to him, as he slumbers soundly, a dark void materializes beside him, from which emerges a bewildered frog, floating into existence. The frog tilts its head, observing Uncle Joe for a moment, and seemingly recollects something. Another dark void appears, enveloping Uncle Joe entirely. As he sleeps, he suddenly becomes aware of the blinding sun, compelling him to open his eyes. To his astonishment, he discovers that he has returned to his familiar world, clutching a small box, clad in pajamas, and standing in the bustling street. Well, Uncle Joe, what on earth are you wearing? Quite fashionable, is it not? Western attire, perhaps? Uncle Gio, here are some freshly caught fish. Would you like to take some home to sample? Some audacious women point and whisper about Uncle Gio's bulging lower half, causing his cheeks to flush with embarrassment. Pajamas, after all, are designed for comfort and fit snugly. He hastily grips the small box and strides towards the ancestral hall. He chuckles to himself. Although he made quite the spectacle appearing in pajamas amidst the crowd, he has managed to acquire 16 large yellow croakers, which he considers a significant gain. If he could earn such profits consistently, he would have no qualms about donning pajamas in the heart of the city every day. With the talent of Chiu Sheng and Wen Kai, it seems that the three of them will soon enjoy a life of luxury and indulgence. Convinced that Uncle Gio is in no peril, likely returned by the frog spawn, Bai Ye refrains from further interference. He takes the odds and ends from Uncle Gio's room, placing them on the shelves for sale. Should Uncle Gio return, he will simply hand over the proceeds. If not, it will be a fortunate windfall for him. With Uncle Gio's matters settled, Bai Ye retreats to his secret chamber, diligently practicing the lightning release chakra mode. The recent harrowing experience of being besieged by Giselle, Gail, Leia, and Pepsi has heightened his awareness of the importance of possessing a robust physique. Had he not trained in the lightning release chakra mode, he would have likely required an ambulance, leaving doctors and nurses scrambling to administer saline to revive him. Crackle. Lightning flashes as sweat pours from Bai Ye. The lightning release chakra mode is indeed a challenging endeavor. It is no wonder that it is classified as a secret technique not to be passed on by the lightning shadow of the cloud-hidden village. For the requirements for practitioners are exceedingly high. A single misstep could lead to failure in mastering the technique, resulting in dire consequences. Fortunately, Bai Ye possesses the thunder fruit, which endows him with a body of lightning element, rendering him impervious to electric shocks. After hours of rigorous training, he continues his pursuit. Bai Ye exhaled softly, bowing his head as he unfastened the robe over his chest, revealing a physique that was increasingly approaching perfection. It seemed that the time to reclaim his standing with Giselle and her three companions was not far off. After taking a shower, Bai Ye emerged from the bathroom to find a message from Su Cheng awaiting him. Su Cheng, Bai Ye, did you know? Sister Xiao Xiao, that is, Feng Xiao Xiao, my internet celebrity boss, has found herself a boyfriend. Bai Ye, isn't it quite normal for someone in their 20s, full of vigor, to seek out a partner? Su Cheng, not quite. Her boyfriend is over 50, bald, with a face full of excess flesh and a pronounced beer belly. What is happening in today's society? Bai Ye, this is quite ordinary. In a world driven by material desires and emotional coldness, we often mock the impoverished while ignoring the plight of the marginalized. Let them be. Focus on your own path. Su Cheng, well, Bai Ye, would you marry a wealthy woman who is quite unattractive? Bai Ye pondered for a moment before replying. I believe one must maintain certain principles. It is unreasonable to forsake dignity for the sake of wealth. Su Cheng initially nodded in agreement, but soon found herself perplexed. Meow? What? Chapter 51, Agent 13, Sharon Carter outside the Amway Treasure House. A bomb-proof vehicle was parked across the street. See, I told you he would return, Coulson remarked as he sipped his coffee. Agent 13, there's no need for excessive anxiety. Bai Ye possesses remarkable capabilities. He cannot be easily captured by a mere band of bank robbers. I understand. Agent 13 nodded in response. Agent 13, also known as Sharon Carter, is the niece of Peggy Carter, Captain America's first love, and a highly trained super agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. Skilled in interrogation, infiltration, combat, and marksmanship. Bai Ye's formidable strength, coupled with his possession of numerous extraordinary items, certainly did not go unnoticed by S.H.I.E.L.D. Thus, a team was specially assigned to monitor Bai Ye's activities around the Amway Treasure House. In truth, Bai Ye was largely indifferent. As long as no cameras were installed in his home, he could generally accept the surveillance. However, after Bai Ye demonstrated his formidable powers, S.H.I.E.L.D. appeared to lose their nerve. Bai Ye projected an aura of approachability despite his extraordinary capabilities, and should they mishandle the situation and provoke him, it could result in significant losses for S.H.I.E.L.D. Originally, due to the deteriorating relationship between Coulson and Bai Ye, Coulson had been reassigned away from direct contact with Bai Ye. Nevertheless, following the incident of Bai Ye's kidnapping by bank robbers 2 days prior, Coulson was urgently recalled to duty. Upon uncovering the truth of the matter, Coulson promptly asserted that no unnecessary actions were required. the White Knight would manage everything independently. Merely a handful of female kidnappers, they had dared to abduct her, which could only be deemed as sheer fortune on their part. Indeed, they had struck an unexpected jackpot. As expected, within 2 days, White Knight returned. "Sir, do you have any valuable suggestions for my undercover operation?" Sharon Carter inquired. In accordance with Nick Fury's directives, Karen was to become a tenant in White Knight's building, tasked with close surveillance of her. Coulson pondered for a moment before responding, "Dress attractively." "Pardon? Trust me. There's no need for anything excessive. Simply look presentable." As Coulson imparted his wisdom to Sharon Carter, his phone rang. Upon checking, he saw it was Nick Fury. "I'll step outside to take this call." Coulson signaled to Sharon to pause, then exited the armored vehicle and made his way to the empty street. "Hello, Director." Coulson. "Return to headquarters immediately. There's a new mission." At Fury's words, a look of surprise crossed Coulson's face. "Understood, Director. I'll return right away." Agent 13. "I have a new secret assignment. You will handle matters concerning White Knight." Coulson donned his coat and added, "Remember, you must look lovely. I will inform the finance department to grant you a special allowance for clothing and cosmetics." Chinatown. Colleen Wing's dojo. Today, it was a rare occasion that Colleen did not engage in rigorous training. Instead, she called White Knight out for a drink. "White Knight, do you think I'm particularly foolish?" Colleen took a generous swig of beer and lamented, "After knowing the gambler for over a decade, I still fail to recognize him as the ruthless leader of a merciless assassin organization. The orphans I painstakingly helped to empower themselves have instead been unwittingly sent into true hell. How ironic it is that I once considered recommending you to the gambler." Due to the operations of S.H.I.E.L.D., a wealth of information regarding the gambler had been exposed. He was the terrifying leader of an organization that trained orphans to become assassins. Thus, Colleen, unbeknownst to her, had become an accomplice to the gambler. Upon realizing this, Colleen was left in a state of shock. She isolated herself in her room for 2 days, and only after regaining her composure did she invite White Knight for a drink. "How could you be foolish?" White Knight smiled gently. "Silly girl, I want to allow you to speak of yourself that way. It is not that you are foolish, but rather that the gambler is exceedingly cunning. Are you unaware? He appears youthful, yet in truth, he has lived for over 5 centuries. When you were under 10 years old, with your worldview still undeveloped, it would have been quite easy for him to deceive you. Over 500 years?" Corinne gazed at Bai Ye in astonishment. "Is he truly an immortal?" "Indeed, as far as I know, the organization to which the gambler belongs is called the Hand Alliance. The leaders of the Hand Alliance are 5: Alexandra, Lady Gao, Sawanda, Murakami, and the gambler himself." Bai Ye continued, "They all defected from a group in Huaxia known as Kunlun over 500 years ago. Speaking of Kunlun, I have brought you a gift, Master Corinne." "What is it?" "Master Corinne, you may not be aware that the official organization responsible for seizing the gambler's estate is called S.H.I.E.L.D. And I have acquaintances within S.H.I.E.L.D. Bai Ye produced a trophy he had obtained from the gambler. "This is the secret technique of Kunlun's cultivation, discovered in the gambler's estate. It is the very reason for his immense power, and I believe it will be of great benefit to you." Corinne, born in Japan, is the daughter of Professor Li Wan, a Chinese-American expert in Asian history at Columbia University in New York. Her mother, Ozawa Yoshiko, was a descendant of a distinguished martial arts family in Japan, but tragically passed away during Corinne's early childhood due to an attack. She grew up in the northern mountainous region of Japan under the tutelage of her grandfather, Ozawa Kenji, who imparted upon her various skills of the Japanese samurai way. Eventually, through a twist of fate, she became a disciple of the gambler. One could say that her childhood experiences shaped Corinne into a martial arts enthusiast. Each time Bai Ye visited her, she was either engaged in training or resting after a rigorous session. Thus, Bai Ye believed that presenting this cultivation manual to her during her troubled moments would surely alleviate her spirits. Indeed, upon receiving the manual and glancing at it, Corinne exclaimed, "Bai Ye, you are too kind to me. As your master, if I do not treat you well, whom shall I treat well?" Bai Ye replied with a smile. She sniffled slightly and suddenly lunged towards Bai Ye, knocking him to the ground. As he inhaled the fragrant aroma emanating from Corinne, Bai Ye sighed inwardly. He understood that he could only repay her for providing him with the gambler's information by once again taking on the burden of her worries. Chapter 52. A man more worthy of loving you has returned the following morning. As usual, Bai Ye reclined on a soft chair at the entrance of the treasure house, engrossed in his mobile device. Suddenly, he received a message. Audrey, Bai Ye, I've sent my son to school. Are you coming over? Bai Ye furrowed his brow. Your husband hasn't returned, has he? Audrey, of course not. Or why would I summon you? Bai Ye, all right, I shall make my way there. He set down his phone and sighed. Alas, it seems I must toil once more. These women truly spare him no respite. Just moments ago, he had been besieged by Giselle and her companions, and now Audrey beckons him to her abode. How burdensome this is. Audrey, a woman in her 30s, exudes an alluring charm with her voluptuous figure and enticing grace. She is a dear friend whom Bai Ye knows intimately. Hence, it was inevitable that he would heed her call. Shortly after arriving in New York in pursuit of a livelihood, he worked as a fitness instructor and encountered Audrey at the gym. Bai Ye served as her trainer, and naturally, they gradually became friends. Driving his Chevrolet, Bai Ye temporarily departed from the bustling marketplace. He strolled to the front of a villa, a European-style residence with a pointed roof, white stucco walls, and deep crimson tiles that gleamed vividly under the sun. Standing at their usual spot outside the villa, he spotted Audrey inside, waving at him. Her rich flaxen hair cascaded over her forehead, reminiscent of twilight shadows. Her fair, oval face was adorned with large, glistening, grape-like eyes. Beneath her willow-like brows, long lashes fluttered delicately. Below her high nose lay moist, ruby lips, curving into a gentle smile. Draped in a white dress with a V-neck, her tall stature combined with her mature elegance rendered her strikingly captivating, drawing the eye effortlessly. Bai Ye nodded with a smile, assessing the positions of the bodyguards. With remarkable agility, he leaped over the high wall, evading both the guards and surveillance cameras, and after a few minutes, stealthily entered Audrey's home. Indeed, Audrey's identity was far from simple. She was the wife of a powerful city councilman in New York. However, her husband indulged in a life of debauchery, having been caught in numerous indiscretions, and his lack of reform had led to Audrey's utter disillusionment with him. Their relationship had soured completely. If not for their child's education, Audrey would have formally divorced him long ago. Currently, she was raising their child, while her husband provided financial support. Thus the guards surrounding the villa were hired by him, and Audrey certainly could not allow them to witness any altercation between her and Bai Ye. Upon entering the room, a woman rushed forward and enveloped Bai Ye in an embrace. Bai Ye, it has been too long. Long time no see. Bai Ye embraced Audrey's voluptuous form, burying his head in her silky hair, inhaling deeply the intoxicating fragrance. Why haven't you come to see me in such a long time? Audrey remarked with a hint of dissatisfaction. Is it that if I don't seek you out, you won't take the initiative to find me? I'm afraid I've been rather busy with work lately, Bai Ye replied. You know Tony Stark, right? That notorious playboy? I've recently partnered with him to launch a biopharmaceutical company, which has kept me quite occupied. You're actually doing business with that Tony Stark? Audrey exclaimed in surprise. Though Tony had fallen from grace, losing his status as the world's richest man due to his reckless behavior, he still belonged to the elite echelon of American society. What's the big deal? Bai Ye retorted. He was the one begging me to collaborate with him. Otherwise, I wouldn't have bothered with him at all. You're just bragging. Audrey chuckled, playfully hitting Bai Ye's chest. Given her husband's power and influence, she had encountered Tony Stark once, and she remembered him as an exceedingly arrogant, boorish, and narcissistic man. How could he possibly be begging Bai Ye for partnership? If you don't believe me, that's fine, Bai Ye said. One day, if you come out with me, I'll take you to meet him. You'll see just how humble he is in my presence. All right, once I officially divorce that man, I won't have to endure his moods anymore, and then I can travel with you wherever I please, Audrey replied. Have we suddenly shifted the conversation to a peculiar topic? Bai Ye remarked. Enough of that. Just help me assess my fitness progress during this time. Audrey, having not trained under Bai Ye's guidance for an extended period, was uncertain if she had strayed from the right path. What more could Bai Ye say? They would discuss other matters later. He then utilized his skills as a former fitness coach to assist Audrey with her training regimen. Audrey, the exercises you've been doing in yoga class are quite commendable. Yes, just like that. Lift your hips as much as you can. Oh, and maintain that position. I'll support you from behind. Coach, I'm so tired. That's how it should be. Without fatigue, how could one achieve a perfect physique? With Bai Ye's assistance, Audrey was diligently correcting her workout techniques. Suddenly, she spotted a long Cadillac pulling up at the villa's entrance. Her pupils constricted in alarm as she quickly tapped Bai Ye on the shoulder. Wait, my husband is back. Bai Ye, perplexed, inquired. Did you not mention that your relationship with your husband had long since deteriorated, that you had been living apart for over a year, and that only the signing of the divorce papers remained? This statement held true. Audrey replied, aside from our weekly visits to accompany our son. He has not returned home at any other time during this past year. I am at a loss as to what has come over him today. What folly has he committed? What shall we do now? Bai Ye gestured helplessly. Perhaps you should find a place to hide, dear, Audrey said, planting a kiss on his cheek. He is a powerful city councilman. Should he misconstrue our relationship and seek revenge against you, it would spell considerable trouble. Observing that Audrey, despite her fears, was more concerned for his well-being, Bai Ye felt a deep sense of helplessness. He could never allow Audrey to face any predicament on his account. Although their relationship was utterly pure, an untainted bond focused solely on teaching her the correct methods of exercise, he was acutely aware that certain malevolent individuals might misinterpret their association, casting aspersions on their integrity. Undoubtedly, Audrey's husband was among such individuals. Thus, under Audrey's direction, he concealed himself within her wardrobe. Sighing softly, Bai Ye mused. The moment I entered this closet, I realized that a man more deserving of your love has returned. Chapter 53. To love a woman does not necessarily mean to spoil her. Hiding in the closet, Bai Ye found himself somewhat bored. He pulled out his phone and began to play with it. He stumbled upon a question. As the first wave of those born in the 80s approaches 30, how much savings should they have? Share your current circumstances. Bai Ye pondered for a moment and replied, born in 82, through years of hard work. I now possess 2 villas in New York, a Bentley, a BMW 7 Series, and a girlfriend over 50. After engaging in conversation with some rather foolish netizens for a while, Bai Ye grew disinterested. He decided to resume his antics of disturbing the fish in his pond. Babe, I went fishing today. What did I catch? An unwavering love for you. Su Chung responded. Oh Bai Ye, how cheesy you are. Bai Ye retorted. Do you not enjoy hearing it? Indeed, I do, Su Chung replied. But I can be cheesy too. Oh, the moon shines brightly, but brightness serves no purpose. I like you, and that affection is futile, yet I still like you. In the closet, Bai Ye chuckled as he chatted with the sweet and naive Su Chung, finding her quite delightful. He shifted his position slightly, causing a bit of a commotion. Suddenly, a shadow glided across the sky above Bai Ye, obstructing his view. What obscured my vision? As he brushed it aside, he discovered a black lace bra, undoubtedly belonging to Audrey. Away with you, wretched bras. Do not trouble me further. I still wish to flirt with the lovely ladies. Bai Ye exclaimed as he hastily opened the door. In the living room, Audrey was engaged in a rather loud conversation with her husband, the city councilman, Blergh C. The gist of their exchange revealed Blergh C. pleading for reconciliation, assuring her that he would never stray again. Such a typical vow from a scoundrel. How could Audrey possibly believe him? How many times had he uttered similar words? Audrey furiously retorted, Can you, in good conscience, say that you believe it yourself? Blergh C. was left speechless. What a quintessential male. A man devoid of desire. Could he even be called human? Upon overhearing a few of Blergh C.'s attempts at softening the situation, Bai Ye could not help but smirk. While this man might possess skills in political maneuvering as a councilman in New York City, he clearly lacked the finesse required to appease a woman. Negotiating with a tone of reason or pleading softly was utterly ineffective, an absolute failure in approach. In Bai Ye's view, to win a woman's affection does not necessarily entail showering her with adoration. Sometimes, it is essential to humble her proud head. After what felt like an interminable hour and a half, Blergh C., with his incessant prattling, finally departed. Bai Ye, you can come out now. It's all clear. Audrey called out cheerfully as she opened the wardrobe, her smile starkly contrasting her previous indifference towards Blergh C. Bai Ye found this reaction entirely understandable. A man like Blergh C. deserved such treatment. Audrey leaped into Bai Ye's embrace, exclaiming, We can continue. Continue what? Bai Ye asked, suddenly enlightened. He had just been assisting Audrey with her workout, and now that she wished to resume, what could he say? Since Audrey was determined to maintain her physique, unafraid of the toil and strain of exercise, he was more than willing to oblige. 2 hours later, Bai Ye poured himself a glass of water, gulping it down eagerly. Being a fitness coach and helping Audrey with her training was truly exhausting. He felt utterly depleted, in dire need of rehydration. Returning to the room, he found Audrey reclining on the bed, a thin blanket subtly outlining her curves. Bai Ye approached, gently brushing aside a few strands of golden hair that had clung to her cheek, and tenderly pressed a kiss upon her face. Even Bai Ye, who is a coach, is so exhausted that he is on the verge of dehydration, let alone Audrey, who feels so drained that she can't muster the energy to move a single finger. Bai Ye? Audrey's eyelids fluttered slightly before she drowsily opened her eyes. What are you doing? I'm so tired. I just want to sleep for a bit. First, drink some water, and then you can sleep, Bai Ye said, presenting her with a 250 milliliters cup of saline solution. This would replenish her body with water and inorganic salts after intense exercise, maintaining the balance of hydration and electrolyte metabolism. Oh, under Bai Ye's gentle persuasion, Audrey complied and drank the water. After hydrating, she indeed felt a resurgence of energy and her fatigue began to dissipate. Bai Ye remained by her side, acutely aware that at such moments, a woman's heart is often most vulnerable. Bai Ye, do you think all men become corrupt when they acquire wealth and power? Audrey asked, nestled against his chest, her expression somewhat bewildered. Not necessarily. While there are many unscrupulous men in this world, there are also a fair share of virtuous ones. Bai Ye replied. Audrey continued, I was university classmates with Blergh, and we married right after graduation. He was once a wonderful person, studious, handsome, and shy. I believed he was a man worthy of lifelong commitment. I even pursued him actively to be together. Initially, everything unfolded as I had hoped. But as his career gradually ascended, he underwent a dramatic transformation, becoming bold, domineering, and irritable. Why do you think people can change so rapidly? Noticing Audrey's voice beginning to tremble, Bai Ye quickly interjected, let's not dwell on him. What is there to say about a scoundrel? Instead, let us talk about you. Given your beauty, you must have been the belle of the university, right? Of course. Audrey's enthusiasm sparked at this topic. The men who pursued me could line up from New York to France. However, I found them too immature, and most were insufferable scoundrels. Especially that campus heartthrob. Although he was strikingly handsome, my roommates almost all fell for him. How could I ever be attracted to someone like that? By the way, Audrey turned to Bai Ye. Will you be the type to fool around in the future? I absolutely despise that sort of behavior. Bai Ye responded. Men who engage in such indiscretions deserve to be condemned. And as for infidelity, I can't tolerate it either. Audrey exclaimed. The mere thought of such a cruel act makes me feel ill. It's utterly terrifying. Audrey, please, don't associate me with that. I am not that kind of person. How could I ever engage in such irresponsible behavior? Just thinking about it makes me shudder. He buried himself in Audrey's embrace, saying, Audrey, I truly cannot accept this. I can't even mention it. Please, grant me a sliver of warmth, just a touch of warmth, if you will. Chapter 54. Are you daring to bully me, the Punisher? I will not agree. As dusk approached, Bai Ye emerged from Audrey's villa, his steps steady. After all, how could a mere Audrey possibly overpower him in a brawl? As he strolled down the street, Bai Ye spotted an Audi A8 approaching. The driver, much like Coulson, was a man with a receding hairline. Yet he was also an acquaintance of Bai Ye. Their gazes crossed momentarily. Not in haste, Bai Ye paused on the street to light a cigarette. 2 minutes later, the Audi A8 drove into Audrey's villa and then exited. Bai Ye, what brings you here? The man rolled down his window, eyeing him warily. You aren't targeting someone in this vicinity, are you? Certainly not. I have a rapport with the lady of the house, Audrey. I was just inside helping her with her fitness routine, Bai Ye chuckled. But you, Arthur, what brings you here? Instead of pursuing your usual endeavors, you're playing chauffeur? Known as the mechanic, the super assassin Arthur specialized in silently eliminating adversaries, transforming murder into an art form. This task was originally assigned to a friend of mine, driving for a prominent figure's son. It seems that this esteemed individual has encountered some troubles recently, and since my friend had a last-minute obligation, I had to step in temporarily, Arthur explained. Upon hearing that Bai Ye was merely visiting the lady of the house rather than on a killing spree, Arthur visibly relaxed. Having accepted this assignment, he felt a duty to protect young Billy and his mother, Audrey. If Bai Ye were to be the opponent, he harbored little confidence in completing the task. He might even find himself in peril. I see, Bai Ye remarked with a smile. If the occasion arises, do feel free to give me a call. My relationship with Audrey runs quite deep, and should she require assistance, I will certainly lend a hand. Okay. After exchanging a few casual words, Bai Ye's phone suddenly rang. He glanced at it. Wolf? Bai Ye raised an eyebrow, pondering how this deeply reclusive individual had the audacity to reach out to him. Arthur observed and inquired, Is something the matter? Yes, just a call from a friend. Shall we continue our conversation later? Bai Ye replied. Sure, Arthur said as he drove away in his Audi A8, leaving Bai Ye to answer the call. Hello? Wolf. Bai Ye, I have something of utmost importance to discuss with you. I need you to come over, and please bring some of your life potions. I will compensate you at market price. Bai Ye, judging by your tone, you sound quite robust, unlike someone who has been injured. What do you need my life potions for? Wolf, a friend of mine has been injured, and he cannot articulate the situation over the phone. I implore you to come swiftly. He is an extremely important person. All right, Bai Ye replied. This must be your first time asking me for help, so of course, I cannot refuse you. After hanging up, Bai Ye set off in his Chevrolet. After a journey of over 20 minutes, he arrived at Wolf's safe house. What is it that you need? Upon entering the room, Bai Ye saw Wolf tending to a man, extracting bullets at a large table in the living room. The room was stained with blood. Wow. Bai Ye observed the man, whose chest, back, arms, and thighs bore at least 20 scattered gunshot wounds, and remarked, he is utterly ravaged. Is there really a need to save him? Please, Bai Ye, save him. Wolf wiped his face, unsure whether it was sweat or tears. His eyes bloodshot as he gazed at Bai Ye and declared, he is my brother, my only family in this world. I absolutely cannot lose him, even if it costs me my life in exchange for his. So he is your brother? Bai Ye responded, realizing why Wolf was so agitated. He stepped forward. Move aside, let me handle this. Bai Ye said, with his injuries, if you could save him, it would truly be a miracle. Bai Ye brushed his fingers over the spatial ring on his left hand, and a vial of Norton's proficient HP potion materialized in his grasp. He pried open the man's mouth and forcefully administered the potion down his throat. Gulp. The red elixir was swallowed. The man suddenly sat upright and began to cough violently, choking on it. Bai Ye, quick on his feet, swiftly closed his mouth. The potion you just drank costs $10 million a vial. If you spit even a small amount, it would be worth 100,000. Upon hearing this, the man had no choice but to cover his mouth, suppressing his instinct to cough. Simultaneously, the blood cascading from his wounds ceased, and the injuries from which Wolf had extracted the bullets began to heal gradually. Huh. As Bai Ye gazed at the man's face, it seemed remarkably familiar. Brother, are you Frank Castor? Castor glanced at Bai Ye before turning to Wolf. Who is he? Bai Ye is my partner, and one of the few individuals in this world I can truly trust. It is his potion that has saved your life. Upon witnessing that Castor had survived, Wolf's eyes gleamed with a flicker of joy. Bai Ye muttered, the Punisher and Batman are indeed blood brothers. Who would believe it if not for witnessing it firsthand? Subsequently, under Wolf's inquisitive gaze and Bai Ye's curious demeanor, Castor recounted the harrowing tale of his transformation. After his wife and children fell victim to a gang's brutality, he embarked on a path of vengeance, vowing to eradicate all criminal organizations from the world. Just days prior, he had fortuitously discovered a vast facility dedicated to the production of illicit substances, where thousands of workers were rendered blind, deaf, and mute. The darkness and malevolence concealed within moved him deeply, compelling him to take action. This evening, at dusk, he had commenced his plan, and everything had proceeded smoothly. However, at the critical moment, he was struck severely by an elderly woman in her 80s. Who would dare believe such a tale? He managed to escape, albeit heavily injured, sustaining gunshot wounds during his flight. It was only upon reaching the sewers of New York, relying on his familiarity with the terrain, that he temporarily evaded his pursuers and called upon his brother Wolf, intending to have him retrieve his lifeless body. With a resounding clap, Bai Ye slammed his palm on the table, exclaiming, that elderly woman is far too arrogant, bullying my brother Punisher. Unacceptable. Pausing for a moment, his eyes fierce, he declared with conviction, is she merely an insignificant elderly woman? Deal with her. Chapter 55. Hard? We'll see about that. Bai Ye, resolute, affirmed, I am currently fixated on a singular thought, how to avenge Castor. Previously, Bai Ye had been diligently searching for the whereabouts of the remaining 4 fingers of the hand association. Yet, neither S.H.I.E.L.D. nor Nina could assist him in this endeavor. Unexpectedly, Wolf's brother Punisher had inadvertently stumbled upon one. What more was there to discuss? Deal with her, he exclaimed. How dare you blow up my house? If I do not uproot you entirely, how shall I ever maintain my standing? Castor, bewildered, gazed at Bai Ye and remarked, I am the one being hunted, nearly meeting my demise, not you. Why are you so agitated? Bai Ye retorted, you see, your brother Wolf and I share a bond akin to brothers. Thus, your brother is essentially my brother too. He nearly lost his life. So how could I possibly remain calm? Castor, It's rather perplexing how I seem to have acquired an older brother out of the blue. Come, dear brother, share the details with me, and I shall assist you in seeking vengeance. Bai Ye affectionately draped his arm over Castor's shoulder. But Castor was not particularly swayed by Bai Ye's enthusiasm. He shrugged off Bai Ye's hand and began to elaborate on the circumstances surrounding Madame Gao's stronghold. The Han's ninjas are fiercely guarded, and thousands of blind, deaf, and mute workers will attack at the sound of a whistle, and Madame Gao herself is remarkably formidable, seemingly possessing extraordinary abilities. This situation is rather intricate. Bai Ye stroked his chin thoughtfully. He was confident in dealing with Madame Gao. Yet the prospect of dismantling an entire branch of the Han could inevitably result in some escaping. Furthermore, the presence of those thousands of blind, deaf, and mute workers poses a significant challenge. I believe we should enlist the aid of the authorities, Bai Ye suggested. Let the official forces take the lead while we remain in the shadows, hunting Madame Gao herself. What do you think? Castor contemplated this and nodded in agreement. Otherwise, even he would find it exceedingly troublesome to contend with those thousands of blind, deaf, and mute workers. Surely, one cannot truly resort to exterminating them all, can they? Even the most deranged individual would hesitate to commit such an atrocity. Very well, I shall begin searching for assistance immediately. Bai Ye produced his phone and called Coulson directly. Hello? Coulson, through my recent investigations, I have finally uncovered a Hydra base. I will send you the address and pertinent details shortly. You must act swiftly. S-H-I-E-L-D. Indeed, Bai Ye intended to pit S-H-I-E-L-D against the hand under the guise of Hydra. Coulson replied, Mr. Bai Ye, please send me the information first. I will personally lead a team to address this matter in 2 days. What the hell? 2 days? Bai Ye retorted. By then, it will be too late. Do you genuinely believe they want to flee? Regardless, I've provided you with the information. The rest is up to you. That Hydra base contains thousands of disabled individuals they've rendered blind, deaf, and mute. Such cruelty is unfathomable. In light of this, why must S-H-I-E-L-D delay? Are you truly a righteous organization? Coulson, expressing his exasperation, responded, Mr. Bai Ye, please trust me. S-H-I-E-L-D desires to eradicate Hydra more than anyone. However, I must be candid with you. We are currently engaged in a highly sensitive and critical mission, and most of our senior agents are concentrated on this task. We cannot temporarily divert personnel to address the Hydra base you mentioned. However, it is merely a matter of 2 days. After this brief interlude, I shall return to New York. Mr. Bai Ye? Hello? Coulson stood amidst the frigid landscape, gazing at his phone, disconnected. Damn it, Bai Ye cursed. Initially, when he utilized me to uncover Hydra's leads, he referred to me as sweetheart. Yet now that the fervor has subsided and more pressing tasks have arisen, I am now dubbed Mrs. Cow. How infuriating. Cast inquired with an impassive expression. The S-H-I-E-L-D refused. Bai Ye replied, Nevertheless, it matters not. Having resided in New York for so long, I am acquainted with numerous individuals across various establishments. The NYPD, FBI, and CIA can invariably assemble an official team to assist us in dismantling Madame Gao's white powder factory. Indeed, Bai Ye was not fabricating. Among the NYPD, FBI, and CIA, he had made connections, all of whom were women. Bai Ye, do you possess such an extensive network? Mrs. Wolf was astonished, casting an envious glance at Bai Ye. As someone afflicted with social anxiety, his world was sparse in companionship, while Bai Ye, a master of social interaction, seemed to have friends wherever he roamed. How could he not feel envious? What is this? I am not boasting, Bai Ye remarked. Friends abound across the globe. Wherever I venture, I seldom find solitude. Do you believe me? Alas, it is indeed a source of shame. It was due to the pernicious habits I acquired from the likes of Professor Gao in the previous world that I am unable to find tranquility wherever I go. Cast unhesitatingly interrupted Bai Ye's self-aggrandizing, stating, if you truly had such connections, the CIA, it would be unnecessary. A joint effort by the NYPD and FBI would suffice to resolve everything. In truth, Cast also had ties with the NYPD, FBI, and CIA, but currently, as a fugitive, he could not recklessly reconnect with former acquaintances. Very well. Bai Ye produced his phone. Allow me to sift through my contacts and locate suitable individuals. Meanwhile, Chuning was driving home after work. her face a mask of fatigue as she arrived at the parking lot. The profession of a police officer is indeed strenuous. The general public's impression of American police is rather unfavorable, often perceiving them as quick to draw their firearms. However, in reality, the daily lives of these officers are fraught with various overt and latent dangers, with reports of police officers injured or killed in the line of duty appearing almost daily in the news. Due to the prevalence of firearms, the firepower possessed by individuals often exceeds that of law enforcement. If the issue of rampant gun possession remains unresolved, incidents of police brutality will inevitably persist. In situations where police officers are unable to draw their weapons swiftly enough, it is conceivable that they themselves could become targets. Officer Chen was abruptly interrupted by a knock on her car window. Instinctively, she placed her hand on the firearm at her waist, but upon raising her gaze, her tense demeanor instantly relaxed, and she smiled. "Bai Ye, is that you?" She then rolled down the window and cheerfully inquired, "What brings you here, Bai Ye?" Bai Ye nodded and replied, "I have a business proposition worth several $100 million that I wish to discuss with you." Upon arriving at Chen Ying's residence, Bai Ye presented evidence related to a significant drug manufacturing operation. "I have discovered a factory producing white powder, employing deaf-mute individuals for production and distribution. The scale is immense. While I initially estimated a few $100 million, the actual figure may well exceed several billion." Chen Ying's initial excitement quickly waned. "Isn't that sufficient?" she questioned. "While it is indeed considerable, the situation is not as straightforward as it appears." Nevertheless, Chen Ying steeled herself, although it deviated from her expectations. Solving a case involving large-scale production, transportation, and distribution of illicit substances would undeniably benefit her career. She scrutinized the evidence Bai Ye provided, which included personnel lists, photographs, and even video recordings. These materials were more than adequate to warrant NYPD action aimed at dismantling the criminal organization led by the notorious Madame Gao. In preparation for confronting Madame Gao, Castor had previously amassed a trove of information, storing it in the cloud. In the event of his demise, these documents would automatically be transmitted to the NYPD, FBI, and CIA, reaching his trusted friends and colleagues. Curious about the vast array of confidential information, Chen Ying gazed at Bai Ye and asked, "How did you come by all this?" Bai Ye pondered for a moment before responding. "It primarily stems from my unwavering commitment to combating evil. Upon encountering these matters, I could not turn a blind eye, leading me to clandestinely gather this information." "Very well," Chen Ying conceded. "If you prefer not to elaborate, I shall not press you further." "Okay," Bai Ye replied. "So, how soon can the NYPD mobilize for action?" "This is a substantial case that I cannot tackle alone," Chen Ying acknowledged. "I will consult with our chief, assemble a reliable team, and devise a plan. We should be able to initiate action by tomorrow evening." A day should suffice, Bai Ye thought to himself. Far better than waiting 2 days for that scoundrel Coulson to return and formulate a plan. Subsequently, he could closely monitor Lady Gao's every move alongside Wolf and Castor. Should that wretched creature exhibit any inclination to flee, they would eliminate her en route. It posed no significant challenge. Thus, it was settled. Bai Ye nodded, rising to depart. However, Chen Ying placed a hand on Bai Ye's shoulder, regarding him intently. "It is quite late. Traversing the streets alone is perilous. Conveniently, I have a spare room at my residence. Why not stay the night and depart tomorrow?" Bai Ye hesitated, letting out a deep sigh. The information he had provided indeed harbored issues, necessitating Chen Ying's discretion. Moreover, how could he ensure her unwavering commitment to this task without offering her a taste of sweetness? Thus, Bai Ye found himself compelled to sacrifice his own integrity for Chen Ying's cooperation. "Lady Gao, I have sacrificed far too much in my quest for vengeance against you." A melancholic expression crossed his face. The following day, in the early hours of dawn, Gracie had just set sail. After attending to her morning routine, she was preparing to make herself breakfast when the doorbell rang. Who could it be? Gracie approached the door, peering through the peephole to find Bai Ye standing there. "Bai Ye, what brings you here?" she inquired, her gaze filled with curiosity. Responding to Gracie's bewildered expression, Bai Ye replied with a smile, "What? Am I not allowed to visit you?" At that moment, Bai Ye couldn't help but admire Gracie's composure. Despite his unexpected arrival, she remained impeccably dressed in formal attire. Gracie, a graduate of Columbia University with a doctorate, had spent 12 years with the FBI, specializing in trace evidence and psychology. She was a meticulous, conservative woman, often perceived as overly critical with a less than pleasant disposition. Her life and career were akin to two silk scarves, pressed to perfection, each corner aligned with precision. She outpaced men in her field, her professionalism and dedication far surpassing theirs, which only intensified her disdain for them. However, upon encountering Bai Ye, she inevitably found herself unwittingly becoming his ally, as he was a seasoned professional, having honed his skills under the tutelage of esteemed mentors. Of course, you are welcome to come, but I can't help but wonder, Gracie queried. You must have a reason for seeking me out, correct? As expected of you. Bai Ye commended her astuteness with a thumbs up. In truth, I have come specifically to present you with an opportunity for merit. I doubt this visit is merely to confer accolades, Gracie retorted with a smirk. It feels more like an invitation for me to assist you with your troubles. What a perceptive woman. Bai Ye coughed lightly, stating, this matter will not only enhance your reputation, but also aid me in resolving some minor inconveniences. We could consider it a mutual benefit. Gracie proved to be even more formidable than Qining. Gracie remained remarkably composed, even in the face of the White Knight, exhibiting an extraordinary calmness that seemed devoid of any hormonal fluctuations. However, White Knight was acutely aware that Gracie, in her normal state, was indeed excessively calm. Yet when she unleashed her fury, she became more unpredictable than anyone else. She embodied the essence of someone who, while not frivolous, could become utterly wild when she chose to be. A win-win situation? Let us not entertain that notion. Gracie cast a glance at White Knight, settled onto the table, crossed her arms, and inquired, first, tell me, what exactly is the case at hand? This time it truly is a win-win. Just look at these documents and you'll understand. White Knight handed Gracie a copy of the information intended for Qining. Additionally, he recounted the actions of Madame Gao in Gracie's presence. If the matter is indeed as you describe, then I shall take charge of this case, Gracie, the head of the FBI's Special Operations Team, said with keen interest. But, White Knight, I am quite curious. How did you obtain this information? Why do you ask? White Knight murmured, slightly exasperated. What? Gracie furrowed her brow. What I meant to say is that I gathered this information myself, so please refrain from pressing further. I assure you, I have no intention of causing you harm. Trust me, will you? White Knight implored. It's not that I distrust you, but as a law enforcement officer, one must maintain a fundamental level of caution. Given your apparent reluctance to divulge, I shall refrain from further inquiries and will verify the information myself. After all, it will only take an hour or two. Gracie set aside the documents she had been examining. However, White Knight, she said, pursing her lips, a hint of a smile gracing her features. You didn't come here merely to present me with these documents, did you? Sighing deeply, White Knight pondered how to articulate the subsequent events. After making his own sacrifices, everything fell into place more smoothly than he had anticipated. Chapter 57. The Cunning and the Talented. After releasing her pent-up tension, Qining arrived at the NYPD the following morning, feeling invigorated as she sought out Chief George to present the evidence White Knight had provided. How did you come by this? Chief George inquired after reviewing the documents. Sir, these were supplied by my informant, Qining replied, maintaining her composure. I see, Chief George, aware of the sensitivity surrounding informants, chose not to pry further. Shall I give him a heads up during my operation? No need. He should remain clear of the target area for the next few days, Qining responded. The evidence prepared by White Knight was exceedingly robust, and Chief George needed only to conduct a minor secondary investigation to confirm its authenticity. Thus, Director George swiftly began to assemble an elite task force, devising plans and simulating actions, all in preparation to eradicate the malignant presence of Madame Gao in New York. Meanwhile, as the NYPD busied themselves, the FBI too commenced their preparations. I trust that Qining and Gracie, the illustrious duo of the New York police force, will not disappoint me. Bai Ye exited Gracie's residence, adjusted his trousers, and stood at the entrance of the community. He retrieved a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, extracted one, and ignited it with his Zippo, inhaling deeply. Having sacrificed so much, if the two of you manage to botch this, I might resort to using a belt instead of my own hands next time. Madame Gao, huh? Wu Diao was merely an ordinary vendor of breakfast items in Chinatown, an immigrant from Hong Kong in the last century. Upon arriving in Chinatown, his family did not live the extravagant life portrayed in newspapers, but they managed fairly well. His wife was kind and diligent, and their children were well-behaved and sensible. Wu Diao felt content. He and his wife rose early and toiled late, running a modest food stall, earning enough to sustain their family and provide for their children's education. His children were exceptionally diligent, excelling academically, especially his daughter, who had the potential to gain admission to an Ivy League institution. Although the tuition fees for such schools were astronomical, he was resolute in his commitment to support his daughter's education, willing to sacrifice everything to ensure she had the opportunity for a better future. He did not want her to end up like him, a small vendor at the bottom of the social ladder, vulnerable to the trampling of peers, gangsters, and police alike. This life, fraught with struggles and hardships, was one he had accepted, for he was merely an ordinary man, skilled only in the art of breakfast preparation. However, fate can be capricious. As his daughter prepared for her university entrance exams, she became a victim of assault by a wealthy heir during a summer camp. Initially, she remained silent, but her mother, noticing her daughter's distress, persistently inquired until the truth was revealed. Their son, enraged, sought to confront the wealthy heir, only to have his leg broken in the process. When he called the police, his pleas went unheard. Shortly thereafter, the heir and his accomplices arrived at their home, brutally beating him and his wife, and before their very eyes, assaulting their daughter. Wu Diao was engulfed by the profound malice of this world, an overwhelming darkness that rendered him nearly breathless, as if perpetually tormented by an infernal abyss. Did no sense of justice exist in this world? Would there be no retribution for his daughter's suffering? In his despair, a kind-hearted individual suggested he seek out Madame Gao. In the subterranean realm of Chinatown, the legend of Madame Gao endures. She reigns as the supreme leader of the Chinese mafia. Should you find yourself ensnared in financial woes, seek her out. She will provide you with a lucrative position that entails blinding eyes and severing tongues, leading you to her opiate processing facility, where generous remuneration is guaranteed, delivered punctually without fail. Do you desire vengeance? Approach her, but be forewarned. Death, disfigurement, or imprisonment may await you, yet your intended target shall surely meet their demise. Madame Gao is a woman of fairness. For Wu Diao, the animosity toward his daughter burns like a toxic fire, perpetually searing his soul. He is willing to sacrifice anything, even his own life, for the chance to avenge her. As night descends, the moon hangs like a silver disk, casting a delicate sheen upon the earth. In the nocturnal stillness, the air bristles with lethal intent. The joint forces of the NYPD and the FBI, armed to the teeth, stand poised for action. As the commissioner of the New York City Police Department, George commands from the rear, while the frontline leader is Chen Ying, fully equipped and wielding a firearm, clearly prepared to join the fray. If the intelligence provided by Bai Ye holds true, Madame Gao's operation is a monumental case. Should Chen Ying successfully navigate this challenge, she would undoubtedly share in the glory, enough to elevate her status even if the primary credit belongs to Commissioner George. Meanwhile, on the FBI front, Gracie assumes a similar role as the on-site commander. Chen Ying and Gracie, having weathered battles side by side, share a rapport that remains amicable. "Sir, the vehicle is approaching," came the report from the personnel stationed at Madame Gao's laundry powder warehouse. Chen Ying and Gracie exchanged a knowing glance. "Take them down." Several trucks were halted by spike strips. The man seated in the driver's seat of the foremost truck, without hesitation, brandished a rifle. Bang! A sniper positioned atop a high building took aim, and the man collapsed, a gaping hole in his forehead. Following a flurry of gunfire, the valiant officers of the NYPD and FBI surged toward the truck, swiftly opening the cargo hold. "Sir, congratulations, you are due for a promotion." Without question, the truck's interior was laden with narcotics. Chen Ying and Gracie shared a triumphant smile. "Sir, we have apprehended a civilian." A contingent of officers escorted a portly middle-aged man, whose appearance belied his age. "Civilian, did you wander in by mistake?" Chen Ying inquired. This individual was discovered within the truck's hold and likely had prior contact with the target. "He appears to be of Asian descent, yet we cannot comprehend his speech." Gracie smiled faintly. "Mandarin is indeed challenging. Allow me to inquire." However, after Grace spent a minute in the police interrogation vehicle, she emerged with a bewildered expression, utterly disheartened. "What happened?" Chen Ying hurriedly inquired. Grace replied, "I feel as though all these years, I have been learning a counterfeit version of Mandarin. Please, leave me alone. I need some time to reflect." Chen Ying, perplexed, shook her head in confusion. "If you cannot speak Mandarin, there is no need to put on airs in front of me. Here I am, a bona fide Chinese descendant, standing right before you, with unwavering confidence." Chen Ying stepped into the interrogation vehicle. Observing the trembling middle-aged man, who was visibly frightened, she adopted a gentle tone and asked, "We are officers of the NYPD. Do not be afraid. We mean you no harm." Wu Diao responded, "Sir, I know nothing of what has transpired. What should I do? We are the good guys. Please do not send me to prison." Chapter 58. The Mourning Family. The cold young master after convening a meeting with Alexandra and others. Madame Gao began preparations to temporarily vacate New York. The pressure from S.H.I.E.L.D. had become overwhelmingly intense. Although she might manage to evade S.H.I.E.L.D.'s scrutiny for a time within Chinatown, such concealment could not last indefinitely. In truth, had S.H.I.E.L.D. not been preoccupied with another significant matter, Madame Gao's hideout would likely have been discovered within mere days. After nearly a week of preparations, she finally wrapped up her affairs in New York. "Fisk, I will be leaving New York for a while. The deal? Of course. It will proceed as per our original agreement. There is no need for assistance. I am facing some complications with my business in Southeast Asia, and you cannot be of help." Upon ending the call, the smile on Madame Gao's face gradually faded. The once small tiger had now grown into a formidable beast, and she could not dismiss the possibility of it turning against her at any moment. Pausing for a moment, she turned to her secretary and asked, "Have we located the intruder from last night?" The secretary, visibly anxious, replied, "I apologize, madam, but we have scoured the area thoroughly and have found no trace of him." Under the piercing gaze of Madame Gao, who regarded him as if he were a specter, the secretary quickly added, "However, we have gathered information about him. His name is Frank Castle, known as the Punisher. He harbors an intense hatred for gangs, having lost his family to their violence due to his extrajudicial killings of gang members. He has been placed on the police's wanted list, and they are unlikely to believe his claims. Moreover, he had been struck by a blow from Madame and had suffered over 20 gunshot wounds, the loss of blood sufficient to claim his life multiple times. Thus, it was inconceivable that he still drew breath. What I seek is not your conjecture," Lady Gao said in a somber tone. "One must see the living when alive and the corpse when dead. Do you comprehend?" "Yes, yes." The secretary's face paled, and he quickly lowered his head in submission. With that, Lady Gao's stern visage softened, a smile gracing her lips as she was about to speak, when suddenly her expression shifted. In the next moment, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from below the factory. The NYPD, in conjunction with the FBI, had launched a surprise assault. "Move out," commanded Chun Ying and Gracie, initiating a full-scale offensive. Due to their numerical advantage, they opened multiple fronts, personally leading an assault to secure the very base where Lady Gao was located, the laundry detergent manufacturing facility. Armed with MP5KS, Chun Ying and Gracie charged forth, commencing their attack. The police unleashed a torrent of fire, catching Lady Gao's subordinates completely off guard. Swiftly breaching the inner sanctum of Lady Gao's headquarters. S.H.I.E.L.D. Lady Gao's heart sank in alarm. Had she been ensnared due to merely a week's delay? Surely, such misfortune could not befall her. Peering through the curtains, she caught sight of the uniforms adorning her adversaries. NYPD and FBI? Lady Gao furrowed her brow. If the NYPD were launching an attack against us, we would have received word. The secretary replied, "It must be a covert operation orchestrated by the NYPD, meaning our informants and those we had bribed are unable to relay information to us." Lady Gao mused. "Yet their operation seems to possess foreknowledge of our personnel arrangements and the lay of the land." The secretary cautiously regarded Lady Gao. Could it be that the Punisher provided them with this intelligence? Lady Gao retorted, "Did you not just declare before me that the police would not believe in that so-called Punisher? Furthermore, he was long believed to be dead from blood loss. Regardless, what purpose does it serve to dwell on this now? The wheel of fate continues to turn. We must adapt, lest we be crushed beneath it. Perhaps it is time for me to return to my hometown and contemplate the future." With a sigh, Lady Gao exited the room. The police advanced rapidly, eliminating numerous gang members and hand association ninjas. However, upon the sound of a whistle echoing within the factory, the previously panicked individuals, akin to the blind finding their footing, organized themselves to impede the police's approach. The NYPD and FBI's flashbangs, tear gas, and stun guns are not to be underestimated. Following a wave that shattered the morale of these deaf and mute individuals, the disabled were left with no choice but to flee in genuine panic. After eliminating 76 members of the gang, Chun Ying and Gracie successfully seized control of the laundry detergent manufacturing plant. Meanwhile, on another front, joyous tidings frequently arrived, yielding substantial gains. Here, one must emphasize the critical importance of the intelligence provided by Bai Ye, which nearly exposed Lady Gao's secrets. Even if a pig were to lead the charge, victory would seem assured. Has anyone encountered the gang leader, Lady Gao? As Chun Ying and Gracie surveyed the battlefield, they produced Lady Gao's wanted poster and inquired among the team members. Unfortunately, none claimed to have seen her. Infuriatingly, did she manage to escape? Lady Gao, with her gaunt and aged physique, exhibited a speed that belied her appearance, nimbly darting through the streets and alleys of Chinatown in a frantic flight. However, as she dashed into a narrow alley, she abruptly halted. Before her stood a strikingly handsome man, leaning against the wall, smoking a cigarette, seemingly awaiting her arrival. "Who are you?" Lady Gao demanded with a frown. "What business do you have blocking my path?" "Who am I?" "A splendid question," he replied. "I am the Duke of the Zong AI family, Zonglong." Bai Ye flicked the ash from his cigarette and continued, "As for blocking your path, do you not know what actions you have taken?" Indeed, she realized he was after her. Lady Gao, while remaining vigilant of Bai Ye, cast a furtive glance behind her. The Punisher, Frank Castle, and the assassin, Wolf Christian, were armed and watching her coldly. The Punisher's combat prowess is well known. In critical moments, he could even decimate the universe. While Wolf, as the Punisher's brother, possessed formidable strength, making him one of the top assassins in the world. After all, being of the same bloodline, Wolf could not afford to bring shame to his brother. "Stop looking," the Punisher said, his lips twitching. "Both Di Hao and Naiqiang are members of our Zong AI family." "The Zong AI family? What a ridiculous name," Lady Gao scoffed. "Daring to meddle in the affairs of my organization? You ought to consider your standing." Bai Ye discarded the cigarette, but, crushing it beneath his foot, his expression cold. "You ask what the Zong AI family is. Allow me to enlighten you. The cases the NYPD cannot solve will be resolved by the Zong AI family. Those the FBI dares not eliminate will be dealt with by the Zong AI family, and matters the CIA shies away from will be managed by the Zong AI family." In a single phrase, the NYPD, FBI, and CIA may govern certain aspects, but the Zong AI family will oversee what they cannot, blessed by heavenly grace, unrestrained by taboos. This is the essence of the Zong AI family. Is that sufficiently clear? Chapter 59. Eat shit. Madame Gao's forehead twitched. Where on earth did these lunatics come from? "In our Zong AI family, we have a rule. If you dare to touch my paradise, I shall ruin your spouse." Bai Ye twisted his neck. "Do you even dare to lay a hand on our family's nurturer? Do you know who he is?" "He is the young master of the Zong AI family, destined to become the supreme figure, the man of Yaoyu. It seems that unless I incapacitate you delusional fools first, I truly cannot depart." Madame Gao cast aside her cane, her hunched form gradually straightening, her eyes sparkling with a fierce glint, brimming with murderous intent. "A few still in their infancy dare to challenge me? Ha! Bai Ye replied. "Do not test my patience with your arrogance. I, Lung Xiao, delight in dealing with those who overestimate their abilities. Have you lost your mind?" Madame Gao cursed, her figure flickering as she launched a flurry of punches, her movements betraying none of the frailty one would expect from an octogenarian. The NYPD and FBI were likely scouring the vicinity for her. Leaving no time for idle chatter with Bai Ye, she struck decisively, dispatching the three adversaries with ease. As a practitioner from Kunlun, her mastery of Qi set her far apart from ordinary individuals. Slaying a few skilled fighters among the masses was akin to crushing mere ants. Before her fists could land, the piercing sound of air being torn reached Bai Ye's ears. "If you believe you possess the strength to engage me, I, Lung Xiao, would gladly accompany you to the end." Bai Ye instinctively recoiled, evading one of Madame Gao's punches, then surged forward, his footwork precise, as if plowing the earth. With a powerful Tai Chi strike, he stripped away all embellishments and aimed directly at Madame Gao's chest. Like a hammer, it thundered forth with relentless force. This lunatic possesses some skill. Madame Gao, discerning the impending impact, knew she could not withstand it head-on. She swiftly retreated 3 feet, dodging Bai Ye's assault. Then, she counterattacked, her hands poised like talons, aiming for Bai Ye's eyes. Given the ferocity of her strike, should her talons find their mark, it would not merely be an issue of sight, but potentially render his mind into a mere husk. Bai Ye sidestepped deftly, then pivoted sharply, gliding low to deliver a slicing punch aimed at Madame Gao's forehead. Both were formidable opponents. Wolf observed the fierce confrontation between Bai Ye and Madame Gao, his expression heavy with gravity. Indeed, the Punisher nodded in agreement. although he possessed unwavering confidence in his comprehensive combat prowess. Believing it to be on par with the strongest special forces of the surface, such as the butter knife and Cerberus, he acknowledged that in close-quarters combat, Bai Ye and Madame Gao could easily eliminate him in under a minute. Of course, had he been afforded the opportunity to prepare in advance. Employing a sniper rifle and traps, he would have had confidence in his ability to dispatch both Madame Gao and Bai Ye. The previous night, he had been unexpectedly injured by Madame Gao, whose formidable close combat skills had taken him by surprise. Had he known she possessed such strength, he certainly would have refrained from engaging her directly, instead opting for a strategy to eliminate her from a distance. As they exchanged blows, the two briefly separated. "Your martial arts style bears a striking resemblance to that of the gambler," Madame Gao remarked, her brow furrowed in both concern and curiosity. Bai Ye's martial techniques were exceptionally refined, nearly matching her own, and his physical strength, agility, and speed surpassed hers, placing her at a disadvantage in their contest. However, she discerned a clear connection between Bai Ye's skills and those of her old friend, the gambler, one of the 5 fingers of the hand association. "Yes," Bai Ye replied, flexing his arm with a grin. "Engaging in combat with this old man has certainly loosened up my muscles. My fight with Corinne was more of a spar, lacking in satisfaction. But with this old fellow, I can truly aim to defeat him." Although Bai Ye could easily annihilate Madame Gao by activating his lightning release chakra mode, he believed that honing his martial arts skills further would prove beneficial, much like the battles between the Monkey King and Erling Shun, where physical combat took precedence and magical prowess served as support. "Wait, you're the owner of the treasure house?" Madame Gao squinted, finally recognizing Bai Ye's identity. "It's astonishing that the martial arts you practice were taught to you by the gambler himself. The disciple of the gambler's disciple has now surpassed him." Bai Ye shrugged, retorting, "This is perhaps what they mean by the waves of the Yangtze River pushing forward the waves behind, with each generation surpassing the last." As he spoke, Bai Ye lunged forward. Madame Gao immediately sensed a rush of adrenaline, akin to a tiger descending a mountain, as a powerful punch sliced through the air with a resounding crack. She retaliated with a swift kick aimed directly at Bai Ye's lower body. In response, Bai Ye transformed one of his hands into a fist, preparing to strike back at Madame Gao. She had already channeled her energy fully into the battle. However, she discovered that no matter how much she harnessed her energy to enhance her strength and speed, Bai Ye consistently matched her with equal prowess. As their clash intensified, the afterimages left both Wolf and the Punisher utterly bewildered. What manner of monster is this? Lady Gao felt a wave of terror wash over her. Though she had secretly summoned her energy, she found herself unable to suppress Bai Ye. If her energy-infused attacks were being countered, she was at a loss for what to do. A flicker of fear inevitably crept into the depths of her eyes. Could it be that she was truly destined to falter here today? This could not continue. Lady Gao steeled herself. With a sudden burst, an overwhelming aura erupted from her. Akin to a gambler's last desperate gamble, she unleashed her cultivated energy, preparing for her final strike. Die! With a swift motion, she launched a kick as rapid as an arrow, followed by a punch that bore the force of a charging bull, aimed directly at Bai Ye's chest. "I had initially hoped to engage you in a contest of martial prowess, but your underhanded tactics render it meaningless." Bai Ye sighed softly, shaking his head slightly. Relying solely on martial skills, he knew he could not contend with the energized Lady Gao. In the next moment, a flash of lightning enveloped Bai Ye as he executed an eagle claw technique, entwined with ethereal blue currents. He swiftly seized Lady Gao's wrist with a speed and strength that far surpassed hers, and with a decisive grip, a sharp crack echoed as her wrist shattered. Gritting her teeth, she clenched her other fist and aimed a blow at Bai Ye's head. Bai Ye merely smiled, channeling his energy. The veins on his arms bulged like serpents, and with a powerful downward strike, he struck. Boom! The ground beneath Lady Gao shattered as her feet sank, and with her knees buckling under the force, she fell to the ground. Both her hands were incapacitated, rendering her unable to continue the fight against Bai Ye. Remember, in your next life, do not provoke anyone from the Morning Love family again. Bai Ye tightened his fist, faint lightning flickering around it, poised to deliver the final blow to Lady Gao. In her last moments, she did not plead for mercy but coldly declared, "You have killed me and the gambler. The Alliance will never let you go. They will find you and your family, ultimately employing the most cruel and merciless methods to kill them before your eyes. Remember, I will be waiting for you in hell." With a resounding punch, Bai Ye's fist struck down, and Lady Gao's head burst open like a watermelon. Do you think to intimidate me with the alliance? A cold smirk crept across Bai Ye's lips as he uttered, Eat shit. Chapter 60. Murder, Bone Crushing. Ash Dispersion, a one-stop service. Nai Chong, gather these items from the ground. Bai Ye caressed the ring on his left hand and produced a barrel of gasoline, which he subsequently ignited. Why? The Punisher inquired, perplexed. The remnants of Madame Gao's head littered the ground, clearly a testament to her demise. Was there still a need to incinerate the body? The hand possesses a remarkable substance known as dragon bone, which has the capability to resurrect the deceased, Bai Ye explained. Thus, it is prudent to incinerate the bodies of those who have taken lives as a precautionary measure. Murder, bone crushing, and ash dispersion. This is a comprehensive service. A good habit to cultivate while traversing the underworld. In truth, there exist individuals in this world who, even when reduced to ashes, can still return to life. Is that true? The Punisher was somewhat skeptical, yet he did not resist the idea of reducing Madame Gao to ashes. After all, she had operated a drug manufacturing facility, making her one of the largest drug lords in America, directly or indirectly responsible for countless deaths. Therefore, her grim fate was hardly excessive. The Punisher was not a foolhardy do-gooder like Daredevil. The gasoline, accompanied by flames, crackled as it consumed Madame Gao's remains, releasing a pungent aroma. By the way, I wish to inquire about the blind, deaf, and mute workers in Madame Gao's factory, Wolf remarked. This old hag employed thousands of blind and mute laborers, predominantly of Chinese descent. They had been blinded and had their tongues severed. It is said that compatriots shed tears upon meeting one another. Yet this wretched Madame Gao exhibited no humanity in her exploitation of her fellow countrymen. Bai Ye had vaguely heard of overseas Chinese gangs primarily preying upon their own. But the sheer cruelty of someone like Madame Gao was indeed rare. Her demise was scarcely unjust. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye proposed, I shall devise a plan to establish a light industrial factory in Chinatown, dedicated to employing these blind, deaf, and mute individuals. Truth be told, Bai Ye could easily concoct countless excuses to absolve himself of responsibility for them, citing their self-imposed degradation by working for Madame Gao, thus indirectly tainting themselves with blood. If these workers were of a different ethnicity, he could have acted without a second thought. However, they were his compatriots, perhaps even distant relatives. He could not bear to witness their suffering and starvation. In truth, Bai Ye estimates that among those workers, there are likely few who have willingly succumbed to depravity. The majority are from the lower echelons of society, driven to desperation, with no alternatives, compelled to work for Madame Gao. Akin to the Chinese expatriate Wu Diao intercepted by Chun Ying and Grace. If there were even a glimmer of another path, who would blind themselves or sever their own tongue? Bai Ye has experienced the depths of despair and yearned for a helping hand in those moments. Primarily, he recalls the times when he was besieged by Teacher Gao and her associates. He felt trapped, for Teacher Gao possessed magical abilities and had marked him, regardless of distance. She could pursue him to the ends of the earth. Would you like me to contribute some funds? Wolf inquired. I rarely spend money and have a surplus. Forget it. Save that little amount for your future wife. Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively. I've earned quite a bit lately. Establishing a light industrial factory is not a significant issue. Nai Chong, refrain from gallivanting around for a while and help your brother find a spouse. He suffers from severe autism, and if you don't assist him, he may remain single for life. Stop calling me Nai Chong. The Punisher shot a glare at Bai Ye, displeased with the moniker. However, Bai Ye's words held some merit. It was indeed time to help his brother find a girlfriend. By the way, as Bai Ye was about to depart, he remembered something and took out his phone to send a text to the Punisher. There's a wealthy scoundrel. Please take care of him for me. The Punisher glanced at the message. Aren't you going yourself? Bai Ye yawned. I need to get some sleep. Having left the scene of Madame Gao's cremation, Bai Ye, the Punisher, and Wolf returned to their respective homes. May should be asleep by now, so he decided not to return. Bai Ye murmured to himself, who shall I seek next? Perhaps Sophia. I cannot always impose on Aunt May. As a cad, I must spread my affections evenly. Tonight, it is Sophia's turn. Bai Ye, you're here. Upon opening the door, the sight of Sophia illuminated his eyes. At that moment, she was clad in a nightgown, revealing her fair, elongated neck, translucent collarbones, and alluring waist with defined abs. Her skin was smooth and supple, and her long, snow-white legs were enticing. The loose nightgown could not conceal the curves of her figure, resembling a ripe peach ready for harvest. In this context, there is no need for further elaboration. 2 hours later, Sophia curled up in Bai Ye's embrace, resembling a languid little kitten, devoid of the energy to even move a finger. As Bai Ye smoked, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to inquire, "Sophia, how is your school of seduction faring?" "It's going reasonably well," Sophia replied. "Since I have only recently arrived in New York and lack credibility, I have enrolled just over 20 students. The tuition fees suffice for my living expenses. Thanks to you for the discount on my rent, or I might have faced bankruptcy and struggled to afford food," she continued. "Is life really that hard?" Bai Ye asked. Taking a drag from his cigarette, he retrieved a checkbook from his spatial ring, swiftly scribbling a figure before handing it to Sophia. "From now on, I shall take care of you. As for work, pursue what brings you joy. If it doesn't, then refrain from it. I will support you for a lifetime." Sophia stared in astonishment at the check, realizing it was genuine. "Where did you acquire such wealth? That is of no concern to you. Just remember that I will support you from now on." Tears glistened in Sophia's eyes as she pushed Bai Ye onto the bed, capturing his hands and pinning them at the sides. Straddling his waist, her jewel-like eyes locked onto his, and she moistened her luscious lips, expressing her gratitude in a way that suggested she would repay this profound kindness through unwavering devotion. "You're quite bold," Bai Ye remarked, noticing her attire, which he recognized as being from a high-end brand. What more could he say? Perhaps another time. Chapter 61. He was indeed bearing pressures that were not befitting his age. The following morning, Sophia invited Bai Ye to join her for a run. Morning jogging had become a habitual practice for her, as a woman must not be complacent if she desires to maintain an appealing figure. Her shapely physique was the result of diligent training. Bai Ye, lacking the habit of morning runs, thought that engaging in some physical training would suffice for maintaining a good physique. However, after the previous night's intimate service from Sophia, he felt obliged to indulge her. Yet, as they ran, Bai Ye found himself falling in love with the activity. Who could resist the sight of Sophia? Clad in a white tank top and black leggings, her figure appearing irresistibly alluring as she moved? Certainly, Bai Ye could not. He allowed her to lead the way while he followed closely behind her. After half an hour, Sophia completed her morning run and returned home. "Bai Ye, what would you like for breakfast? I'll prepare it for you." Sophia wiped the sweat from her brow with a towel and remarked, "Do not let her alluring and enchanting appearance fool you. She possesses commendable domestic skills. After all, one could hardly survive alone in New York otherwise." "As for breakfast," Bai Ye stated, "I have little inclination towards meat. Do you have any fruit at home? A peach would suffice for me." Upon returning to the treasure house from Sophia's abode, Bai Ye sat leisurely in the shop, engrossed in the news. The NYPD and FBI had jointly issued a statement revealing that they had dismantled a significant crime syndicate the previous night, seizing 5 tons of laundry detergent and eliminating over 200 ruthless criminals. The media, delving deeper, uncovered a disturbing aspect of Lady Gao's laundry detergent supply chain, which involved thousands of blind, deaf, and mute Chinese individuals. Most of these individuals were not born with disabilities, but suffered from acquired injuries. Such a heinous event inevitably sparked a heated discourse regarding marginalized groups and racial discrimination. However, the conversation quickly devolved into discussions surrounding the Black Lives Matter movement. Meanwhile, the plight of the blind, deaf, and mute workers entangled in Lady Gao's enterprise seemed all but forgotten. The foolish New York City government had long since ceased to be a reliable ally. As Bai Ye gazed at the news on television, he could not help but scoff. In truth, what were a few thousand Chinese individuals amidst millions of homeless Americans? Bai Ye contemplated collaborating with Tony. He would provide the funding while Tony would contribute the labor. They could establish a textile factory under the auspices of Stark Industries, employing blind, deaf, and mute workers. With Stark Industries' name backing them, the venture should be relatively secure from immediate failure. Tony, despite his notorious reputation as a playboy with a disagreeable demeanor, was fundamentally a good man. He had managed to shutter Stark's military division, causing a staggering $150 billion market value evaporate without a trace. One might begrudgingly concede that he could be considered a decent person. Suddenly, Bai Ye's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, noting it was a call from a public phone. Who could this be? "Bai Ye, it's me," came a mature woman's voice from the other end. Her tone lowered as if she feared being overheard. Bai Ye, with his keen intuition regarding women, quickly recalled Livia, the wife of the crime Lord Howard sent, who collaborates with Giselle and her associates. "Indeed, it is I, Bai Ye," Someone is pursuing me. Can we meet? Livia's voice brimmed with desperation. During the lifetime of Howard Center, she lived a life of luxury as a privileged, wealthy lady. However, upon Howard Center's death, her circumstances drastically deteriorated. His former adversaries, having seized his estate, were now on the hunt for her, intent on eradicating her completely. Bai Ye was somewhat astonished. He had previously believed that Livia had long since perished, only to discover that she was still alive. Should he go to her? Bai Ye furrowed his brow, contemplated briefly, then sighed, resolving to assist Livia. After all, there existed a bond between them. It was one thing not to know of her survival, but now that he was aware, he felt compelled to lend a hand. Ultimately, Bai Ye was a man who cherished the delicate and vulnerable. After dressing casually, Bai Ye set out to the rendezvous point with Livia. A Ford came to a halt before him, and seated in the driver's seat was a woman, her face concealed by a mask and sunglasses. Yet, from her voice, he recognized it to be Livia. Bai Ye entered the vehicle. "Livia, what on earth is happening?" he inquired. Livia succinctly recounted that on the very day Giselle and her companions had orchestrated Howard Center's demise, she had been delayed returning home due to a chance encounter with a close friend at the spa, thus narrowly escaping disaster. It was only later that she learned of her husband and son's tragic fate. Overcome with sorrow, Livia dared not show herself in familiar places, but fortunately, Howard Center had foreseen such a scenario and had prepared a safe house. For the past few days, Livia had been hiding there. However, she could not remain in the safe house indefinitely, and she was uncertain of whom she could trust. Her previous social circle consisted solely of affluent ladies and members of the mafia within her household. Beyond that, she was utterly alone. "Bai Ye," she thought. "Is that why you summoned me here? To seek refuge in my home?" Bai Ye asked. "Certainly not," Livia clarified. "I wish to inquire whether there exists a means for us to safely flee the country." She elaborated, in anticipation of such a situation. "Howard left me with $30 million in emergency funds. If you accompany me in leaving this country, we could live comfortably for the rest of our lives." Bai Ye stroked his chin thoughtfully. Howard Center's wealth had been amassed through the creation of a criminal empire, drawn from the very fabric of society. To utilize this money for benevolent purposes might indeed contribute to his legacy. If he could do good without expending his own resources, what was there to hesitate about? With a small sigh, Bai Ye reflected on the matter. Admittedly, he felt a twinge of shame regarding his involvement in such undertakings. Nonetheless, he believed that the blame could not rest solely upon him, given the pressures exerted by Gale and his associates. In the past, visiting brothels was legal. Yet sleeping with another man's wife could lead to dire consequences. Now, the reverse is true. In the pursuit of being a law-abiding citizen, Bai Ye has reluctantly accepted the tarnished reputation that comes with his choices. Thus, he has chosen to return to his former profession. The weight of such burdens is truly overwhelming for someone of his age. Chapter 62. You are like a warm blanket in winter. Bai Ye. You are all I have left in this world, Livia exclaimed, burying her head in Bai Ye's embrace. Subsequently, he took Livia back to his safe house in New York, the very place Giselle and her companions had used previously. "Livia, are you hungry?" Bai Ye inquired. "If you are, I'll prepare something for you." "Well, I've been living on compressed biscuits for the past couple of days. I'm not starving, but..." Livia shyly touched her stomach. "All right, wait for me." Bai Ye donned an apron and headed into the kitchen. Moments later, a steaming meal was ready. "Here, eat up." Livia gulped as she eagerly devoured the food. What had her life been like before? A life of opulence, as a wealthy woman. How could she possibly adjust to subsisting on compressed biscuits every day? Once satiated, Livia let out a contented sigh. "Finding a way for you to escape the country is no trouble at all. If you wish, it can be arranged by tonight," Bai Ye assured her. "Bai Ye, you are too kind." Livia's voice trembled with emotion. Overwhelmed, she wept silently as she continued to eat, tears cascading down her cheeks and pooling on the floor. After all, how could one not grieve when one's husband and children had all perished? Bai Ye looked on helplessly. In this world, life is a struggle for everyone. The poor have their own burdens, while the wealthy bear their own pains. Truly, it is exceedingly difficult to exist as a human in this society. 2 hours later, Livia finally finished the meal that Bai Ye had lovingly prepared. Nestled in his arms, she wore a blissful smile. If only this life could continue indefinitely. Alas, it could not. The underworld in New York would likely continue to pursue her, particularly the remnants of the Magjia gang. Livia regained her senses and began to discuss serious matters with Bai Ye. In order to mitigate risks and enable Bai Ye to explore avenues, She provided him with a discretionary fund of $10 million. Upon receiving the money, Bai Ye adjusted his trousers and drove his Chevrolet out of the safe house. He did not turn his back callously. Rather, he was genuinely prepared to assist Livia in her endeavors. If it involved smuggling, Knox should be able to lend a hand. As he was an arms dealer acquainted with all sorts of individuals and possessed numerous channels for clandestine transport. Thus, Bai Ye drove to Knox's arms warehouse. Upon learning of Bai Ye's intentions, Knox remarked, "You've come to the right person. I happen to have several high-end clients preparing for a trip to England. Is it safe?" Bai Ye inquired, concerned for Livia's safety amidst the potential for violence. "The safety is assured. I have a stake in this as well," Knox replied. "That's good to hear." Bai Ye nodded. "Knox, please arrange a spot for me as swiftly as possible." Within Livia's safe house lay a visa for the United Kingdom, making the journey entirely feasible. "Rest assured, this is but a minor matter," Knox assured him. "But who is this individual that has led you to seek my assistance?" "She is a distant cousin of mine," Bai Ye replied, maintaining a calm demeanor. He understood the necessity of withholding the truth at this juncture. Revealing too much could incite jealousy in Knox. "Why the sudden need for clandestine passage to England?" Knox asked, intrigued. "Well, let me weave a tale for you." Bai Ye began. "Her husband has accrued a significant debt to the mob, an amount so substantial that repayment is impossible. To evade the debt collectors, she must seek refuge." "The mob?" Knox furrowed his brow. "What kind of mob is so formidable that even you cannot handle it?" "It's not that I cannot manage it. Rather, our connection is tenuous at best, merely a distant relationship," Bai Ye clarified. "Her predicament warrants my assistance in finding her a means of escape, but beyond that, I have no obligation. Besides, her husband's gambling issues may lead to further complications. Can I continually assist her?" "I see," Knox said, raising her gaze to meet Bai Ye's, her eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture as she adjusted his collar. Bai Ye understood her implication without further elaboration. She was seeking to repay a favor. He sighed inwardly, recognizing that he would need her assistance moving forward. Consequently, Bai Ye lifted Knox and a Princess Carrie and entered a room within the warehouse. He felt a sense of resignation. Having just seduced Livia, he now found himself in a similar predicament with Knox. Such was the toil of his existence. Having settled matters with Knox, Bai Ye escorted Livia to a small airport under the veil of night. "Bai Ye, are you truly not coming with me?" Livia clung to his sleeve, reluctant to part. "I have pressing matters to attend to here. Once I have resolved them, I shall promptly come to London to see you." Bai Ye replied softly, caressing her delicate face. Gazing at his enchanting visage, Livia, suddenly overcome with emotion, suggested, "Perhaps I shall postpone my departure and stay with you for a while, and once you have completed your tasks, we can leave together." "No," Bai Ye exclaimed, taken aback. Noticing Livia's puzzled expression, he elaborated, "You are in grave danger, and it is imperative that you do not linger in New York any longer. Your safety is paramount to me, far more than anything else, and I cannot permit such recklessness. But I truly do not wish to leave you." Livia gazed at him with tear-filled eyes. "Be good, listen to me." Bai Ye placed his hands on her shoulders, earnestly meeting her gaze. "I swear by the name of God that I will resolve matters here as swiftly as possible, and then I shall come to see you. In truth, I do not wish to part from you either." "Bai Ye." Livia threw herself into his embrace. The staff had begun to urge her along, and Livia reluctantly released him. Before departing, she asked one last time, "Do you love me?" Bai Ye pondered momentarily before responding, "To me, you are like a warm blanket in winter." Livia, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean?" "Once I have nestled in, I find it difficult to emerge, for winter is exceedingly cold." Livia remarked, Chapter 63, "I am but an unremarkable man." Bai Ye's words resonated silently yet profoundly, requiring no further elaboration. After bidding Livia farewell, Bai Ye was on his way home when his pocket vibrated. His phone. Upon checking, he saw a message from Jean. "Bai Ye, come out for a drink." Bai Ye replied, "What's wrong? Are you troubled?" Jean responded, "Yes. I am facing some difficulties in my research that I cannot seem to overcome, and it is quite vexing." Bai Ye advised, "Do not push yourself too hard. The more you strive, the more elusive your goals may seem. Perhaps if you take a break and return to it, you may find clarity." After exchanging a few words with Jean, Bai Ye drove to the Blueberry Bar as directed. Jean Foster, a postdoctoral fellow at Yale University, was a brilliant scholar delving into esoteric subjects that most had never even heard of, such as the Einstein-Rosen bridge. Similarly, Jian Foster and Bai Ye share a camaraderie akin to that of Guanzhong and Baoshukai. There's no denying it. Bai Ye possesses an extraordinary capacity for approachability, surpassing even Tony's renowned affability. After all, in this world, there are certainly women who refuse to earn a living passively. However, it is unlikely to find a woman who, for reasons unknown, exclusively prefers the unattractive. Jian, we ventured out to seek amusement. Do set aside those thoughts of research and allow yourself to enjoy. Daisy, draping her arm around Jian's shoulder, said. She is one of Jian's students, named Daisy Louise, both of whom are attending Yale University. At this moment, she accompanies Jian's research team, hoping to earn some credits. Jian, a paragon of intelligence and an exceptional scholar who has advanced several grades, is still relatively young despite being a postdoctoral researcher at Yale. The rapport between Jian and Daisy resembles that of friends rather than teacher and student. Research is my joy, Jian remarked. Daisy, please help me ponder where I might have erred. Suddenly, Daisy playfully slapped Jian's shoulder, excitedly pointing at an approaching man. Look, that man is so handsome. Just gazing at him makes me feel all fluttery. It's as if tears are about to spill. Jian followed Daisy's gesture, momentarily speechless. She responded, before you start crying, remember that he is my boyfriend. What? Daisy's expression of exhilaration quickly faded. Initially, she had thought to pursue the striking gentleman at all costs, only to discover he was her teacher's partner. It was crucial to note that her academic future rested in Jian's hands, and she dared not covet Jian's boyfriend. Hey Jian. Hey Bai Ye. Bai Ye approached and warmly embraced Jian. He truly is the teacher's boyfriend, Daisy thought, enviously drooling, nearly letting her excitement spill onto the floor. Bai Ye's extraordinary handsomeness rendered him nearly irresistible to women. Hello, I am Jian's student, Daisy Louise. It's a pleasure to meet you. Daisy promptly introduced herself as Bai Ye, and Jian separated. Although she might not have the opportunity to claim him, establishing a connection was still advantageous. Bai Ye had noticed Daisy from the onset. Based on his studies in physiognomy, he sensed ominous signs surrounding her. It seemed she might encounter misfortune within a month. Should he caution her to be vigilant in the coming days? Regrettably, such matters are of little consequence to us, and one might assume ulterior motives in our discourse. Greetings. I am Bai Ye, a close friend of Jian. Bai Ye chuckled softly, and the trio settled down together to enjoy some drinks. Bai Ye, what have you been up to lately? Jian inquired, unable to suppress her curiosity, while Bai Ye was engaged in his pursuits. He had crafted an image of himself as an ardent lover of science. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye replied, I have recently been delving into nuclear fusion under unique conditions. I witnessed firsthand the high-energy quantum streams released by nuclear fusion, which obliterated billions of lives over astronomical distances with immense firepower. Moreover, I have collaborated with several like-minded friends on dynamic games of asymmetric information, particularly focusing on the multifactorial interference within complex groups and the new forms of the prisoner's dilemma under conditions of information asymmetry. Although this endeavor required considerable financial investment and research, we have achieved a plethora of significant findings. Wow, Daisy exclaimed, gazing at Bai Ye in awe. I had no idea you were so remarkable. Comparatively, while Daisy might be considered an academic achiever among the masses, juxtaposed with Jian, a true academic prodigy, she felt akin to an ordinary elementary school student, which explained her presence in Jian's company to earn academic credits. Naturally, upon hearing Bai Ye discuss such lofty topics, she was taken aback. Jian pondered for a moment, momentarily speechless. What? Isn't it just about airing quilts and playing mahjong? Why do you make it sound so grandiose? Airing quilts and playing mahjong? Daisy's mind was filled with question marks, almost transforming her into a meme. Ahem. Bai Ye cleared his throat and remarked, Jian, you know that ordinary people lack your extraordinary intellect, which allows them to derive a higher form of joy from science. I am merely an unremarkable man, Daisy retorted. If you consider yourself unremarkable, then there are no beings in this world worthy of being called competent men. After an extensive conversation, the night had grown quite late. Following Daisy's return to her residence, Bai Ye escorted Jian back home. Upon arriving, as soon as Bai Ye closed the door, Jian leaped into his arms, her long, graceful legs wrapping around his waist, her hands encircling his neck as she passionately kissed him. Bai Ye, I've missed you. Jian had invited Bai Ye out today to relax and refresh her mind amidst her studies and research. True intellectuals do not grasp the convoluted paths of life. Their intentions are refreshingly straightforward. Actually, I've missed you too, Jian. Bai Ye embraced Jian's delicate figure, planting a fervent kiss upon her lips before effortlessly carrying her into the bedroom. To be candid, Bai Ye had been raised with a profound respect for education, with the notion that knowledge could alter one's destiny echoing persistently in his mind. Influenced by his surroundings, he harbored dreams of one day entering a world-renowned institution such as Yale University. Alas, his penchant for playfulness and lack of intellect compared to Jian and Tony resulted in mediocre academic performance, ultimately confining him to a modest second-tier university. However, despite not being able to attend Yale himself, he felt a sense of pride in befriending its doctoral students. Chapter 64. Summer, are you planning to open a textile factory with Tony Stark? Upon hearing Bai Ye's intentions, Elwood expressed his astonishment. Why would you do that? Just a couple of days ago, there was news about a white powder factory employing thousands of blind, deaf, and mute individuals. Surely, we must find them a means of survival. Bai Ye replied, those individuals are of Chinese descent, my compatriots. And since the municipal government has failed to present any viable solutions, I thought, why not take it upon myself? It's merely a matter of finances. I've earned quite a bit recently, so it's fitting to invest it. Establishing a company would undoubtedly bring a plethora of challenges, which is precisely why Bai Ye sought the assistance of his old acquaintance, Elwood, to navigate these obstacles. Bai Ye, your perspective is truly admirable, Elwood remarked with respect. Many people view money as a means to accumulate more, but few pause to give back to the community. Over the years, I have interacted with numerous wealthy individuals and grasped a fundamental truth. Human desire is like a boulder rolling down a mountain. Once set in motion, it cannot be halted. Most so-called philanthropists merely use charitable foundations as a tax evasion strategy, with very few genuinely contributing their hard-earned money to altruistic causes. Perhaps my wealth comes too easily. Bai Ye chuckled, thus I do not hold it in high regard. Indeed, Bai Ye's money flowed effortlessly, as it stemmed from items procured from Frog's Pawn, requiring no investment on his part. Moreover, his sales primarily consisted of scrap metal and other worthless trinkets. Take, for instance, the Norton Proficient HP potion. It was undoubtedly the most inferior item in that category. Among his collection, however, were several superior items such as Norton Expert HP potions, Norton Master HP potions, Norton Supreme HP potions, and Heavenly HP potions. Consequently, Bai Ye regarded the Norton Proficient HP potion with disdain, merely considering its sale as a form of waste repurposing. Thus, the cost of discarding a few Norton Proficient HP potions was insignificant. Very well. Since you have sought me out, I trust you have deliberated thoroughly, Elwood remarked. However, I believe it unnecessary for you to collaborate with Stark on this matter. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? This task is rather straightforward. You possess the means, yet fear you cannot enlist suitable individuals to assist in managing your company? Elwood continued. While I hold a particular disdain for that playboy Tony Stark, I must concede that anyone fortunate enough to cultivate a genuine friendship with him can navigate much of America with ease. He is indeed a prominent figure in the upper echelons of society. There is no need for you to squander goodwill on such a trivial matter. I am merely seeking reliable assistance, which is why I considered collaborating with Tony, Bai Ye replied. As for the notion of depleting goodwill, Bai Ye was indifferent. Asking him for help was merely extending a courtesy. After all, he had saved that scoundrel not once, but twice. What was wrong with requesting a minor favor? Furthermore, this was an act of charity. At this moment, Tony was likely still grappling with the guilt of those who perished due to Stark Industries armaments during the war. Giving him an opportunity to assist others was, in essence, aiding him. You cannot find suitable candidates. I can assist you in that regard, Elwood stated. You are well aware of my profession. I encounter a myriad of individuals from all walks of life. There are indeed some talented individuals of good character who could effectively manage your company. I can help you identify several candidates, and you can determine their suitability personally. Would that be agreeable? Bai Ye replied with skepticism. These individuals won't squander my investment in the company within a year or two, only to require me to pour more funds into its operations. Will they? To be frank, I do not mind spending a few resources on Norton's Proficient HP potions to aid those less fortunate, but I cannot continuously invest in a bottomless pit. My earnings are not easily acquired. They are the result of hard work and sales. That is precisely why I will oversee the process, Elwood urged. You must trust me a little. The business landscape in America is thriving, and the role of professional managers is becoming increasingly formalized. Many top companies are now steered by such individuals. Furthermore, I will assist you in monitoring financial matters, so there should be no significant issues. All right. I shall place my trust in you, Bai Ye nodded. His faith in Elwood's remained strong, a bond forged over many years, akin to the trust he held for Nina. Okay, Elwood said. Please wait a moment while I gather a few resumes for you to review. With that, she exited the office and soon returned with several resumes in hand. These are the individuals I personally regard as commendable professional managers, possessing commendable character. Please take a look. Bai Ye received the resumes and began to peruse them. They were all strikingly attractive individuals. Indeed, those who can ascend to the ranks of professional management must have risen from humble beginnings to the upper echelons of society. With wealth at their disposal, it is only natural for them to wish to present themselves well. Perhaps it would be better to find a beautiful female agent? Bai Ye mused internally. Of course, this is not merely a matter of being enamored with beauty. Primarily, women are often more meticulous and attentive in handling affairs. Suddenly, as Bai Ye flipped through the resumes, he stumbled upon a familiar name, Xia Tian. Elwood remarked, she has entrepreneurial experience, having successfully established a cosmetics brand, which she later sold to LVMH for a handsome sum of 30 million, thereby retiring on a high note. I would actually advise against selecting her, as she has been out of the business environment for 7 or 8 years, dedicating herself to caring for her daughter. Now that her daughter has grown, she is considering re-entering the workforce. Nevertheless, she is an exceptionally good person, a close friend with whom I still maintain contact, and she is of Chinese descent. Since you are currently addressing issues concerning Chinese blind, deaf, and mute workers, I thought it prudent to include her on the list. Bai Ye gazed at Xia Tian's resume, marveling at how small the world truly is. Where in life do we not encounter familiar faces? Undoubtedly, Xia Tian and he shared a bond akin to that of Guanzhong and Baoshuya. What is this? Elwood noticed Bai Ye's unease and inquired. You don't know her too, do you? That is, Bai Ye's expression was conflicted, and he ultimately nodded in acknowledgement. Elwood had assisted her considerably. It would be ungracious to deceive him, after all. Ultimately, Xia Tian was indeed a good friend of his. Chapter 65. In youth, unaware of the kindness of ants, mistaking girls for treasures in his youth, Bai Ye had traveled the world and made numerous friends. He had also returned to China several times. Xia Tian was a woman he had met during his time in the bustling metropolis. At that time, Xia Tian was engaged in her global travels, with her final destination being her hometown, the metropolis. According to her, in her younger years, she encountered a scoundrel, leading to a breakup. It was only after their separation that she discovered she was unexpectedly pregnant. In that era, being unmarried and pregnant was considered a scandalous affair. However, not wishing to terminate the pregnancy, she decided to journey to America, to a place where no one knew her, and there, she gave birth to her child alone. Time passed swiftly, and it felt as though in the blink of an eye, her child was already in high school. Only then did she have the opportunity to pursue a life of her own choosing. In the quiet contemplation of Bai Ye, he recalled a conversation with her, where she mentioned the name of her ex-boyfriend, who had wronged her, Chi Tongwei, if memory served him right. Bai Ye. Elwood's gaze toward him held a hint of peculiarity. You seem to know quite a number of women. Not at all, Bai Ye hastily replied. As you know, I am of Chinese descent, and during my visits to China, I met Xia Tian. However, after my departure, we lost all contact. Indeed, Bai Ye spoke the truth. He and Xia Tian had shared a remarkably romantic and enchanting period in the bustling metropolis of Shanghai. Yet, Xia Tian was reluctant to find a stepfather for her daughter, Diana, especially not with Bai Ye, who was nearly a decade younger. Thus, after the romance faded into the realm of reason, Xia Tian, despite her deep reluctance, requested a moment of calm from Bai Ye. Subsequently, she did not leave him any address or contact details, and they parted ways. Although Bai Ye could likely find Xia Tian through Nina, he respected her desire for solitude and did not wish to intrude. The notion of forgetting each other in the vastness of the world held a certain poetic beauty. What Bai Ye had not anticipated was encountering Xia Tian once more among Elwood's circle of friends. Very well, then, it shall be Xia Tian, Elwood declared. From the look on your face, it seems your thoughts have completely consumed you, leaving no room to consider anyone else's resume. Besides, if it's someone you know, you need not worry about being deceived. This was undoubtedly true. Bai Ye had complete faith that Xia Tian would never deceive him. In fact, he would willingly accept any mischief she might attempt. It's not as exaggerated as you suggest, Bai Ye remarked. I was merely surprised to see a familiar face. It was evident that Elwood felt a twinge of jealousy. Bai Ye thought that to ensure Elwood would assist him earnestly, he should offer her a taste of sweetness first. He had no qualms about treating Elwood to a few gallons of milk from the supermarket downstairs. Thus, approximately 2 hours later, a satisfied Elwood, having indulged in milk to the point of belching, ceased to probe Bai Ye with further inquiries. With a cheerful demeanor, she accompanied him out of the law firm. Inside, she had already contacted Xia Tian via phone to arrange a meeting at a nearby cafe to discuss matters. Unbeknownst to Xia Tian, while Elwood was on the call, Bai Ye was beside her, enjoying peaches he had purchased along with the milk. Elated, Xia Tian agreed to the meeting, and Bai Ye and Elwood set off together. Summer had already ordered her coffee and was awaiting its arrival. Suddenly, she saw Bai Ye and Elwood walking together, and she immediately stood up in astonishment. She exclaimed, "Bai Ye, is that really you?" In response to the curious gazes from others in the cafe, Summer hurriedly offered her apologies and explanations. "Why wouldn't it be me?" Bai Ye replied, gazing at the enchanting Summer with a smile. "Well, to be honest, I was quite surprised to see your resume. I didn't expect you to be such a close friend of Elle's." At this moment, Summer was around 35 years old. She possessed a delicate and fair oval face. Her long black hair elegantly pinned back. Her slender, phoenix-like eyes had a captivating allure, complemented by graceful willow-like eyebrows, a delicate nose, and moist, crimson lips. Her bright eyes sparkled with depth and sharpness, exuding an intellectual charm and competence characteristic of a professional woman. Next to her was a Prada handbag, and she was dressed in a light-colored fitted suit with a deep V-neck that subtly revealed her figure. Her waist was slender, seemingly delicate enough to grasp with one hand, and she wore a black pencil skirt that accentuated her curves. Her long, shapely legs were enveloped in black stockings, making her a rare and exquisite beauty. Summer's cheeks flushed with embarrassment, akin to a monkey's backside. Regret washed over her. She lamented her decision to seek employment when she could have embraced the comforts of financial freedom. Why had she chosen to venture out and encounter an old flame? The situation was undeniably awkward. After raising her daughter, Summer found herself feeling aimless and bored with a life of idleness. After much contemplation, she resolved to return to work, not for financial reasons, but simply to engage in meaningful activities. Thus, she had enlisted her friend Elwood's assistance in searching for suitable job opportunities. Noticing Summer's discomfort, Elwood chuckled, "Given your familiarity, I need not introduce you further. I'll leave you two to catch up. I have matters to attend to at my law firm." Once Elwood departed, Summer's awkwardness began to dissipate. "It's been a while. How have you been?" Bai Ye broke the silence. "I've been doing well," Summer replied. "I have no shortage of funds, and my daughter is quite sensible. She's about to enter college and is performing admirably in her studies, so I hardly need to worry. What about you?" "Things are not so great for me." Bai Ye sighed. "What troubles you?" Summer inquired anxiously. "Without you by my side, I find it difficult to eat or sleep soundly. Since you suggested we take some time apart, I couldn't reach out to you, leaving me to bear this pain alone." Bai Ye remarked. "In the end, there was no other choice but to transform my sorrow into motivation, earning some trivial money to fill the void within me. Yet, as I amassed over $10 billion, the emptiness within remained unfulfilled. My existence is fraught with anguish. To hell with it." Xia Tian chuckled at Bai Ye's lament. "You have amassed over $10 billion, and yet you still suffer? I would relish such suffering." Her smile was like a blooming peony, captivating all. Bai Ye found himself entranced. In youth, one often fails to appreciate the beauty of maturity, mistaking girlhood for treasure. Chapter 66. Life is arduous, necessitating mutual assistance. Indeed, those with the capability should extend a hand to homeless young women. Life is challenging for everyone, and we must support one another. One cannot be excessively selfish, for Bai Ye wished to avoid being perceived as a miserly individual. Moreover, your exaggeration suggests that, apart from your wealth, you might not have sought companionship, did you? Xia Tian ventured. "It seems you share a good rapport with AI Air. Is there something more between you two?" Bai Ye, with a serious demeanor, replied, "I apologize, but I never indulge in gossip." Xia Tian exclaimed, "Damn it. This rascal twists every word that comes from his mouth." Despite being a mother in her 30s, she found it challenging to withstand Bai Ye's occasional banter. "All right, let us bypass this topic and discuss something of substance." Xia Tian raised her hand to signal a halt. She no longer wished to engage in frivolous banter with Bai Ye, as he had a knack for steering conversations into absurd territories. As adults, Some matters need not be probed deeply. Turning a blind eye would suffice. After Bai Ye's playful jests, the unfamiliarity and distance that had arisen from their prolonged separation gradually dissipated. Humor has always been the finest means of enlivening the atmosphere. Very well. Let us speak of serious matters. Bai Ye adopted a more earnest tone, saying, Xiatian, have you heard about the recent joint operation by the NPYD and FBI that dismantled a methamphetamine factory in Chinatown, uncovering thousands of blind, deaf, and mute workers? Of course, Xiatian's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. I heard it was orchestrated by a Chinese gang. They are truly devoid of conscience. 100 executions would be too lenient. Perhaps influenced by films like Chinese Hero and the misguided representations in some gangster literature, many harbor a sense of admiration for overseas Chinese gangs. In the minds of many, these gangs embody chivalry, strength, and unity, even serving as a protective umbrella for overseas Chinese, personifying the heroic figures of the underworld. In reality, the situation regarding overseas Chinese gangs stands in stark contrast to this notion. The very essence of a gang is its propensity for nefarious deeds. The truth is that overseas Chinese gangs largely operate under the auspices of local criminal organizations, subsisting on the mercy of others while navigating a precarious existence. Rather than serving as a protective shield for the Chinese diaspora, they frequently perpetrate violence against their own, driving families to ruin and leaving them in dire straits. They exhibit a brutal demeanor towards their compatriots, akin to the Chinese fraudsters engaged in telephone and online scams abroad. Their primary activities involve gambling, drug trafficking, and extorting protection fees from Chinese expatriates, defrauding tourists, and even resorting to robbery and kidnapping of international students. This has become the most significant threat to local Chinese communities in places like Canada and Argentina, eliciting profound resentment among them. In truth, these individuals are mere criminals and societal dregs who have fled overseas through illicit means, continuing their unlawful activities, devoid of any sense of chivalry. When fellow countrymen encounter one another, it is not uncommon for treachery to ensue. Such gangs are bound to meet a grim fate. Bai Ye remarked, however, the few thousand blind, deaf, and mute workers still require a semblance of stability, do they not? The American government evidently has no intention of addressing this issue. So allow me to take the reins. He expressed his intent to invest tens of millions of dollars to establish a textile factory or a similar enterprise, providing employment for these disabled workers. As long as they can learn the trade within 10 to 15 days, he would be willing to invest further. This is a noble endeavor. Xiatian responded, Bai Ye, your awareness surpasses mine. When I hear of such matters, my heart aches with sympathy. Yet I never entertain the thought of risking my life and fortune to assist these individuals. Oh, Bai Ye interjected, can you truly compare yourself to me? How much wealth do you possess? I am currently valued at over $1 billion. Offering a mere few million is but a drop in the ocean. An insignificant sum in comparison. I firmly believe that with your kindness, should you find yourself in my position, you would inevitably make the same choice as I. Xiatian blushed slightly. You indeed resemble a creature with multiple heads. Bai Ye continued, let us focus on the matter at hand. Why did you suddenly change the subject? Xiatian, a refined woman, could match his wit. Clearing her throat, she regained her composure. Let us return to serious discourse. Are you truly comfortable in trusting this responsibility to me? I have not worked in many years, and I fear I might jeopardize your efforts. No worries. Feel free to make mistakes. If it were you, I could easily allocate an annual investment of $10 million for practice. Any losses would be on my account. Bai Ye assured her. You have such faith in me. Xiatian jested. Aren't you concerned that I might embezzle your funds? In a moment of silence, Bai Ye remarked, haven't you done this before? Damn it. This rascal is truly unpredictable. Xiatian exclaimed. Words that leave his mouth instantly take on a different flavor. Well, to speak earnestly, Bai Ye smiled and continued. In this world, I can't afford to distrust everyone, but you are the exception. You can act boldly, for I will always have your back. Since you have faith in me, and this endeavor serves our fellow compatriots, I shall accept this task, Xiatian responded decisively. She had no reason to decline. With her previous entrepreneurial ventures, she had achieved financial independence and would never have to worry about money again. Now, it was time to find purpose and realize her life's value. What could be more fulfilling than establishing a charitable organization? Not to mention, this was also helping an old flame. All right, it's settled then, but no backing out. Bai Ye stood up and said, Xiatian, it's nearly mealtime. Let me treat you to dinner. It's the least I can do after you provided me with the perfect job, and I owe you an apology for the past. That sounds good, Xiaotian replied. But let's South dine at your place. I remember your culinary skills are quite impressive, especially your seafood risotto, which leaves a lasting impression. Upon returning home, Xiaotian personally prepared a bowl of seafood risotto for Bai Ye. The clams were tender and juicy, rich in flavor, and delightfully soft. Bai Ye couldn't help but indulge. Xiaotian, your cooking is truly remarkable. After all this time, you haven't lost your touch. Bai Ye praised. One should not speak while eating, didn't you know? Xiaotian shot him a glare. All right then, Bai Ye obediently continued to savor his seafood risotto. 2 hours later, the meal finally came to an end. Xiaotian, encountering you is indeed my fortune, Bai Ye exclaimed, embracing Xiaotian's soft form on the sofa. Bai Ye, meeting you is my fortune as well. Xiaotian nestled closer, a charming blush gracing her cheeks. It is rare to find a kindred spirit in life. Though her culinary skills were exceptional, they deserved an appreciative audience, and Bai Ye was the perfect connoisseur. The two individuals nestled together in tranquil harmony, relishing the serene passage of time. Suddenly, Bai Ye, Summer jolted upright, her voice slightly hoarse as she inquired, "What time is it?" Bai Ye glanced at the clock and replied, "It's nearly 3 o'clock. What's the matter?" "What do you mean, what's the matter?" Summer felt on the brink of madness. Diana and the others are about to finish school. What do you think? She was keen to keep her daughter unaware that she had found a stepfather scarcely older than herself. Summer swiftly rose, beginning to don her attire, bra, stockings. Bai Ye turned to the side, propping his head with one hand, captivated by the sight of Summer dressing. Such allure. Utterly enchanting. "What are you dawdling for?" Summer urged. "Get up. If Diana discovers anything, I will be utterly humiliated, and I will have to deal with you first." "What's the rush?" Bai Ye chuckled. "Even if the children have just finished school, they will take at least 20 minutes to get home. They might even frolic with their classmates for hours. There's no need to fret. Since it's not your concern, of course, you're not anxious. Hurry up." Once Summer had finished dressing, she immediately pushed Bai Ye. All right, I concede. I'll get up," Bai Ye relented. As Summer completed her attire, the moment of elegant charm was lost, and Bai Ye grew impatient. "Hurry and leave." As Bai Ye got ready, Summer urged him towards the door. "Hey, there's no need to be so heartless," Bai Ye remarked. "You weren't like this a moment ago. Get lost." Summer's cheeks flushed. "All right, today I admit my fault. Next time, I'll make it up to you, okay? Diana is really coming back. I beg you, please leave. Truly, I'm at a loss with you." Bai Ye sighed. "But before I depart, have you forgotten something?" He gestured to his lips. Summer bit her red lip, casting a glance at Bai Ye. She rose on her toes and planted a firm kiss on his lips. "Are you satisfied now?" "Not bad." Bai Ye chuckled, his face lighting up as he stepped out of Summer's home. Summer closed the door, leaning against it, her mind replaying the recent events, a sweet sensation surging within her heart. After a while, she snapped back to reality. Right. There were still some items at home that needed tidying. Summer hurried back into the room, particularly to the living room and dining table. She needed to clear away all those things. Diana, the daughter, possessed a rather intense sense of jealousy, and it was imperative that she remained oblivious to her mother, Xiaotian, having prepared a meal for another man. Otherwise, Diana would undoubtedly be consumed by envy. After Bai Ye's departure, merely 10 minutes had elapsed when the door to Xiaotian's home swung open, revealing a charming high school girl, Diana herself. Upon entering, Diana beheld her mother, Xiaotian, elegantly seated on the sofa in a pristine white blazer, her legs crossed in a graceful posture, engrossed in the television. However, had she dared to touch the screen, she would have found it cold. It had only just been turned on. "Diana, you're back," Xiaotian exclaimed, as if just now realizing her daughter's homecoming. Turning to face her with a radiant smile. "Mom," Diana remarked, her brows furrowed in curiosity, "you look rather well today, almost as if you've rejuvenated 10 years. "Indeed," Xiaotian replied with serene composure. "Today, I finalized my employment situation with Aunt Air, which has undoubtedly lifted my spirits." "Is that so? Have you found a new job?" "Mom, what kind of work is it?" Diana inquired with intrigue. "Oh, it's nothing much. Merely the establishment of a charitable organization aimed at employing visually and hearing impaired individuals, with no profit motive involved." "That sounds wonderful. Such a role is perfectly suited for you," Diana exclaimed. As she ventured further into the living room, Diana's nose twitched slightly, and she curiously remarked, The aroma in here seems a bit peculiar. Xia Tian felt a surge of panic, realizing that despite her generous application of air freshener, the scent lingered stubbornly. Yet, being a successful entrepreneur, she maintained her composure and replied nonchalantly, "Oh, that? Earlier today, I attempted to practice my culinary skills by preparing seafood. However, I lost track of time while chatting with Aunt Air and ended up burning the dish." Later that evening, after dinner, Parker ascended the stairs to study. Aunt May turned to Bai Ye, who was still indulging in a hearty meal, saying, "You've been quite busy lately. You haven't forgotten that you need to check on Parker's girlfriend, have you? He has been exhausting himself with his training in lightning release chakra mode, and he needs to replenish his strength." "I haven't forgotten," Bai Ye replied. "I've just been preoccupied dealing with those bandits who attacked our home with RPGs. But rest assured, that situation has been resolved, and it won't happen again. As for Parker, I'll visit his school tomorrow to check on things, all right? Just as long as you remember," Aunt May said, nodding in satisfaction before turning to tidy up the kitchen. After Bai Ye finished his meal, he activated his lightning chakra mode to aid digestion, instantly feeling his strength returning. However, before he could revel in his good fortune, Aunt May appeared, clad in a striking red dress, her face radiating an alluring smile. Sighing, Bai Ye pondered the concerns of Xia Tian, who questioned whether he feared her embezzling his funds. Little did she know, in terms of greed, there was a far greater thief at home. Compared to Aunt May, the expense of a mere cup of water for the American military seemed trivial. Chapter 68. The waters run deep. Parker, you cannot navigate this. Allow Uncle to handle it. The following day, Parker descended from the second floor for breakfast. As he sat at the dining table, he suddenly noticed Bai Ye's rather flamboyant attire that day, a quintessential student look. At his age, was he still trying to appear youthful? Rubbing his eyes, Parker looked again. And indeed, it was his Uncle Bai Ye. "Uncle Bai Ye, what are you planning?" Parker inquired tentatively. Was he finally unable to contain his restless heart? Ready to prey upon female students? "No. Uncle Bai Ye, please be reasonable. Leave something for us children. With so many older sisters and aunts available, must you pursue the students?" Before Bai Ye could respond, Aunt May, carrying a tray, interjected, "I have no idea what has gotten into him. Today he insists on visiting your school, and there's no stopping him." Parker fell silent, sensing something amiss. Could it be that Uncle Bai Ye had divulged his attempts at courting girls to Aunt May? Reflecting on Bai Ye's usual demeanor, this was indeed within the realm of possibility. "Uncle Bai Ye, what do you intend to do at my school?" Parker questioned. "There's nothing entertaining about it. It's just a place filled with students." "No, it's precisely because they are students that it will be enjoyable," Bai Ye replied with a smile. "I have no ulterior motives. I merely wish to see your learning environment. Rest assured, I will not intrude." "Really? I don't believe you," Parker retorted. "The learning environment is quite mundane. Everyone is busy studying, rushing to and fro, living a regimented life." He made a valiant effort to dissuade Bai Ye from accompanying him to school. Unfortunately, he was unable to stop him. "Parker, eat quickly, or you'll be late for school," Aunt May chimed in, taking sides. What choice did Parker have? He had a vague understanding that Aunt May had sent Bai Ye to the school to observe the girl he was pursuing, employing his discerning eyes, honed from countless encounters with women, to assess Kenmu. After dining, Parker wore an expression of utter desolation as he guided Bai Ye towards the school. In the early morning, the slanting sun gradually cast its golden rays, filtering softly through the delicate mist and gently illuminating all around. At Mid-City High School, the peak hour of school attendance was in full swing. A throng of youthful students, brimming with the essence of adolescence, streamed through the school gates, their laughter echoing in the air. What a familiar and nostalgic place this was. Bai Ye felt as though he had returned to his own school days. "Oh my, those legs are stunningly fair." A striking young female student clad in a miniskirt sauntered past, her radiant long legs instantly capturing Bai Ye's attention. He tugged at Parker's sleeve and exclaimed. Parker replied, "The joys and sorrows of human connection are not universally understood. All I perceive is the noise from Uncle Bai Ye." Quite a figure indeed. Bai Ye continued his commentary on the girls they passed as he walked alongside Parker. Fortunately, his voice was not overly loud. Otherwise, Parker might have been driven to despair by being associated with Bai Ye's lewd remarks. "However, Parker, your school must have a beauty queen or something, right?" Bai Ye draped an arm around Parker's shoulder and inquired, "Could you tell me more about it?" "Uncle Bai Ye, could you please exercise some restraint?" Parker sighed. "You make it exceedingly difficult for me." "Parker, you've changed," Bai Ye lamented, sorrow etched on his face. You are no longer the obedient and understanding child you once were. Now you even seem to disdain your Uncle Bai Ye. Parker, a girl's voice called from behind, startling Parker. It was Kinmu's voice. Uncle Bai Ye, you can do as you please at home, but for now, please show me some respect. Parker whispered as he discreetly tugged at Bai Ye's sleeve. Bai Ye offered him a reassuring glance and gestured an okay with his hand. Instantly, Parker's face brightened with what he believed to be his most charming smile, and he stiffly turned to greet her. Hi, Kinmu. What a coincidence to see you again. Kinmu approached briskly, her face adorned with the most youthful and radiant smile. She had a delicate countenance, with fair skin, elegantly arched eyebrows, and a straight nose. Undoubtedly a beauty in the making. Parker's taste was evidently commendable. It was clear that this girl harbored some affection for him as well. Parker, who is this? Kinmu inquired curiously, glancing at the figure standing closely beside him, Bai Ye. Oh, I am Parker's uncle. You may call me Bai Ye, Bai Ye stated. I am currently engaged in a social study, and thus require to spend a day on campus in the guise of a student. Kin glanced at Parker, who nodded in reluctant assent. Bai Ye, you must be Kin. Parker often speaks of you at home, praising your gentleness, kindness, and beauty, claiming you have been a substantial help to him. Truly a splendid child. No. Kim quickly shook her head in modesty. It is Parker who has aided me immensely. My academic performance is not commendable. It is solely thanks to Parker's tutoring that I have managed to improve. Oh, the truth unveils itself. It appears Parker has been spending his days and nights assisting his young girlfriend with her studies. Quite commendable. This lad possesses the flair reminiscent of his uncle in his prime. Bai Ye, evidently a social butterfly, conversed with Kim for a brief while, and they swiftly developed a sense of camaraderie. However, Bai Ye, with a hint of perplexity, inquired, Kim, is your father named Brian? Why, yes. Kim responded in astonishment. Uncle Bai Ye, how do you know? Parker looked taken aback. Could it be that Uncle Bai Ye had investigated Kim's family background? That would be excessive. Do not misunderstand. Bai Ye replied, I should have encountered your father, Brian, on a few occasions. We are familiar strangers. I must have seen a photograph of you from your childhood, which left a faint impression. Your father should be retired now, correct? Indeed, Kim nodded. He has been retired for quite some time. Approaching the school gate, Kim met her close friend and, after exchanging greetings with Bai Ye and Parker, departed. After all, she and Parker were not yet in a genuine romantic relationship, and it would feel awkward to walk together continuously. Observing Kim's retreating figure, however, Bai Ye's expression turned grave. Kim, with a father named Brian. This girl is far too perilous, not suitable for Parker. Parker, Bai Ye placed a hand on Parker's shoulder. This girlfriend is not a match for you. It would be wise to seek another. There are countless wonderful women in this world, and you could surely find one more fitting. Parker, perplexed, asked why. Bai Ye earnestly implored, Parker, this girl harbors depths you cannot fathom. It is better to let your uncle guide you. Chapter 69. The joys and sorrows between individuals remain unconnected. I merely perceive them as a cacophony. In this world, there are a few formidable entities. Even Bai Ye must concede a measure of respect. John Wick's dog, Brian Mills' daughter, and so forth. Undoubtedly, Kim is the daughter of Brian Mills. Parker stands no chance of navigating the complexities of a girl with such a convoluted family background. Bai Ye now finds himself in introspection, pondering whether he has acted inappropriately in the presence of Kim. It is not fear of her father that motivates him. Rather, Bai Ye is inherently inclined to embody the qualities of a gentleman, unwilling to risk any impropriety when engaging with a young lady. Uncle Bai Ye. Parker, however, fails to grasp the sincerity of Bai Ye's intentions, regarding him with a wary gaze. You're not attempting to vie for Kin's affections, are you? If you dare to do so, I shall promptly return home and disclose everything about your so-called ordinary leopard print aunt, your well-acquainted friend, to Aunt May. You little rascal. Bai Ye lightly tapped Parker on the head. Are you threatening your uncle, Bai Ye? I am merely acting in your best interest, safeguarding you from potential risks. Yet you choose to threaten me? Is this how you repay kindness? Parker, with a defiant tone, replied, I will not relinquish my pursuit of Kim, regardless of Aunt May's persuasion. Even if you, Uncle Bai Ye, attempt to take her from me, I shall compete with you fairly. What are you thinking? Bai Ye responded, even if I were to act foolishly, I would not stoop to the level of competing for your girlfriend. Parker looked at Bai Ye with an expression that implied he believed him to be quite capable of such folly. It was not that Parker doubted Bai Ye's integrity. Rather, his credibility, in Parker's eyes, had plummeted to zero, with no room for recovery. Kim, on the other hand, is a well-regarded young lady, known for her virtuous character, adventurous spirit, and penchant for travel, while remaining remarkably well-behaved. Parker could not fathom what risks might accompany his pursuit of Kim as a girlfriend. "Never mind," Bai Ye remarked. "If you are determined, then pursue her at your own discretion. I shall not interfere. But I hope you won't come crying to me later. The child has grown up, entering a rebellious stage. No matter what one says, he shall not heed advice and will only become more obstinate. I must warn you, her father is not someone to be trifled with. Prepare yourself mentally," Bai Ye added as his final counsel. "Damn it. From now on, I shall concern myself more with those I truly care for, and less with Parker's futile endeavors." As Bai Ye appeared genuinely disinterested in Kim, Parker breathed a sigh of relief. Truth be told, he was but a novice, and compared to a master like Bai Ye, he felt woefully inadequate. As long as Bai Ye harbored any interest, Kim would likely remain ensnared within his grasp. "What is so impressive about someone named Brian?" "I have a cousin named Brian as well," Parker muttered. Just as he entered the campus, another girl called out his name. Bai Ye and Parker simultaneously turned their heads to look. A youthful girl approached briskly. She was clad in a long black dress that modestly enveloped her graceful legs. Her skin was as fair as jade, and her features were charmingly delicate. Golden hair cascaded down her shoulders like a waterfall, and a faint blush adorned her cheeks. Her unadorned visage accentuated her innocence and purity, with eyes as clear and pristine as a flowing spring. Notably, the girl possessed a figure that was strikingly alluring, creating a sensation akin to an earthquake with every confident step she took. The combination of her youthful appearance and an air of subtle, mysterious allure was captivating. Bai Ye leaned closer to Parker and whispered, "You sly fellow. Your Aunt May and I were once concerned that your bookish demeanor might leave you perpetually single. Yet, just moments after entering the campus, you've already bestowed upon me a delightful surprise. This girl you've chosen surpasses that Kim in every aspect: appearance, physique, and grace." "Uncle Bai Ye," Parker replied quietly, "if Kim could be considered half my girlfriend, then this girl certainly is not. She merely knows my name. We've interacted a few times in the same research group due to my academic performance, but it's truly nothing significant." "Really nothing at all?" Bai Ye regarded Parker skeptically. "Even if there's nothing now, there could be in the future. Trust me, pursue her. I'll be here to support you. It won't be a problem." Sighing in resignation, Parker said, "Uncle Bai Ye, let me be frank. Her name is Felicia Hardy, a true elite beauty with a family fortune in the billions. You understand what that implies, right? Are you saying you feel inferior?" Bai Ye replied, "With me as your uncle, what do you have to fear? Even if she were a princess of the British Empire, you should pursue her boldly and courageously." "It's not that I feel inferior," Parker clarified, "but I can distinguish reality. Pursuing someone from a prominent family without the means to match them is merely courting humiliation and ridicule. Besides, my relationship with Kim is stable. We are just a step away from something more. I'm not the kind of man who flits from one girl to another." Bai Ye shot Parker a glance, feeling that the young man was subtly implying something about himself. "Parker, here is the notebook you lent me. I'm returning it." Felicia approached Parker with a smile, presenting a notebook in front of him. "Thank you." Parker responded politely, smiling in return. "Parker, your friend seems unfamiliar. Is he a new transfer student?" Felicia asked. Her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity as she regarded Bai Ye. "No, I am his uncle." Bai Ye chuckled. After a brief exchange, Felicia quickly warmed up to Bai Ye. "Uncle Bai Ye, you are so handsome. Surely you must have a girlfriend?" "No, perhaps it is because of my extraordinary looks. The girlfriends I have had often declare that the pressure is too great for them to bear, ultimately resulting in a breakup." "Oh, that sounds unfortunate for you." "Uncle Bai Ye, alas, such is the nature of appearances. They are innate and immutable, regardless of any disdain one might harbor." Parker walked at the back, his expression devoid of emotion, silently observing as Bai Ye and Felicia conversed more and more comfortably, strolling side by side, as if oblivious to the world around them. Parker mused, "The joys and sorrows of human relationships are seldom shared. I merely perceive their chatter as noise." As for Felicia, he resolved to maintain a slight distance while still fostering closeness, for he had no desire to be associated with Uncle Bai Ye, a man of dubious character, as he believed that such individuals rarely meet a favorable fate. He aspired to be a man of singular devotion. Chapter 70. The Girl with Long Waves. Uncle Bai Ye. They have already moved on, Parker said softly. Although Felicia had enjoyed a delightful conversation with Bai Ye, she was not in the same class as Parker and had to depart for class, reluctantly bidding farewell to Bai Ye. Bai Ye waved goodbye to Felicia. Turning to Parker, he reproached him. Just now you mentioned that someone like Felicia, a top-tier beauty, is difficult to pursue. How do you find my demonstration? Uncle Bai Ye, Parker replied. I am not a professional like you. I am merely an ordinary student. While you could win her over, I certainly could not. Though Parker harbored doubts about Bai Ye's intentions, suspecting that he was not genuinely demonstrating but rather indulging himself, he chose to remain silent, recognizing that it was for his own good, at least to some extent. Isn't it fortunate that I am here to assist you? Bai Ye said. Tell me, who are the campus beauties at your school? I must select one who surpasses Ken in every aspect and help you win her heart. Bai Ye draped an arm around Parker's shoulders as they made their way down the corridor of the teaching building. Just as they were conversing, two girls suddenly appeared around the corner, each holding a cup of milk tea. Before Bai Ye could react, he was doused in milk tea. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. The two girls quickly began to pat the liquid off Bai Ye's clothes. Truth be told, anyone would feel a twinge of annoyance after being splattered with milk tea. However, when Bai Ye beheld the appearances of the two young ladies before him, his irritation dissipated considerably, for one of them was none other than Summer's daughter, Diana. He had previously gazed upon a parent-child photograph of Summer and Diana during a meal at the dining table. The other young lady, with her flowing chestnut locks, delicate features, and captivating azure eyes resembling the lustrous hue of aquamarine, radiated an enchanting allure. Her sun-kissed skin and voluptuous figure exuded an irresistible charm, reminiscent of a wild vixen. She was imbued with the vivacity and exuberance of youth, truly a celestial beauty. Bai Ye had always possessed a tender heart for the fairer sex. How could he bear to reproach such a stunning young woman? No worries. I shall freshen up shortly, Bai Ye graciously remarked. The two young ladies were equally polite, eager to accompany Bai Ye. Parker, feeling somewhat helpless, followed behind the trio. In the restroom, Bai Ye shed his outer coat and the t-shirt beneath. Wow! Michaela and Diana gasped in unison, for Bai Ye's muscular physique was nothing short of perfection. His bronzed skin and sculpted contours shimmered under the sunlight, exuding an aura of vibrant life force. Standing alone, Bai Ye resembled an imposing wall. Lately, he had been diligently honing his lightning release chakra mode, significantly enhancing his physical strength to the point of evoking a sense of life transcending. His strikingly handsome stature, coupled with a visage that could make any woman swoon, rendered Michaela and Diana utterly entranced. Parker, who is this classmate of yours? Michaela could not restrain her curiosity, inquiring discreetly. She and Diana were both classmates of Parker and were acquainted with him. Parker, somewhat reluctantly, recounted Bai Ye's tale to Michaela. Parker, does your uncle have a girlfriend? Michaela pressed further. I'm not sure about that, Parker replied. If he does, would he be open to considering a change of girlfriend? Michaela's gaze upon Bai Ye was fervent, almost suggesting her own qualifications for the role. If it comes to that, if your uncle is unwilling to part with his girlfriend, would he be amenable to having an additional girlfriend? Parker sighed, realizing that bringing Bai Ye to school would inevitably lead to such occurrences. Michaela is the epitome of beauty at her school, typically a reserved young lady, yet upon encountering Bai Ye, she transforms entirely. A tragic irony. However, Michaela believes she cannot be blamed for this. Bai Ye's striking good looks seem to have captured her heart entirely. Moreover, the sight of his muscular physique ignites a longing within her, a desire to taste it. Surely it must be chocolate-flavored? Indeed, it must be. Diana, who also admires Bai Ye's charm and physique, finds herself restrained by her heritage, unable to exhibit the same boldness as Michaela. She can only steal glances at Bai Ye's muscles, quickly averting her gaze, much like a thief preparing to commit a heist. At last, Bai Ye hastily donned his attire and declared, "You must hurry to class. Lateness is not an option." "Are you joining us for class, Uncle Bai Ye?" Michaela inquired eagerly. "Is that not permissible?" Bai Ye chuckled. "Since I have declared my intention to be a student for the day, how could I possibly skip the classroom experience?" "Of course it is. Please sit beside me," Michaela exclaimed. "I have a close rapport with our teacher. Even if she discovers you have sneaked in, she will surely regard you as my boyfriend and overlook your presence." Diana nodded vigorously in agreement. Being Michaela's confidant, she knew they would sit together in class. If Bai Ye were to sit beside Michaela, it would grant her the opportunity for more interaction with him. Only Parker, the top scholar of the school, scoffed silently. He was well aware of his favorable standing with the teachers. If Bai Ye were to sit next to him, he could easily claim that Bai Ye was his cousin attending classes with him, and the teacher would not dare to dismiss him. Yet, Parker refrained from voicing his thoughts, understanding that his emotional intelligence advised against interrupting at such a moment. He would likely face Michaela's wrath. With a smile, Bai Ye led the four of them towards the classroom. Along the way, Michaela engaged Bai Ye in conversation, eventually daring to ask, "What type of girl do you prefer, Uncle Bai Ye?" Bai Ye pondered for a moment before responding, "I prefer girls with long hair and voluptuous waves." "Is that your only requirement?" Michaela thought to herself, delighted, as this seemed an easily attainable standard. "No." Bai Ye looked at Michaela earnestly. "That constitutes 4 requirements." Michaela, Chapter 71, the mathematics teacher, Mr. Blergh, entered the classroom. Bai Ye chose to sit with Parker, not because he held any disdain for Michaela, but rather due to his long-established habit of remaining passive, neither taking the initiative nor refusing, thus avoiding responsibility. Especially with high school girls like Michaela, should he pursue her and later part ways, complications would inevitably arise. Conversely, if Michaela were to take the initiative in their pursuit, matters would become considerably simpler. Indeed, in the realm of romance, mastering the art of passivity is of paramount importance. "Parker, your class is brimming with exceptional young women, isn't it?" Bai Ye remarked, surveying his surroundings. "Had I known sooner, I would have gladly accompanied you to school every day." Parker, he had never felt so speechless in his life. Uncle Bai Ye had an uncanny ability to leave him at a loss for words. Uncle Bai Ye, engaging in frivolous romantic entanglements with girls in high school, is ill-advised. Parker cautioned earnestly. "It could easily land you in trouble with the authorities." "But aren't you all generally 17? Bai Ye countered, gazing at Parker with an expression that conveyed his naivety. "At this age, do the police really intervene?" "Nevertheless, it matters not," Bai Ye continued. "I am well acquainted with numerous individuals from the NYPD, FBI, CIA, Department of Homeland Security, and perhaps even S.H.I.E.L.D. Even if one were to stray from the law, it would pose no issue with my protection. While I cannot guarantee your meteoric rise to the position of mayor of New York tomorrow or governor of New York State next week, I assure you that regardless of how many romantic liaisons you may engage in, I will ensure your safety." "Parker, Uncle Bai Ye, speak honestly. The individuals you claim to know within the NYPD, FBI, CIA, and Department of Homeland Security, they cannot all be women, can they?" "Of course not," Bai Ye replied, unperturbed. "The Mediterranean gentleman, Colson, whom you met previously, was he a woman?" Parker paused, contemplating, and realized that he was indeed male, despite Uncle Bai Ye having numerous female friends. He also had his fair share of male acquaintances, such as the notorious playboy Tony Stark, a close friend of his. The school bell rang. A lady teacher entered, her high heels clicking against the floor. She possessed a fair and exquisite visage, striking azure eyes, delicate features, and flawless skin. Tall and elegant, she donned a professional outfit that accentuated her slender waist, while her skirt enveloped her curvaceous form, portraying a flawless hourglass silhouette. Her long legs were clad in white stockings, presenting an image of grace and poise. "Parker, I suddenly find that you speak with great wisdom." Bai Ye clapped his hand on his shoulder and remarked, "I am already an adult. I should not be engaging in romance with young ladies, but rather with individuals of maturity." Parker, however, had already discerned that Uncle Bai Ye's gaze was fixated on their mathematics teacher, Miss Blergh. He slapped himself in disbelief. "Are you planning to pursue a relationship with my teacher? Uncle Bai Ye, can you not conduct yourself as a proper person?" "Bai Ye, enlighten me about the nature of your teacher," Bai Ye eagerly inquired. "She is our mathematics instructor, named Blergh Hobbs," Parker patiently explained. It was far more preferable for him to engage in the pursuit of a female teacher than to chase after female students. Hobbs. An image of a bald man emerged in Bai Ye's mind. Could it be him? Regardless, even if it is, I have already accepted him as my father-in-law. In the classroom, while Miss Blergh was delivering her lecture, her aquamarine eyes occasionally darted towards Bai Ye. Handsome men are drawn to beautiful women, and naturally, beauty finds a lure in handsomeness. With Bai Ye's striking looks, women could approach him at any moment. "Classmates, we shall conclude today's lesson here. And now we will conduct a brief quiz." Miss Blergh distributed the test papers. Oh no, Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback. He had merely come to audit the class, yet he was to be subjected to an examination? This thrust him back into the shadows of his high-level mathematics teacher's dominion. A familiar tune echoed in his mind. "My answers are in disarray as the bell tolls. With trembling right hand, I inscribe Lapidales rule. Outside, playful doves frolic by the lake, while I intermittently explain why it is differentiable. Are there limits? Assume infinitesimals replaced. What is wrong? A mistake. It is peculiar. The equations lengthen. The unknowns refuse to vanish. The function in this interval, it becomes discontinuous. What is happening? I am crumbling. Where is the completed problem? Alas, I miscalculated. The draft paper is exhausted. Rawls and Lagrange-Cauchy theorems, along with Taylor's series. Those indistinguishable formulas I can no longer recall. There was no choice, given the circumstances. Bai Ye had to face it head-on. He opened the test paper and read, as depicted, in the tetrahedron PABCD, with ABCD and BAPCD being right angles at 90 degrees. 1. Prove that plane PAB is perpendicular to plane PAD. 2. If PAPD equals AB, DC, APD at 90 degrees. Find the cosine of the dihedral angle APBC. Bai Ye gazed at the examination paper, deep in contemplation. 1. From the known values, we can derive PAB and PDCD, and subsequently, from ABCD, obtain ABPD. Utilizing the criterion for perpendicular planes, we ascertain that plane AB is perpendicular to plane PAD, which further leads us to conclude that plane PB is also perpendicular to plane PAD. 2. From the established knowledge, quadrilateral ABCD is identified as a parallelogram. From 1. Knowing that AB is in plane PAD allows us to deduce a BOD, thus confirming that quadrilateral ABCD is a rectangle. Let PAB equal 2A, then AD equals 2A as well. Taking point O as the midpoint of AD and point E as the midpoint of BC, we connect points P, O, and E, setting O as the coordinate origin. We establish a three-dimensional Cartesian coordinate system with OA, OE, and OP as the x, y, and z axes, respectively. We then compute a normal vector for plane PBC and prove that PD serves as a normal vector for plane PAB. From the cosine of the angle formed by the two normal vectors, we can derive the cosine of the dihedral angle APBC. I can indeed accomplish this. Bai Ye began to write fervently on the paper. Parker, seated beside him, looked utterly bewildered. He had always assumed that Uncle Bai Ye was devoid of academic prowess and would inevitably resort to copying from his paper at the exam's conclusion. To his surprise, Uncle Bai Ye was actually capable of doing it himself. Parker, focus on your own work and refrain from distractions, reminded Mr. Blergh kindly. Parker's face flushed crimson in an instant, and he hastily lowered his head to concentrate on his own examination. As the bell rang, signaling the end of class, Mr. Blergh smiled and announced, "Time is up. Please submit your papers. You there beside Parker, please assist the teacher by bringing the papers to my office." "Thank you." Bai Ye was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. It seemed Mr. Blergh was preparing to impart some profound knowledge to him. Chapter 72. The landlord's tactics are truly wild. Shortly after Bai Ye departed from the treasure house, a blonde woman approached Onlei's treasure house. Cautiously, she peeked inside and inquired, "Hello, is anyone here?" "Hello," replied Aunt May, who was cleaning inside the house. She stepped out and smiled at the blonde beauty, asking, "How may I assist you?" "I heard there are houses for rent here, so I came to take a look," Sharon Carter replied with a smile. Bai Ye had purchased an entire building, which he could hardly occupy alone, naturally leaving some units for rent. However, not long ago, Coulson and the SHIELD strike team had caused quite a commotion, and gamblers had sent people to bombard the place with RPGs. As a result, many residents hastily moved out overnight, even forfeiting their deposits without recovering them from Bai Ye. This landlord's methods were undeniably audacious, managing to offend both the underworld and the law, yet still managing to survive. Such a person. RBQ, are you considering renting a house here? Aunt May expressed her surprise. Haven't you heard? Recently, there have been quite a few disturbances in this neighborhood. Aside from a few daredevils, most residents of this building have already vacated their homes. Is that so? Sharon Carter replied. However, I have heard that the landlord here has considerable influence, and no one dares to cause trouble in this vicinity. That is precisely why I am drawn to this place. She winked at Aunt May. I have recently been troubled by some rather persistent individuals. Aunt May nodded in understanding. Indeed, given the beauty of the woman before her, it was hardly surprising that she would attract troublesome men. If you truly wish to rent a room here, it is certainly possible, but I must caution you that there are certain risks involved. Aunt May was a kind-hearted person. She would never conceal risks or deceive anyone into renting a property merely for the sake of collecting rent. That was simply not in her nature. Rest assured, I have heard whispers of such issues, but I believe they are merely isolated incidents. I think, after all, one shell crater cannot be followed by another. So I am not overly concerned. After Aunt May showed Sharon Carter the vacant property, she expressed her satisfaction and immediately wished to sign the lease. So enthusiastic was she that Aunt May had no choice but to accept her payment of 3 months' rent in advance and finalize the rental agreement. As the agent for Bai Ye, Aunt May possessed the authority to enter into contracts with tenants. Her monthly salary of 15,000 was certainly well earned, as she effectively served as a manager, caretaker, and agent for Bai Ye, even occasionally working night shifts. Once Aunt May departed, Sharon Carter's warm smile faded, replaced by an air of calm resolve. She pressed her earpiece. "Sir, I have successfully infiltrated the enemy's ranks." "Well done," Carlson replied. "Next, you must cultivate a rapport with the woman named May. If there is anyone in this world who can influence the target, it is undoubtedly her." "Yes, sir," Carlson continued. "From this point forward, you will enter a state of stealth. You are required to submit a mission report only once a month. During your time undercover, observe the target's every move, strengthen your relationship, and ideally become friends. Ultimately, when the target's life is in peril, you must be prepared to sacrifice your own life to protect him." Bai Ye is a remarkably powerful, stable, and controllable superhuman, possessing immense value. Nick Fury understands that this world is perpetually threatened by various dangers. Although the relationship between SHIELD and Bai Ye is currently strained, when pivotal moments arise, the world will indeed require Bai Ye's assistance. Thus, the safety of Bai Ye's life must be ensured. Although Bai Ye possesses considerable strength, there will always be individuals who stumble in the depths of adversity, much like Black Widow, who has now begun her employment at Stark Industries. "Yes, sir." Bai Ye, clutching a test paper, trailed behind Black as they entered her office. "Miss Black, I shall leave this with you," Bai Ye stated, placing the test paper upon Black's desk. Just as he turned to depart, Black called out, "Wait a moment." Bai Ye, turning back, revealed a hint of knowing amusement on his face. "At such a tender age, I have borne an inordinate amount of pressure that one of my years ought not to endure. Yet, the words of a teacher must be heeded." Bai Ye had always been a compliant child. "Ms. Black, is there anything else I can assist you with?" Bai Ye turned back, offering a light-hearted smile. "Well, there is nothing I particularly need help with," Black replied, her eyes twinkling. "But you're not one of my students, are you?" To be honest, given Bai Ye's striking appearance, a woman would be unlikely to forget him. Thus, how could Black not recall that he was not her student? Indeed not. Bai Ye chuckled. "I'm actually Parker's cousin." He then reiterated his social investigation narrative to Black. "Ah, so you are Parker's cousin. No wonder I've seen you two sharing whispers," Black exclaimed, realization dawning upon her. "Mr. Bai Ye, since you're here at the school, why don't I share with you Parker's performance here?" "Certainly," Bai Ye responded. "In truth, beyond the social investigation, I am also keen to observe Parker's learning environment. After all, as a parent, there are countless concerns to ponder. Indeed, Parker is a well-behaved and sensible child, requiring little worry on our part," Black noted. "Moreover, given his potential, he has a promising chance of attending Harvard." As they conversed, Bai Ye suddenly noticed a PSP game console atop Black's desk. Black remarked that it was something she had collected from her students. Their eyes met, and soon the room was filled with the sounds of gaming, the intense electronic effects captivating. Fortunately, the soundproofing in Black's office was commendable, preventing anyone from discovering that a teacher was playing games with a student's parent in school, a rather dubious activity indeed. While instructing students against gaming, here she was indulging in it herself. Suddenly, Black's phone, resting on her desk, began to ring. Bai Ye and Blake both froze, halting their gaming actions. Blake reluctantly freed one hand to answer the phone. "Hello? Darling, when do you finish school?" A woman's voice came from the other end. "After school. I'll come to pick you up." Half an hour later, Blake replied, his voice somewhat hoarse. "What happened to your voice?" "Oh, it's nothing. I just choked on some water," he replied. "Is it serious?" Meg asked anxiously. "It's nothing," Blake mumbled. "That's good. All right, darling, I have some matters to attend to, so I won't keep you. By the way, the toys I bought for us have arrived. Tonight will be fun." Meg ended the call with an ambiguous tone. Bai Ye looked at Blake, whose expression was rather awkward, with a strange gaze. After a long pause, he could only sigh like Uncle Da. "It's tough for my dear wife to grind tofu." Chapter 73. She is my newfound good friend. Bai Ye. Please don't misunderstand, Blergh hastily explained. Meg and I are roommates. She used to say some nonsensical things. You don't need to elaborate, Blergh. Bai Ye placed a finger on Blergh's flushed lips and smiled. What I love is your soul, so no matter who you are, I will continue to love you. Bai Ye would never discriminate against lace, he only disdained glass. You're truly wonderful. Blergh was moved to tears and embraced Bai Ye tightly, wiping his tears away. He began to recount his past. Before meeting Bai Ye, he had indeed been a lesbian, avoiding any contact with men. His college roommate, Meg, was a 33G and also a lesbian. During their university years, having never dated men, they gradually became aware of each other's uniqueness and slowly came together. Blergh, may I see a picture of Meg? Bai Ye inquired curiously. Of course. It was not out of curiosity for Meg's so-called 33G, but rather a genuine interest in the kind of woman who could pair with Blergh. Certainly. Blergh retrieved his phone, revealing a screensaver of the woman named Meg. The approximately 19-year-old Meg stood by the pool, hands resting on the edge. Her wet golden hair and white crop top accentuating her features. It seems this Meg is quite similar to Corinne. Neither likes to wear a bra. To put it simply, with her golden hair, blue eyes, and youthful visage, she is an absolute enchantress. Blergh reassured, don't worry, Bai Ye. After you. I will clarify things with Meg and completely sever that unhealthy relationship. Meg. When you used to accompany me to watch the moon. You called me sweetheart. Now, with the new replacing the old, you refer to me as Lady Cow? No. Bai Ye hastily replied. Blergh, you are overthinking. I am not concerned about such trivial matters. On the contrary, I wholeheartedly encourage you to pursue what you cherish. As the saying goes, it is better to dismantle a temple than to destroy a marriage. How could Bai Ye bear to disrupt the beautiful relationship Blergh had? To love someone is to embrace all of her, even if it includes her girlfriend. The bond between you and Meg can undoubtedly continue, for you are the original pair, while I am merely an interloper in this narrative. But Bai Ye, Bai Ye gently pressed a finger to Blergh's lips, gazing at her with deep affection. Blergh, do you not yet comprehend my feelings? As long as we love each other, nothing else matters. Blergh, being no fool and a teacher to the brilliant Parker and his peers, quickly grasped Bai Ye's intent. She could indeed navigate both relationships, loving Meg on one side, while cherishing Bai Ye on the other. Bai Ye, won't this be too unfair to you? Blergh's heart raced with excitement. Yet she could not help but inquire. Not at all, it is because of you. Bai Ye tenderly tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, saying, I adore the authentic you and wish for you to never act against your true self for my sake. Such a version of you would be imperfect. Blergh choked back a sob, then suddenly pushed Bai Ye down, positioning herself atop him, her glistening red lips pressing against his. 3 hours had elapsed since Bai Ye entered Blergh's room, compounded by the time lost in class. Parker and his friends were already nearing the end of their school day. Yet, Parker remained uneasy about his uncle Bai Ye, who had not returned since following teacher Blergh. Thus, after school, he made his way to Blergh's office to check on the situation. Coincidentally, he spotted Bai Ye emerging from Blergh's office, adjusting his trousers. Upon seeing Parker, Bai Ye felt a wave of embarrassment. Why did this mischievous child always seem to catch him at the worst moments? Uncle Bai Ye, Parker remarked with a hint of curiosity, is Blergh yet another ordinary leopard print lady? Not at all. Bai Ye chuckled awkwardly. She is merely a good friend I have just made. Parker responded, now that school is over, it's time to head home. Shall we return together? Bai Ye suggested. Parker shook his head and said, I have matters to attend to with Kim. Uncle Bai, you should head home first. All right. Bai shrugged and replied, just remember to come back for dinner. If you forget, Aunt May will scold you, and I won't be able to help. Understood. Parker shouldered his backpack and departed. No wonder he leaves early and returns late every day. Bai chuckled and shook his head as he observed Parker's retreating figure, then took the car keys and strolled towards the parking lot. As soon as he drove out of the parking area, a charming young girl stood by the roadside, beaming and waving at Bai. Michaela. Bai parked beside her. Michaela clasped her hands together in a pleading gesture and said, Uncle Bai, I have an urgent matter but can't find a taxi. Could you give me a ride home? I'll pay you double the fare. What nonsense. How could I accept your fare? Bai opened the car door. Get in. Thank you, Uncle Bai. Michaela beamed with joy as she hopped into the car. I knew you were a good person. Once inside, Bai noticed that compared to their previous encounter, Michaela's V-neck was much lower now, revealing a strikingly fair expanse of skin. Moreover, she had changed into an exceedingly short skirt, showcasing her well-toned legs, which were tantalizingly within his reach. This little enchantress. Bai couldn't help but take a deep breath. Although Michaela was still young, she already knew how to capitalize on her assets. Coupled with her innate beauty and a captivating fox-like visage, she was undeniably alluring. It could be said that if Bai were not a seasoned warrior himself, he might have easily succumbed to Michaela's charms today. Which direction is your home? Michaela provided the address. However, once seated, it was evident that her thoughts were far from the urgent matter of returning home. She incessantly engaged Bai in conversation. Uncle Bai, what are your hobbies? She blinked her expressive eyes curiously. Bai replied, well, I don't have any particular hobbies, just enjoy listening to music and admiring black stockings. Michaela's eyes widened in surprise. Bai chuckled, just kidding, just kidding. I knew it. Michaela sighed in relief, smiling. How could you be that kind of person, Uncle Bai? Bai nodded, exactly. Someone like me would never listen to music. Chapter 74. A meat bun to a dog. No return. They arrived at her home, a modest apartment. Bai felt a hint of confusion. Shouldn't Michaela be facing hardships due to her father's imprisonment for car theft, living in neglect? How is it that she can afford a luxurious apartment? Furthermore, Michaela is supposed to be a lackluster student, a motorcycle enthusiast who works at an auto repair shop. Yet, Parker mentioned that despite her grades not matching his exceptional standards, she ranks among the top in her class and spends money quite freely, showing no signs of frugality. This situation seems rather peculiar. Michaela hesitated, reluctant to exit the vehicle. Bai Ye could not restrain himself and inquired, I heard from Parker that your parents, Uncle Bai Ye. Did you inquire about my background through Parker? How unexpected, Michaela replied with a smile. My parents divorced when I was still too young to understand. My mother vanished without a trace, and I lived with my father. He was a scientist, but tragically lost his life in a catastrophic explosion during an experimental incident when I was 8. However, he left me a substantial trust fund, enough to ensure a comfortable life without the worry of financial hardship. Upon hearing this, Bai Ye comprehended the situation. It seemed that when Michaela was 8, she had also rescued 4 turtles and a mouse. I apologize for bringing up such a painful memory. It's all right. It's been so long that I've come to terms with it, Michaela reassured him. On the contrary, Uncle Bai Ye, your concern for me brings me joy. It has been ages since anyone cared for me. Bai Ye questioned, doesn't your friend Diana care for you? Oh, that's merely the concern of friends, which is entirely different from the care you show, Uncle Bai Ye, Michaela replied, her cheeks tinged with a hint of embarrassment. It was evident that she yearned for paternal affection. If you wish, you can consider me as your niece from now on. Bai Ye gently patted Michaela's head and said warmly, really? You would do that? Michaela exclaimed, nearly bouncing with excitement. Uncle Bai Ye, you are truly wonderful. Since we're family now, how about exchanging phone numbers and adding each other on Facebook? Once everything was settled, Michaela suddenly leaned in and planted a firm kiss on Bai Ye's cheek. Standing at the car door, she cheerfully remarked, this is a niece's affectionate kiss for her uncle, so please don't misunderstand. Rest assured, I won't misconstrue it, Bai Ye replied, shaking his head in resignation. Now hurry home. Goodbye, Uncle Bai Ye. As Michaela entered her home, Bai Ye started the car, preparing to return to the treasure house. Upon arriving back at his residence, in an unexpected turn of events, Bai Ye encountered an outsider. With golden locks, exquisite features, and delicate skin, her beauty was undeniable. She donned a black fitted top that accentuated her slender figure, subtly revealing a glimpse of her fair waist, adding an alluring touch. Her black skirt elevated her waistline, showcasing her smooth, elongated legs, both fair and slender. Indeed, she was quite remarkable. However, as Bai Ye gazed upon her visage, he discerned that she was an acquaintance, Sharon Carter. She was the niece of Peggy Carter, the former love of Captain America, and was also the niece involved in the nefarious schemes alongside her uncle. Could it be that Nick Fury had dispatched Sharon Carter to surveil me? Bai Ye mused. Isn't this akin to sending a meat bun to a dog without a return? Alas, I misspoke. It should be more like a small fish caught in a net, with no way out. My apologies, Sir Steve Rogers. It appears I cannot allow you to fulfill your nefarious plans involving the two of you. Ah, Bai Ye, you've returned. Aunt May exclaimed upon seeing him enter the room, quickly rising with a smile. This is our new tenant, Miss Emily, a truly wonderful person. Bai Ye chuckled. She must have researched your preferences to make such a favorable impression on you. Mr. Bai Ye, you must be the landlord. It's a pleasure to meet you. I am Emily Van Cape. Sharon Carter extended her hand towards Bai Ye, who graciously shook it. What line of work are you in, Miss Emily? What brought you to rent in this area? You are single, I presume? Bai Ye inquired with a smile. Sharon Carter replied in a composed manner. I work in software development, and since my company is nearby, I sought rental information in the vicinity. Indeed, I am single. And there is a rather persistent suitor I wish to evade. So then it seems Miss Emily is quite suited for my place. Should you encounter any trouble, feel free to seek my assistance. Whether it be with the mob or the NYPD, I can help with minor inconveniences. Of course, if it involves murder or arson, I must confess I cannot assist. I have an aversion to the truly wicked, Bai Ye remarked. Thank you, Mr. Bai Ye, Sharon Carter smiled. Just as Bai Ye was playfully teasing the young agent, Michaela joyfully bounded home, bridging the distance with Bai Ye and bringing her great happiness. As for treating him as an uncle, she would have none of that. If he were to be considered a father figure, that would be a different matter altogether. Having lost her father at the tender age of 8, she had longed for a father's love from someone as dashing and gentle as Bai Ye. Upon unlocking her phone, Michaela eagerly navigated to Bai Ye's Facebook page. She was keen to gain insight into the daily life of Uncle Bai Ye. However, as she perused the profile, she was taken aback by the introduction. I am Bai Ye, male, born in 83. I've had my fill of frivolity. Now I seek a sincere young woman to take on my burdens. I owe several $100,000, have tattoos, smoke, drink, indulge in casual encounters, and have a history of violence against women, but I am a good man. The introduction continued. In recent years, I have often frequented various bars and establishments, occasionally indulging in adult activities. Now, I yearn for stability and specifically seek an honest girl to marry. I have no particular demands, just that you must own a house and a car, and you must be a virgin, standing at least 170 centimeters tall, weighing around 100 pounds, with long legs, a slender waist, and a bust size of D or above, as anything less will not be considered. Additionally, I require an Ivy League education, with an annual salary ideally exceeding $5 million, to ensure our marriage and future children are secure. Oh, and the property title must be in my name. Chapter 75. Michaela's Contemplation. Michaela, is Uncle Bai Ye's criteria for a girlfriend truly so lofty? Yet, considering his strikingly handsome features and nearly perfect physique, perhaps such expectations are not entirely unreasonable. The profile description was crafted when Bai Ye first arrived in this world. Feeling isolated and yearning for companionship, he sought a wealthy woman to warm his cold heart, but later forgot to amend it. Michaela began to ponder. If one were to adhere to these standards, owning a house and a car, being a virgin, measuring over 170 centimeters in height, weighing around 100 pounds, with long legs, a slender waist, and a bust size of D or above, these requirements seemed manageable. As for an Ivy League education, she thought, with some determination, she could still hold hope. She had no objections to having Bai Ye's name on the property deed. However, an annual salary of $5 million posed a significant challenge. It might take her until her 30s or 40s to attain that level. It is worth noting that even the occupant of the White House earns around $400,000 annually. In the eyes of Americans, a household income exceeding $150,000 or a net worth of over $1 million qualifies as wealthy, placing them among the top 10 of earners. Heavens, I do not wish to wait until my 40s or 50s, with wrinkled skin, to marry Uncle Bai Ye. That prospect is utterly daunting. Michaela let out a lament and collapsed onto the sofa. After a lengthy pause, she clenched her fists, rallying herself. It seems I must strive diligently from now on. And perhaps I can date Uncle Bai Ye first, postponing the discussion of marriage. I absolutely cannot allow him to be snatched away by some other temptress. The following day, May, I shall be stepping out around noon, so there is no need for you to prepare a meal for me. Bai Ye reclined at the bow of the boat, indulging in a post-pleasure cigarette, and remarked, What are your intentions this time? Aunt May stood before the full-length mirror, meticulously arranging her hair. Coulson, that Mediterranean fellow, claims he wishes to treat me to dinner as an apology. Bai Ye continued, You know me. I am typically refined and amiable, always approachable. Never one to keep others at arm's length. Very well, but I still believe it prudent to avoid excessive interaction with those official institutions, May cautioned. Those individuals harbor dark intentions. The common folk are sold out, yet they must count their own losses. Do you realize? It seems you are speaking of yourself, easily swayed by Sharon Carter's charms. How do you know such things? Bai Ye chuckled. You have never dealt with official institutions yourself. Isn't that how dramas portray it? May retorted. Those people are quick to drape themselves in the cloak of national righteousness, sacrificing you for their grand designs. And when you perish, it goes unnoticed while they are promoted and revel in their success. All right, you make a compelling argument, Bai Ye conceded. I shall remain vigilant. For now, Bai Ye still needed to leverage the power of S-H-I-E-L-D to combat the hand. It wasn't that he feared anyone from the hand, but if they were to deploy foot soldiers to launch RPGs at his doorstep, it would indeed present a genuine nuisance. Currently, under S-H-I-E-L-D's pressure, every member of the hand resembled a rat in the street, forced to hide in the deepest shadows, too fearful to show their faces. Otherwise, S-H-I-E-L-D would swiftly sever their heads. As time drew near, Bai Ye drove to the address provided by Coulson. Upon arrival, he found Coulson waiting at the entrance with a stunningly mature woman. She had cascading long hair, an enchanting visage, and was clad in a striking red U-neck dress that accentuated her alabaster décolletage, a woman of ample allure. "Mr. Bai Ye, welcome, welcome," Coulson greeted. "It appears you are hosting me for dinner at your abode?" Bai Ye replied, slightly astonished. "Aren't your agent's communications supposed to remain strictly confidential?" Coulson shrugged. "What does it matter? You are hardly a stranger, Mr. Bai." Bai Ye glanced at the woman beside Coulson and nodded silently. "This is my girlfriend, Caitlin," Coulson introduced her. Bai Ye marveled inwardly. A woman of Caitlin's caliber, undoubtedly a top-tier beauty, had chosen to be Coulson's girlfriend. It was akin to a beautiful flower blooming amidst muck. Once inside, Bai Ye engaged in conversation with Coulson while Caitlin busily flitted between the living room and the kitchen, presenting an array of culinary delights upon the dining table. Coulson retrieved a bottle of white wine from the nearby cabinet, pouring a glass for Bai Ye before serving himself. "Mr. Bai Ye, although I have already expressed my apologies before, I must sincerely apologize once more. I truly did not intend for matters to escalate to that extent. It was merely due to my professional obligations that we maintained such a manner of conduct. Of course, I am not attempting to absolve myself. I certainly bear my share of the blame." "Enough of that," Bai Ye interjected, raising his glass. "Everything is contained within the wine. Indeed, everything resides within the wine." Coulson echoed, lifting his glass. "I shall drink to that. You may indulge as you wish." Bai Ye sipped half of his drink. Caitlin stood nearby, her demeanor cheerful as she promptly refilled their glasses. "Furthermore, I assure you, I am not shirking responsibility. Rather, I had more pressing matters to attend to at that time. If you could grant me just 2 days, Mr. Bai Ye, I could free myself to assist you." Coulson remarked, "I did not anticipate that you would not wait, Mr. Bai Ye, and sought help from the NYPD and FBI. However, rest assured that our significant task has been successfully completed. From this point forward, your matter will be prioritized as one of utmost importance. Should you uncover anything, simply call me, and I shall mobilize my team to assist you immediately." "All right," Bai Ye declared, raising his glass. "I shall drink first." Upon witnessing Bai Ye down his drink, Coulson followed suit without hesitation. Amid Coulson's deliberate flattery and Bai Ye's intent to mend their relationship, the two engaged in lively conversation. Caitlin, poised and graceful, had also enjoyed a few drinks. Her cheeks slightly flushed, rendering her exceedingly captivating. "Wait, Mr. Bai Ye, to our friendship. Coulson stammered, swaying as he lifted his glass to his lips. But he could no longer endure and collapsed onto the table, mumbling incoherently before falling silent. "Coulson, Coulson." Caitlin could not help but nudge him. However, under Bai Ye's subtle encouragement, Coulson had indulged a bit too much and was now softly snoring. It appeared that Coulson's capacity for alcohol was rather limited. Bai Ye raised another glass to his lips, his face slightly flushed, yet his eyes remained clear, clearly far from inebriation. "Mr. Bai Ye, Coulson is quite heavy. Could you assist me in getting him back to his room?" Caitlin inquired, her enchanting eyes blinking innocently. Meanwhile, her long legs, clad in black stockings, subtly brushed against Bai Ye's beneath the table. Bai Ye inhaled sharply, taken aback. Coulson, it is not the fault of my brother for his lack of humanity, but rather the allure of my sister-in-law that captivates." Chapter 76, Neither Proactive, Nor Rejection, Nor Responsibility. "No problem, sister-in-law." Bai Ye suppressed the tumult within his heart. Otherwise, should he take action and find that the leg of the other party merely brushed against him by chance, what then? Bai Ye steadfastly adhered to his principles, neither proactive, nor rejecting, nor taking responsibility. Therefore, even if Caitlin wished to pursue something, she must take that pivotal step herself for Bai Ye to follow suit. Otherwise, subsequent issues would be difficult for him to navigate. Seeing that Bai Ye seemed oblivious to her subtle hints, a glimmer of disappointment flickered in Caitlin's eyes. Her seemingly pitiful demeanor truly tugged at one's heartstrings. Then I must thank you, Mr. Bai Ye, Caitlin spoke with a hint of melancholy. Subsequently, Bai Ye and Caitlin each supported one side of Coulson, guiding him toward the bedroom. Suddenly, Caitlin appeared to falter, unable to bear even half of Coulson's weight. As her foot slipped, she began to tumble toward Bai Ye. He quickly extended a hand to steady her at the waist. Sister-in-law, are you all right? Feeling the strength of Bai Ye's arm, Caitlin's heartstrings seemed to resonate with an unseen force. When she raised her head again, her face, which had only consumed a few drinks, was now flushed, more so than the heavily intoxicated Coulson. Thank you. You're welcome. Bai Ye mused on Caitlin's delicate form, finding it remarkably soft. After that, Caitlin did not falter again, and together they escorted Coulson into the bedroom, laying him upon the large bed. Coulson is truly heavy. Without you, Mr. Bai Ye, I would have been quite helpless with him in this state, Caitlin remarked. Then you must keep him in check, sister-in-law. He cannot be allowed to drink so recklessly and return home, Bai Ye advised. His work requires socializing. How can I possibly control him? Caitlin shook her head. Let us not dwell on him. Mr. Bai Ye, that rascal Coulson only knows how to ply you with drink, and he didn't even allow you a proper meal. You must be hungry, no? I put a great deal of effort into preparing that food, and it would be a pity to waste it. How about you join me for a little something to eat? Respectfully, I shall comply. Bai Ye nodded. The two returned to the dining table once more. Mr. Bai Ye, how do you find my culinary skills? Quite splendid, sister-in-law. Your talents could easily earn you a position as a chef in a grand hotel. Do not flatter me so. I might take you seriously. Caitlin chuckled lightly, covering her mouth. I am not as formidable as you claim. After exchanging a few words, their relationship swiftly deepened in the atmosphere of mutual affection. Sister-in-law, how did you come to know Coulson? Bai Ye inquired with curiosity. Well, you see, I had just divorced my ex-husband and was feeling quite heartbroken when I fortuitously encountered Coulson. He was the one who comforted me, Caitlin recounted, gently swaying her wine glass as she shared a little tale about her connection with Coulson. Bai Ye nodded repeatedly. I truly envy Coulson for having found such a stunning beauty like you as his girlfriend. Perhaps you could as well? Caitlin gazed at Bai Ye with a gentle smile. However, her delicate hand had, unbeknownst to her, stretched out from beneath the table. Hiss! Bai Ye inhaled sharply. Was this sister-in-law being a tad too mischievous? He genuinely felt overwhelmed. Encouraged by Caitlin, Bai Ye's gaze gradually turned crimson. Perhaps it was the effect of the wine that emboldened him. Caitlin, rather than feeling apprehensive, displayed a provocative expression, playfully licking her lips with her soft tongue, exuding a tantalizing allure like poison. Bai Ye struggled to maintain his resolve. Sister-in-law, I am not the person you think I am. Oh, really? Caitlin replied with an ambiguous smile. You claim to refuse, yet your body tells a different story. Her hand remained unchanged beneath the table, while her upper body leaned closer, bringing her alluringly beautiful face within inches of Bai Ye's. He involuntarily swallowed hard. Her lips, as vibrant and luscious as cherries, tempted him irresistibly. Nevertheless, Bai Ye steadfastly adhered to his principle of neither initiating nor rejecting, and certainly not taking responsibility. Caitlin gradually inched closer when, unexpectedly, Bai Ye's phone rang. He quickly picked it up. It was Dulilai. Oh. She shared a bond with Bai Ye akin to that of Guanzhong and Bao Shia. Hello? Suddenly, a sob echoed from the other end. Bai Ye. They all dislike me and bully me. Dulilai's cries extinguished Bai Ye's ardor in an instant. What happened? He hurriedly asked. They are all excluding me. They are all bad people. Dulilai sobbed. After offering her a few words of comfort, Bai Ye hung up the phone. Sister-in-law, I apologize, but a friend is in need. I must attend to it immediately. Caitlin, unwilling to relent, countered. Why should you concern yourself with her? Am I not worth your attention? This is not merely a matter of right or wrong. It is about her current predicament that requires my attention. Bai Ye remarked, Sister-in-law, let us reschedule for another time. And thus, he escaped the perilous confines of the Coulson household. After Bai Ye's departure, Caitlin's expression suddenly turned cold, as she downed the contents of the glass on the table in one swift motion. She then retrieved an earpiece and donned it, stating, there has been an unforeseen incident. The mission has temporarily failed. Eliza Dury, a burgeoning internet celebrity, has secured a position at a cosmetics company, leveraging her online influence to promote sales. However, she finds herself ensnared in the virtual realm, unable to connect with reality, lacking fundamental social skills, and possessing a rather poor reputation. When Bai Ye arrived at Duri's residence, she immediately threw herself into his embrace, exclaiming, "Oh Bai Ye, I am utterly miserable." Her head nuzzled against his chest, leaving traces of tears on his attire. "Why is everyone targeting me?" Bai Ye wrapped his arms around her waist, gently patting her back. "I have told you before. Your dreadful disposition makes it difficult for you to make friends." With tears on her face, Duri lifted her chin, pouting in discontent. "Bai Ye, I am the one being bullied. Instead of addressing them, you blame me. You no longer love me." Bai Ye quickly reassured her, "Of course I love you. Now tell me, how have they been tormenting you? I shall assist you in seeking retribution." Duri, still sobbing, inquired, "And how do you intend to help me get revenge?" Bai Ye pondered for a moment before suggesting, "What if I were to ensure they become pregnant?" Bai Ye was aware that Duri's company employed several other aspiring internet stars, all of whom possessed a modicum of beauty. Although he would incur some personal cost, was this not a means of aiding Duri? However, he also realized it might be too lenient on them. Duri was no fool. Having Bai Ye seduce them would not serve as punishment, but rather as a reward. Bai Ye asked, "So, what do you propose for your retaliation?" Duri began to contemplate. "I cannot think of anything at the moment. But they must not be allowed to continue their arrogance." "All right then, I shall await your thoughts, and we shall discuss it further later," Bai Ye declared, lifting Duri effortlessly in his arms and carrying her home. Duri boasted a following of over 200,000 on her fan site, yet alas, these individuals could only savor her sweetness, while Bai Ye had the privilege of experiencing her saltiness. Reclining at the head of the bed, Bai Ye, bare-chested, lit a cigarette for himself. Duly rested her head against his bear-like mouth, resembling a languid little kitten. Meanwhile, Bai Ye's mind wandered back to his sister-in-law, Caitlin, who was indeed strikingly alluring. However, Bai Ye sensed something amiss. Contemplating this, he sent a message to Nina, requesting her assistance in investigating Caitlin. According to what Carlson had mentioned, she was a cellist. 5 minutes later, Nina returned with an email. Caitlin Strack, professional cellist, aged 35. Her ex-husband, Reed Strack, was a district attorney specializing in cases involving individuals with extraordinary abilities. Their son, Andy Strack, was suspected of possessing superpowers, and their daughter, Lauren Strack, was similarly believed to have abilities. Bai Ye gasped in astonishment. Setting aside other considerations, the name Strack alone was sufficient for him to grasp the implications. Baron Strack was one of the highest leaders of Hydra, on par with Madame Viper, Daniel Whitehall, and Baron Zemo. If he was not mistaken, Reed Strack had made a significant sacrifice, offering his wife to Carlson for his own pleasure and perhaps intending to do the same with himself. This was truly a treacherous situation. Now the question arose, should he indulge? After all, what was Caitlin but a mere woman? He could handle it, regardless of the world. Was there a woman Bai Ye dared not pursue? He had the audacity to engage even with Queen as Death, let alone a mere Hydra figure. Moreover, he had consumed her steamed buns, drank her mineral water, and played with her legs, yet had refrained from any intimate encounters. Nina, Bai Ye, there are discrepancies in this woman's profile. Much has been concealed. Grant me 2 days, and I should uncover the truth for you. Bai Ye, no need. I have a rough understanding of the situation now. Please, do not act recklessly, or it may lead to significant trouble. Nina, okay. Bai Ye was aware that, although Nina possessed exceptional hacking skills, she was fundamentally cautious and obedient to advice. Therefore, having expressed his concerns, he was confident she would refrain from taking risks. Bai Ye, who are you chatting with? Duly pouted, inquiring. Despite still relishing the lingering sensations, Bai Ye held her close while conversing with another. It's nothing. Bai Ye tossed his phone aside and replied with a smile, just an old friend with whom I share some rapport. Have you rested well now? Duly quickly responded. No, wait. With a sense of urgency, Xia Tian immersed herself in the affairs of her newly established company, Umbrella Apparel, shortly after her agreement with Bai Ye. The registration was complete, and since the name Umbrella was proposed by Bai Ye, Tony relinquished all trademark rights to her, save for those utilized by Umbrella Biopharmaceuticals. Bai Ye, do you have a moment? Xia Tian inquired as she dialed Bai Ye's number. What's the matter? Bai Ye responded. The company is registered now, and the next step is to select an office building. Would you accompany me to inspect some options? After all, you are the true owner of the company. Xia Tian stated. All right, Bai Ye replied before hanging up. Within 20 minutes, she arrived at Xia Tian's location. Xia Tian greeted her with a smile as she approached. Bai Ye observed Xia Tian, who was adorned in a beige dress with a V-neck that subtly accentuated her ambitions, exuding a sensual allure without appearing frivolous. Her long legs were elegantly enveloped in white stockings, presenting a pristine and transparent aura that made Bai Ye feel a sense of opportunity today. I have already selected a reputable property management company and found a few promising floors online. Let us visit them in person, Xia Tian said, retrieving a stack of documents from her bag and handing them to Bai Ye. I forgot to mention, I actually own several office buildings myself. We might not need to look at others. We can simply go to our own, Bai Ye remarked. Several office buildings? Xia Tian exclaimed in disbelief. Bai Ye, you must be joking. Those must be worth at least several $billion, right? Is there really that much? Not quite. I haven't paid much attention. But it should be around $1 billion or so, Bai Ye replied, scratching her head. Most of the money I've earned in the past 2 years has gone into purchasing properties. New York is relatively modest. The main investments are in the bustling cities of Huaxia, like Shanghai and Beijing, with a few others scattered around the globe. I just hope that wherever I go, I have a home to return to. While calculating her assets, Bai Ye often overlooked fixed properties, focusing primarily on cash flow. Bai Ye, what exactly is your identity? How have you amassed such wealth in just 2 years? Xia Tian questioned, puzzled. What identity? Bai Ye pondered for a moment before clearing her throat and responding, well, I have many identities. Allow me to introduce myself. I am the nephew of the Dragon King of the East Sea, Ao Yi, the son of Li Jing, Shuizha, the cousin of Fei Xiang, Fei Wu, the oblivious cousin of Zhi Huowu, the eldest disciple of Tang Song, De Sheng, and the brother of Newton, Niu Bai. As Bai Ye drove, she took Xia Tian to the office building where Wolf and Sophia were located. The fish in the pond are close together, making it convenient for Bai Ye to manage them. How does it look? Quite pleasing, isn't it? Bai Ye, accompanied by Xia Tian, arrived at a new floor. The previous tenants had just vacated, leaving behind a relatively tidy space. Xia Tian began to scrutinize the area, taking her time. She then decided to inspect the quality of the office work. Supporting herself on the desk, her body formed an alluring S-curve. Her long legs clad in white stockings exuding an irresistible allure. She pondered whether the desk could withstand her weight. Bai Ye, with his hands resting on Xia Tian's waist to steady her, cast a furtive glance at her delicate thighs. He couldn't help but exclaim, I once thought I was a foot fetishist, then I realized I was entranced by legs. And later I questioned if I had a thing for backsides, until at last, it dawned on me that I am simply a connoisseur of beauty. Chapter 78. For you. I dare not slack off, no matter how tired I am. As Bai Ye supported Xia Tian, his phone rang again. Reluctantly, he patted her back, signaling that it was time for her to step down from the desk. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to answer the call, fearing she might tumble while inspecting the office quality. Hello? Bai Ye, it's me, Dooley exclaimed excitedly. Today when I arrived at the company, everything felt so different. Everyone has been so kind to me. How did you manage that? How did I manage it? I had Wolf work overnight to acquire a portion of shares in your company. Do you think anyone would dare to bully or ostracize you with a shareholder backing you? He chuckled. In this world, with wealth, 90 of your troubles will vanish. The remaining 10 are simply due to your funds not being ample enough. Perhaps my modifications from last night are taking effect. Bai Ye continued. However, interacting with people is a profound art. You must also accept their goodwill and strive to build a good rapport moving forward. I understand, Dooley replied before hanging up. Xia Tian let out a couple of playful hums, a hint of jealousy lacing her voice as she inquired, who was that? Your girlfriend? In her relationship with Bai Ye, she had never envisioned anything further, considering their significant age gap of over a decade. Yet, this did not mean she was indifferent to the fact that Bai Ye was conversing with another woman. Xia Tian was not the type to be devoid of desires. How could that be? Bai Ye wrapped his arm around Xia Tian's slender waist and planted a gentle kiss on her cheek. Aren't you my girlfriend? She is merely my niece, suffering from social anxiety, struggling to interact with others. As I pondered the familial bond we share, her calling me uncle naturally compelled me to look after her. Last night, I stayed up late to impart some wisdom on how to interact with others and forge friendships. Xia Tian, filled with skepticism, questioned, really? Bai Ye, realizing that his words often failed him, decided to express his affection for Xia Tian through actions instead. He diligently continued to guide her through the office building. Having just escorted Xiatian home, Bai Ye received a message. Huang Jia, Bai Ye, are you free? Bai Ye, is there something you need? Huang Jia, I completed my flight mission today and am currently in New York. I have a half day off and am out with colleagues, but they are insisting on knowing more about my boyfriend. They simply do not believe me. Bai Ye, all right. Send me your address, and I will come immediately. Huang Jia, a flight attendant with Huaxiao International Airlines, shared a bond with Bai Ye akin to that of Guanzhong and Baoshiya. Soon, Bai Ye arrived outside a music bar and spotted Huang Jia waiting for him. Her enchanting large eyes and slightly pointed chin seemed to ripple with an inner sparkle. With a straight nose and soft, thin cherry lips, she exuded an almost translucent jewel-like red that was utterly mesmerizing. Her flowing black hair cascaded gracefully, resting perfectly upon her gently sloping shoulders. She stood tall with long, straight legs and a remarkably slender waist, reminiscent of a delicate willow, almost fragile, yet captivatingly elegant. Bai Ye approached her with a smile. Jia Jia, is he truly your boyfriend? He is incredibly handsome, even more so than those big stars. Huang Jia's colleague, Zhou Yan, who accompanied her, could not contain her excitement upon seeing Bai Ye. It must be true, Huang Jia replied, lifting her chin slightly, a hint of pride in her voice. I've told you all so many times, yet you refuse to believe me. Now that you see my boyfriend, it elevates your standards. I wonder how you will find boyfriends in the future. As Bai Ye drew near, he gently embraced Huang Jia, a faint, refreshing fragrance emanating from her, soothing to the senses. After the embrace, Huang Jia introduced Bai Ye to Zhou Yan. Sister Yan, hello, Bai Ye said cheerfully, extending his hand. Hello, Zhou Yan replied shyly, taken aback by their encounter. Subsequently, Bai Ye followed Huang Jia into the music bar. What exactly is going on? He whispered to her, leaning in closer. Huang Jia, to be frank, there is a colleague named Su Yichen who is trying to pursue me, and I find him quite bothersome, akin to a self-absorbed peacock. Hence, I thought it would be prudent to have you make an appearance to deter him from pestering me further. Bai Ye chuckled. I see. Leave it to me then. Upon entering the music bar, Huang Jia guided Bai Ye to a table. According to her introduction, all the crew members were present except for the captain, Lu Changjian. The second officer, Liang Dong, led the group to this music bar for some relaxation. The crew included Chief Attendant Lu Yingying, Second Attendant Zhang Chiyue, Third Attendant Yang Hui, Huang Jia herself as the Fourth Attendant, Fifth Attendant Zhou Yan, Safety Officer Wu Yan, and Co-Pilot Su Yichen. Su Yichen scoffed, muttering, "Is this Huang Jia's boyfriend? He doesn't seem impressive at all." The others shot him sideways glances, thinking, not impressive? Judging by looks alone, you are leagues behind him. Once seated, they exchanged a few pleasantries. Su Yichen, with a hint of hostility, inquired, Mr. Bai, may I ask what occupation you hold? Currently, I am merely an unemployed wanderer. Bai Ye replied with a smile, not even close to Mr. Su, who is a pilot with vast prospects ahead. So Mr. Bai is unemployed. Su Yichen perked up, grinning as he said, that's not good. One must eventually provide for a family. Huang Jia is so beautiful. I trust you wouldn't want her to suffer alongside you, would you? Suffer? Not at all, Bai Ye said. My family owns several properties in New York, Shanghai, and Beijing. While we are extraordinarily wealthy, Huang Jia will certainly not endure hardship if she marries me. Su Yichen thought, with properties in New York, Shanghai, and Beijing, Bai Ye's net worth must start at a minimum of 500 million, undoubtedly a billionaire, far surpassing his own societal status and wealth. So you are quite wealthy, Mr. Bai? It's hard to tell. You are remarkably modest, Su Yichen remarked. Bai Ye humbly replied, not at all. It's mainly my family's wealth. I am just a drifter, really. Jia Jia, you have truly found a wonderful boyfriend. He is handsome and well off. Should you marry him, you will certainly live a life of comfort. Huang Jia interjected, what are you all saying? We haven't even begun to discuss marriage. It's not certain I will marry him. Su Yichen, visibly displeased, muttered, what is the big deal? He is just another rich second-generation leech. No amount of money can change the fact that he is merely a decorative pillow, attractive on the outside but lacking substance within. His voice was loud enough for the entire table to hear, bordering on disrespectful. Huang Jia was about to lose her temper. While she could tolerate remarks about herself, she would not stand idly by when it came to Bai Ye. Bai Ye halted Huang Jia's steps. With a smile, he turned around and called out to the enchanting singer at the center of the stage, who was performing a popular song. Beautiful lady, may I sing a song? The woman ceased her melody. In a music bar, It is quite common for patrons to take the stage. Observing this, Bai Ye, with a smile, ascended the platform. He gently strummed the guitar strings and, leaning toward the microphone, chuckled softly. This song was written during my leisure time out of sheer boredom. I wish to dedicate it to a girl present here. If my performance falls short, I kindly ask for your understanding. Applause erupted. Is this song meant for me? Huang Jia cupped her cheeks, slightly flushed. This song is titled Girl, Bai Ye announced before beginning to strum the guitar, his voice flowing forth like a crystal-clear mountain spring. Girl, I do not wish to see you suffer the same wounds. Thus, I have learned to indulge you. Repeatedly, I have misunderstood. What demeanor must I adopt so that I do not appear malicious? Those who come are not benevolent, and the benevolent do not come. For I too have stood outside the door, scaling mountains and crossing seas for you, emptying my pockets to fulfill the expectations in your gaze, in pursuit of romantic conquests. Bai Ye had once devoted himself to mastering singing techniques, and he had serenaded many girls with Girl, becoming quite proficient in its rendition. Within the bar, his voice was as sweet as a scoop of ice cream on a summer day. Sensitive girls felt a gentle stream flowing within their hearts. Who hasn't experienced a sweet romantic encounter, laying bare their souls for that special someone? Yet, the sweetness of love ultimately succumbed to the ravages of reality. Nevertheless, those memories remain etched in one's heart, impossible to forget. Bai Ye gazed deeply into Huang Jia's eyes, continuing his heartfelt performance. For you, I dare not slacken. Even when weary, I feign vigor. For the adoration in your eyes, girl, my story unfolds because of you. I have learned to endure for you, and I have altered my bad habits for you. Girl, I do not wish to see you suffer the same wounds. Thus, I have learned to indulge you, misunderstandings, the love you truly seek. Huang Jia, in disbelief, covered her mouth, tears of excitement glimmering in her eyes. If Bai Ye were to propose to her at that moment, she would undoubtedly say yes without hesitation. As the song concluded, the melodious voice of Bai Ye resonated like the lingering coolness of summer ice cream, sweetening the heart. Applause erupted fervently. Unfazed by the gazes of others, Huang Jia rushed onto the stage, cradling Bai Ye's face, and pressed her cherry-red lips against his. Bai Ye promptly discarded his guitar, embracing Huang Jia in a passionate kiss. Chapter 79. The revelation that he was, in fact, a good person seemed to emerge so unexpectedly. The audience below clapped enthusiastically. The gentle and innocent Miss Yang Hui gazed at Huang Jia and Bai Ye on stage, her hands clasped over her heart. How enviable. Jia Jia has truly found her Prince Charming. When will I encounter my destined partner? What do you think? Zhou Yan teased as she looked at Sui Chen. Not only is he more handsome than you, but he is also wealthier and more talented. I just checked, and this song is definitely an original composition. And it's quite delightful. Humph. Sui Chen snorted disdainfully and began to drink in silence. How could he possibly compete with someone who surpassed him in looks, family background, and talent to win Huang Jia back? After spending an entire afternoon with Huang Jia and her friends, Sui Chen was left utterly vexed. Unfortunately, Bai Ye did not find an opportunity to be alone with Huang Jia, as they had to return to work. But that was all right. There would be plenty of time in the future. That evening, Bai Ye nestled on the couch with Aunt May, watching television. Among all the women, Aunt May truly made him feel at home. Suddenly, his phone vibrated in his pocket. It was a message from his sister-in-law, Caitlin. Caitlin, Mr. Bai Ye, I apologize for yesterday's interruption. How about you come to my and Carlson's home tomorrow? On behalf of Carlson, I would like to host you properly. Bai Ye hesitated. Although he hadn't fully enjoyed himself, would it be inappropriate to dine with his sister-in-law behind Carlson's back? Even if Caitlin had her own motives, it would be unjust for him to act disloyally. Bai Ye, no need, sister-in-law, you are too kind. Caitlin, nonsense. You are Carlson's friend. And if you didn't have a good time, that reflects poorly on me as the hostess. Moreover, Carlson is often busy with work and rarely at home. I get lonely here by myself. Consider it a good deed. A good deed? Oh no. The fact that he was, in truth, a good person seemed to be exposed. This could spell disaster. He had been caught in a compromising position by his sister-in-law. Caitlin sent a selfie to Bai Ye, illuminated by the soft, amber glow of the lights. Clad in a delicate nightgown, she posed beside a high-stemmed glass filled with crimson liquid. Her charming visage, flushed with a rosy hue, exuded an air of allure. Beneath her nightgown, it appeared as though she were not wearing anything at all, prompting Bai Ye to entertain the thought that perhaps he could venture into the depths of the Coulson family's lair. The following day, Bai Ye arrived at the doorstep of Kalma and Caitlin's home. "I apologize, but I haven't begun preparing dinner," Caitlin remarked, dressed in snug yoga attire, her expression slightly astonished. "I am still engaged in my yoga practice." Upon entering the house, Bai Ye indeed spotted a yoga mat in the living room, with a yoga class playing on the television. He chuckled, "What a coincidence. Having once been a fitness instructor, I can certainly impart some wisdom on yoga." The next day, at the SHIELD headquarters, Triskelion, Coulson gazed at Captain America, who was contained within the isolation chamber, and inquired, "Dr. Houghton, how is the situation progressing?" Dr. Houghton Radcliffe, a transhumanist biologist devoted to researching technologies that augment humanity, had previously been a researcher in agricultural chemicals at GT, until he was dismissed for his transhumanist ideologies and experiments. Subsequently, he was recruited by SHIELD to become an employee. Inside the isolation chamber, Captain America, having been thawed, now resembled a normal human being, though his complexion and lips bore a deep purple hue, a stark indication of his frozen state. "Very well," Dr. Houghton replied. "With approximately 2 months of continued care, you shall witness a vibrant captain once more." Coulson clenched his fist tightly, elated. Having been a devoted fan of Captain America since childhood, he had collected every trading card without exception. The opportunity to meet his idol in person was exhilarating. "Dr. Houghton, I am not a scientist, yet I am genuinely curious as to how the captain can still be alive after being frozen for over 70 years, Coulson queried. "That question is quite straightforward. The answer lies within the captain's blood," Dr. Houghton explained. "Despite enduring 70 years of frigid temperatures, the captain has remarkably managed to keep his blood from freezing. This is due to his liver producing a substantial amount of glycogen, which significantly lowers his blood's freezing point. Thus, the captain effectively became a self-made intravenous antifreeze. This phenomenon occurs in nature, for instance, in tardigrades and hibernating frogs, yet it has never been observed in humans. The super soldier serum that transformed Steve Rogers into Captain America undoubtedly endowed him with not only superhuman strength, but also significantly enhanced his overall ability to survive under adverse conditions, sustaining no permanent harm even after 70 years encased in ice. Dr. Abraham Erskine was truly an unparalleled genius. Agent Coulson was seized by Dr. Howard, who elaborated extensively on how Abraham Erskine had conceived this groundbreaking serum during World War II. Had he lived longer, his stature within the scientific community would undoubtedly rival that of Einstein. Though one was a theoretical physicist and the other a biotechnologist, their greatness was equally remarkable. Coulson may not have fully grasped the intricacies, yet he listened intently to Dr. Howard's discourse, resonating with the excitement of the news regarding Captain America. After absorbing the uplifting tidings, Coulson proceeded to Nick Fury's office to report the situation. The potential revival of the captain was indeed auspicious news for them. Nick Fury remarked, "In recent times, supernatural occurrences have proliferated, and I increasingly perceive the frailty of our SHIELD forces. The captain's return would significantly bolster our strengths." Following his report, Coulson departed from the SHIELD headquarters, his footsteps light with hope. Who could have anticipated that the captain, who once led America to victory in World War II, could return after more than 70 years of absence? As Coulson drove home, he resolved to bring along Captain America's trading cards, thinking, what if one day he awakens? I must be ready to have him sign them. Moreover, he yearned to share his elation with Caitlin. Upon arriving at his doorstep, he patted his pockets, realizing he had forgotten his keys. He chastised himself. Am I so overwhelmed with excitement over the captain's news that I have lost my senses? This won't do. However, he surmised that Caitlin was likely at home. He pressed the doorbell, calling out, "Caitlin, are you home? I forgot my keys. Please let me in." Upon hearing his voice, Caitlin and Bai Ye exchanged worried glances. Apprehensive for another reason, he was currently assisting Caitlin in correcting her yoga poses, with her legs resting on his shoulders. Chapter 80, The Rare Gem. "Caitlin, what should I do?" Caitlin exclaimed in a flurry of panic, her mouth agape as she silently pondered her predicament. Bai Ye felt a twinge of anxiety. Although he was merely assisting Caitlin with her yoga practice, the nature of the activity was prone to misinterpretation. The moment Coulson stepped into the room and beheld the current scene, there would undoubtedly be a confrontation. He had long expressed his reluctance to venture into this den of peril, Yet Caitlin persistently messaged him, compelling him to come. Moreover, Caitlin had caught wind of his inherent goodness, which had led to this precarious situation. What a predicament! Bai Ye leaned closer to Caitlin and whispered, "Shall I escort you away?" With the aid of the dimensional array Shangri-La, he could transport Caitlin to Huaxiao with but a thought. However, glancing around the room, Bai Ye realized that the remnants of Caitlin's hospitality would be challenging to conceal. Having arrived at Caitlin's residence without notifying Coulson, the potential for misunderstanding loomed large. Furthermore, the lingering scent of the heather she had gifted him permeated the air. Caitlin remarked, "Given Coulson's profession, he cannot be oblivious. He is no naive child." Bai Ye felt increasingly troubled. Should he allow Coulson to enter, it was inevitable that the evidence of his assistance with Caitlin's yoga would be uncovered. What if I were to knock Coulson out? Bai Ye suggested. Caitlin fixed him with a deadpan stare. Are you serious? Bai Ye chuckled awkwardly, realizing the impracticality of such a plan. After all, Coulson was a seasoned agent. Despite his usual jovial demeanor, he possessed formidable combat skills. Being inexplicably incapacitated at his own doorstep, that would surely escalate into a major incident. How could he possibly conceal his involvement in Caitlin's yoga practice? Caitlin. Coulson pressed the doorbell again, puzzled. Are you home? What to do? Think of something quickly. Caitlin clutched Bai Ye's arm, her anxiety palpable. Don't panic, just remain calm. Bai Ye's mind raced, and suddenly, inspiration struck. I've got it. Got what? Caitlin inquired, but Bai Ye did not respond. Instead, he pulled out his phone and sent a message to that rascal Tony. Brother in distress, I need your help. Tony replied. Bai Ye continued. Quickly call Coulson and ask him to come over. My innocence rests in your hands. Tony responded. You were caught by him while sleeping with his wife. In the dim light of the evening, Bai Ye exclaimed, You're talking nonsense. He doesn't even have a wife. Tony interjected. So it must be his girlfriend? Surely, it can't be his mother. Bai Ye retorted, Enough of this nonsense. Hurry up. If you delay, you may never see me again. Within the confines of the villa, Tony scoffed. That scoundrel must be off charming someone else's wife. All of them shared a common understanding. How could he not comprehend the urgency of Bai Ye's call, given his current predicament? Nonetheless, Bai Ye had saved him on 2 occasions, and thus, it was only fitting he extend a helping hand. Perhaps, in the future, should Pepper catch him in a bind, he might need Bai Ye's assistance once more. Standing at the doorway, Coulson pondered why Caitlin, who should have been home, had not responded. Suddenly, his phone rang. Displaying the caller ID, Tony Stark. This was a significant client. He could not afford to be negligent. Coulson promptly answered the call. Hello? You need my consultation? No problem. What? Right now? That is feasible. He scratched his head, glancing around the room. Yet his professional obligations outweighed the thrill of discussing matters with his girlfriend. All right. I'll be there shortly. Caitlin, the illustrious Tony Stark requires my assistance. I must take my leave. Please take care of yourself. With that, Coulson turned and departed, climbing into his vintage red car, en route to Tony Stark's villa. Has he left? Caitlin inquired cautiously, straining to hear any sounds. He has. I can already hear the engine of his car, Bai Ye replied. That's a relief. Caitlin exhaled, visibly relieved. You nearly scared me to death. She then glanced at Bai Ye, noting the awkwardness of their situation. What shall we do next? Bai Ye pondered for a moment before responding. Let us discuss it later. Meanwhile, Coulson sped down the road in his vintage vehicle, when suddenly, he received a call from Caitlin. He donned his Bluetooth headset. Caitlin, it's me. He greeted with a smile. Were you home just now? I called you, but there was no response. Caitlin replied, I was in the shower. I vaguely heard your voice, but wasn't sure. I thought it was just a figment of my imagination, longing for your presence. I wrapped myself in a towel and came out just in time to hear you leaving, but by then, you had already gone. Ah, I see, Coulson remarked. I had intended to return home to surprise you, but Tony Stark needs my assistance for work, and I must attend to it. As he spoke, Coulson's voice bore a hint of regret. I'm sorry, Caitlin, but I won't be able to accompany you again. It's all right, Coulson. Work is important, and I understand. Caitlin replied gently. Once you finish your current tasks, you can come back to spend time with me. Caitlin. Coulson's voice quivered slightly. You truly are the most wonderful woman in the world. I owe you so much because of my work. Rest assured, once this busy period is over, I will certainly apply for an extended leave to devote time to you. I'm not as remarkable as you claim. Caitlin replied shyly. You don't need to rush to be with me. It's more important for you to focus on your work. Just don't overexert yourself. Our household relies on your strength. Indeed. Coulson felt increasingly moved. Caitlin was indeed the extraordinary woman spoken of in legends. Well then, if there is nothing else, I shall hang up. Cough, cough, cough. Suddenly, a fit of coughing erupted from Caitlin's end. What's wrong, Caitlin? Are you all right? Coulson's heart tightened as he hurriedly inquired. He was almost ready to abandon his meeting with Stark and return to Caitlin. It's nothing. After a prolonged bout of coughing, Caitlin finally regained her composure. I was distracted while talking to you and accidentally choked on some warm water. Is it serious? Coulson asked with concern. Shall I take you to the hospital before meeting Stark? No need. Caitlin firmly declined. Your work is what matters most. Having heard Caitlin's insistence, Coulson felt he could say no more. He could only carry his worries for Caitlin as he proceeded to Tony Stark's residence. You rascal. Once Coulson was out of the way, Caitlin delivered a firm punch to Bai Ye's chest. They had been on the phone moments before. Yet Bai Ye had insisted on forcing her to drink water, and she had no choice but to comply. It would have been fine, but he had been rather mischievous, pouring the water down her throat with great enthusiasm. It's a wonder she didn't choke. I'm so sorry. It was my fault. Bai Ye hastily apologized. He acknowledged his mistake, but vowed to repeat it in the future. Meanwhile, Coulson was driving and soon arrived at Tony's villa. Mr. Stark, you summoned me. What is the matter? Coulson inquired directly upon meeting, still preoccupied with the well-being of Caitlin. There's nothing particularly urgent, Stark replied. Tony scratched his head and retrieved a bottle of wine from the cabinet, pouring 2 glasses and handing one to Coulson. He pondered, his mind racing. I heard that after my rescue, your SHIELD and the military base in Afghanistan jointly launched an assault on the organization that held me captive. At that time, the military prioritized my safety. Thus, the objective was to save lives rather than eliminate those terrorists. Consequently, a few of them managed to escape. Following my rescue, the Afghan military conducted a ruthless retaliatory campaign. During this process, for reasons unknown, SHIELD collaborated with the military. Indeed, there is nothing to conceal, Coulson replied directly. Is there an issue? I have a set of blueprints that has gone missing, Tony stated. I previously inquired with the military, but they claimed they had not seen it. I wanted to check if it might be in your possession. If you have it, that would be fortunate. If it fell into the hands of terrorists, it could lead to significant complications. Coulson's expression grew serious. Mr. Stark, the blueprints you mentioned, could they be the designs for that large contraption? When Tony was at the rebel base, he was coerced into creating Jericho missiles. Given Tony's disposition, he would never comply with their demands. Thus, while feigning the production of Jericho missiles, he initiated his escape plan and engineered a powerful exoskeleton armor to break free from the rudimentary rebel base. It was due to White Knight's intelligence that the U.S. military was alerted to Tony's coordinates and rescued him. At that time, the prototype of his Mark I was just completed. Upon his rescue, the military detained the prototype for a time before returning it to Tony. When he inquired about the design blueprints, the military claimed they had not seen them. Tony was skeptical. He was convinced that someone had concealed them. At this moment, he cleverly used the situation to divert Coulson. Coulson was aware of the relevant matters, yet he was certain that SHIELD had not taken the blueprints. He was the one who handled the affair, and he neither took nor intended to take them. He simply could not locate them. Coulson had always assumed that Tony had stashed them away himself. If not, it would pose a grave problem. The design was a groundbreaking exoskeleton armor blueprint, and if it fell into the wrong hands, it could potentially alter the course of the world. Exactly. So is it in your possession? Tony inquired. It is not. Coulson slowly shook his head. Mr. Stark, can you ascertain that the blueprints did not fall into the military's hands? Should I be able to ascertain that, may I still seek your counsel? Tony scoffed, remarking, what integrity do you violent organizations possess? Are you even aware of your own shortcomings? Just consider, if that blueprint were to fall into the hands of your SHIELD, would you return it to me unscathed? Coulson's expression grew somewhat uncomfortable. Indeed, had the schematics for the exoskeleton armor landed with SHIELD, the likelihood of their returning it to Tony was slim. Even if they were to return it, it would be after extensive research and numerous copies had been made. Mr. Stark, if the blueprints are not in military possession but instead in the hands of those terrorists, the situation becomes dire. We must devise every possible means to reclaim those blueprints from them, Coulson stated earnestly. There's no need for such solemnity, Tony replied nonchalantly. Even if they obtain the blueprints, comprehend them, and possess the industrial might to manufacture components, they will still lack the most critical element. He tapped his chest, declaring, energy. Aside from myself, the existing battery technology on Earth can only power that behemoth for mere seconds, utterly ineffective. If those individuals were to expend hundreds of millions and, through sheer luck, fabricate one, only to find it utterly inoperative, their expressions would be quite the spectacle. Tony grinned mischievously. The arc reactor, a marvel of cold fusion, was an epoch-defining invention. Tony believed that aside from him, no one could achieve a breakthrough in this technology in the foreseeable future. Unable to sway Tony, Coulson ultimately departed in a somber mood. Before leaving, he cast a glance at the arc reactor embedded in Tony's chest. According to SHIELD intelligence, Tony was likely suffering from palladium poisoning and, barring unforeseen circumstances, might soon face the threat of death. However, thanks to White Knight's adept use of the HP potion, Tony's palladium poisoning symptoms had been significantly alleviated. Regrettably, SHIELD had intended to return to Tony the legacy left by his father, Howard Stark. At a moment when he was confronted with death, this would have provided Tony with a means to address his palladium poisoning, offering him a profound experience that could potentially temper his arrogance and hubris, while simultaneously winning his favor and securing the allegiance of one of Earth's brightest geniuses for SHIELD. White Knight's interference had thwarted their plan, leaving the relationship between SHIELD and Tony in a most awkward predicament. As for the blueprints of the exoskeleton armor mentioned by Tony, Coulson could only surmise that upon returning to SHIELD headquarters, he would find himself entangled in matters of great import. This was undoubtedly no trivial issue. Even though the unfortunate Tony remains unfazed, the SHIELD cannot afford to be indifferent. The circulation of that blueprint could unleash repercussions far beyond imagination. SHIELD is tasked with safeguarding the ordinary world from the encroachment of extraordinary forces. Given the anticipated risks, it is only prudent to devise a solution. Consequently, it appears that the Afghan rebels may soon face another formidable crackdown. After Coulson's departure, Bai Ye made his entrance. So what do you think? Did Coulson perceive any flaws? Unceremoniously, Bai Ye seized Tony's drink and poured himself a glass, having recently suffered from significant dehydration and in need of replenishment. Naturally, you ought to consider my stature, Tony remarked, with his usual bravado, asserting that with his intellect, dealing with someone like Coulson would be a mere trifle. However, you seem to be indulging a bit too extravagantly, don't you? Bai Ye shot Tony a disdainful glance and retorted, do you truly believe that the number of women you've been with is significantly fewer than mine? Of course, I may have had my share of conquests, Tony shot back, but I engage purely in physical encounters, devoid of emotional entanglements. After such encounters, I merely dress and depart, never to return. Yet look at you, entangled in both physical and emotional affairs, repeatedly toying with people's feelings. Have you any idea how many long-term relationships surround you? Bai Ye pondered for a moment and conceded that, in terms of being a cad, he might indeed surpass Tony. While Tony's actions were blatant, Bai Ye reflected on his own. Alas, what can I say? Bai Ye sighed. I have merely fragmented my heart into countless pieces, each falling for a different person. Tony, at 25 years old, is it truly wrong for me to desire 25 girlfriends? Chapter 82. See, am I not impressive? No fault found. Tony gave Bai Ye a thumbs up, proclaiming him a hero, admitting his own shortcomings in grasping such profound realms. The extent of Bai Ye's debauchery even astonished Tony, who prided himself on his own gallantry. At 25, aspiring for 25 girlfriends? Why not aim for the heavens? According to your logic, aside from Pepper, I could rationally have 41 more girlfriends. Although the thought is delightful, he would undoubtedly face Pepper's wrath. Never mind, I shan't dwell on your choices. Tony raised his glass and downed its contents, a cryptic smile playing on his lips. Follow me. I have something entertaining to show you. He headed towards his basement. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. Something entertaining? Has this fellow already crafted his Iron Man suit? Due to being rescued prematurely, Tony was unable to fully construct his Iron Man suit within the cave. After his rescue, he swiftly discovered the symptoms of palladium poisoning. diverting a considerable amount of his attention to finding a remedy for his condition. Furthermore, without the intense pressure of life and death, his pace of research on the Iron Man suit naturally slowed significantly. Bai Ye, having finished his drink, followed him into the basement. A metallic aura greeted them. As various industrial components lay scattered about, Tony snapped his fingers, and the basement resonated with heavy metal music. "Allow me to showcase my recent masterpiece. It will undoubtedly astound you," Tony declared with a hint of pride. Among all his inventions, the Iron Man suit remained his crowning achievement. To create such a marvel and not share it with friends, to boast and indulge in a bit of showmanship, would be akin to returning home in wealth but cloaked in obscurity. While Tony had little interest in impressing ordinary individuals, he felt a compelling need to do so in front of someone as extraordinary as Bai Ye. "Is that so?" Bai Ye replied with a subtle smile. Standing at the control panel with his back to Bai Ye, Tony asserted, "Absolutely." Simultaneously, multiple mechanical arms sprang into action, adorning Tony's body with piece after piece of armor. A crimson and gold Iron Man suit gradually took shape before Bai Ye's eyes. In mere seconds, Iron Man stood before him. "What do you think?" Tony strutted about in the suit, exuding flamboyance. "It looks decent," Bai Ye remarked. "What about its combat capabilities?" One must admit, the mech embodies a man's romantic ideals. Gazing at Tony's suit made Bai Ye consider acquiring a set for himself. The combat prowess was of little consequence. It would serve well as a collectible. Tony showcased the suit's weaponry, pulse cannons, missiles, and more. "Just yesterday, I donned this armor and visited the terrorist base that had attempted to kidnap me. I single-handedly obliterated their installation," Tony boasted. "I can confidently say I am now a one-man army." He controlled the Iron Man's suit to ascend, darting through the air above the villa, demonstrating its remarkable agility. "And that's not all. Do you know? On my way back, I was mistaken for a threat by the U.S. military in Afghanistan. They dispatched 2 F-22s to engage me, but I had them spinning in circles. I didn't even need to attack. I merely evaded their strikes. And due to a piloting error, 1 F-22 crashed on its own. Damn it. Had I not been aware of this matter, I might have been deceived by you. I wonder who it was that was so thoroughly pursued by the F-22s, to the point of calling his dear friend Colonel Rhodes to plead for mercy. Had it not been for a twist of fate that led to the destruction of an F-22, you would have found yourself utterly annihilated between the crossfire of 2 F-22s. And yet, you still dare to boast before me? Meanwhile, Tony is reveling in his own bravado. Clad in his iron armor, he snapped his fingers. "Jarvis, retrieve Rhodes' official statement from this morning." At the press conference held by the military, Colonel Rhodes, in his military regalia, addressed the media with utmost seriousness. "Yesterday, an F-22 Raptor unfortunately encountered an accident during training. Fortunately, the pilot was unharmed. As for the unexpected turn of events in the village of Kamara, we are still unclear on who or what intervened, but we can assure you that this matter is unrelated to the United States government." Tony lifted his helmet. "You know how it is with the official narrative. They love to cloak themselves in such nonsense. They can't possibly admit to the public that an unidentified flying object toyed with 2 F-22s and then simply soared away, can they? The approval ratings of the White House would plummet in an instant." Bai Ye stifled a laugh. Knowing Tony's true circumstances, it was hard not to chuckle while watching him boast in various ways. Thankfully, he had undergone specialized training, no matter how amusing it was. He would not laugh, unless he could no longer contain himself. Just as Tony was in full flow, he suddenly received a communication from his dear friend, Colonel Rhodes. His body stiffened. "Tony, why aren't you answering the phone?" Bai Ye inquired curiously. "Ahem." Tony cleared his throat. "I just recalled something important. I will take it now." As soon as he answered the call, he was met with an irate Colonel Rhodes. "Son of a bitch. Tony, you are no longer a child. Why do you persist in such childish antics? If it weren't for your luck in accidentally destroying an F-22, and if I hadn't stopped the other aircraft from taking off to intercept you, you would already be lying beneath the ground, receiving the flowers I would have brought you. Do you know how awkward it was for me to recite those speeches for you just now? Tony, you must promise me there will absolutely be no next time." "Rhodes. Hello? The signal is poor here. I'll call you back shortly." Tony quickly ended the call. Meeting Bai Ye's quizzical gaze, he shrugged. He must have dialed the wrong number. "Ha ha ha." Bai Ye could no longer contain his laughter, bursting forth at Tony's pretentiousness, which had now rendered him foolish. "Laugh if you wish," Tony grumbled. "Had I not been evading and refraining from launching an attack, What could two mere F-22s possibly amount to? This statement bore a kernel of truth. Bai Ye chuckled. Given the agility of your armor, 2 aircraft are indeed insufficient to pose a challenge for you. The sheer size and maneuverability of the iron armor would effectively neutralize the F-22's long-range air-to-air missiles. In close combat, could a fighter jet's agility truly rival that of a suit of iron armor? However, had Tony not been contemplating treason at that moment, he would never have considered launching an attack on the F-22s. Exactly. Bai Ye's praise sent a shiver of pride through Tony. At over 40 years of age, he resembled a child, even more juvenile than Bai Ye. I spent more than a month recuperating in that cave, and it took me less than a week to design this armor. Had you not rescued me in advance, I would have been able to fabricate this armor independently with the materials within and carve my own path out of there in another half-month. He strutted like a peacock. See? Aren't I impressive? Bai Ye merely turned up his nose. Not at all. Chapter 83. Come into Daddy's embrace. For father shall provide you with a warmth like none other. Bai Ye's assertion of being squeamish about needles left Tony feeling quite indignant. He immediately declared his intention to drag Bai Ye into another yacht party, where they could compete against one another. Is that really necessary? Bai Ye replied. I am rather sensitive and dislike being observed. You have insulted my pride. This matter cannot go unresolved. Tony insisted. Bai Ye sensed that Tony was exploiting their competition as a pretext to indulge in merriment once more. Moreover, should they attend, it was likely that Tony would feel inferior. This was not mere boasting on Bai Ye's part. In his previous life, he had been rigorously tested by esteemed teachers such as Gao Chung and Kitami. Now, he was further honing his body through the lightning release chakra mode. Could Tony truly hope to measure up against him? Not to mention Wolverine. Even he would feel shamefully inadequate in Bai Ye's presence. Yet, Bai Ye found it difficult to resist Tony's exuberance, and besides, a yacht party could indeed be quite entertaining. Shall we then? Bai Ye acquiesced, half-heartedly, as Tony pulled him toward the door. At that moment, a woman entered the room, with golden hair and blue eyes. Dressed in business attire, she exuded an air of mature competence. Without a doubt, this was Tony's personal secretary, the red-haired Pepper Potts. Tony is a genius, capable of inventing a myriad of devices, yet he is utterly inept in the affairs of daily life. Hence, Pepper must manage everything for him, organizing his chaotic existence. She is not only beautiful and astute, but also remarkably efficient. While she diligently oversees Tony's life, their differing opinions often lead to spirited debates. Nevertheless, it is beyond doubt that Pepper is the closest person in Tony's life. She illuminates his days, protects him, and tidies up the mess he creates, bringing order to his world. It could be said that Tony cannot function without her. Tony, where are you off to now? Pepper inquired, her expression one of surprise. Tony hesitated, like a mouse caught in the gaze of a cat. Then he threw his arm around Bai Ye's shoulder and said, he claims there's nothing to drink at home, so he insists on taking me to a bar. Pepper, I genuinely wanted to refuse, but I simply couldn't withstand his enthusiasm as he dragged me along. Bai Ye remarked, this scoundrel is rather adept at shirking responsibility. Isn't. It was you who pulled me out, and now you're trying to lay the blame on me? Pepper rolled her eyes. She knew exactly what kind of person Tony was. If someone invited him to a bar, he would certainly go without needing to be dragged along. You must be Mr. Bai Ye, it's a pleasure to meet you. Pepper greeted warmly, extending her hand. Tony has mentioned you numerous times, saying that you are one of his few friends in this world. Miss Pepper, Tony has also spoken of you in my presence, stating that if he ever decides to settle down, the person accompanying him to the altar would undoubtedly be you. Bai Ye smiled as he shook her hand. Don't spout nonsense. Tony interjected, visibly agitated. When did I ever say such a thing? Indeed, Tony had never uttered those words. Bai Ye was fabricating, perhaps as retaliation for the blame Tony had just cast upon him. Pepper shot a sideways glance at Tony, who stiffened, suddenly realizing that denying it could lead to an even worse predicament. Perhaps it was just me, drunk and rambling. Pepper, do not take it to heart. You, my dear, have made a habit of drunken ramblings. I can't be bothered to hold it against you. Pepper retorted with a roll of her eyes. You may go out and have your fun, but you must first sign these documents. What documents? Tony asked as he glanced over the papers. They were internal company documents requiring the signature of the chairman, his signature. Is that so? Then I shall take a closer look, Tony replied. Very well, Tony. It seems you have important matters to attend to, so I shan't insist on dragging you out, Bai Ye said, exhibiting a keen sense of understanding and gracefully excusing himself from the scene to avoid being a third wheel. With Pepper around, could Tony still venture out to indulge in merriment? "Oh, Mr. White Knight, have I interrupted your moment?" Pepper hastily inquired. "Not at all, Pepper." White Knight chuckled, stating that matters of the company undoubtedly take precedence over leisure. "Moreover, I just recalled that there is another task awaiting my attention." "Very well. Let us postpone our outing to a later date," Tony remarked, adding, "It must not be to any disreputable establishments. I would certainly refrain from attending those." Observing Tony's expression, White Knight noted that he was clearly not one to frequent such places. "All right." White Knight smiled, turning to depart. Suddenly, he paused and turned back. "I almost forgot. I have a gift for you. I had intended to present it earlier, yet it slipped my mind. All thanks to that rascal Tony, who, upon meeting, immediately dragged him into discussions about yacht parties. Otherwise, he would not have forgotten." "What?" White Knight stroked the space ring on his left hand, producing a ring and tossing it to Tony. "A trinket of some utility. It's best to wear it casually. Iron ring, $2 million. Description: the struggles of a man of wealth versus a man without, a youth on the brink of despair." Tony caught the ring and examined it, finding it rather unremarkable. However, being a merchant of extraordinary artifacts, he understood that whatever he produced was certainly not mere ornamentation. Curiously, he slipped it onto his finger. In an instant, Tony felt a clarity of mind wash over him. A minor obstacle he had encountered while developing the iron armor suddenly seemed resolved. Could this be the fabled intelligence-enhancing magical ring? Tony mused. White Knight was driving his Chevrolet, having just left Tony's residence when he received a call from Rachel. "Rachel, White Knight, the light in my house is broken, and I can't fix it. Could you come and assist me?" White Knight: "Certainly. I shall be there shortly." Rachel: "Great." As White Knight redirected his car to Rachel's home, a playful smirk appeared on his face. It seems Rachel's invitation isn't merely about fixing the broken light, but rather pertains to the plumbing, I suspect. Yet, he understood that women often prefer subtlety. She would never directly state the issue regarding the pipes. Upon arriving at the address, White Knight spotted Rachel waiting at her door. She was a woman in her 30s, exuding a mature allure akin to a ripe peach, irresistibly enticing. At that moment, Rachel donned a simple white dress, her long hair cascading down to her chest, her neck elegant and delicate, as white as ivory, with captivating curves that were both alluring and provocative. The slender willow waist swayed gently like a delicate willow in the breeze. A pair of exquisitely long and graceful legs could be deemed nothing short of perfection. "Bai Ye, you have arrived," Rachel greeted with a gentle smile as she approached. Bai Ye parked his car in the garage of Rachel's home. "How have you been lately?" he inquired. "Not too bad," Rachel nodded and replied. "Ever since U9 eliminated that Semra, both Rory and I have found life considerably easier." In truth, Rachel's interest in the Semra videotape was not mere folly. Aside from the tragic death of her niece, Katie, her son Rory, who suffers from autism, had inexplicably become entangled with Semra. Rory had a passion for drawing, and prior to his cousin's death, he depicted the very scene of her demise. Upon comparing his artwork, Rachel was struck by the eerie similarity. Any normal mother, upon realizing that her son seemed ensnared by something sinister, would undoubtedly feel compelled to uncover the truth behind such a haunting occurrence. After all, what if this malevolence posed a threat to her child? Thus, Rachel sought out the videotape. Subsequently, she relayed her concerns to Uncle Gio, who theorized that it was highly likely Semra had fixated on Katie first, subsequently targeting Rory in the process. Semra, inherently malevolent, harbored an instinctual yearning for familial bonds. Rachel, being the devoted mother she is, incited a mix of envy and admiration within Semra. While Semra would adhere to her murderous principles and refrain from harming Rory without cause, she would nonetheless entwine herself with him, imposing her negative emotions. Rory's foretelling was likely a manifestation of Semra inducing a nightmarish fantasy surrounding Katie's death, compelling him to illustrate the traumatic scene, allowing a child to witness the tragic demise of his beloved sister. Truly, Semra's actions were monstrous. Remember to let me know if anything arises. Bai Ye pondered for a moment before adding, "By the way, I have brought you a gift." "Really?" Rachel blinked in surprise. Bai Ye retrieved a safety charm, bound with a red string, from his spatial ring and gently hung it around Rachel's neck. The charm nestled against her skin, resting against her collarbone. This charm was crafted by Uncle Gio. When malevolent spirits approach, it will become warm as a warning. Moreover, it grants temporary protection from those evil entities, preventing you from falling into illusions and providing you with a precious moment to breathe. Should you sense anything amiss, call me immediately or come find me, and I shall resolve the trouble for you. Bai Ye, I cannot thank you enough, Rachel exclaimed, overwhelmed with emotion as she embraced him tightly and planted a fervent kiss on his cheek. In truth, I have been quite fearful of similar occurrences since then. Now that I possess this charm, I feel much more at ease while sleeping. When one is blissfully unaware, slumber comes easily. Yet, after encountering that extraordinary realm, how could Rachel maintain her usual carefree demeanor? In this world, the existence of a Semra suggests the likelihood of a second and a third similar specter. Without some precautionary measures in place, a persistent sense of unease is bound to linger in the heart. However, Rachel hesitated for a moment, a hint of embarrassment washing over her as she inquired, "Are there any more of those talismans? I can purchase one." She possessed only a single charm, which sufficed for herself, but she also had a son, Rory. Should these talismans be too precious, she would undoubtedly offer it to her son, with her own needs postponed. "It's merely a trinket. You need not worry about the cost," Bai Ye chuckled. "Rest assured, I have already prepared one for Rory." He produced a small gift box with a smile. Rachel's eyes shimmered with unshed tears, leaving her at a loss for words. The kindness Bai Ye had shown her compelled her to consider how best to repay him. "Very well, what are we to each other? Let us not stand on ceremony," Bai Ye teased, pinching Rachel's cheek playfully. "Let us discuss this inside." With an air of ownership, he wrapped his arm around Rachel's slender waist, relishing her soft form as they made their way home. "Is the light in your house broken? Where is it?" Bai Ye inquired, glancing around. Rachel pointed to the LED ceiling light in the living room. "Yes, that's the one," she confirmed. "Good, you came to the right person for this," Bai Ye replied. "Do you have a ladder and a new bulb?" "Indeed." Rachel hurried off to fetch the ladder she had set aside. She bent down to rummage through a box in front of the television in the living room, with her back turned to Han Go. Her curvaceous figure resembled a full moon, exuding an extraordinary allure. At such a ripe and luscious age, Bai Ye could not resist. He stepped forward and gently embraced Rachel. Sensing Bai Ye's intentions, Rachel exclaimed, "Wait, this isn't right, Bai Ye. Rory is still at home. Let us wait until evening, when Rory is asleep," Bai Ye replied, disappointment creeping into his voice. The notion of the little boy being at home indeed thwarted their plans. It would be utterly awkward if Rory interrupted them while they were engrossed in their game. "All right," Bai Ye whispered close to Rachel's ear. Rachel's face flushed crimson at his words. This audacious man made even a seasoned woman like her blush. Fine, I will comply." She shot him a look of mock exasperation. Without mentioning that Bai Ye provided her with 2 amulets and came to her home to assist with the lighting. Rachel herself was indeed rather eager. Men are often captivated by beauty, and what of women? Are they not equally drawn to the charms of men? Bai Ye released Rachel and accepted the spare light bulb she handed him, ascending the ladder with agility. His mind, however, was already envisioning the evening's possibilities. One could hardly blame him. After all, Rachel's alluring black lace was simply irresistible. As he deftly replaced the bulb, Rachel flipped the switch, and instantly the incandescent light illuminated the entire room. "Wonderful," Rachel exclaimed. "It seems a home without a man is truly lacking. Well, just give me a call whenever you need assistance. I am always at your service." Bai Ye feigned ignorance of Rachel's underlying suggestion. Marriage was an impossibility for him, a notion he deemed unattainable for this lifetime. Only fleeting encounters could sustain him in this realm. Rachel appeared to grasp Bai Ye's implication, her expression tinged with disappointment. "By the way, Rachel, where's Rory's father?" Bai Ye inquired. "He is a soldier, often deployed in South America on missions, barely home for 2 weeks a year," Rachel replied. "Rory and I can hardly rely on him. What good is such a husband? Thus, I divorced him 3 years ago. He is probably still in South America." Bai Ye could not help but click his tongue in disbelief. How could someone so fortunate as to have Rachel as a wife abandon her for years on end? Was that not a gross misallocation of resources? If it had been the old Bai Ye, it would have either been Rachel's demise or his own. "Now that the light is fixed, is there anything else you need?" Bai Ye asked. "As a single woman, it must be challenging for you, so feel free to call on me. Actually, the light in the basement where Rory plays broke a few days ago. I was about to find someone to repair it. And now the living room light has also failed. It seems I must trouble you once again," Rachel said, thinking that since Bai Ye had already assisted her so much, what was one more favor? All right then. Bai Ye took hold of the ladder with one hand and followed Rachel as they headed toward her basement. In the basement, under the dim light, Rachel's son Rory was engrossed in his puzzle toys. "Hey, Rory, look who has come to visit. It's Uncle Bai Ye, whom you met before. He has come to help us fix the lights." Upon hearing Rachel's voice, Rory paused, turned his head, cast a glance at Bai Ye, and offered a gentle nod before returning to his puzzle toy. Rachel's expression bore a hint of embarrassment as she remarked, "You know, he doesn't actually dislike you." "I know," Bai Ye replied with a smile and a nod. Rory, who suffers from Asperger's syndrome, a form of autism characterized by social interaction difficulties, demonstrating a nod of acknowledgement towards Bai Ye signifies a considerable degree of fondness. Otherwise, he would hardly spare a glance, completely indifferent to others. Following this, Bai Ye skillfully assisted Rachel in replacing the light. Once illuminated, the basement revealed itself to be nearly overflowing with toys, a testament to Rachel's deep affection for her son. "I truly worry for him. He has hardly any friends at kindergarten," Rachel said, her brow furrowed with concern as she observed Rory playing with his toys. "Perhaps it's because we spend so little time with him, especially his father, that scoundrel, who hardly spends any days at home throughout the year. Otherwise, Rory might not have developed autism at all. That's why I was so resolute in divorcing him. Do not fret too much, the child is still young, and the possibilities for his future are limitless. Who can say what extraordinary path Rory may carve out for himself?" Bai Ye comforted, gently embracing Rachel's fragrant shoulder. While Bai Ye conversed with Rachel, Rory appeared to have completed his puzzle game, remaining oblivious to their discussion as he scampered off to unbox a package. It was something his father had sent back from South America. Upon opening the package, he discovered a mechanical mask and a mechanical gauntlet, which he curiously examined. Bai Ye, still engaged in conversation with Rachel, inadvertently caught a glimpse of the mechanical mask and gauntlet in Rory's hands, momentarily taken aback. "Rory, may I see your mask?" Bai Ye released Rachel and approached Rory with a query. The young boy looked at his mother in confusion. Upon receiving a nod from Rachel, he straightforwardly handed the mask to Bai Ye. Bai Ye's expression turned one of puzzlement as he held the mask, feeling an inexplicable familiarity with it, as if he had encountered it before. Moreover, this mechanical mask seemed far from an ordinary toy. The craftsmanship involved appeared to surpass the civilian technology of this era by at least 20 years. Suddenly struck by an intuition, Bai Ye placed the mask upon his face. In an instant, a torrent of information surged into his mind, revealing an image of a group of humanoid beings, sharp-toothed and clawed, towering and muscular, with skin of a beige hue. "Holy moly, predator!" Bai Ye exclaimed, startled. A group of towering predators encircled a diminutive predator, treating him as a specimen for their experiments. Injecting something into his cranium. Was there any problem? Nearby, a beautiful woman and a young boy heard Bai Ye suddenly utter a curse, their expressions reflecting deep confusion. Bai Ye removed his mask, his countenance grave as he inquired of Rachel, "Is your husband serving in South America?" "Yes, that is correct," Rachel quickly nodded. Somewhat intimidated by Han Gu's serious demeanor, Bai Ye inhaled deeply. It appeared he was indeed correct. Her husband had sent back a predator's mask and gauntlets. He pondered for a moment, realizing that the predator's armor could prove quite beneficial for him, especially the cloaking feature. If he could acquire a set, it would be marvelous. Moreover, more crucially, if his memory served him right, the predators possessed spacecraft controlled by a microcomputer within the gauntlets. These were not mere aircraft, but vessels capable of traversing the cosmos, embodying technology far beyond current human capabilities. However, a dilemma loomed before him. He had no knowledge of how to operate the Predator's microcomputer. It seemed Harvard University had expended $1 billion researching the Predator's language, yielding no results of value. Bai Ye's gaze gradually shifted towards the young boy, Rory, his eyes igniting with fervor as memories began to resurface. If he recalled correctly, this boy, seemingly afflicted by autism, was, in fact, a prodigious genius capable of besting Harvard professors. In the Marvel Universe, such exceptional talents were not uncommon. Tony Stark, Reed Richards, Bruce Banner, and Shuri, the sister of Black Panther. Rory should certainly be counted among them. "I hear you're in need of a father. How do I measure up?" Bai Ye declared, placing a firm hand on Rory's shoulder with solemnity. "Rachel, meow meow meow. Young Rory, come, embrace your father. Let me offer you the warmth of paternal love." Bai Ye resolved to cultivate a closer relationship with Rachel and Rory, cherishing the little boy named Rory, desiring to be his father and provide him with paternal affection. No one shall impede me. My paternal love is overflowing, nearly spilling forth. With the mask and gauntlets in hand, it was only a matter of time before the predators would come knocking, placing Rachel and Rory in peril. Should I consider relocating them to my building for their safety, allowing me to offer them close protection? Bai Ye contemplated. He resolved that from this day forth, Rory would be regarded as his non-biological son, even dearer than that disobedient lad Parker. Anyone who dared to harm him or his mother Rachel would face a fate worse than death. Chapter 84. I only wish to slay you, or be slain by you after the ordeal. A solitary cigarette brought forth a sense of tranquility. Exhaling a plume of smoke, Bai Ye leaned against the bow of the ship. Rachel, resting against him, cautiously inquired, Bai Ye, is there something peculiar about that mask? Indeed, there was. One could only speculate whether it was sheer luck or misfortune that befell her. Bai Ye mused that Rachel seemed to have an unfortunate streak, first encountering the ghostly Semra, and now the fearsome predator. It was crucial to note that when the predator arrived to collect the mask and arm gauntlets, any hint of rashness from Rachel could very well result in her demise. Rachel had a shotgun at home, and should the predator appear in its terrifying form unannounced, she would undoubtedly confront it fiercely with her weapon. Predators generally refrain from killing the weak and innocent, women and children without arms. Yet once a woman or child brandishes a weapon, they can no longer be deemed defenseless. Rest assured, with me around, I shall ensure that neither you nor Rory come to harm, Bai Ye thought, choosing not to disclose the truth to spare Rachel unnecessary worry about extraterrestrial threats, which were far too fantastical. Perhaps you and Rory should temporarily relocate to my building for a few days until the danger has passed, he suggested. Rachel contemplated this and nodded. It seems we have no other choice. Despite Bai Ye's reluctance to specify the nature of the danger, she understood that it was surely beyond their capacity to endure. It was wiser to stay with Bai Ye for the time being, and once the peril had subsided, they could consider their next steps. She was no damsel from a horror film, knowingly courting danger for the thrill of it. Damn McKinney. Rachel couldn't help but curse. He disappears for an entire year, proving unreliable in times of crisis, and now he sends dangerous items to my son. Does he truly wish to end Rory's life? How can such a man call himself a father? I must have been blind to have chosen him. Unquestionably, the target of Rachel's ire was her ex-husband, Rory's biological father. One could only imagine that had McKinney been present, Rachel would have unleashed her wrath upon him without hesitation. He should have recognized the peril of the predator's mask and gauntlets, yet driven by selfish motives, he withheld them from authorities and instead concocted a ruse, masking the danger with the pretext of sending toys to his son. Calm down. I believe he did not act with malice. Do not take it too much to heart. Bai Ye consoled. Indeed, a scoundrel is likely aware that disparaging a rival in front of a woman will only lead her to perceive him as a petty individual who speaks, though behind others' backs. In truth, the more one defends the opposing party, the more ire the woman may feel towards them. The same principle likely applies to the green tea types with men. After berating that McKinney, Rachel expressed her desire to learn from Bai Ye. What could Bai Ye do? With his nurturing disposition, he would undoubtedly impart his knowledge to Rachel without reservation. He had no choice. In pursuit of the Iron Blood Warrior spacecraft, he must make sacrifices now, even if it meant being financially strained. Advancing his relationship with Rachel would expedite his rapport with the young boy, Rory. Otherwise, even if he acquired the Iron Blood Warrior's ship, could he truly master the language of the Iron Blood Warriors to operate it alone? New York. The night was profound, and the stars dimmed. On the outskirts of Brooklyn, there stood an abandoned factory, long forsaken. Due to its remote location and sparse population, it had long been neglected. However, at that moment, inside the mobile factory, several engineers were busily gathered around a colossal suit of armor. Obadiah entered, puffing on a cigar, his expression dark and brooding. The chief engineer hurried to greet him. Sir, we have attempted to meet your requests, but we seem to have encountered a minor obstacle. Obstacle? Obadiah's anger was barely containable. Indeed, the chief engineer wiped the sweat from his brow. To power the suit, we have explored various methods. But sir, that technology simply does not exist. Therefore, to drive such a massive steel suit with Earth's current battery technology is absolutely impossible. Wait, Obadiah grasped his shoulder. Technology? William, the arc reactor is that technology. I have already provided you with the design for the arc reactor. I merely asked you to make it smaller. All right, sir, we are making efforts, but to be honest, this is impossible. Tony Stark created one in a cave. Obadiah jabbed William in the chest, roaring. He used nothing but scrap. William, taken aback, stammered, "I'm sorry, sir. But I am not Tony Stark." Obadiah was nearly brought to tears by this foolishness. Yet, there was no way around it. If the arc reactor could not be created, then it simply could not be made. Not everyone possessed Tony's genius. Obadiah was infuriated. He had little time left. It is essential to recognize that he was originally sentenced to life imprisonment for conspiring to murder Tony Stark, committing treason by supplying arms to terrorists, and other grave offenses. His release was solely due to a clandestine arrangement with certain influential figures. When Tony was rescued by the military's butter knife team, the blueprints for the Iron Man suit were seized by terrorists and subsequently fell into Obadiah's hands through negotiations. Obadiah, leveraging the Iron Man suit, forged agreements with powerful individuals. Considering Tony's position as the chairman of the largest military-industrial conglomerate in the United States, he is, in essence, one of the sovereigns of this nation. However, this does not imply that Tony is invulnerable. He has formidable adversaries who harbor disdain for him. Coincidentally, Tony possesses the Iron Man suit, an extraordinary weapon of the future, and, in a moment of hubris, he chose to shut down the Stark Industries military department while intending to treat the Iron Man suit as his personal plaything rather than delivering a batch of completed suits to the Department of Defense to fortify national security. This decision was bound to evoke discontent. At this juncture, Obadiah, who held the blueprints for the Iron Man suit, found himself in a position to negotiate with certain individuals. If Obadiah could produce a complete Iron Man suit and was willing to manufacture and sell it to the military and the Department of Defense, all his past transgressions could be overlooked. Treason? That could easily be dismissed with a mere word from the powerful. As for the trivial matter of attempting to murder Tony Stark, if Tony refuses to relinquish the Iron Man suit, surely they could find an alternative, could they not? If Tony were now willing to personally manufacture and sell the Iron Man suit, they could swiftly eliminate Obadiah for him. However, could Tony compromise his principles by mass-producing the Iron Man suit, thereby significantly destabilizing the world order and heightening the likelihood of igniting a third world war? Clearly, that is implausible. Thus, Obadiah's chance for survival hinges upon his ability to produce a functional suit and deliver it for military use. At that point, even those powerful figures aligned with Tony would find it challenging to voice their objections, as national interests would take precedence. No matter how strong Tony's connections, they would pale in comparison to the palpable impact of a new, superior weapon capable of surpassing the F-22. The Iron Man suit could sustain America's dominance for at least half a century. Yet, Obadiah now faces a significant dilemma. According to the blueprints left by Tony, the suit has been constructed, but there is no suitable energy source to power it. What to do? If he cannot present a finished product by the deadline, it is likely he will find himself returning to prison. Obadiah's eyes darken with contemplation. It seems he must devise an unconventional strategy. In this world, there exist successful cases. Just a few days ago, he witnessed Tony utilizing his Iron Man suit in the Kermala region of Afghanistan, where he even managed to destroy an F-22. Might it be possible to glean from Tony a method to acquire a miniaturized arc reactor? Although the higher-ups have released Obadiah and provided him with a safe haven to shield his whereabouts, their intention was solely to allow him to focus on the creation of Iron Man suits, not to instigate further trouble with Tony Stark. Obadiah's previous actions have already crossed the line. Among individuals of their stature, it is permissible to engage in covert rivalries. However, resorting to hired assassination and getting caught in the act warrants acceptance of the consequences. Tony occupies a position at the pinnacle of this nation. He is not someone to be easily intimidated. Yet, Obadiah now realizes that if he cannot produce an Iron Man suit, he will be abandoned. Thus, seizing the opportunity to snatch the arc reactor from Tony becomes his last gamble. With a completed Iron Man suit in his possession, where could he not thrive? Even if he were to escape to a place like Bear Country, he would lead a life of considerable ease. As the golden sun sinks in the west, the jade moon rises in the east. A hazy round moon emerges from the diaphanous mist, casting a silvery glow upon the earth. At this moment, both Bai Ye and Rachel are fast asleep, though previously they had indulged in more carnal pleasures. Bai Ye, too, has succumbed to slumber. Suddenly, he is jolted awake, his heart racing. What is happening? A porcelain-like arm encircles him, and Rachel's whispers caress his ear. It's nothing. You may continue to sleep, Bai Ye chuckles. planting a gentle kiss on the lovely Olivia's face. However, he rises from the ship, feeling a disquieting sensation. Meanwhile, in the basement cluttered with young Rory's toys, the eyes of the ironclad mask flicker ominously in the darkness. In New York, at the Veterans Affairs office, a psychologist gently addresses the man sitting across from him. You once stated that you fell from your mother's womb, struck the floor, and began crawling through enemy territory towards your grave. The man, however, shows no intention of responding, instead shifting his body and glancing at the restraints binding him. What is the purpose of this polygraph? I assumed it was merely a standard psychological evaluation. The psychologist replies, we must ascertain whether you pose a danger. The man chuckles. Isn't being a sniper inherently threatening? It is precisely my kind that allows you to sit comfortably in your office, counting money until your hands cramp. Sniper Quinn McKinney, the ex-husband of Rachel and the father of the prodigious young boy, Rory, is a distinguished marksman within the military, having been awarded both the Medal of Outstanding Contribution and the Silver Star. However, during a mission in the dense jungles of South America, his unit encountered fierce combat with the extraterrestrial predator, leaving him as the sole survivor. Subsequently, he was brought here for psychological evaluation. The psychiatrist, unable to pursue the topic further, shifted the conversation. You spend most of your time executing missions across the globe, away from your wife and son? Ex-wife and son, McKinney emphasized, exhaling deeply before candidly stating, listen, I understand that something fell into the South American jungle, and they wish to eliminate any witnesses. What? You are not here to assess my sanity. You want me to keep quiet, correct? Do you feel coerced? Isn't that rather apparent? McKinney pointed to the lie detector attached to him, asserting, I can unequivocally state that I am not insane. The psychiatrist, however, remained unconvinced and continued. Do you sometimes feel as though you do not belong to this planet, Captain? Huh. McKinney responded, puzzled. Do I resemble an alien? Engaging in such nonsensical dialogue with this psychiatrist was becoming intolerable. As the psychiatrist conversed with McKinney, observers behind the one-way mirror were evaluating him. He noticed this. Indeed, after a series of inquiries, McKinney was handcuffed and escorted out by 2 soldiers. If you push me again, I will snap your neck. The soldier glanced at him, met with McKinney's defiant expression, yet remained silent. Upon reaching a bus, McKinney was handed over to the soldiers and boarded the vehicle. Handcuffed, he entered the bus and surveyed his fellow passengers, all of whom bore peculiar appearances. Chewing gum, he casually selected a seat. A man sitting across the aisle from him was mumbling incessantly and twitching periodically. Is he all right? McKinney inquired. A biracial individual seated a couple of rows ahead replied. He is fine. Don't worry about him. He has Tourette's syndrome and cannot help it. The twitching man, named Buxley, interjected, fuck you and you. You'll get used to it, buddy. A white man named Nettle tapped McKinney on the shoulder. Welcome to the second company, said Williams. A black man sitting in front of McKinney. What do you mean? Like a squad? McKinney asked. Williams, no team, 2nd Regiment, group therapy, 2nd Clinic of the Psychiatric Hospital. McKinney finally felt he had encountered a semblance of normalcy. Allow me to introduce myself, McKinney. He extended his hand. Nebraska, Williams. McKinney, where did you serve? Williams, in 2003. During Operation Enduring Freedom in Afghanistan, I went to confront the Taliban, leaving behind a legacy of hardship. An injury to friendly forces resulted in my current role as a purveyor of humor. Lynch was commended for demolishing half a mountain in Mosul. Nettle served 3 tours as a helicopter pilot. He now cherishes his Bible. Buxley, a military medic, now finds himself ill. McKinney sensed that these comrades might not be entirely sane, yet each seemed to possess a remarkable skill. What brings you to this dismal place? He inquired of the one who appeared most rational. Williams. Williams, I shot a commander. McKinney, was there a specific reason? Williams, he was a jerk. Well, it seems there isn't a single sane individual aboard this vehicle. This is, in fact, quite typical. For the terms war and disaster are inseparable. Even though America often achieves overwhelming victories, countless soldiers suffer from post-traumatic stress disorder. For instance, 60,000 Vietnam War veterans succumbed to suicide, while many others grappled with illness, addiction, crime, and fractured families. And what about you? Williams curiously asked McKinney. McKinney opened his mouth, uncertain of how to respond. Williams, don't be like that, brother. We're all mad here. Okay. McKinney sighed and said, I had a fight with an alien. Holy shit. Anju, that's the best story I've ever heard. Laughter erupted among them. Though they were all deemed insane, none truly believed in the existence of aliens. McKinney appeared far more deranged than they. Can you all just shut up? Being mocked in such a manner irked the notoriously temperamental McKinney. I'm serious. And they want to cover this up, which is why I ended up here. Still, no one believed McKinney's words. Laughter filled the air once more. McKinney could only helplessly pinch the bridge of his nose. He knew he shouldn't have spoken, for few would believe that extraterrestrial life exists in this world. Their bus came to a halt before a hospital, just as it steadied itself. Suddenly, a piercing alarm echoed throughout the entire hospital. McKinney and his companions hurriedly glanced around, only to witness a doctor, garbed in medical attire, being unceremoniously hurled from the rooftop, crashing to the ground and transforming into a gruesome mass. My God! McKinney scrutinized the scene and spotted an extraterrestrial entity above the hospital, resembling the very creature he had encountered in South America, a humanoid with an octopus-like visage, swiftly traversing the rooftop before vanishing into the shadows. The individuals in McKinney's vehicle stood in stunned silence. An alien? Williams inquired. Is that the alien you mentioned? Indeed. That is the very being that slaughtered my comrades. Brothers, are you interested in a first-hand encounter? McKinney exchanged a knowing glance with Williams, an unspoken agreement forming between them. While ordinary individuals might profess an affinity for aliens, the sight of a predator could send them fleeing in terror. Yet, those in the vehicle were different. They were battle-hardened lunatics, driven solely by the exhilarating prospect of confrontation. Hey, Buxley, when you were circumcising those individuals, did you catch a whiff of that aroma? Anju provocatively asked. I bet you did. In an instant, Buxley sprang to his feet and lunged at Anju, seizing him by the neck with a chain. You dare repeat that? His expression was one of madness, as if he were genuinely intent on choking Anju to death. The soldiers guarding the vehicle, alerted by the commotion, opened the protective barriers, hands poised on their weapons, and entered. Everyone, get down. The occupants of the vehicle were indeed deranged. It would be no surprise if they turned on each other. However, should the soldiers permit any harm to come to the inmates, they would bear the weight of the consequences. Get down now, they barked. In the midst of their stern commands, they failed to notice that as they passed by the demolitions expert, Lynch, the keys to their handcuffs were deftly pilfered. The soldiers attempted to separate the grappling Anju and Buxley. Lynch swiftly freed himself and rapidly assisted Williams and McKinney in escaping their restraints. In the blink of an eye, the deranged group launched an assault on the unsuspecting soldiers. Taken completely by surprise, the troops were disarmed and fell to the ground. McKinney flung the soldiers out of the vehicle and took off in pursuit of the fleeing predator. Yet, as he chased after it, a sense of confusion began to cloud his mind. The surroundings felt eerily familiar. Holy hell, this seems to be the route to his home, or more accurately, the path to the abode of his ex-wife Rachel and their son, Rory. In an instant, McKinney recalled the ironclad helmet and gauntlets he had mailed to his son. To be frank, he had assumed that the Iron Predator was long dead, merely wishing to capitalize on these artifacts. However, he never intended to endanger his ex-wife and child. Now, it seemed impossible for him to refrain from reckless pursuit. Step on it. I must take down that fiend. McKinney slammed his fist against the metal frame of the vehicle. After more than 10 minutes of relentless chase, they finally caught up with the Iron Predator. Get closer. I am a marksman. I only need to draw near. Williams drove the bus closer to the Iron Predator, who was sprinting atop the overpass. With one hand gripping the door, McKinney steadied his shotgun, aiming at the Iron Predator. Bang! He struck true. The Iron Predator halted momentarily, casting a glance back at McKinney. In the next heartbeat, he raised his right gauntlet and unleashed a massive dart towards Williams' bus, puncturing the front tire. The Iron Predator turned back, his mind solely focused on reclaiming what was contained within his gauntlet, indifferent to the humans behind him. Yet McKinney was relentless. After leaping from the speeding bus and rolling to absorb the impact, he raised his shotgun once more, firing several rounds at the Iron Predator. If he allowed this creature to escape now, it would only lead to peril for his son. Thus, even at the cost of his own life, he could not permit the creature to flee. McKinney's defiance enraged the Iron Predator, who had previously spared them out of disdain for their insignificance. Now, these insignificant beings dared to challenge him? The Iron Predator's helmet illuminated with 3 infrared beams, targeting McKinney and Williams. Get down, McKinney shouted, diving aside. Boom! An explosion erupted, casting a brilliant light that illuminated half the sky. Meanwhile, Ng and Lynch seized this opportunity. using the halted bus as cover to launch their assault on the Iron Predator. Come on, let this little wretch taste our might. Bullets struck the Iron Predator, who lowered his gaze to observe the bullet casings embedded in his armor. The infrared beams of his helmet recalibrated once more. Boom. In but a fleeting moment, that bus erupted into a cascade of sparks. Lynch, caught unawares within the ranks, was hurled skyward by the flames of the explosion, crashing down at a distance. The others sustained varying degrees of injury. McKinney stood in shock, unable to fathom that the team he had so painstakingly assembled, each member possessing their unique talents, had been so swiftly fragmented. At that moment, the fearsome warrior descended from the overpass. With a swift motion, a wrist blade shot forth from his arm, charging with ferocity towards McKinney, akin to a tiger descending from the mountains, its momentum unstoppable. In stark contrast to the towering figure of the warrior, McKinney appeared as a frail little rabbit. The wrist blade descended upon him with chilling precision, a deadly glint promising dire consequences should it strike true, cleaving him in two from head to toe. Move! McKinney roared inwardly, forcing his body to respond under the formidable pressure of the warrior. He struggled to raise the hefty barrel of his shotgun in defense. Clang! With a sharp sound, the shotgun was effortlessly severed in two. Fortuitously, this act of defense spared him from a gruesome fate. Yet, before he could savor this narrow escape, the warrior delivered a brutal kick to his chest, sending him soaring as if struck by a speeding freight truck. A crack echoed from his ribcage, likely fractured, as he flew through the air like a cannonball. The warrior, brandishing the wrist blade, approached McKinney. Wounded and racked with excruciating pain, McKinney coughed blood, utterly unable to mount any form of resistance. He could only retreat in terror, haunted by visions of his fallen comrades, skinned alive. Would he meet the same grim fate? The armored figure raised the wrist blade, and in despair, McKinney closed his eyes. He had no doubt that in the next heartbeat, this alien would sever his head from his shoulders. Yet, after 2 agonizing seconds, the blow did not fall. He opened his eyes to find the warrior had turned, facing the direction of the overpass. On the far side, a figure was approaching, a tall, seemingly ordinary human, yet unmistakably exuding an extraordinary presence. At that moment, Bai Ye also caught sight of the fearsome warrior. He removed the iron blood mask that concealed his face with his left hand, revealing a visage adorned with a silver-gray mask, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At last, I have found you, iron-blooded warrior. Bai Ye was no stranger to them. They belonged to a bloodthirsty and brutal extraterrestrial warrior race, renowned throughout their kind as exceptional fighters. True to their name, the Predators, they wield an array of advanced weaponry to hunt formidable opponents. When faced with particularly strong adversaries, they abandon their high-tech gear in favor of melee weapons such as wrist blades, darts, and whips. What is happening? McKinney pondered, perplexed. Why does this octopus-like alien cease its assault upon the arrival of that human? The iron-blooded warrior scrutinized Bai Ye, sensing the latent killing intent within him, and assumed a combat stance. With a thunderous roar, it bared its long, sharp fangs, saliva dripping from its maw. 3 infrared beams shot towards Bai Ye, locking onto the vicinity of his waist. Aim! The plasma shoulder cannon of the iron-blooded warrior, equipped with infrared tracking through its mask, possessed variable power, capable of rapid fire to tackle large-scale foes or heavily armored units, quickly accumulating energy before unleashing it in an instant. Although the iron-blooded warrior clan revered combat with melee weapons, even when encountering an extraordinary human like Bai Ye, this particular warrior appeared frantic, disregarding the customary rules in its eagerness to eliminate Bai Ye and claim his mask and the gauntlet concealing the most vital treasures. Such trifling skills. Bai Ye moved slightly, causing the plasma shoulder cannon of the iron-blooded warrior to miss him, veering elsewhere. Unless equipped with true spatial abilities, who could compete with Bai Ye's speed? Even a nuclear bomb's 2-minute countdown was ample time for him to traverse from one end of the earth to the other. Bai Ye leaped from the elevated bridge, descending gracefully to the ground like a leaf swept by the wind, his movements as elegant as they were swift. He drew the long blade strapped to his back and approached the iron-blooded warrior with deliberate steps. Ancient blade, priced at 5 million. Description: gazing upon this historically significant sword evokes memories of D from days long past. This was the world of DNF, where this enchanted long sword, though not an artifact of legend, was still a formidable weapon. If this is all you are capable of, then I bid you farewell. A cruel smile flickered across Bai Ye's face. having once wielded the Blade of Rift and nearly succumbed to its murderous aura. A latent cruelty and madness resided deep within him. However, he had other outlets for his frustrations in daily life, which prevented him from becoming a murderous fiend. The predator regarded Bai Ye with a wary gaze, brandishing a long spear. This folding spear, a formidable close-quarters and mid-range weapon of the predator, could extend and retract, typically secured at the waist or on the back. It was primarily designed for stabbing, possessing remarkable penetrating power, and could serve as a throwing weapon when necessary. Its blade was razor-sharp. He had escaped from an underground laboratory that studied predators, where an array of weapons left behind by other predators who had descended upon Earth were collected. He had taken some for himself during his escape. In fact, his weaponized mask and wrist armor were in the possession of Bai Ye and Lori. "Humans, clear the way. I do not wish to be your adversary," came the synthesized electronic voice from the predator. His fear was not of Bai Ye, but rather of wasting time, allowing others to seize the treasures hidden within his wrist armor. Does this creature even speak? McKinney was astonished, having assumed that aliens would not comprehend earthly languages. Little did he know that the predator could utilize a microcomputer in its wrist to translate languages. The lack of communication was due to his perceived weakness, as predators did not engage with the feeble, while Bai Ye, as a formidable being, commanded the respect of the predator. Bai Ye smiled and shook his head slowly. "What is it that you desire?" inquired the predator. "I merely wish to kill you, or to be killed by you," Bai Ye replied with a nonchalant smile. "Those who are not of my kin harbor different intentions. The universe is a dark forest, where each civilization is like a hunter armed with a gun, stealthily moving through the thickets, cautiously parting the obstructive branches, striving to make not a sound. Even their breath must be careful. They must tread lightly. For hunters like themselves lurk throughout the forest. Should they encounter other forms of life, only one course of action remains: to shoot and eliminate. In this forest, others are hell, an eternal threat. Any life that reveals its existence will swiftly be extinguished. Such is the grim reality of cosmic civilization. Moreover, this creature sought to snatch away his son's toy. Could Bai Ye indulge such a demand? Then you seek death. The predator roared in fury, akin to a tiger unleashed, surging towards Bai Ye with explosive force, moving with astonishing speed, the spear's tip gleaming ominously. "Kill!" In response to the predator's assault, Bai Ye's lips curled into a slight grin, remaining unfazed. As the predator closed within 3 meters, Bai Ye's figure suddenly sprang into action, drawing his great sword and slashing diagonally at the predator. With a whoosh, the great sword, enveloped in ethereal blue currents, surged forth with immense energy. Swift as thunder and rapid as lightning. Do not be misled by Bai Ye's seemingly idle pursuits of camaraderie. In truth, he remains relentlessly devoted to the cultivation of his own prowess, fully aware that it is the foundation upon which one must stand in this world. Thus, aside from honing his physique through the mastery of lightning chakra, he has conceptually developed the abilities of the resonating thunder fruit and has long since acquired the ability to envelop his weapons in electricity, thereby enhancing his strength. Possessing the blade of broken mind, Bai Ye could hardly neglect the art of swordsmanship, wielding such a divine weapon without finesse. In fact, shortly after acquiring the blade of broken mind, he commenced his studies in swordplay and fencing under the tutelage of teacher Korin. The iron-blooded warrior charging forth felt an inexplicable sharpness in his brow. Confounded, he pondered how the spear he wielded, with its unparalleled hardness and sharpness, could not be rivaled by any weapon forged by the civilizations of this planet. As a member of the iron-blooded clan, a race of hunters, why did his instincts warn him not to engage this human directly? Despite his confusion, relying on his honed battle instincts, which had been sharpened through a lifetime of combat, the iron-blooded warrior deftly rolled aside to evade Bai Ye's strike. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Ye's blade was an enchanted weapon, far superior to his mere metallic spear. Bai Ye's strength eclipsed that of this so-called hunter from the iron-blooded clan. The spear was cleaved in twain by Bai Ye's katana. Not bad reflexes, Bai Ye remarked with a raised eyebrow, twirling his blade. The iron-blooded warrior, undeterred, reached behind him to retrieve a flying disc, hurling it fiercely towards Bai Ye. As the disc approached, it transformed, revealing 6 razor-sharp blades that glimmered ominously in the moonlight. Bai Ye slashed at the disc, aware that the iron-blooded warrior's weapon would return if evaded, and thus deemed it best to confront it head-on. However, upon shattering the disc, an acute sense of danger enveloped him. Scanning his surroundings, he spotted 3 crimson beams targeting him as a plasma cannon surged forth. The disc had merely served to divert his attention. The laser was the iron-blooded warrior's true lethal strike. He had executed his timing impeccably, a testament to the martial prowess of his clan. Yet, the iron-blooded warrior remained oblivious to the nature of genuine power. The plasma shot struck Bai Ye, passing through him without inflicting any harm, for he had elementalized. The McKinney people were left astounded. Previously, a single blast from the Predator's shoulder cannon obliterated a bus carrying a dozen or so individuals. Yet, when aimed at this person, it appeared utterly ineffective. Is this individual truly human? The Predator, equipped with a facial scanner, discerned clearly that it was not that his plasma shoulder cannon lacked potency, but rather that it had missed its target entirely. The natural-type Devil Fruit grants immunity to physical attacks, non-hockey assaults, and most forms of energy strikes. In truth, the Predator's plasma shoulder cannon posed little threat to Bai Ye. It was akin to being lightly bumped by a passerby on the street. However, were the weapon an electron cannon or another form of antimatter energy attack, Bai Ye would certainly not dare to confront it head-on. Your shoulder cannon is quite impressive. It would make a splendid toy for my son, Bai Ye remarked with a gentle smile. In the next instant, he propelled himself forward with explosive speed, resembling a cannonball as he charged toward the Predator. With his katana raised high, he struck down toward the Predator with tremendous force, the blade radiating a dazzling light that pierced the air. The Predator's eyes glimmered coldly as he faced Bai Ye's onslaught, maintaining his composure. He raised his hand, and the net gun at his wrist activated, unleashing a mass of indistinct material that swiftly enveloped Bai Ye. The net gun, another formidable ranged weapon of the Predator, could be launched from either a firearm or a mounted launcher, delivering immense impact capable of incapacitating foes. Once ensnared, the metallic net would constrict, crushing the enemy within its grasp. Damn it, your raw strength is lacking, yet you possess an abundance of flashy devices. Bai Ye furrowed his brow. With a swift motion of his katana, he executed a cross slash, shattering the net the Predator had deployed. The brilliance of his blade remained undiminished. The Predator, maintaining his composure, unleashed the wrist blades, launching them toward Bai Ye's chest with precision and ferocity. In an instant, they reached him, seemingly intent on a mutual demise. With a metallic thud, the blade penetrated flesh. The Predator looked on in shock as Bai Ye's katana pierced his chest, splattering green blood, while the wrist blades found no tangible target within Bai Ye's body. My friend, I must admit, I feel somewhat embarrassed, Bai Ye said. I neglected to inform you that not only am I immune to your plasma cannon, but I also possess immunity to physical attacks, and my resilience against them is even more profound than against energy strikes. The Predator nearly choked on his own blood in disbelief. It is essential to understand that the clan of the Iron Blood Warriors primarily hones its close combat skills, relying heavily on physical attacks. When faced with an adversary completely immune to such assaults, how can they fight back? Foolishly, one of them attempts to engage in melee, seemingly prepared for mutual annihilation. And now what can be done? Having arrived at this juncture, the Iron Blood Warrior, undeterred by the odds, boldly advances, attempting to block the blade of the White Knight with his chest. He endures the electric shock of the blade against his wounds, and with a swift motion, the wrist blade shoots forth, aiming for the neck of the White Knight. Alas, this effort proves futile, as the wrist blade merely passes through the White Knight's neck. The expression on the Iron Blood Warrior's face crumbles, akin to the despair of a student confronted with an insurmountable problem. No, no, no. I cannot solve this. It is too difficult. The White Knight gazes upon him with a look of pity. Brother, may you not encounter a Logia user in your next life. In an instant, the White Knight's eyes turn a shade of crimson, exuding an aura of lethal intent as he withdraws the blade embedded in the Iron Blood Warrior's chest. With a swift, diagonal slash, accompanied by the deafening sound of tearing air, he descends upon the warrior, cleaving through from the neck down to the internal organs. With a splatter of green blood, the Iron Blood Warrior lets out a final, anguished cry before his robust physique is split asunder, his weighty body severed in two, blood and entrails spilling onto the ground. Yet, a flicker of light remains in his eyes as he gasps, seemingly attempting to utter something to the White Knight. However, the severity of his wounds proves too great, even with the Iron Blood Warrior's significantly enhanced vitality compared to an ordinary human. He succumbs before words can escape his lips. Farewell. After concluding the battle, the White Knight collects the remnants of the Iron Blood Warrior, storing them within a spatial ring. The equipment upon the warrior's form remains intact, suitable for his adopted son, Rory, who might yet learn the proper methods of utilization. Moreover, the genetic material of the extraterrestrial being undoubtedly holds considerable research value. Once everything is gathered, the White Knight casts a glance at McKinney and his companions, who are observing from a distance. McKinney, severely injured, alongside his teammates, save for Lynch, who perished in the blast from the Iron Blood Warrior, sustains varying degrees of injury but remains alive. The mixed-race individual bears a striking resemblance to Anjouet, prompting the White Knight to murmur, "I wonder if his girlfriend is named Megan." Retracting his gaze, the White Knight prepares to depart. Suddenly, he senses an approaching presence and looks toward the elevated bridge where a woman clad in a blue-purple leather outfit charges forth. As the White Knight diverts his attention, the woman seems to sense his gaze as well, halting in her tracks. Their eyes meet, igniting a spark of intensity between them. Bai Ye, having confirmed her gaze, I have encountered a woman untouched by the fires of passion. Chapter 85, The Rose with Barbs. Ugh, Bai Ye scolded himself. What was he thinking? Clearly, she was not an amiable presence. Undoubtedly, she was no weakling. Bai Ye sighed helplessly. Damn New York, where merely stepping outside one's door leads to an encounter with the extraordinary. How infuriating. He vaguely recalled that in the Marvel Universe, New York boasted around 6,000 superheroes. Damn. Bai Ye's gaze fell upon the woman. Even from a distance, her beauty was striking. Smooth, fair skin, cascading long hair, elegantly arched brows, alluring eyes, sensuous lips, and a figure that was both curvaceous and harmonious, complemented by a pair of long, graceful legs. Yet, based on his extensive experience in the realm of seduction, he judged this woman to be a thorny rose, one that was likely to draw blood upon closer inspection. Indeed, one that could leave a person battered and bruised. However, Bai Ye believed he still had the chance to flatten her thorns and reach her core. Yet, at this moment, the situation was far too awkward for such an endeavor. The woman leaped down from the overpass, landing gracefully before Bai Ye, a testament to her formidable prowess. She was certainly no nameless adversary. She glanced at the corpse of the Iron Warrior on the ground before fixing her gaze upon Bai Ye. Did you kill him? No, Bai Ye replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. He was already like this when I arrived. I have no idea who did it. Damn it, I saw you kill him. How thick-skinned can you be to lie so brazenly? He was my prey, and I had been pursuing him for quite some time, only for you to take him down. Bai Ye frowned. And so, you will now become my prey. The woman licked her lips in excitement, her eyes sparkling with a bloodthirsty smile. She brought her palms together and summoned an energy longsword, transforming it into a blade resembling a katana. Man, state your name. My name is Hututu, residing at Building 2, Apartment 101 in the Flipping Garden. My father is Hu Ingjun, and my mother is Zhang Xiaoli, Bai Ye replied. The woman looked utterly bewildered. Meow? Meow meow? Enough with the chatter. If you want to fight, then fight. Stop wasting time. Seizing the opportunity while the woman was momentarily stunned, Bai Ye suddenly sprang into action. With a single step, he propelled himself forward like an arrow shot from a bow, the long knife crackling with explosive thunder as he charged towards her with fury. Fuck you, she exclaimed, having never encountered such shamelessness. To attack a woman so sneakily, was he even a man? The woman, clearly a seasoned warrior, gripped her sword tightly as the blade emanated a brilliant azure light, a testament to the energy she infused into it. With a single stroke, she unleashed a ferocious attack akin to lightning, engaging in a fierce clash with Bai Ye. The proximity to the energy released from her weapon caused Bai Ye to furrow his brow. It appeared that she was wielding psychic energy, an attack that could potentially challenge his elemental form, unlike ordinary energy assaults which posed little threat to his thunderous physique. In this moment of realization, Bai Ye felt a sense of relief. Having studied a modicum of dark magic under Master Gao Cheng and Master Bai Jian in his previous life, he was not equipped to attack others. Yet he possessed the means to safeguard his mind from external manipulation. After all, in the Marvel Universe, there were formidable figures like Professor X and the White Queen, Emma Frost, who could effortlessly control others as if they were puppets. Now, with dark magic shielding his mind, he was at least spared from becoming a mere plaything. Truth be told, considering his appearance, Had he encountered the White Queen without the means to resist such psychic intrusion, he would undoubtedly have been subjugated to her whims, a harrowing thought indeed. Observing the woman before him, it was evident that her prowess was formidable. Even the ruthless warrior he had dispatched with mere strokes paled in comparison. This woman was no ordinary adversary. She was a notable figure, even amidst the ranks of the Marvel Universe. After a brief exchange of blows, Bai Ye inquired, "Who are you?" "Psychic Butterfly," she declared, brandishing her sword in a stance ready to strike. She licked her lips with a delicate pink tongue, revealing her enthusiasm. "It has been ages since I encountered someone of your caliber in close combat. Your blood must be exquisite." Most of her companions were elemental beings, lacking the thrill of physical confrontation. It was fighters like Bai Ye, who delivered palpable blows, that truly piqued her interest. Suddenly, Bai Ye realized she was the Psychic Butterfly, Betsy Braddock, a third-tier mutant with the extraordinary ability to materialize psychic energy. She could read thoughts and memories, forcibly alter them, shield minds, and connect multiple consciousnesses, a lesser version of Professor X and the White Queen. With such formidable abilities, it was no surprise that she was a challenging opponent. "Can we not cease this conflict?" Bai Ye pleaded, feeling a headache coming on. Perhaps we could consider an alternative method of engagement? He was not inherently combative, and now, with the knowledge of Psychic Butterfly's identity and her explosive brother, he was even less inclined to fight. Today, it is a matter of life or death. Bai Ye, filled with fury, exclaimed, "So, are you implying that my fate is sealed? With such an aggressive demeanor, do you dare challenge me with a fierce blow? To experience the might of my cunning mind? Prepare to perish." With a swift stomp, Ling Dai caused the ground to tremble like ocean waves. In a sudden motion, she lunged forward with her blade, akin to a fierce tiger descending a mountain, executing a devastating strike aimed at the crown of Bai Ye's head. Bai Ye, left with no choice, could only brace himself for battle. What a stroke of misfortune! He had ventured out with great effort for the sake of his godson. And just when he had completed his task, he found himself embroiled in a fierce struggle against a lunatic in the biting wind. He longed for the comforting embrace of Rachel. Would it not be simpler to transform into an elemental being and escape at the speed of lightning? McKinney observed the clash between Bai Ye and Ling Dai, utterly astonished. He had once believed that the existence of a human with such formidable power was already an incredible miracle, yet now another had emerged, leaving him to ponder if he was merely the weakest link. As a renowned sniper in the U.S. military, he had always considered himself among the strongest men on Earth, but in comparison to Han Gu and Ling Dai, what was he worth? Initially, Bai Ye contemplated retreating, but Ling Dai's relentless aggression was intolerable. Each of her strikes was lethal, and after merely a brief engagement, his garments bore several deep gashes. It appeared that this madwoman truly sought his demise. Bai Ye, filled with indignation, declared, "Just because I remain calm, do not mistake me for a harmless creature. Do not presume that I would hesitate to strike, simply because you are a woman. There is a limit to my patience. If I endure, then surely my counterpart must not." With resolve, Bai Ye raised his long sword, lightning coiling around it, transforming it into a formidable weapon. The energy coursed through like blood, and the tip of the weapon took on the shape of a squirtle. Rocket head smash. With a mighty swing, Bai Ye struck at Ling Dai. The blow unleashed a torrent of explosive force, the air itself seeming to tear asunder amidst the roaring chaos. Ling Dai felt as though a meteor was hurtling toward her. McKinney, witnessing the dazzling light, found himself blinded, his ears ringing from the thunderous roar. Has he unleashed his ultimate technique? Now this is intriguing. The previous exchanges had lacked excitement. Rather than being angered, Ling Dai was filled with exhilaration. Her joints quaked, her spine undulated like a great dragon, as she summoned all her strength, entering her peak state. Ling Dai charged towards him, fervently channeling her mental energy into her energy sword, continuously enhancing its power. A sword cleaved upward. In an instant, Ling Dai felt as though she had underestimated Bai Ye's attack. As it approached, a chilling cold seemed to penetrate her very soul, and she sensed her heart being gripped tightly by an unseen hand, an unprecedented fear welling up within her. A foreboding intuition whispered that after Bai Ye's strike, death might be her fate. The dread of mortality, juxtaposed with the hope of survival, weighed heavily upon her heart, like a mighty hammer striking relentlessly. "I shall not yield." Ling Dai suddenly roared. Like a torrent, energy surged through her, channeling into the ethereal blue blade she wielded. In a flash, Her body became like an arrow released from a top bow, accelerating explosively over a short distance, accompanied by a deafening crack as she clashed fiercely with Bai Ye's rocket-headed mace. Boom! An astonishing force erupted, wreaking havoc around them. Moments later, Ling Dai's figure was sent flying, akin to a rag doll, crashing against a wall. The impact point on the wall instantly fractured into a web of fine cracks. With a cough, Ling Dai spat out a mouthful of blood, her chest slightly caved in, remnants of electric arcs flickering above. It seemed Bai Ye's blow had nearly crushed her. Let this lunatic provoke him. What a formidable strike. Ling Dai felt the relentless thunder from Bai Ye's attack gnawing at her insides. Had it not been for the controllable mental energy within her, she might have succumbed to a grim fate. Of course, Bai Ye slung the blade over his shoulder, letting out a haughty hum. His technique was indeed extraordinary. This was a rocket-headed mace of his own design, inspired by Kaido's Thunder Bagua. Its power was anything but trivial. Ha ha ha, Ling Dai. It has been quite a while since I've seen you in such a predicament. A voice filled with schadenfreude suddenly rang out. Both Bai Ye and Ling Dai turned toward a building in the southwest direction. There stood a figure with crimson skin, a slender tail, resembling a devil from myth. Damn! Ling Dai cursed. Azazel, can you hold your own against him? I assure you, your outcome will be far worse than mine. With your underhanded tricks, you won't breach his defenses. Azazel, codenamed the Red Devil, was a member of the Hellfire Club, a third-tier mutant, possessing abilities such as teleportation, immortality, and energy attacks. Bai Ye was more acquainted with him than he was with Ling Dai. Is he really that formidable? Then I shall give it a try. The Red Devil cackled, his form dissipating like a wisp of smoke in an instant. The next moment, the Red Devil materialized before Bai Ye, a dagger aimed menacingly at his throat. However, Bai Ye, having anticipated the Red Devil's instantaneous movement upon first sighting him, had already entered the lightning release chakra mode, his form flickering like lightning. In that fleeting moment when the Red Devil launched his attack, Bai Ye discerned his trajectory and unleashed a swift strike. The blade, enveloped in crackling thunder, seemed to carry with it the cataclysmic force of a tempest. The Red Devil, fully aware of the peril, recognized that should he be struck by this blow, his demise was assured, his body likely cleaved in twain. Sensing the imminent danger, the Red Devil hastily employed his instantaneous movement to retreat to safety. Ha ha! Ling Dai laughed heartily. Asazuo, weren't you quite formidable? Why did you scurry back so soon after our initial encounter? The Red Devil indeed felt a sense of shame. He conceded that this young man possessed a certain uncanny prowess. A moment of carelessness had nearly cost him dearly. But just wait and see how I shall defeat him, he declared, believing that his previous oversight stemmed from underestimating Bai Ye's exceptional dynamic vision. In a serious confrontation, the outcome remained uncertain. Unfortunately, life is rife with three grand illusions: the vibration of a mobile phone, the belief that she harbors affection, and the notion of a counterattack. The fourth Reikage, relying on the lightning release chakra mode, could match the speed of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, who wielded the Flying Thunder God technique. While Bai Ye's lightning release chakra mode may not rival that of the Reikage, the inherent power of the Thunder Fruit bestowed upon him a velocity that transcended even the lightning release. In the next moment, the Red Devil executed several flashes, appearing behind Bai Ye with a dagger aimed at his heart. Yet, Bai Ye seemed to possess eyes in the back of his head, with a subtle shift. He evaded the Red Devil's assault. With a swift counter, he thrust his blade backward. A smirk graced the Red Devil's lips. This youth relied solely on his sword's prowess. Could he truly outwit him? In the blink of an eye, the Red Devil materialized before Bai Ye once more. His elongated tail, tipped with a sharp spike, lunging toward Bai Ye's throat. Alas, Bai Ye had anticipated this as well. In that instant, he transformed into a coiled serpent, lying in wait within the underbrush, ready to strike. With his right hand gripping the sword, his left hand clenched into a fist, crackling with electricity. He unleashed a ferocious blow. Heavy flow burst. The air erupted with a heart-wrenching sound as it tore through the atmosphere. The Red Devil's expression shifted dramatically. His coat flared as if caught in a tempest, the force of Bai Ye's punch threatening to hurl him away. However, he was already too late to leap through space once more, for Bai Ye's reaction speed surpassed his own. This punch was a culmination of Bai Ye's preparation, awaiting the Red Devil's self-initiated collision. Boom! The tip of the Red Devil's spiked tail, aimed at attacking Bai Ye, was obliterated by a single punch. Bai Ye's momentum remained undiminished. Yet, the Red Devil finally reacted. As Bai Ye's fist grazed his chest, he once again utilized Spatial Leap to evade. Bai Ye's expression reflected deep regret. Had that punch connected, he would have undoubtedly inflicted severe damage upon the Red Devil. The Red Devil reappeared beside Ling Dai, letting out a pained scream. The electric burn on his chest was inconsequential, for he grasped his tail with his hand. To his dismay, it had been reduced to a stub. The Red Devil glared at Bai Ye, his eyes now a deep crimson. He had never suffered such humiliation, having his tail, a companion for so long, shattered. "I shall kill you." The Red Devil roared in fury. He was now bereft of his tail, but had grown stronger, attacking Bai Ye from various angles with rapid flashes of movement. Bai Ye, cloaked in a mantle of electricity, merely shifted his body slightly, evading the Red Devil's relentless assaults. Moreover, Bai Ye's gaze flickered. This fellow was now leaping about with abandon. "Soon, I shall tally your misdeeds." In an instant, entering the lightning release chakra mode, Bai Ye discerned a subtle pattern in the Red Devil's movements. Rocket headbutt. Bai Ye arched his entire spine, lunging forward with a sudden strike at a 45-degree angle straight ahead. The air shattered. A fierce gust howled. Bai Ye stood majestic, akin to a celestial being descending from the heavens. Suddenly, the Red Devil appeared from a previously vacant space, colliding with Bai Ye's impending blow. The force akin to facing a speeding truck. The Red Devil's expression turned desperate. It seemed, perhaps, he might perish beneath this strike. In a fleeting moment, an energy sword was projected by Ling Dai, colliding with Bai Ye's rocket headbutt. That brief delay was sufficient for the Red Devil to react. He immediately activated his teleportation ability and fled. "Ha!" Ling Dai laughed. "Asazuo, you fool. Now do you comprehend the severity? Consider this a debt owed to you." The Red Devil, infuriated yet begrudgingly resigned, replied, "All right, the police have arrived. No more games, Asazuo. We must depart." Ling Dai gazed at the approaching police car in the distance, a smile gracing her lips as she spoke. "Young one, I shall not let the grudge of the severed tail be so easily forgotten." The Red Devil's expression darkened with anger. "Just you wait." With that, he left a menacing remark and, accompanied by Ling Dai, utilized spatial movement to vanish in an instant. Azathoth's ability was spatial translocation. While Bai Ye could match his speed at close range, he would find it nearly impossible to pursue if Azathoth chose to flee, for he had no inkling of the direction in which Azathoth had moved. Perhaps, once Bai Ye mastered the observation hockey, he might catch up. Nevertheless, he dismissed the thought, for he had not suffered any losses in the skirmish against Ling Dai and Azathoth. "A bunch of lunatics," Bai Ye cursed under his breath. "Who in their right mind wants to fight you? It's not like you didn't bring this upon yourselves, did you? I could have been snug in my bed, embracing a soft and fragrant beauty, yet here I am, compelled to engage in a senseless battle. How utterly infuriating." He declared, "If you dare trouble me again, whether man or woman, I shall strike you down." Bai Ye then turned and leaped into the steel jungle, disappearing into the night after a few agile bounds. Watching the departing figures, McKinney clenched his fists, his heart ablaze. A true man should be as such. I shall rise to take their place. He yearned for such formidable power, regardless of the cost. Back at Rachel and Laurie's abode, Bai Ye meticulously adjusted his attire, donning pajamas adorned with a bear motif. He boarded the ship, enveloping himself around Rachel's soft, delicate form, and closed his eyes to resume his slumber. Earlier, in the basement, the crimson light of the iron blood mask flickered, catching Bai Ye's attention. Upon arriving in the basement and noticing the peculiar mask, he contemplated before placing it upon his face. In the next moment, Bai Ye realized that the mask was connected to another person's visual nerve. They could see each other's perspectives. The other individual was in a state of rapid motion, and the landmarks whizzing by began to feel familiar to Bai Ye as they were moving towards his location. The Iron-Blood warrior was on a quest to reclaim his mask and gauntlet. Bai Ye immediately deduced this conclusion. However, how could he relinquish what he had taken? Instead, he resolved to aid the Iron-Blood warrior and return him to his homeland. Thus, he took action. After confronting the Iron-Blood warrior, Ling Dai, and the Red Devil, he finally returned. In the room, just as Bai Ye intended to generously offer Rachel a token of his affection to alleviate the resentment he felt towards Ling Dai and the Red Devil, the doorbell of Rachel's house rang. "Oh." Rachel blinked awake, questioning, "Is someone knocking at the door?" Bai Ye sighed, having mustered the courage to be generous for once, only to be interrupted. Both Rachel and Bai Ye donned light garments and made their way to the living room. where they heard shouts. "Rachel, open the door. It's me." Rachel slapped her forehead in exasperation. "Holy crap. What is going on?" Bai Ye inquired. "An exceedingly annoying fellow has shown up," Rachel replied with resignation, before opening the door. At the threshold stood McKinney, visibly injured and supported by Williams and Njue. Bai Ye's gaze fixed upon Njue, realizing, it appears this is indeed the fellow. So his girlfriend must truly be Megan. McKinney, still unable to finish his sentence, froze upon noticing Bai Ye standing beside Rachel. Shit, he thought, feeling a chill run down his spine at the sight of a man next to his ex-wife at such an ungodly hour. "This is my ex-husband, Quinn McKinney." Rachel perfunctorily gestured towards him, then looped her arm through Bai Ye's. "This is my boyfriend, Bai Ye." "Ah, so it is the ex-husband. Greetings, greetings." Bai Ye enthusiastically shook Quinn McKinney's hand, saying, "Please, don't stand on ceremony. We are all kindred spirits here. Being in this place is akin to being at home." No wonder he seemed familiar when Bai Ye encountered him during the skirmish with the Predator. He had glimpsed a photograph of him in his godson Rory's basement. Alas, if only he had been a fraction of a moment slower in pursuing the Predator. Quinn McKinney's expression was rather complex. Truth be told, he had never genuinely considered relinquishing Rachel. He had always harbored the hope that they might one day reconcile. Now he realized that he had arrived in good form. But there was no turning back. The most lamentable misfortune in life is to have others reside in your home, spend your money, share your bed, and even chastise your children. What brings you here, and with two oddly shaped companions? Rachel impatiently queried McKinney. And Njue and Williams exchanged glances, wondering, do we look strange? McKinney, recalling his purpose, quickly replied, "I am here to retrieve a package." "A package?" Rachel asked. "Yes, it is a package for Rory, sent via postal service." McKinney spoke while directing Njue and Williams, making their way towards the basement cluttered with Rory's toys. "Listen, Rachel, you must retrieve that object for me as swiftly as possible. Otherwise, you all may find yourselves in peril." He realized that the alien mask and gauntlets he had sent to his son Rory could attract extraterrestrial attention, and remaining at home could potentially plunge his son into danger once more. An alien had just been hunted down. Yet who could ascertain whether another might come seeking those items? Thus, he had come to retrieve the mask and gauntlets. "McKinney, how could you even ask? What hazardous items did you send to Rory? Why must you involve him in the troubles you have stirred?" Rachel and Bai Ye followed him into the basement. Upon obtaining the mask and gauntlets, McKinney sighed in relief. "I acknowledge my mistake this time, but rest assured, as long as I draw breath, I shall ensure Rory remains safe." Returning to the living room, McKinney prepared to leave, turning to Rachel to say, "Please tell Rory that his father loves him." "Dad." At some point, Rory had awoken to the commotion. "Rory?" McKinney found he could not depart. Enduring the pain, he crouched down and embraced Rory tightly. A poignant scene unfolded as father and son shared their heartfelt sentiments, predominantly expressed by McKinney, as the young boy listened, given his condition of autism. However, as McKinney continued, he noticed Rory nestled against his mother Rachel, with Bai Ye closely beside her. The three of them appeared to form a family unit, leaving him feeling superfluous. Sighing deeply, McKinney lamented the relentless pursuit of power that paled in comparison to those who were deranged. Now, even his wife and son bore another's surname. He felt utterly bereft. Indeed, Quinn McKinney was like a sour pickled fish, tart, unappetizing, and superfluous. Chapter 86. Against the iron-blooded predator armor. After a reluctant farewell with his son Rory, McKinney departed Rachel's home, accompanied by his eccentric companions. Bai Ye wrapped an arm around Rachel's slender waist, observing McKinney's retreating figure. "He seems to be entangled in some trouble. Should I lend him a hand?" "Perhaps not," Rachel replied. "Let him handle his own matters. He has been in the forces for over a decade, surrounded by a multitude of dubious friends. Even if he faces some danger, he hardly requires your assistance." Resting her head against Bai Ye's chest, she added, "Besides, you mean far more to me now than he does." Bai Ye smiled softly. "I understand." He wrapped his arm around Rachel's hand, tightening his grip. After escorting Rory back to his room, Bai Ye and Rachel returned to the bedroom. Bai Ye generously attended to Rachel until she fell into a deep slumber, one that would likely last 6 or 7 hours without interruption. He donned a casual outfit, suitable for venturing out. Leaning down, he placed a gentle kiss upon Rachel's forehead before quietly exiting the room and closing the door behind him. His fingers brushed against the spatial ring on his left hand, conjuring a blueprint into existence. While McKinney had taken the Predator's mask and gauntlets, he remained oblivious to the fact that the most crucial component had already been acquired by Bai Ye. Earlier, Bai Ye had accompanied Rory in exploring the intricacies of the Predator's gear. It must be noted that Rory, the fortunate son, exhibited a genius akin to that of Tony Stark or Reed Richards. Within a mere afternoon, he had comprehended the workings of the Predator's technology. Consequently, Rory had sketched a map for Bai Ye, detailing the location of the Predator's spacecraft that Bai Ye had previously hunted down. Bai Ye was aware that within that vessel lay an extraordinary treasure, the nanotechnology-infused Predator armor. The entirety of this situation was, in essence, quite straightforward. A factional struggle had erupted among the Predators. One faction sought to preserve the traditional methods of hunting, emphasizing genetic fusion and the enhancement of physical attributes such as strength, speed, and reflexes, thus favoring the assimilation of traits from other extraterrestrial beings. Conversely, the technological faction believed that the physical limitations of their warriors hindered the advancement of Predator technology, leading them to invent the latest combat suits. Evidently, within the Predator hierarchy, the traditional warrior faction held dominion, while the technological faction was relegated to heresy, often subjected to confinement or forced genetic experimentation. This defector, evidently taking a desperate gamble, had ventured to Earth, where biological beings predominantly aligned with the technological faction. His intention was to introduce new technology to humanity, thereby demonstrating to the warrior faction the superiority of technological advancement. This act was perceived as detrimental to their race, prompting the warrior faction to dispatch elite hunters to eliminate him. In essence, this encapsulated the internal factional conflict among the Predators. The rationale behind the technological faction's desire to share their advancements with humanity was to prove to the arrogant warrior faction that even a seemingly weak species like humans, equipped with advanced technology, could rival traditional predators. This extreme approach aimed to provoke a confrontation between humanity and the warrior faction, thereby underscoring the significance of technological progress to the staunch traditionalists on their home planet. Of course, the Dark Forest theory still applied. Despite the Predator Bai Ye had hunted being ostensibly sent as an emissary, the reality remained that they would kill and skin without hesitation. Attempting to forge a bond or friendship was futile, for they belonged to an advanced race within the galaxy. What was humanity in comparison? Bai Ye arrived at the entrance. As he was changing his shoes, suddenly, the hem of his garment was tugged. Bai Ye turned around to find, in the dim light, his mischievous son Rory grasping at his sleeve, looking up and asking, "Are you going to find that thing?" Embarrassed, Bai Ye nodded, "Indeed." "Then, may I accompany you?" Rory inquired. "That might not be advisable," Bai Ye replied. "What if the destination is perilous? If anything were to happen to you, I would have no way to explain it to your mother." No. Rory shook his head. "You're not worried about explaining to my mother. You just find it troublesome to bring me along, don't you?" Bai Ye thought to himself, "This clever little rascal certainly surprises me." Since Rory had voiced it so plainly, Bai Ye conceded. "All right, you may join me, but you must not reveal a word of our plans to your mother, or she will surely scold me mercilessly." "Understood," Rory replied earnestly, nodding his head. "I truly cannot deal with you," Bai Ye sighed, shaking his head. Having changed his shoes, he took Rory's hand with his right hand, while his left hand brushed against his spatial ring, summoning the dimensional array Shangri-La into view. In the next moment, with a flash of light from the dimensional array Shangri-La, Bai Ye and Rory vanished from their home. When Rory regained his vision, he found himself in a safe house reminiscent of those seen in spy films. Unable to contain his curiosity, he asked, "Where are we?" "Mexico, in one of my safe houses," Bai Ye replied. "The map you drew leads to a valley in Mexico. Are you not aware of that?" After Rory had sketched the map, Bai Ye had taken a photo and sent it to Nina for verification. Nina swiftly confirmed that the map corresponded to a valley in Mexico. The iron-blooded warrior that Bai Ye had dispatched had concealed his spaceship in a secluded corner, opting to descend to Earth in a sleep pod, only to encounter the unfortunate fate of being shot down by McKinney's squad. "All right, prepare yourself. We are about to set off," Bai Ye said as he pulled out his phone to check the details. "Fortunately, it's not too far, roughly a 30-minute drive." Approximately 3 minutes later, an off-road vehicle exited Bai Ye's safe house, arriving at a desolate valley. The surroundings were littered with heaps of jagged stones, blocking the roadside, a testament to the barrenness of the area. Surely, that iron-blooded warrior would not have been foolish enough to place his spaceship in a populated area. What if it were to be damaged by some careless soul? Goodness, he hasn't even implemented an invisibility system, boldly displaying it here? Upon stopping the vehicle, Bai Ye and Rory could see a beetle-shaped spacecraft nestled in the valley's hollow. Bai Ye found it hard to believe that, with the advanced technology of the Yautja, a spacecraft could lack invisibility. What audacity! Should even a single person catch a glimpse of it, they would undoubtedly report it to the American government, leaving him to await the retrieval of this vessel by the United States. Yet, perhaps this was his intention all along, to deliver the nano battle armor within to humanity. The American government might even come bustling over, saving him quite a bit of effort. Let us go? Bai Ye playfully tapped Rory on the head and led the way towards the spacecraft. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed a palm-sized red button on the right side of the hatch. Rory leaned in and gently pressed it. Instantly, a virtual keypad materialized. He entered the password, and with a satisfying click, the hatch swung open. A look of surprise and excitement danced across Rory's face. Despite his remarkable intellect and innate talent, he was still just a 5 or 6-year-old child with autism and emotional challenges. Thus, he was not devoid of emotional reactions. Upon encountering something intriguing, he couldn't help but feel thrilled. With the hatch now open, Bai Ye took Rory's hand and stepped inside the spacecraft. Rory, why don't you try to open that escape pod? Bai Ye's gaze was immediately drawn to the escape pod set aside. If he was not mistaken, it should contain the nano battle armor. Had Rory not been accompanying him, Bai Ye would have been at a loss, having to take it back and study it later. But now that Rory was here, they could retrieve it directly, avoiding any prolonged uncertainty. All right, Rory dashed over, examining the control panel of the spacecraft as he began inputting commands for the escape pod. He turned to Bai Ye. I need a key. Bai Ye tossed Rory a USB-like device he had previously obtained from McKinney. Okay. Moments later, the escape pod began to ascend, emitting white smoke. The hatch of the escape pod lifted, and Bai Ye stepped closer, pulling it open to reveal a mechanical entity slowly levitating within. A viscous, oil-like substance flowed beneath it. As Bai Ye approached, the mechanical component seemed to sense his presence, swiftly darting towards him. It formed an armor around his arm, and then spread across his left arm, enveloping his entire body in an instant. Is this the legendary anti-predator armor? Bai Ye extended his hand, adjusting it slightly. The wrist blades unfurled, gleaming with a chilling brilliance, razor-sharp and formidable. Upon his shoulders, 2 shoulder cannons opened up, simultaneously targeting 6 different directions with infrared beams. This indicates that the anti-predator armor possesses the capability to fire its shoulder cannons in 6 distinct directions simultaneously. The technological sophistication of this armor likely surpasses that of Tony Stark's Iron Man suit. Perhaps only Tony's future Blood Edge armor could rival it. In addition to the iconic wrist blades and shoulder cannons, Bai Ye also experimented with other weaponry integrated into this armor. The suit boasted invisibility, a thermal imaging helmet, laser targeting systems for locking onto objectives, corrosion-resistant whips, folding spears, flying rings, and net guns, among other armaments. It could be said that every piece of equipment a Predator should possess is encapsulated within this nanotech suit. It is indeed superior to the Cursed Incarnation and the Azura-class Noble Chariot. Both the Cursed Incarnation and the Azura-class Noble Chariot have prerequisites for use, demanding an exceptionally robust physique. Otherwise, one would succumb to the pressure of the Imperial artifacts. However, the anti-predator armor can be utilized by anyone, devoid of such prerequisites. Even a child could don it and wreak havoc. Of course, with Bai Ye's current physique, the choice of armor is inconsequential. In fact, wearing armor might even diminish his combat prowess. Nevertheless, he must consider the safety of those around him. With the anti-predator armor in his possession, whenever danger arises, he can equip those nearby, ensuring their safety. For instance, when Bai Ye departed from the Only Treasure House, he harbored concerns for Aunt May's safety. After all, in the free land of America, gunfights occurred daily. What if she encountered an ill-tempered individual seeking trouble? Although Bai Ye had made considerable preparations, his house equipped with alarms, allowing Aunt May to alert him at any moment, enabling him to return to the Only Treasure House through the dimensional array Shangri-La to resolve any issues. It was still not entirely foolproof. Now, the situation has changed. If Bai Ye bestows the anti-predator armor upon Aunt May as she accompanies him, any would-be aggressors would find themselves in for a surprise. Even if the Hulk were to come knocking, it is unlikely he could shatter the anti-predator armor in a short span of time, let alone lesser foes. With a thought, Bai Ye commanded the anti-predator armor clinging to him to detach, revealing the mechanical components that materialized in his hand. Cool, Lori exclaimed, her eyes sparkling. For a boy of his age, towering mechs are likely the most fascinating toys. Isn't it cool? But this one is not for you, Bai Ye chuckled. We'll talk about it when you grow up. Now, let us prepare to return. Are we preparing to return in this spaceship? Rory pointed to the control panel of the vessel and remarked, this spaceship is equipped with an exceptional cloaking system. Even if we fly back to New York, it wouldn't be detected by the North American Air Defense Command. Rory's inquiry touched upon a realm of uncertainty for Bai Ye, causing him some inner conflict. His intention was to first escort Rory back to Rachel's home, then return to securely hide the spaceship and explore its capabilities at leisure. However, Rory seemed to propose a feasible alternative. In such a short time, can you truly learn to operate the ship? Bai Ye queried. You wouldn't lead us into disaster, would you? Absolutely not. Rory shook his head. This spaceship is highly intelligent. Simply input the coordinates, and it will navigate automatically without the need for manual control. After some contemplation, Bai Ye conceded, very well, let us attempt to pilot this spaceship back. I doubt we will encounter any significant issues, even if complications arise. With the dimensional array Shangri-La at hand, I can certainly ensure your safety. Yes. Rory eagerly took his place at the control panel and began maneuvering the ship. Bai Ye stood beside him, absorbing the instructions as Rory operated the controls. In truth, while learning the operational methods, Bai Ye pondered another question. If he grew weary of Earth, could he venture into the cosmos for a while? After all, the Iron Blood Warrior was a spacecraft that hailed from outer space, making interstellar travel undoubtedly viable. The spaceship soared swiftly, crossing the border between America and Mexico within mere minutes. Bai Ye felt a pang of regret. He had quite a few cherished acquaintances in Mexico, and this journey afforded him no opportunity to see them. Yet, the matters concerning the spaceship took precedence over fleeting relationships, so he decided to defer such thoughts for another time. As the Iron Blood spaceship traversed the skies of America, its cloaking system rendered it invisible to the nation's air defense apparatus. Bai Ye mused, in less than half an hour, we could complete a circuit around the Earth. With the aid of the dimensional array Shangri-La, he could appear in any country on Earth at will. However, the locations accessible through the dimensional array Shangri-La were limited to those he had previously marked, rather than being random. Thus, at times, this Iron Blood spaceship could serve as a supplementary means to enhance the capabilities of the dimensional array Shangri-La. Before long, the Iron Blood spaceship hovered above Rachel's home. Bai Ye and Rory emerged from the vessel. Rory gazed at the formidable iron-blooded spacecraft behind him and inquired, Uncle Bai, will I still be able to play on the spaceship in the future? Of course you can, Bai replied, ruffling Rory's hair with a smile. In fact, I will need to seek your guidance on many aspects regarding this ship. During their return journey, Bai managed to grasp some rudimentary controls. Yet mastering the intricacies of the vessel would undoubtedly require Rory's assistance going forward. Rory nodded with palpable excitement. Bai wrapped his arm around Rory's shoulders, and the two entered their home, chatting and laughing. Rory then retired to his room for the night, while Bai returned to Rachel's bedroom. On the ship, Rachel was nestled under her blanket, asleep. Her delicate figure, adorned with curves, was accentuated beneath the thin coverlet, rendering her even more alluring. Bai chuckled softly, shedding his clothing and lifting a corner of the blanket before gently sliding in beside her. Rachel, roused from her slumber, blinked sleepily and turned to Bai, asking, Where did you just go? Oh, I just went to the restroom, Bai replied, embracing Rachel's petite form with a grin. No worries, just go back to sleep. Rachel shot him a disapproving glance. Meanwhile, a group of soldiers gathered at the doorstep of Rachel's home. Is this the residence of Quinn McKinney? Woltredge chewed gum as he surveyed the house. They hailed from a clandestine division tasked with managing matters related to the Iron-Blooded Warriors, holding lethal licenses to do so. Initially, they had anticipated swiftly pursuing McKinney after his escape. But the violent rampage instigated by the Iron-Blooded Warriors at the research facility forced them to prioritize addressing that crisis before they could resume their pursuit of McKinney and his companions. Indeed, remarked his partner. According to our investigation, after McKinney and his entourage of lunatics stole a vehicle, it seems they encountered that entity again, returned home briefly, and then vanished without a trace. We must uncover the entire sequence of events. The arrival of the Iron-Blooded Warriors on Earth was not an isolated incident. There were numerous precedents, leaving indelible marks throughout history, thus granting this secretive division a considerable understanding of these formidable beings. The Iron-Blooded Warriors are an advanced extraterrestrial race, humanoid in appearance yet exhibiting bestial traits, such as sharp fangs and claws. They are tall, robust, and muscular, their skin predominantly a sandy hue, adorned with netting to carry trophies and secure weaponry. Furthermore, the warriors can interface with their equipment through sensory connections, allowing them to operate weapon systems merely through muscular movements. In terms of physical characteristics and appearance, the predator is a bipedal humanoid creature distinguished by its large head, suggesting a high cranial capacity. Its most notable facial feature is its hair, which is styled in braids, complemented by a jaw that can open wide. The skin bears resemblance to that of Earth's reptiles, displaying variations in color ranging from dark to light, with spots and smooth textures, while the outer layer can appear either moist and cold or dry. The most striking attributes include its razor-sharp teeth for external tendrils and pointed fangs. Possessing advanced technology, the predator boasts sophisticated interstellar navigation capabilities, allowing it to traverse the cosmos with ease. It harbors a profound passion for hunting, relishing in the close combat necessary to vanquish its foes and claiming their skulls as trophies. Often, it brutally extracts the spinal columns of its prey, frequently transitioning from one planet to another in its relentless pursuit. Its trophy room is adorned with an array of skulls, including those of creatures several times larger than itself, underscoring the predator's brutality and fearsome nature. However, the predator's insatiable appetite for trophies does not end with bones. It sometimes collects the skins of its victims, which are flayed and suspended, subsequently reduced to a bloody pulp. The predator is equipped with a myriad of weapons, primarily melee, though many are also capable of ranged attacks. Its mask provides various visual enhancements, facilitating the observation and tracking of prey, while also featuring a recording function. In environments unsuitable for its survival due to atmospheric pressure or density, the mask can supply oxygen, and it assists in automatic targeting when certain weapons are employed. Additionally, the predator's left arm is outfitted with a miniature computer occasionally utilized to control specialized weaponry, essentially functioning as a small yet powerful bomb capable of rivaling the destructive capacity of atomic or hydrogen bombs. This miniature computer also grants the predator the ability to become invisible, posing a significant threat to adversaries reliant on visual detection. At times, the predator dons armor crafted from a unique metal, boasting considerable mechanical strength to withstand numerous bullets, while allowing for swift removal. It is important to note that despite its proclivity for violence, the predator does not indulge in indiscriminate slaughter or initiate invasions and wars. The beings it hunts are often formidable opponents, serving as a means to hone its own skills. Generally, the predator harbors no desire to massacre the innocent nor to invade Earth. Its relatively rudimentary equipment is a reflection of its singular purpose, hunting rather than military conquest. Weapons suited for penetrating the 2,000-meter-thick ice of the Antarctic are seldom employed, thus failing to showcase the full extent of the predator's armament capabilities from a human perspective. There has been no mention of the use of tanks, aircraft, or missiles for hunting. The predator adheres to its own set of values, representing a noble life form and a unique race. Even after emerging from the caverns and entering the Bronze Age, it has retained the primal values established during its savage era, maintaining these principles into an age where it can pilot spacecraft through the cosmos. It shares a desire for slaughter akin to that of the xenomorph, yet possesses a fundamentally different essence. They possess a complete societal structure reminiscent of an imperial hierarchy, viewing slaughter as a mark of honor, drifting through the cosmos with any living planet in their sights. The predators exhibit a profound sense of collective honor, regarding the killing of their own kind as disgraceful. They refrain from slaughtering unarmed adversaries or pregnant prey. Not a problem at all. Wiltredge chewed gum, chuckling. His wife and son are in our hands. Do you think he won't comply? Their department wields considerable power, albeit existing in the shadows, specializing in unsavory tasks, employing any means necessary to achieve their ends, routinely manipulating situations to their advantage. The abduction of McKinney's wife and son to coerce him is a task they have mastered, achieving remarkable efficacy with every attempt. Everyone, be cautious, Wiltredge said, raising his hand and gesturing, move out. A squad of armed soldiers surged toward Rachel's residence from all directions. On the ship, White Knight was playfully teasing Rachel when he suddenly furrowed his brow. He swiftly rolled over and slightly drew back the curtain of Rachel's bedroom window, revealing the advancing soldiers. "Rachel, get dressed. We have a situation," White Knight said, his expression tense. "What now?" Rachel asked hurriedly as she dressed. "It appears McKinney has stirred up significant trouble. Even though he has left, as his ex-wife, you cannot escape this maelstrom. Undoubtedly, this predicament was instigated by McKinney. It couldn't possibly be due to him, could it? Previously, when he dealt with the predators during his encounter with the Phantom Butterfly, he was swift and decisive. He had even instructed Nina to monitor the cameras along the way, ensuring that his identity would not be quickly exposed. Moreover, his recent acquisition of the anti-predator armor and spaceship involved the use of the extraordinary dimensional array Shangri-La and the predator vessel, which would surely evade detection. Thus, it must have been McKinney's return home to retrieve the predator wrist and face armor that drew attention, leading to their pursuit. Damn McKinney. Rachel couldn't help but curse. Always finding trouble. How old is he? Still so immature. It's as if he has lived his life as a dog. If it only affected her, perhaps she could endure it. But now McKinney had evidently brought this trouble upon Lori as well. How could Rachel tolerate this? All she wanted was to take her shotgun and blow McKinney's head off. As White Knight was about to speak, a deafening crash resounded. Blergh and his team had used a battering ram to smash Rachel's door to pieces. This is quite outrageous, isn't it? Bai Ye's expression darkened instantly. If the other party were merely adhering to protocol, even if it caused him some inconvenience, Bai Ye would have refrained from taking any action. However, their approach was aggressive, barging in without even inquiring if those inside intended to open the door. Clearly, they had no intention of following proper procedures. It appeared their methods were rather brazen. Yet, my own methods will prove to be even more audacious. A flicker of dangerous coldness flashed in Bai Ye's eyes. "Rachel, be cautious. The other party clearly harbors ill intentions," he advised as he turned to her. "Understood." Rachel nodded swiftly. After the soldiers forcefully breached Rachel's front door with a battering ram, they entered in an orderly fashion, each brandishing an MP5A6, methodically sweeping through the various rooms of her home. Two soldiers approached Rachel's bedroom, prepared to break the door down, only to find Bai Ye voluntarily opening the door. "No need for that. We shall come out ourselves." Inside the room, Bai Ye and Rachel emerged, both attired in formal wear. "Who are you?" Rachel could not restrain her anger. "Even if you are government agents, you have no authority to invade my home and destroy my front door with a battering ram. Regardless of who you are, I will bring this matter before the federal court. The castle doctrine, as it is known, allows for the defense of one's dwelling. It signifies that within the confines of one's home, if an outsider enters without permission, one is entitled to use firearms or other lethal means, even to the point of fatality, without facing legal repercussions. The scope of this doctrine can extend to include yards, detached garages, vehicles, legally used workplaces, and temporary residences. Thus, even the NYPD and FBI cannot forcibly enter your home without your consent unless they possess a search warrant signed by a federal court. "Hey, madam, calm down." Blergh pressed his hand down, smiling. "You may sue us, but only if the court's marshals can locate us." Rachel felt as if she might explode with anger, but Bai Ye restrained her. Engaging in futile arguments with this man was pointless. He clearly had no regard for such matters. The power of words may, at times, surpass all else, yet more often than not, they hold little value. Meanwhile, Rory was also pulled out by a special forces soldier. "Rory." Rachel hurriedly embraced him. "Well, now that everyone is present, shall we?" Blergh chuckled and remarked, "To be honest, I do feel a bit sympathetic toward that McKinney fellow. But enough of the jesting." He became solemn, gazing intently at Rachel. "Madam, could you enlighten me as to the whereabouts of that McKinney fellow? Furthermore, what compelled him to return home during his flight, dragging trouble along with him? It is evident that Blergh has realized that McKinney has lost his wits. It would be utterly irrational for him to return home at such a precarious moment, practically inviting danger upon his ex-wife and child. Unless, of course, he has suddenly discovered that the boy is not his own. But McKinney scarcely has the luxury of time, as he has been under their surveillance during his journey from South America. There must be something amiss." "I know nothing," Rachel retorted fiercely, cradling Rory. "If you have the ability, why not seek out that scoundrel and question him yourselves?" "Ah," Blergh chuckled lightly. "It appears my previous words have not resonated with you, madam." He leisurely reached into his holster, drawing out his handgun and disengaging the safety. "I am not negotiating with you. If you believe we are akin to the inept NYPD, merely engaging in idle chatter, then you are gravely mistaken. I advise you to cooperate with my inquiries. Otherwise, I shudder to contemplate the consequences. Huh. Bai Ye stepped forward, positioning himself protectively behind Rachel and Rory. His gaze icy as he addressed Blergh, and I would advise you not to overestimate your own significance. I am unaware of your department's jurisdiction, but I can assure you, it would be prudent to consult your superior, coordinate with SHIELD, and then decide whether it is wise to act so brazenly here. SHIELD? What is that? Blergh raised an eyebrow. Is it another department akin to ours? I must apologize, sir, but our department reports directly to Congress, with no obligation to the White House. Do you truly think I need to concern myself with that so-called SHIELD? Suddenly, a voice crackled through Blergh's earpiece, his partner, speaking with palpable excitement. We have made a significant discovery. You may find it hard to believe, but that young boy is a genius. He seems to have uncovered unprecedented insights from a child's perspective, interpreting elements of that technology. This could be monumental for us. Bai Ye narrowed his eyes slightly. It appeared that Rory had left behind some notes while studying the Predator's gauntlet and helmet. Had they been found? Are you serious? Absolutely. I surmised that the child had once engaged with such equipment. Blergh turned, having listened attentively to the words from across the way, and shrugged. Circumstances have changed. It's rather unfortunate. In a sudden movement, he aimed his firearm at Bai Ye. Bang! Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger. According to the regulations of their department, at this moment, they were supposed to return to the base with young Rory, who had played a crucial role in their work, along with her mother. As for Bai Ye, who was entangled in this affair, yet offered no value, he was merely unfortunate and would be deemed a target for removal. However, to Blergh, a yellow-skinned monkey like Bai Ye was of no consequence. Killing him was trivial and could even be viewed as a means of resource conservation and air purification. The racial discrimination of the Eagle Country adheres to a hierarchy. Whites at the top, blacks in the middle, and Asians at the bottom, with even blacks often subject to bullying. Bai Ye himself had witnessed numerous reports of unwarranted attacks on Asians by blacks during his time back on Earth. Thus, he could never comprehend those who sympathized with blacks. What convoluted thoughts must occupy their minds? The political correctness of the Eagle Country serves to suppress East Asians while favoring blacks, extracting benefits from East Asians to elevate blacks, all while their own racial status remains low. How absurdly comical. A black man, sympathize with me? That's a privilege unique to the left among the white elite, and you think you are worthy of it? A bullet soared from the gun, striking Bai Ye's forehead. Then, with a resounding thud, the bullet impacted his brow, its tremendous force causing the bullet head to deform, clattering to the ground with a clear sound. Suddenly, the scene fell into silence. Do you know? Bai Ye smiled gently at Blergh, revealing his pearly white teeth, and said, In my life, I detest two types of people, those who harbor racial discrimination and the other. His eyes glimmered with a chilling light. Is the black man. Chapter 87. Dignity resides only at the edge of a sword. Truth lies within the range of cannons. Bai Ye's body erupted with a surge of energy, his hair billowing as if caught in a tempest. A formidable aura and terrifying presence transformed him from mere man to a being of divine power in an instant. His clothes strained against his expanding muscles, emitting a series of hissing sounds. His cold, indifferent gaze locked onto Blergh. In that moment, Blergh felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss, experiencing a suppression that seemed to emanate from a different plane of existence. He opened his mouth, intending to speak, yet Bai Ye showed no interest in hearing another word. He wielded a hammer with one hand, his fist enveloped in thunder, and within the azure glow of lightning, the veins on his arm bulged, resembling coiling serpents, instilling terror. With a single strike, the hammer collided with Blergh's skull, shattering it and causing fragments of bone and flesh to splatter in a gruesome mix of crimson and ivory. The headless corpse, propelled by inertia, soared through the air and crashed against the wall of Rachel's house, finally coming to a halt. The room was momentarily engulfed in profound silence. Blergh's companions stood frozen for a heartbeat. Fortunately, being seasoned military elites, they quickly regained their composure, raising their weapons to aim at Bai and opening fire. In a flash of lightning, Bai reappeared beside Rachel and Rory. In the next moment, he invoked the dimensional array Shangri-La, transporting Rachel and Rory to a safe house in Mexico. A massacre was about to unfold, and remaining in this location posed a risk of them being struck by stray bullets. After ensuring Rachel and Lori's safety, Bai re-entered the room. Bang! A relentless barrage of bullets struck his body, penetrating him entirely. Yet, Bai remained unfazed. He casually retrieved a cigarette case and lighter, igniting a cigarette and inhaling deeply. Moments later, the soldiers' magazines were emptied. As the smoke cleared, Bai stood untouched. "Are you done shooting? If not, I can stand here and let you fire all day." Bai exhaled a plume of ethereal blue smoke, addressing them. "Ability user? Run." In the face of Bai, the soldiers realized their firearms were as effective as mere sticks, and fear overtook them as they turned to flee. "You dare to offend the master and think you can escape?" Bai scoffed. Did they truly believe that firing upon him would incur no consequence? The lightning surrounding him erupted violently. Crackling. Electricity converged, radiating blinding light. Arcs of energy swirling around him like serpents, distorting the very fabric of space. 10 million volts of Thunderbird. With a single hand, he unleashed a dazzling bolt of lightning that coalesced into a massive azure avian creature, springing forth from his fingertips. A piercing cry echoed through the air. The thunderous giant bird, resembling a creature of genuine life, emitted a resounding cry that echoed through the heavens. With its wings unfurled, it surged forth with the ferocity of a tempest, charging towards the soldiers within the dwelling. Alas, the 7 or 8 soldiers inside were struck by the Thunderbird, instantly reduced to charred remains. This was an affront too great to bear. Regardless of the adversary's identity or background, Bai Ye resolved not to endure any longer. Damn it! With the iron-blooded spacecraft now at his disposal, Bai Ye felt unperturbed even by the 5 notorious thugs. If necessary, he could simply pilot his spacecraft and traverse the cosmos, where the allure of beauty would surely rival that of Earth. Furthermore, what was a mere special department of America to him? Bai Ye had never been a madman devoid of reason. He had always adhered to the rules and order of the world. However, when certain individuals resorted to breaking the rules to confront him, what purpose did it serve for him to uphold them? Would he not appear a fool? Blergh and his companions, without so much as a word, smashed through his woman's front door with a battering ram and charged in. Their actions were undeniably unjust, but Bai Ye could hardly be bothered to quibble over such trifles. Nevertheless, it soon became evident that Blergh intended to take Rachel and Rory back to the military base, to confine them and potentially use them as leverage against McKinney, an affront Bai Ye could not tolerate. Ultimately, without uttering a word, they opened fire on Bai Ye, attempting to silence him. Was this truly the so-called beacon of humanity, America? It was even worse than Somalia. Had Bai Ye not possessed extraordinary powers, he would likely have been gunned down by that squad of soldiers. Could Bai Ye continue to endure? After dispatching the soldiers inside the house, he retrieved his phone and called Carlson. "Carlson, come and clean up this mess." After uttering those words, Bai Ye hung up. On the other end of the line, Carlson was bewildered, momentarily unaware of the unfolding events. Yet, he quickly grasped that something grave was afoot. Someone must have provoked Bai Ye. Could it be? Carlson felt a pang of panic. Wasn't Bai Ye connected to entities like the NYPD and FBI? Who could be audacious enough to challenge him? Carlson hastily redialed Bai Ye's number. "Sorry, the number you have dialed is no longer in service." Damn it. Carlson had no choice but to spring from the ship, don his clothes, and head outside. At Rachel's home, Bai Ye cast his phone into the spatial ring, took a long draw from his cigarette, then discarded it on the ground, extinguishing it beneath his foot. Do they truly believe that my silence makes me a harmless creature? He stepped out of the house. Bang! In the next moment, a sniper fired. A bullet pierced through Bai Ye's head, striking the wall of Rachel's home and creating a large crater, sending fragments flying. Bai Ye's gaze fixated on the sniper's position. The sniper felt a chill run down his spine, as if Bai Ye were standing directly before him, capable of ending his life with a mere gesture. However, he quickly realized that given the distance and the environment, he was the hunter and Bai Ye was the prey. It was only he who could strike at Bai Ye, not the other way around. His tension eased considerably. Yet, through the scope, he saw Bai Ye grinning at him. In the next moment, Bai Ye clenched his hand into the void. Spear of Thunder God. Amidst the swirling azure lightning, a spear of electricity manifested in his grasp. In an instant, Bai Ye hurled the spear toward the sniper's position with incredible speed, surpassing the limits of human perception, arriving before the sniper in the blink of an eye. With a sharp sound, the spear of Thunder God penetrated the sniper's body, driving through him as though piercing several layers of paper, ultimately nailing him to a wall. Before the sniper could let out a scream, the voltage contained within the spear was unleashed. Moments later, the scent of charred flesh wafted through the air. When the spear dissipated, the sniper had been reduced to a pile of ashes. This meticulously trained sniper of the American military was no more. Bai Ye withdrew his gaze. He never fancied himself a hero. Thus, if he were harmed, retribution was inevitable. Had he not consumed the thunder fruit and acquired an elemental body, that bullet would have sent him to meet the celestial beings. Therefore, sending the sniper to meet his maker seemed only just. In the next moment, armed personnel ambushed from the surroundings without hesitation, launching an attack on Bai Ye. The sound of gunfire erupted as bullets pierced through Bai Ye's body, striking the house of Rachel. Bai Ye cast a calm glance. Lightning escape, pseudo-darkness. He exhaled, and intense arcs of electricity erupted, transforming into a brilliant curtain of light that illuminated the sky and swept toward the four assailants. Lightning escape, pseudo-darkness, an A-rank ninjutsu, allows the user to unleash sharp lightning spears from their mouth, sweeping through enemies from close to far. This technique conceals an astonishing power capable of piercing through even solid rock. It is an immensely destructive art that can obliterate numerous foes in an instant. According to the principles of mutual annihilation based on the nature of change, its potency is at least equivalent to 2 lightning strikes. Although the White Knight technique simulates chakra release, under the enhancement of the White Knight's thunder fruit, its strength surpasses that of normal lightning techniques by at least tenfold. With a swift motion, a bolt of lightning, resembling a long spear, surged forth, accompanied by blinding light and searing heat, unleashing a violent shockwave that swept through the surroundings. Everything in sight was cleaved in two, the cut edges as smooth as if shaped by a knife. As the dust began to settle, those who had dared to attack were found severed in half. Several minutes later, Coulson arrived in a black SUV. Stepping out, he approached Rachel's home and was met with the sight of armed personnel, their bodies sliced in two by White Knight's lightning technique. This was truly a grave situation. Coulson sighed inwardly. With so many lives lost, the organization behind this would undoubtedly seek retribution. With a heavy heart, he entered the house, only to find White Knight casually watching SpongeBob SquarePants on television. "Mr. White Knight, you are being utterly irrational." Coulson frowned. "Even if they were in the wrong, you shouldn't have killed them outright. You could have subdued them first and contacted me to handle the situation." "Irrational?" In response to Coulson's reproach, White Knight pointed to himself and chuckled. "Coulson, perhaps you should ascertain the full context of the matter before passing judgment. I was peacefully at home, embracing my girlfriend in sleep, when these fools barged in without a word, using a battering ram to smash down our front door and storm inside, brandishing guns at me, my girlfriend, and my adopted son, forcing us into the living room." White Knight continued, "I had no intention of escalating things, but these imbeciles pulled out their guns, threatening my girlfriend to answer their questions under the threat of death. Subsequently, they seemed to have discovered something in my son's room, leading them to resolve to take my girlfriend and son back to their base, even drawing their weapons to eliminate me, a potential loose end. Coulson, tell me, in such a scenario, could I possibly remain composed? If I don't retaliate against them, I would be dishonoring my ancestors." Coulson fell silent. Given the current situation, it was evident that the battlefield had erupted within a personal residence, undoubtedly instigated by that mysterious organization. As for whether they were indeed as outrageous as White Knight described, that remained to be seen. However, Coulson was well aware that there indeed existed some reckless and unscrupulous factions within the United States. However, these individuals may exhibit considerable arrogance. Yet they have encountered someone even more audacious. "Mr. Bai Ye, I am uncertain about the rights and wrongs in this matter, but you have taken a life, and no justification, no matter how grand, can outweigh the value of a human life. Therefore, this situation has become exceedingly precarious." Coulson remarked, "I advise you to leave with us from SHIELD as soon as possible, to remain under our protection and surveillance for a while. During this period, we will strive to secure a presidential pardon for you. Otherwise, those from the department may compel you to pay the price for the deceased." Coulson's mind was indeed conflicted. These fallen soldiers were meant to be the loyal guardians of America, and he himself was a citizen of this great nation. Yet, on the other hand, as a senior agent of SHIELD, he had to uphold the interests of the agency. and could not allow Bai Ye to fall victim to the mysterious department's machinations. That's unnecessary. Bai Ye waved his hand dismissively and declared, if anyone wishes to kill me, let them come. We shall see who prevails. Coulson, I am not afraid to tell you plainly that in this world, aside from nuclear weapons, I fear nothing. In truth, Bai Ye was unafraid even of nuclear bombs. Not to mention that the dimensional array Shangri-La could instantly transport him to any corner of the world. The speed conferred by the Thunder Fruit allowed him to disregard the threat of nuclear weaponry entirely. The essence of the Thunder Fruit lies in electricity. The emphasis is not on thunder, but on electricity itself. Thunder is merely the sound of lightning. Electricity is the true material of lightning, and its speed approaches that of light. Light and electricity are twin siblings. The propagation speed of electricity is essentially the speed of electromagnetic waves, of which light is a type. In physical terms, the speed of electromagnetic induction is equal to the speed of light in a vacuum. Both speeds are equivalent. Although in a medium, the speed of light indeed surpasses that of lightning. According to observations by Earth scientists, the speed of a lightning strike is measured at 1 times the speed of light. Of course, even after consuming the Thunder Fruit, Bai Ye could not fully unleash its complete power in an instant. The maximum speed he could currently achieve was less than 1,000th of the speed of light. While this may seem insignificant, one must remember that the speed of light is 300,000 kilometers per second, while the speed of sound in air is approximately 340 meters per second, making light speed 353 times faster than sound. Thus, the maximum speed Bai Ye could attain was hundreds of times that of sound. Mr. Bai Ye, please. This is not the time for jest. Coulson expressed his disbelief, stating, if you do not leave now, you may very well meet your demise in this conflict, or be captured by that mysterious department and spend your life confined in a laboratory for experimentation. In Coulson's perspective, while Bai Ye's earlier display of electrical abilities was indeed formidable, how could it possibly contend with the might of an entire nation like America? The White Knight has already eliminated those from the mysterious department. Engaging them directly again would only lead to further carnage, drawing him deeper into despair. Even if he were to triumph this once, countless confrontations await him in the future. Should he falter even once, there would be no subsequent opportunities. Do not rush to counsel me, he said, gesturing towards the outside. Do you hear that noise? Even if you were to spare me, I doubt they would acquiesce. He rose, stretching his limbs and flexing his wrists, stating, my ancestors taught me that strength is the foundation of justice. Dignity rests solely upon the edge of a sword, and truth lies within the range of artillery. If I do not display my strength, they will surely perceive me as a mere soft target. Outside the Rachel's residence, at the street corner, an American major stood before an armored vehicle, meticulously coordinating the armed forces. Behind him, soldiers orderly took their positions. Report. All civilians have been evacuated. 8 armored vehicles have secured the eastern and western street entrances, and the sniper team of 10 is in position, requesting instructions. A heavily armed Caucasian soldier approached the major, reporting with urgency. What of the armed helicopters? The major inquired. 5 Black Hawk helicopters are also ready at the temporary landing zone, the soldier replied. Okay. Await orders and be prepared to engage, the major commanded. Understood, the soldier affirmed before turning to depart. Within the confines of the room, White Knight chuckled. It seems they truly regard me highly to assemble such a formidable display. Mr. White Knight, please do not act impulsively, Coulson implored. Allow me to speak with that major. There may yet be a chance for negotiation. Given the typically overbearing nature of your American counterparts, I doubt he will heed your words. It would be wise for him to retreat, White Knight replied with a smile. However, in light of Caitlin, I shall permit you to make the attempt. I am a rather magnanimous person and will not pursue the matter further regarding their department's prior intrusion into my girlfriend's home and their reckless intent to commit murder. As long as they maintain their distance from both me and my girlfriend in the future, that will suffice. Coulson sighed. Very well, Mr. White Knight. I shall do my utmost to convey your sentiments to them. Of course, he could not relay White Knight's words verbatim. Instead, he would employ his own agent's rhetoric to persuade the major to temporarily withdraw and allow S.H.I.E.L.D. to handle the aftermath, thus creating room for negotiation. Otherwise, a confrontation between White Knight and the opposing forces would only result in mutual destruction. As Coulson turned around, he contemplated how to engage in conversation with the major, yet failed to ponder deeply on why Bai Ye mentioned the matter of Caitlin. Major, I am Phil Coulson, a level 6 agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., and I request a dialogue with you, Coulson proclaimed loudly. The agents accompanying Coulson remained outside the room, promptly displaying their S.H.I.E.L.D. credentials to elucidate the situation to the Major. The Major furrowed his brow but eventually nodded in acknowledgement. Coulson raised his hand and stepped out from the room, wary of being misunderstood and potentially shot at. Do not shoot. The Major raised his right hand and declared loudly. Coulson safely approached the Major, letting out a sigh of relief. What transpires here has nothing to do with your S.H.I.E.L.D. Leave quickly, or I shall deal with you all, the Major stated brusquely. Coulson replied, Sir Major, the events unfolding here are merely a misunderstanding. I implore you to remain calm. A misunderstanding? The Major fumed, spewing saliva onto Coulson's face. All my squad members have been slaughtered, and you dare to tell me this is a misunderstanding? Perhaps your S.H.I.E.L.D. does not regard its subordinates as human, but we cannot afford such negligence. Wiping the spit from his face, Coulson's expression darkened as he responded, Major, are you aware of your department's modus operandi? Bursting into others' homes without a word, intending to capture a woman and child as tools for coercion, and even contemplating the execution of informants. Your department has nearly violated every aspect of American law. You eliminate informants with ease, yet when faced with resistance, you panic? The Major showed no sign of shame at Coulson's accusations. Instead, he responded with an air of entitlement. Our department was established specifically to safeguard the interests of America, and our methods have been sanctioned by higher authorities. If you have issues with our approach, you may lodge a complaint with them. However, how we conduct our operations is not for your S.H.I.E.L.D. to dictate. This Major epitomized the quintessential American character. The essence of America is imperialism, characterized by hegemony and plunder, developed upon the foundations of capitalist colonization and conquest. What is hegemony? Simply put, it is allowing only the officials to ignite fires, while forbidding the common folk from lighting lamps. What does American hegemony entail? In simple terms, it dictates that American interests constitute the world's rules. America has the right to develop all weaponry, while other nations do not. This is America, a nation of hypocrisy, where good intentions are spoken yet nefarious deeds are executed without remorse. Thus, the Major firmly believed that their department could commit indiscriminate killings. But those innocent victims who rise in resistance are deemed wrong and deserving of their fate. Coulson was furious, yet he had to restrain his temper and said, Major, I may have no authority over your methods, but I must remind you that the individual within is no ordinary person. Even if you manage to defeat him, the cost will undoubtedly be exorbitantly high. Have you not considered the well-being of the soldiers under your command? I believe it would be prudent for us to sit down and discuss this matter. Soldiers, the Major suddenly shouted, pointing at Coulson. Remove this man from the premises. I do not wish to see him again until the battle has concluded. Instantly, 2 soldiers approached, seizing Coulson by the arms and dragging him outside. Shit! Coulson cursed vehemently. Yet he was powerless. The enemy's personnel surrounded him, and a mere handful of men with a few firearms could not thwart their intentions. The voice from the loudspeaker boomed. You are encircled. Surrender immediately, or we will be compelled to take forceful measures. Of course, even if Bai Ye were foolish enough to surrender, there would be no escape. They were merely going through the motions of polite procedure. Should Bai Ye decide to wave a white flag at that moment, he would be mowed down by a torrent of steel in an instant. Coulson anxiously surveyed the room, pondering how this farce would ultimately conclude. Suddenly, his phone rang. It was Nick Fury calling. Director? Coulson, retreat, came Fury's weary voice from the other end. Previously, Coulson had realized that he could not prevent the unfolding conflict. Thus, before exiting the room, he had dialed Nick Fury's number to inform him of the situation, hoping that Fury would negotiate with the superior officers of the opposing force, thereby compelling the soldiers to withdraw. However, he never anticipated that it would be himself who was ordered to retreat. All members of the elite squad on the other side have been killed, Fury continued. Consequently, they claim there is nothing to discuss, and therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D. cannot intervene. Director, are we to abandon Mr. Bai Ye just like that? Coulson inquired, furrowing his brow. This is an unfortunate necessity, Fury replied in a calm voice. Though he possesses great value, his audacity is excessive. Had he merely injured someone, even if he had incapacitated the entire squad, there might have been room for negotiation. However, he has taken lives. Even if we were able to recruit him, he would likely not obey our commands. Thus, it has come time to sever ties. Nick Fury, through Captain Marvel, came to the realization that humanity is not the sole intelligent life form in the universe. Rather, humans are but a fragile species. Consequently, he is inclined to preserve Earth's living forces, such as the White Knight, for future purposes. However, this is contingent upon value. When the worth of White Knight surpasses his investment, he is willing to cultivate a rapport with him. Conversely, if White Knight's value diminishes below what he has invested, then, alas, they remain unacquainted. At present, White Knight's exhibited value does not warrant Nick Fury to risk confrontation with the enigmatic department studying the iron-blooded warrior. Otherwise, with the might of S.H.I.E.L.D., it would be impossible to withstand the pressure and extract White Knight. However, began Coulson. There is no however, Nick Fury interjected. He is not yet significant enough for S.H.I.E.L.D. to jeopardize everything for him. If it were Tony Stark, perhaps there might be a chance. There are many individuals in this world capable of wielding thunder and lightning. He is not irreplaceable. Coulson sighed. It seems that Mr. White Knight is truly facing a perilous situation this time. The helicopters, armored vehicles, and the multitude of heavy weaponry at hand are formidable adversaries. Observing the adversaries take their positions, White Knight, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, sauntered forward. Otherwise, if the missiles were to be launched, Rachel's home would surely be reduced to rubble. At the very moment White Knight emerged, the Major wasted no time in issuing the attack order. The sound of Gatling's six-barreled machine gun erupted like a torrential downpour, its firepower as swift and decisive as autumn winds sweeping away fallen leaves. Yet, these bullets pierced through White Knight's form, rendering the interior of Rachel's home a scene of utter chaos. White Knight turned and shrugged. I initially intended to let these fellows grasp the essence of true despair, but it seems I cannot afford to delay any longer. Otherwise, Rachel's house is destined to become a wasteland. Thus, White Knight extended his arm towards the adversaries before him, gently clenched his fist, and softly uttered 4 words, divine retribution. In the next moment, dark clouds rapidly amassed in the sky, flickering with electricity. Instantly, an overwhelming energy, surpassing the confines of human thought, coalesced into a colossal column of lightning that descended from the heavens, emanating waves of devastation that enveloped the enemy's encampment at Rachel's doorstep. Coulson, positioned at the periphery, felt as though the might of the heavens had descended upon him. His body stiffened, and his mind went blank. Boom! In an instant, a tremendous explosion reverberated throughout New York City. 5 armored vehicles detonated simultaneously, engulfing the surroundings in flames and thick smoke. Coulson opened his mouth, at a loss for words. Had he and the director underestimated the White Knight? Previously, White Knight had not exhibited the capability to annihilate heavy weaponry, not due to a lack of ability, but because it had not been necessary at that time. At this moment, 5 Black Hawk helicopters ascended into the sky, locking onto the White Knight. The machine guns began to unleash a torrent of bullets, shell casings raining down like droplets of rain. Simultaneously, the helicopters launched a barrage of air-to-ground missiles. The missiles screamed through the air, producing deafening explosions. While White Knight would undoubtedly emerge unscathed, Rachel's house would likely be obliterated. Thus, it was inconceivable for White Knight to allow the missiles to detonate. With a swift motion, White Knight conjured a spear of thunder from the void. Crackling arcs of electricity danced around it. He hurled the spear at the incoming missiles with great force. Upon leaving White Knight's hand, the spear divided into 5, striking the 5 air-to-ground missiles with precision. Boom! The 5 missiles erupted mid-air, igniting colossal fireballs. After piercing through the missiles, the spear continued along its trajectory, penetrating the 5 Black Hawk helicopters. The helicopters, their fuselage breached and crackling with electricity, spiraled out of control, plummeting to the ground amidst smoke and flames, resulting in utter destruction and loss of life. In that moment, the formidable presence of White Knight, sharp as lightning, exuding a majestic aura, was indelibly etched in Coulson's mind and that of his subordinates, an image they could never erase. Chapter 88. Are there any more tricks? As White Knight landed and dusted off his hands, he remarked, "If that's all, I suppose I can head home for a nap." The squad led by the major had suffered significant casualties, with hardly anyone left standing to respond to White Knight's words. It was Coulson, with a wry smile, who approached him, saying, "Mr. White Knight, you have been exceedingly impulsive. How are we to clean up this mess?" "I don't consider this impulsive." White Knight replied with a faint smile. "You may inform those in charge that I am available for combat whenever they wish, provided they are prepared to bear the consequences." Coulson felt a chill run down his spine. Given White Knight's demonstrated combat prowess, he feared it was not much inferior to that of the Hulk, who had previously wreaked havoc in New York. When the Hulk descends into madness, he is devoid of reason, driven solely by a desire to unleash destruction, rendering him incapable of targeting specific foes. However, Bai Ye possesses a discerning intellect. Should he be provoked, the White House, Capitol Hill, and even the Supreme Court may find themselves within his crosshairs. Enough of this idle chatter. I shall retire for the night, Bai Ye yawned and remarked. If those fellows wish to continue, let them select a time and place. I shall be at their beck and call. Though they would do well to arm themselves with nuclear weapons, for even a multitude would not suffice to withstand my onslaught. With that, Bai Ye dismissed any further words from Coulson, his body crackling with energy as he transformed into a bolt of lightning, soaring into the sky, swiftly vanishing from Coulson's sight. Coulson watched the receding figure of Bai Ye, shaking his head in resignation, while a sense of gravity weighed heavily upon him. The depths of Bai Ye's concealed abilities were profound. His high-energy attacks and flight capabilities were nothing short of formidable. Fortuitously, SHIELD had not engaged in large-scale conflict with him. Otherwise, the fate of the soldiers before him would mirror that of SHIELD agents. Given the power Bai Ye had demonstrated, ordinary individuals stood no chance against him, destined only for slaughter. Perhaps the only viable response to such extraordinary might lay in countering abilities with abilities, seeking out powerful mutants to address the threat Bai Ye posed. Coulson's gaze flickered with uncertainty. He recalled Bai Ye's earlier assertion that he feared nothing but nuclear weapons. As he pondered this, a sudden vibration in his pocket seized his attention. Bai Ye's voice echoed in his mind. "Ah, I almost forgot. I left them a little gift to remind them to check in Washington." Coulson's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly contacted SHIELD's personnel in the Washington area to assess the situation around the White House. Just as he established communication and began monitoring the White House via video feed, a blinding flash of lightning erupted above, swiftly expanding into a terrifying orb of electrical fury. The searing brilliance illuminated nearly half of Washington, transforming the nocturnal landscape into a dawn-like spectacle. Ultimately, accompanied by a resounding thunderclap, a colossal bolt of lightning plummeted from the heavens. Coulson felt an icy chill envelop him. This method of assault was one he had witnessed moments ago, yet it was now poised to replay itself before the White House. The intensity of the forthcoming strike promised to surpass the previous display by a factor of 10, undoubtedly sufficient to obliterate the White House. Could Bai Ye truly intend to reduce it to rubble? If this were indeed the case, it might very well ignite the flames of a third world war. Just as Coulson's mind fell into a void, the divine retribution of Bai Ye descended. With a thunderous explosion, the lawn in front of the White House was obliterated, creating an unfathomable pit. At the bottom of this chasm, the soil and stones crystallized under the intense heat of the ferocious lightning, forming numerous glass-like gems. As the brilliance faded, Coulson felt utterly drained, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for breath. In that moment, he genuinely believed the White House was doomed. Had Bai Ye truly bombed the White House, it would have been a cataclysmic event. America would certainly not rest until vengeance was exacted, even if it meant turning the world upside down. Fortunately, Bai Ye was merely issuing a warning to certain individuals. Undoubtedly, Bai Ye was conveying that should they dare to speak recklessly, the very beam of light that had just descended would next target the White House, Capitol Hill, or even the Supreme Court. Coulson was filled with regret, wishing he had exerted every effort to prevent that major from acting foolishly. The loss of a few unruly individuals paled in comparison to the near destruction of the White House. He even harbored some resentment towards Bai Ye, thinking, if you possess such formidable power, why not reveal it sooner? Who would dare to bully you then? If anyone sought to harm you, our SHIELD would certainly protect you. Coulson felt his phone vibrate in his pocket. He hastily retrieved it, only to find another text from Bai Ye. Bai Ye warned those individuals that if they remained oblivious, the recent commotion would not be confined to the lawn of the White House. As a competent keyboard politician, Bai Ye was well aware of America's hegemony, yet he also understood its propensity to bully the weak while fearing the strong. To assert that America is a nation that preys on the weak while shying away from the strong is no exaggeration. The disparity in America's foreign policy is evident in its contrasting approaches to nations like the white goose and the bearded beret camel versus the Persian lion and the bear. In the case of the white goose, America and its NATO allies, under the guise of humanitarianism, conducted a prolonged airstrike against the South Alliance for over 70 days without the authorization of the United Nations Security Council, ultimately dismembering the white goose. Following the Gulf War, America treated the bearded beret camel as it pleased, readily imposing repairs or sanctions at will. By the year 2003, the United States, under the pretext of preventing the proliferation of weapons of mass destruction, initiated the conflict known as the Iraq War without the authorization of the United Nations Security Council. This endeavor led to the overthrow of Saddam Hussein's regime, culminating in his capture and subsequent execution by hanging. The same principle applied to the Syrian conflict, where the United States acted with impunity, imposing sanctions, conducting airstrikes, and deploying troops, while the Assad regime was rendered powerless to retaliate. One could assert that these actions starkly revealed the hegemonic tendencies of the United States, exemplifying a classic case of bullying the weak. However, in the face of a regional power as formidable as Iran, the United States, despite its ongoing hostility and strategic encirclement, has refrained from military action for decades, primarily due to Iran's significant military capabilities, which pose a formidable challenge to American interests. Regarding Russia, the United States has persistently engaged in strategic containment since the end of the Cold War, but has never contemplated a military strike, often yielding to Russia's robust responses. The fundamental reason for this restraint lies in Russia's status as a global military powerhouse, possessing the capability to inflict devastating consequences upon the United States. When questioned about the rationale for attacking Syria, the U.S. response was predicated on suspicions of weapons of mass destruction. In contrast, when asked why they do not strike North Korea, the answer was that North Korea indeed possesses such weapons. Thus, when the United States suspects a nation of harboring weapons of mass destruction, it is prudent for that nation to possess them genuinely. Should Mr. Bai merely communicate his grievances through Mr. Coulson, it would serve little purpose in swaying U.S. actions. Only tangible threats would compel the United States to reconsider its stance. If the U.S. were to engage in further provocations, Bai would not hesitate to target critical landmarks such as the White House or Capitol Hill. He would be unperturbed, willing to escape to the cosmos aboard his ironclad vessel. Coulson interjected, cautioning Mr. Bai about the extremity of his proposed actions, questioning whether matters had escalated to a life-or-death scenario. He assured Bai that the matter would be managed by SHIELD, which would undoubtedly take the necessary steps to appease the situation. As Bai demonstrated a marked enhancement in his capabilities, his value correspondingly increased, allowing SHIELD to confront certain official U.S. agencies on his behalf. The individuals Bai targeted were not genuine officials, but rather those designated by the authorities to undertake unsavory tasks, individuals accustomed to handling the dirty work, who would inevitably bear the brunt of any fallout. In a different context, particularly within China, these individuals would be referred to as temporary workers, while permanent employees typically engaged in less demanding roles. The vast majority of temporary workers were assigned to arduous, hazardous tasks, while permanent staff enjoyed financial benefits without commensurate responsibilities, reaping rewards for successes while deflecting blame for errors. The unique circumstances of the United States are evident here. Thus, while Bai Ye's elimination of these temporary workers has undoubtedly caused considerable trouble, the power of SHIELD is still sufficient to manage the situation for the time being. In this matter, Coulson does not even need to consult Nick Fury. He is capable of making decisions on his own, for he understands that Director Nick Fury is fundamentally a creature of self-interest. At this juncture, the most pressing task is to placate Bai Ye and prevent him from igniting a global conflict. Frankly speaking, Coulson fears that if Bai Ye were to unleash a divine retribution over the Kremlin, the next moment would surely witness nuclear chaos. Given the combative nature of the Russian people, Bai Ye declared, there is no need for your SHIELD involvement. Let those individuals come as they please. Furthermore, inform them not to entertain any thoughts of using hostages to threaten me. I have a girlfriend in China named Lu Linglong, and from her, I have learned one significant lesson. In the prestigious Lu family's lexicon, there is no room for compromise. If my friends encounter misfortune, it will only occur after I have perished in battle. He discerned that Carlson's words implied he was expected to SHIELD a favor, with the organization assisting in resolving this matter. Carlson was undoubtedly deluded. Why should he owe a favor to SHIELD? Such a spy organization has never acted based on personal favors. They are driven solely by self-interest. If they deem a situation contrary to their interests, they would rather perish than engage in it. Conversely, if they perceive a matter as beneficial, even if one were to insult them, they would dutifully comply. Mr. Bai Ye requires no assistance from SHIELD. He already possesses ample leverage to confront the United States, including the Thunder Fruit, the Shangri-La Dimensional Array, the Iron Blood Battleship, the Stand-in Doll, the Anti-Iron Blood Soldier Armor, and the Soul Blade of Rupture. As long as the upper echelons of America are not entirely foolish, they will not wish to provoke Bai Ye into a destructive confrontation. Why has a third world war not erupted? The advent of nuclear weapons has rendered global warfare tantamount to an act of collective suicide for humanity. No, thousands of nuclear warheads cannot obliterate the Earth or extinguish humanity. The true reason lies in the emergence of nuclear weapons. Once war begins, the leadership of both nations can ensure mutual annihilation. The American elite are indifferent to the casualties of their foot soldiers. Their primary concern lies in their own survival. Perhaps, in the eyes of the American elite, the more lower-class citizens perish, the better, as it conveniently facilitates their vision of a survival of the fittest. America resembles a colossal corporation that has long since ceased to reciprocate affection. One must profess love for the company, yet the company offers no love in return. If one does not love the company, shareholders deem it a lack of ownership spirit, thus inviting criticism. The indoctrination is insufficient. There must be an intensified campaign of joyful education across multiple generations. Carlson felt compelled to remark, Mr. Bai Ye, just how many girlfriends do you have? And who? Pray tell, is this Lu Linglong? However, the innate instinct for calm rationality as an agent subdued the ordinary human penchant for gossip. He hastily assured, Mr. Bai Ye, rest assured, our SHIELD will steadfastly uphold the laws of America and diligently protect your rights. We will ensure that those around you are shielded from the threats posed by dark forces. Whatever, I'm tired, no more talk. Bai Ye unleashed a divine retribution upon the White House lawn and utilized the dimensional array Shangri-La to return to his safe house in Mexico. Upon encountering Rachel, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to send a follow-up text to Carlson. By the way, please inform them to restore Rachel's home to its original state before my return. Otherwise, I might have to make some adjustments on Capitol Hill myself. Carlson stood at the entrance of Rachel's home, surveying the damage wrought by Gatling guns, depleted uranium shells, and tungsten core armor-piercing rounds, sighing deeply at the daunting task ahead. Fortunately, the 5 air-to-ground missiles had missed their mark. Otherwise, reconstructing Rachel's home from nothing would have been an insurmountable challenge. How did it go, Bai Ye? Rachel inquired anxiously. From Bai Ye's demeanor earlier, it seemed he had taken a life, and the situation had escalated beyond control. Of course, Rachel was not one of those overly dramatic women. She understood that it was not Bai Ye's fault, but rather that of the rogue and his band of miscreants, along with that damned McKinney, who inexplicably brought about this trouble. Rest assured, I have taken care of everything. Stay here for a couple of days, and afterward, you can return without any concerns. Bai Ye reassured, holding Rachel's delicate hand and smiling gently. Really? Rachel remained somewhat apprehensive. After all, they were dealing with an official agency. Was it truly that simple to manage? Do you still doubt me? Bai Ye replied with a smile, his tone commanding. I said there is nothing to worry about. Therefore, there is nothing to worry about. Yet, Bai Ye understood that women, being inherently gentle and emotional, could not be easily persuaded by mere words. Thus, he resolved to demonstrate his formidable strength through action. Consequently, moments later, Bai Ye's prowess became vividly apparent to Rachel. The following day, Bai Ye was awakened by the incessant ringing of his phone. Rubbing his eyes with his palm, he stifled a yawn and reached for the device. Hello? Carlson responded, Mr. Bai Ye, we at SHIELD have resolved yesterday's matters, so you need not worry about your future. We assure you that no one will trouble you again. Bai Ye abruptly hung up the phone. Damn it. Is this what I'm being disturbed for so early in the morning? As Bai Ye contemplated reclining once more to indulge in a leisurely slumber, he stumbled upon unread messages on Facebook. Was it from Blergh? Upon perusing the correspondence from his mathematics instructor, he discerned that it was merely an invitation to engage in gaming once again, following their previous enjoyable session where she had recognized him as an exemplary teammate. Oh. This left Bai Ye in a state of indecision. He glanced at Rachel, who was ensconced in profound slumber, a consequence of her considerable exertions the previous night. Lacking Bai Ye's fortitude acquired through his mastery of the lightning release chakra mode, it would likely take her some time to awaken. With no other option, Bai Ye donned his attire, gathering the scattered items, bra, white stockings, and undergarments, from the floor. He left a note for Rachel within the room before employing the dimensional array Shangri-La to temporarily vacate the safe house in Mexico. Given the lingering dangers in Rachel's home yet to be restored, as well as the looming threat of the iron-blooded assassin, Bai Ye resolved to allow Rachel and Lori to remain in the sanctuary for a couple more days. After all, this refuge was well stocked with provisions sufficient for half a year. Stepping outside, Bai Ye gazed at the resplendent sunlight and sighed. Just when he had thought to take a well-deserved rest, he now found himself destined to accompany another woman in gaming. Truly, his existence was fraught with labor. Meanwhile, Aunt May remained blissfully unaware of the previous night's events, rising early to prepare breakfast for Parker and Bai Ye, who had just returned home. After escorting Rachel and Lori to the safe house in Mexico, Bai Ye returned to the Amway treasure house, ensuring that both Aunt May and Parker were settled in another safe location, allowing them a peaceful night's rest. Thus, when he returned with them the following morning, they noticed nothing amiss, as per usual. Parker, I happen to have no pressing engagements today. After breakfast, I shall take you to school, Bai Ye declared unexpectedly. Parker's hand trembled slightly as he forced a strained smile. Uncle Bai Ye, that's unnecessary. You're so busy. I wouldn't want to impose on your valuable time. What nonsense is this? We are family, and it is my duty to take you to school, Bai Ye replied gallantly. Parker retorted, I don't believe you, you old rascal. You're up to no good. In Parker's eyes, Bai Ye was likely using the guise of driving him to school as a pretext to flirt with female students and teachers. If he were to rely on Bai Ye for daily transportation, Parker surmised that in 2 months, the high school would be devoid of female teachers and students, all having taken maternity leave to nurture their pregnancies. Aunt May curiously inquired, Bai Ye, what brings you to Parker's school again? Bai Ye replied, well, my recent experience of taking Parker to school reminded me of my own school days, so I thought I would come for a visit. Sighing, he continued, I truly miss my old classmates, but alas, we are now worlds apart, and opportunities to reunite are scarce. Aunt May nodded knowingly. She understood that Bai Ye's interests were often fleeting. If he wished to visit Parker's school for amusement, so be it. In a few days, he would tire of it and settle down. Parker tried his utmost to dissuade him, but ultimately, he was unable to prevent Bai Ye from going to their school, where he would undoubtedly cause mischief among the female students and teachers. After finishing breakfast, Bai Ye drove his Chevrolet, taking Parker to school. He parked the car in the lot, and together they entered the campus. As they took in the vibrant atmosphere of youth, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh. Parker, your high school life is truly enviable. You should cherish it, you know? Parker scoffed, not really. Our high school life is far from enjoyable. College life is so much better. Bai Ye looked at Parker in astonishment, remarking, you have quite the insight into this matter. Indeed, I too believe that college life surpasses high school. In our homeland, there is a saying that high school is strict while college is relaxed, reflecting the rigid management in high school compared to the leniency in college. Moreover, by the time one reaches college, one's body is nearly mature, and one's values are largely formed, which naturally makes college life more appealing. However, we shouldn't belittle high school. It has its own unique charm. Parker nodded in agreement, acknowledging, Uncle Bai Ye, you truly embody the wisdom of someone who has experienced college life. Just as Bai Ye was imparting his thoughts on the distinctions between college and high school, Michaela suddenly emerged from his left side, linking her arm through his and cheerfully exclaiming, Uncle Bai Ye, I spotted you from afar. I knew it was you, but Diana was a bit hesitant to believe it. Bai Ye glanced around. Michaela stood to his left, while Diana conveniently positioned herself on his right, effectively sidelining Parker. Diana's cheeks flushed slightly as she remarked, "It's because Uncle Bai Ye changed his outfit and style a bit. Had you looked like you did that day, I would have recognized you immediately." "Uncle Bai Ye, what brings you to our school this time?" Michaela asked, snugly holding Bai Ye's arm against her chest. "Are you here for another survey?" Sensing her softness, Bai Ye couldn't help but sigh. Michaela was taking advantage of the situation. Alas, in this day and age, handsome men often find themselves facing such unwelcome predicaments. "It is not so much a matter of conducting research, but rather a nostalgic reminiscence of my high school days." On the other hand, Diana, being of Chinese descent, does not possess the same audacity as Michaela. However, she still firmly maintains her position beside Bai Ye. "Ah, Uncle Bai Ye," Michaela said, linking her arm with his as they walked forward. "You have arrived at the perfect place. Our high school is imbued with a particularly strong sense of nostalgia. You should visit often." Parker watched Bai Ye, who was flanked by the two girls, and sighed. He had grown accustomed to it. They entered Parker's classroom. Despite Michaela and Diana's pouting and playful antics, Bai Ye had no choice but to decline their advances and sit beside Parker. After all, he recalled that he had come to confront the math teacher, Mr. Blergh, not to indulge in the whims of Michaela and Diana. If Mr. Blergh were to see him engaging with them, it would only lead to unnecessary complications. As for the two girls, their time would come later. Before long, the bell rang. The once boisterous classroom quickly fell silent as the students took their seats. At this age, children naturally harbor a fear of their teachers. A middle-aged female teacher entered, carrying a stack of papers. It was geography class, and a quiz was to be conducted. "Damn it," Bai Ye muttered to himself. "Last time I was quizzed on math. And now, unexpectedly, geography? Is this school cursed? Must they always test me on something?" However, there was no escaping. Having entered the classroom, he could not simply turn around and leave. He might as well take the quiz, signing Parker's name on the paper. As for the mystery of two papers bearing Parker's name, let the teacher ponder that. To Bai Ye's right sat Parker, while to his left was a timid boy named Dave, who wore glasses and looked rather despondent as he gazed at the quiz paper in the math teacher's hands. "Oh no, another test. How am I supposed to cheat?" With Bai Ye's keen hearing, he distinctly caught Dave's whispered lament. He glanced at the boy, then at the middle-aged teacher distributing the papers, and after a moment's contemplation, he took out a piece of paper and scribbled a note, tossing it to Dave. Startled, Dave looked at Bai Ye's serious expression and hesitantly opened the note. "Throw your pen to a place out of reach in front of you. Raise your hand to ask the teacher to retrieve it, and at that moment, you can glance at the answers from your collar." Dave looked back at Bai Ye, who nodded solemnly, affirming, "Indeed, follow my instructions, and you shall succeed in your endeavor to cheat." With Bai Ye's experience, he had grown weary of such tricks long ago, having mastered them during his elementary school days. However, at this moment, having encountered a youth in the throes of adolescent longing, White Knight, within his capacity, extended a helping hand without expecting anything in return, for he was inherently a benevolent soul. His gaze drifted towards the geography teacher, a woman in her 50s, whose skin retained a certain vitality, devoid of the typical wrinkles that often accompany age in Western women. Overall, she appeared quite presentable. Clad in a red sweater with a rather ample neckline, her pearl necklace hung prominently, large and lustrous. It was no wonder that Dave was tempted to steal a glance. White Knight comprehended the inherent restlessness of youth. Any woman who was not unattractive could easily become the object of their fantasies. Time passed slowly. Bored, he twirled a pen between his fingers, initially perceiving the geography test as a formidable challenge, only to discover that he could manage it with relative ease. Finding it devoid of significant difficulty, he glanced at Dave, seated to his left, whose hands trembled, forehead glistening with sweat, eyes darting nervously. Indeed, he was still grappling with the dilemma of whether to sneak a peek, evoking memories of his own initial, anxious foray into such furtive glances. Returning to reality, White Knight felt a pang of empathy for Dave. He should lend a hand, encouraging him to boldly take that leap. Thus, with just the right amount of force, he tossed his pen to a spot just out of reach before him. "Teacher." White Knight raised his hand high. The geography teacher adjusted her glasses, inquiring, "This student, do you have something to say?" "My pen has fallen. Could you please help me retrieve it, teacher?" White Knight replied with a feigned innocence. The geography teacher, named Deborah Tavis, a woman of enduring charm, regarded White Knight with a hint of suspicion, pondering whether he was up to some mischief, yet upon glancing down, She indeed spotted a pen on the floor. Out of a sense of duty, Deborah Tavis approached patiently and bent down. Dave's mouth fell agape, slowly forming an O. White Knight's ploy had proven effective. The two had successfully stolen a glance. The sight was rather pleasant, and she even had a White Knight raised an eyebrow. Lamenting that the geography teacher was simply too old, her appearance could only be described as not unattractive. Deborah Tavis straightened up, leaving Dave thoroughly disappointed. She handed the pen to White Knight, stating, "Here you go, student, your pen." "Thank you, teacher." White Knight responded respectfully. He held a deep respect for his teachers. Once Deborah Tavis departed, he exchanged a knowing glance with Dave. "Did you see that?" It was quite simple. Just muster up some courage. Teachers are human too. Dave was at a loss for words. As the examination time drew to a close, his answer sheet remained riddled with vast expanses of blankness. He should have been engulfed in panic, yet an ethereal sense of euphoria enveloped him instead. Another lost soul rescued. Bai Ye mused, feeling an overwhelming sense of grandeur. Following Deborah's geography class, it was time for Blake's mathematics lesson. A glance exchanged between Blake and Bai Ye spoke volumes. After the mathematics class concluded, Bai Ye swiftly vanished from sight. How peculiar. Where has Uncle Bai Ye gone? Michaela pondered, hoping to continue their playful interaction post-class. Yet he was nowhere to be found despite her earnest searching. Diana remarked, could it be that Uncle Bai Ye found the class too tedious and decided to leave early? Michaela contemplated this, acknowledging the inherent dullness of a math class. However, she felt it was only courteous for Bai Ye to bid them farewell. His abrupt departure was quite vexing. She stamped her foot in frustration. Unbeknownst to Diana and Michaela, Bai Ye had slipped into Blake's office, where the two indulged in a game of 1 versus 1 in the arena. Blake felt a pang of guilt. She often admonished her students against playing games during school hours. Yet here she was, partaking in the very activity she condemned. She wished to restrain herself, but the allure of the game was simply too intoxicating. Inside the office, Bai Ye expertly maneuvered his game character, launching a fervent offensive that dismantled defenses with precision, overwhelming Blake, who found herself retreating under the relentless assault, burdened by multiple debuffs. Her health and mana dwindling precariously. Seizing the opportune moment, Bai Ye activated his bloodthirsty ability, commencing the countdown for his ultimate skill. Just then, Blake, drained of stamina, conceded defeat, entering a state of ethereal immunity to all physical attacks. Bai Ye thought to himself, if that's the case, I shall refrain from unleashing my ultimate skill for now. I will save it for the second half once Blake's cooldown is over. Thus, he forcefully interrupted the incantation and exited the battle. Blake declared she had had enough for the day, logging off to sleep almost instantaneously, succumbing to slumber within moments. Feeling a hint of fatigue as well, Bai Ye touched the still-warm gaming device, setting it aside, and took a moment to invigorate himself with a cigarette. After a while, he said, Blake, do you think my current situation is rather inappropriate? Lying in Bai Ye's embrace, Blake gazed vacantly at the ceiling and replied, in this moment, I feel somewhat guilty towards Meg. Blake, you must understand, Bai Ye said, I am not here to disrupt your relationship. Rather, I wish to be a part of it. Therefore, do not burden yourself excessively. Consider this. Meg merely indulged in her freedom, while you have been subjected to moral condemnation all along. The weight you bear far exceeds hers. As Blake listened to Bai Ye's comforting words, a sense of relief gradually enveloped her. Indeed, she had been grappling with self-condemnation, while Meg was likely reveling in her shopping escapades. In comparison, Blake's struggles were far more arduous. Yet, there was an inkling that something about Bai Ye's assertions felt slightly amiss. Blake, Bai Ye gently cupped her face, their eyes locking in a shared understanding. Having made this decision, I shall disregard what others say, as long as you stand firm in your conviction. In that instant, Blake was utterly captivated. Meg? Who is Meg? At this moment, only Bai Ye occupied her thoughts. Blake pressed her lips to Bai Ye's with fervor, dismissing all else for the time being. The two had engaged in gaming together for far too long, leaving her both mentally and physically drained. Even if her heart desired more, her body could not endure it. After a moment of tenderness, Bai Ye inquired, Blake, who resides in your household? Given that it was Bai Ye asking, Blake felt no need for concealment. Her father, Hobbs, served as an agent for the American Diplomatic Security Service, often undertaking clandestine missions, which resulted in his frequent absences. This discord had strained her mother Emma's relationship with Hobbs, leading to their spiritual estrangement. Now, Blake and her brother Henry lived with their mother Emma. Though Hobbs yearned to mend their marriage, Emma had consistently shown reluctance. Recently, it seemed a wealthy suitor had been pursuing her mother. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, it was likely that her mother would choose to be with this affluent man, completely forsaking her father Hobbs. Indeed, I was not mistaken, Bai Ye murmured. Blergh is the daughter of that bald Hobbs. Of course, in the future, he could no longer be referred to as bald Hobbs, but rather as her esteemed father-in-law. Blergh, have you had sufficient rest? Well, since you are rested, let us indulge in some papaya milk together. I procured it especially for you, as it aids in your physical development. Meow? Does my body still require further development? Yet, recognizing Bai Ye's genuine kindness, she felt unable to refuse. As they departed from school, Bai Ye drove them home, navigating the journey ahead. Bai Ye opened his phone and discovered several messages from Michaela. Michaela, where have you vanished to, Uncle Bai Ye? Bai Ye, I apologize. I encountered some urgent matters that required my immediate attention. Michaela, you should have at least informed us. Bai Ye, I sincerely regret that. It was my oversight. Michaela, well, since you have so earnestly apologized, I shall forgive you. However, do you have some time to spare, Uncle Bai Ye? Bai Ye, what is it? Do you require my assistance? Michaela, it's nothing pressing. I merely wish to treat you to a meal as a gesture of atonement for soiling your clothes earlier without compensation. Bai Ye patted his wallet at the back of his waist, feeling rather embarrassed about his finances. After all, he had spent a considerable sum on hot dogs for Rachel out of concern for her hunger the previous night. And this morning he had purchased an expensive papaya milk for Blergh. His wallet was practically empty. Perhaps another day, he said. I have been quite busy lately and cannot carve out the time. On another occasion, I shall treat you. After all, I am to be your uncle, and it would be improper for a niece to treat her uncle to a meal. What do you enjoy eating? Michaela felt a twinge of disappointment. She had envisioned a romantic evening with Uncle Bai Ye, only to find her plans thwarted at the very outset. Nevertheless, she remained understanding, knowing that mature gentlemen often dislike frivolous young ladies. She replied, all right then. If you inquire about my preferences, I've decided that next time, I want you to treat me to taro boba milk tea, but without the taro and without the milk tea. Bai Ye felt that Michaela's request was rather extravagant. He silently blocked her number. An 8-cup of milk tea without any additions seemed excessive. Chapter 89. I am a rough man, and not so handsome however. Bai Ye quickly removed Michaela from his blacklist, for he suddenly recalled that he was no longer the impoverished college student scorned by his girlfriend, but rather a billionaire. What of Michaela's desire for taro boba milk tea without the taro and milk tea? If she wished for it, he would gladly purchase 1,000 or more cups for her. After all, he had pledged to Michaela that he would be regarded as her true uncle, and he could not abandon that promise over a trivial sum of money. Upon returning to the Amway treasure house, Aunt May, noticing Bai Ye's return, could not help but inquire, why did you come back so soon? Don't even mention it. The last time I visited, I coincidentally encountered Parker and the others during their math examination, and I was roped into taking the test myself. Today, I returned only to be pulled into a geography test. Bai Ye shook his head and lamented, I might be at odds with Parker's school. May couldn't help but chuckle, saying, you deserve it. After all, who told you to run off to Parker's school for no reason? What do you mean by deserve it? Bai Ye pouted. May, you've changed. You no longer care for me. Care for you? Not a chance. May shot him a disapproving glance. How old are you? You still need someone to coddle you. I'm merely an 18-year-old baby. How can I not be pampered? Bai Ye replied, pulling May into his embrace, playfully nudging her in her ample arms. You rascal, stop it. That tickles. May swatted at Bai Ye a few times. However, with Bai Ye's thickened skin, honed through his recent training in lightning release chakra mode, even a rhino would be embarrassed. Thus, her playful swats felt more like gentle tickles. After a brief scuffle, May grew weary and collapsed into Bai Ye's arms. He held her tightly and, with a rare seriousness, said, May, you must be extremely cautious in the coming days. If anything happens, sound the alarm, and I will return immediately. May, puzzled, asked, has something happened? It's nothing major. I've recently crossed paths with some unsavory characters. The situation is under control, but one can never know if they might act irrationally and breach our understanding. So please, be vigilant, Bai Ye cautioned. There's no need to be overly afraid. As long as they haven't lost their sanity, they won't harm you. If they dare to lay a hand on you, then all bets are off. The White House, Capitol Hill, Wall Street, and other significant American landmarks would likely be obliterated, potentially sending humanity back to the Stone Age. I doubt they are foolish enough to take such drastic measures. Even the most audacious hawks would merely aim to use you as leverage against me. They wouldn't dare harm a single hair on your head before considering me. All right. Mei nodded earnestly, placing her trust in Bai Ye even more than in herself. This mutual understanding had been cultivated over a long time and was the reason for their seamless connection. At the counter of the treasure house, Bai Ye pondered whether he should first return to Huaxia for some leisure before making further plans. He understood that under the dominance of the American eagle, there was a principle that others could suffer losses while he could not. Therefore, being coerced would undoubtedly leave them feeling disgruntled, constantly scheming for revenge. However, his current power loomed over them like the sword of Damocles, deterring any rash actions. Yet, it was clear they had not fully capitulated. Instead, they were secretly searching for Bai Ye's weaknesses and vulnerabilities. Consequently, the upcoming period would likely be fraught with annoyance for Bai Ye, as all sorts of schemes could be employed against him. Thus, he might as well take the opportunity to wander around Huaxia for a while. In the fish pond of Huaxia, it was time to feed the fish, including Su Cheng, Lu Linglong, and Huang Jia, having taught Mei how to utilize the anti-predator armor. Granting her the means of self-protection, Bai Ye decided it was time to return to Huaxia. A black SUV came to a halt in front of the Only treasure house. Amidst Bai Ye's puzzled gaze, Tony's bodyguard, Happy, emerged from the vehicle. Mr. Bai Ye. Happy's eyes carried a complex expression as he regarded Bai Ye. After all, he had witnessed the unfolding of Bai Ye and Livia's story in the cinema. It could only be said that Bai Ye's prowess in captivating women was truly remarkable, leaving others in awe. In this world, being handsome undeniably held its advantages. Ah, it's you, Tony's personal bodyguard? Bai Ye. Oblivious to the intricacies behind Happy's gaze and lacking interest in focusing on a man, inquired nonchalantly, "Is there something Tony needs from me?" "Yes," Happy replied, presenting an invitation. "Mr. Stark is hosting a grand party in 2 days and invites you to attend. Here is the invitation." "A grand party?" Bai Ye took the invitation, scrutinizing it. "Is this party of the respectable kind or the more frivolous variety? Just to clarify, as a man of integrity, I shall not partake in anything indecorous." Happy retorted, "Who are you trying to fool? Had I not known your true nature, I might have believed you. I reckon it's the respectable kind of grand party that you wouldn't attend, right?" After a moment of hesitation, Happy continued, "This party can be both respectable and frivolous, depending on how the attendees choose to conduct themselves. Regardless, there will be many people, celebrities, models, affluent individuals, and dignitaries." "Oh, I see," Bai Ye responded. "So, the implication is that as long as I maintain my virtuous demeanor, no one can sully my purity. Akin to that of a pristine white rabbit, correct?" Having delivered the invitation, Happy departed, his expression notably glum, likely feeling the arduousness of interacting with Bai Ye, especially as he struggled against the urge to strike him, fully aware that he could never best him in a confrontation. Aunt May emerged from behind the treasure house, smoothing her damp hair after just having taken a shower. "Who just came by?" "Nobody," Bai Ye replied. "Tony just sent his driver to deliver an invitation to a banquet." "An invitation?" Aunt May regarded Bai Ye with a peculiar expression. "Tony Stark wouldn't be inviting you to partake in some outrageous party, would he? After all, Tony Stark, the most renowned playboy in New York and indeed all of America, is a name known far and wide." Thus, Tony Stark extended an invitation to Bai Ye for a gathering, compelling Mei Yi to ponder deeply. "It would be prudent for you to maintain a certain distance from him, lest you be led astray." Sighing heavily, Bai Ye responded, "I am well aware that Tony is no paragon of virtue, but his wealth is undeniable. Our shop's prosperity heavily relies on his patronage, so fostering a good relationship with him is a necessary compromise." Upon hearing this, Mei felt a wave of guilt wash over her, realizing that she had been overly critical. Indeed, it seemed that Bai Ye had garnered considerable financial benefit from his association with Tony Stark. After all, one must earn a living. However, rest assured, even if he invites me to some dubious affair, I will not be drawn into his mischief. I vow to remain virtuous for your sake," Bai Ye declared, adding, "Moreover, you have misjudged him this time. His invitation pertains to a legitimate high society soiree held at his residence. Look, here is the formal invitation." Mei took the invitation, scrutinizing it. Indeed, it was quite official, the venue being Tony Stark's own villa, thus it appeared to pose no significant concern. "Very well," Mei conceded. "I suppose I was overly anxious, but while earning money is acceptable, one must never emulate his reckless ways. A man like Tony Stark, indulging in such debauchery, is bound to face dire consequences. Indeed, Bai Ye fervently nodded in agreement. Subsequently, Mei refrained from interfering with Bai Ye's attendance at the soiree. Yet, unbeknownst to her, at times, the lines between high society, flirtation, and the lower echelons are perilously blurred. Having secured Mei Yi's approval, Bai Ye mused, after attending Tony's gathering, I shall return to Huaxia, and certainly not for the sake of those starlets or models, but primarily to forge connections with the affluent and influential, thereby expanding my network. Haha. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was the moment for Tony's soiree. Bai Ye would need to endure a 6-hour flight from New York's Kennedy Airport to Los Angeles International Airport. Although Tony possessed properties scattered across various locales, his true abode remained in Malibu, Los Angeles. The venue for the soiree was indeed at his residence in Malibu, while Bai Ye had access to the dimensional array Shangri-La. Allowing instantaneous travel to Los Angeles, he typically refrained from utilizing it for legitimate matters, reserving its use for less scrupulous endeavors. After all, one must not allow others to discern all one's secrets. Otherwise, when they seek to undermine you, it could spell disaster. Los Angeles stands as the largest city on the west coast of America, a vital hub for commerce, international trade, science, education, entertainment, and sports. It also serves as a principal base for the petroleum, chemical, maritime, aerospace, and electronics industries in the United States. Beneath the twilight of the City of Angels, the lights shimmer with a dazzling brilliance. Though it lacks the towering skyscrapers that characterize New York, it possesses a different kind of alluring opulence that can lead one astray. Certainly, the affluent view Los Angeles through a lens of extravagance, while the less fortunate perceive only its shadows. The streets of Los Angeles teem with countless vagrants. Some sleeping on the sidewalks, others erecting makeshift tents, and some simply resting on benches in the parks. Simultaneously, the city is rife with gangs, harboring numerous perilous zones where certain neighborhoods are fraught with danger. Thus, the nightlife in downtown Los Angeles seems to attract only two types of individuals: those who commit robbery and those who fall victim to it. As Bai Ye exited the airport, he spotted a striking woman holding a sign with his name on it, patiently waiting by the roadside. A brow raised in surprise. Was that not the Black Widow herself? Natasha Romanoff, the famed Marvel femme fatale. Of Slavic descent, her full name is Natalia Alyanovna Romanoff. Born in 1928 in Stalingrad, formerly part of the Soviet Union. Trained from a young age by Soviet operatives, her body was enhanced by the government to significantly slow the aging process and bolster her immune system and resilience. Coupled with years of physical and mental training, she has evolved into a lethal force akin to a deadly Black Widow spider. After betraying the Soviet espionage organization known as the Red Room, she joined S.H.I.E.L.D., being only a decade younger than Captain America. So, Tony now has the Black Widow serving as his personal assistant? Natasha, having noticed Bai Ye, approached him with a graceful stride. Upon her arrival, Bai Ye could not help but concede that her beauty and physique were truly mesmerizing. With her deep auburn hair, porcelain skin, captivating eyes, a prominent nose, and luscious lips, her features were exquisite. Her curvaceous figure and elegantly slender legs were complemented by an undeniable aura of enchantment that radiated from her. Beauty lies in the essence, not merely the surface. Time does not diminish the allure of such a woman. Natasha embodies an irresistible charm that penetrates to her very core. Before long, Natasha approached Bai Ye, offering a courteous smile as she inquired, "Excuse me, are you Mr. Bai Ye? I am Natalia Rushman, Mr. Stark's personal assistant." "Yes, that's me," Bai Ye replied with a chuckle. "That fellow Tony certainly has an eye for talent in recruiting you as his secretary. However, Miss Natasha, be cautious, for Tony is quite the lecherous man, and your proximity to him could pose risks. Coincidentally, I am also seeking a female secretary. Should you consider a change of employment, do reach out to me. Rest assured, the compensation will surpass what that rascal Tony offers." As Bai Ye observed face to face, he finally comprehended why Natasha was capable of serving as Tony's secretary. In moments of ennui, he had studied physiognomy, and thus, upon examining Natasha, he perceived that her fate line was fraught with challenges. However, her robust career line suggested that she had immense potential for success. Natasha offered a faint smile and replied, "Thank you, Mr. Bai Ye, but I have no intentions of changing jobs in the near future. I can only appreciate your kind gesture." She was certainly aware of Bai Ye's intentions, yet there were already specialized agents assigned to approach him, rendering her involvement unnecessary. At this juncture, her primary focus remained on Tony. Bai Ye's strength resided in his unparalleled personal prowess, which was irreplicable. Conversely, Tony's might stemmed from his intellect and the technological innovations he had devised, which were indeed replicable. Hence, distinguishing between the two was a matter of utmost clarity. It was truly regrettable, yet remaining in proximity to that troublesome Tony posed genuine risks. A girl venturing out must always safeguard herself, ensuring she does not fall prey to Tony's dubious advances. Bai Ye cautioned. I understand, Natasha replied, but Mr. Stark's banquet is about to commence. And if we do not set off soon, we may arrive late. Oh, then let us be on our way. Bai Ye responded eagerly. Very well, Natasha said, her eyes shimmering like water as she turned and advanced ahead. The individual before her seemed to possess an even greater proclivity for desire than Tony himself. If Tony was perilous, this man might indeed be 100 times more so. One could only wonder how the agents assigned to monitor him would fare under his torment. Bai Ye followed closely behind Natasha. He could not help but notice that, at the moment Natasha turned, her fitted trousers accentuated her curves exquisitely. His gaze lingered on her form, almost palpable in its intensity. Bai Ye was devoid of any moral scruples. If he could withstand the allure of Ms. Bai Jian, then Natasha was hardly a challenge. Natasha led Bai Ye to her vehicle. Upon inspection, he noted it was a fine choice, a business-class Mercedes. The exterior was visually appealing, adorned with sleek, high-quality silicone headlights imported from Korea. However, the interior cleanliness left much to be desired. The dual exhaust pipes had darkened, and the chassis was equipped to endure overturns, rollovers, and rear-end collisions. The engine was in peak condition, yet there were signs of gas reflux in the cylinder pistons. After a 10-minute warm-up to circulate oil and drain fluids, the fuel injection exhibited minimal efficiency, likely due to slack in the cylinder pistons. Improper driving could easily lead to catastrophic engine failure. Although it was unclear whether the vehicle had been registered under a personal name, it had certainly been driven by multiple individuals. Novices and those with lower incomes should refrain from acquiring it, while seasoned drivers and high earners could consider it with due caution. After completing his assessment, Bai Ye entered the car, with Natasha at the wheel, as they set off toward Tony's villa in Malibu. Miss Natasha, may I have your contact information? Bai Ye inquired. Certainly, Natasha replied as she drove, providing her phone number for him to dial. If you encounter any legal issues here in Los Angeles, Mr. Bai Ye, feel free to consult me. To infiltrate the Stark Group, Natasha initially joined the legal department, later being recruited by Tony to become his personal assistant. Regardless of her motives, whether to facilitate her work due to Bai Ye's close friendship with Tony or to establish a covert connection as an S.H.I.E.L.D. agent, developing a rapport with Bai Ye was essential. However, this did not imply that Natasha needed to offer herself physically. On the contrary, the allure of men is perpetually elusive. If a relationship were to deepen over time, men would inevitably grow weary. Friendship is far more dependable than love. Bai Ye asked, Miss Natasha, where are you from? New York, she answered. What is your zodiac sign? Scorpio. Is there anything you particularly enjoy eating? Once Tony's gathering is over, may I treat you to dinner? Natasha sensed that if Bai Ye continued to probe, her identity as a spy might be compromised. She swiftly redirected the conversation, asking, Mr. Bai Ye, you have a very good relationship with Mr. Stark. How did you two meet? Isn't it simply because I have a bit of money? Bai Ye sighed. After all, I'm a rough man, not particularly handsome, merely a man with nothing but wealth to my name. What else could possibly connect me with the illustrious Tony Stark? Chapter 90. Standing tall at 30. Only those worthy of my attention. Malibu, located in the southwestern part of Los Angeles, is home to Tony's villa, perched above Malibu Beach. This beach is among the most renowned in Los Angeles, situated north of Santa Monica Beach. In addition to the typical Southern Californian azure skies and pristine waters, it boasts uniquely shaped and bizarre rocks, creating a picturesque and distinctive coastal scenery. Furthermore, Malibu is one of the wealthiest cities in Los Angeles, with numerous Hollywood stars and entertainers residing there, thereby enhancing the beach's fame. The scenery here is quite lovely, Bai Ye remarked as he gazed out at the views from the car. Someday, when I have some spare money, I would love to purchase a house here. Natasha replied. This place is home to many affluent individuals. It would indeed be a suitable environment for someone like you, Mr. Bai Ye, who has little beyond wealth. to expand your network. Haha, I'll pass on the wealthy. I'm not interested in them, Bai Ye stated. I'm primarily drawn to the beautiful scenery here. As for the reasons behind the gathering of female celebrities, they are of no significance whatsoever. The two engaged in conversation, soon arriving at the foot of Tony's villa. This opulent mansion, perched upon a seaside cliff, spans an impressive 1,021 square meters and comprises 2 levels, featuring a helipad, a freshwater swimming pool, a tennis court, and a golf course, among numerous luxurious amenities. The interior boasts an array of high-tech configurations. At the base of the hill, each luxury vehicle must undergo inspection before entering the villa. Natasha, serving as Tony's personal assistant, merely had to scan her face to grant Bai Ye access. Upon passing through the entrance, the villa's brilliantly lit interior came into view. Many impeccably dressed affluent individuals gathered in clusters, champagne flutes in hand, engaged in jovial conversation. Socialites and female celebrities mingled, their laughter concealing ulterior motives. Enchantingly beautiful and voluptuous bunny girls glided gracefully through the festivities. Mr. Bai Ye, as per Mr. Stark's instructions. I must first take you to meet him, Natasha announced. All right, Bai Ye nodded, adhering to the host's wishes. Natasha parked the vehicle in Tony's private garage and led Bai Ye to meet him. You rascal, it's been a while. You're the real rascal here. The two exchanged playful jabs upon their reunion. Natasha, ever perceptive, discreetly exited the room, leaving space for Bai Ye and Tony. Once seated, Tony poured a glass of wine for Bai Ye from an inverted cup. You've been making quite a stir recently. It seems you're about to soar to new heights. Those old-timers have come to me, requesting my assistance in smoothing things over. The connection between Bai Ye and Tony is easily discernible. Tony stands as the sole member of the American elite who has interacted with Bai Ye, and they share a commendable rapport. Bai Ye's intervention in maintaining the White House lawn was indeed astonishing, prompting a desire to placate him swiftly to avoid any unforeseen consequences. The S-H-I-E-L-D side represents one layer, while Tony's realm embodies another. So, you invited me to your party solely for this trivial matter? Bai Ye raised his glass, taking a sip and chuckling. Not at all, Tony retorted with a smirk. The current situation is that those old-timers are begging me for favors. It's not the other way around. Do you think I would be so eager? This party was meticulously planned for a grand celebration, and I had intended to invite you all along. Mentioning this was merely incidental. Then there's nothing to worry about? Bai Ye inquired. Well, there are still a few matters to address. Tony remarked. It is utterly alarming that you so casually assist the White House with its lawn maintenance. Such actions could inadvertently incite a war. Therefore, I implore you to refrain from such endeavors in the future. If you require assistance, simply give me a call, and I shall help you resolve matters without the need for such grand displays. Resolve matters for me? Bai Ye shot Tony a sidelong glance and replied. Speaking of this incident infuriates me. At that moment, I was peacefully nestled with a woman, when suddenly, a battering ram smashed through the door, and a squad of heavily armed soldiers forced us into the living room. I invoked the name of S-H-I-E-L-D. Yet they paid me no heed, even contemplating my elimination. Do you truly believe I had the opportunity to call you for assistance? Would you have been able to rectify the situation in such a brief span of time? Ahem. Tony cleared his throat and said, well, what has passed is past. Let us not dwell on it. It's rather disheartening, but I suspect that from now on, few will dare to treat you in such a manner again. There are indeed perilous elements in this world that even the United States approaches with caution, refraining from reckless actions. For instance, can S-H-I-E-L-D truly not locate Hulk with its resources? In truth, he has been under S-H-I-E-L-D's surveillance all along, albeit with no effective means to manage him. They can only observe from the shadows for the time being. In any era, the principle of the survival of the fittest prevails among humanity. Long ago, strength was determined by brute force, but in modern society, it has become more subtle, measured by wealth. Nothing has fundamentally changed. Now, in the age of superheroes, strength is once again defined by power. Despite Hulk's previous rampage causing significant casualties in New York, by law, he would warrant execution hundreds of times over. Yet, with the emergence of an extraterrestrial threat, Hulk demonstrated his worth and was absolved, elevated to the status of a superhero. Currently, Bai Ye's situation mirrors that of Hulk. Possessing the Thunder Fruit, he is akin to a walking nuclear bomb, capable of obliterating an island with ease. Who would dare provoke him recklessly? Shield would be the first to object. By the way, that ring you gifted me last time is rather intriguing. After taking a sip of his drink, Tony continued. Upon wearing it, I felt a remarkable clarity of thought, often brimming with energy, devoid of fatigue, yet it curiously seems to have no adverse effects on my health. His eyes reflected a hint of incredulity. He had employed technological methods to analyze the iron ring Bai Ye had bestowed upon him, akin to his research on the Norton's proficient HP potion, discovering numerous unknown elements and energies that hindered his in-depth study. Much like the potion, it belonged to the realm of magic, an enchanted item imbued with mystical powers. Bai Ye replied, it is akin to your experience in an online game, providing various benefits such as enhanced intelligence and sleep resistance, among others. There are additional advantages for you to gradually uncover. However, Bai Ye did not believe that Tony could unravel the mysteries of those matters. Tony was a man cursed by knowledge. In the realm of technology, few challenges eluded him. Yet, the realm of the arcane was an entirely different domain, one that could not be navigated through mere trial and error in the absence of a guiding mentor. His previous success with the tea serum was merely a stroke of luck, a fortunate intersection of science and a sliver of the magical. Does true magic exist in this world? Tony pondered, exclaiming, but why can I find no record of its existence? What do you think a magician is? A circus clown? Do you believe they can simply be sought out? Bai Ye rolled his eyes and remarked, magicians are enigmatic beings, powerful enough to reshape reality. Their pursuits are not for pleasure or wealth, but for truth and immortality. What connection do they have with ordinary folk? Raising an eyebrow, Tony inquired. Then how did you acquire these magical artifacts? I have my own channels, which I cannot divulge, Bai Ye replied. However, if your curiosity about magic is genuine, I can guide you toward enlightenment. Oh, Bai Ye shot a dark glance at Tony, pausing momentarily before continuing. Wandering aimlessly will not lead you to a magician. If you have the time and opportunity, perhaps you should explore Kathmandu and Nepal. If a sorcerer deems you worthy, they might just reveal themselves to you. Though Dr. Strange was the destined supreme sorcerer, it was not beyond the realm of possibility for Tony to contend for that title. In a parallel universe, Tony had crossed paths with Stephen Strange. During a fateful drive, an accident left Strange's hands crippled, consumed by guilt. Tony sought healing for Strange's hands at the XC Supreme Sanctuary, only to be unexpectedly chosen by the Ancient One and ascend as the Iron Supreme Sorcerer. Kathmandu in Nepal. Tony mused. Mr. Stark, the banquet is about to commence. To align with your typically understated style, you will make a grand entrance, so it is time to change attire. Natasha announced, gliding towards him and tapping lightly on the door. Okay, Tony snapped his fingers, indicating his understanding. I shall not disturb your subtlety. Bai Ye chuckled, downing the contents of his glass in one swift motion before setting it down and making his way outside. Stepping out of Tony's room, Bai Ye was greeted by a dazzling spectacle of lights. The night was alive with vibrant neon hues. Casually, he snatched a drink from the tray of a passing bunny girl, sipping it while surveying the crowd. He harbored little interest in those dapperly dressed men. Yet his discerning eyes, adept at recognizing beauty, soon discovered several stunning debutantes at the soiree. With his striking appearance, Bai Ye naturally attracted the attention of numerous affluent ladies. Within moments of standing, he had already caught the admiring glances of several women, each boasting at least an 8 out of 10 in attractiveness. It seemed that solitude would not be his companion this evening. A smile crept upon his lips, in response to Bai Ye's slightly mischievous grin. Many of the socialites stirred with anticipation, though they were cautious, as their husbands and boyfriends lingered nearby, making direct advances imprudent. Bai Ye. Suddenly, someone tapped his shoulder from behind. Turning, he was taken aback to see Audrey, the enchanting woman he had recently taught yoga. What brings you here? He inquired, astonished. Audrey, clad in a captivating white deep V gown that accentuated her alluring figure, embraced her slender neck, her skin smooth and radiant. Her long, elegant legs elicited a desire to embrace and savor her beauty. I accompanied that scoundrel, Billings, she replied. After all, we are not yet truly divorced. So he brings me along to significant events to project himself as a responsible gentleman. Bai Ye nodded, curiosity piqued. But this is Tony Stark's party. It seems incongruous for someone in the political realm like him to be here. Anyone with a functioning brain knows that Tony Stark's lavish parties are predominantly frivolous affairs. She remarked. Billings, being a powerful politician, must maintain decorum here. Why bother otherwise? Indeed, Tony may be frivolous, but which billionaire is not cut from the same cloth? Audrey continued. Those with a modicum of power, yet lacking substantial influence, will always seek to curry favor with wealthy patrons. In the political landscape of America, capitalists manipulate national politics through campaign financing and other means, reducing politicians to mere servants of their benefactors. Even the president is merely a high-ranking employee. Politicians rely on various donations, naturally striving to appease their donors, as those who contribute more become the true masters. Thus, Tony invites a gathering of like-minded billionaires, while politicians, akin to sharks scenting blood, flock to the event. These politicians, possessing a certain status, are granted entry by Pepper, who oversees the arrangements for Tony's gala. Although Billings holds a modicum of power in New York City, he pales in comparison to the formidable military-industrial titan that is Tony Stark. But what of you? Audrey shifted her tone, saying, I previously thought you were jesting. I never imagined you truly shared a friendship with Tony Stark. Earlier, Bai Ye had mentioned that he had partnered with Tony to establish a medical company, claiming that Tony had implored him, almost in tears, to collaborate. Indeed. Would I deceive you? Bai Ye responded. That fellow just moments ago was pathetically pleading with me to remain composed and not to act impulsively. Audrey chuckled. Bai Ye, I find that hard to believe. Tony Stark is an elite of the highest order. Not even the president could elicit such desperate pleas from him. If Tony were to pursue a political career, he would undoubtedly be a member of the presidential cabinet, most likely as Secretary of State. Hence, how could I possibly believe your words? She sighed. In this day and age, even the truth is met with skepticism. Bai Ye shook his head in resignation. However, Bai Ye, your presence at Tony Stark's party isn't an indication of some dubious intentions, is it? Audrey's expression tightened slightly. How could that be? Bai Ye exclaimed. Audrey, I am unwaveringly loyal to you. To speak candidly, I am here seeking Tony's assistance due to some complications in our business dealings. Frankly, the current economic climate is dire, and conducting business is becoming increasingly challenging. Were it not for those troublesome affairs, I would never find myself at such a chaotic gathering. Audrey nodded, finally perceiving the sincerity in his words. That sounds more plausible. Tony Stark is notoriously proud. It is inconceivable that he would weep and beg for collaboration with Bai Ye. Clearly, any partnership would be dominated by Stark. Then, with concern, Audrey inquired, is your business predicament severe? If it's truly dire, I have some savings that you could borrow to tide you over. Foolishness. How could I possibly use your money? Bai Ye gently brushed his fingers against Audrey's cheek, smiling. Besides, what good would your modest funds do? My partnership with Tony Stark involves a deal in the hundreds of millions. I offer to lend you money. And you mock me? Audrey playfully swatted Bai Ye. All right, she conceded, recognizing that if a venture was deemed worthy by someone like Tony Stark, it was undoubtedly a transaction worth hundreds of millions. Her savings were indeed insufficient. Meanwhile, Billings was engaged in conversation with a group of elite socialites. Suddenly, a man in his 40s, clad in a tailored Armani suit, with a red neck and a broad face, pointed at Audrey, who was playfully interacting with Bai Ye, and said, Billings, is that your wife? Why is she so close with that pretty boy? Indeed, she is certainly the wife of Blergh, whom I have encountered on several occasions. Alas, he seems to have grown overly familiar with that rather effeminate gentleman, nearly sharing a kiss. A fair-haired, blue-eyed man, exuding an air of sophistication, maintained a perpetual smile, yet the venom in his words betrayed his true nature, for he is Blegh's long-standing adversary. I have heard whispers, Blergh, that your relationship with your wife is rather strained. Beware, lest she adorn you with the green hat of infidelity. Shepherd, Blergh replied, rather than concern yourself with me. Perhaps you should turn your attention to your own affairs. My wife is not as warm and hospitable as yours. I believe she resided in the San Fernando Valley prior to marrying you, did she not? Blergh maintained a facade of composure as he spoke. Shepherd, incensed, retorted, Blergh, clarify your words. I've explained numerous times. She merely rented a place nearby, and you, my friend, are incapable of uttering anything refined, always dredging up these old tales. Huh. As long as you are content, Blergh responded with a faint smile, I must excuse myself to the restroom. Shepherd scoffed. This fellow speaks so nonchalantly. It is evident he is agitated. He is certainly off to disrupt a couple. Indeed, if he delayed any longer, his wife might well have thrown herself into another embrace. Observing the effeminate gentleman, it was clear he was no mere waiter. His presence at this gathering suggested he possessed some means, and a spectacle was surely in store. A group of elderly gentlemen exchanged glances, their attention inevitably drawn to Bai Ye, Audrey, and Blergh. Bai Ye was engaged in jovial conversation with Audrey when Blergh approached, champagne in hand. Striving to suppress his ire while presenting a genteel facade. "Audrey, I have been searching for you. Where have you wandered off to?" Upon seeing Blergh, Audrey's laughter diminished abruptly, her expression turning stoic as she replied, "I encountered a friend and engaged in conversation. Do you require something of me?" "I have a few acquaintances I wish to introduce you to," Blergh said, feigning familiarity as he placed a hand on Audrey's slender waist. "Audrey, I have advised you countless times, when out and about, refrain from conversing with dubious characters. One can never know their true intentions." Bai Ye chuckled softly, raising his glass and taking a sip, choosing to overlook Blergh's unfounded remarks. However, Audrey was less forgiving. She had no desire to hear Blergh disparage Bai Ye. Thus she pushed him aside and coldly asserted, "We have been separated for over a year. It is you who has refused to sign the divorce papers, maintaining this facade of a marriage. What right do you have to dictate whom I associate with?" Blergh longed to unleash his fury, yet the gaze of those behind him remained fixed upon him, making an outburst seem most undignified. He lowered his voice. "Did we not agree to uphold a semblance of decorum in such settings? Surely, you do not wish to humiliate us all. Audrey, let us consider the harmony of the household above all else." Bai Ye assumed the role of a mediator and remarked, "You may go ahead and attend to Mr. Billings first. We can continue our conversation at a later time." This gesture finally eased Audrey's tumultuous emotions. Yet, while Audrey's demeanor softened, Billings felt his blood pressure surge. Here he was, a husband enduring constant provocations, only to find that a mere word from an outsider could instantly calm his wife. How could Billings tolerate such indignity? He shot a cold glare at Bai Ye and retorted, "What gives you the right to interfere in my quarrel with my wife?" Bai Ye's smile faded immediately. This fellow clearly lacked respect. His life mentor was none other than the revered Confucius, who espoused the principle of subduing others through virtue. Indeed, the sage's emblematic sword was named virtue. Confucius, a martial artist, fighter, educator, and representative of the people during the spring and autumn period, was the founder of Confucianism and the first to establish its doctrines. His teachings, compiled into aphorisms by his disciples, emphasized the importance of virtue and reason in governance. The core martial art of Confucianism is Ruan, a technique that divides individuals in two. Confucius traversed various states, establishing rules for discourse. At 30, one should stand firm. At 40, one should no longer be perplexed. At 50, one should comprehend their destiny. At 60, one should be attuned to the voices of others. At 70, one can act freely without transgressing the boundaries of propriety. Just as Bai Ye prepared to enlighten Billings with the teachings of this great educator and martial artist, the lights in the venue suddenly dimmed. Before he could react, Tony emerged under the spotlight, clad in an audacious dark red suit, dazzling the audience. "Good evening, ladies and gentlemen." Tony's greeting elicited a wave of cheers from the crowd. "I am immensely grateful for your presence at my party." As he spoke, illuminated by the spotlight, he approached Bai Ye. "Today, I would like to introduce a new friend to you all. This is Bai Ye, my closest brother, whose wealth and prowess rival my own." Upon reaching Bai Ye, Tony emphatically patted his shoulder and continued, "However, my dear brother is a bit shy and reserved. Ladies, perhaps you could assist him in overcoming this flaw." Oh ho! The distinguished women and celebrities present, upon hearing Tony proclaim that Bai Ye possesses considerable wealth, were immediately stirred into a frenzy. Coupled with Bai Ye's strikingly handsome visage, which could leave women weak at the knees, their gazes turned predatory, akin to that of a hungry beast eyeing its prey. Bai Ye could not help but reflect on how well his good brother Tony understood him, recognizing his shy and bashful nature, and thus coming forth to bolster his confidence amidst such an indecorous gathering. Meanwhile, Billings, standing beside Bai Ye and Tony, found himself flushed with a mix of embarrassment and disbelief. He had initially dismissed Bai Ye as an inconspicuous youth, only to realize he was a concealed powerhouse, a close friend of Tony Stark, with a wealth and prowess rivaling that of Stark himself. In the eyes of others, however, he may as well have been a mere insect, insignificant and overlooked. Why was I so irritable just now? My voice was far too loud. I hope I didn't disturb the neighbors who need to work tomorrow. Chapter 91. I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Let us revel. After Tony finished introducing Bai Ye, an invigorating rhythm of percussion filled the air, creating an atmosphere charged with fervor. Dressed in provocative attire, the models and alluring socialites surged toward Bai Ye the moment Tony stepped away, encircling him with an overwhelming crowd. "Wait, there are too many people. Give me a little space," Bai Ye exclaimed, feeling engulfed by the throng. Although he had daydreamed about being surrounded by beautiful women, this was not the fantasy he had envisioned. When the allure of beauty ensnares you like a mire, and countless hands begin to explore your form, even breathing becomes a challenge. How could one navigate such a situation? Bai Ye, Audrey, who had been standing beside him, was dismayed to see him vanish amidst the sea of women. "Curse you, Tony Stark. Why did you introduce Bai Ye in such a manner, attracting that horde of vixens?" Now, the steadfast anchor had turned into a mere water pipe. It was all Tony Stark's fault. Nevertheless, Bai Ye had always been a man of virtue, maintaining his integrity. He would not succumb to such temptations. Those insipid vixens would not prevail, Audrey reassured herself. Upon reflection, she recalled Bai Ye's claims about his relationship with Tony Stark. Initially, she had thought he was jesting. Yet it seemed they genuinely shared a close bond, allowing for such playful banter. This realization brought her joy, for it meant Bai Ye need not demean himself to garner attention. Beside Audrey, Billings wore an expression of acute awkwardness. After Tony's introduction of Bai Ye, he had wished to speak with him, to offer an apology for having spoken too loudly earlier. Upon witnessing this scene, I could only lead Audrey away. Apologies aside, it was inconceivable for him to leave his wife behind. Surrounded by a throng of women, I suddenly realized that White Knight had vanished. What the hell? He had taken refuge in a corner, thinking to himself, if this woman were any more enthusiastic, it would be quite terrifying. The sensation he experienced was no longer that of pleasure derived from indulgence, but rather an unsettling feeling akin to being objectified. The experience was profoundly disappointing. That rascal Tony was indeed causing me trouble. Had it not been for Tony's introduction, had he sought his own targets, the experience might have been vastly improved. Alas, now it was all ruined. "Mr. White Knight, what brings you here?" A female voice called from behind him. Turning around, he beheld Shelley, clad in a bunny girl outfit, exuding sensual allure and curiosity. Shelley, what a surprise to see you here." White Knight chuckled awkwardly. "Are you working as a waitress?" "Yes," Shelley nodded. "I noticed you earlier and intended to greet you, but there were too many women around you. I thought better of it, realizing I couldn't possibly squeeze in. So I continued with my duties." I've always prided myself on being low-key, but thanks to that rascal Tony, I find myself in this predicament." White Knight raised his hands in exasperation. "Did you not witness the frenzy of those women? I nearly became a mere pancake under their enthusiasm." "Mr. White Knight." Shelley bit her lip, contemplating. "How about I take you to a quieter spot to hide?" "Yes, please." White Knight eagerly nodded. "The sooner, the better. For if I'm discovered again by that group of women, it will be nothing short of a tumultuous disaster." Thus, White Knight followed Shelley to a relatively secluded area. It must be noted that under the dim glow of the lights, an array of couples, lost in their own worlds, were engaging in passionate embraces. Irrespective of their partners, they sought mere amusement, with no obligations or promises, living for the moment. Such is the nature of life in America. "All right, Mr. White Knight, you stay here for now. I must return to my duties," Shelley said, preparing to leave. After all, she was a waitress, and if caught slacking off, her wages would be docked. "Please, don't leave just yet. I am unfamiliar with this place and would greatly appreciate your company," White Knight implored softly. Shelley hesitated, conflicted. "But my job. Your company is part of my work too," Bai Ye remarked. "Look, Tony pays you waitstaff to serve us guests, does he not?" "Indeed. I am a close friend of that scoundrel Tony, and one might say that few in this establishment hold more significance to him than I do. Wouldn't you agree?" "Precisely. Therefore, as long as you provide me with exceptional service, you will have fulfilled your duties and even exceeded expectations." Shelley, with her not-so-bright intellect, appeared utterly bewildered, as if her mind had momentarily short-circuited. "Do not overthink it. Heed my words, indeed." Bai Ye gently patted Shelley's shoulder and said. Since Bai Ye had spoken thus, Shelley decided to remain. After all, Mr. Bai Ye was an important figure and surely would not deceive her, right? "Shelley, what brings you to work as a waitress here?" Bai Ye inquired, for given Shelley's stature, it seemed more reasonable for her to belong among the models outside, because, as you previously mentioned, To serve with beauty is fleeting, and when love wanes, affection dissipates. To serve with virtue is everlasting, Shelley replied. I find this quite profound. Thus, I have left that previous line of work. However, I have maxed out my credit card and need to repay it, so I attempted to take on some waitressing jobs. Although it is exhausting and lacks dignity, the money earned feels substantial enough to settle my debts. Bai Ye then asked, what of your position as a dormitory manager? Have you forsaken it? Of course not, Shelley responded. Being a dormitory manager is my primary occupation, and I get along splendidly with the female students. They are my dearest friends. However, the salary is somewhat modest, so I take on waitressing as a side job to supplement my household income. At this juncture, she blushed slightly, admitting, after all, I have a penchant for spending. What of it? Everyone enjoys spending, just as long as it does not become excessive. Bai Ye replied, you are managing quite well now. Balancing on both feet, it is a stable approach. Americans are all the same, indulging in anticipatory consumption, living beyond their means. This is not merely personal hedonism. It is also linked to the American political and financial systems, which are fundamentally rooted in finance, with Wall Street as the chief culprit. Only through widespread indebtedness can Wall Street thrive. Various financial innovations seek to unearth people's potential for anticipatory spending. However, it is crucial to learn to set aside an emergency fund, for unforeseen circumstances can easily lead to bankruptcy. Bai Ye cautioned. Each year, millions in America declare bankruptcy, primarily due to excessive credit card spending. Many of these individuals plummet to the lowest rungs of society, becoming homeless and finding it challenging to rise again. There are approximately 53 million homeless individuals in America, translating to 17 out of every 1,000 people. The seemingly affluent middle class may struggle to endure a mere month of unemployment. Many individuals, who the previous day reveled in opulence with lavish homes, luxury cars, and gourmet feasts, may find themselves homeless the next day, wandering the streets without a roof over their heads. This precarious situation often arises from their penchant for extravagantly maxing out credit cards without saving a dime. From grand purchases like houses and cars to trivial items such as lipsticks and perfumes, everything can be acquired through installment payments on credit cards. Statistics reveal that the average American spends an astonishing $180,000 annually on non-essential items. According to data released by the Federal Reserve, nearly 40 of Americans cannot muster $400 in emergency cash. Those living paycheck to paycheck are often frugal, yet the truly extravagant Americans might spend $2,000 on limited edition sneakers despite earning only $1,000 a month. This phenomenon of preemptive consumption resembles a tightrope walk. One misstep can plunge an individual into an unfathomable abyss. Homes may be seized by banks, and without surplus savings to secure rental accommodations, once thriving middle-class individuals may find themselves destitute. Many might ponder that even if a home is forfeited, affordable housing should still be attainable, thus precluding the possibility of homelessness. However, it is crucial to understand that in America, stringent legal regulations mean that those unable to repay credit loans or who have faced eviction are recorded by judicial institutions. Such records can be traced within federal systems for a decade. Individuals with blemished credit histories remain ensnared by their past, rendering it exceedingly difficult to secure new housing. In reality, whether seeking employment, renting, purchasing a vehicle, acquiring a home, applying for loans, or obtaining credit cards, one's credit record is scrutinized. Any blemish on this record results in societal ostracism, creating an inescapable web. Shelley listened intently, recognizing the gravitas of the matter. Given that Bai Ye, akin to Tony, is an immense fortune, his wisdom is undoubtedly sound. The crowd of admirers that once surrounded Bai Ye soon realized that the strikingly handsome figure had vanished without a trace. They hurriedly searched, yet he was nowhere to be found, leaving them with no choice but to disperse with a sense of regret, for their time was indeed precious. With so many billionaires and social luminaries as targets, Bai Ye stood out not only for his considerable wealth, but also for his striking appearance, offering the most exceptional value. Audrey temporarily followed Blergh, but remained attentive to updates regarding Bai Ye. Upon hearing of his disappearance, she nodded in satisfaction, affirming her belief that Bai Ye, a paragon of virtue, would never consort with that group of frivolous individuals. After engaging in superficial pleasantries with Blergh for a while, Audrey grew weary of such facades and casually devised an excuse to slip away from his sight. Audrey took out her phone and sent a message to Bai Ye. Bai Ye, where are you? Bai Ye replied, the situation out here is utterly chaotic. So I found a quiet spot to play some games. Would you care to join me? Audrey responded, playing games? Really? Bai Ye continued, I initially had no intention of attending such a gathering. It holds no appeal for me. However, that rascal Tony persistently invited me, leaving me with no choice but to come. Now that I'm here, it's clear that I'm ill-suited for this environment. Audrey concurred, that makes sense. Where are you? I will come find you. Bai Ye replied, all right then. By the grace of the three pure ones, everyone has heard this. It is Audrey's own decision to come, and I merely permitted her. Bai Ye, I've never encountered such a request in my life. Upon seeing Bai Ye's message that he was in the restroom, Audrey cheerfully proceeded there. However, as she approached the restroom door, she faintly heard the sound effects of a video game. What was going on? Audrey thought it peculiar. Didn't Bai Ye say he was in the restroom? Why was there the sound of someone else playing a video game? Surely, Bai Ye wouldn't be playing games with someone else, would he? Impossible, absolutely impossible. There must be others who coincidentally found their way here. Audrey reassured herself with this thought. It made sense, after all, given the grandeur of the party Tony was hosting. It was entirely reasonable that others, like Bai Ye, would retreat to the restroom to play games. Thus, Audrey summoned her courage and entered the restroom, softly calling Bai Ye's name. Then, nothing followed. In mere moments, the restroom was filled with the electronic sounds of Audrey playing a game. Indeed, Bai Ye was engaging in a large online game with Audrey and Shelley. The more players, the merrier, for a game is truly enjoyable only in good company. Otherwise, without players, it would be a dead server. Bailan, having engaged in pleasant conversation with some affluent patrons, had not even noticed that Audrey had been missing for quite some time. He had indulged in a fair amount of alcohol for socializing, his cheeks slightly flushed. Just as he was enjoying the moment, Bailan furrowed his brow, feeling the need to relieve himself. Reluctantly, he excused himself, maintaining his demeanor as an esteemed member of society. On his way, he noticed numerous couples engaged in passionate embraces, lacking any sense of discretion. Witnessing this stirred something within him, his fists clenched. As a public representative advocating for the people, he wished to deliver a few punches to impart the meaning of decency to them. Billionaires can effortlessly blend into such an atmosphere, indulging in merriment, yet politicians like him must refrain from joining in. A single misstep could lead to scandal. Billings had just found the restroom when he was greeted by the sounds of video game effects. Damn it, he muttered under his breath. At this soiree hosted by Tony Stark, an eclectic mix of individuals could be found, even playing video games in the restroom, a form of mental opium. How could grown adults partake in such frivolity? What kind of example does that set for the youth? As he entered the restroom, Billings distinctly discerned three individuals engrossed in a popular online game. However, he was disinclined to interfere. After all, he was not in charge of education. His focus was on his own responsibilities. Just as he was about to leave, he halted abruptly, furrowing his brow. One of the voices among the gamers sounded remarkably like Audrey's. Yet, in the next moment, his furrowed brow relaxed, and he chuckled to himself. Impossible. Audrey is far too dignified to be found in a restroom, engaging in games with others. It simply cannot be. Surely, there must be someone whose voice merely resembled hers. The world is vast and full of wonders. Even non-twins can bear striking resemblances. Why not voices? Billings shook his head and laughed at his own absurdity. Realizing he had perhaps indulged a bit too much in drink, he staggered out of the restroom. 2 hours later, Bai Ye emerged from the restroom, feeling rejuvenated. It is often said that gaming can lead to addiction and a decline in willpower, yet the dopamine released during play is undeniably exhilarating. The banquet continued, and he seized a glass of wine from a passing server, quenching his thirst after 2 hours of gaming. Just as Bai Ye was replenishing himself, Billings approached with a wine glass in hand, his expression warm and sincere. Mr. Bai Ye. During Bai Ye's 2 hours of gaming, many of the upper-class attendees had departed, leaving only Billings behind at this juncture. He remembered he needed to apologize to Bai Ye. It is better to resolve enmity than to harbor it. There is no need to offend a top-tier dignitary over a momentary lapse in judgment. Bai Ye looked at him, realization dawning. You are Audrey's husband. Indeed, that is I. Billings appeared quite humble. Mr. Bai, I apologize. Recently, I had a minor dispute with Audrey and, regrettably, took my frustrations out on you. To express my contrition, I shall drink. He raised his glass and downed its contents in one gulp. It's merely a trivial matter. We can simply resolve it together. Bai smiled. I shall drink as well. He emptied his own glass in a single breath. Mr. Bai, you truly are generous. Billings praised him. After their libations, which served to dissolve any lingering grievances, Billings decided to take his leave. Having not seen Audrey for some time, he inquired with Natasha, Tony's secretary, who maintained order at the gathering. Upon learning that Audrey had stormed out in anger, Natasha informed him that she had sent someone to escort her away. Thus, Billings felt no need to wait for the elusive Audrey and prepared to depart. I have already seen those two women off. Natasha approached Bai, unaware of the situation. Oh, Bai replied, that is good to hear. You see, Natasha, they both sought me out to drown their sorrows and, regrettably, became quite inebriated, even tearing some of their garments in their revelry. Natasha shot him a disdainful glance. Mr. Bai, do you take me for a fool? Coughing lightly, Bai responded, very well. Let us not dwell on past bravado. Bygones shall be bygones. Natasha, please arrange for a car. I am also preparing to leave. Leave? Natasha looked at him in astonishment. I can arrange a room for you here. Look at Tony, that scoundrel, having such a splendid time with the music blaring. How could I possibly sleep here? Bai remarked. I have matters to attend to in the morning and cannot linger. With everything in New York arranged, Bai planned to board a flight to Los Angeles the following day to return to China. He still needed to feed the fish in his pond back home, and certainly could not leave all the bait behind. It was best to return to the hotel, rest for the night, and conserve his energy. Reluctantly, Natasha dispatched someone to escort Bai to the designated hotel. Though she wished to accompany him to strengthen their bond, her responsibilities with Tony's gathering kept her occupied. Many who could not endure the night had departed, yet most who could revel until dawn remained, likely to entertain Tony through the night. Bai returned to the hotel he had previously reserved. After taking a shower, he emerged from his room wrapped in a towel. Ding! A friend of the tadpole has come to visit. Please attend to them promptly. As a spatial vortex appeared, a serious-faced Shiba Inu wielding a hammer materialized before Bai. They exchanged wide-eyed stares. The Shiba Inu gazed solemnly at Bai Ye, and after a brief moment, pressed the button on its body, declaring, I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods. Chapter 92. Thor, the god of thunder, will never be a slave unless provided with food and shelter. Damn it, Bai Ye exclaimed. This was, without a doubt, the Thor from 100,000 Cold Jokes, Odin's adopted son. So what on earth was this situation? It had been ages without a word, and now he was thrust into such a predicament. Although Thor was a Shiba Inu, he was still a deity, wielding a hammer that could engage Athena in a fierce contest, neither side yielding. In the expansive universe of 100,000 Cold Jokes, gods belong to a race equipped with advanced technology. Zeus from Greek mythology, Nuwa from Chinese mythology, Hong Qigong, Odin, from Norse mythology, and Ra from Egyptian mythology collectively governed the cosmos. Therefore, despite the comedic nature of the 100 Cold world, the ability to rule the universe certainly implied considerable prowess. In other words, Shiba Inu Thor was a significant hassle. Bai Ye had planned to board a flight to Los Angeles the following morning to frolic around in Huaxia. But with Thor present, how could he indulge? What if trouble erupted in Huaxia? Undoubtedly, the plan to return had to be postponed. He wondered what Thor's temperament might be like. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Ye cautiously spoke. Thor, with a serious demeanor, pressed the button once again. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Bai Ye asked, what if there is a language barrier? Although he was proficient in Huaxia, Japanese, English, and had some knowledge of French, German, Korean, and Russian, he could not understand dog language. With the enhancements from Dragon Ball and the Heart of Lingxi, Bai Ye's learning capability had reached exceptional heights. He felt conflicted. How could he communicate with Thor, who was adorable yet powerful, but unfortunately incapable of speech? His father, Odin, had equipped him with 3 buttons, enabling him to utter a couple of phrases. I am Thor, the god of thunder, and for the glory of the northern gods. Noticing Bai Ye's expression, Thor furrowed his brow, bared his teeth, and with his hammer, summoned bolts of lightning that crackled with energy. Bai Ye began to comprehend what Thor was implying. Being suddenly transported to an unfamiliar place would undoubtedly provoke concern, even in the boldest of souls. However, would he allow himself to be intimidated by brute force? There was no way he would indulge Thor. Bai Ye fiddled with his spatial ring, conjuring a tennis ball into his hand. He tossed the tennis ball. Thor, good boy. Go fetch it. Woof. Instantly, Thor dropped his hammer, settled on all fours, and with wide, eager eyes, emitted an excited bark. He then turned around to retrieve the tennis ball thrown by Bai Ye. Upon returning with the ball, he placed it gently in Bai Ye's hand, sitting expectantly before him, his tail wagging joyfully. Good boy. Bai Ye affectionately patted Thor, who displayed a blissful expression. Though he was the god of thunder, he was still a dog. Bai Ye couldn't help but muse. If this is the case, dealing with him will be much simpler. While petting Thor, he explained the situation regarding the frog's spawn. Thus, that frog is quite mad. Although I am its nominal master, it does not heed any of my commands. It brought you to this alternate universe. And for the time being, you might not be able to return. You will need to stay here for a while. However, do not worry. There is a Taoist from Maoshan who was also sent here by it, and after some time, he was returned. You still have a fair chance of going back, as long as you patiently wait. As its nominal master, I also bear some responsibility, so during this time, I shall take care of your needs. Once Bai Ye withdrew his hand, Thor immediately reverted to his normal state, barking angrily at Bai Ye. Woof woof woof. Bai Ye sighed, realizing he truly did not comprehend dog language. I am Thor, the god of thunder. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Was he protesting against the frog that had brought him to this world, or lamenting that he should not be petted? It was clear he did not understand. Bai Ye let out a sigh, feeling helpless, and threw the tennis ball once more. Decisively, he called the hotel staff to request assistance in purchasing some dog toys. It seemed there was no way back to Huaxia for the time being. Bai Ye canceled his flight and purchased a ticket to return to New York the following day. The next day, upon arriving back in New York on an early flight, Bai Ye promptly headed to his safe house. Inside the safe house, it was nearly filled with an abundance of dog toys, allowing Thor to revel in a sea of playthings. The expression on his face suggested he felt he had reached the pinnacle of dog life. Bai Ye also breathed a sigh of relief, grateful for his cleverness in utilizing Thor's weaknesses to manage him. Otherwise, if he had let him roam freely, it would likely have become quite troublesome. Driving back to the Amway treasure house with Thor in tow, Bai Ye felt a sense of accomplishment. In the pale night, a surprised Aunt May exclaimed, "Why are you back, Bai Ye? Did you not say that you would return to Huaxia for a while?" Previously, Bai Ye had arranged for Aunt May to oversee the shop with the anti-Iron Blood warrior armor, instructing her to notify him immediately if anything arose. Don't mention it. Circumstances have changed, and I will not be returning to Huaxia for the time being. Bai Ye sighed, opening the car door and gently lifting Thor down. Wow, what an adorable dog, Aunt May exclaimed, instantly captivated by Thor's appearance. She reached out to take the dog from Bai Ye's hands, affectionately petting him, and then planted a kiss on his forehead. Bai Ye, is this dog a gift you bought for me? Bai Ye replied, if that were the case, it would be splendid. However, Thor vigorously wriggled free from Aunt May's embrace, landing on his feet with a serious demeanor, pressing a button on his body. I am Thor, the god of thunder. Aunt May looked at Bai Ye, puzzled. Did you buy it a recording toy? Moreover, this dog can stand. Its expression is so serious. What a clever creature. Bai May, what I am about to reveal may be difficult for you to accept, but I assure you, I do not deceive. Bai Ye stated, this is no ordinary dog. It is the legendary Thor, a deity. Aunt May stared at him incredulously, her expression suggesting disbelief. Bai Ye sighed. Thor, show her your prowess. Woof woof. Thor grasped the hammer of the god of thunder from behind his back, his expression solemn as he raised it high. In an instant, lightning converged. Serpentine arcs danced, and solitary sparks flickered. Bai Ye spread his hands. You must believe me now? What am I supposed to believe? Aunt May replied. Isn't generating electricity your ability? You aided the dog just now, didn't you? Aunt May had witnessed Bai Ye unleash the power of the thunder fruit, and had even experienced it herself. After consuming the thunder fruit, Bai Ye became akin to the essence of thunder itself, capable of controlling his own electric discharges and even unleashing them from a distance. Thus, as long as the dog posed with the hammer, Bai Ye could create a spectacle of converging lightning from afar, producing that chaotic display of arcs. Bai Ye, feeling exasperated, said, I've abandoned my plans to return to Huaxia and redirected my path back to New York. Do you truly believe I would come back merely to deceive you with such triviality? Despite the implausibility, Aunt May chose to believe Bai Ye's words. As an atheist, she found it hard to accept the existence of deities, let alone the notion that a charming little yellow dog could be the legendary god of thunder, Thor. The White Knight also offers an explanation. Thor, the god of thunder, is not a deity of creation like a traditional god, but rather a powerful extraterrestrial being. One could think of him as an alien. Ah, that explains it. Aunt May remarked as she reached out to stroke Thor's head. No wonder he always appears so serious. He resembles a human quite closely. After admiring Thor for a moment, Aunt May stood up and asked, "What would you like to eat? It's almost noon, and I can prepare something for you." Parker would be having lunch at school, and wouldn't he be returning home, leaving Aunt May alone. A simple bowl of noodles would suffice for her, but with White Knight back and a guest in tow, it was only fitting to prepare something more delectable. White Knight pondered for a moment and suggested, "How about making some spicy fish?" It was uncertain how long Thor would be staying, as White Knight himself had been stranded in this Marvel universe for over 2 years, unable to return to his own world. Fortunately, Uncle Nine had been lucky enough to be sent back swiftly by the frog spawn. Thus, during Thor's stay, if Aunt May could win him over with her culinary skills, her safety would be greatly enhanced. With Thor's formidable strength, he would undoubtedly rank among the most powerful superheroes in this Marvel realm. After all, even formidable foes like Green Goblin, Vulture, and Shocker would fall with a single blow from Thor. Having accompanied White Knight for over a year, Aunt May had diligently taught herself a plethora of Chinese dishes to cater to his tastes. While White Knight tended to Thor, Aunt May ventured to the market. Being in Chinatown, procuring ingredients was quite convenient, and she soon returned with 2 striped catfish and various spices for the spicy fish. Observing Thor happily engrossed in his toys, White Knight joined Aunt May in the kitchen to assist with meal preparation, including the task of filleting the fish. His knife skills, honed for combat, proved equally adept for culinary endeavors, and soon the fish was sliced into delicate fillets. Aunt May seasoned the fillets with salt and cooking wine, allowing them to marinate. "Did you enjoy the party at Tony Stark's last night?" she inquired, wisely refraining from asking how Thor had come to be rescued. "It was all right, though I encountered some rather pretentious individuals," White Knight replied. "You know how Tony's friends are, either wealthy or influential. I felt completely out of place, especially with that fellow named Billings." Aunt May mixed water with cornstarch to enhance the flavors, expressing her surprise. "You're a good friend of Tony's? Did those people look down on you?" Meanwhile, White Knight was chopping fried peanuts into small pieces, crushing fermented black beans, and mincing scallions, garlic, and ginger. To forge iron, one must first possess strength. If you lack ability, it matters not whose friend you are, he asserted. In truth, it matters little. The so-called upper class is merely a transformed lower class. The distinctions of high and low are but currents of society, blind streams of civilization, comprised of those who are, at best, unremarkable or even base. Aunt May heated oil in a pan until it reached a moderate temperature, then added fermented black beans, minced ginger, and garlic, stirring them until they released their fragrant aroma. She nodded in agreement, stating that one should not forcefully integrate into circles that do not belong to them, suggesting that it would be wise for him to avoid formal gatherings like those hosted by Tony Stark. This left Bai Ye momentarily speechless. Aunt May, puzzled, lifted her gaze to him, asking, "Didn't you mention that someone looked down on you? Why would you want to mingle?" Clearing his throat, Bai Ye replied, "It's primarily Tony. He kindly invited me, and it would be quite rude not to attend. However, rest assured, I shall endeavor to limit my visits." Aunt May combined the sautéed ginger, garlic, fermented black beans, chili oil, Sichuan pepper oil, sesame oil, and fried peanuts in a large bowl. Bai Ye received the bowl, adding salt, MSG, sugar, soy sauce, and vinegar, stirring it all into a harmonious dressing. "By the way, while I was away, nothing untoward happened, did it? Perhaps strange individuals loitering nearby?" Bai Ye hastily diverted the conversation. Aunt May poured oil into the pan and heated it until moderately hot, then added fish slices, stirring them until cooked. "I believe not," she answered. "That is good." Bai Ye nodded, relieved. As idle chatter ensued, Aunt May retrieved the cooked fish, draining the excess oil before placing it into a bowl. She drizzled the dressing Bai Ye had prepared over the fish, garnishing it with toasted sesame seeds and chopped scallions, mixing it all together. Thus, a delectable dish of mouth-watering fish was created. The 3 of them, 2 humans and 1 dog, sat at the dining table to enjoy their meal. "Thor, as a guest from afar, do sample my culinary skills," Aunt May warmly invited, her affection for the adorably serious Shiba Inu evident. Thor tasted a piece of fish and was met with a symphony of flavors, spicy, numbing, fragrant, and fresh, delightfully invigorating. His eyes brightened after the first bite. "If you enjoy it, do indulge further," Aunt May encouraged with a smile. The meal was one of joyful camaraderie. Later, Bai Ye and Thor reclined on the sofa watching television while Aunt May attended to the dishes. "Thor, how does the food fare?" Bai Ye asked, embracing the dog. "Settle in here comfortably. Should that frog spawn or that dog bring news, I shall ensure your return at the earliest opportunity. If I can use food to win over a formidable bodyguard for Aunt May, it would undoubtedly be a worthwhile endeavor. I am Thor, the god of thunder. For the glory of the northern gods," Thor proclaimed, his expression serious. Merely observing his demeanor, Bai Ye was at a loss regarding his utterances. Thus he supplemented the conversation with, "The meals at our home are never inferior to this." Thor's eyes gleamed with delight as he extended his tongue, drooling profusely. The god of thunder, Thor, shall never be enslaved, unless provided with food and lodging. "May, are you at home?" Just as Bai Ye conversed with Thor, a golden-haired Sharon Carter entered the Amway treasure house. Upon entering, Sharon seemed to have just noticed Bai Ye. "Mr. Bai Ye, you are here as well." In truth, it was the S.H.I.E.L.D. that had learned of Bai Ye's initial intention to return to China, only to sense something amiss and thus sent Sharon Carter to investigate the situation. Bai Ye smiled and nodded, simultaneously whispering to Thor, "This woman is a veterinarian specializing in pet neutering, so keep your distance and ensure she does not perceive anything unusual about you. Otherwise, should she take an interest in you?" Thor immediately shuddered at the thought. He abhorred the notion of pet neutering. However, Thor was not the single-minded god of thunder from Asgard. He was pragmatic, as evidenced when he feigned being a cat to escape the clutches of an Egyptian deity. "Mr. Bai Ye, you have a dog?" Sharon Carter inquired, astonished by Thor's presence beside Bai Ye. "Yes, a friend is temporarily boarding him with me," Bai Ye replied with a smile. Having this woman constantly probing into his affairs was untenable. It seemed imperative to leverage my strengths and charm her. Perhaps even turn her to my side. Chapter 93. "I'm sorry, you are not my type. How adorable," Sharon Carter exclaimed, reaching out to pet Thor's head. "Woof woof." Thor, however, bared his teeth at her, forbidding her approach. A veterinarian specializing in pet neutering is undoubtedly one of the most dreadful people in this world. Sharon felt a bit awkward and withdrew her hand. "Don't misunderstand. He is rather shy and does not allow strangers to touch him," Bai Ye explained with a smile. Just as Sharon was about to respond, Aunt May emerged from the kitchen. "Sharon, is that you?" Sharon Carter adopted the name Sharon, merely altering the surname. Much like Natasha from Stark Industries retaining her first name while changing her surname to Rushman, whom Sharon Carter reluctantly set aside her intention to extract information from Bai Ye, and instead engaged in light-hearted banter with Aunt May. Their conversation revolved around topics of interest to women, such as makeup and fashion. In the White Knight, witnessing Sharon Carter and Aunt May engaged in such delightful conversation, Pepper Potts felt there was no opportunity to interject, so she decided to take a drive with Thor, reveling in the escapade for a few rounds. 2 days passed. Pepper, appearing somewhat fatigued, descended from Stark Tower. The headquarters of Stark Industries, Stark Tower, located in New York, stands as a landmark of the city. Following Obadiah's arrest, numerous daily operations previously under Obadiah's control were transferred to Pepper's stewardship. Additionally, as Tony typically involved himself only in significant matters, Pepper, although ostensibly Tony's secretary, effectively assumed the role of CEO of Stark Industries. In truth, Tony had been contemplating elevating Pepper to the position of the genuine CEO, but given her prior role as his secretary, he harbored concerns about her ability to command authority. Thus, he allowed her to navigate the company in this interim capacity, facilitating a gradual transition. That fellow Tony, aside from hosting parties, spent his days tinkering with his gadgets in the basement, becoming almost obsessed. One could only wonder when he would mature. Pepper shook her head in resignation. Unbeknownst to her, she had yet to discern Tony's true intentions, merely believing he sought to evade responsibility. After all, the notion of a female secretary suddenly ascending to the CEO of such a colossal enterprise was rather startling. Upon descending, Pepper entered her vehicle and made her way from the parking garage to Tony's residence. She managed much of Tony's daily affairs. Yet some crucial documents still required his personal signature. As a secretary, one must not only be capable, but also accustomed to the norm of 24-hour workdays, though the remuneration was indeed generous. As her car traversed partway, she encountered a red light and was compelled to halt. While awaiting the signal to change, suddenly, a vehicle from the opposite intersection made a sharp turn, colliding violently with Pepper's car. The sound of shattering glass echoed, debris flying in all directions. Pepper barely had time to scream in terror before feeling her body jolt violently. When her senses returned, she found her vehicle overturned. Having flipped twice in the air before landing far away, her entire body aflame with pain. Instinctively, she glanced at the encroaching vehicle, only to see armed soldiers disembark, swiftly approaching her. This was no ordinary traffic accident. It was an abduction attempt aimed at her. In an instant, Pepper understood the grim reality. They sought to use her as leverage against Tony. At this moment, Pepper felt an overwhelming sense of regret. After escaping from the prison with Obadiah, Tony had indeed increased her security. However, as time passed without any sign of Obadiah's activity, Pepper began to perceive herself merely as Tony's secretary, questioning the necessity of such protection. Wasn't this akin to having a bodyguard for a bodyguard? Consequently, she decided to withdraw the additional security. In her mind, she was simply Tony's assistant, and who would go to such lengths as to kidnap a mere secretary? Even Obadiah should be preoccupied with dealing with Tony and the enigmatic figure of White Knight. It was truly unforeseen that she would find herself in the throes of a kidnapping. One could only surmise that Obadiah possessed a wealth of information. It was not that Pepper had let her guard down, allowing him an opportunity, but rather that he had discerned the precise moment when her defenses were vulnerable and seized the chance. The vehicle Tony had provided for Pepper was armored and equipped with high-tech defenses of his own design, intended to counter such scenarios. Though the car had been overturned on 2 wheels, it remained largely unscathed, with only a few cracks marring the windshield, those being the result of the impact from the assailant's vehicle. However, as Pepper gazed at the sledgehammer in the hands of her captors, she realized the gravity of the situation. The enemy had come prepared. Before long, the car's windows were shattered, and a group of soldiers clad in black hoods forcibly escorted Pepper into their vehicle. Meanwhile, as Pepper's car came under attack, JARVIS received the alarming news. "Sir, Miss Potts' vehicle has sustained a severe impact." "What?" Tony, having transitioned back to work mode after the grand party, furrowed his brow as he paused his adjustments to the mark armor. "Display the footage from the scene." He was met with the sight of a team of masked soldiers approaching Pepper. "Shit!" Tony exclaimed, immediately commanding JARVIS. "Prepare my suit and track Pepper's location." At that moment, JARVIS interjected, "Sir, there is an unknown call. Shall I connect it?" Tony hesitated for a moment before replying, "Take the call." If all went as anticipated, it would be from the man he had once regarded as an uncle. "Tony, long time no see." Obadiah's smiling visage appeared on the video call. "Are you preparing to use your big toy to track down my men?" "I advise against it. You want to make it in time." Before taking action, I simulated thousands of scenarios to prepare for unforeseen circumstances. "Obadiah," Tony replied coldly, fixing his gaze upon him. "This is a matter between the two of us. What does Pepper have to do with it? If you are indeed a man, then release her. Any grievances should be directed at me." No, Tony, this is not a matter of personal vendetta. It is you who obstructs the path, hindering many," Obadiah remarked. "If you were truly wise, you would learn the art of sharing. Your Iron Man armor is one of the greatest inventions of the new century. Yet you selfishly wish to claim it for yourself. I must say, your thinking is rather foolish." Tony's gaze sharpened. "So, certain individuals conspire with you, yearning for my armor technology? Do you not grasp the situation?" Obadiah continued. "Your armor technology could sustain American global hegemony for 50 years. What makes you think those individuals would continue to indulge you as they once did, like a pampered child? Unfortunately for you, the opportunity for repentance has slipped away." Obadiah's expression turned icy. "Tony, Pepper is already in my grasp. The arc reactor technology is complete. Surrender it, and I may spare her life. Otherwise, prepare to collect her remains." "How can I trust your words?" Tony replied. "You have lost all credibility with me. I must ensure Pepper's safety after the transaction. Tony, you have no bargaining power with me." Obadiah slammed the table. "Either comply with my terms and trade accordingly, or let Pepper meet her demise. After all, I am over 60. I have lived enough, and I wouldn't mind departing this world with Pepper at my side." A time and place for the transaction was established, and Obadiah abruptly hung up the phone. Before him stood a man in a black hood, who removed it to reveal a handsome visage. "Mr. Obadiah, it seems I must extend my premature congratulations for your opportunity to regain control of Stark Industries, or rather, Stark Group." Billy Russell flattered. At this moment, it was premature to celebrate. Obadiah waved his hand dismissively. Only when we acquire the arc reactor technology and eliminate the troublesome Tony Stark may we have a chance. Though he spoke casually, a flicker of ardor gleamed in his eyes. Stark Group, a most delightful term. His ambition to undermine Tony Stark, even after becoming a billionaire and living a life of luxury, was solely to gain absolute control over Stark Industries. At this moment, Obadiah had successfully developed the Ironmonger version of the Iron Man armor. He merely lacked one component, the arc reactor. If Tony could deliver the arc reactor, affixing it to his mech, he would wield a formidable machine surpassing the capabilities of an F-22. Having taken control of his mech and mastered the cold fusion technology of the arc reactor, Obadiah, after eliminating Tony Stark, found himself in a position of power, capable of negotiating with the American strategists to reclaim all that he had lost. By then, even if he were to transform Stark Industries into Stan Industries, what would it matter? This matter was already set in stone. Billy Russell chuckled, stating that a man would go to any lengths for the woman he cherished. He had just observed the renowned playboy nearly brought to tears, making it impossible for him to decline Mr. Obadiah's proposal. Once Mr. Obadiah became one of the most powerful individuals within the Federation, he shouldn't forget to take care of Billy's business. Billy Russell, a veteran with ties to the Punisher, Frank Castle, had fought alongside him in Afghanistan for many years, saving each other's lives. After retiring, Billy established a defense consulting firm, specializing in the more nefarious tasks for influential figures. Although his hands were stained with blood, he had amassed considerable wealth and lived a rather comfortable life. Far better than his old comrade, Frank Castle. If all goes according to plan, there will naturally be benefits for you. Obadiah gently patted Billy Russell's shoulder. But should anything go awry with your subordinates, Billy quickly interjected, rest assured, Mr. Obadiah. My men are all seasoned fighters from the front lines, bold and strategic, and they will not falter under my command. Then I shall await the results with great anticipation. At the Blueberry Bar, Bai Ye stepped inside. Upon entering, he was immediately enveloped by the thunderous sound of heavy metal music and an overpowering scent of alcohol. On stage, several voluptuous women swayed their bodies enticingly, embodying temptation. The venue pulsated with the electrifying beats of the DJ's tracks, compelling everyone to revel in the atmosphere. Scattered throughout the bar were alluring bunny girls, their exquisite features and sizzling figures accentuated by black bunny ears, clad in form-fitting outfits that left little to the imagination, with sheer black stockings showcasing their long legs. A particularly fragrant bunny girl passed by, catching sight of Bai Ye's handsome face, one that could make women weak at the knees. She bit her crimson lips and offered a seductive smile. However, Bai Ye remained unfazed, while he enjoyed a good time. He was not one to casually engage with women of unknown backgrounds. His moral standards were not so stringent, yet the risk of illness was a concern. Bai Ye ordered a drink and awaited the arrival of his appointment, a doctor named Monica. Approximately 6 months ago, the civil war in Nigeria spiraled out of control, with warlords brutally massacring civilians. Such occurrences are almost a daily reality in Africa. During that tumultuous time, an American volunteer doctor named Monica Kendrick remained dedicated to her medical work in the region. With her affluent husband already deceased, a group of mercenaries led by a man named Bai Ye, along with a CIA agent known as Church, endeavored to rescue Dr. Kendrick from the perilous situation. They clandestinely infiltrated the African jungle and successfully located her, ultimately extricating her from danger under Bai Ye's vigilant protection. Regrettably, Dr. Kendrick's husband had passed away long before. Thus, Bai Ye contemplated that since Monica had become a widow, he could not allow her to remain alone in her grief. As Bai Ye savored his drink, a woman elegantly attired in office wear approached him, exuding an alluring fragrance. "Excuse me, would you care to join me for a drink?" she inquired. Bai Ye responded, "Madam, are you married?" The woman hesitated momentarily before replying with a smile. "Not yet. Not yet," Bai Ye said with a tone of righteous conviction. "Then I must regretfully inform you that you do not fit my preferences." The woman's expression shifted, and those nearby gasped at the sheer audacity of his words. Bai Ye, however, merely smiled, teasing her. The woman, though attractive, did not quite meet his standards. Had she possessed beauty akin to that of Michaela or Blake, he would not have hesitated to exchange contact information, even while awaiting someone else. As she stumbled away, seemingly questioning her self-worth, another woman, wafting in with a fragrant breeze, plopped down beside Bai Ye. He sighed, bemused. Just as he had dismissed one, another approached. Surely, she must have interpreted his prior remarks as an invitation for married women. Bai Ye sighed again, reflecting on the importance of self-protection while venturing into the world. It seemed that there would always be women drawn to him, employing various tactics to ensnare him. Yet, he resigned himself to this reality, having grown accustomed to the burdens of beauty. It was only when Bai Ye turned his gaze and beheld the visage of that woman that his expression grew rigid. What the hell? Ling Dai? How could it possibly be her? He was incredulous. When they first met, he had adorned himself in such elaborate disguises that she could not possibly recognize his true self. Miss, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I do not know you. The astonishment flickered briefly in Bai Ye's eyes. Yet he displayed no sign of it on his countenance. The acting prowess of Bai Ye was indeed exceptional. Ling Dai snapped her fingers, summoning a glass of wine, and then, with a smile, remarked, "Stop pretending. You may not be aware, but my ability is psychic in nature. I registered your mental waves during our previous confrontation. Just the other day, I was contemplating how to seek you out for further sparring, and lo and behold, you have conveniently appeared before me. This blueberry bar is a property of our club. Damn, my concealed identity has been so effortlessly unveiled." Bai Ye pondered the ramifications. Should Ling Dai divulge his information, it would undoubtedly attract the attention of SHIELD or other espionage agencies. The matters concerning the iron-blooded warrior might even implicate the iron-blooded spaceship and the anti-iron-blooded warrior armor. It wasn't that he feared them per se. Rather, he dreaded the prospect of them dispatching a cadre of female spies to seduce him, each of them on par with the likes of the Black Widow, Natasha. The thought sent a shiver down his spine. Just recently, at Tony's villa, he had endured an assault by a veritable mountain of beautiful women, and the experience had been far from delightful. Moreover, in his previous life, he had nearly met his demise at the hands of the likes of teacher Gao Chung and her associates. If he were to become the target of so many female spies, would he not once again tread the path of his former life, ultimately being drained to the point of death? The very notion was terrifying, absolutely terrifying. He could not allow that to happen. Only children would cry out for everything. Adults understood the limits of their own endurance. He resolved to devise a strategy to alter this predicament. "Let's get acquainted, Ling Dai. You may call me Beiki." Ling Dai extended her hand toward Bai Ye. Bai Ye. He hesitated briefly, but ultimately chose to accept Ling Dai's gesture of goodwill. "Shall we consider this a case of not fighting leading to acquaintance?" Ling Dai smiled. "Not fighting leading to acquaintance?" Bai Ye furrowed his brow. "How do you know I have fought against you?" He protested. "Don't falsely accuse the innocent." Ling Dai inquired, "Are you also a mutant?" Bai Ye replied, "No. This is a unique ability from Huaxia. Are you familiar with the Inhumans? The Tianshi Mansion and Wudong sect of Huaxia are home to many individuals with extraordinary capabilities. In the past, Bai Ye had ventured into the realm of Huaxia, yet he refrained from excessive recklessness. For he soon discerned that this Marvel Universe's Huaxia was equally a world where one stood beneath another, inhabited by numerous extraordinary beings endowed with remarkable abilities, formidable in their own right. Prior to ingesting the Thunder Fruit, Bai Ye's capabilities rendered him akin to a veritable weakling within this context. However, should Bai Ye truly desire to eliminate someone, armed with modern technological weaponry such as TNT explosives and Barrett sniper rifles, few would escape the clutches of his assassination. Reflecting on this, Bai Ye suddenly recalled that certain powers among these extraordinary beings could directly assault the soul. For instance, his girlfriend Lu Linglong's close friend Xiao Xiao possessed the ability to expel an opponent's soul from their body using her qi manipulation. Moreover, the Chuanjin school, which focuses on internal alchemy and advocates the dual cultivation of life, regards external techniques as mere trifles. Thus, once the disciples of Chuanjin reach a certain level of mastery, they can project their yang spirit, detaching their soul to attack both the physical and spiritual forms of their adversaries. Therefore, Bai Ye's Thunderfruit ability does not render him invincible. Nonetheless, such soul-attacking methods bear some resemblance to Haki, wherein Haki users pose a certain threat to those wielding natural devil fruit abilities. However, it does not imply that Haki users can entirely subdue those with natural powers. The sand crocodile does not wield Haki, yet thrives in combat, able to contend evenly with anyone, given the velocity of Bai Ye's Thunderfruit abilities. Unless he were to act foolishly and remain unguarded, one would need to match his speed to mount any attack on his soul. Ling Dai pondered for a moment and remarked, "Huaxia. I have never been there and know little about it. I have heard it is a place of profound depths, often referred to as a forbidden ground for mercenaries. Bai Ye nodded in agreement, stating, indeed, the waters there run deep. It is best not to wander aimlessly without purpose. Even Bai Ye had heard of the tales warning against venturing into Huaxia, where divine beings are said to roam. Fortunately, being a Huaxia native himself, he dared not traverse carelessly. Nonetheless, Bai Ye had heard a bit about the extraordinary beings of Huaxia. They are somewhat akin to mutants, possessing a variety of abilities: fire, water, electricity, and more. Beyond their supernatural powers, they also specialize in physical techniques to enhance their physique. For instance, some individuals practice techniques akin to the Golden Bell Shield or Iron Shirt, which augment their body's resilience, similar to those who can transform their bodies into steel. Bai Ye elaborated, thus, due to their systematic and continuous training, an individual often possesses multiple abilities reminiscent of mutants, significantly enhancing their overall combat prowess. Is it truly so formidable? Ling Dai expressed some skepticism, asking, if these abilities are innate, how can they cultivate to acquire multiple powers? Bai Ye contemplated, how should I express this to you? The so-called extraordinary individuals and their abilities resemble a fusion of martial arts such as karate, Muay Thai, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, and joint techniques, only significantly amplified in power. Ling Dai seemed to grasp the concept and remarked, so, you mean they have seamlessly integrated their extraordinary powers into their physical techniques? Bai Ye nodded. Precisely, however. There is no need for concern. Your abilities are flawless, devoid of any notable shortcomings, and your physical prowess is formidable. The synergy of your extraordinary abilities with your physical techniques renders you impervious to counteraction. During their intense battles, Bai Ye had observed that Ling Dai's mental prowess was essentially a boon, allowing her to conjure creations from mental energy and enhance her body and weaponry with mental fortification, yielding an overall effect akin to the qi utilized by extraordinary individuals in Huaxia. That sounds splendid. Ling Dai smiled. I must visit Huaxia someday and engage with those extraordinary individuals you mentioned. Bai Ye looked at her in surprise and asked, are you not afraid that once you enter, you may never return? I am merely seeking to spar with others. Not to seek my demise, Ling Dai replied. Besides, life without opponents is dreadfully mundane. It is essential to seek challengers, engage in combat, and find excitement. I refrained from going before due to my ignorance of the circumstances in Huaxia, but now that I am informed, I must go experience it firsthand. Indeed, it appears that Ling Dai is quite the martial enthusiast. Perhaps she has been carefree for too long, seeking to inject some thrill into her life. Much like those who engage in unprotected rock climbing or parkour atop towering buildings. Very well, if I happen to be in Huaxia, I would gladly serve as your guide. Bai Ye chuckled. That would be wonderful. After conversing with Ling Dai for a short while, Bai Ye unexpectedly found her to be quite amiable, a stark contrast to the frantic individual he had initially encountered. As they chatted, Bai Ye's mind raced, contemplating how to address the potential exposure of his identity. It seems I may have to sacrifice my innocence once more. If he could leverage his strengths to win Ling Dai over, educating her to his will, then all issues would be resolved, would they not? Even though Ling Dai is an extraordinary human, possessing considerable strength, she is still a woman. As long as she remains within that realm, Bai Ye felt confident in his ability to ensnare her. Yet, Bai Ye lamented inwardly, how absurd it is that this woman once sought to take my life, and now I must offer her my essence for her enjoyment. How can such incomprehensible circumstances exist in this world? Bai Ye discreetly assessed Ling Dai's appearance. Exquisite and alluring, clad in purple garments, adorned with a red belt, revealing her long legs and curvaceous figure, an impressive sight indeed. Fortunately, in terms of looks, although I may find myself at a disadvantage, it is not entirely unfavorable. For the sake of my future stability, I shall have to concede to her whims, Bai Ye mused silently. The conversation between Bai Ye and Ling Dai was remarkably pleasant. Bai Ye swiftly established a rapport with Ling Dai, who graciously promised to keep the events of that day confidential. However, Bai Ye, being the seasoned individual he was, found it hard to place his trust in promises. It seemed far more prudent to ensnare her in a more tangible manner. What had become of that bald-tailed one from last time? Bai Ye lifted his glass and took a sip. Are you referring to Asezuo? Ling Dai chuckled heartily. He has become quite the spectacle, attempting to devise a means for a transplant surgery to restore his tail. Moreover, he has been incessantly clamoring for revenge against you. So do exercise caution. I must clarify, though, while I am aligned with him, Our personal intentions do not overlap. What he does to you is of no concern to me. If he seeks vengeance and you dispatch him, do so without feeling beholden to me. I understand. Bai Ye nodded. His abilities are commendable, yet his physical prowess leaves much to be desired, particularly since it cannot be integrated with his powers. You might want to advise him that living is preferable. Should he challenge me again, I assure you, the outcome will be quite grim for him. As time went on, Bai Ye's mastery over the thunder fruit grew increasingly formidable. His speed accelerated, and his combat skills became more refined, rendering the red devil Asizo insignificant in his eyes. Were it the celestial master from Longhu Mountain, perhaps he would harbor a modicum of trepidation. I shall convey your message, Ling Dai replied, stifling a laugh. His tail has been rendered bald due to your prowess. While engaging in conversation with Ling Dai, Bai Ye, the sea god, was not oblivious to the fact that he had been summoned by Monica that day. Having conversed with Ling Dai for such a length of time, he pondered the possibility of Monica entering at any moment, a collision of worlds indeed. Even as a sea god, he was not immune to the occasional blunder. As Bai Ye contemplated how to excuse himself, before he could speak, Ling Dai's phone rang. Oh my! Ling Dai exclaimed, pulling out her phone. She paused momentarily before answering, engaging in brief conversation before setting the device down. With an apologetic expression, she turned to Bai Ye. I'm sorry, but I have an urgent matter to attend to and must depart. Not a problem, Bai Ye reassured her with a wave of his hand and a smile. You go ahead. I'll finish this drink and prepare to leave as well. Very well, let us exchange numbers. I shall reach out for a drink when time permits. Okay. They exchanged contact information before Ling Dai hurriedly departed. Bai Ye, holding his glass, gazed at Ling Dai's retreating form and murmured, could it be the White Queen? It was evident that the club Ling Dai had mentioned earlier referred to the Hellfire Club, the third major faction in the Marvel Universe. Aside from Xavier's Academy and Magneto's Brotherhood, both Ling Dai and the Red Devil he had encountered previously were likely central figures within the Hellfire Club, with the White Queen, Emma Frost, standing as its leader, on equal footing with the White King, Black King, and Black Queen. The White Queen, second only to Professor X among mutants, possesses formidable telepathic abilities, capable of manipulating individuals as mere puppets. Fortunately, Bai Ye had studied the magic of Master Gao Cheng. Otherwise, in an encounter with the White Queen, he would have found himself utterly defenseless. What are you pondering so deeply? Bai Ye was jolted from his reverie by a gentle tap on his shoulder, only to discover Monica standing beside him, her presence seemingly unnoticed until now. Dressed in a sultry black gown, she exuded allure. While other men cast envious glances, Bai Ye lamented the toll of his relentless endeavors on his body, wondering when it might falter. Chapter 95. She is slandering me. She is slandering me. Monica appeared before Bai Ye, a vision of ethereal beauty. Her enchanting eyes resembled crystal-clear springs, captivating and transparent, framed by a smooth forehead and elegantly arched brows. With a straight and delicate nose, her soft, cherry-red lips were as exquisite as her figure, curvaceous and perfectly shaped. Her long, slender legs glimmered like the moon, earning her the title of leg goddess. Her waist was so slender it could be grasped with a single hand, and her skin was as pure as snow, glowing with a translucent brilliance, reminiscent of a delicate flower, a beauty that could make even the stars envious. What was most mesmerizing, however, was her alluring charm, a quality that could drive men to madness. Truly, she lived up to her nickname, the Queen of Flowers, and Bai Ye could not help but admire her. Why did you arrive so late? I've been waiting for you, Bai Ye exclaimed, feigning indignation. There was a bit of traffic. It was my fault. But don't worry. I'll make it up to you tonight, all right? Monica leaned closer to Bai Ye, a playful smile gracing her lips. Ah, traffic, an unavoidable circumstance. I cannot hold it against you. Bai Ye nodded earnestly. He snapped his fingers, calling to the waiter, a bottle of Hennessy VSOP, please. Monica gracefully settled beside him, her demeanor charming. Tell me, before I arrived, did you indulge in any mischief? Unjustly accused. Surely you know me better, Bai Ye replied. Just a few women, drawn by my striking appearance, attempted to flirt with me, but thankfully, I outsmarted them and sent them away. Is that so? She inquired. Indeed. Bai Ye recounted the incident involving the woman who had sought his attention. Monica chuckled softly. Bai Ye, how clever of you. But then, her laughter faltered. It dawned on her that she herself was akin to a married woman. Monica, an Italian by birth, accompanied her parents to America. excelling academically from a young age. She ultimately gained admission to one of the Ivy League institutions, the Johns Hopkins School of Medicine, where she later married her classmate. However, both Monica and her husband exhibit a slight inclination towards so-called white liberalism, referring to a segment of naive Westerners who, despite their esteemed education, advocate for peace and equality solely to satiate their moral superiority. These individuals predominantly focus on issues such as immigration, minority rights, LGBT matters, and environmental concerns. They are enamored with political correctness and, in their quest for cultural diversity, often adopt some less progressive values. Furthermore, they possess an air of ignorance and arrogance, believing themselves to be the saviors of the world. Fortunately, Monica and her husband have not succumbed to such extremes. They merely undertook humanitarian work in Nigeria under the auspices of the United Nations, providing medical assistance. Tragically, amidst their noble efforts, a civil war erupted in Nigeria, leading to the untimely demise of Monica's husband. Monica exclaimed, "Bai Ye, surely you jest when you speak your heart." To which Bai Ye retorted, "How dare you? I am not that sort of person. She is slandering me. I am capable of both eloquence and strength, yet I remain uniquely myself, a firework of a different hue." Noticing Bai Ye's troubled expression, Monica hastily reassured him, "Even if that were the case, it matters not. I would never discriminate against you." "Discriminate? Nonsense. I am simply a regular man," Bai Ye replied, swiftly reaching for Monica's waist to tickle her. Their bond was akin to that of Guanzhong and Baoshiya, and Bai Ye was well aware of Monica's sensitive spots. A mere touch on her slender waist elicited laughter from her. "How dare you defame me? I am not merely fond of other men's wives. In truth, I am drawn to all beautiful women," Bai Ye proclaimed. All right, I acknowledge my error. You are not a pervert." Monica quickly pleaded for mercy. Given her petite stature, how could she possibly compete with Bai Ye, whose physique was increasingly resembling that of an indomitable warrior? After sufficient punishment, Bai Ye released Monica. She adjusted her attire, unable to suppress her curiosity. "Are you truly not?" Before Bai Ye could react, Monica swiftly raised her hands in surrender. Soon, the wine Bai Ye ordered arrived. He poured a glass for Monica, and they clinked their glasses together. Monica took a generous sip, asking, "Bai Ye, where have you been frolicking lately?" "In the Middle East," Bai Ye replied without hesitation. "As you know, my profession is that of a mercenary. I go wherever there is turmoil." Monica inquired with curiosity, "Are you still working with Barney and his group?" Initially, Bai Ye had rescued Monica from Nigeria in the capacity of a mercenary, and those who accompanied him included Church, Christmas, Yin Yang, Frankenstein, Toll Road, and Caesar. Thus, Monica naturally presumed that Bai Ye was still collaborating with them. However, in truth, being a mercenary was merely a diversion for Bai Ye amidst his ennui. At that time, he had merely met the CIA agent Church, and, due to a shortage of rescue personnel, was temporarily recruited by Church to join forces with the Suicide Squad, which eventually led him to encounter Barney and the others. A peculiar detail that intrigued him was that Yin Yang's real name was Su Shi. It appeared that if he were to visit Hong Kong Island again, he might have the opportunity to catch up with Su Shi. "Perhaps," Bai Ye replied vaguely. "But one can never be certain in our line of work. Sometimes, former comrades in arms may find themselves facing each other in mortal combat the next time they meet on the battlefield." After collaborating with the Suicide Squad once, Bai Ye's rapport with Su Shi flourished, and given Bai Ye's exceptional skills in both firearms and combat, he continued to work with the squad on several occasions. Nevertheless, Bai Ye had no intention of lingering with that rough group for long. He still wished to save her life. "Bai Ye, given the perilous nature of your work, it might be wiser for you to reconsider." Monica grasped Bai Ye's hand and remarked, "If it comes to it, I could support you." Monica felt confident in making such a statement, as her husband was from a wealthy family, possessing both affluence and influence. It was hardly likely that a CIA agent would lead mercenaries to rescue her unless there were substantial means involved. After her husband's demise, Monica inherited a considerable fortune, granting her financial independence. As long as Bai Ye refrained from extravagant purchases like yachts or multi-million-dollar mansions, she could undoubtedly support him. "Perhaps not," Bai Ye replied with a wry smile. "I have no desire to remain idle at home and become a mere burden. If, at the time when I had nothing, a wealthy woman like Monica had offered to support me, I would have accepted without hesitation. But now, with my own enterprises flourishing, I cannot entertain such an idea." He had cultivated a substantial fish pond outside, and neglecting it for too long would lead to disastrous consequences. While Monica was undeniably beautiful, there were plenty of women of her caliber in his pond. Rest assured, the casualty rate in our line of work is not as high as you might imagine. The impression left upon you is fundamentally rooted in the fact that those with high mortality rates are merely novices. In contrast, seasoned veterans, provided fortune does not abandon them and they withstand the baptism of gunfire, find it exceedingly difficult to meet their demise. As Bai Ye remarked, for an expert among veterans like himself, the prospect of death becomes even more elusive. Monica sighed softly, realizing that persuading Bai Ye was an uphill battle. With a visage like his, effortlessly accruing wealth while reclining should pose no challenge. Why then would he choose the perilous path of a mercenary? The two indulged in their libations, depleting an entire bottle. As Monica succumbed to a light intoxication, the hour to return home had arrived. Time reveals a horse's strength in the heart of a person. Aboard the vessel, Bai Ye leaned against the bow, igniting a cigarette and exhaling a plume of smoke. Beside him, Monica had drifted into a deep slumber, her cheeks flushed and her body drenched in perspiration. Monica, you truly are lacking. Bai Ye chuckled, shaking his head. If you cannot handle your drink, why indulge so? Now look, you're utterly exhausted. I wager you won't awaken until noon tomorrow. After finishing his smoke, Bai Ye took a shower and then gently dried Monica's body, preparing to embrace her in sleep. However, just as he reclined and closed his eyes, his phone rang. It was Rachel. Hello? Bai Ye, you must come quickly. Rory is fighting that monster. Rachel's anxious voice reached him. Bai Ye's expression sharpened. Had the iron-blooded hunter arrived? After dispatching the previous iron-blooded warrior and acquiring the iron-blooded spaceship, he had not forgotten that another relentless iron-blooded hunter awaited resolution. Thus, he had kept Rachel and Rory in his safe house for 2 days. Nevertheless, prolonged isolation was not a viable solution, and after 2 uneventful days, he allowed them to return home. Rachel's house had been restored to its former state, so much so that she likely could not discern the remnants of the prior battle. Afterward, with so many lives to sustain, Bai Ye could not continuously linger by Rachel and Rory's side. Before preparing for his journey to Huaxia, he cautioned them, should any further iron-blooded warriors arrive, they must not resist with weapons, for the inherent pride of these warriors would prevent them from harming defenseless women and children. If the iron-blooded warriors intended to act, they should allow it. All they needed to do was contact him immediately, and he would return forthwith to manage the situation. However, due to Thor's appearance, Bai Ye decided not to return to Huaxia. With Thor by Mei Yi's side, there was no need to worry about her safety. Consequently, Bai Ye temporarily entrusted the anti-iron blood warrior armor to Rory for study and self-defense. I rushed over immediately. Bai Ye produced the dimensional array Shangri-La, and in the blink of an eye, he arrived at Rachel's home. Bathed in moonlight, a colossal iron blood warrior, much larger than the one Bai Ye had previously hunted, engaged in a fierce battle with another iron blood warrior, smaller in stature, yet clad in highly advanced armor. The anti-iron blood warrior armor was specifically designed to counter the iron blood warriors, equipped with various high-tech weaponry and features for automatic sensing, combat analysis, and even combat support. Boom, boom, boom. The armor unleashed 6 shoulder-mounted cannons, their infrared targeting locking onto the iron blood hunter, and fired with ferocity. In an instant, a barrage akin to shooting stars rained down. Fortunately, the iron blood hunter adeptly dodged, its right hand moving swiftly to reveal a long, sharp wrist blade that glimmered ominously under the moonlight. With a roar, the ground erupted beneath the iron blood hunter's feet, propelling it violently towards Rory. The elongated blade, radiating an aura of lethal intent, swept towards Rory, creating an overwhelming sense of impending doom as if his head would be severed in the next moment. Had it only been Rory controlling the anti-iron blood warrior armor, he would surely have met such a grim fate. However, the armor had the capability to engage in combat autonomously. With a slight movement of his wrist, Rory summoned an even sharper, elongated wrist blade. The 2 blades clashed with a resounding clang, sending sparks flying, as both combatants struck rapidly. Remarkably, Rory managed to hold his ground against the battle-hardened iron blood hunter, who had vanquished countless comrades. Bai Ye noted that in terms of strength and speed, the anti-iron blood warrior armor far surpassed that of the iron blood hunter. Yet Rory was still unfamiliar with its capabilities. If it were he, or even a skilled fighter like Barney or Sushi, wielding the armor, they would likely eliminate the iron blood hunter in a single exchange. Bai Ye, quickly help Rory, Rachel exclaimed, her voice trembling with fear on the verge of tears. Rory will be killed. Bai Ye felt helpless. You underestimate Rory. Even if I weren't here tonight, there was still a possibility for Rory to defeat the Iron Blood Hunter with the armor. However, since Rachel had spoken up, Bai Ye could no longer remain idle. Rory, let me take care of him, Bai Ye called out. Rory complied, maneuvering the anti-Iron Blood warrior armor to retreat swiftly to Bai Ye's side. Ants, be gone. This is none of your concern. The Iron Blood Hunter bellowed furiously at Bai Ye. As a noble Iron Blood warrior, it was a disgrace to him to be evenly matched with a weakling like Lori. He was determined to slay Lori today and claim his head to restore his honor. As for Bai Ye, this feeble human, he might have found amusement in him on ordinary days, but now he should just step aside. Unfazed, Bai Ye lit a cigarette and retorted, if you wish to kill my son, you must first step over my corpse. To this, the Iron Blood Hunter laughed rather than grew angry, since that was the case. He would dispense with any further dialogue and first cleave this human in two to collect some interest. His arms swelled with blood, rapidly enlarging several times, and he swung his blade towards Bai Ye, the air screaming as it sliced through like a wild beast. Die! In that instant, Rachel, standing behind Bai Ye, felt the chilling glare of the Iron Blood Hunter's blade overwhelming her senses. She was powerless to evade or resist, only able to await the arrival of death. How ostentatious! Bai Ye scoffed, his body suddenly flickering with lightning, reminiscent of a writhing serpent. His muscles became distinctly defined, as solid as rock. Thunderous dance of 1,000 generations. Bai Ye struck towards the Iron Blood Hunter. The two met, colliding. With a flash of electricity, Bai Ye pierced through, landing on the other side as the arc dissipated. He gazed at the bright moon on the horizon and exhaled a plume of smoke. In that moment, the Iron Blood Hunter's long, sharp blade snapped with a crack and fell to the ground. Simultaneously, his large head tumbled from his body with a soft thud, and the headless corpse erupted like a fountain, gushing forth a copious amount of green blood. Is that it? Finished? Rachel's eyes widened in disbelief. How cool. Lori, far from being frightened, was instead filled with excitement. Bai Ye approached and gently ruffled Lori's hair before smiling at Rachel, saying, I told you, I will protect you. As long as I am here, no one shall harm you. Chapter 96. I will not allow anyone to show off before me, Bai Ye. What on earth is going on? Rachel inquired. Bai Ye explained, the issue originated from the equipment that McKinney sent back to Lori. It belonged to an alien race known as the Iron Blood Warriors, and they naturally want to reclaim their belongings, leading them to swarm your home to investigate. That McKinney again. Rachel sighed in exasperation, feeling somewhat accustomed to the troubles he caused, having been angered multiple times already. But is there truly such a thing as aliens in this world? In this world, there are perhaps individuals who steadfastly believe in the existence of extraterrestrial beings. However, when faced with an actual alien greeting them, it is likely to send many into a frenzied panic. Akin to the tale of Yi Gong who professed his fondness for dragons. Rachel is one of those who does not subscribe to the notion that aliens exist in the vast cosmos. Initially, I too was skeptical about the existence of extraterrestrials, but Bai Ye shrugged and gestured toward the corpse of the Iron Blood Hunter, remarking that the current aliens are laid bare before us, leaving no room for disbelief. On the original Earth, Bai Ye also doubted the existence of aliens. Why do we persist in the belief that extraterrestrial life must exist? Perhaps it is due to the universe's evolutionary history spanning 13.7 billion years, during which it is highly plausible that other civilizations could have emerged, given sufficient time for their development and evolution, eventually attaining the capability for interstellar travel. Thus, some scientists assert that humanity is by no means unique in the cosmos. However, such assertions can be deemed entirely speculative, rooted in human subjective experience devoid of logical or factual basis. Though 13.7 billion years is an astronomical figure for humanity, is it truly significant in the grand scheme of the universe? Bai Ye considers another hypothesis, from the universe's inception, beginning with the most rudimentary particles, progressing to the formation of hydrogen, the emergence of stars, the creation of various elements, the coalescence into planets, the advent of primitive life, and ultimately humanity. Each step is remarkably compact, necessitating extensive epochs of preparation and accumulation. Therefore, why could humanity not be the first intelligent life in the universe? Perhaps we are the initial witnesses of this nascent cosmos, destined to grow alongside it. And what about the armor on Rory? Rachel inquired further. Bai Ye exchanged a knowing glance with Rory. when passing the anti-Iron Blood warrior armor to Rory. They had previously agreed that Rory would bear the consequences if anything went awry. Mother, this armor is actually from the equipment that father sent. And I kept it for myself because it was amusing, Rory quickly interjected, eager to shield Bai Ye from blame. Bai Ye nodded with satisfaction, pleased with Rory's initiative. If Rachel were to discover that Bai Ye had led Rory into a series of perilous endeavors, the repercussions would be dire. Thus, while one may face hardship, it is paramount to protect Bai Ye. The child may endure struggles. Rory, Rachel exclaimed in anger, you undertook such a significant action without informing me? I shall punish you by prohibiting you from watching cartoons for a week. Rory silently scoffed, thinking that with a spaceship to play with, he had no interest in cartoons. After much commotion, Bai Ye finally managed to placate Rachel. Upon exiting her room, he found Rory waiting for him once again. Having no other choice, Bai Ye continued to accompany Rory. Previously, the Iron-Blooded warrior possessed a personal spacecraft, and the Iron-Blooded hunter also had one of his own. Bai Ye certainly could not let this opportunity slip by, for it promised double the delight. After Bai Ye defeated the Iron-Blooded hunter, the miniature computer on his gauntlet came into Bai Ye's possession. This computer was interconnected with the spacecraft, enabling remote control for basic operations. Thus, with the information at hand, Bai Ye could ascertain the general location of the Iron-Blooded hunter's ship. Consequently, Bai Ye and Rory boarded the former Iron-Blooded spacecraft and journeyed to the outskirts of New York, to a lush, verdant forest. It must be right in there, Rory exclaimed, glancing at the miniature computer in his hand and pointing towards the forest below. Bai Ye replied, all right, deactivate the cloaking system of that spacecraft and activate the lighting system, so we can locate the ship. Rory complied without hesitation. Before long, Bai Ye and Rory discovered the Iron-Blooded hunter's vessel nestled within a hollow of the mountains. Excellent. We have acquired another spacecraft. Bai Ye clapped his hands in delight, exclaiming, now we even have a backup. Moreover, the Iron-Blooded hunter's ship appeared larger and more technologically advanced than that of the previous Iron-Blooded warrior. Let us go and take a closer look, Bai Ye said, as he opened the spacecraft's hatch and, lifting his adopted son Rory, leaped down from the air to land before the vessel. Standing amidst the trees, Bai Ye and Rory noticed a few small squirrels scurrying about in a panic. Startled by the illumination of the ship, suddenly, a long, resonant call echoed through the forest. There's a bear. Rory instinctively shivered. Although he had autism and typically refrained from engaging with others, it did not mean he was impervious to fear. Fear not, for I am here to protect you from being devoured by a bear. Bai Ye chuckled, ruffling the little one's hair. If a bear dares approach, that would be fortuitous. I am quite curious to know what bear paw tastes like. The two stood upon a small cliff. Rory took out the Iron-Blooded warrior's miniature computer and began to manipulate it. With a hum, accompanied by a resonating sound, a wave of light swept over, and the spacecraft's hatch swung wide open. Just as Bai Ye was about to lead Rory into the ship for an exploration, his phone rang. Hello? Came Tony's anxious voice from the other end. Bai Ye, brother, my little brother is in trouble. I need your help urgently. Bai Ye raised an eyebrow. You still seek my assistance? Is there truly anything in this world that you cannot handle? This is no jest. It's a matter of life and death. Tony insisted. If you do not arrive soon, I might just perish right before your eyes. As the conversation unfolded, a series of explosions erupted from Tony's end. Are you in battle? Bai Ye inquired. I've engaged in a confrontation with that scoundrel Obadiah. He now surpasses me in size, girth, and resilience. I find myself unable to contend with him. Tony lamented. You truly are ineffectual. Send me your coordinates, and I shall rush to your aid, Bai Ye replied. Thank you, brother. If it were solely a matter of his own safety, perhaps Tony would not have resorted to such humility. However, with pepper pots at stake, he momentarily chose to submit to Bai Ye's assistance. Beneath the shrouded night sky of New York, two unidentified objects, adorned with brilliant flames, darted across the heavens, leaving behind a crimson trail in the darkness. It was Tony's Iron Man suit clashing with Obadiah's formidable mech. Yet, it was evident that Tony was at a distinct disadvantage. Why, you may ask? Because Tony, in his flamboyance, prioritized aesthetics and fashion over lethality and power when designing his suit. Conversely, Obadiah, in the creation of his armor, eschewed such vanity, focusing instead on practicality. He commanded his engineers to forge a robust and resilient mech, significantly larger than Tony's armor, standing nearly 3 meters tall. Clad in heavy silver metal plating, adorned with an array of weaponry including Gatling guns and laser beams, powered by a magnetic turbine engine. It could be said that while Tony's suit resembled a domesticated creation, Obadiah's mech was decidedly wild. The exterior of Tony's crimson and gold armor consisted of a single layer of alloy, whereas Obadiah had fortified his with 5 layers. This sacrifice in agility resulted in the mech's unparalleled defensive capabilities and extraordinary strength. Indeed, it was robust and reliable. With a flick of his wrist, Tony launched an anti-tank missile directly at Obadiah's mech. A deafening explosion resonated, piercing the air. As the missile detonated, a fireball erupted, engulfing Obadiah's mech in fierce flames, while shrapnel scattered in a chaotic display amidst the thick smoke. Alas, Obadiah had fortified himself with the thickest armor imaginable. Even a bomb capable of demolishing a tank proved ineffective against his mech. Obadiah retaliated promptly. The right arm of the mech transformed into a Gatling gun, aimed squarely at Tony. With a burst of azure flames, it unleashed a relentless barrage. The sound of the gunfire reverberated through the night. Tony's iron armor is crafted from high-strength alloys, yet it cannot withstand the relentless barrage of the Gatling gun. As bullets rain down upon his metallic suit, he is immediately inundated with reports from Jarvis detailing the damage sustained. "For 30 years, I have been your aide." Obadiah roars in fury. "I built this company only to babysit you in your childish antics, and in the end, I have gained nothing." With a powerful kick, Obadiah sends Tony sprawling, the clash of alloys igniting a shower of sparks. "No one can stop me now." Obadiah seizes the disheveled Tony, flinging him against a reinforced concrete wall with tremendous force, shattering it upon impact. "Especially you." As Obadiah's sinister voice echoes, a rocket launcher emerges from the shoulder of the ironmonger, locking onto the debris where Tony lies and launching a projectile. Boom! The explosion engulfs the rubble, and amidst the orange flames, a crimson figure is hurled by the shockwave, only to plummet back to Earth under the weight of gravity. However, Tony had also considered the defensive capabilities of his armor during its creation. Despite the rocket's formidable power causing some damage, it would not easily dispatch him. Ultimately, Tony regained his composure. It is not in his nature to endure blows without retaliation. Immediately, energy gathered at the chest of his armor, and a beam cannon struck Obadiah's ironmonger, sending it reeling. Yet, to Tony's dismay, even the beam cannon struggled to inflict a debilitating blow on Obadiah's heavily fortified suit. Has he constructed that armor too robustly? Tony pondered. "By the way, Bai Ye, when will you arrive?" "I'm almost there, just hang on." Bai Ye responds. The ironmonger returns, relentlessly pressing the attack against Tony. This cannot continue. He must devise a strategy. As his mind raced, a revelation struck him. Yes, a glimmer of hope illuminated his eyes. He might have a plan to counter Obadiah's armor. In the next moment, Tony appeared to be preparing for escape, ascending into the sky aboard his armored suit. "You won't get away." The ironmonger's thrusters ignited, propelling it skyward in pursuit of Tony among the clouds. As Tony previously tested his Iron Man suit, he discovered a critical issue. The temperature at high altitudes was exceedingly low, causing most objects to freeze. Upon identifying this problem, Tony promptly set about resolving the freezing dilemma of his armor. In contrast, Obadiah's suit had only recently been constructed and was ill-equipped to handle such frosty conditions. Indeed, moments later, a large chunk of ice plummeted from the sky, crashing down with a thunderous roar. Despite his age, Obadiah found himself experiencing a rather unceremonious descent through a freezing free fall. Fortunately, the robust design of Obadiah's ironmonger suit ensured that he emerged unscathed from the fall, still capable of pursuing Tony. "Tony, you may be clever, but I am far more formidable," Obadiah declared as he effortlessly seized Tony, his metallic grip constricting around Tony's body as if he were nothing more than a mere ant. "To be honest, I am not particularly fond of this contraption, but the sensation of wearing it is quite exhilarating." With a smirk, Obadiah taunted Tony. "How ironic it is that you, who vowed to eradicate weapons, have invented the most powerful one. Your father would be proud of you. Rest assured, when you meet your demise, I shall take good care of Stark Industries. And Pepper as well." Tony struggled with all his might, yet the strength of the ironmonger far surpassed that of his own suit. "Obadiah, do not become too complacent. Even if you manage to kill me, you are no match for Bai Ye. He will eliminate you." Obadiah chuckled. "Huh? Just a yellow-skinned monkey. And you regard him as your lifeline? Tony, you truly have regressed. Fear not. Once you descend into hell, I will ensure he follows you shortly." His eyes darkened with malice. He continued, "I have not forgotten that it was that very man who meddled in my affairs, bringing my fall from billionaire to prisoner overnight. I shall repay him dearly by annihilating his entire family to accompany you in your grave." "What do you think of that, Tony?" As he spoke, the enormous cannon of Obadiah's suit aimed squarely at Tony's head, prepared to deliver a fatal blow. Meanwhile, high above, aboard the Iron Blood spaceship, Bai Ye lit a cigarette and snapped his fingers. The Iron Blood ship, which had been locked onto Obadiah's ironmonger's suit, underwent mechanical transformations, revealing a colossal cannon. At the sound of Bai Ye's snap, the massive cannon discharged a radiant beam. This peculiar beam of light twisted the very fabric of space as it surged towards Obadiah, obliterating everything in its path, reducing them to atomic particles. By the time Obadiah perceived the impending beam, it was already too late. Obadiah, struck by the beam, vanished in an instant. From the spot where he once stood, a small mushroom cloud rose, sending swirling dust into the sky. The ground trembled violently, creating ripples akin to those on the surface of the sea. Anything that came into contact with even a trace of the white light was obliterated, annihilated, shattered, crumpled, broken, burned, and turned to ash. Bai Ye took a deep drag from his cigarette, exhaled a plume of pale blue smoke, and gazed up at the starry sky at a 45-degree angle, softly declaring, "I will not allow anyone to show off in front of me." Chapter 97, Summer Trees. Uncle is accelerating. Tony's Iron Man suit tumbled through the air before finally crashing down. After a considerable time, he managed to rise. With a flash of lightning, Bai Ye appeared before Tony, smiling as he inquired, "So, how did it go? Did Obadiah give you any trouble?" "You scoundrel." Tony furiously stood up from the ground, questioning, "Were you watching from above the entire time, just waiting for me to be nearly killed by Obadiah before you decided to come and clean up the mess? How could that be? We are brothers under the same quilt. Would I ever harm you?" Bai Ye shrugged innocently, saying, "The main issue is that your location is rather remote, making it difficult to find you, which caused a bit of delay." "I can't believe you." Tony scoffed, unable to trust Bai Ye's words. He approached the spot where Obadiah had stood. What was once a small area had transformed into a circular void, the center engulfed in darkness, with no end in sight. The sheer power and precision left Tony utterly astonished. "What weapon did you just use?" he hurriedly inquired of Bai Ye, not concerned about Pepper, but rather interested in my weapon. Bai Ye chuckled, responding, "Do you still wish to focus on researching weapons and become your own arms tycoon? The civilization of the Predators is highly advanced, and even their miniature computers are akin to small nuclear bombs. A self-destructing Predator's computer can devastate an area spanning over 300 streets. In the ancient texts of AVP-1, it is described that when the Predator failed in combat against the xenomorphs, they detonated a bomb that obliterated an ancient civilization. Furthermore, in AVP-1, the Predator's ship fired a weapon that penetrated 4,000 feet of ice, creating a tunnel approximately 200 meters in length. What Bai Ye had just demonstrated before Tony was the high-energy electromagnetic cannon from the Predator ship, and it was far from its maximum power. "Pepper?" Tony suddenly recalled, panic rising within him. "That dog Obadiah has kidnapped Pepper. Rest assured." Bai Ye pressed his hands down and chuckled. "Had I not ensured Pepper's safety, there is no way I could have watched you endure Obadiah's blows with such ease." Tony retorted. That scoundrel was indeed relishing the sight of him being beaten. "Damn it. Were it not for the knowledge that I could not best him, I would have liked to deliver a swift blow. Nonetheless, considering he saved Pepper, I shall forgive him." Bai Ye then led Tony to the location where Pepper was situated. Upon seeing her, Tony's Iron Man suit opened, allowing him to step out. As soon as Pepper laid eyes on him, she instinctively covered her mouth with her hand, her face illuminating with an incredulous smile of joy. "Tony, are you all right?" Tony approached her without hesitation and enveloped her in a warm embrace. "I'm so sorry. It's my fault that you were kidnapped by that old scoundrel Obadiah." Undoubtedly, had Obadiah not sought to use Pepper to threaten Tony, she would never have faced such peril. He was reflecting on this. While Pepper had always shown him unwavering care and concern, he realized that he had not reciprocated adequately. At that moment, Pepper had yet to receive a formal declaration of his feelings, and being suddenly embraced by him left her feeling a tad bashful. "Well, not entirely. I think I may have caused you trouble. If it weren't for me, you wouldn't have had to confront Obadiah, and you nearly faced death at his hands," she stammered. "No, it's all my fault. Truly." Bai Ye couldn't help but feel a pang of discomfort, remarking, "If Obadiah knew that he had unwittingly become the Cupid's arrow for the two of you, he would surely rise from the grave in fury." Tony and Pepper quickly regained their composure, realizing there was still a glaring light bulb present. Is now the right moment to bring up that old scoundrel Obadiah? Tony couldn't resist snapping back at Bai Ye. Just moments ago, he had hoped to maintain the romantic atmosphere to confess to Pepper, only to be jolted back to reality by Bai Ye's words. After all, who cared about that wretched Obadiah compared to the fragrant, soft girlfriend in his arms? However, Pepper gently pushed Tony away from her embrace, fixing her hair and tucking a strand behind her ear, slightly shy as she addressed Bai Ye. "Thank you so much, Mr. Bai Ye. If it weren't for you, Tony and I might have encountered great misfortune." To be candid, Pepper had previously held a rather lukewarm impression of Bai Ye, as he resembled one of Tony's former rogue friends, always leading him into mischief. As Tony's potential girlfriend, how could she be pleased to see him cavorting with Bai Ye? Yet today, she had come to understand. Bai Ye is indeed a person of remarkable character. When faced with challenges, he truly rises to the occasion. Although both Bai Ye and Tony are unwittingly heading down the path of being incorrigible scoundrels, Tony is undeniably fortunate to have a friend like Bai Ye. Just moments ago, he witnessed some of Bai Ye's incredible abilities, which are formidable enough to render conventional weapons nearly as useless as scrap metal in his presence. With Bai Ye as his support, Tony is likely to encounter far fewer troubles and dangers. "Don't mention it. We are friends after all." Bai Ye waved his hand and smiled. "If you two have nothing else to discuss, I shall not intrude any longer. You should really leave now." Tony retorted with a smirk. Pepper playfully nudged him and shot him an exasperated glance. Bai Ye chuckled softly, his form transforming into a streak of lightning as he ascended into the sky. Tony called out from below, "Next time, I'll treat you to a drink." As they watched Bai Ye vanish into the horizon, Pepper remarked, "You really owe him a big favor this time. After all, he's rescued me more than once. The more debts you accumulate, the less you worry about them." Tony adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Just how powerful is he really? Pepper mused curiously. Tony remained silent. As he understood Bai Ye's strength far better, conventional weaponry would be ineffective against him, and even a nuclear bomb's ability to eliminate him is uncertain. In the current state of the Earth, it could be said without reservation that Bai Ye is akin to a demigod. Fortunately, Bai Ye is not an ambitious individual, but rather a playful sea king. Otherwise, there are few on this planet who could restrain him. Enough about him, Pepper. I have something important to discuss with you. What is it? Pepper turned to Tony, noticing his hesitant expression, which sparked a glimmer of anticipation in her eyes. After a long pause, Tony finally said, "You're dressed so lightly. Aren't you cold?" The next day, Tony sought out Bai Ye for a drink. Bai Ye, having no pressing matters, gladly accepted the invitation. Upon his arrival, he found Tony with dark circles under his eyes, appearing quite disheveled as he had already started drinking alone. "You look rather downcast," Bai Ye remarked in surprise. "What happened? Didn't you resolve the issue with Obadiah?" "It's nothing. It's not about Obadiah. Just forget it." Tony continued to drink his sorrows away. Last night, it seemed he had inadvertently upset Pepper. However, he couldn't entirely blame himself. He had always been somewhat reckless in his relationships. To be honest, he had never truly confessed his feelings to a woman before. Consequently, he was inevitably a bit anxious last night, failing to express his final sentiments. Tony believed that this could not be blamed on him. Pepper should be a bit more understanding. If he were the type like Bai Ye, effortlessly proclaiming his affections, it would only serve to highlight his own rich emotional history. Reluctance to speak was acceptable. Bai Ye, unceremoniously seated across from Tony, poured himself a glass of wine. Naturally, Tony was reluctant to share this with Bai Ye. After all, he was one of America's most renowned playboys. If Bai Ye were to discover that he felt nervous about confessing his feelings, it would tarnish his illustrious reputation, rendering him a subject of ridicule. Especially with Bai Ye, that troublesome scoundrel, who would undoubtedly find a way to turn this into a lifelong jest. "What brings you to me?" Bai Ye inquired, taking a sip of his wine. "I still have to accompany someone shopping. If you have something to say, be quick about it." Indeed, a complete cad. Tony cast a disdainful glance at Bai Ye. With a resounding thud, a stack of documents was thrown onto Bai Ye's table. "Sign here." "What is this about?" Bai Ye asked, taking the documents and flipping through them. "Equity, funds, a jumble of Cayman Islands nonsense?" "To put it simply," Tony explained, "if you sign this pile of documents, you will acquire 65 ownership of Stark Industries." He pointed at his own eyes and added, "Do you think these panda eyes came about for no reason? It's all for your benefit." Through a complex web of cross-holdings involving various investment companies and funds. Unbeknownst to the public, Bai Ye would become the third largest shareholder of Stark Industries. "You're quite generous," Bai Ye remarked, raising an eyebrow. "Even based on Stark Industries' current market value. This must be worth billions of dollars to me. It's not like I'm spending my own money. This is merely me borrowing flowers to offer to Buddha." Tony retorted. "Obadiah wants to challenge me. Losing that battle comes with consequences. All his shares in Stark Industries have fallen into my hands. Such is the unspoken rule of our circle. Those 65 may seem considerable. In reality, what we gain is merely a fraction of Obadiah's chaotic holdings. You wouldn't have the time or energy to manage them anyway. Then there is no need for you to give it to me," Bai Ye stated. "Aren't you intent on consolidating your control over Stark Industries by acquiring Obadiah's shares? Remember, when you announced the closure of Stark Industries' weapons manufacturing division, you nearly faced a coup from the other shareholders. I already possess enough shares. Acquiring more might incite fear among others," Tony replied. "Giving them to you is no different from keeping them for myself. Moreover, do not be deceived by their earlier grandiosity. In truth, they are merely a disorganized multitude. No one can circumvent my authority to control Stark Industries. Do you comprehend? Over the years, I have held the rights to at least half of the groundbreaking patents produced by Stark Industries. Tony may be the principal shareholder and chairman of Stark Industries, yet his most significant role remains that of an inventor. Many of the advanced weapons and products from Stark Industries are personally developed by Stark and subsequently licensed for production by the company. Should anyone presume that controlling the shares of Stark Industries allows them to sideline him, they would soon realize that Tony can reclaim his patents, rendering their efforts futile. Even if Tony were to depart from Stark Industries, he would still thrive. His wealth is divided into 3 segments: shares in Stark Industries, personal ownership of invention patents, and the Stark Family Foundation. Astute billionaires understand the wisdom of not placing all their eggs in one basket. Thus, Tony's father, Howard Stark, established the Stark Family Foundation early on, investing the profits into a plethora of promising companies, which now represent a substantial fortune. Although these funds are not reflected in Tony's net worth due to the foundation's opaque operations, they remain at his disposal. "After all that has been said, will you sign?" Tony queried. "If you refuse, am I to beg you? Should you find yourself on your knees pleading, I might consider it." Bai Ye chuckled heartily and inscribed his name on the documents. Hundreds of millions of dollars. Why not seize the opportunity? He was unafraid of being deceived by Tony. If someone dared to ensnare him with debts amounting to billions, he would swiftly learn that the borrower is often bolder than the lender. "Have you heard of an electromagnetic cannon?" "Very well," Tony remarked. "You may keep these documents for yourself and have your accountant organize them. He will instruct you on the necessary steps." Bai Ye nodded. Presumably, Wolf would be occupied for quite some time upon encountering these documents, considering they pertain to billions of dollars in assets. Once Tony transforms Stark Industries into an energy enterprise, its value could soar into the hundreds of billions, even trillions, in immeasurable worth. "Ahem, I would like to inquire about something." Tony winked and whispered, "What weapon did you employ last night that nearly penetrated the Earth's crust?" "Tony, my esteemed leader." In the midst of his speech, Tony's voice was drowned out by a resounding exclamation. "I have come to see you again." "Holy cow." Tony slapped his forehead, covering his face, seemingly embarrassed by the impending arrival of an individual. Bai Ye, perplexed, soon observed a jovial, rotund Caucasian entering the room with an irreverent grin. While the presence of this portly figure did not faze Bai Ye, his attention was irresistibly drawn to the Asian youth trailing behind him. Instantly, a phrase echoed in his mind. "Xia Shu, Uncle is about to accelerate." Chapter 98. The car god of Akina the youth, with his youthful demeanor, bore an uncanny resemblance to the legendary Akina racer, Takumi Fujiwara. "Boss Tony," the plump Caucasian approached, exclaiming, "I've been dreadfully bored lately. Is there anything fun to do?" "Oh, you have a guest." With a resigned expression, Tony introduced Bai Ye, saying, "This is Britt Red, my little brother of sorts. Our families have been close for generations. His father is a renowned media tycoon across America." "Oh, a friend of Boss Tony S? We must surely be kindred spirits." Britt Red exclaimed amiably. "Let us communicate more in the future." "Britt, let us get to the point." Tony interjected. "If there is nothing pressing, you should find somewhere cooler to hang out." Britt Red leaned in with a cheeky grin. "Boss Tony, may I borrow your yacht for a bit?" He gestured towards the Akina racer, adding, "This is my little brother, who has just accomplished something significant for me. I'd like to show him a good time." "Absolutely not," Tony responded bluntly. "A yacht is like a girlfriend. It cannot be casually lent out." "Why can't a girlfriend be lent out?" Britt Red countered. "How about this, Boss Tony? If you let me borrow your yacht, I'll lend you my girlfriend." "What do you say?" "Tony, Bai Ye, Akina racer. Is there truly no limit to this guy's audacity? You think I'd enjoy drinking the remnants of your dishwater? Do you presume my tastes align with yours, relishing in your leftovers?" Tony retorted, speechless. The reason Tony felt a tinge of embarrassment before Bai Ye earlier stemmed from the fact that, although they were all playboys, most concealed their true prowess. Even Justin Hammer, whom Tony disdainfully regarded, helmed Hammer Industries, a leading enterprise among second-tier arms giants. In stark contrast, Britt Red was nothing more than a wastrel, his mind consumed solely by carnal desires, living a life of indulgence and moral decay under the shelter of his father's wealth. "Come on, Boss Tony, don't be like that. You know I'm just trying to save face in front of my little brother." Britt Red clung to Tony, being overly affectionate. Bai Ye, however, turned to the Akina racer, poured him a drink, and smilingly inquired, "Are you of Chinese descent or Japanese?" The legendary driver of Akina Mountain, Takumi Fujiwara, took the wine glass with his right hand, while his left hand instinctively brushed against his nose. "Of Japanese-Chinese descent, I grew up in Japan. Yet I can converse in some Mandarin," he remarked. Bai Ye cautiously inquired, "Are you the legendary driver of Akina Mountain?" It appeared he was indeed the one. "Have you ever been to Akina Mountain?" Takumi asked. "I could hardly claim the title of the legendary driver. It's merely talk among acquaintances." "It is truly you, the legendary driver of Akina Mountain, Takumi Fujiwara." Bai Ye smiled and nodded. "I visited Japan once and indulged in some driving, hence I fortuitously heard of your esteemed reputation. I never anticipated encountering you here. The legendary driver of Akina Mountain is indeed renowned. Who else could rival the god of street racing?" Bai Ye still faintly recalled the verse, "Few travelers on Akina Mountain, often race car enthusiasts vying for supremacy. Travelers remain. Yet the seasoned drivers of yesteryears are nowhere to be found." At this moment, Bai Ye began to comprehend Takumi Fujiwara's current position. He worked under Britt's father as a diligent and creatively gifted employee. His exceptional coffee-making skills had fostered a nuanced friendship with Britt, and together they engaged in meaningful endeavors. Utilizing his remarkable intellect and abilities, he developed an advanced weaponized car, the Black Beauty, and the two of them roamed freely in their mobile fortress. "Here is my business card," Bai Ye said, handing Takumi a card inscribed with his name. "If you ever require assistance, please consider my establishment, the Treasure House, which specializes in cold weapons and talismans." Takumi promptly accepted it, stating, "Should you wish to modify your vehicle, I can assist." Having just mentioned his own interest in cars, Takumi, now beside Britt, was making minor adjustments to the Black Beauty and had ample free time to take on additional work, which would be quite beneficial. "All right. I will certainly reach out if the need arises," Bai Ye replied, curiosity piqued. "You seem to be doing quite well in Japan. What led you to become an assistant to a wealthy heir here?" Upon this inquiry, Takumi fell silent, his gaze dimmed. "Some unfortunate events transpired, prompting my desire to leave that place and explore elsewhere." As for the nature of these unfortunate events, Bai Ye could surmise, no matter how swift the E86, it could never catch up to Natsuki sitting in a Mercedes. Takumi continued, "When I left, I believed I was an adult, capable of doing as I pleased. However, the very next day in New York, I found myself in peril. Fortunately, I encountered Britt's father, who saved me, leading me to serve as his driver ever since." Upon hearing Takumi Fujiwara's words, Bai Ye suddenly understood. It was no wonder that Takumi mingled with the debauched scion of the wealthy, Britt Reed, as his father had once saved Takumi's life. Thus, it was entirely reasonable for Takumi to create a vehicle like the Black Beauty. Reflecting on this, Bai Ye inquired, "Do you possess any magical talents? Or perhaps you have relatives skilled in the art of illusion?" "Magic?" Takumi looked at Bai Ye with confusion, struggling to grasp the purpose behind such inquisitive questions. "I have attempted to learn a few simple tricks, if that counts. As for relatives, I've only known my father, who has run a tofu shop since my childhood. We seldom have visitors from the family, so I am not well acquainted with them." "Ah, I see. No matter," Bai Ye replied with a smile, meeting Takumi's astonished gaze. "I merely felt a sense of familiarity upon seeing you, reminiscent of a magician I once knew, hence my curiosity." Takumi nodded in understanding. The world is vast and full of wonders. It is not unusual for individuals to resemble one another. During his travels to Hong Kong, he had even encountered a police officer who bore a striking resemblance to his father. Tony, we've been friends since childhood. Are you truly going to deny me this small favor? Blergh persisted in his entreaties to Tony. You yourself have made countless mistakes, which I have covered for you. So how can you blame me for not giving you face now? Tony retorted, clearly annoyed by Blergh's incessant nagging. Fine, seeing you in such a pitiful state. I suppose I can indulge you. Since I have some free time today, I shall host you and your companions for a little excursion. I cannot entrust my yacht to your care. Who knows what chaos you would create? Having recently faced setbacks in confessing to Pepper, Tony was eager to escape the confines of his frustration. That works for me. Blergh finally expressed his satisfaction. Bai Ye, are you coming along? You hardly slept last night, and you're still up for an adventure? Aren't you afraid of collapsing? Bai Ye took a sip of his drink. Did you not say that we should not linger and sleep while alive? Death will grant us eternal rest. So are we going or not? Tony asked. Then let us go together. Bai Ye exclaimed. Life may be as fleeting as an ant, yet one should aspire to the heights of a sea king. And though our lives may be fragile, we must embrace our passions. Then let us depart. I must tell you, Tony's yacht is the largest private vessel in the world. Today you shall have the opportunity to experience it firsthand. Blergh and Takumi Fujiwara walked shoulder to shoulder, exchanging light-hearted banter. And hey, when we encounter the beautiful ladies, don't be caught off guard. Tony's taste is notably exquisite, with numerous beauties of a caliber comparable to Leno. Leno Kess, Blergh's secretary, is a modern woman fueled by a passion for journalism, deeply fascinated by criminology and forensic science. She assists Blergh and Kato in investigations, providing them with valuable information. However, the late emperor's ventures were cut short before they bore fruit. As the quartet approached the villa's entrance, Tony spotted Pepper driving towards them. Holy shit, Tony exclaimed, suddenly on high alert. He intended to rid himself of some unnecessary burdens, but certainly did not wish to part with any vital organs. To frolic in front of Pepper alongside Blergh and Bai Ye would be tantamount to courting disaster. Haha, it seems I can't accompany you on your escapades today. Bai Ye chuckled. I shall take my leave. I wish you the best of luck. With those words, Bai Ye transformed into a bolt of lightning, soaring into the sky, piercing through the clouds. Blergh stammered, pointing at the fleeting shadow of Bai Ye, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Stop staring. From now on, be sharp and handle Pepper for me. Otherwise, don't expect me to clean up your mess in the future. Tony admonished in a hushed tone. Takumi Fujiwara stood, dazed, watching Bai Ye's retreating figure, retrieving the business card Bai Ye had given him. Perhaps he had time to visit that treasure trove after all. Upon leaving Tony's residence, Bai Ye soon found himself atop a skyscraper-esque terrace. He dialed a number. Where are you? He asked. At this hour, of course, I'm at the office. What is up? Came the response. Just wait, I'm on my way. A few minutes later, Bai Ye knocked on the door of Summer's office. As she worked, Summer looked up to see Bai Ye enter with a playful grin. She sighed, pausing her tasks, and inquired, What do you want? Let us get down to business. All right. No more jokes, Bai Ye replied, producing the documents Tony had given him. There are matters that require your assistance. The complexities of stock holdings in Stark Industries and the intricate maneuvers of investment companies were beyond his grasp, necessitating someone adept to manage them. Summer was undoubtedly the best choice for the task. Wolf does not manage the company. His responsibilities lie solely in auditing and money laundering. For legitimate business operations, one must seek professionals like Xia Tian. Bai Ye observed her. At that moment, Xia Tian was clad in a black blazer and skirt, her fair and slender legs encased in black stockings, presenting an exceptionally alluring office attire, with an intellect and charm that captivated. She also exuded a unique allure of a mature woman, her flowing dark hair releasing an intoxicating fragrance. Truly, she is his woman. Xia Tian took the documents with a hint of confusion and began to peruse them, her brows furrowing deeply. Bai Ye, where did you find these forged documents? The legal department of Stark Group is no trifling matter. What forged documents? Bai Ye rolled his eyes and replied, These are the documents personally handed to me by Tony Stark. Impossible, Xia Tian exclaimed. Even if Tony Stark were insane, he wouldn't simply give you this many shares in Stark Group without cause. If these documents are authentic, I estimate he has gifted you at least $1 billion. Stark Group's 65 stake is indeed worth several billion, isn't it? Bai Ye responded, and Tony Stark is not insane. He merely transferred a portion of someone else's shares to me. Are you familiar with Obadiah Stane, the vice president of Stark Group? I have heard of him. He seems to have been imprisoned for conspiring against Tony Stark, Xiaotian noted. These are Obadiah's shares, Bai Ye explained. Tony is the major shareholder of Stark, while Obadiah holds about 10 of the shares. Apart from what he has given to me, Tony has also reclaimed a portion. Xiaotian still struggled to comprehend. Even if they are Obadiah's shares, why would Tony Stark give them to you? Because Obadiah escaped from prison and kidnapped Tony Stark and his girlfriend last night. I assisted in rescuing him, though there were certain details you are unaware of. Regardless, these documents are undoubtedly genuine. Since Bai Ye had asserted this, Xiaotian had no choice but to believe him. So, if these documents are true, she rubbed her temples, still in disbelief. Does that mean you are on the verge of becoming a billionaire? That amount seems rather excessive. It frightens me. Frightened of what? Bai Ye casually wrapped his arm around Xiaotian's slender waist and chuckled. You are now the girlfriend of a billionaire. To gain wealth overnight, one must be well versed in the law. Chapter 99. A Man of Integrity, by Xiao Ye's Virtue. Xiaotian shot Bai Ye a glance, twisting her waist, yet continued to examine the documents. After finishing the stack, she pondered the content within. She inquired, So, what do you intend to do with this money? I have no particular plans. At present, I am not in need of funds. Hence, there is no necessity to liquidate assets to improve my living conditions. Bai Ye responded. Moreover, these stocks possess considerable appreciation potential. Let us simply allow them to sit and appreciate in value. In the meantime, I shall entrust their management to you. Wait a moment, Bai Ye. Xiaotian furrowed her brow and replied, I have indeed dabbled in small businesses, but I have yet to attempt managing such a substantial asset. It seems rather inappropriate to hand over such a responsibility to me, does it not? I lack individuals with expertise in this area. Bai Ye countered, Xiaotian. Do not underestimate yourself. No one is born with the ability to manage billions of dollars. Consider Tony Stark, who had just graduated from college when his father, Howard Stark, passed away, with no business experience whatsoever, yet he managed to expand Stark Industries tremendously. You may not be any less capable than he. He continued, besides, this money was essentially a windfall. If lost, it bears no significant consequence. At worst, you could repay me with your own self. Bai Ye gently kissed Xiaotian's fair neck and chuckled. Xiaotian rolled her eyes and retorted, Why should I risk myself working for you, the capitalist? Just because you've embarked on this treacherous journey means there's no turning back unless you return the bribe I gave you. Bai Ye laughed heartily. That was merely a few boxes of milk I delivered to your home. Bah! Xiaotian spat, her cheeks flushed. If you continue with such lewd remarks, I may very well distance myself from these matters. Despite nearing an age where she should be more prudent, she found it difficult to withstand Bai Ye's brazen tongue, which had a knack for steering any topic back to such risque subjects. Bai Ye teased, We are practically an old married couple. Why be shy? Who has an old married couple with you? How shameless. Xiaotian playfully slapped Bai Ye. Bai Ye chuckled. In the bustling factory, which had yet to officially open, Xiaotian sighed softly. Here comes yet another major undertaking. You need not take on every task yourself. Learn to delegate and find others to help share the workload. Bai Ye replied, As long as the factory maintains a balance of income and expenditure, it suffices. Remember, you are here to work and realize your self-worth, not to suffer. If you overexert yourself, I shall be concerned. Xiaotian laughed at Bai Ye's words. You speak so lightly of it. You capitalists are known for being merciless. Just moments ago, you mentioned if I were to squander your funds, I would have to repay you with my very self. Bai Ye retorted, as if you still belong to yourself. As they continued their conversation, Xiaotian, with her hair disheveled, knelt upon the desk, supporting herself with her hands, her brow furrowed. Indeed, in a heated exchange, Bai Ye and Xiaotian, both known for their fiery tempers, found themselves embroiled in a physical altercation within the confines of their office. Fortunately, the soundproofing of the office proved effective. Otherwise, the clerks outside would have undoubtedly heard Xiaotian's sobs as Bai Ye struck her. Asgard, a magnificent and unparalleled city, boasts grandeur and meticulous layout, radiating brilliance and epitomizing opulence, a true testament to royal splendor. The golden glass glimmers brilliantly under the sun's rays. At the heart of the city lies the Crystal Palace, adorned with enormous crystals, a breathtaking spectacle. Today, within the royal palace of Asgard, a cacophony of voices filled the air as all gathered to cheer for the heir to Asgard, Thor Odinson, the god of thunder. Clad in formidable armor, Thor strode forward, hammer in hand, amidst the enthusiastic reception, exuding an air of confidence that bordered on arrogance. Odin, standing beneath the throne, observed the raucous yet playful Thor with a contemplative expression, pursing his lips in silence. Thor approached Odin's throne and knelt, removing his helmet to glance immediately at his mother, the goddess Frigga, whom he winked at. Frigga shot him a disapproving look. Today was a momentous occasion, and he ought not behave childishly. With a decisive thud of Gungnir, the spear of eternity, Odin quieted the jubilant crowd. Thor Odinson, Odin called out, addressing the air before him. My firstborn, he continued. The mighty hammer of the god of thunder has long been entrusted to you. Forged from the core of a dying star, its power is unmatched. It serves as both a weapon of destruction and a tool for construction, befitting of a king's stature. Since the dawn of time, I have defended Asgard and the innocent beings of the 9 realms, yet this day has arrived. As Odin delivered his proclamation, 2 guards responsible for patrolling Odin's treasury, as was their routine, failed to notice a section of the barrier that had been encased in ice after their passage. From his elevated position, Odin gazed down at Thor. Do you swear to protect the 9 realms? I swear, Thor affirmed. Do you vow to uphold peace? I swear, Thor replied. Do you pledge to forsake all selfish ambitions for the benefit of the kingdom? Raising the hammer of the god of thunder, Thor declared, I swear. Then today I, Odin, the All-Father, proclaim you. Odin's words halted abruptly. His remaining eye radiated divine light. Frost giants? Within Odin's treasury, 2 Asgardian guards were pierced through by icy blades. 3 creatures, their bodies composed of frost, hastily rushed into Odin's vault, seeking a box that emanated an eerie blue glow. The Frost Box, a formidable artifact, originally a sacred relic of the Frost Giants, was crafted by the ancient giant Ymir. It possessed the power to unleash a cataclysmic blizzard, containing the essence of 1,000 winters. After being seized by Odin, it was secured within his treasury. With the eternal spear Gungnir in hand, Odin gently struck once more. In the next moment, an armored figure emerged from the rock wall within the vault. The destroyer, forged from the celestial metal Uru, was nearly indestructible and capable of annihilating all known matter. This sentient armor could be controlled autonomously or by a wielder, drawing energy from Odin and other deities of Earth. Its visage could emit a continuous beam of intense heat, capable of melting virtually anything, and it possessed the ability to reshape itself. The destroyer was constructed by Odin to counter the invasion of cosmic deities and to safeguard Earth. As the Frost Giants sought to thieve the Frost Box, the destroyer unleashed a torrent of orange energy, striking with blinding speed. The impacted Frost Giant was vaporized instantly, leaving only the Frost Box to tumble to the ground. After vanquishing the intruder, the destroyer retreated back into the rock wall. Odin, accompanied by Thor and Loki, hastily arrived at the treasury. Upon witnessing the slain Asgardian guards, Thor could not contain his fury. The Frost Giants must pay for their transgressions. Odin gazed at the Frost Box and replied, They have already paid with their lives. The destroyer has fulfilled its duty, and the Frost Box is secure, thus all is well. All is well? Thor retorted indignantly. They breached Odin's treasury. Should the Frost Giants steal any artifact? Odin stressed, they did not. Thor struggled to comprehend Odin's leniency towards the Frost Giants. I wish to know why. Odin explained, I have a truce with the Frost Giant King, Laufey. Thor interjected, he has just broken that truce himself. Odin turned to face Thor. What actions do you intend to take? Thor responded, like you once did, march into Jotunheim and teach them a lesson. Instill such fear that they dare not invade again. Odin replied, you are viewing this solely from a warrior's perspective. They are but a small faction, and their doomed actions do not warrant a grand conflict. Thor insisted, look at the consequences of their actions. This is indeed Odin's treasure trove, the most clandestine location in all of Asgard. Odin, we shall identify the vulnerabilities in our defenses and rectify them. Thor, as the king of Asgard, Odin, filled with ire, retorted, but you are not the king. Not yet. Thor, incensed by Odin's rebuke, gritted his teeth but refrained from retaliating. The disappointment in Odin's gaze weighed heavily upon Thor as Odin turned away. Loki, adorned innocently like a faun, wore a look of feigned innocence. Thor returned to his palace, consumed by impotent fury, and began to wreak havoc, overturning a long dining table in his wrath. Exhausted from his rampage, he found himself resignedly seated on the steps. For within Asgard, None could defy the divine ruler, Odin. Had the coronation ceremony continued, and he been crowned king, perhaps he could have commanded Asgard to punish the frost giants. But he faltered. Odin remained the supreme sovereign of Asgard. As Thor sat on the steps, he heard footsteps approaching from behind. Turning to see, it was his brother Loki. "It is unwise of you to accompany me now, brother," Thor said, his voice laced with anger. "Today was meant to be my day of glory." Loki replied softly, "That day will come, inevitably. What is the matter?" The three valiant warriors of the realm, Fandral, Volstagg, and Hogun, along with Thor's beloved Sif, arrived at Thor's palace. "If this can bring you solace, I believe you are correct," Loki remarked. "Regarding the frost giants, regarding Laufey, regarding everything. If they manage to breach Asgard's defenses once, who can guarantee they will not return? Next time, they may come with an army." Thor nodded emphatically. "Indeed, Loki, yet any action you take will contravene our father's will." As they exchanged glances, a spark ignited between them. Loki quickly added, No, I know what you are contemplating. Thor, this is the only way to ensure our defenses are secure." Loki, "Thor, you are losing your mind." Volstagg, who had just entered, inquired with curiosity, "Losing your mind? To what extent?" Thor, with utmost seriousness, declared, "We must journey to Jotunheim." "What?" Fandral exclaimed. "This is not akin to a mere trip to Midgard. In Jotunheim, if you summon but a hint of thunder and lightning, the mortals will deify you." "That is Jotunheim." Thor replied, "My father once stormed into Jotunheim, vanquished their armies, and seized their ice casket. We are merely seeking an answer." Sif remarked, "Without the king's command, we cannot recklessly invade Jotunheim. Friends, have you forgotten the deeds we accomplished together?" Thor approached, a mischievous grin upon his face. "Vandal, Hogun, who led you to partake in the most glorious of battles? It was you. Volstagg, who provided you with delectable feasts that made you feel as if you had ascended to Valhalla? It was you." "Indeed." Thor clapped Volstagg heartily on the shoulder and then turned towards Sif. "And who proved wrong all those who believed that a maiden could not become the mightiest warrior of the realm?" Sif responded, "It was I." Thor affirmed, "Indeed. But I have always supported you, Sif." Turning resolutely towards his comrades, Thor declared, "Friends, we must venture to Jotunheim." Clearly, Thor was the type of bull-headed individual who, once he set his mind to something, would pursue it relentlessly. After securing the three valiant warriors and Sif through brotherly camaraderie, he swiftly led them upon white steeds to the guardian of the Rainbow Bridge, Heimdall. The group came to an abrupt halt, for Heimdall was second only to Odin in power among the Asgardians. For a long while, Summer nestled in the embrace of the midnight sun, who held her slender waist with one arm while lighting a cigarette. Suddenly, Summer appeared perturbed, glancing at her form with dissatisfaction, and queried the midnight sun, "Do all men prefer to gaze upon a woman's bosom? How could that be?" Midnight Sun shook his head earnestly, replying, "Do not cast men in such a negative light. Among them, there are still gentlemen. For instance, unlike those lecherous souls, I am merely captivated by a woman's heart, though it happens to be obscured by her bosom." Chapter 100. I have served Asgard with valor, I have bled for Asgard, and I demand to see the Queen Mother. Heimdall, the god of light, the god of dawn, the guardian god, the gatekeeper, and one of the 12 noble deities of the Aesir, stood as the sentinel of the celestial palace, safeguarding the city's gates against any intruder. He was among Odin's most trusted servants, characterized by his steadfast loyalty and valor. Tasked with watching over the Rainbow Bridge, he possessed the all-seeing Heimdall's eye, which allowed him to perceive all things. Standing before the Rainbow Bridge, clad in golden armor, he exuded an imposing and majestic presence, adorned with a horned helmet, which served as a warning of any invasion to the celestial palace. He wielded a great sword, Hofund, forged from URU metal. Additionally, he carried the sword of the Rainbow Bridge, Gyllerhorn, used to open the passage. The two parties stood in a tense standoff, the atmosphere thick with anticipation. "Leave it to me." Loki, eager to showcase his persuasive prowess as the god of mischief, intercepted Thor and stepped forward. "Good morning, Heimdall." However, before Loki could finish his sentence, Heimdall coldly interrupted, "Do you think you can deceive me?" Loki was momentarily taken aback. "You must be mistaken." "Enough." Thor, with his tempestuous temperament, stepped forward and stated, "Heimdall, will you allow us to pass?" "No foe has evaded my gaze until today," Heimdall replied, referring to the shame of the frost giant's incursion into Odin's treasury. "I wish to know what transpired." Thor responded. Then before we return, do not disclose our whereabouts to anyone. Understood? Understood, Heimdall affirmed. Thor took the lead, leaving Loki in a state of bewilderment. As Vostag passed by, he playfully nudged Loki and teased, "What is the matter? Has your silver tongue tied itself in knots?" Loki began to walk as well, but not before casting a perplexed glance at Heimdall. This made little sense, after all. Heimdall was renowned as Odin's most loyal servant. How could he be so easily swayed by Thor's straightforward remark to defy Odin's command and permit Thor's journey to Jotunheim? Was it the shame from the Frost Giants' invasion that motivated him? That did not seem plausible, for Heimdall's fidelity to Odin surely superseded his own honor. Or perhaps this old fellow only responded to intimidation, requiring a scare to fulfill his duties? Loki could not fathom it, shook his head, and followed after Thor and the others. In truth, Loki had already considered the real reason, but dismissed it due to its simplicity, forgetting that Heimdall had indeed always been Odin's most loyal servant. Thor and his companions stood at the edge of the Rainbow Bridge. Heimdall inserted the sword of Blergh steel into the mechanism that activated the bridge, unleashing an incredible energy that gradually came to life. A radiant energy bridge spanned the starry expanse, connecting Asgard and Jotunheim. "I warn you," Heimdall declared, "as the gatekeeper, I shall uphold my vow to protect the realm. Should your return threaten Asgard's safety, the Rainbow Bridge shall not open for you, and you will be left to perish in the frigid wasteland of Jotunheim." Vostag interjected, "Why can't you simply keep the bridge open for us?" Heimdall replied, "To keep it open would unleash the full power of the Rainbow Bridge, obliterating even you along with all of Jotunheim." Asgard's supremacy among the 9 realms was indeed significantly attributed to the Rainbow Bridge's capacity to annihilate other worlds at will. Yet, Thor remained resolute. "I do not intend to die today. None wish for death." Heimdall truly activated the Rainbow Bridge. Thor, Loki, and the others were suddenly engulfed by the bridge's energy and transported to the distant realm of Jotunheim in the blink of an eye. In mere moments, they found themselves in a desolate expanse of icy wasteland. Jotunheim, the abode of the Frost Giants, is a land fraught with peril, inhabited by formidable foes of the gods, towering, savage beings with fearsome visages. Thor had only heard of the harsh conditions of Jotunheim, but had never set foot there until now. As he surveyed the bleak surroundings, the darkness and cold starkly contrasted with the warmth of Asgard. "We should not have come," Hogun lamented. The severity of the environment exceeded their wildest imaginings, and they were utterly unfamiliar with this land. "Let us proceed," Thor declared, though he felt a twinge of unease. Yet, as the proud heir to Asgard's throne, retreat was not an option. The blood debts owed by Asgard's guardians compelled him to advance. Thus, Thor led Loki, Sif, and the others towards the city of the Frost Giants to confront their king, Laufey. On the dark, frigid path, eerie sounds echoed around them, heightening their vigilance amidst the howling winds. "Where are they?" Sif inquired. Thor scoffed. "They are hiding, a coward's usual tactic." At last, they arrived before a formidable structure. "Have you journeyed so far to meet your doom, Asgardians?" A raspy voice emerged from the shadows. "I am Thor Odinson," Thor proclaimed, surveying the imposing edifice with an air of superiority. "We know who you are," he continued, his voice steady. "How did your kin infiltrate Asgard?" As the Prince of Asgard, he felt no need for courtesy when addressing the Frost Giants, who had been vanquished by Odin yet remained subservient to Asgard. From the depths of darkness, Laufey, the king of the Frost Giants, emerged with blood-red eyes, emanating a chilling aura. "The house of Odin is rife with traitors. Do not besmirch my father's name with your lies," Thor bellowed, wielding Mjolnir with fury. "Your father is a butcher, a thief," Laufey retorted, stepping forth to tower over Thor from atop an ice-carved pedestal. "What do you seek? Do you yearn for war? Are you eager for it? You are but a boy wishing to prove his manhood." As he spoke, Frost Giants began to emerge from all directions, towering 3 to 4 meters high, their ice-blue skin and crimson eyes glinting menacingly as they scrutinized Thor, Loki, and their companions. However, Thor remained fixated on confronting Laufey, his anger surging. "This boy is weary of your mockery." Yet, Sif and her companions had already sensed the impending danger. Jotunheim was the realm of the Frost Giants, where their combat prowess would significantly increase. The long, icy blades wielded by the giants were chillingly sharp, instilling a sense of dread. "Thor, think twice," Loki urged, stepping before him. "Look around us. We are outnumbered." Thor, however, responded impatiently. "Remember your place, brother. You have no idea what your actions may provoke. Laufey glared at Thor and declared, but I do know. Before I change my mind, get out of Jotunheim. Laufey could not kill Thor in Jotunheim. For doing so would compel Odin to obliterate Jotunheim via the Rainbow Bridge. Yet, Laufey's patience had its limits. He could not indefinitely endure Thor's provocations. We shall heed your generous suggestion, Loki said, grasping Thor's arm respectfully and pulling him back. Come, brother. Thor glanced at Laufey and then at the encroaching frost giants. Although filled with fury, he retained a modicum of reason, refraining from recklessly representing Asgard in battle against the giants. Ultimately, he could only prepare to retreat to Asgard under Loki's guidance. However, just as Thor turned away, Laufey uttered another taunt. Go home, little princess. Loki facepalmed. Oh, for goodness sake. Given Thor's temperament, especially when he was suppressing his rage, it was outrageous for anyone to call him a woman without provoking a response. Indeed, Thor's anger transformed into a mocking smile. He raised Mjolnir and, turning swiftly, struck Laufey with a powerful blow, sending him hurtling against the icy wall. To be honest, Laufey had not anticipated that this fool would dare to strike him in Jotunheim. With Thor's action, the surrounding frost giants, witnessing their leader being struck, had no choice but to charge forth. Sif and the three warriors of the Valkyrie immediately drew their weapons to face the onslaught. Although the frost giants might not match Sif and her companions individually, in Jotunheim, their numbers were limitless, and they could wear down Sif's group. Thor, however, displayed his formidable might, dispatching one frost giant after another with Mjolnir. Weak, far too weak. At least give me a semblance of a challenge. Thor taunted as he shattered a frost giant and turned to mock the reeling Laufey. In response, Laufey lightly waved his hand, and a cadre of elite frost giants leaped down from the castle walls, with a direct charge towards Thor, the elite frost giants. Larger and more formidable than their ordinary counterparts, advanced with an imposing presence. One elite frost giant slammed its fist into the ground, sending a wave of frost that formed an icy barrier, forcing the unsuspecting Thor back several paces. A thunderous roar erupted from the elite frost giant, met by an equally fierce cry from Thor as both combatants rushed towards each other. Thor, wielding Mjolnir, swung with all his might, only to have his wrist seized by the elite frost giant. A brutal headbutt struck Thor's cranium, leaving him momentarily dazed. Yet, with a cold smirk, he prepared to retaliate, only to be met with a powerful punch that sent him flying. If Thor struggled against the elite frost giant, Sif found herself at a distinct disadvantage against another. Meanwhile, Loki, ever the master of deception, cleverly utilized his illusions to trick one elite frost giant into plummeting off a cliff. Vostag, engaged in battle with a frost giant, found his wrist ensnared, the icy grip swiftly eroding his skin as though his arm were submerged in molten lava. He shouted, "Do not let their touch reach you." Just as Vostag issued his warning, Loki, battling another frost giant, also found himself captured by the wrist. In an instant, his arm became a chilling blue, rapidly succumbing to frost. However, rather than feeling the sting of frostbite, Loki experienced an unexpected sense of comfort. Staring in disbelief at his arm, he seemed to grasp a revelation. The frost giant that held him locked gazes with Loki, seemingly comprehending something profound, and ceased its assault. Yet, in the next moment, Loki's expression darkened as he plunged a dagger into the creature's heart. Thor, relying on Mjolnir and the formidable strength of the Aesir, managed to hold his ground. But Vandal faltered, inadvertently pierced by the frost giant's icy spike spell. Sif, Vostag, they cried, rushing to assist Vandal while alerting Thor to their perilous situation. We must leave, Loki shouted towards Thor. Then let us depart, Thor declared, swinging Mjolnir to send a frost giant hurtling away, casting a reluctant glance at Laufey perched above. Before preparing to retreat with Sif and the others, Laufey pressed a hand upon his mechanism, unleashing a surge of frost that rapidly expanded into a massive ice sculpture. The ice cascaded away, revealing a colossal, grotesque frost beast within. A fearsome roar echoed forth. The voice of the frost giant reverberated, causing the very heavens to tremble. Sif and her companions cast their gaze towards the colossal figure, whose toes dwarfed their very beings. Curse it, Sif exclaimed as she Vostag, and Hogun hurriedly shielded Vandal and fled. Such a formidable frost giant surpassed their capacity to confront. Yet the creature relentlessly pursued them. Heimdall, open the Bifrost, Thor bellowed. but there was no response. A grim realization dawned upon them. Heimdall had previously warned that he would not activate the Bifrost should they bring danger back to Asgard. Despair seeped into their hearts. Was this truly the day they would meet their end? The Bifrost remained dormant, and the frost giant was drawing near. In that critical moment, Thor stood resolutely before his comrades, raising his enchanted hammer, Mjolnir. In an instant, dark clouds converged, and terrifying lightning flickered across the sky. The next moment, Thor swung his hammer down with tremendous force, unleashing a brilliant cascade of lightning that struck the frost giant. With a crackling sound, smoke billowed from the giant, which fell in response. The group huddled closely together, backs against one another, yet the threat did not dissipate. Countless frost giants surrounded them, closing in ominously. Damn it! Thor gritted his teeth. If Heimdall did not activate the Bifrost soon, they would indeed perish here. The frost giants lunged forward. Suddenly, the Bifrost ignited, a vibrant energy enveloping Thor and his companions. Within the radiant light of the Bifrost, the sound of galloping hooves resonated. Riding a magnificent black steed and wielding the eternal spear Gungnir, the fully armed Odin appeared in Jotunheim. "Father, let us vanquish them together," Thor exclaimed upon seeing Odin. Akin to a child who had been bullied finding solace in a parent. "Be silent," Odin retorted, dousing Thor's enthusiasm with cold reality. Laufey, utilizing his frost magic, ascended to stand before Odin, a smirk playing upon his lips. "Father of the gods, you appear quite weary." In the 9 realms, the lifespan of the Aesir was no great secret. Even the mightiest of them, the All-Father, was nearing 5,000 years. "Laufey, cease this," Odin commanded. "It was your son who instigated this." Laufey replied, unabashed. "Indeed, it was true," Odin remarked. "This is merely the folly of a young boy. Let us not make a mountain out of a molehill. You and I can bring this matter to a close and avoid further bloodshed. The situation has transcended diplomatic boundaries." "Father of the gods," Laufey retorted, "he shall have the war and death he desires." The frost giants, having submitted to Odin for millennia as vanquished foes, yearn for retribution. Odin's lifespan is nearing its limit. How could the frost giants not be restless? "Very well," Odin replied with an expression devoid of emotion. As the conqueror of the 9 realms, who established Asgard through blood and fire, why would Odin fear war? In the next moment, Laufey wielded a blade of frost and struck Odin. The blow landed upon Odin's eternal spear, Gungnir. Boom! The spear unleashed a ferocious power, hurling Laufey far away. Even the surrounding frost giants trembled at the might of Gungnir. After Odin demonstrated his formidable strength once more, the Bifrost opened, transporting Odin, Thor, and the others back. Laufey rose, gazing at the sky, now shrouded in darkness, a cold smile gradually forming upon his lips. Upon returning to Asgard, Odin confronted Thor, his tone stern. "Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? What have you incited?" Thor, unyielding, responded, "I am defending my homeland. You cannot even protect your own friends. How can you safeguard this realm? If fear of action prevails, the kingdom shall meet its demise, and what is there to defend?" Thor declared, "The frost giants must learn to fear me as they once feared you. That is pride and arrogance, not leadership." Odin rebuked. "You have forgotten everything I taught you about a warrior's patience." Thor audaciously interrupted Odin, retorting, "While you wait and endure, the people of the 9 realms mock us. The old ways have failed. You witness Asgard's decline, yet only engage in empty rhetoric." Odin, like an enraged lion, bellowed, "You are a vain, greedy, and cruel child." Thor roared back, "You are a foolish old man." Odin fixed his gaze upon Thor. "You are correct. I am indeed a foolish old man. Foolish enough to believe you were ready to assume leadership of this realm. Thor Odinson, you have defied the explicit orders of the king. Due to your arrogance and foolishness, the peaceful kingdom and its innocent beings shall face the terror and horror of war. You have betrayed your kingdom, your title, and those who love you. Now, I shall strip you of your powers." Odin extended his hand, summoning Thor's beloved Mjolnir back into his grasp. "In the name of my father and my grandfather, I, Odin, the All-Father, banish you from Asgard." With a powerful swing of Mjolnir, a tremendous thunderbolt struck Thor himself, casting him into the Rainbow Bridge. Thor's heart raced with panic. "I have served Asgard and shed blood for it. You cannot treat me this way. I demand to see my mother." Meanwhile, seated at the table with Bai Ye, Aunt May, and Parker, Thor was enjoying a delectable bone stew prepared by Aunt May when he suddenly paused, sensing something unusual. He glanced skyward, retrieving his trusty hammer to investigate. What was happening? Why did it feel as though another Mjolnir had appeared in this world? Chapter 101. I wish to interact with you as an ordinary person, yet what I received was estrangement. Thor, what troubles you? Bai Ye inquired, gnawing on his bone. In an effort to care for Thor, Aunt May had specifically cooked a corn and bone soup today, utilizing lotus root, corn, radish, and other ingredients. She first brought the contents to a boil in a clay pot before simmering for 3 hours. The rich aroma wafting from the pot was irresistible, and the broth had turned a milky white, indicating the tender, succulent meat of the bones, which paired exquisitely with the flavorful soup, prompting indulgent feasting and lingering satisfaction. Thor yearned to respond about sensing the presence of another Mjolnir, but as the words formed on his lips, they transformed into barking sounds. Alas, he was still a dog. Dejected, Thor quickly noticed that Bai Ye and Parker, taking advantage of his momentary distraction, were hastening to devour their bones. You two are the real dogs here. Setting aside the matter of Mjolnir for the moment, he eagerly joined the fray with Bai Ye and Parker. In New Mexico, in Old Bridge City, Jane, accompanied by her student Daisy Louise and Dr. Selvig, was observing celestial phenomena. Suddenly, the sky began to shift, and a tempestuous whirlwind of dark clouds enveloped the desolate landscape, obscuring the heavens and swallowing the faint light of the stars and moon, scattering devastating waves of energy. At the center of the swirling clouds, divine flames blazed fiercely, hurtling towards Earth. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening clap of thunder, a meteor-like object plummeted from the sky, crashing into the barren land with a brilliant explosion of light. Jane, did you not say it was merely a faint aurora? Selvig exclaimed, his eyes wide in shock as he beheld the falling meteorite. Oh, science is perpetually replete with unexpected twists. Jian remarked succinctly. With the fall of a meteorite, who on Earth could still be preoccupied with the aurora? After exchanging a few words with Selvig, Jian seized the steering wheel, driving fervently towards the site of the meteorite's descent. It was not far from where they were. Setting aside the research value of meteorites, their intrinsic worth is comparable to that of gold. The average meteorite can fetch about $600 per gram, while the rarer Martian and lunar meteorites can reach approximately $5,000 per gram, far surpassing the value of gold. Jian, please remain calm. Do not jeopardize your life for the sake of research, Daisy implored, attempting to wrest the steering wheel from Jian's grasp. Following the recent meteorite fall, another meteorite had been reported, and they were approaching in their RV. Far too perilous. I refuse to risk my life for 6 credit hours. No, we have scarcely encountered such an opportunity, Jian insisted, trying to reclaim control of the steering wheel. The two engaged in a tug-of-war over it. God, please. With the way you two are fighting over the steering wheel, we may very well perish in a car crash before the meteorite strikes us. Selvig lamented. Bang. Jian slammed the brakes to the floor, cautiously glancing at Daisy. Did we just hit something? Daisy pondered for a moment. It seems so. You two just ran over someone, Selvig said grumpily. Quick, get out and help. He hurriedly exited the vehicle to check on the person they had struck. Jian, if he dies, will we be held accountable for his life? Daisy said tearfully. Stop with the nonsense. Hurry and grab the first aid kit, Jian urged. Daisy mumbled as she went to retrieve the kit. Please, do not die. I beg you. At the county hospital, the doctor informed Selvig and Jian outside the ward. Your friend is in good health. He is merely in a temporary state of unconsciousness and will awaken shortly. Are you certain, doctor? Selvig asked. Perhaps we should conduct another examination? For he had witnessed firsthand how Jian and Daisy's speeding RV had struck the man. Such an impact should, if not fatal, have at least resulted in broken bones, one would think. Sir, please trust in my professional ethics. I assure you he is fine, the doctor stated, closing the medical record and turning to leave. Jian and Selvig exchanged a glance, rendered speechless. They stepped into the ward, gazing at Thor, still in slumber. They were left to ponder whether to consider him fortunate or unfortunate. Fortune favors the bold. How could one be struck head-on by a speeding vehicle, yet emerge unscathed? Where am I? In the throes of unconsciousness, Thor awakened, bewildered, surveying his surroundings. He found himself in a hospital. The nurse, Jian, quickly apologized, stating, I am terribly sorry. Due to the dim lighting, my student and I failed to see you while driving and inadvertently struck you. We brought you here, sir. May I have your name and phone number? I am Thor, son of Odin, the god of thunder. Such contraptions as telephones are foreign to me. Thor vigorously shook his head to clear his dazed mind. Which realm is this? Is it Alfheim? Nornheim? Jin was at a loss for words. Thor, son of Odin? Daisy, unable to contain her amusement, interjected, if you are indeed Thor, then I must confess, I had hoped to engage with you as a mere mortal. Yet it seems I am met with estrangement. Enough pretense. I reveal my true identity. I am Ares, son of Zeus, the god of war. Ares? Thor scrutinized Daisy, recognizing the resemblance, particularly in her muscular physique. Ares, how have you transformed into a woman? Or is this merely a disguise? Moreover, where is this place? In the Marvel Universe, Ares is one of the 12 Olympian gods, renowned for his immense strength and martial prowess, and a member of the Dark Avengers. He had once battled Thor, with their powers evenly matched. Surely you jest? Daisy queried incredulously, glancing at Jin, who exchanged a knowing look. Was this individual suffering from a concussion, or was he simply deranged? Where's my hammer? My beloved Mjolnir. Thor suddenly realized his cherished weapon was missing and began to search frantically. Where has it gone? What hammer? Jin asked cautiously. My hammer. The weapon of the god of thunder. Thor insisted. At that moment, a middle-aged nurse, her countenance unremarkable yet adorned with a nurse's cap, knocked and entered the room. Time for a blood draw. Jin and the others instinctively stepped aside. The nurse, noticing Thor's muscular frame, swallowed hard and offered a gentle smile. Hey, it's just a blood draw. There's no need to be afraid. A gleaming silver syringe came into view before Thor. How dare you attempt to attack and humiliate the son of Odin? Thor, I shall punish your insolence. Thor roared, delivering a powerful punch that struck the nurse squarely in the eye, instantly leaving her with a dark bruise. Humph. I, Thor, do not engage in the bullying of women and children. Rather, this mortal sought to disrespect me and shall receive the punishment she deserves. Who is this needle meant to insult? Help. An assault has occurred. Room 3 in the emergency department. The female nurse emitted a scream reminiscent of a slaughtered pig, exclaiming, This person is insane. He has lost control. However, Thor paid no heed to her words, tearing away the chaotic array of medical instruments from his person and bellowing. Did one of you dare to steal my Mjolnir? You wretched thieves, do you have the audacity to pilfer the mighty hammer of Thor, son of Odin? Jane, Daisy, and Selvig exchanged glances, recognizing that this man was undoubtedly unhinged. What? Insanity? Assault? The notion of a lunatic causing a ruckus was intolerable. A group of burly hospital security personnel rushed to the scene, and a male doctor was the first to approach, attempting to restrain Thor. Yet, with a single punch, Thor struck the doctor squarely in the face, sending him sprawling backward. Get away. I must find my hammer. To Thor, Mjolnir was more cherished than his spouse. It was an inseparable part of him. With its disappearance, he felt as if a piece of his very being had been excised. Finding Mjolnir was imperative. Security personnel and several male doctors swiftly barricaded the entrance. Do you intend to ambush me? Ha. Thor laughed heartily. I, Thor the god of thunder, fear nothing. With fists raised, he launched an assault. It must be noted that although Thor had lost his divine powers, his physical prowess far exceeded that of ordinary men, and his combat experience remained intact. Thus, 2 or 3 burly men were no match for him. The security and doctors fell before Thor, each receiving a powerful strike. Jane, Daisy, Selvig, cowering in the corner of the room, trembled at the sight. They had inadvertently collided with a man who seemed not merely mad, but exceptionally formidable. Fortuitously, their encounter had rendered him unconscious. Otherwise, they would have stood no chance against his wrath. For the security and male doctors were indeed robust individuals. While they consisted merely of a balding, portly professor in his 40s, a slender female doctoral candidate in her 20s, and a domineering female student, a veritable collection of weaklings. Thor rampaged through the crowd with wild abandon. Ha. I, Thor, son of King Odin, do you mortals truly believe you can stand against me? He proclaimed with arrogant laughter, surrender at once. Just then, a security officer plunged a stun baton into Thor's side. The once mighty god shuddered momentarily, his strength dissipating. And before succumbing to unconsciousness, he turned to the officer with a fierce glare. You vile wretch, I shall not forget this. And thus, the thunderous god who had been wreaking havoc fell silent. The security guard spat disdainfully. You claim to be Thor, the god of thunder? The one felled by a mere stun baton? Is that sorted? Indeed, it's settled. He can sleep until noon tomorrow. He hit me. Woe is me, that wretched scoundrel. My eyes, that lunatic struck me right in the eye, assaulted me, That ruffian. The middle-aged nurse, covering her eyes, wept. The male doctors wiped cold sweat from their brows. This individual is exceedingly perilous, exhibiting a pronounced inclination towards aggression. We nearly succumb to his wrath. The stun baton is insufficient. We must administer a sedative shortly. Claiming to be Thor, he is either severely delusional or suffering from schizophrenia. In any case, we must hasten to transfer him to a psychiatric facility, allowing professionals to handle him. Yes, indeed, we must hurry, lest he awakens and wreaks havoc once more. Jin and her companions exchanged glances, at a loss for words. Logically, they bore some responsibility for this individual, yet having sustained injuries from him, the situation had spiraled beyond their control. Suddenly, Jin's phone rang. Upon checking, she saw it was a call from her boyfriend, Bai Ye. She answered hello. After a tussle for a bone with Parker, Thor finally remembered the pressing matter at hand. Though Thor could not speak, he gestured fervently, and Bai Ye grasped his intent. He sensed the presence of Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, in this world. Although Thor was a dog, he belonged to a divine lineage, possessing godly powers. Perhaps the essence of his divine nature resonated with that of the god of thunder in this realm, allowing him a unique connection to the fallen hammer. Bai Ye began to comprehend that, barring unforeseen circumstances, the humanoid Thor must have been exiled to Earth by his father, Odin. Bai Ye was eager to join the fray, particularly to witness who among them was the mightier, his own Thor or the other. Thus, under Thor's insistence, he drove towards New Mexico. En route, Bai Ye recalled that his girlfriend Jin, who likely attended Yale, might also be in New Mexico at this time. He retrieved his phone and called her. Jin? It's me, Bai Ye. Are you currently in New Mexico? Yes. Bai Ye, how did you know? Never mind how I found out. Did you happen to witness the 2 meteorites falling? Has the news spread so swiftly? Indeed, but I have yet to see the meteorites. I was too busy grappling with Daisy for control of the steering wheel and accidentally knocked someone down. Bai Ye stroked his chin and mused. Is it a robust individual with golden hair and a hint of madness? Jing responded in surprise. Bai Ye, how do you know this? You haven't placed a camera near me, have you? Bai Ye replied, I have a fair understanding of your situation. Wait for me. I am nearing New Mexico and will come to find you. He hung up the phone and continued driving. After a while, Bai Ye listened to the sounds of the game and glanced over at the passenger seat, where Thor, engrossed in his mobile game, blinked at him. With a swift motion, Bai Ye lifted Thor into the driver's seat and made his way to the back seat. You are now a mature dog, so you should learn to drive yourself to New Mexico. Thor sat bewildered in the driver's seat. Bai Ye, however, felt entirely at ease, for Thor's hands were indeed capable of grasping the steering wheel. As for his legs, they were unable to reach the brake and accelerator. Yet, Bai Ye was aware that some individuals with disabilities could drive without legs. Surely, Thor, with his legs, could manage as well. As long as one's mind remained steadfast, solutions abound. He was confident that Thor would overcome this minor challenge. Thor felt somewhat helpless, as it seemed he was indeed in the wrong. After all, it was he who insisted on accompanying Bai Ye in the quest for the hammer of the thunder god. So he decided to drive. He had piloted a spaceship before, and although he was not accustomed to such a primitive mode of transportation as a car, he could grasp the concept well enough to manage. Bai Ye nestled in the back seat, ready to sleep. By the time he awoke, they would likely be close to New Mexico. What if Thor caused an accident? The thought seemed trivial, considering his elemental powers. Even in an accident, he would likely emerge unscathed. The next day, at the county mental hospital, Thor struggled to open his eyes. His body felt weak and lethargic, and his mind was clouded, leaving him with a dismal experience. What was happening? He shook his head, trying to awaken himself. Before him lay a hospital room, immaculate and bright, yet permeated by the sharp scent of disinfectant. He was dressed in a hospital gown. These wretched mortals dare to desecrate a deity. Thor gritted his teeth, vowing that once he reclaimed his beloved Mjolnir, he would make these mortals pay. Just as he was about to rise, the door swung open, and a blonde nurse entered. Room 38, it's time for your medication. The nurse, exuding an air of aloofness, stood before Thor's vessel, casting a downward glance that emanated an aura of intimidation. Designation 38? Thor furrowed his brow, asserting, I am Thor, the god of thunder, son of the illustrious Odin, not some mere 38. Whom do I need to confer with regarding your sovereign? Clearly, the nurse mused, his mind was not quite right. How deluded to think himself the god of thunder. She regarded him momentarily before stating, it appears you require a double dose. She prepared the medication and presented it to Thor. Take this and rest. You shall feel better. I am not ill, Thor retorted impatiently. I refuse to take it. With a swift motion, the nurse delivered a resounding slap, then adorned her countenance with a gentle smile. Now, take your medicine. Thor, taken aback by the unexpected blow, erupted with fury. How dare you strike me? I am Thor. Yet, another slap swiftly followed, the nurse's demeanor remaining warm. Be a good patient and take your medicine. Thor, stripped of his temper, found himself incapacitated, having been subdued by electric shocks and multiple doses of tranquilizers. He was now powerless against the nurse's unyielding strikes, let alone retaliate. Look, a UFO, Thor suddenly exclaimed, pointing towards the window. Where? The nurse hastily turned, seeing nothing of the sort. Upon turning back, she discovered the bed empty. Thor had made his escape. Hiding in a corner, Thor panted heavily. Devoid of his divine powers, he lamented his current state. Suddenly, a sharp metallic object pressed against his throat. Make a sound, and I shall end you. A deep male voice intoned. Do not blink. Feeling the chill at his throat, Thor instinctively blinked hard. A young man, clad in a similar hospital gown, emerged from the shadows. Who are you? Thor demanded. If you wish to kill me, so be it, but why must you humiliate me so? Silence. The tall, pallid youth hissed in a low tone. Answer my questions, or I will slay you. Very well. Thor conceded, feeling like a fish on a chopping block. Stripped of his powers, he knew he could no longer charge headlong into perilous situations. Reluctantly, he resolved to adopt a different strategy to confront this dilemma. Much like during his time on Sakaar, when he had nothing, he had resorted to cunningly manipulating Hulk and Banner to his advantage. The youth cleared his throat and inquired, how can a nerd quickly placate his girlfriend? Thor pondered momentarily and replied, perhaps by pricking her with a needle? Youth. Two girls. A, who is unattractive, and B, who is beautiful but not very tall. Which one would you choose? Thor pondered deeply. During the day, B. At night, A? My goodness. Finally, I have encountered someone sensible. The youth lowered the pen that was pressed against Thor's throat, revealing an excited smile. Fortunately, I did not give up. The youth introduced himself as Herbert Dorr. Hey, why haven't I seen you before? Are you new here? I'm not certain. Thor replied. They wish to confine me. I longed to break free from their clutches to retrieve my hammer. And then he scratched his head, unable to recall his last memory. I just inexplicably found myself here. Moreover, I was coerced by a female nurse to take medication. She is not truly a nurse. Herbert Dorr pulled Thor down to crouch and cautiously surveyed the surroundings. Then whispered, she is a mentally ill patient suffering from severe nurse delusions. Do not take her medication, for it contains excrement, and the excrement is toxic. He sighed. I have also been treated as a mental patient, confined in this asylum for over a year, constantly seeking a way to escape. Splendid. Thor exclaimed. Could you possibly take me with you? At the stroke of midnight, Herbert Dorr produced a black cloth and covered his face. We shall meet again. Thor eagerly awaited the night. At last, Herbert Dorr arrived. Both of them, their heads shrouded in black cloth, stealthily navigated through the corridors of the asylum, akin to thieves. Indeed, within this institution, there were many eccentric individuals. At this hour, a male patient inexplicably performed ballet in the hallway. Thor and his companion hid in a corner, patiently waiting for the deranged dancer to complete his performance before proceeding. After traversing a stretch of corridor, they reached a corner, where they encountered another lunatic, donned in a police officer's hat, directing traffic in the middle of the passage. They tiptoed around this individual, hastily escaping. They arrived before a door. Herbert Dorr guided Thor to open it and stepped inside. However, the blonde beauty, Kana Ravas, who had forced Thor to take medication during the day, was already lying in wait, armed with 2 electric batons. As soon as Thor and Herbert Dorr peeked out, the batons were thrust against them. Zzz. Their bodies convulsed and collapsed. The following day, Thor yawned and awoke from his slumber, only to find the alluring nurse Kana standing before his bed once more. Thor gasped in surprise. What do you intend to do? Be good. Take your medicine. Kana placed the prepared medication before Thor once again. Why must you insist that I take medication? Thor emphasized earnestly. I am not ill. It is you who is unwell. Me? Are you listening to that Herbert's nonsense? Kana retorted with a scoff. How to quickly placate a girlfriend. 2 girls, B in the daytime and A at night, is that not correct? You actually eavesdropped on our conversation. Thor exclaimed, filled with indignation. These two questions had been posed to everyone in this psychiatric facility since the first day he arrived. What do you mean? Tor asked, bewildered. He, much like you, suffers from severe delusions and dissociative identity disorder, which is why he was admitted here. He has consistently refused to cooperate with treatment and exhibits significant violent tendencies, having even assaulted his own psychiatrist. Kana shook her head. His condition is deteriorating. And what about you? Do you not also feel that we all wish to harm you? As for whether he has delusions or dissociative identity disorder, I do not care. I am perfectly sane. Tor declared vehemently. I am a normal person. Kana crossed her arms. If you answer 1 out of 2 tests correctly, I will believe you are not ill. Very well. Tor responded without hesitation. The first question is a simple test. Kana extended a finger towards Tor. How many is this? Isn't that a bit too simplistic? Tor replied with exasperation. Could we not have a more challenging question? Enough talk. Just cooperate with my little test. Fine, that is 1. Kana extended a second finger. How many is this? 2. She then raised a third finger. Excellent. What is 1 plus 1? Tor, distracted by Kana's fingers, blurted out, 3. Kana remarked, that is a classic case of muddled thinking. No. Tor hurriedly denied. I was trying to confuse you. Sighing, Kana looked at Tor with pity. Well then, let us proceed to the next question. All right. Kana instructed, repeat after me 3 times. Mouse, mouse, mouse. Tor complied. Mouse, mouse, mouse. Kana suddenly inquired, what does a cat fear most? Without a moment's hesitation, Tor replied, a mouse. Kana sighed deeply. You see? You still refuse to acknowledge it? This is a clear case of muddled thinking. Tor felt somewhat disoriented. You have not answered a single question correctly. You must be ill. Kana insisted. Have you never considered that perhaps you believe you are Thor, the god of thunder, merely a figment of your imagination, while in reality, you are just a powerless, overweight individual? That is impossible. Tor rebutted without a second thought. I have been Thor, the god of thunder, for thousands of years. No individual suffering from mental illness would ever acknowledge their condition. Your symptoms are quite understandable, Kana remarked. You have immersed yourself too deeply in your own world. If you obediently take your medication, you shall recover and be discharged sooner. Otherwise, your condition will only worsen. Allow me to offer a word of caution. Should delusions escalate to the level of Herbert, one may go to any lengths to eliminate perceived threats. Tor gazed at the medication left by Kana, lost in contemplation. Could it be that I am truly insane? Hey, what are you doing? Herbert suddenly exclaimed, knocking the pills from Tor's hand. Have you been duped by that madwoman? You are not insane, nor am I. We must make haste to escape. Tor eyed Herbert with suspicion, distancing himself slightly. Are you attempting to deceive me? How could you possibly trust that lunatic? Herbert, feigning indignation, responded, Are you questioning my honesty? Very well, let's pose 2 questions, Tor challenged. Herbert scoffed, retorting, 1 plus 1 equals 3, and cats are most afraid of mice, correct? Tor stared at Herbert in disbelief. You actually suspect I am unwell? Herbert replied, exasperated. That is the usual trick of that wretched woman. I have heard those questions at least 800 times. Did she tell you I suffer from delusions and dissociative identity disorder? Consider this. If I truly wished to harm you, I could have done so that day. Why would I have chosen to help you escape? Tor pondered this, realizing that Herbert's pen could have easily pierced his own neck that day. That was close. I nearly fell into that woman's trap. Now do you believe me? Indeed. At the 3rd watch of the night, shall we meet at the usual place? Tor and Herbert sealed their agreement with a high five. As night fell, the 2 donned black cloths over their heads and traversed the corridor, encountering the ballet dancer and the traffic cop, both afflicted with their own madness. Miraculously, they managed to evade danger and slipped into a room. Herbert led the way, assessing the situation. However, Tor suddenly realized they were in the archives. Curiosity piqued, he began to sift through the files. Before long, he stumbled upon Herbert's record. Name, Herbert. Age, 27. Weight, 61 kilograms. Condition, severe delusions and dissociative identity disorder, accompanied by tendencies toward violence, has already driven his primary physician to madness. What are you looking at? A sudden voice echoed in Tor's ear, causing him to startle. Turning around, he found it was Herbert. Herbert cast a fleeting glance at the files in Thor's hands, and in an instant, his expression transformed. A sinister grin creeping across his face. I never imagined that after all this time, you would uncover my secret. Before Thor could react, Herbert seized him by the throat. Stripped of his divine powers and still groggy from the residual sedatives in his bloodstream, Thor found himself unable to resist Herbert's grip. Could it be that I, Thor the Thunder God, am destined to perish at the hands of a madman today? Suddenly, a crackle of electricity filled the air. Thor witnessed Herbert collapse to the ground. As Nurse Kana stood behind him, wielding a stun baton. Are you all right? She inquired, as Thor, weakened and dizzy, succumbed to unconsciousness. The following day, upon regaining consciousness, Thor once again found himself in the presence of Nurse Kana. You're awake? She gently assisted him to sit up. Are you feeling all right? Thor instinctively touched his throat. What on earth happened? At this juncture, Kana decided to speak candidly, revealing, you are, in fact, the primary patient of Herbert Dorr. The condition you find yourself in is a result of his actions. You are not the Thunder God Thor, but merely an ordinary psychologist. As she spoke, she handed Thor a medical report. Upon examining it closely, Thor realized that he had not merely entered the hospital recently. Rather, he had been there for over 2 years, undergoing various treatments, with his condition worsening rather than improving. At that moment, Thor's confidence wavered. Could it be that the once mighty Thor, the Thunder God, was merely a figment of my imagination? Come now, take your medication. It will make you feel better, Kana encouraged, presenting him with a glass of water and his pills. You must muster your strength. This illness is entirely treatable. Once you recover, you can leave this dreadful place. Thank you. Persuaded by Kana's words, Thor hesitantly accepted the water and medication, swallowing them in one swift motion. Yet, as soon as he ingested the pills, he felt an unsettling sensation, clutching his throat in alarm. Kana's demeanor shifted immediately. She looked down at him with a cold, emotionless gaze. You are the most obstinate patient I have ever encountered. At last, you have taken your medication. Number 39. A doctor in a white coat entered, flanked by security personnel. Why wasn't he looking? You pretended to be a nurse, didn't you? And altered the patient's medical records? Take her away at once. What are you doing? Let me go? Nurse Kana struggled fiercely, but she was no match for the burly security guards. Release me. I am a nurse. The male doctor gazed at Thor, who lay convulsing on the hospital bed, exclaiming, Patient 38. Patient 38? How are you? Patient 38? Can you see clearly? He extended a finger, asking, How many is this? With eyes glazed over, Thor's body trembled uncontrollably, foam escaping his lips as he muttered, Chapter 103. A man remains a youth until death. After undergoing gastric lavage, Thor reclined on the bed in the psychiatric hospital, 2 streams of tears unwittingly coursing down his cheeks. Here he was, Thor, the god of thunder, son of the great Odin, deceived and led astray by 2 lunatics, believing their words and nearly losing his life in the process. It seemed his father's decision to cast him down to earth was justified, for he was filled with evidence that he was unworthy of the title of a deity, let alone deserving of the kingship of Asgard. What sort of king would be swayed by the ramblings of madmen? I was truly foolish, Thor lamented, his eyes devoid of their usual spark. Yet, after a moment of quiet contemplation, he felt that he could not bear the blame entirely. Following a quarrel with his father, he had been abruptly struck down from the Rainbow Bridge, utterly unaware of his surroundings or the nature of this realm. In his haste to retrieve his hammer, he had been taken to this psychiatric facility by a group of doctors. The first person he encountered upon awakening was a lunatic masquerading as a nurse, followed by another deranged individual who had harmed his girlfriend. The initial impressions he formed left him with little time for reflection. Moreover, the performances of these madmen were remarkably convincing. One might even say they were the quintessential embodiment of method acting, with no apparent flaws in their portrayals. Had any ordinary person ventured into their midst without prior knowledge of their true nature, they too would likely have been easily deceived. After deep contemplation, Thor resolutely declared, I must escape from here and find my hammer. Now calm. He quickly identified the pressing issue at hand. Only by reclaiming his beloved Mjolnir and restoring his divine powers could he proceed with any other endeavors. However, he felt utterly weakened, having been subjected to electric shocks and tranquilizers, compounded by the poison administered by a deranged woman named Kana. Escaping this asylum seemed a daunting task. What to do? After much deliberation, Thor realized that his only recourse was to prove his sanity. He was, after all, a rational being, merely misunderstood and thus misclassified as a lunatic, which had led to his confinement here. Consequently, all he needed to do was to exhibit his normalcy to the doctors, and he could likely secure a legitimate path to freedom. Thor was indeed quite astute. previously relying on the might of the thunder god. He had grown accustomed to charging headlong into situations. However, when he engaged his intellect, he proved to be a formidable force. In no time, Thor devised a systematic narrative for himself. His name is Thor, but he is not the god of thunder. That evening, he had indulged in excessive drinking, which culminated in a car accident. Following the incident, he fell into a coma and dreamt that he had transformed into Thor, the deity. When he later underwent a medical examination, he was still inebriated, resulting in a raucous disturbance in the hospital. Subsequently, amidst Thor's loud outbursts, he attracted attention, leading to his being taken for further testing. Upon arriving outside the medical room, Thor entered to find several doctors clad in white coats, along with patients exhibiting various conditions. Security personnel seated Thor on a long bench, and the tests commenced one by one. Beside Thor sat a middle-aged man with a bushy beard, his gaze vacant, incessantly murmuring, "Find a rubber band, make a slingshot, break your window." Thor sighed, pondering the unfortunate fate that had brought him to share space with such individuals. Unbeknownst to him, the next person called for testing was the man beside him. Thor's keen eyes caught sight of the nameplate on the doctor's chest, Dr. Ballist Doyle. "Hello, Samir." "Doctor." Doyle greeted the bearded man warmly, already familiar with his patient, Samir Vok, a regular at the facility. Samir continued his chant, "Find a rubber band, make a slingshot, break your window." Dr. Doyle remained unfazed, producing a copy of FHM magazine, flipping through its pages before presenting it to Samir. "Samir, take a look at this. You see, they say a man remains a boy until death." Samir's gaze fixed upon a beautiful woman depicted in the magazine, his eyes widening in awe as he exclaimed, "Stunning. Absolutely stunning. I like her, to be honest." Dr. Doyle chuckled lightly and inquired, "What are you thinking about now, Samir?" The glimmer in Samir's eyes was unmistakable as he responded, "I want to take off her top." A female nurse standing behind Dr. Doyle could not suppress a scoff. "Doctor." Doyle turned his head slightly, imparting a serious tone. This indicates that he possesses a normal thought process. A typical mentally ill mind lacks such youthful vigor. Samir's thoughts signify the effectiveness of our treatment. The desire for beauty is innate to all. This youthful enthusiasm is humanity's primal drive, representing the continuation of our genes, rooted in the instinct for survival. As a professional psychologist, I do not shy away from these matters. Rather, I confront them head-on. "Then what, doctor?" Doyle continued to probe Samir. "Samir." I removed her shoes and her socks. The smile on his face grew increasingly shy. "Dr. Paris." "And then?" Samir, feeling quite embarrassed, continued, "I took off her pants." "Dr. Paris, what happened next?" "I removed her panties." Samir suddenly buried his head in Dr. Paris's embrace, appearing utterly mortified. The female nurses blushed deeply. Dr. Paris pressed on. "And then?" "Samir." I pulled the elastic band from her panties and fashioned a slingshot to shoot at your windows. "Dr. Paris." Chuckles Tor burst into laughter. The previously orderly sequence had taken an unexpected turn. Indeed, the mind of a madman diverges from that of the ordinary. Dr. Paris, who had initially worn an expectant expression, was now visibly displeased. He glanced at the female nurses, who were struggling to suppress their laughter, and said, somewhat irritated, "What are you all standing around for? Hurry and take him away." From now on, increase Samir's medication. Samir was let out. Next came Tor. Dr. Paris, demonstrating commendable professionalism, had just been riled by Samir, but now faced Tor with composure. He held up a red apple in one hand and a $100 bill in the other, placing them before Tor. "Would you prefer an apple or $100? Tor took the apple from Dr. Paris's hand, took a large bite, and chewed voraciously. The female nurse shook her head slightly. It seemed this madman was still unwell. "Doctor." Paris looked at Tor. "Don't you realize that $100 is far better than an apple?" Tor chewed on the apple. "I understand. But I also know that you would never give me the $100. Dr. Paris nodded with satisfaction. "I see he doesn't have any major issues. Choosing the apple over the $100 is foolishness, but that reflects a superficial understanding. Recognizing that the apple poses no harm, while the $100 are significant indicates a deeper level of reasoning. It seems Tor's logical thinking is quite clear. "Doctor." Paris then asked, "What if I truly offered you $100? "Well, in that case, I would choose the $100. Tor reached out and stuffed Dr. Paris's $100 bill into his pocket. He was tempted to tease. Of course, $100 tastes far better than an apple. But after some consideration, he decided against making such a jest. realizing that escaping this place would only become more difficult. New Mexico, the site of the meteorite's descent. Accompanied by pulsating music that evokes the spirit of a lively celebration, a group of tattooed motorcyclists, adorned with gold chains around their necks, encircled the meteorite crater, reveling in sheer delight. They even set up a barbecue and beer right there. Since the hammer descended from the heavens into this crater, countless individuals have ventured into the crater's center, attempting to lift it by hand, yet none have succeeded in moving it. This phenomenon has become a spectacle in New Mexico, drawing curious onlookers from afar. The meteorite is immensely valuable, worth more than gold. Might this hammer within the crater be even more precious than an ordinary meteorite? Alas, this silvery hammer seems to be rooted deep beneath the surface, impervious to any attempts at disturbance. Step aside, let me try. An elderly man, dressed as a seasoned cowboy with graying hair, approached. Old Stan, are you really going to give it a go? Aren't you worried about straining your back? My back is just fine, thanks to years of maintenance. I'm practically overflowing with oil. But you lot, your tanks must be running on empty by now. Old Stan stepped forward, securing an iron chain to the hammer. The other end of the chain was fastened to his truck. Just watch, as he pressed the accelerator. The chain connecting his pickup truck to the meteorite's silvery hammer tautened instantly. The truck roared ferociously, its tires grinding against the ground in a desperate bid to extract the hammer. Boom! With a thunderous crash. The hammer remained unyielding while the rear of the pickup was flung into the air. The silvery hammer within the crater remained steadfast. Damn this hammer. Not even a truck can budge it. As the crowd murmured among themselves, they failed to notice a multitude of black SUVs arriving behind them. Hey folks, this is not something you can move, Coulson approached with a smile, accompanied by his team. You don't think it's merely a magnetic anomaly, do you? In a rented storage facility, Dr. Selvig and Jane engaged in discussion. Dr. Selvig, a brilliant physicist with extensive research on gamma rays, and Jane, an astrophysicist, were examining the Rainbow Bridge phenomenon they had observed the previous night. Look, Jane exclaimed excitedly, pointing at the scientific instruments that had recorded the celestial event. The lens effect at the edges corresponds to the characteristics of an Einstein-Rosen bridge. The Einstein-Rosen bridge theoretically serves as a connection point between two realms of spacetime, essentially a wormhole. To some extent, Asgard's Rainbow Bridge indeed resembles an Einstein-Rosen bridge. Eric, what do you see here? Jane asked as she placed a developed photograph in front of Selvig. Stars. Selvig replied. Indeed, but these are not our stars. Unless the Little Dipper is on holiday. These must be stars from another realm. In fact, Jane and her colleagues had fortuitously captured a map of the celestial distribution in Asgard using scientific instruments through the portal known as the Rainbow Bridge. Hey, take a look at this, Daisy exclaimed, having made a discovery of her own. On the photograph they had affixed to the blackboard, one image bore the indistinct outline of a figure suspended mid-air within the Einstein-Rosen bridge. This is impossible, Selvig exclaimed incredulously. Could it be that the deranged man we encountered last night actually traversed the Einstein-Rosen bridge? Has he come from another timeline to present-day Earth? My goodness, this could send shockwaves through the scientific community. And he claimed to be Thor, the god of thunder, the son of Odin. Surely that cannot be true. Selvig shook his head in disbelief. How could a thunder god be rendered unconscious by a cattle prod? I suppose we ought to have a conversation with this Thor, Jane remarked, still in disbelief. Yet, as Arthur Conan Doyle aptly noted, when you eliminate the impossible, whatever remains, no matter how improbable, must be the truth. If someone truly did cross the Einstein-Rosen bridge, she could gain profound insights from this research, perhaps even earning a Nobel Prize in physics. After all, Jane was a fervent scientific enthusiast. Grabbing her coat, she prepared to venture out with Daisy and Selvig. Suddenly, several SUVs and vans appeared before Jane's warehouse. I am Agent Phil Coulson, a Level 6 operative of S.H.I.E.L.D., he stated, presenting his credentials. Miss Foster, for national security, your scientific instruments, atmospheric data, and image records have been requisitioned. Hey, you can't do that, Jane protested anxiously. I don't even know what S.H.I.E.L.D. is. Regrettably, if you have concerns, you may file a complaint with my superior, Coulson responded, waving his hand. Agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. immediately sprang into action, entering the warehouse with an air of professionalism as they began to collect Jane's scientific equipment. Jane, calm down, Selvig urged, stepping in to restrain her. It was understandable that Jane, being young and unaware of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s power, would react this way. However, Selvig understood the formidable nature of S.H.I.E.L.D. In terms of authority and dominance, they likely surpassed even the FBI and CIA. Arguing with such a powerful entity would be futile and could potentially lead to harm. Coulson remarked, "Miss Foster, the events of last night may be far more grave than you can imagine, so you must leave this matter to us." He produced a check and presented it to Jane, stating, "This should compensate for your losses." "How dare you?" Jane retorted angrily. "Perhaps the value of this equipment does not equate to the amount on your check, but it encompasses years of my dedicated research. You cannot simply buy out my life's work with money. I intend to sue you for violating my constitutional right to private property, which is sacred and inviolable." Coulson replied apologetically, "I am sorry, Miss Foster." Jane continued, "I am on the verge of discovering something remarkable that could potentially earn me the Nobel Prize in Physics next year. Everything I know about this phenomenon is recorded within these scientific instruments, and you cannot take them at will." Coulson maintained a gentle smile, almost like a mask. He stood before Jane, seemingly unaffected. Yet, his team swiftly emptied Jane's warehouse of nearly all its contents. Coulson nodded at Jane, saying, "Thank you for your cooperation." He then turned and returned to his SUV, preparing to leave. In that moment, despair washed over Jane. These scoundrels had destroyed her years of hard work. Suddenly, a Chevrolet Camaro blocked the path of the S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle. Bai Ye's head emerged from the window, bearing a dangerous smile. "Coulson, how dare you take my girlfriend's belongings while I'm away? Isn't that a bit excessive?" Chapter 104. "I feel as though I have always lived in his shadow." "Wow, Jane. It's that handsome guy from the bar," Daisy exclaimed, tugging at Jane's sleeve, her eyes sparkling. "Did you call him here?" Bai Ye's face, which brought tears to her eyes, made even just seeing him a delightful experience, even if she couldn't taste the sweetness of romance. Jane shook her head. "No. I don't know why he suddenly decided to come to New Mexico." "Well, he seems to know that bald guy. Can you ask him to help plead my case and get my iPad back?" Daisy suggested. Coulson and his team had taken all of Jane's electronic devices, including Daisy's freshly downloaded 30 songs on her iPad. That aside, Jane hesitated before saying, "Those electronic instruments are merely material possessions. I cannot let Bai Ye clash with them. It would be unwise." "Indeed, how can mere possessions compare to someone like Bai Ye?" Selvig sighed. Daisy was still too young, hoping that the young man would assist in reclaiming her iPad. In the face of the overwhelming force that is S.H.I.E.L.D., an ordinary individual possesses little to no bargaining power unless one is a high-ranking military official or a senior government figure of the United States. However, Mr. White Knight? Coulson was taken aback to encounter White Knight in New Mexico. Yet upon hearing White Knight's words, Coulson found himself at a loss. "How could it be yet another girlfriend of yours? It seems you have an endless supply of girlfriends wherever you go." The matter concerning Thor arose quite unexpectedly. Of course, it was impossible for Coulson to investigate all the women involved in such a brief time frame to ascertain their connection to White Knight. "Miss Foster, is she also your girlfriend?" Coulson had a premonition. Perhaps it was acceptable to be unfamiliar with them previously, yet now it seemed wherever he went to conduct an investigation, he would inevitably encounter yet another girlfriend of White Knight. Goodness, how are we supposed to proceed with our cases in the future? I feel as though I am perpetually living in his shadow. "Of course she is my girlfriend," White Knight retorted sharply, casting an irritated glance at Coulson. "A girlfriend is a girlfriend. Why must we add an also? Are you afraid I won't perish quickly enough? Thus, does your agency, S.H.I.E.L.D., violate the sanctity of private property enshrined in the American Constitution by seizing my girlfriend's belongings? Isn't that excessive?" Coulson hesitated, grappling with the implications. White Knight's temperament was extremely volatile. If provoked, he might even showcase his prowess on the White House lawn. The previous incident had demonstrated that had White Knight not exhibited extraordinary strength, unparalleled speed, and long-range striking capabilities, coupled with S.H.I.E.L.D.'s protection, the occupant of the White House would certainly not have intended to let matters rest with White Knight. For America has long pursued absolute security, a fixation deeply rooted in its geographical context, historical experiences, and ideological factors. Geographically, the United States enjoys natural protection from two oceans, with its neighboring nations being relatively weak. ensuring a stable domestic security. Historically, the United States places great emphasis on repelling adversaries from its borders, which is a key reason for its involvement in World Wars I and II, as well as its continuous international interventions post-Cold War. Ideologically, America prides itself on being a chosen nation, striving to propagate freedom and democracy worldwide, while actively constructing a free and democratic international order. For the United States, achieving absolute security necessitates the creation of an invincible environment, wherein other nations not only pose no military threat, but also align ideologically with American values. This consensus is prominently reflected in two aspects: the convergence of values and the fundamental similarity of political systems. Regrettably, it seems America may not fully grasp that achieving absolute security requires cooperation with allies and partners, as well as the maintenance of strategic balance. The concept of absolute safety, philosophically speaking, is a mere illusion, an unattainable luxury for any nation. The American pursuit of it resembles the ancient Chinese emperor's quest for immortality through alchemy. The political elite of America seem to have lost their clarity, wandering astray in the question of who they truly are. Shall we replicate Miss Foster's research? Surely that would suffice, sighed Coulson. According to the protocols of S.H.I.E.L.D., Jane's research was to be confiscated, prohibited from circulation, as it contradicted S.H.I.E.L.D.'s mission to shield the ordinary populace from the influences of the extraordinary realm. Yet, he found himself compromising. After all, Jane Foster's boyfriend happened to be the formidable Knight, a force capable of obliterating their Triskelion headquarters with a single blow. What do you think, Jane? Knight inquired, casting his gaze upon her. Jane, startled from her reverie, could scarcely believe it. Will I truly be able to reclaim my equipment? After Coulson had endured her tirade, Selvig had quietly enlightened her about the nature of S.H.I.E.L.D., a realm of unchecked authority, a sovereign power that operated above all. Jane had resigned herself to her fate, yet the unexpected arrival of Knight shifted the tide. Could it be that merely uttering a few words to that bald man would persuade him to return her equipment? Was Selvig deceiving himself? She glanced back, and found Selvig utterly dumbfounded, speechless. From what he knew, S.H.I.E.L.D. was indeed quite tyrannical, often rendering certain scientists invisible. But why would they show any deference to that youthful, handsome blue figure? Could these be impostors masquerading as agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.? Of course, Knight affirmed. Not only can you reclaim your equipment, but you can also refuse their request to replicate your research. After all, these studies are the fruits of your labor. You have every right to dictate their fate. Mr. Knight, please do not put me in a difficult position, Coulson replied with a wry smile. I have already taken considerable risks by deciding to return this equipment to Miss Foster. If I cannot even procure the materials needed for our internal research, our director will certainly dismiss me. Why should I fear a dismissal? Knight retorted. Moreover, seizing others' possessions without cause is inherently wrong, and I am merely assisting you in rectifying this bad habit. You ought to be grateful. Jane, the decision is yours. Will you allow them to replicate your research materials? Coulson sighed. Once, his rapport with Knight had been quite amicable, yet a series of unforeseen events had led to a growing estrangement between them. Desiring to provide assistance, Bai Ye found himself at a loss for words, while Jane hesitated. Which scientist would willingly share the fruits of their labor for no reason? However, given that S.H.I.E.L.D. is a formidable organization, she worried that if things soured between them, she might face retaliation. Although she held a prestigious position as a female PhD from Yale, such status felt precarious. It was all too easy for a violent institution to orchestrate a downfall. Miss Foster, please do not distance yourself from us, Coulson implored Jane. Your research data is vital to us. We are investigating an incident that poses a threat to the security of the entire American homeland, and we require your insights. In return, we can offer you a substantial fee for your authorization. Very well, Jane conceded with a nod. But you must not disseminate my research indiscriminately. And if we do? Jane was not one to adopt a hardline stance. She was merely a passionate scientist, reluctant to offend anyone. Moreover, while her work in astrophysics over the years had granted her some funding, her financial situation was hardly affluent. Receiving a grant would indeed be a cause for celebration. Rest assured, S.H.I.E.L.D. will utilize this information solely for internal research, Coulson assured her. Thus, just as S.H.I.E.L.D. agents had begun to remove Jane's equipment and materials, they were compelled to return them. Bai Ye, you truly came. Jane exclaimed, standing before him and playfully adjusting her hair. I thought you were jesting. Do you truly believe I would jest about something so serious? Bai Ye replied with a smile. I'm fortunate to have arrived. Otherwise, your equipment might have been seized, leaving you with no place to lament. Thank you, Jane said. Are we still being formal with each other? Bai Ye reached out, affectionately ruffling Jane's hair with a gentle smile. While her intellect was profound and her appearance pleasant, her stature was diminutive. Ruffling her hair felt akin to petting a little girl. Hey, handsome, do you remember me? Daisy chimed in, jumping in with a cheerful greeting and offering Bai Ye a glass of fruit juice. We met at the bar last time. Bai Ye accepted the juice with a nod. Of course I remember. You are Daisy, Jane's student. To be honest, Daisy was a remarkably distinctive woman, hard for anyone to forget easily. With her fierce aura, she was undeniably a dangerous individual. However, it is rather peculiar. From his diligent study of physiognomy, Bai Ye perceives that Daisy possesses an unfathomable depth in her professional aspirations, indicating that she undoubtedly has a glorious future ahead. Two fates collide. How extraordinary. Indeed, I am Daisy. Daisy nodded eagerly like a chick pecking at grains. With unabashed curiosity, she inquired, Handsome, may I ask why that bald man would willingly return our equipment after just a few of your words? Bald man. Bai Ye's expression turned peculiar. He jested about Coulson, transforming from Mediterranean to bald in Daisy's eyes. Yet, one could hardly blame Daisy, as it was Coulson who initiated the confrontation, casually declaring a name while attempting to seize their scientific equipment and the painstakingly gathered experimental data. Perhaps it was due to my formidable presence that he feared retribution, thus obediently heeding my counsel. Bai Ye chuckled. In our homeland, there exists a great philosopher named Confucius who once said, when a man is about to die, his words become kind. This implies that if one is beaten to the brink of death, his words will indeed be sweet. Mr. Bai Ye, if Confucius were to hear your interpretation of the Analects, he would likely be resurrected in anger. Coulson approached, speaking softly. Due to having a Chinese colleague, he had a general awareness of the man who had influenced Chinese history for over 2 millennia. No one understands Confucius better than I do, Bai Ye proclaimed, reminiscent of a sage. All right, Coulson replied, wishing to avoid further banter. Mr. Bai Ye, we have completed copying the data, and we have significant tasks ahead, so we shall not linger. Should any issues arise, feel free to contact me. Okay, Bai Ye nodded. With that, Coulson departed with his team. At last, they were gone. The pressure they exerted was immense. Daisy exhaled a sigh of relief, for she could faintly discern that each of them was clearly armed. Following this, Jian completely forgot her earlier intentions. Receiving Bai Ye was paramount. With Bai Ye present, further research seemed trivial. Sleep could wait. Inside the hotel, as Bai Ye and Jian engaged in profound conversation, the heavens were unkind. With a resounding crack of thunder, torrents of rain began to cascade from the sky, pounding against the windows with a relentless rhythm. The downpour intensified, converging into rivulets, each raindrop creating sparkling splashes. As time drifted on, the duration of which remained a mystery, a sudden thunderclap reverberated through the air, followed by a torrential downpour that cascaded from the heavens, as if the sky itself had collapsed. Strangely enough, once the brief tempest subsided, the weather transformed into a state of clarity. What a bizarre phenomenon. Bai Ye held Jian's delicate figure in his arms, his fingers gently caressing her soft, cool strands of hair. Jian, he remarked, your physique is rather frail. You ought to consume more meat to bolster your health. Otherwise, I fear you may not withstand it. Jian replied, I eat quite a lot, but perhaps my workload is simply too demanding, preventing me from gaining weight. Bai Ye, astonished, inquired, as an astrophysicist, does your work truly require such physical exertion? Jian retorted, my experimental apparatus is quite heavy, you know. Is it any wonder I sought the assistance of Daisy and Dr. Selvig to accompany me here? I am inherently not the most loquacious person nor adept at engaging with others. With a sigh, Bai Ye reflected on the unexpected pressures faced by modern scientists. One must possess physical strength to manage their equipment to succeed. Embracing Jian, he subconsciously sensed that he had forgotten something important. Meanwhile, locked inside the car, Thor's thoughts wandered as he pondered the depths of Earth's waters, a realm even Odin could not grasp. The following day, Bai Ye savored the egg roll prepared through the collaboration of Jian and Daisy, nodding in approval. At the dining table, Jian's complexion glowed with vitality, reminiscent of a rose nourished by water, while Daisy appeared slightly fatigued, likely from another sleepless night. Oh my God, Jin suddenly exclaimed, as if struck by a realization. I seem to have completely forgotten about tracking down the individual who collided with us. That person is crucial for my upcoming experiments. Her excitement upon Bai Ye's arrival had caused this important detail to slip her mind. There's no need to fret, Daisy yawned. That individual is still confined in a psychiatric hospital and is unlikely to escape. Jin pondered this. True. My experimental data remains intact. Whether I commence the research today or tomorrow, it bears little consequence. Turning to Thor, she asked, Are you getting enough to eat? If not, I can offer you some more. She glanced at the corner of the table where Thor was enthusiastically devouring his meal and playfully ruffled his fur, smiling. Last night, Bai Ye had introduced Jin to Thor, a clever dog he was temporarily caring for on behalf of a friend, known for his remarkable intelligence. As Thor continued his meal, he, respecting Bai Ye's presence, refrained from showing any teeth to Jin. Daisy, inspired by Jin's approach, decided to attempt a similar tactic to engage with Thor. Suddenly, Thor's baring of teeth startled her back. Daisy, feeling aggrieved, exclaimed, Jane, this is utterly unfair. Why is it that Thor allows you to pet him, yet refuses to let me? What have I done wrong? Ever since Bai Ye introduced Thor, Daisy had taken a liking to this solemn dog and longed to stroke him. However, Thor seemed to grant her no leeway, baring his teeth at any attempt to approach. Perhaps it is because you lack charm, whereas I possess it, Jane remarked, a hint of smugness in her tone. Mr. Bai Ye, observing the hammer Thor carried on his back, was approached by Selvig, who inquired with curiosity. Why does this dog persist in carrying a hammer? I am not certain. Perhaps it is merely my friend's peculiar sense of humor, Bai Ye laughed. In any case, Thor has been carrying it for quite some time. Daisy interjected, given that he is named Thor and carries a hammer. Is your friend perhaps cosplaying as the god of thunder? That could be the case, Bai Ye chuckled. Selvig, gazing intently at the hammer, began to harbor some suspicion. Mr. Bai Ye, may I take a closer look? Perhaps it is best not to, Bai Ye quickly interjected. Thor is quite sensitive about that hammer. Even I cannot touch it. An outsider's approach might provoke his wrath. Reluctantly, Selvig withdrew his gaze, though he did not perceive a Shiba Inu going berserk as particularly alarming. Nevertheless, given that this was Bai Ye's dog, he felt it prudent not to overstep without permission. Breakfast is nearly finished, Jane announced. Bai Ye, we need to make a trip to the county psychiatric hospital to find the man we inadvertently bumped into. Will you accompany us? Sure, why not? Bai Ye shrugged. I have nothing pressing to attend to. I am curious to see what kind of chemistry unfolds when the god of thunder encounters our own Thor. Just as the group prepared to depart, Coulson arrived at the opportune moment. The S.H.I.E.L.D. vehicle had once again blocked the small warehouse rented by Jane and her companions. What are you lot up to now? Jane asked warily. You aren't planning to steal my experimental equipment again, are you? I've already provided you with copies of all my research data. Miss Foster, yesterday's incident was a misunderstanding. Coulson replied with a smile. We are not here to find you, but rather to seek Mr. Bai Ye. Me? Bai Ye was taken aback. Is something amiss? Not at all, Coulson clarified. I merely wish to inquire whether you are still engaged in your supernatural consulting business. Initially, Bai Ye had been an information broker reliant on the Amway treasure house. However, as time passed, Bai Ye's power grew increasingly formidable, causing people to forget his former identity. Just yesterday, when Coulson encountered Bai Ye, he had yet to grasp the situation. Upon returning to the camp where the hammer was confined, a thought struck Coulson. Perhaps Bai Ye possessed some knowledge regarding the hammer. After all, he was aware of many supernatural occurrences unknown to their S.H.I.E.L.D. agency. Of course, I will do it. If it can generate profit, why not? Bai Ye shrugged. Well then, I happen to have something I'd like to consult you about, Coulson replied. I suddenly found myself in New Mexico from New York. And yesterday, I had a minor altercation with Miss Foster, all due to a supernatural incident that transpired here. Supernatural? Jane interjected, bewildered, tugging at Bai Ye's sleeve. What on earth are you two talking about? We're saying that this world is far more complex than it appears. And you may have inadvertently brushed against a concealed new realm, Bai Ye reassured her, gently squeezing Jane's hand. But fret not. With my protection, nothing will befall you. With a boyfriend like Bai Ye, who thrived on excitement, and considering that Jane was also involved in the incident from 2 nights ago, Coulson felt no need to shield her from the truth. He got straight to the point. Mr. Bai Ye, approximately at 10 p.m. 2 nights ago, Our satellites detected 2 meteors penetrating the atmosphere and landing in New Mexico. The peculiar aspect is that both meteors exhibited high-energy reactions, and astonishingly, they did not diminish in size during their atmospheric entry. As meteors descend to Earth, they typically generate intense friction with the air, igniting and raising their surface temperatures to thousands of degrees. At such extreme temperatures, meteors begin to melt into liquid. Ordinarily, meteors disintegrate before colliding with Earth, but a few manage to survive their fiery descent, landing in oceans or on land. Thus, the existence of these 2 meteors defies conventional logic. Under such circumstances, SHIELD naturally took over the investigation. "Oh my God," Jane exclaimed incredulously. "Are you implying that these meteors are products of extraterrestrial civilization?" According to common knowledge, the existence of aliens remains a Schrodinger's cat scenario. However, having encountered the likes of the mighty Thor and the enigmatic Captain Marvel, and even witnessed the Kree Empire spacecraft, one could hardly deny humanity's solitude in the cosmos. "Indeed, that is our suspicion," Coulson affirmed. "Thus, we hastily arrived to resolve this matter. We have located the site of one of the meteor's impacts." As he spoke, Coulson presented an image to Bai Ye, stating, "A hammer that has descended from outer space to Earth. Moreover, it is a hammer that our SHIELD has struggled to move even a fraction." Bai Ye took the image that Coulson handed over and pretended to examine it. "Coulson, do you believe that deities truly exist in this world?" Coulson hesitated for a moment before responding. "I do not believe. I think the so-called deities are merely beings stronger than humans, regarded as divine only when humanity cannot explain their existence. That simplifies matters," Bai Ye continued. "In fact, the legendary celestial axis that traverses the cosmic cycle of life energy is embodied by the world tree Yggdrasil. It supports and connects the 9 realms: Asgard, Vanaheim, Nidavellir, Alfheim, Midgard, Svartalfheim, Jotunheim, Muspelheim, and Niflheim. The name of Earth among these 9 realms is Midgard." Coulson stared in disbelief. "Mr. Bai Ye, you cannot be telling me that these 9 realms truly exist?" "Indeed," Bai Ye replied. "Asgard is the sovereign of the 9 realms, led by the All-Father Odin, who vanquished the dark elves seeking to plunge the realms into utter darkness, and the frost giants who aimed to transform Earth into a frozen wasteland through slaughter and conquest. Odin unified the 9 realms and became their de facto supreme leader." Coulson found this difficult to accept. "So, without our knowledge, Earth has become a subject under the dominion of Odin and Asgard?" Bai Ye responded, "Odin's rule over Earth is merely nominal. In reality, Earth's depths are unfathomable, and Odin cannot fully grasp them. As far as I know, aside from the existence of ancient deities like Hades, Earth itself is exceptionally unique. It is the eternal heart of the 5 creation gods, which makes it impossible for Odin to claim it as his own. Master Sorcerer Ancient One, the bald-headed sage, is indeed an eternal ally, and his power is likely on par with Odin's. Thus Odin cannot exert true dominion over Earth." "Mr. Bai Ye, I will tentatively accept your words," Coulson said, pinching the bridge of his nose. "Were it not for Bai Ye's extraordinary abilities and profound understanding of the supernatural, he would dismiss his statements as sheer madness. But what does all this have to do with existence?" Coulson was disinclined to ponder the 9 realms, Odin the All-Father, or any of it. Those matters were beyond the purview of an agent of his standing. He only needed to report to the director and let him grapple with the implications while he focused on his own tasks. "Because, if I am not mistaken, this hammer is the legendary Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor," Bai Ye stated. "It is forged from the core of a dead star." Among the astonished group, Daisy interjected, "What is the core of a dead star?" "A deceased sun," Bai Ye spoke. "The hammer of the thunder god, Mjolnir, is forged from the neutron star material derived from the core of the sun, weighing an astonishing 300 billion elephants. This substance, found outside of black holes, is the densest material in the universe. For comparison, water has a density of 1 gram per cubic centimeter, and lead measures 11 grams per cubic centimeter. Yet these figures pale in comparison to the neutron star material, which boasts an astounding density of 100 million tons per cubic centimeter. In this context, the weight of Mjolnir is approximately 12 trillion pounds, around 543 trillion kilograms." Coulson, taken aback, remarked, "No wonder no matter what means are employed. That hammer cannot be moved. It is indeed that heavy? Moreover, The core of the Death Star is merely the shell of this hammer. What lies within is even more terrifying, for within it is sealed a primordial force of cosmic storms and thunder capable of annihilating galaxies, which was imprisoned in Uru metal by a youthful Odin since the dawn of the universe. The storm of the gods possesses a degree of self-awareness, rendering Mjolnir exceedingly volatile at its inception. Even the young Odin spent a millennium taming it. The crafting of this divine hammer integrated Odin's magic alongside that of the storm, forged by dwarven artisans using Uru metal and branches from the world tree. It is said that the forging was so fierce, or perhaps the energy of Mjolnir itself was so immense, that fireballs generated during the process scattered across the land, with some plummeting to earth, leading to the extinction of the dinosaurs. The audience listened as if they were being told a tale, an overwhelming sense of absurdity rising within them. The extinction of the dinosaurs was all due to the crafting of this hammer? Coulson, regaining his composure, asked, Bai Ye, are you suggesting that this hammer was thrown to earth by Odin? What was his intention? Does he seek to reclaim his dominion over earth? I have shared much. I suppose I must now pay for this information? Bai Ye shrugged and replied, this concerns the information of a king of gods. You do not expect to glean it for free, do you? Coulson, very well. Mr. Bai Ye, how much for this intelligence? Bai Ye, a fixed price, $1 million. Coulson, I need to consult with the director. After Coulson made a phone call, Bai Ye's phone soon vibrated with a notification of funds received. The mother of Marvel, being astute, understood the gravity of the situation. Due to her connection with humanity, she realized they were not alone, and the emergence of Asgard was not particularly surprising. The existence of Mjolnir itself validated Bai Ye's statements, even if they contained discrepancies, as they held substantial value. Thus, he would not hesitate to make the purchase. Furthermore, without expenses like those incurred with Bai Ye, he would find it difficult to engage in any misappropriation. Mother of Marvel, pass it on. Intelligence from the 9 realms is worth $10 million. With the funds secured, the 4 emperors were rendered powerless. Let us continue. Bai Ye nodded in satisfaction and remarked, I previously stated that this hammer is named Mjolnir, the hammer of Thor, not the hammer of the king of gods. Therefore, this hammer has long been bestowed upon his son, the god of thunder, Thor, by the king of gods, Odin. Thus, it is certainly not Odin who cast this hammer down to earth in a show of might. Rather, Thor must have encountered some unforeseen circumstance and is currently on earth. Mjolnir serves as Thor's essential weapon, capable of channeling the divine power of the god of thunder. One could say that without Mjolnir, Thor's strength would diminish by no less than 90%. Coulson inquired, Thor, the god of thunder, is currently on earth? Chapter 106. The intelligent mind reclaims its heights. Selvig observed the image of Mjolnir that Coulson had presented, finding it somewhat reminiscent of the hammer carried by Bai Ye's pet Shiba Inu. Additionally, there was that dog named Thor. Selvig speculated that Bai Ye's sudden appearance in New Mexico was likely not as simple as visiting Jane. In a flash, his clever mind began to race with possibilities. Could it be that the dog named Thor is indeed the legendary god of thunder, transformed into a dog due to an attack from a witch? Perhaps he had brought this Thor with him to reclaim his rightful hammer and break the witch's curse, thus restoring his divine powers. Selvig's mind raced with thoughts. Yet he refrained from interrupting Bai Ye and Coulson's conversation, knowing that the more one knows, the quicker one meets their demise. Bai Ye stated, it is highly probable that S.H.I.E.L.D. can lie in wait around the hammer. Unless Thor is dead, he will undoubtedly reclaim Mjolnir. Coulson felt a pang of discomfort. It seemed that Earth had unwittingly entangled itself in trouble. What circumstances could lead Thor, the son of Odin, the king of the 9 realms, to descend to Earth? Could this bring enemies from Asgard to Earth? This fragile planet could hardly withstand the intensity of an interstellar war. Is there writing on this hammer? Jane suddenly noticed a blind spot. She gazed curiously at the inscriptions on the hammer. Is that so? Bai Ye pretended to ponder, saying, let me take a look. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. If I am not mistaken. The inscription suggests that whosoever is worthy to wield this hammer shall possess the power of storms and lightning. In other words, whoever can lift the hammer will gain the powers of the god of thunder. What? Coulson hastily took a glance. Why would such words be inscribed on the exclusive weapon of Thor? Isn't Odin inviting others to claim his son's possessions? Who knows? Bai Ye replied. Bai Ye shrugged his shoulders and remarked, perhaps Odin has succumbed to dementia? After all, He recalled Odin whispering to Mjolnir when he devised a plan to banish his son Thor to Earth. Whosoever holds this hammer, if he be worthy, shall possess the power of the god of thunder. This raised a question. What would occur if the hammer of the thunder god were placed in an elevator? The aging dementia notion left Coulson and Jane speechless as they gazed at Bai Ye in disbelief. If the king of gods, Odin, truly existed, how could he possibly suffer from such an affliction? Observing the incredulous expressions from Coulson and Jane, Bai Ye shook his head, lamenting the folly of mortal wisdom. Odin's potential descent into dementia was merely a matter of time. Selvig suggested, perhaps Odin intends to keep his son vigilant, ready to embrace challenges, rather than nurturing him into a slothful wastrel. Daisy added, but what if this leads to Thor's untimely demise? That would certainly be a spectacle. Coulson inquired, Mr. Bai Ye, you mentioned that the inscription states one must lift the hammer to gain the power of the thunder god. What manner of individual is capable of wielding such a hammer? Bai Ye pondered for a moment before responding. It likely requires a person of noble character, pure spirit, fearless courage, boundless compassion, and a willingness to sacrifice for others, essentially. Someone with a childlike heart. Coulson appeared bewildered. Could there truly exist an individual embodying such unblemished virtue, devoid of any darkness? By that standard, perhaps no one on earth could lift the hammer. The notion of a childlike heart seemed to belong solely to the realm of cinematic fantasy. Even Coulson's idol, Captain America, could not guarantee he fully embodied such qualities. Well, I believe these traits are tailored to my character, so perhaps I might attempt to lift the hammer, Bai Ye added. Coulson cast a sidelong glance. If you, of all people, are deemed to possess a childlike heart, then every agent in S.H.I.E.L.D. must surely qualify. Even the director might stand a chance. He continued, if the criteria for lifting the hammer were based on the scoundrels of this world, you would undoubtedly rank among them. Bai Ye fixed Coulson with a piercing gaze. What kind of look is that? I sense an insult. Coulson sighed. Do you not possess any self-awareness regarding your own character? Bai Ye retorted, very well, let me ask you this. You must have attempted to lift the hammer at some point, have you not? Were you successful? No, I assume not. Do not project your own moral deficiencies onto others. Coulson found himself at a loss for words. He had indeed attempted to lift Thor's hammer, yet found it impossible. Therefore, as Mr. Bai Ye suggested, Mr. Coulson remarked, since you claim Thor is currently on Earth, could you provide us with some pertinent information to facilitate our search? Bai Ye replied, I am uncertain. I have not interacted with Thor. Jin hesitated, harboring suspicions that the blonde man she had previously collided with might indeed be Thor. After all, he had boisterously proclaimed himself as Thor, son of Odin, in the hospital. However, if he truly were Thor, how could he have been subdued by a stun gun? Exercising caution, Jin resolved to remain silent. In dealing with an organization as forceful as S.H.I.E.L.D., one might find that doing right could yield no accolades, while missteps could lead to dire consequences. Seeking to avoid blame rather than accolades was her priority. Coulson, a skilled agent adept at reading expressions, noticed Jin's discomfort, albeit misinterpreting her unease. Mr. Bai Ye, Miss Foster, may I invite you both to the camp to study Thor's hammer? He proposed. Invite us? Why? Bai Ye inquired. Mr. Bai Ye, your knowledge of esoteric lore is commendable, and Miss Foster, you are an exceptionally talented scientist. Your involvement in our research could greatly assist in resolving this matter, Coulson explained. Moreover, he recognized that Selvig was a preeminent scientist in the field of gamma radiation, and S.H.I.E.L.D. sought to collaborate with him. Thus, engaging with them now seemed prudent. Rest assured, Miss Foster, with Mr. Bai Ye present, we would not infringe upon your personal freedom. In Asgard, within Odin's treasury, Loki stood before the frost giant's prized possession, the box of ice. A flicker of hesitation crossed his mind, yet ultimately, he extended his hand to grasp the box. Put it down. Suddenly, a commanding voice echoed from behind him. Without turning, he recognized the familiar tone of his father, the All-Father Odin. Loki gazed in disbelief at his arm, which had turned a chilling blue from contact with the box of ice. Am I cursed? No. Loki gradually released the box of ice, questioning, who am I truly? Odin responded, you are my son. Loki turned to face Odin, his form transformed into that of a frost giant from the touch of the box. And what else? He approached Odin. The box of ice was not the only treasure you seized from Jotunheim that day, was it? Odin remained silent for a long moment. No. After the war, I entered the temple of Jotunheim and discovered an abandoned infant, a descendant of the frost giants, suffering and left to fend for himself. He was the son of Laufey. Loki was filled with a sense of absurdity. He had always believed that one day, either he or his brother Thor would inherit their father's throne. He looked eagerly at his brother, yearning to compete with him for supremacy. The throne itself held little significance. What mattered to Loki was the recognition that he and Thor were equally valued by their father, Odin. For a long time, Loki had pursued this equality, seeking the same regard from their father that Thor received, rather than being overshadowed by his brother. However, Loki was mistaken. Odin had never intended to bequeath the throne to him. From the very beginning, he had favored Thor. This realization cast a profound shadow over Loki's heart, as he understood that he would forever remain in his brother's shadow, never receiving their father's affection, nor the equal love he craved. Odin's bias towards Thor led Loki down a dark path. Initially, he merely sought to prank his brother, to strip him of his claim to the throne, to make him feel the same neglect he bore. But now, he discovered that he was not even Odin's true son, and thus Odin had no reason to regard him as equal to Thor. Odin, indeed. Loki, taken aback, was soon engulfed by anger. Why? You have slain countless frost giants. Why did you bring me here? Odin replied, you are merely an innocent child. Loki could not reconcile the notion of Odin, the conqueror of the 9 realms, being so merciful. No, you have ulterior motives for bringing me here. What are they? Tell me. Odin gazed at Loki. I hope that one day, Asgard and Jotunheim can unite to form an alliance, bringing about lasting peace through you. What? Odin continued, but none of that matters now. So, I am merely another stolen trophy? Loki scoffed, trapped in Asgard, waiting for a day when I might be of use? Odin sighed. Why do you misconstrue my intentions? In truth, his love for both Loki and Thor was equal. He favored Thor to prepare him for kingship in Asgard, yet in Odin's heart, Loki and Thor were always viewed as equals. His error lay in the execution of an ill-conceived plan. Though the throne of Asgard was not destined for Loki, he had prepared a position of equal standing in the kingdom of Jotunheim. In Odin's eyes, the two brothers had always been equal. You could have revealed my identity from the very beginning. Why did you not? You are my son. I merely wished to shield you from the pain of the truth. How? Am I to be the monster that parents employ to frighten their children at bedtime? No. Odin felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and he helplessly sank to the ground. Odin's lifespan had nearly reached its limit. Even in his twilight years, he required periods of Odin's slumber to extend his life. Now, everything made sense. It explained why, for all these years, you favored Thor's countenance, contorted with rage, bellowing, no matter how much you profess to love me, you will never allow the frost giants to ascend the throne of Asgard. But Loki saw that Odin had collapsed on the steps, unconscious. Panic seized him. Guards. Guards. Quickly. Assist me. The location of the god of thunder's hammer had been cordoned off by S.H.I.E.L.D. A camp and temporary laboratory had been established. As Bai Ye and the others arrived at the camp, the sky darkened ominously, suggesting an impending storm. Within the camp, soldiers armed to the teeth patrolled with disciplined order, preventing any unauthorized personnel from approaching. Under Coulson's guidance, Bai Ye and his companions entered the camp with ease, unchallenged. The sky grew even darker, a deep black as if recently stained with ink, somber and oppressive. Yet the camp was illuminated by bright lights, creating an illusion of daylight. I shall first show you the hammer of the god of thunder, Coulson announced as he led the way. A group of S.H.I.E.L.D. scientists in the temporary laboratory was employing various advanced technological instruments to study the hammer. However, their efforts were fruitless. The hammer was enveloped in Odin's power. Unless one possessed strength surpassing Odin's, any attempts at research would yield nothing. Daisy whispered, Jane, how could that handsome man believe such a thing? Isn't he part of a special agency? Surely he cannot truly believe that the figures from Norse mythology exist in reality? To be honest, Daisy felt no particular impact from Bai Ye and Coulson's words. Instead, she found herself stifling laughter. Perhaps she had indeed witnessed some extraordinary phenomena in recent days, but Daisy preferred to attribute it to coincidence. Would that fool genuinely believe that mythology had descended into reality? Don't overthink it. Just observe, Jane replied softly. There are indeed phenomena in this world that science cannot explain. Who knows? Suddenly, a guard hurried towards Coulson, exclaiming, Sir, someone has infiltrated the camp. Chapter 107. My hammer is as pure as jade, my feline companion is upright and noble, and I, Thor, have not been betrayed by anyone. Boom. Thunder rumbled across the sky. Within the laboratory, electronic instruments trembled under the onslaught of electromagnetic waves, becoming increasingly unstable. Sir, the reconnaissance satellite signal is nearly incapable of penetrating the cloud cover. It is hindered by this phenomenon, making it exceedingly difficult for the equipment to function properly. Moreover, a commercial flight is about to pass overhead, reported a technician from SHIELD, Southwest Airlines Flight 5434. Since the moment Mjolnir began to descend, it had frequently unleashed erratic bursts of electromagnetic pulses. If the aircraft were to proceed, it could easily result in a catastrophe. Notify them to alter their flight path, just as we would with other flights, Hilvet instructed. Understood, replied the technician, who was operating the controls, when suddenly, he exclaimed, "Wait, there's something outside the western fence." The surveillance footage revealed that a breach had been pried open in the iron mesh. Send 2 personnel to investigate the western fence, Hilvet commanded. Delancey, this is Jackson. We need to check the western fence. 2 patrol officers teamed up and drove off to inspect the area. Bang! Just as the 2 patrol officers commenced their inquiry, a fist struck them from behind. It was none other than Thor, who had recently escaped from the psychiatric facility. After fleeing the institution, Thor had intended to find some food, but overheard a group discussing a fallen satellite and a hammer that could not be lifted. Naturally, he recognized that they were speaking of his beloved Mjolnir. Only by reclaiming his cherished hammer could he restore his powers as the god of thunder, free to act as he pleased rather than being regarded as a mere lunatic. Hilvet, having heard the sound of the punch, sensed something was amiss and urgently called out, "Delancey, Jackson, please respond." There was no reply. At that moment, Thor, having donned a guard's uniform, infiltrated the camp. The night was as dark as ink, yet the SHIELD camp was ablaze with lights, bright as day. Soldiers armed with weaponry and military vehicles patrolled relentlessly, preventing any suspicious individuals from approaching. Thor felt a surge of cleverness. Having donned a layer of disguise, his infiltration was proceeding far more smoothly than anticipated. How could someone as astute as I be merely a madman? Thor thought with a smug smile. Though his powers were sealed, Thor still retained a certain connection to Mjolnir, granting him a clear objective. Mjolnir, wait for me. I am coming to retrieve you. The hammer was his very essence, more vital to him than even his wife. He could not afford to wait another moment. He must see his hammer immediately. Personnel had been injured, and the fence lay in ruins. The shield's response was remarkably swift, and the entire camp was placed on high alert. After evading a pair of patrolling soldiers, Thor felt an indescribable thrill within. He was on the verge of reclaiming his powers and once again becoming the god of thunder. The intruder had already entered the southern corridor. Although affected by the electromagnetic pulse from Mjolnir, SHIELD rapidly detected Thor's presence through unstable surveillance equipment. Damn! Thor overheard the announcement echoing through the camp. However, retreat was not an option. He could only press onward. As long as he could retrieve his hammer, all obstacles would be rendered inconsequential. Upon entering the southern corridor, Thor encountered SHIELD guards blocking his path. There was no alternative but to confront them head-on. Yet, he remained undeterred, for if he could vanquish all adversaries, it would be a flawless advance. With a resounding thud, Thor felled one guard with a punch, only to be seized from behind by another. He stomped fiercely on the guard's foot, eliciting a cry of anguish before retaliating with a punch that sent the guard sprawling. Communications faltered due to the electromagnetic pulse, rendering devices erratic. SHIELD's command was ineffective and tardy, allowing Thor to single-handedly confront a throng of foes with audacity. Send someone to a high vantage point, armed. Coulson commanded as he and Nightshade arrived at the monitoring room, observing Thor's relentless advance. SHIELD's elite agent, Hawkeye Barton, received the order and swiftly occupied the high ground. Deprived of his godly powers, Thor, relying solely on his physical prowess, was still far superior to ordinary men. Before Coulson issued the order to eliminate the SHIELD, guards and agents were no match for Thor. Is that the guy? Coulson inquired of Nightshade. How would I know? Nightshade shrugged, replying, I've never seen Thor, the god of thunder. Sir, the hammer has emitted a strong electromagnetic pulse. Our equipment and systems are nearing their breaking point, a technician reported to Coulson. Coulson narrowed his eyes. It was curious that the hammer would unleash such a pulse precisely when the intruder arrived. Barton, respond, Coulson instructed. Should I take him down, sir? Or should I send more men to be knocked down by him? Barton replied. Do not engage without my command. I will provide instructions shortly. If the order came from him to eliminate Thor, the son of Odin, the god of gods, it would likely spell doom for both him and Barton, possibly even leading to dire consequences for the director himself. Thor traversed numerous obstacles and arrived at the heart of the meteorite crater, standing before the mighty Mjolnir. Gazing at the hammer, he could not suppress a lecherous smile. Suddenly, he was struck down by a robust guard assigned by S.H.I.E.L.D. to protect Mjolnir. You are indeed formidable, but I have faced greater. The two engaged in a fierce hand-to-hand combat. Ultimately, Thor, relying on his superior strength, emerged victorious and stood before Mjolnir. Barton, give the order, Coulson, or it will be too late. Barton urged. Wait a moment, I wish to observe first, Coulson replied. Thor faced Mjolnir directly, his smile gradually fading. He reached out and grasped the hammer with one hand, yet to his astonishment, he could not lift it. The once carefree expression on his face froze in disbelief. Mjolnir was his companion weapon, typically weightless in his grasp, effortlessly wielded at his command. How could he be unable to raise it? Realizing something was amiss, Thor's countenance shifted to one of grave concern. He grasped Mjolnir with both hands and attempted to lift it forcefully, but still, it would not budge. This time, he distinctly felt Mjolnir's rejection. How could this be? Why was this happening? Thor's face was a mask of incredulity. He recalled the words of his father, Odin, when he was cast down to Midgard. Could it be true? Would my father be so cruel as to condemn me to a mortal existence? A flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Once more, Thor gripped Mjolnir. He exerted every ounce of strength, his veins bulging, his face flushed. Alas, all his efforts were in vain. Mjolnir remained unmoved. Thor unleashed a furious cry to the heavens. Father, Heimdall, I know you can hear me. Tell me why. He stood amidst the downpour. Yet neither Odin nor Heimdall offered any reply. Defeated, Thor collapsed into the mud, his gaze vacant. He had lost his hammer, and with it, all the powers of the god of thunder. Meanwhile, in Asgard, the three warriors and Sif gathered together, the atmosphere heavy with tension. We should not have let him go, Vostag remarked. Sif shook her head. No one could have stopped him. He was merely exiled, not deceased. Vandal remarked, that was close. Had the guards not informed Odin of our whereabouts, we would all have perished. Laufey once claimed that there were traitors within Odin's household. Hogan pondered for a long time before saying, if it were a master of magic, he would undoubtedly possess the capability to bring 3 frost giants into Asgard. Sif felt a chilling dread. Loki had always professed that his actions were for Thor's benefit, yet we all knew he harbored a deep-seated envy of Thor. Vandal hesitated and said, while Loki is known for his mischief, could he truly commit such an act? This accusation is quite severe. To discern the perpetrator, one must consider whose interests would be most served. Sif stated, whose ambitions would be realized by disrupting Thor's ascension to the throne. Vostag replied, certainly Loki. As long as Thor has not officially assumed the throne of Asgard, Loki still sees an opportunity. Hogan concurred, I too find the circumstances too coincidental. With Loki's shadow looming over every aspect, his culpability is substantial. Sif added, within Thor's palace. It was Loki and Thor who exchanged words that led Thor to suddenly propose taking us to Jotunheim. The more they spoke, the greater Loki's suspicion grew. After all, every action leaves a trace. Loki had orchestrated an entire plot to frame Thor. How could he possibly leave no evidence? We must inform Odin and persuade him to retract his decree. We cannot allow Loki's scheme to succeed, Sif declared with determination. In all of Asgard, perhaps no one cared for Thor more than she did. Each moment Thor remained in exile increased the peril he faced. They needed to rescue him swiftly. Vandal cautioned. But Loki is Odin's son, Thor's brother. Is it truly wise to report Loki to Odin without forethought? At this pronouncement, the group fell silent. There existed distance between them. After all, Odin and Loki are father and son, while we are outsiders. We need not directly accuse Loki, but rather present Odin with the fact that a master of magic could potentially infiltrate Asgard with frost giants. Alongside Laufey's assertion of traitors within Odin's abode, Sif proposed, As for the rest, let Odin decide for himself. The others, reflecting on this, nodded in agreement. This plan held merit. Thus, the four of them gathered and proceeded toward Odin's temple. Father of the gods, we have urgent matters to report, Sif announced as she and the three warriors entered Odin's sanctuary. However, as they approached, Sif's words faltered, for they beheld not the All-Father Odin seated upon the throne, but Loki himself. Loki donned a helmet adorned with long horns, clad in resplendent golden armor, wielding Odin's eternal spear, Gungnir. He gazed upon Sif and her companions, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "My friends," he exclaimed. Sif inquired, "Where is Odin?" Loki replied, "Father has entered Odin's sleep, and Mother fears he may never awaken." Sif suggested, "Then we must speak with Queen Frigga." Loki interjected, "She will not leave Father's side. If you have urgent matters, you may address me." Rising to his full height, he raised the eternal spear aloft. "I am now your king." Sif and her companions exchanged glances, but faced with Gungnir's might, they ultimately knelt, pledging their fealty to the spear. Sif implored, "Your Majesty, we beseech you to end Thor's exile." Loki responded, "My first decree must not contradict Father's last command. We shall wage war against Jotunheim. The people must see the legacy of their forebears to feel secure in these trying times. Everyone must unite to fight for Asgard." Sif, her face marred by anger, stood defiantly, but was restrained by Vandal and Hogun. Loki chuckled softly. "Excellent. It appears you grasp my intent. Now await my command." Was Tag ventured, "Might I implore your Majesty to reconsider?" Loki, growing impatient, retorted, "Enough." The atmosphere grew tense. The three warriors of the Celestial Palace exchanged glances with Loki before turning away. Sif regarded Loki for a long moment, a faint, icy smile curling her lips, before she too departed. The curtain fell on the performance. The ground troops were to mobilize. Coulson observed the kneeling Thor, speaking into his communicator. It seemed this individual was merely an unwitting spy, not the god of thunder. Thus, he had little patience left for this charade. However, the Shiba Inu Thor, accompanying the White Knight, suddenly breached the S-H-I-E-L-D waterproof barrier, leaping from the high platform to stand before Mjolnir. Coulson gasped, "White Knight, what are you?" White Knight smiled, "Fear not, just watch." Thor, his demeanor grave, ignored the self-pitying Thor beside him, standing resolute before Mjolnir. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the hammer's handle. In an instant, torrents of lightning surged forth from Mjolnir, coursing into Thor's being. Boom! The skies darkened ominously, thick black clouds swiftly gathering. Within the layers, charges collided, arcs of electricity darting like serpents, accompanied by thunderous roars that echoed the wrath of the gods. Coulson's jaw dropped in disbelief. No way, it cannot be. No one had managed to lift the hammer of Thor, wielded by that golden-haired man, yet it was astonishingly raised by a dog belonging to Mr. White Knight. Could it be that this dog was the true Thor, the god of thunder? But Thor was the son of Odin, the All-Father, was he not? Or could it be that Odin himself was merely a dog? Coulson's thoughts became a tumultuous whirlpool. Thor sensed that this hammer was somewhat distinct from his own. Yet it mattered not. After all, as long as it was the hammer of Thor, it belonged to him. He grasped the handle, and eventually, he managed to lift it, albeit slightly. The tempestuous energy of the hammer surged violently into his being. At last, Thor raised the hammer high above his head. Instantly, the heavens darkened, as swirling winds and ethereal blue lightning cascaded, with arcs of electricity darting about. Invisible currents coalesced into a massive tornado, sweeping grains of sand into the air. A brilliant bolt of lightning struck down, landing on the hammer, which absorbed its power. The dazzling blue radiance cast Thor's figure in a grand silhouette. The anthropomorphic Thor, taken aback, gazed in disbelief as he witnessed a dog lifting the hammer he could not. Did this mean he was inferior to a mere dog? No. Thor roared defiantly. "My hammer is pure and untainted, my integrity unwavering. I, Thor, have never been cuckolded." Chapter 108. I do not wish to take medication. I am not mad. There are always schemers who wish to harm me. No, it cannot be. The anthropomorphic Thor shook his head, murmuring to himself, "This must be an illusion. I must be dreaming. Yes, I should still be in the psychiatric hospital, still in a stupor from that madwoman's medicine. The hammer of Thor is, after all, a testament to the throne of Asgard. If that dog could raise the hammer, did it not imply that it now had the right to be king of Asgard? A dog as the ruler of the 9 realms? I am Thor. the god of thunder. For the glory of the northern gods. Thor lifted the hammer high, activating a button on his person that emitted a resounding noise, showcasing his formidable stature. Coulson, Selvig, Daisy, Jane, and the other agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. stood agog, their mouths agape in utter astonishment. Who could have imagined that the true god of thunder was, in fact, a dog? Coulson was the first to regain his composure, gazing at White Knight with a deeply resentful expression. Mr. White Knight, shouldn't you provide some explanation? What is truly happening? He felt himself deceived. I'm not quite sure how to explain it. It's just as you see it. Perhaps this dog is indeed the god of thunder, Bai Ye remarked. Perhaps he truly is Thor, the god of thunder. Coulson inquired, but I am curious as to why he has been following you so closely. Do you have a long-standing acquaintance with Thor, allowing you to possess such extensive knowledge about Asgard? You overestimate things, Bai Ye replied. Though he is indeed Thor, he is still merely a dog. He cannot speak or communicate. Selvig found himself questioning his own sanity. The absurd conjectures he had previously harbored had become reality. The dog, referred to as Thor, truly was the god of thunder. Yet, according to his understanding of Norse mythology, Thor should be a man. Why then was he a dog? Daisy felt a wave of embarrassment, having doubted whether the handsome stranger was deceiving her. Little did she know that there truly existed a Thor, albeit in the form of a dog. Thor, wielding his mighty hammer, stirred the winds and unleashed a tempest, reveling in his power. He raised the hammer from his back with great pride. In an instant, two colossal vortices of thunderclouds swirled around the twin hammers, energetically discharging their might. At that moment, Thor seemed to embody a double portion of the god of thunder's power, his combat prowess exponentially enhanced. He mused to himself about the possibility of bringing this hammer home with him one day, which would be a thrilling prospect. However, something felt amiss. Selvig was the first to notice the anomaly. It seemed that, aside from the hammer that had fallen, his own hammer possessed similar capabilities. Yet, the hammer of the god of thunder, as a symbol of Asgard's throne, should be singular. Why were there two? Upon hearing Selvig's words, Coulson scrutinized the situation further. Indeed, the hammer the dog previously carried was proportionate to its stature, while the one being held here appeared somewhat oversized for its form. Could it be that he is not the original wielder of that hammer? Selvig and Coulson turned their gazes towards Bai Ye. Coulson asked, Mr. Bai Ye, what is the meaning of all this? And where might the true heir of Asgard, Thor, be? All right, I shall speak candidly, Bai Ye shrugged and replied. This dog is Thor, the god of thunder, but he is not the Thor of this world. Rather, he hails from an alternate parallel universe. He is indeed a god, his father being Odin, which grants him the power of the thunder god. This is likely why he can wield this hammer. As for the Thor of this world, I truly do not know him. Jin's eyes widened in astonishment. Bai Ye, is it really possible that parallel worlds exist? The concept of parallel universes is a topic of considerable debate, yet there exists a prevailing consensus in the scientific community. They may indeed exist. The origins of parallel worlds stem from the physics at the microscopic scale. In the early 20th century, physicists conceived and developed quantum mechanics to comprehend the world at the microscopic scale. This theory posits that the reality of the microcosm is inherently ambiguous. Subatomic particles, such as electrons, need not occupy a definitive position. They may exist simultaneously in various locations. Furthermore, they can concurrently possess other properties that we traditionally deem incompatible. When particles exhibit such characteristics, physicists refer to them as being in a superposition of states. Experimental evidence has substantiated the existence of superposition. Mathematics reveals that when a particle is in a superposition of states A and B, the observer's measurement induces a condition where the particle is perceived in both A and B states. However, while the mathematics does not dictate whether A or B is measured, it also does not conflate the two. The mathematical expression delineating the state of the system can be divided into two components, each describing a world where the experimenter observes one of the two potential outcomes. If this is taken literally, one must concede that the reality has undergone a bifurcation. To simplify, this is akin to Schrödinger's cat. The cat in the box exists in a superposition of life and death. According to Schrödinger's interpretation, upon opening the box and observing the cat's state, the world has split into two branches. In one, the cat is alive, and in the other, it is dead. As for the existence of parallel worlds in other universes, I cannot say. However, in this universe, it is almost certain that parallel worlds exist, White Knight asserted confidently. After all, this is the Marvel Universe, where the multiverse is a fundamental principle. The 5 founding deities serve as guardians of the multiverse. The Phoenix Force, too, is an entity that transcends the omniversal scale. Then the question arose. Mr. White Knight, you mentioned that this Thor cannot communicate. How do you know he is indeed the god of thunder, and how did you come to be here under his guidance? Coulson queried. Without a doubt, Coulson quickly surmised. The appearance of White Knight and Thor here was no mere coincidence. Thor must have sensed the presence of Mjolnir and brought White Knight along purposely. Coulson, you do ask a lot of questions. White Knight rolled his eyes and remarked, if you wish to know, just ask Thor yourself. I am not your go-to for every inquiry. Thor, meanwhile, was joyfully wielding 2 hammers. The sky was shrouded in dark clouds, reminiscent of an impending apocalypse. Thunder rumbled, deafeningly. Out of curiosity, White Knight leaped down from the platform, landing before Thor. Place that newly acquired hammer on the ground. I wish to see if I can lift it, he said. White Knight believed that, with his noble character and pure heart, he might very well be able to raise the hammer of the god of thunder. In the Marvel Universe, there are quite a few individuals capable of wielding Thor's hammer. Aside from Thor himself, there are Captain America Rogers, the goddess of death Hela, Jane Foster as the mighty Thor, Magneto, Kid Loki, Vision, Deadpool, and many others, far too many to count. Thus, Thor may consider his Mjolnir to be a symbol of steadfastness. Yet in reality, it appears to be a rather indiscriminate weapon accessible to many. If even a monk can touch it, why should I, Bai Ye, be any different? Thor is reluctant. He has only just acquired this mighty weapon and hasn't yet had the chance to fully enjoy it. However, knowing that Bai Ye is, after all, the one who cleans up after him, he feels compelled to grant some leeway. Otherwise, upon returning home, there may be no delectable treats awaiting him. Thor places the hammer on the ground. Bai Ye, filled with enthusiasm, steps forward and grasps the handle of Mjolnir. Crack! The moment their hands meet, a tremendous surge of thunder erupts, coursing through Bai Ye and the hammer. However, this thunder is not emitted from Mjolnir itself, but rather unleashed by Bai Ye's thunder fruit. He possesses a modicum of self-awareness, understanding that relying solely on his own strength, without employing some clever tactics, he might indeed be unable to lift Thor's hammer. But how could that be? Would that not imply that I, Bai Ye, am akin to Coulson, lacking in moral integrity? Mjolnir conceals the might of the god of thunder. Coincidentally, I too possess the Zoan-type human fruit of the thunder god. I am a thunder god as well. If Thor, this canine-like deity, is capable of lifting Mjolnir, then surely I, Bai Ye, can do the same. Bai Ye channels his own thunderous power, making contact with the divine energy contained within the hammer. At this moment, the hammer responds, and the 2 forces of thunder clash violently. Boom! In the heavens above, thunder once again erupts. Dark clouds swirling ominously as if to herald the end of the world. Coulson's heart sinks. Could this fellow truly lift Mjolnir? It seems impossible. How could he, with such a questionable sense of justice, be worthy of such power? If he were to become the king of Asgard, who knows, he might even restore Asgard's ancient rights. Mjolnir, do not lend your strength to this miscreant. Bai Ye repeatedly amplifies the energy output of his fruit, nearing his limits. Mjolnir behaves like a petite woman, struggling against a powerful man who has pinned her down. Despite her desperate attempts, the man's strength is overwhelming, and an unwary moment leads to submission. In the next instant, Mjolnir is suddenly hoisted high by Bai Ye. Crack! A sudden clap of thunder echoed through the sky as a swirling inverted cone rapidly formed, resembling a colossal dragon. The overwhelming electromagnetic energy merged with the tornado, creating a tempestuous spectacle, more fearsome than Thor wielding both of his enchanted hammers. He really lifted it? Coulson murmured to himself. If Bai Ye is deemed to possess integrity, deserving of a crown, does that imply the existence of malevolence in this world? Or could it be that his previous impressions of Bai Ye were misconstrued, and beneath the seemingly malevolent exterior lies a profoundly benevolent heart? Wow, he actually lifted it. Daisy exclaimed with excitement. I told you, a man as handsome as him can't possibly be a villain. Jane, too, felt that compared to Coulson, Bai Ye must certainly be a good person. Yet, she was intrigued by the criteria for lifting the hammer, for despite the many attempts made by agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., none had succeeded. Yet here were Bai Ye and Thor, each effortlessly raising the hammer. Coulson, see? I told you your character pales in comparison to mine, Bai Ye remarked. I can lift this hammer, and you cannot. This is the disparity, and there's no denying it. Hey, Bai Ye, you have a nosebleed. Jane suddenly exclaimed, pointing at him. Do I? Bai Ye touched the tip of his nose, and indeed, found blood. It's nothing. Perhaps I've been consuming too much spicy food lately. The truth, however, lay in the fact that after Bai Ye breached the lightning defense of Thor's hammer, it turned the tables, and countless esoteric runes began to emerge, flickering like stars, continuously shifting and intertwining with the divine power of the hammer. The appearance of these runes struck Bai Ye's mind with an overwhelming force. It was the Odin force, endowed by that old trickster Odin himself. The Odin force is an intrinsic ability of the Aesir bloodline, named so because Odin is the most potent among those who wield it. The pure divine power of the hammer alone was no match for Bai Ye's Zoan-type devil fruit form, but with the addition of the Odin force, the dynamics changed. At that moment, as Bai Ye held the hammer, he found himself not bolstered by the divine power, but rather burdened by the heavy pressure exerted by both the hammer and the Odin force. Fortunately, the heart of the spirit he wore on his right hand, an artifact of great power, alleviated much of this pressure. The hammer is not as formidable as it seems. Bai Ye maintained a composed demeanor as he tossed the hammer to Thor, who caught it with ease. Bai Ye retrieved a tissue to wipe away the blood streaming from his nose, his expression remarkably composed. In truth, his mind felt somewhat hazy, overwhelmed by the force of Odin. Damn it, this old coot is utterly unreliable. He claimed that by lifting the hammer, I would acquire the power of the thunder god. I have raised it, yet where is this power? Not only was it withheld, but I am also being suppressed. This is unjust. This is clearly a personal vendetta against me. Thor, on the other hand, took hold of Mjolnir and faced no such difficulties, effortlessly wielding the power of the thunder god. The sight of the humanoid Thor left everyone astounded. Previously, Mjolnir had been an object of reverence, akin to a cherished dream. But now he realized that Mjolnir was nothing but a shameless tease. The humanoid Thor cackled madly. Ha, it's all a lie. What hammer? What Mjolnir? It's all a farce. Do not touch me. I refuse to take medication. I am not insane. There will always be schemers plotting against me. Ha ha ha. You all wish to harm me. Protect me. Protect me. Chapter 109. Grasping his weakness, the unyielding Mjolnir left Thor defenseless. Agents from S.H.I.E.L.D. seized him and dragged him away without any resistance. Despair could not convey the depths of his disillusionment. Agent Coulson approached Thor, hesitating momentarily. Mr. Thor, could you please dissipate the thunder in the sky? Otherwise, we will struggle to carry out our duties. Mjolnir continued to emit electromagnetic pulses, causing the equipment in the temporary base to function erratically. If this persisted, it could lead to significant damage. Thor was joyfully wielding both hammers when he overheard Coulson's remark, his expression souring. Nonetheless, he paused. Thank you for your understanding. Coulson sighed in relief. Mr. Thor, is it truly impossible for you to speak? I am Thor, the god of thunder. For the glory of the northern gods, Thor declared, his countenance grave. Coulson understood. This Thor genuinely could not communicate. Mr. Bai Ye, may I inquire about your purpose in being here alongside Thor? Coulson had no choice but to turn to Bai Ye for answers. There is no particular purpose. Merely for amusement, Bai Ye replied, having cleaned the blood from his face. Now that Thor possesses two hammers, he seems quite entertained, and thus, there is no cause for concern. We shall depart shortly. Coulson could only manage a wry smile. Mr. Bai Ye, please, do not jest. The true master of Mjolnir, the thunder god Thor, has yet to arrive. We kindly ask for your patience in waiting here for a while longer. At that moment, Coulson keenly sensed that considerable trouble lay hidden within Mjolnir. Allowing Bai Ye and Thor to depart with Mjolnir would undoubtedly place the burden squarely upon his shoulders. Should any calamity arise, it would spell disaster for him. How long must I endure this? Bai Ye rolled his eyes and remarked, Am I to remain here for eternity until this matter resolves itself? Coulson replied, It surely won't be that absurd. At that moment, while Coulson conversed with Bai Ye, a bespectacled, refined bald man approached. Ah, Mr. Bai Ye, allow me to introduce you. This base is home to 3 senior agents, and this gentleman here is Agent Sylvet, a level 7 operative primarily responsible for the technological aspects of our operations, Coulson explained. Bai Ye recognized the bespectacled man, the very one who had been deceived by the robust Captain Rogers in the elevator with a casual hello. Hydra. Pleasure to meet you, Sylvet said cheerily, shaking Bai Ye's hand. He certainly could not be unfamiliar with Bai Ye, a calamity-level extraordinary being, bold enough to tend to the White House lawn. The organization known as Hydra had also taken notice, managing to secure leverage over him. Given time, they might well bring him under their banner. With this thought, Sylvit cast a glance at Coulson, acknowledging the latter's considerable contributions. Coulson then pointed to a figure dressed as an archer who had just arrived behind Sylvit, saying, "This is Agent Barton, a Level 8 operative, primarily responsible for the security of this base." Although both Sylvit and Hawkeye held ranks superior to Coulson, it was Coulson who commanded this facility. Hawkeye, with a cold demeanor, showed no inclination to engage with Bai Ye. In turn, Bai Ye refrained from pressing the matter further. Following the introductions, Coulson led Bai Ye to his designated quarters. "Mr. Bai Ye, may I inquire about what Mr. Thor enjoys?" Coulson asked, well aware that Thor, now infused with the power of the Thunder God, had ascended to the ranks of the world's most formidable extraordinary beings. However, he was the type who needed to be cajoled rather than coerced. Thus Coulson sought to win Thor's favor. "Large bones, dog toys, games," came the response. Coulson was taken aback, thinking, isn't that essentially a dog? In a temporary interrogation room, Thor sat vacantly in a chair. Coulson stood before him, letting out a soft sigh. "My subordinates have undergone the most rigorous training, yet you have bested them effortlessly. This truly strains our camaraderie." The agents of SHIELD were the elite among the elite, capable of holding their own against 10 ordinary individuals. However, Thor struck with unwavering force, piercing through with ease. Remarkably, he relied solely on his physical prowess and combat skills, devoid of any extraordinary abilities. This undoubtedly saddened Coulson. "In my experience, such remarkable skills are only acquired through rigorous training." "Where did you undergo such training? Pakistan, Chechnya, or perhaps Afghanistan? You bear the semblance of a mercenary." "Where do you operate?" "South Africa. Certain organizations are willing to pay handsomely for mercenaries like you." "Who exactly are you?" Coulson's words fell on deaf ears, as Thor remained in a stupor, lamenting his own frivolous hammer. Not only refusing to acknowledge his identity, but instead conceding to the presence of a dog and an unfamiliar man who had seemingly materialized from nowhere. What purpose does his existence hold now? Moreover, he had indeed been exiled by his father Odin, stripped of his mighty hammer, destined to live as an ordinary man from that moment onward. Transitioning from simplicity to opulence is effortless, yet the reverse is a formidable challenge. Accustomed to being the omnipotent god of thunder, how could he accept becoming an ordinary individual, one whom he could have easily vanquished with a mere finger? Regardless, we will uncover the truth. This is our forte, Coulson stated patiently. Despite his extensive efforts, Coulson's words proved futile against Thor. Now, all seemed irrelevant. Without the hammer of the god of thunder, Thor felt engulfed in darkness. Nothing mattered anymore, nothing at all. Just as Coulson was about to speak again, his phone rang unexpectedly. "Pardon me," he said as he exited the room. The moment Coulson departed, the atmosphere in the interrogation room chilled noticeably. "Loki, what brings you here?" Thor exclaimed, his eyes widening in surprise upon seeing Loki enter. Ordinary mortals could not elicit a response from the despondent Thor. Only his dear brother could stir a flicker of life within him. "I must see you." Loki's expression was grave, his demeanor profoundly troubled. "What has transpired? Tell me. Is it concerning Jotunheim?" Thor, sensing the ominous air from Loki's countenance, urged, "Allow me to explain to father." "Father is dead," Loki lamented. "What?" Thor gasped in disbelief. He could scarcely fathom that his invincible father, the sovereign of the 9 realms, the king of the gods, Odin, was truly gone. How could this be? It was impossible. Tears welled in Thor's eyes as he implored, "Loki, you must be deceiving me, are you not?" Thor was well aware of Loki's penchant for trickery, particularly towards his somewhat reckless elder brother. However, Thor harbored an unsettling premonition, for it was common knowledge among the realms that his father Odin's lifespan was nearing its limit. Had it not been for the unexpected intrusion of the frost giants into Odin's treasury during the ceremony, he would have successfully assumed the throne of Asgard from Odin. His father was already advanced in age, as you are aware. He had undergone the Odin sleep on numerous occasions prior to this. The turmoil of Thor's exile and the looming threat of war had become unbearable for him. Loki's eyes glistened with tears as he spoke. "Do not blame yourself. I know you love him. I tried to convey that to him, but he refused to listen. It is truly cruel. He placed the hammer of the thunder god here. Yet you can never lift it again. Now, The weight of the throne rests upon my shoulders. Can I return home? Thor asked, his voice trembling. With his father deceased, he wanted nothing more than to return home to bid farewell to his father. At this moment, Thor had come to realize his folly. He should not have instigated a war that would affect the 9 realms for the sake of his own fragile pride and selfish desires. Loki expressed his regret. The terms for peace in Jotunheim are your eternal exile. Is there truly no other way? Loki appeared conflicted. Moreover, our mother forbids your return. She believes your actions caused our father's demise. I have come to bid you farewell. Goodbye, brother. I am truly sorry. No, I am the one who should apologize. Thank you for coming here to share these truths with me. Thor, having lived for millennia, felt as though he had suddenly matured upon hearing that he had driven his father to death. Farewell. Loki turned slowly, a sorrowful expression gracing his face. Thor murmured, Goodbye? Goodbye? Coulson returned from the interrogation room, puzzled. Thor lowered his head once more, reluctant to engage in conversation with this foolish mortal, who was so easily manipulated by the whims of magic, yet maintained an air of superiority. As he exited the temporary interrogation room, Loki nearly burst into laughter. This foolish brother was, as ever, remarkably easy to deceive. He fully understood that Loki was the god of trickery and mischief, yet each time Loki spoke, this brother believed him like a fool. However, this was fortuitous. Let him wallow in despair and abandon thoughts of reclaiming his powers and becoming the heir to Asgard. Perhaps, in time, once he tired of the responsibilities of being Asgard's king, he would relinquish the throne back to him. However, Loki furrowed his brow. Mjolnir, the symbol of the Asgardian heir, how could it possibly be lifted by a mere dog and an unrelated mortal? This thought left Loki deeply unsettled. The matter of my brother's possessions is one thing. Allowing a dog to take it is quite another. Ah, my dear brother, only I have the right to torment him. Resolute, Loki set out to reclaim his honor. He also wished to test whether he could lift the hammer of the god of thunder. Mjolnir is emblematic of the Asgardian throne. If he could wield it, he might justly claim the throne of Asgard, rather than resorting to cunning and deceit. Loki traversed the S-H-I-E-L-D base with ease. As a master of magic, this heavily fortified facility appeared to him as an unguarded domain. Even when he toyed with Coulson before his very eyes, no unusual occurrences transpired, let alone with the other S-H-I-E-L-D agents present. It was a simple task. Soon, he found himself before Thor's chamber. He pushed open the door and beheld Thor seated on the bed, engrossed in a PSP gaming device. While on the sofa, the White Knight was engaged in a fierce gaming session with Thor. Neither of them even spared a glance at Loki's arrival. Huh. Loki shook his head and chuckled. How pitiful these mortals are. They cannot even see through my magic. What right do they have to inherit the throne of Asgard? Surely, something must have gone awry with Mjolnir for these two to lift it. Loki's gaze swept across the room, and soon enough, he spotted Mjolnir resting on the bedside table beside Thor. His eyes lit up. He quickly approached, taking a deep breath as he grasped the hammer's handle. With a fierce effort, he pulled, but Mjolnir did not budge an inch. Curse it! Loki internally cursed, yet he refused to relent. If he could not lift it with one hand, he would attempt with both. Mimicking Thor's earlier efforts, he gripped Mjolnir tightly with both hands, his arms straining. Teeth clenched and face flushed. However, the hammer remained immovable. Blast it! Loki was forced to abandon his attempt to lift Mjolnir. This artifact truly was beyond mortal capability. Unable to move the hammer, Loki turned and prepared to leave. However, he suddenly turned around. The mighty hammer of Thor was originally destined to lie within the meteorite crater, yet it had been lifted and placed upon this bedside table. This confirmed that the duo before him, a man and a dog, indeed possessed the capability to wield the hammer of the god. How could this be? Something that I myself cannot lift? How could they, a mere man and his canine companion, manage to do so? If my father were to pass away, and the throne of Asgard required an heir, what would happen if these two were transported to Asgard? Would they not become formidable rivals for the throne? Loki was clearly the type who would rather unjustly eliminate 1,000 than let a single one escape. If this man and dog posed a potential threat to him, it would be prudent for him to preemptively send them on their way. With this thought, a magical dagger appeared in Loki's hand, sharp enough to slice through iron and imbued with arcane damage. Holding the dagger, he stepped lightly forward until he stood before Thor. Woof! Thor, having lost the game, slammed his fist down onto his bed in frustration. He lifted his head, only to see Loki brandishing the razor-sharp dagger, poised to strike at his dog's head. The man and dog exchanged glances. "I am Thor, the god of thunder, for the glory of the northern gods." In an instant, Thor was enveloped in a crackling storm of thunder, wielding 2 hammers of the god, and he immediately unleashed a thunderous blow upon Loki. Chapter 110. The god of thunder does not deceive another god. Loki's head buzzed. It is worth noting that he had been simultaneously struck on the head by 2 hammers of Thor. The fact that his skull did not explode upon impact was a testament to its resilience. In that moment, he found himself devoid of any capacity for thought, as the entire world seemed to lose its color. The agony of such a dual assault was indeed beyond his endurance. Were it someone like White Knight, perhaps they would have relished the experience. Certainly, Jane could not have managed it, but Daisy would have no trouble at all. Thor was furious, having just lost a game. He was already in a foul mood, and now there was a fool attempting to harm him. This was nothing short of a death wish. Did they truly believe that the name of Thor, god of thunder, was something to be trifled with? Bam! Thor swung his hammer once more, striking Loki and sending him hurtling through the air like a cannonball. Crack! As Loki was struck by Thor's hammer, the sound of bones cracking echoed from his chest. His eyes widened in shock, his body curling in pain. A mask of anguish etched across his face. White Knight set down the game console, watching with keen interest as Loki was sent flying. Loki's petty tricks, designed to deceive and mock the agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., mere mortals devoid of extraordinary powers, may have sufficed for his amusement. However, to believe he could fool beings such as Thor and White Knight was utterly absurd. Previously disregarded, their game had reached a critical juncture, leaving no room for distractions. Unexpectedly, Loki attempted to lift the hammer of the thunder god, and insatiable, sought to push his luck further. He truly deserved the consequences of his folly. "How dare you, wretched mortal, attack a deity?" Loki clutched his chest, crawling up from the distant ruins, blood staining his lips, his pallid visage twisted in agony. "You, insignificant insect, shall pay dearly for this." White Knight observed as Loki donned a golden battle robe, a golden spear propping up his frail form. Could it be that Loki's physical resilience was so formidable? I had thought Thor's ear-splitting blow would have rendered him incapable of further combat. 2 hammers of the thunder god, striking his head, would likely incapacitate even the mighty Hulk. He gazed at the luminous golden spear in Loki's grasp and murmured, could it be the effect of that artifact? The eternal spear, the weapon of Odin, the king of the Norse gods, is inscribed with runes at its tip, and its shaft is crafted from the branches of the world tree. Its power is both simple and formidable. Once thrown, it unerringly strikes its mark, an unerring spear capable of piercing anything it hits, before returning to its master's hand. During the conflict between the Aesir and Vanir gods, it was Odin who launched the first strike with this spear. When Odin casts it forth, it emits a brilliant light across the sky, which mortals refer to as lightning. Though the hammer of the thunder god is heralded as the emblem of the Asgardian throne, it pales in comparison to Odin's eternal spear. It is, perhaps, akin to the difference between a prince and a king. Perhaps in the future, Thor's Stormbreaker will possess a power that rivals that of the eternal spear. Infuriated beyond measure after being struck by a mere dog, Loki disregarded all caution and lunged at Thor with the eternal spear. The weapon radiated an unstoppable, razor-sharp brilliance, prompting Thor to grow solemn. In his world, his father was not the legendary Hung-Chi, but Odin, wielding the eternal spear. Yet, he remained uncertain of the true extent of this fawn-like adversary's prowess. "I shall slay you and feast upon dog meat hot pot." Loki's fury reached its zenith. Having been struck by a dog, this humiliation would undoubtedly stain his reputation henceforth. If he could not even best a dog, how could he ever aspire to rule Asgard? Humph! A contemptuous smirk curled at the corners of Thor's mouth. Desiring dog meat hot pot once more, it seems that he has indeed been too lenient. 2 Mjolnirs deepened the gravity of the moment. The formidable power of thunder coalesced around him, with ethereal blue lightning entwining him, like serpentine arcs of electricity darting about chaotically. Just as Loki approached, wielding the eternal spear, Thor brought down his hammer. Boom! A violent storm of energy erupted, unleashing a tempest. The might of thunder clashed with the divine power of the eternal spear in a fierce struggle. The hammer and spear were locked in a stalemate. Yet Thor still possessed another hammer, raised high as he summoned the force of thunder once more to strike Loki. Under the pressure of Thor's two Mjolnirs, Loki was compelled to retreat and alter his tactics. Indeed, the Eternal Spear is a remarkable artifact, but its master is Odin, the king of the gods. Loki merely wields it in his stead. The power Loki could summon from the spear barely represented 1/10 of its true potential, lacking the legendary precision that ensured a hit upon release. Regardless of the artifact's might, its efficacy is contingent upon its wielder. Loki's intrinsic strength is woefully inadequate. Even in his human form, Thor's portion of divine thunder could vanquish Loki, let alone now, with 2/3 of that power at his command. Thor swung both Mjolnirs with relentless ferocity, forcing Loki into a desperate defense. Bang! Thor struck down upon Loki with tremendous force, the hammer imbued with overwhelming thunderous energy crashing down. Boom! Loki attempted to block Thor's blow with the Eternal Spear. Despite wielding such a powerful weapon, he was not Odin, and the impact from Thor overwhelmed him, leaving him half kneeling on the ground. Cracks radiated from beneath him like a spider's web. I am a god, the future king of Asgard, the lord of the 9 realms. How can I be bested by a mere hound? Loki bellowed, his eyes ablaze with fury, fixated on Thor. The Eternal Spear struggled to emit its golden light, attempting to break free from Thor's oppressive force. Yet, its current bearer was far too ineffectual to contend with the Mjolnirs, perfectly attuned to Thor's thunderous might. Bambi, this is rather pathetic, isn't it? White Knight, watching from the sidelines, felt a twinge of disappointment. He had anticipated a thrilling contest of equals, but instead, the enraged Loki was swiftly subdued by Thor's relentless strikes. Ultimately, the Eternal Spear did not resonate with Loki. Had Loki wielded the Frost Giant's icebox, better suited for him, the battle might have unfolded in a far more captivating manner. Loki, the son of Laufey, the king of the Frost Giants, undoubtedly possesses a profound connection to the icebox, a treasured heirloom of his icy lineage. The icebox is an immensely powerful artifact. It is said that, when wielded by the Frost Giants, it has the capability to freeze an entire planet. In the past, Odin led Asgard into battle against the Frost Giants because they sought to use the icebox to encase Earth in ice, transforming it into a habitable realm for their kind. Odin's motivations for instigating war were not rooted in a genuine desire to protect the fragile Earth, but rather in preventing the Frost Giants from expanding their influence by annexing the planet. In a moment of frustration, Loki found himself overwhelmed by the strength of a mere dog. How could he, a being of such stature, be bested by a creature so diminutive? Although he had previously been ambushed and defeated, he believed that in a fair fight, he should emerge victorious. Thor, indifferent to Loki's thoughts, found solace in having a target for his frustrations after losing a game. With a loud thud, Thor brought his hammer down once more, forcing Loki to his knees, his legs sinking into the earth. The Eternal Spear was indeed a magnificent treasure, yet Loki lacked the prowess to unleash its full potential. As Bai stroked his chin, he mused, as the saying goes, treasures of the world belong to the virtuous. The Eternal Spear seems destined for me. A glimmer of excitement shone in Bai's eyes. Observing Loki utterly subdued by Thor, Bai raised his index and middle fingers, aiming them like a gun at Loki. With a swift motion, he unleashed 2 bolts of lightning, targeting Loki's arm. This was merely a test to see if he could disarm Loki, allowing him to seize the opportunity. The lightning struck home, and Loki let out a cry, his arm tingling with numbness. Just as Bai anticipated the Eternal Spear to fall from Loki's grip, something unexpected occurred. Despite his apparent inability to resist, Loki summoned a surge of strength, breaking free from Thor's hold with a fierce roar. Both Bai and Thor were momentarily stunned. In an instant, Loki vanished into the shadows, leaving them bewildered. What just happened? Thor scratched his head in confusion. He had been so close to defeating Loki, yet that final burst of power was utterly uncharacteristic. It seemed unlikely to belong to Loki at all. Bai pondered, contemplating the possibility. Could it be Odin's doing? Bai Ye had long harbored suspicions regarding Odin's dubious slumber, and the timing of his awakening seemed remarkably coincidental. It now appeared that this ancient figure had perhaps been observing events from the shadows, with the primary aim of facilitating Thor's maturation as the rightful heir. Nonetheless, Bai Ye dismissed any concern for Odin's machinations with a shake of his head. In the interrogation room, Coulson was alerted by the sounds of a scuffle between Thor and Loki, his expression shifting immediately as he recognized the gravity of the situation. He hastened toward the source of the commotion and soon arrived at Thor's door as the head of the base. Upon witnessing the chaos that lay before him, he inquired urgently, "What has transpired?" Bai Ye explained, "Loki, the trickster god, arrived to test his ability to lift Thor's hammer. After failing to do so, he attempted to eliminate Thor, leading to their confrontation." Loki, the trickster god? Coulson frowned, having anticipated that trouble would inevitably surround the mighty hammer. He had not expected such complications to arise so swiftly. "Where is Loki now?" "Clearly, he has fled," Bai Ye replied. "And how is the battle faring? Is it not evident?" Bai Ye retorted. "Just look at us, both unscathed." Loki was thoroughly bested by Thor. After all, Thor is the genuine god of thunder. Thor, adopting a serious demeanor, declared, "I am Thor, the god of thunder." Coulson felt a headache coming on. The situation was a veritable quagmire. Why had the hammer fallen to earth? Where was Thor now? And why did Loki covet the hammer? The lack of intelligence was staggering, rendering any analysis virtually impossible. After a moment, Coulson stated, "With the electromagnetic pulse from the hammer's absence, SHIELD's equipment is now fully operational. I need to ascertain how Loki managed to infiltrate this base." He resolved to address the matter methodically, starting with the fundamentals. If there were vulnerabilities in SHIELD's defenses, they needed to be rectified swiftly. "Are you not aware?" Bai Ye replied. "Loki is a master of magic, skilled in invisibility and deception. To an ordinary person, he could easily induce hypnosis or brainwashing. How could SHIELD possibly stop him? Hypnosis and brainwashing?" Coulson's expression shifted dramatically. No one was more familiar with such tactics than SHIELD. They had employed them on many occasions, finding them to be a convenient method. However, being manipulated by others through such means was far from a delightful prospect. Every agent harbors an abundance of undisclosed secrets within their hearts. Suddenly, Coulson sensed something amiss. Prior to White Knight revealing Loki's hypnotic mind control abilities, he had been oblivious to the situation. However, upon grasping the gravity of this revelation, Coulson began to scrutinize his own memories, only to realize that there seemed to be a disconnection in his recollections. Just moments ago, while interrogating the little golden-haired individual, he received a phone call that interrupted the session, yet he could not recall who had called him at that critical moment. Coulson's expression darkened. He turned and returned to the monitoring room. He reviewed the surveillance footage, focusing intently on the video from the temporary interrogation room concerning the little golden-haired individual. Under Coulson's watchful gaze, he observed himself leaving the interrogation room to answer the call. After his departure, the little golden-haired individual appeared to have seen someone, engaging in conversation and, surprisingly, shedding tears. It was indeed Loki's doing. Coulson ground his teeth in frustration. As a senior agent of SHIELD and Nick Fury's trusted confidant, he had unwittingly fallen victim to a manipulation of his consciousness. This was perilous. Regaining his composure, Coulson began to think like an agent and quickly honed in on the crucial question. Why would Loki seek out the little golden-haired individual for a conversation? The only plausible explanation was that he was, in fact, the true god of thunder, Thor. Coulson was now fervently eager to uncover the entire narrative of this affair and felt compelled to extract the truth from Thor himself. To this end, he summoned White Knight to join him in interrogating the humanoid Thor. Upon entering the interrogation room, Coulson and White Knight found Thor in a far more despondent state than before. The loss of his hammer had plunged him into despair, and the news of his father's demise due to his own actions was even more devastating. Thor exhibited no reaction to Coulson. However, when White Knight entered, he raised his gaze to meet White Knight's eyes. "It's you?" He recalled that White Knight was one of the few who had lifted his beloved Mjolnir. White Knight smiled gently. "Do you wish to know why I am able to wield the hammer of the god of thunder?" Thor could not help but inquire. Why? He was genuinely invested in the answer. With a chuckle, White Knight extended his hand, and a brilliant sphere of lightning materialized within it. "In truth, I am the god of thunder of Midgard, which is why I can lift that hammer. It's really nothing extraordinary. Truly, we thunder gods do not deceive one another.